Family, this plot is so dramatic. I originally wanted to be in Ravenclaw, but the Sorting Hat shouted Gryffindor. It all started when a Hogwarts professor knocked on my door, and my family wanted to exorcise me. The professor cast a spell to put them to sleep, and I ran to the magic school. What fun events followed? Come and see. I tell you, that night, I was completely stunned. When that sorting hat was placed on my head, I was mentally chanting, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, please let me go to Ravenclaw. And guess what? That old hat hummed around in my head for a long time, saying I had both wisdom and courage, that I could go anywhere. And then, in front of the entire school, it mustered all its strength and shouted Gryffindor. I was completely bewildered. Who understands this? Family? I've never been so speechless in my life. Before the hat floated away, it left me with a parting comment. Gryffindor will lead you to glory. Glory, my foot. I just wanted to go to the library and be a quiet, handsome guy, okay? But to understand how it got to this point, we need to start with an old man with a white beard who suddenly knocked on my rickety wooden door. That day, I was pondering how to make some extra money when there was a loud knock at the door. In walked a strangely dressed old man who claimed to be a professor from Hogwarts. Upon hearing that name, my DNA reacted, wow, isn't this the long-awaited acceptance letter? But my family was still stuck in the Middle Ages. When they heard that this old man was a wizard and I was a little wizard, my mother's face turned pale, and she muttered something about tying me to a stake and burning me. I tell you, the look in her eyes made it seem like she was staring at a possessed demon. The familial bond capsized in an instant. My dad was staring intently at the oil lamp on the table, probably calculating how to smash it and give me a physical exorcism. My older brother was even more intense, gripping a large wooden stick, his knuckles turning white, just waiting for my dad's command to knock me and the old professor out. Seeing the situation, I realized there was no way to communicate. I could only shrug at the old professor, giving him a "you see," its hopeless expression. The old man understood. He must have seen such scenes often and remained calm. Without further ado, he waved his wand, and whoosh, a flash of light passed, and my whole family, dad, my mom, my brother, just slumped over the table as if the power had gone out. Wow, he really gave them a small shock to create some peace. I hurried over to check their breathing, and, thankfully, they were just asleep. The old professor then leisurely asked me, "Child, what is your choice?" Was there even a choice? On one side was a barbecue grill, and on the other was a magic school. It was obvious what to choose. But I still had to put on an act, as my persona was that of a poor kid who knew nothing. I started to play the victim, saying I wanted to go to school, but as you can see, my family wouldn't accept it, and I didn't have a penny to my name. I couldn't afford the tuition. If I went to Hogwarts, this family might really forget about me. The old professor was very kind, patting me on the shoulder and saying, "Don't worry, the school has financial aid for underprivileged students. However, you might have to use some secondhand items. As for your family, as long as you agree, I can make them temporarily forget about you. When you graduate and are of age, you can come back, and I will undo the magic, and they will remember you again." Forgetfulness all around. Although it was a bit harsh, it was better than being burned as firewood. I immediately nodded vigorously. "I agree, Professor. So what do we do now?" "Pack your bags, we're leaving right away." A few minutes later, I came down with my patched-up old bag. The old professor told me to hold his hand, and the moment I did, I felt like I was being stuffed into a giant thin rubber tube, and then suddenly squeezed out from the other end. I tell you, the sensation was dizzying, and my insides were churning. I almost threw all my dinner from the night before. When I opened my eyes again, I was at the edge of a dark forest. I leaned against a tree and started to vomit. It was quite a scene. The old professor felt a bit embarrassed, saying we had to use apparition because we were in a hurry. I thought to myself, this is so inhumane, it's a nightmare for someone prone to motion sickness. He led me running all the way to a rundown port. There were already a few kids there around my age, and a young wizard was looking after them. When the young wizard saw me, he pointed to a large wooden box nearby and said, "You're the last one, hurry and pick a robe. The good stuff is running out, you figured out." I went over to take a look. Wow, a box full of old robes, all patched up, emphasizing a retro style. There was another box filled with old wands. This must be the so-called Hogwarts underprivileged student gift package robes. Wands, 2 quills, and 2 bottles of ink, all set. Nearby were 2 kids in brand new robes. They looked like well-off muggle wizards. One chubby kid looked at us with a gaze that practically screamed poor. I randomly picked a robe and rummaged through the wand box for a long time, relying on the system's hints in my brain to find the one that matched best. Just as I finished, another group of 12 people arrived, all wearing new clothes, obviously from pure-blood wizarding families. The leading professor joked with the one I was with, saying something about being chased out by muggles with sticks. Among the crowd, a pale-faced brat whispered something under his breath, "Mudblood." I chuckled at that. "All right, little guy, I remember you." Next was getting on the boat to cross the lake. We 3 poor students shared a boat with that chubby rich kid. The moment the chubby kid got on the boat, he started causing trouble, looking at the empty boat and sarcastically saying, "Without oars, how are we supposed to get across? Row with our hands." I really wanted to reply, "Use love to generate power, buddy." It was simply refreshingly foolish. But the next second, all the little boats started moving on their own, steadily heading towards the brightly lit castle on the other side of the lake. The chubby kid was instantly dumbfounded. His face turned pale, gripping the edge of the boat like a clown. But no one paid him any mind. Everyone's eyes were glued to Hogwarts, which was coming closer. The scene was indeed breathtaking. After disembarking, a professor in a dark purple robe with a face as black as the bottom of a pot led us into an empty room. She was Professor McGonagall, and she immediately launched into a lecture about school rules and regulations, saying things like the house is your home, and you must bring glory to your house, blah, 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 looking as serious as if we all owed her money. As soon as she left, something suddenly popped out from the wall. A house elf. This little guy immediately grabbed the ear of a hapless chubby kid, flying around the room and performing juggling tricks with torches. And guess what? That torch fell right on the wealthy chubby kid. His robe caught fire on the spot. Ha ha! I tell you, at that moment, the whole place was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After Professor McGonagall returned and chased away the house elf, we lined up to enter the hall. That scene was indeed spectacular. The ceiling was a starry sky. Thousands of torches floated in midair, and 4 long tables were filled with people. Then, the old, dirty sorting hat began to sing. After the song, the sorting ceremony officially began. The first few, like the purebloods Jameson and Sager, didn't even need to think about it. They went straight into Slytherin, walking with such a posture that their noses almost touched the sky. Those 2 chubby boys, bullied by Peeves, including the rich one, ended up in Hufflepuff. A guy with the last name Potter, without a doubt, went to Gryffindor. Then it was my turn. I sat on the stool, put on the hat, and silently recited Ravenclaw 100 times in my heart. But then came that scene at the beginning where that old hat insisted that Gryffindor was more suitable for me and would lead me to glory. I walked to the Gryffindor long table with a dark face, and that Potter kid looked at me curiously, while another Muggle-born senior enthusiastically shook my hand. After the sorting, the red-nosed headmaster went on and on about nonsense, warning us about the dangers of the Forbidden Forest and not to act recklessly. The feast was actually quite nice, with roast beef and fried pork chops, and I was eating so much I was practically drooling. In our Gryffindor class, there were only 5 new students, 3 purebloods and 2 muggles. Besides me, there was a pretty cute muggle girl named Leah. Goodness, as soon as she sat down, the older students at our table lit up. After all, girls in Gryffindor were as rare as pandas. After we finished eating, the head boy spoke up, and there it was, the new student introduction segment. They insisted on ladies first, so, of course, they called on our only girl first. Let me tell you, as soon as she started speaking, I was completely taken aback. Her name was Leah, and she came from a noble family. She said that when our headmaster came to deliver the notice, her father thought it was a scam and grabbed the ancestral sword to attack. Goodness, the headmaster then turned that sword into a mouse, and her father knelt down right there, which is how she ended up here. I found it absurd. Was her family really made clear by the headmaster's obliviate? When it was my turn, I simply said I was a carpenter's apprentice, and suddenly there was silence. Those pureblood boys looked at me as if I were a beggar on the street. Then there was Potter, from a pureblood family, strutting about, saying his family had ordered him a new broom and that he would join the Quidditch team in his second year, acting all proud. Weasley was similar, nose in the air, acting all high and mighty. Once that awkward introduction segment ended, I was just about to finish the last piece of pumpkin pie when a senior I had just met started talking to me. Gossip has it that the class president's girlfriend is the flower of Ravenclaw, and they almost broke up last year over a basketball game. I nodded along while listening, but then he suddenly switched gears and started promoting his class notes to me. What a twist. One moment I was just eavesdropping, and the next I was in a sales pitch. Thankfully, he reminded me, and I suddenly realized a crucial issue. I don't have any books. I was the only one empty-handed in the entire room. I hurriedly sought help from the class president, but that handsome guy just casually said, "Don't worry, you can borrow from the library," and dismissed me. Looking around, I saw that Leah's book was a custom handwritten copy that cost a fortune, and Potter and the others were using heirloom books, while I was just a fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education. My heart sank. The wealth gap of Hogwarts was even more shocking than I'd imagined. After the dinner, the class president took us back to the dormitory. As we passed the 8th floor, I made a point to glance at it. Wasn't that the wall of the room of requirement? When we entered the common room, the fat lady's portrait was guarding the entrance, and the password was ridiculously silly, pig snout. Once inside the dorm, my 3 pureblood roommates, Potter, Weasley, and Pruitt, looked at me with a hint of disdain, but I didn't care at all. I had planned to become a pirate king and make a fortune, but the odds of that were pitifully low. Now, with magic, isn't this just life on cheat mode? I could overtake them in a flash. Who needs to be a merchant sailor? That's too small of a vision. I want to be a wizard. The next day, I woke up early, a habit I developed from my past life as a corporate slave. I went to the hall with a senior who was also a muggle. On the way, I got to experience the living staircases of Hogwarts. I saw a poor Hufflepuff who didn't team make it and got half a leg stuck in the stairs. The senior beside me just watched without saying a word. Later, I realized that watching new students mess up was a traditional entertainment for those seasoned veterans. When we arrived at the hall, wow, breakfast was truly sumptuous. White bread, pumpkin porridge, and limited grilled sausages. First come, first served. I was lucky to snag the last one. As the senior munched on his sausage, he revealed a shocking secret. Muggle students generally have terrible grades. Why? They don't have books. They can only borrow from a library and rely on handwritten notes in class, which is terribly inefficient. Purebloods have their family heirloom books, giving them a head start that leaves you in the dust. This creates a vicious cycle where most Muggle wizards are hopelessly inept at magic. I flipped through the notes he lent me. Oh my God, they were a chaotic mess, like scribbles from a ghost. How could I possibly study from this? While we were chatting, my 3 roommates burst in, looking disheveled with gray ash in their hair. Weasley even blamed me for not calling them. Pruitt explained that they ran into Peeves and had a scuffle. Potter, looking anxious, said the first class was Transfiguration, and if they didn't eat soon, they'd be late. No sooner had he finished speaking than the class bell rang, and all 3 of them let out a scream. I kindly reminded them to grab some bread to eat on the way and took off with my paper and pen. Leah shouted from behind, "Who knows where the Transfiguration classroom is?" I didn't look back. Second floor, I've already asked the senior. Hurry up. Potter followed me with a piece of bread in his mouth, mumbling Merlin's beard. "You're quite reliable." Thanks to me. We rushed into the classroom just before the second bell rang, while the Hufflepuff group who came to class with US weren't so lucky. They collectively arrived late and got 10 points deducted by the professor on the first day of school. The Transfiguration professor was named Crouch, and he started by showing us a trick, transforming a desk into a hound and then back again. It was really cool. But then came a tedious 30 minutes of theory. The task for the first class was to turn a twig into a wooden pin. Let me tell you, it looked simple, but it was a nightmare to do. I recited the spell, my wand nearly sparking, but that damn twig wouldn't budge, as if it were glued to the table. I took a sneak peek, and luckily, most of the people were just like me, looking like fools waving little sticks. Only Potter, that kid had something going on. His twig had clearly thinned out. I asked him how he did it, and he smugly replied, "You have to concentrate and swing decisively." I didn't believe him for a second. These purebloods have been exposed to magic since they were young. Can their control over magic be compared to us noobs, just out of the starter village? By the end of class, the results came out. Potter was the first to succeed, earning 2 points for Gryffindor. The other purebloods also made some progress. As for us muggles, aside from my twig showing a slight change, the rest of the group was a complete failure. The professor assigned homework. We had to turn a wooden needle into an iron one and submit a summary report for the next class. Looking at those classmates whose twigs hadn't budged an inch, I could see their faces turning pale. The afternoon potions class was even more intense. It was said that 80% of the students failed. The class was held in a creepy basement, with walls lined with glass jars filled with preserved animal specimens, resembling the lair of a mad scientist. Professor Prince, the potions instructor, was a strict old-timer. Right from the start, she gave us a harsh warning, saying she taught too many idiots and hoped we weren't among them, otherwise no one would pass the finals. This class was about making a color-changing potion, which supposedly turned your hair blue when consumed. Professor Prince specifically warned that if you messed it up, your hair could turn green, and she absolutely wouldn't help you restore it. You'd have to deal with a head of green hair for half a month. I thought to myself, wow, isn't this just a recipe for making green hats? Who would dare to mess around? As it turned out, the professor was right. We freshmen really were a bunch of idiots. Weasley S. Cauldron produced a gooey green sludge. Pruitt's potion was bubbling like it was boiling. Leah S. turned into a disgusting dark purple, scaring her into a ball. The most outrageous was a guy named George. I don't know where he found the courage. Actually drank his potion. The next second, he was foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. By the time we realized what was happening, his hair had turned a deep shade of green, looking like a walking plant. In the end, Professor Prince angrily took George to the infirmary, while my potion ended up being the best in the class. Although it was still a bit off in the standard blue and was more of a cyan, at least it hadn't turned green or exploded. As soon as the bell rang, we rushed out of the classroom like we were escaping a disaster. This incident spread throughout the school by that afternoon. George was affectionately nicknamed Green Hair George and became the laughingstock of the year. In the following days, the charms class only covered theory. The history of magic class could put you to sleep, but the dark arts class was thrilling. Professor Rogier focused on reality, telling various horror stories about dark wizards and dangerous creatures every day, even saying that he would use harmless curses on us at any time during class. And whoever got hit would be out of luck. I was crazily practicing the transfiguration spell in the common room, and after a few days, I finally managed to consistently turn a twig into a complete wooden needle. Weasley saw it, and his eyes nearly popped out, saying he had never seen anyone as crazy as me. He got distracted, and in wizard chess, his king was smashed to pieces by Potter's knight. Potter laughed and asked if I wanted to play a game. I said I didn't know how. It turned out this game was similar to chess, except the pieces were alive and had to be commanded with words. At first, I tried to pick them up with my hands and got poked by my pawn with a spear, making the others laugh uncontrollably. Weasley helped me give commands. And guess what? Potter and I ended up in a draw. Their looks at me completely changed after that. Pruitt looked incredulous. Is this really your first time playing? Leah curiously asked where I learned it. Without blinking, I started to make up a story at the tavern. Their S.A. Sailor's Tavern where Old Tom likes to play chess with an old sailor. I watched there every day and picked it up eventually. Nothing much really. Potter immediately got emo, saying if that was nothing much, then what was he? A terrible player? Leah sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly changed the topic, asking how her transfiguration practice was going. Well, that question completely broke her defenses. Potter and I had already mastered turning wood into needles, and Weasley was almost there too, but she was still stuck, anxious, and scratching her head. Seeing her little face fall, I casually suggested we should have a late-night session to work together and outdo those Ravenclaws. As a result, this late-night session made us so tired the next day that we didn't even have breakfast and rushed to the herb garden with a piece of dry bread in our mouths. Let me tell you that herbology professor, Clayton, is basically a walking capitalist. He taught us to identify a herb called white ash, saying it could heal wounds and was essential for outdoor adventures, and one plant could sell for 1 or 2 sickles. And what happened next? He said all the extra white ash in the school's large field belonged to him for selling. Who understands, right? This is just using students as free labor. Weasley and the others were mumbling there, saying this stuff was everywhere in the Forbidden Forest, but you know that place, the KPIs are life-threatening. It said that a senior who went and came out only halfway, having been chewed on by a troll like a spicy strip. I was just pondering when a senior named Combs came up to me. He mysteriously pulled me aside and said, "Bro, are you in for making some money this Saturday?" He mentioned that we newbies can't afford to play in high-end games like the Forbidden Forest, but he knows of a beginner's village near Hogsmeade. Although it's been picked clean, we can still find some good stuff and make a bit of cash. Hearing this, I thought it sounded great. I still have to return this broken one the school gave me after graduation, so I need to save up for my own. Besides, as muggles, if we don't go out and earn a living ourselves, we can't even afford paper for our homework. It's too real. I agreed on the spot. Early Saturday morning, we set off with the main group. Goodness, this was no picnic. It was more like a Muggle wizard's work-study, team-building activity. We even had to pay the old man at the entrance a toll of 10 nats, which was really steep. When we arrived, I was completely stunned. That little grove was cleaner than my face, and I felt like even a mouse would come out crying. The upperclassmen moved like a swarm of locusts, so skilled as they rummaged around with sticks. Meanwhile, we clueless freshmen just stood there like telephone poles, completely unaware of what to do. I thought, since I'm already here, I might as well use my system's vague sensing ability to casually dig up some plants that looked nice. When I handed them in, those people laughed so hard they almost sent me away, saying I was just filling in with weeds. But guess what? The senior responsible for bookkeeping suddenly exclaimed, pointing at one of the plants in my pile, and said, "This is mugwort. It's valuable." Folks, you have no idea. In that moment, the entire forest went silent. The ones who laughed the loudest just turned green, greener than the hair of that guy next to them. It was like the best lip-sync performance of 2025. I struck while the iron was hot and found 3 more plants thanks to the system. In the end, I alone earned 7 nats, more than all the freshmen combined. Well, that stirred up a hornet's nest, and the way those people looked at me was as if they were seeing a class enemy. But I didn't care at all. After all, I was from Gryffindor. I took the money and bought enough parchment for a semester, and kept the rest in my pocket, feeling incredibly secure. When I returned to the dormitory, Potter and the others heard about my glorious achievement and gave me a thumbs up, lamenting how hard life is for us Muggle wizards. These rich kids were quite decent, saying that next time they needed paper or pens, They could just ask, as long as I let them reference my homework. I thought to myself, ISNT, that just trying to freeload off my answers? Of course. I solemnly told them that homework should be done by oneself to have meaning. Honestly, after all that effort, I finally realized why they taught us the transfiguration spell first when school started. This thing ISNT meant for you to transform a needle just to show off. It's a beginner's guide to controlling magic. I spent a week finally turning a wooden needle into an iron needle, and at that moment, I felt my control over magic had reached a new level. When I want to learn other spells, it felt like switching from manual to automatic transmission, incredibly smooth. For example, I tried the locking charm, and it was effortless to master. But let me tell you, the absurdity didn't stop there. I found out that in this era, they didn't even have the most basic Lumos spell. You know, the flickering light that first-year students in Harry Potter can conjure with their eyes closed. These 17th century antiques hadn't unlocked this skill tree. I casually tried it, and with a flick of my wand, it lit up, leaving me both amused and bewildered. What was this? Did I just start off with a free patent? But could I say that? No, I couldn't. If I revealed it and they asked how I figured it out, I couldn't just say I came from another world with a god's eye view. Could I? This secret had to stay buried in my heart for now. After sorting out these little things, I started to think about some solid life-saving spells, the shield charm. However, this spell wasn't well regarded in this era. I spent one nat hiring a Ravenclaw senior to help me search the library all day to dig it up. These old-school wizards were all muscle-headed, thinking that offense is the best defense, making the shield charm seem like some heretical idea. I took a look, and wow, the incantation was complicated as hell. With my current level, I'd probably get drained just casting it once. Forget it. I'll just memorize the incantation and gestures and come back to it when I'm higher level. Back in class, my advantage as a top student became even more apparent. In the charms class, Professor Flitwick taught the unlocking charm, and I successfully cast Alohomora on my first try, instantly earning 2 points for Gryffindor. The professor looked at me with such satisfaction, looking around, especially at those pure-blooded young masters and misses, struggling to unlock a rusty padlock while turning purple in the face. It was a feeling only those who have worked hard to step on the rich kids can understand. Speaking of my unfortunate roommates, Potter and his 2 friends actually put on quite a show a couple of days ago. They forgot to do the transfiguration homework and lined up to beg me for help, saying things like brotherly love and promising to bring milk candies next time. With all sorts of tricks, I let them copy my homework, and they were stunned. I'm telling you, my homework looked like a mini thesis, well-organized and rigorously argued, which greatly shocked their little hearts as struggling students. From that moment on, they looked at me with admiration. In transfiguration class, I was even further ahead. While everyone was still struggling to turn wood into a thick iron needle that could be used as a weapon, I was already thinking about how to carve flowers on the needle tip. Professor Crouch, floating by like a ghost, quietly gave me some extra help, letting me preview the reversal spell, and even lent me his personal handwritten notes. Wow, the favoritism was almost overflowing from the screen. Next to me, a chubby Hufflepuff named Tyler looked at me with a gaze that sent chills down my spine, turning green with jealousy, probably already seeing me as the thief who stole his life script. Later, on the weekend, Potter went to try out for the Quidditch team, and I went along to join the fun. Let me tell you, the Potter genes are really something. Riding a broomstick was like he was using cheats, pulling off all sorts of slick moves and mesmerizing the girls in the stands. But Quidditch, to put it bluntly, is a rich person's game. Poor kids can't afford broomsticks. Later, in flying class, those shabby brooms provided by the school made me question my life. Potter wanted to show off his skills, but after a brief moment of glory, he was left with a sore backside after class, and the 3 of us had to cover for him, all about brotherly love. But the charm wore off quickly. During dinner that evening, fate gripped me by the throat. A Hufflepuff senior handed me a small note that simply read, Wednesday afternoon, Potions classroom. Signed, Lisiva Prince. I hadn't even processed it when my roommates turned pale, looking at me like I was a martyr, saying that being targeted by Professor Prince was never a good sign, and even asked if I wanted to book a bed in the hospital wing in advance. The entire Hogwarts started to spread rumors that I was in big trouble, making it hard for me to eat. When Wednesday came, I went to the underground classroom with the mindset of heading to the gallows. But to my surprise, the professor wasn't there. It was a beautiful senior with blonde hair named Felicity who greeted me. She pointed at a big bucket of gooey, wriggling things and smiled at me, saying, your task today is to handle the horned snail. Folks, you have no idea. That bucket of live slugs almost made me lose my lunch. The senior was calm, swiftly slicing open a slug, gutting it with an efficiency that was nothing short of impressive. I had no choice but to brace myself and get to work. I bent over for several hours, feeling like I had marinated in the smell of slug guts, with the aroma wafting from my soul to the tips of my fingers. Finally, after enduring until dark, I was allowed to leave, but on the way out, I bumped into Peeves, who floated over, pinching his nose and laughing at me while throwing chalk at me, humming a tune like he was rubbing salt in my wounds. I completely ignored that pesky little ghost. My only thought now is to quickly find a way to get rid of the smell on my hands. No, I mean to wash away this odor. Let me tell you, I feel like a walking pile of slug slime, and people part like the Red Sea wherever I go. Moses has nothing on my efficiency. Even when I'm eating bread, it tastes like it's dipped in slug sauce. It's ridiculous. So, I returned to the common lounge and found a blonde senior, Felice, whispering with Professor Prince. Goodness, I later found out that she deliberately didn't tell me how to get rid of the smell. She told the professor that my success rate with slugs is 80%, calling me a freak. I thought to myself, sister, are you complimenting me or mocking me? She even said she was afraid I would take her job. Seriously, is workplace bullying now a thing at Hogwarts? That smell clung to me for several days. I felt like I was being pickled and had become Gryffindor's walking biochemical weapon. On Monday morning, while eating in the hall, that blonde senior, Felice, floated over like a ghost and expressionlessly handed me a note. Everyone around perked up, thinking it was some kind of romantic fortune, but when they leaned in to look, goodness, it said, next Wednesday, same time, same place. The sympathetic looks all turned to me, brighter than any spotlight. Harry Potter and his gang even came over to pat my shoulder, saying, hang in there, brother, we're with you in spirit. Then they quickly bolted, as if afraid of catching a whiff of my smell. In potions class, the strong medicinal smell in the classroom finally masked my odor. This lesson was a pair work, preparing a potion for scabies. Let me tell you, my luck was terrible. I ended up with a Hufflepuff partner named Tyler, how should I put it? A particularly noticeable dimwit. While the professor was lecturing, he had already started grinding snake fangs at the bottom, like he was preparing to turn himself into ash. I kindly reminded him to wait until after class to start. He completely ignored me, muttering an "oh" but not stopping his hands, resulting in both of us losing points. As we began preparing the potion, this guy was even more problematic. I asked him to grind the snake fang powder finer, but he didn't listen. I told him not to mess with the materials, but he treated my words like background noise. I realized this guy was just here to stir up trouble. I couldn't take it anymore and directly called him out in front of the whole class, saying, if you want to mess things up, please stay away from me. Don't drag me down with you. That little chubby guy's face turned as red as a liver, probably embarrassed and furious. Seeing his expression, I thought, this guy is about to blow up the kitchen. I stepped back a couple of paces with my notes in hand, quietly thinking, you go ahead and play. Sure enough, while I was handling the slugs, he dumped all the snake powder and porcupine quills into the cauldron. The next second, boom, a loud explosion. The cauldron blew up. Green smoke filled the air like poison gas, and the potion splattered everywhere. I dodged just in time, completely unharmed. But Tyler? Goodness, he was drenched from head to toe. His face and body instantly covered in red welts, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Nearby, Weasley and Pruitt also suffered bad luck. Their clothes and shoes burned through with holes. Professor Prince was livid, her face turning green as she directly deducted 20 points from Hufflepuff and sentenced that chubby guy to a month of detention. Then she turned to glare at me. Why didn't you stop him? I shrugged my shoulders innocently and said, Professor, I tried, but some people are just determined to get themselves killed, and I couldn't stop them. As a result, Gryffindor lost 5 points, and I ended up with a detention. The worst part was that we both had to pay for the destroyed cauldron, splitting the cost down the middle. Why should I have to? At that moment, I seriously thought about sending that chubby kid to feed the trolls. Later that night, while I was feeling down, Potter and his friends came to comfort me, saying they could pool some money to lend me. I jokingly said I really wanted to learn a spell to hang that fat kid from a tree for a few days. The next day, let me tell you, the fun began. I had just come out of the library when I saw a crowd gathered at the bottom of the castle, looking like they were watching a monkey show. I went over to take a look. Who understands, right? That chubby kid Tyler was tied up and hanging from a tree, with a sign around his neck, that red fat pig hanging from tree. His screams were like that of a slaughtered pig, echoing through the sky. Not a single upperclassman went to help. They were all just watching the show. Soon the professor arrived and immediately zeroed in on me, his gaze like that of a thief catcher. I raised my hands and said, Professor, I'm not taking the blame for this. Madam Hannah from the library can vouch for me. I was there studying all afternoon. The professor went to verify, and naturally, I had nothing to do with it. That evening, Potter and his friends popped up looking like thieves, with expressions of having successfully executed a plan. It turned out they were the ones behind it. With an invisibility cloak, a stunning spell, and a flying broom, they had whisked that fat kid up into the air, specifically timing it while I was in the library to create the perfect alibi for me. My confinement has begun. On Friday, I went to the potions classroom, still pondering what disgusting things I would have to deal with this time. But Professor Snape said nothing and simply pointed to a pile of materials, meaning you now. Make me the potion for curing scabies that exploded last time. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I realized that this was not just a detention. It was the ultimate interview. This was a test for me. The opportunity had come. I took a deep breath and started the process. Grinding, heating, stirring. Each step felt like defusing a bomb. Nearly an hour later, pink smoke rose from the crucible. Success. Professor Prince had remained expressionless throughout the entire process. Once I finished, he waved me away like shooing a fly. He didn't say anything, but I knew I had passed this test. When I came out of the underground classroom, I was in high spirits and decided to stop by Professor Lombard's office. After all, he had lent me money, and I needed to thank him in person. Professor Lombard, thank you very much for helping me pay off the crucible fees, I said directly, calculating in my mind that I would repay him once I had money. And guess what? Professor Lombard was completely taken aback. He looked confused and laughed, saying, "No, buddy, who told you I was the one who paid for you?" I was stunned at the time and said, "Who else could it be? In the whole school, you're the only Gryffindor head who seems like a nice person. The Muggle students are already poor, and with Professor Prince's temper, who else would I turn to if not you?" As a result, Professor Longbottom looked helpless and said, "Kid, I can't take the blame for this. I also think what Professor Prince is doing to you is unfair. I originally wanted to help you pay, but someone got there first." My first reaction, "Professor Prince? Goodness, are you kidding me? Sharp tongue, but a soft heart?" "No," Professor Lombardon shook his head. "It's Miss Phyllis. She's Professor Prince's teaching assistant." I was completely dumbfounded. Phyllis? Who understands my family? I've only met her twice and hardly said a few words. I'm completely at a loss about this social obligation. Professor Longbottom looked at my dumbfounded expression and sighed, saying that Professor Prince must have noticed my talent in potions and that she was probably very satisfied with the homework I submitted. He also mentioned that Professor Prince likely arranged my plans for next summer vacation as well. While we're on this topic, I took the opportunity to ask my biggest question, "Professor, why did my acceptance letter arrive on the last day before school started?" Professor Longbottom sighed and explained that my name wasn't even on Hogwarts' admission list. It was only on the last day that my name was suddenly written down by that acceptance pen. Suddenly I understood, oh wow. It turns out it was because I was an adult in my past life, emotionally stable to a fault, and my magic never went out of control. So the school didn't detect me at all. If I hadn't accidentally used a spell out of frustration at the last minute, I would have completely missed my chance with Hogwarts. Goodness, almost missing out on school because of emotional stability. What kind of situation is that? Just before I left, Professor Longbottom called me back and whispered, "I know about the incident with Tyler being hung up in the tree. Although there's no evidence. You tell him it won't happen again." I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. Oh well, the old hand knows everything. After this matter passed, it was Saturday. Let me tell you, weekends at Hogwarts are incredibly empty. Muggle students have all gone out to work and earn money, while the pureblood young masters and ladies are either on dates or practicing Quidditch. Who stays in the dormitory? I discussed with Potter and the other two, and we decided to head to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest to practice spells. On the way, Charlie Pruitt was explaining the key points of the stunning spell to us, and we analyzed which spell was more practical, just like techies discussing code. Halfway through, Weasley suddenly shouted to stop, pointing at a pile of dark vines ahead, and said, "Devil's Snare? This is the outer defense of Hogwarts, preventing monsters from the Forbidden Forest from rushing in." We had just learned about this in herbology class. It's afraid of light and fire. We exchanged glances, fully in sync, drew our wands, and shouted in unison, "Fiend fire!" 4 jets of flame shot out, and the Devil's Snare recoiled as if it had seen a ghost, clearing a path for us. We chuckled and swaggered right through. Finding a clear spot, we began to practice. At first, I couldn't conjure the stunning spell, and Pruitt corrected my posture several times before I could barely produce a faint red light that fizzled out upon hitting a tree. But at least it was a start. Potter and Weasley were much quicker. They must have used dark magic before, as they picked it up really fast. As we got into it, we started sharing spells we knew. Potter had a leg locker curse, and Weasley had the obstruction curse and the stinging hex. When it was Pruitt's turn, wow, he rattled off a long list. The disarming charm, the leg locker curse, the softening charm. I swear our looks at him changed, dude. Have you secretly signed up for classes? He quickly explained that he learned all of it from books and that there were plenty in the library. I said, Light attacks are not enough. Disarm and ironclad spells are the real deal. One removes equipment, and the other grants invincibility. Isn't that better than anything? I also added a shatter spell, perfect for violent demolitions. Everyone thought it made sense. If we could learn all these, it wouldn't be a problem to walk around Hogwarts with confidence. The more we chatted, the more excited we became. Even starting to plan for 2 years later, when we would be in the 3rd grade, to team up for an adventure in the Forbidden Forest. As a result, before we could finish discussing our plans, we heard a huge roar in the distance, followed by the sound of earth-shaking running. Run! My scalp felt like it was exploding, and I yelled at the top of my lungs. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't something we newbie village players could handle. In the next moment, we saw the true form of that thing, a forest giant at least 3 meters tall. In front of it was a senior running for his life. His face as pale as paper. The moment he saw us, he rushed toward us as if he had seen his long-lost father, not caring about anything else. I tell you, this guy is just trying to divert the disaster. My goodness, Potter is so stunned that he can smell the stench of the troll from a distance. Let's go. Hurry up, I shouted, grabbing Potter and turning to run towards the devil's snare. Weasley cursed loudly. That damn guy's trying to lure the troll over. The senior behind us was gasping for breath, shouting, "Wait, help me." I dropped my wand. Potter hesitated a bit, but Pruitt shouted directly, "Don't be silly. If we go up there, it's just 4 gored kids saving their grandpa. It's a freebie." Without saying a word, I unleashed a blazing fire at the devilish web in front of me, and Pruitt immediately followed suit, forcefully burning a path through. Just as we rushed past, the senior behind us let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "Don't leave me behind." We had no choice but to grit our teeth and maintain the flame barrier while using various spells to harass the giant. Spells like the obstacle curse and the weak leg curse felt like mere tickles against it. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, "Hit the ground beneath its feet. Stall for time." This tactic actually worked. The giant stumbled, and that senior seized the opportunity, bursting forth with an incredible will to survive, sprinting straight into the devil's snare. We quickly extinguished the flames, and as the giant stepped in, it was instantly ensnared by countless vines, roaring madly. Just as we breathed a sigh of relief, 3 professors arrived as if they had teleported. The professor, named Rosiel, looked like a tough guy at first glance. Without saying a word, he shot a beam of green light at the giant monster, and with a loud bang, its skull exploded, killing it on the spot. Then he turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at us. "What have you done?" I quickly stood up and explained the situation in detail. Potter and the others were nodding furiously beside me. Rosier still wanted to lash out, but Professor Lomberton stepped forward directly, smiling, and said, "A very correct judgment, kids. I'm glad you didn't take the risk of challenging the troll, and even saved Leonard's life. Your bravery has earned Gryffindor honor, 10 points for each of you. All right, now you can go back." Wow, what a move, saving the day. Rosier's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he couldn't say a word. On the way back, Potter was extremely happy, saying that Rosier probably intended to deduct 10 points from each of us. We talked about the troll we had just encountered, and I said that it wasn't entirely impossible to fight it, just use the levitation charm to lift its club and hit itself on the head. But when I asked, none of the 3 of them knew the levitation charm, and they all stared at me in unison. "All right, so it was just me who knew it," Potter said with a look of lingering fear. "Luckily we didn't take action, otherwise we would have been wiped out. Because of this incident, the Forbidden Forest was closed, and our herbology practical class next week was also canceled." Potter immediately wailed, pointing at Weasley and saying, "Mike, it's all your fault, you jinx." Later we found out that the troll had originally been encountered by 3 people, but they ran away separately. And it was that Hufflepuff senior who was unlucky enough to be targeted by the troll. This incident caused quite a stir, but life had to go on. I had a grudge with Vodder Taylor, that little chubby guy who got hung up in the tree. The day I met him outside the Quidditch pitch, he had lost some weight, and the look he gave me was nothing short of vicious, as if he wanted to swallow me alive. If it weren't for the caretaker showing up in time, I reckon Pruitt would have drawn his wand right there. Later, I figured it out. This guy is just a spoiled brat, a rich young master. For him to scrub a night pot for a month would be worse than killing him. How could he not hate me to the bone? What I didn't expect was that Leah Edwin, that noble young lady, actually told me in secret that the Taylor family are big merchants involved in maritime trade, and might even have connections to pirates. That's quite a lot of information. Just in case, I started practicing the Iron Shield charm like crazy. Every day, I had Porter and the others take turns blasting me with the stunning spell. Let me tell you, it was brutal. I was knocked around every day. After practicing for 2 whole weeks, one day, Porter shot another stunning spell at me. I waved my wand upward, and a transparent barrier appeared instantly. That red light went duong and was bounced right back. It was simply amazing. Hewitt was dumbfounded and came over to say, "Wow, does this thing work against curses too?" Saying that, he got carried away and cast a spell at me, only to have it bounce back with the duong again. He started howling, insisting he had to learn this. Then Weasley, who was nearby, suddenly asked, "What about dark magic? Can it block that?" Hewitt shook his head and said, "Probably not. Strong dark magic definitely won't work. Besides, do you think dark magic is as common as cabbage that everyone can use? That stuff consumes a lot of mana. Not many can handle it. Let me tell you, these kids are getting a bit carried away. That guy Porter, relying on his recent diligent spell practice, feels like he has got it all figured out and directly said, 'At this rate, we should be able to go on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest next semester.' Right?" I rolled my eyes and snapped at him. "Dude, have you lost your mind? Did you forget about that giant incident last time? There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. One bite, and you'll spend your life transforming into a dog under the moonlight, got it? Before third grade, no one should even think about dragging me into danger." Privet quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly, I'm with Simon. Adventure is adventure, but our lives are more important." Wesley looked scared but didn't dare to speak up. Anyway, no one wanted to pick up on Potter's words. This matter was quickly put to rest. Time flew by, and soon it was early November. I had finally mastered the ironclad charm, and the charms class felt like a review for me. As for transfiguration, good grief, it was torturous. I was practicing turning mice into cups every day, feeling like I was becoming a character from Tom and Jerry. In mid-November, our house had a Quidditch match against Slytherin. Unfortunately, the weather was terrible, pouring rain. I already disliked rainy days, and sitting in the stands, freezing like a popsicle while watching them fly around without even spotting the snitch was unbearable. I couldn't take it anymore and left during halftime, heading back to the castle. I thought to myself, since I have some free time, why not go to that wish-fulfilling room for a visit? I need to get myself an exclusive secret manual, copying down all those spells that the professors don't teach but are super useful. Once inside, there was just a big table and 2 bookshelves, which was enough. I made some money from senior fillies last time, so I could finally afford parchment. I started writing furiously on the spot, copying about 8 inches worth and using a sticking spell to bind it into a small booklet. Unfortunately, books related to dark magic were probably all in the restricted section, and I couldn't find any. Just as I was contentedly leaving the wish-fulfilling room and about to stroll back to the dorm, a voice suddenly came from behind me. "Simon Green?" I froze all over. Let me tell you, that feeling was just like being caught by the homeroom teacher for playing on my phone during class. When I turned around, it was indeed Senior Phyllis. She walked over and immediately asked, "Why didn't you go watch the game?" I quickly made up a lie. "Hi, the competition was too long, and it was raining heavily outside. You know, I really hate rainy days." This excuse was becoming easier to say. However, she didn't bite at all. She glanced at the wall behind me and smirked. "It seems you've discovered a little secret of Hogwarts." My heart skipped a beat, but I had to play dumb on my face. "Huh? Senior, what are you talking about? What secret?" She pointed to the wall and said, "All right, stop pretending, follow me." After saying that, she directly walked through the wall. I was stunned, and since there was no one around, I had no choice but to follow her in. Once inside, wow, the room had turned into a private potion workshop. I could only continue to act. Wow, I thought this was an invisible library, but I didn't expect it to look different. Phyllis was processing the potion in the cauldron without looking up and said, "I discovered this by chance. Remember, everyone who knows about this place must keep it a secret, including you." What else can I say? I can only nod like a garlic pounder. Seeing how honest I am, she started to assign me tasks. "By the way, your winter vacation is all set. Go help out at Jolson's pharmacy." I was about to ask something when my eyes caught a glimpse of what was in her pot. I instinctively said, "Herbal decoction?" "Senior, who do you want to become?" As soon as the words came out, I regretted it. Felice suddenly looked up, her eyes full of surprise. "Actually, no. I bet not many upperclassmen can recognize it at a glance." "Green, tell me honestly, how did you know?" The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. I can only grit my teeth and say, "Oh, I read a lot of books." "A lie." Her tone suddenly became sharp. "The formula for the compound decoction is only found in the restricted section. Where did you, a first-year student, see it?" My mind was racing, and I turned the tables. "Senior, are you sure it's only in the restricted section?" She was taken aback by my question, seemingly not expecting me to retort. After staring at me for a while, she finally waved her hand in a bit of defeat. "All right, you win." Seeing that she wasn't going to pursue it any further, I quickly changed the subject. "So, Senior, what are you using this for?" She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked me, "Simon, what do you think about dumb cannons?" I was taken aback for a moment and pretended not to understand. What is a squib? It's someone born into a wizarding family, but can't use any magic at all. In short, it's like a muggle among wizards. Her voice was very soft. I sighed and said, then their lives must be very difficult. I slightly altered the situation of my muggle family and told her that when my parents first saw a magic professor, they almost thought he was a fraud and wanted to send him to be burned. So, for a wizarding family to have a child who can't do magic, the outcome is simply unimaginable. Sure enough, Phyllis's eyes turned red instantly, her voice trembling with a hint of sarcasm. My sister, Alice, is just a dud. At 11, she still hasn't shown any signs of magical ability, and my parents kicked her out of the house. It's a blessing she wasn't killed. I felt a heaviness in my heart, and I could roughly guess what she was about to say. During the winter break, you went to Jolson's pharmacy. That's where I hid her. I hope you can help take care of her. I wanted to refuse right away. Senior, can I stay on campus during the winter break? I have a lot of study plans. No way. Her attitude suddenly became strong. You don't have a choice. Don't forget, the money you earn every month is actually given to you by me personally. If you don't do it, you won't get a single penny. I'm completely at a loss and can only sigh. Seeing my haggard expression from the toll of knowledge, this girl softened her attitude a bit and even said, you really should be in Ravenclaw. I feel the same way, I replied with a wry smile, but the Sorting Hat insists that I can only achieve greatness in Gryffindor. Merlin's beard. She shook her head helplessly and finally made a concession. All right, consider it a request from your sister. You don't have to go every day. Going every 2 days will be fine. Professor Flitwick will help you sort things out with the school administration. I was even more confused. Professor Prince? Why would she? Professor Prince is my aunt. Phyllis dropped a bombshell. Although she also thought my sister was a disgrace to the family, she still helped me hide her in Jorson's pharmacy. That store relies heavily on my aunt's support, so he wouldn't dare disobey. Goodness, what a web of connections. I realized that whether I wanted to or not, I had to take on this task. When I finally returned to the Gryffindor common room, my mind still in a jumble, I noticed something was off. After asking around, I found out that we lost the Quidditch match, and it was a frustrating defeat. Our seeker was knocked off his broom by a bludger hit by a Slytherin beater and broke several bones. I only had one thought in my mind. A bunch of idiots. The professors were just standing by and watching. Would it kill them to cast a levitation charm to cushion the fall? Those Slytherins, if they don't play dirty, they won't know how to play, right? As expected, the one who collided with me just got attention, nothing serious. Potter came over, furious. What did you run off to? I could only pull out the excuse of hating the rain again and comfort him. Don't be angry. Doing whatever it takes to achieve a goal is just the traditional skill of Slytherin. As soon as I finished speaking, our prefect, Colin Burstead, walked in. Looking so gloomy he could drip water. He clapped his hands to quiet everyone down and said that the headmaster wanted us to stay rational and not get into conflicts with Slytherin. But the implication of his words was clear to me. No one-on-one fights. Let us have a group brawl. Don't get the short end of the stick. Sure enough, the next day, the conflict erupted completely. The entire corridor turned into a battlefield, spells flying around as if it were a magical product expo in Yule. 3 Gryffindors and 4 Slytherins were immediately sent to the infirmary. The most impressive were Potter and his 2 friends, who had trained with me beforehand and were incredibly coordinated, taking down 6 Slytherins, including some upperclassmen. I happened to come out of the library and stumbled upon them in the middle of the fight. Seeing them having such a blast, I hid in a corner and cast a stupefy spell to help them take out a second year, keeping my contribution a secret. Later, when they came out after being scolded by the professors, they were smugly bragging about their achievements, only to realize one was missing. Potter, that sly guy, immediately guessed it was me. Oh, you. He pretended to be angry and put his arm around my neck. We were all punished to spend the night cleaning the infirmary kettle, and you have to join us too. I interrupted him directly. Did the administrator make you use your hands to clean? Not really. Then what are you, wizards? What hands? I remember there's a spell called Scourgify. Go practice it. Are you still afraid of cleaning the cauldron? The 3 of them instantly brightened up and started practicing vigorously on the dust on the table. However, the Slytherin crowd was not the type to take losses. They gathered more people, intending to ambush Potter and the others after class. As a result, they were caught by other members of our house, leading to an unprecedented massive brawl that wrecked the entire corridor, and even some unfortunate Hufflepuffs got caught up in it. It took both headmasters to finally put an end to it. This time it was serious. Weasley got injured and ended up in the hospital wing, and both our houses got a deduction of 100 points, with all participants receiving detention. Under the headmaster's stern warning, no one dared to engage in large-scale fights again. But the grudge was firmly established. When meeting on the way, the looks exchanged could spark fire. Potter, that troublemaker, didn't back down. He specifically provoked the new Slytherins, deliberately confronting them in the corridors, and then both got caught by professors and were punished with detention. Since they knew the cleaning spell, they cleaned quickly and well, while the Slytherins were left to use their hands, ending up smelling like urine every day. After several rounds, the new Slytherins were completely worn out by them. However, as they say, frequenting the riverbank, one is bound to get their shoes wet. Eventually, their magical laziness was discovered by the administrator, who punished them by making them clean with their hands, doubling the punishment if they misbehaved again. Potter complained to me at night, and I was speechless, thinking if they didn't seek trouble, they wouldn't get into trouble. I couldn't reason with him. Seeing him still looking unconvinced, I dropped the bomb. Ralston, stop messing around. Professor Longbottom officially warned me yesterday not to let you copy homework anymore. He said you guys are just too idle, which is why you keep looking for trouble with Slytherin. My goodness. The three of them were instantly petrified. No homework to copy was like a bolt from the blue for them. I handed over the homework I just finished. This is the last time. There are still 2 days until it's due. You can reference it as you like. This trick is more useful than anything else, and the three of them immediately became obedient. That night, Porter suddenly asked me, Simon, are you going home for the winter break? I shook my head. I probably won't go back before graduation. To my surprise, he actually said, so, would you like to come to my house? I was stunned at the moment, and Wesley and Pruitt beside me were also surprised. I instinctively asked, really? Is it possible? I thought, pure-blood wizards don't really like people like us. Pruitt sighed and said, Simon's concerns are valid, Ralston. To be honest, if it were me, my family definitely wouldn't agree. It's not that I look down on you. It's just how most pure-blood families are. Wesley also said, why not come to my house? My parents definitely wouldn't mind. To be honest, at that moment, I felt quite warm inside. I explained to them that I had already promised someone that I would stay at Hogwarts to help during the winter break. A few days later, Potter excitedly came to tell me that he had talked to his family, and if I was willing, I could visit his house during the summer vacation. Soon, a Saturday arrived, another gloomy, rainy day. I really didn't want to go out, but I had promised Senior Felicity that I would go to Hogsmeade with her to see her sister. We braved the cold wind and light rain, trudging along the muddy path, and I felt like I was about to freeze. Felicity looked at me huddled up and couldn't help but chuckle. I said irritably, this is not funny at all, Senior. I just hope I don't freeze to death on the way. Finally, we arrived at a small wooden cabin with the door tightly shut. A middle-aged man named Jorson opened the door. When he saw Felicity, he suspiciously looked me up and down, clearly reluctant to let us in. As soon as we entered, the warm fireplace instantly saved me. The room was filled with a strong smell of potions. Sitting by the fireplace was a blonde girl about my age. She must be Alice. When she saw Felicity, her eyes sparkled, but she timidly didn't dare to come over. I can feel that the one called Jorson is looking at me with an unwelcome gaze. I thought to myself that I must show my skills to prove my worth. Without saying a word, I walked over to the fireplace, first warming my frozen hands, then took out my wand and gently waved it at a nearby piece of wood. Off you go. A beautifully crafted glass cup instantly took shape. I picked up the kettle by the hearth and poured myself a cup of hot water. I think my meaning is clear enough, right? I'm not here just to enjoy free food and drinks. I'm investing my skills. Sure enough, Joel's expression changed from disdain to surprise. Phyllis saw this too, and a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. She walked over and hugged her sister, introducing me by saying, this is Simon, my junior. He'll be staying here during the vacation. If you have any trouble, just ask him. After saying that, she gave Joel a meaningful glance and took Alice upstairs. This girl really knows how to stretch things to the limit, leaving the stage for me and this old guy. Let me tell you about this guy Jorson. As soon as Phyllis left, his expression changed immediately. He scanned me up and down like I was some rare animal and said, kid, what's your name? Hey, I have a bad temper. I shot back at him, listen, I advise you to speak more politely. Don't go around calling me kid or you might get hurt. Remember, my name is Simon Green. He burst out laughing and said, hey, I'm giving you food and shelter, treating you like an ancestor. What's wrong with calling you kid? Good grief. He could even sense how calm I was, completely unlike a child. Of course, my mental age is older than yours, okay? I shook my head and said to him, you got it wrong. I'm not here to freeload. He was taken aback and asked, though, then what are you here for? I could tell that he had some idea in his mind, knowing that I must have some knowledge about potions. Otherwise, Senior Felice wouldn't have sent me to him. But his expression was clearly that of a first-year student, still from a muggle background. How much capability could he possibly have? I'm not going to waste words with him. So I directly hit him with the big reveal. Most of the potions you handed over to Senior Felice to handle were done by me. I clearly saw his pupils tremble for a moment. That's right, the emotional value shot up, and the power was instantly in my hands. I squinted at him and started to increase the intensity, slowly throwing out the question. Let me guess the payment you gave to the senior sister. Was 12 Zico, right? How did you know? He finally couldn't hold it in anymore, blurting it out. His gaze at me was like he had seen a ghost. I shrugged my shoulders with a look of routine operation and said, just guessing. All right, don't overthink it. The senior didn't tell me anything. I sat down on the chair and took the initiative. Do you mind if I help you process some herbs? It's a good opportunity for you to assess my skills, so you won't feel like you're losing out. He had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. Then, let me tell you, his entire worldview was turned upside down. The way I handled the herbs was so smooth that even Dove chocolate couldn't compare. There was absolutely no sign of the rookie mistakes he imagined. Every step was as precise as if measured with a ruler. After watching my process, he still couldn't let it go and asked the core question, what is your potion-making level? I humbly replied, it's just average, I'm a newbie. I've only mixed a few kinds, the success rate is okay. Of course, if you need a large quantity of scabies treatment potions, I've got plenty. Hell, what do I need that stuff for? He shouted directly, you only make 5 nat from 1 bottle. The profit is as thin as paper, anyone can mix it. I chuckled to myself, isn't that a narrow-minded view? Don't you understand that little by little adds up? Besides, I will learn plenty of potions in the future. I bet all those advanced potions in his shop were sourced from Professor Prance. This guy definitely doesn't just sell ingredients. Finished potions are where he makes most of his money. He was swayed by my words, but still stubbornly said, all right, if you can really brew a qualified potion, then I'll believe you. I roll my eyes. You can't expect me to start refining out of thin air, right? Where are the tools? Just then, Senior Phyllis came down from upstairs like a savior. Her gaze was incredibly sharp as she stared at Jorson and said, Jorson, there's no need to try. I guarantee his talent with my character. The teacher placed him here to practice, not to be your free labor for profit. The guy didn't dare to say a word in front of her and simply replied, got it. Let's go, Simon. Phyllis waved at me, said goodbye to her sister Alice. And before I left, I also greeted that greedy boss, then followed the senior out. As soon as we stepped outside, wow, the cold wind rushed into my neck, making me shiver. While walking, Phyllis spoke up. It seems like you two get along pretty well. I sighed. It's not bad for now. I can say I've managed to deceive him. A greedy guy, dealing with him through interests is always straightforward. Honestly, you surprised me. She paused, then changed the subject. You see my sister, right? Well, she seems to be doing not so well. The mute has it hard everywhere. There was a sense of helplessness in Felice's voice. Although Jorson is greedy, his prejudice against the mute is not as strong as his desire for gold. As long as my aunt and I are still in cooperation with him, my sister is safe. I hope she can learn a skill, so that even if I'm not around in the future, she can still survive. At that moment, my heart sank. This idea was too naive. The wizarding world is so dismissive of squibs. What kind of job could she find? Even wizards born to muggles look down on squibs. Phyllis seemed to see through my thoughts, her voice growing even sadder. I can't let her go to the muggle world alone, without anyone to rely on. It would only be worse for her. I fell silent. What she said was true. In this day and age, a lonely little girl going into the muggle world would likely end up being sold as a maid. Your appearance gave me a glimmer of hope. She suddenly stared at me, her expression very serious. You are the only wizard I have ever seen who does not reject, but rather sympathizes with a mute. My aunt and I both think you have extraordinary talent, so I hope that in the near future, if Alice needs help, you can lend her a hand. Who understands family matters? Isn't this just forcing me to take on a task? But when I looked in her hopeful yet pleading eyes, I couldn't bring myself to refuse. I sighed, finally understanding why she had placed her bets on me. Fine, I get it. I will try my best to help her. After returning from Hogsmeade, I felt like I was freezing to death and quickly gulped down a dose of the cold potion Phyllis had given me. Damn, that stuff burned like razor blades in my throat. It was so spicy that I coughed for a long time. Potter and the others gathered around, looking at me with shock. Water, water. My throat was so hoarse that I snatched the cup of water from Potter's hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls before I felt better. What the hell? That potion was too hard to drink. What are you all looking at? Nothing, Potter said, stifling a laugh. Mike and I just discovered a secret passage. There are so many mysterious places in Hogwarts. We want to find you to explore together. Oh, a secret passage? I perked up immediately, getting up from the carpet. I had heard that there were many secret passages in the castle, left as escape routes by the 4 founders to prevent the school from being breached. How do you know that? Weasley looked shocked. I casually remarked, this castle is originally a fortress. You could tell just by looking at the design. Where's the passage you found? At the end of the second-floor corridor, behind the statue of the sycophant Gregory. Potter was incredibly excited, but we didn't know where it led. So we came back to call you along. All right, I couldn't resist their enthusiasm, so I had to sneak out of the common room with the three of them again. When we got there, I looked at the statue and casually shared some trivia. This guy was a potion master who tricked the lame Richard I with a potion of flattery and made a fortune. Mike pushed the statue, and sure enough, there was a dark staircase behind it. We sneaked in like thieves, and the statue silently closed behind us. Wow, it was pitch black in here. I couldn't help but curse, instantly realizing why they insisted on bringing me along. It turned out they couldn't provide any light. I raised an eyebrow and said, I bet you guys have never been in here before, have you? Potter chuckled, completely unembarrassed. Isn't it just to share the fun of exploration with you? Come on. I took out my wand and whispered, flame on. A small flame appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the surroundings. Only then did I notice there was an old oil lamp hanging on the wall nearby. Come on. Who among you understands this? You definitely didn't see this, right? No. Potter awkwardly scratched his head. I was speechless. These guys just charge ahead recklessly. Porter took the oil lamp I lit and led the way. We walked for almost an hour through the long, cold secret passage, making us shiver, especially Porter, who wasn't even wearing a cloak, his teeth chattering. This definitely leads outside. I've already repeated it for the 5th time. Sure enough, we crawled out through a secluded opening, and there was Hogsmeade Village. The cold rain came pouring down. As soon as I poked my head out, I quickly pulled it back in, trembling all over. Damn. All I want now is to go back and drink hot milk. By the time we awkwardly ran back to Hogwarts, we missed lunch and had to sneak into the kitchen for a meal. Back in the common room, I warmed myself by the fire, flipping through a spellbook while taking notes. At that moment, the aristocratic girl, Edwin, sat down across from me, looking as if she had something to say, but hesitated. Green, have you already finished learning all the spells for this semester? She couldn't help but ask. I haven't even looked up. I've finished it. And learning charms is much easier than transfiguration. As soon as I said this, her expression grew even darker. You're really a genius. Genius? I raised an eyebrow and asked me, who else could it be? She looked at my book. What are you doing? I tried to turn this root into a mouse, but I failed. I brought the topic back, so what do you need me for? It's about you and Voldemort Taylor. She finally got to the point. If you're willing, you can wait for the classroom on the 4th floor. I interrupted her directly. Edwin. What? She was startled by my suddenly cold tone. I hope what I say next won't upset you. My voice was as cold as ice. Do you think someone like Vulture Taylor would really be willing to reconcile with me? You know better than anyone how arrogant rich people can be. I don't want to face a bunch of people's doubts and pressures when I go over there. What do you mean by that? Her tone hardened as well. What I mean is I don't want to encounter a lot of trouble after I go back. I looked at her calmly, my eyes devoid of any warmth. I don't want to have any conflict with you, because in my eyes, you're just a bunch of kids. You're a kid too. She protested unhappily. But I'm not as impulsive as you are. I didn't want to engage in this meaningless argument. I raised my head and looked directly into her eyes. But that didn't mean I could tolerate others going too far. I hope you understand. Edwin's breathing became rapid. I dare say, in that moment, the sense of oppression I gave her was stronger than what her father gave. Although I sensed a hint of conspiracy, some things had to be resolved. I followed Edwin to an empty classroom on the 4th floor, where several wizards from Muggle backgrounds were already standing, including a few seniors. Vulture Taylor was there too, with a fake smile on his face, greeting others, but no one paid him any attention. Senior Kelvin from Gryffindor stepped up to mediate, saying he hoped we could resolve our conflicts peacefully. After all, we are all Muggle wizards, and our situation at Hogwarts is awkward, so we should help each other. I listened quietly and said, all right, our grudge, isn't it just the cauldron explosion in potions class? I know you did it on purpose. As long as you apologize for that incident, I have no problem, and we can consider this matter closed. Everyone looked at Taylor. It's just an apology. How big of a deal could it be? But then that fat guy suddenly spoke up. That's all small stuff. But the fact that I was hung on a tree cannot just be overlooked. I didn't do that. I frowned. I was ambushed from behind. Although I don't know who it was, I know this must be related to you. A hint of malice appeared on his face as he said something that surprised everyone. I hope you can duel me, regardless of the outcome. We can wipe the slate clean. I wanted to laugh at that moment. The script was too kitsch. It was meaningless. I already said it wasn't me. Besides, you're not even my match. Just give up. How will you know if you don't try? He was still stoking the fire. No, I won't duel you. I refused again and coldly looked at Kelvin. I didn't know what he was thinking, but this was purely a waste of time. He had no sincerity. I should leave. Edwin caught up with me. Why don't you agree to him? What could a duel change? I retorted, it would only deepen the conflict. Rich people love face. If I defeat him in public, he would only hate me more. Moreover, Wasn't even me who hung him on the tree in the first place. Why should I spend time on such nonsense? Kelvin and the others came over to apologize, saying they didn't expect it to turn out like this. Then, they finally revealed their true purpose, hoping I could spare some time to teach the other freshmen magic because they heard I was the best among the freshmen, even better than purebloods. Goodness, after all that, they just wanted me to be a free tutor. I agreed to teach magic and then left directly. As for Tyler, he never intended to reconcile. There must be a conspiracy behind it. I just don't understand where he gets his confidence. Does he really think he could defeat me? This matter quickly spread throughout the school, and the story changed too. I was preparing to duel with the chubby Tyler from Hufflepuff in early December. Potter and the others were even more excited than I was. You have to teach him a good lesson. If you go, we'll cheer for you. Weasley, however, was more calm. I sense a conspiracy. Even a fool knows there's a conspiracy. Pruitt scoffed. You rejected him, and he still dares to spread rumors. Either he's absolutely confident in his abilities, or there's some trap waiting for you. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Professor Lombardin called me to his office. I explained the situation, and the professor nodded. You did the right thing. This duel is meaningless. However, how do you plan to deal with this rumor now? If he insists that I go, then I will go, I said calmly, resolving it privately. He probably hopes for that too. To me, this is just a farce. I will use the disarming charm to take away his wand, and that will be the end of it. You know the disarming charm? The professor was a bit surprised. Yes, Professor. My approach was recognized by the professor, and he went to talk to the head of Hufflepuff, Creighton Knock. Knock was also quite unhappy about having such a troublemaker in his house, and agreed to my plan. On the afternoon of the duel, I went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest alone. That fatso, V.O.T. Taylor, was already waiting for me there, draped in a thick cloak, his eyes filled with mockery and resentment. I've been waiting for you for a long time. His voice was hoarse. Let's get started. I didn't say a word, but the alarm bells in my heart were ringing loudly, sensing an overwhelming threat. I raised my wand and stared at him intently. Why are you doing this? Fine. Come on, let's end this farce. Meaningless? The humiliation and ridicule I've endured, and you dare to say it's meaningless? He suddenly laughed savagely, pointing around. Do you know why I chose this place? If you die here, I'll throw you into the Forbidden Forest to feed the trolls. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I shouted directly, Disarm. A red beam struck the target, and his wand flew out of his hand. It was that simple. I knew that using magic wasn't my opponent's strong suit. A sinister look appeared on his face as he suddenly pulled out a flintlock pistol from his cloak and aimed it at me, laughing maniacally. But today, the genius will die at my hands. I was furious at that moment. Goodness, are you messing with me using physical powers? In that instant, anger and a desire to kill surged in my heart. Without any hesitation, I swung my wand fiercely and shouted with all my might. Armor protection. My magic surged uncontrollably, and an unprecedentedly solid shield formed in front of me. Bullets struck it, sparking and bouncing off. After deflecting the bullets, I instinctively counterattacked, casting a disarm spell that sent his gun flying, followed by another spell that hit him hard. The force was as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he was sent flying. As he hit the ground, a gunshot suddenly rang out, followed by a deathly silence. I felt a surge of fear. He actually brought 2 guns. This guy really wants to kill me. Let him die. He must die. Just as I was about to step forward, the head of Hufflepuff, Creighton Knock, arrived, clearly alerted by my earlier surge of magic. He glanced at the fallen Taylor and roared at me. What happened? He had a gun. He tried to kill me. I shouted back defiantly, and in that moment, the killing intent emanating from me even intimidated him. I calmed down a bit and coldly said, I just used the disarm spell on him, and he might have triggered another gun when he flew out. If I hadn't mastered the armor for protection, he would have blown my head off before you arrived. A madman like him should be expelled. He.S. dead, Knock suddenly said. Impossible. I couldn't believe it. I just used the disarm spell. Vada Taylor is dead. I was stunned. No, man, I just disarmed him. How did you end up dead? This is a mess. I can't be expelled. Absolutely not. He.S. already dead. Knock repeated with a pale face, launching a distress signal into the sky. Soon, several professors arrived. I can't remember exactly what happened next. I was taken to the principal's office, and the deans of the 4 colleges were there. About half an hour later, the red-nosed principal, Fodisk, walked in, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As soon as he opened his mouth, I tell you, the air pressure in the room dropped instantly, as if someone had detonated a low-pressure bomb, making it hard to breathe. That old man Fodisk, his voice trembling with anger. Speak. What on earth happened here? As for me, I had already recovered from the earlier life-and-death situation, took a deep breath, and switched to my calm storytelling mode. I went through the script on my side with him. especially when I got to the part where I used a disarm spell to knock Voldemort's wand away. That guy, wow, pulled out an antique flintlock that was older than I was and aimed it right at my forehead, ready to blow my brains out. I emphasized my tone and said word by word, "He wants to kill me." The Slytherin head, Creighton Knock, exploded on the spot and shouted at me, "Nonsense. Why would he want to kill you?" Well, our Gryffindor Professor Longbottom is a sensible person and directly restrained him. "Creighton, let him finish." I continued to say, "How would I know what kind of madness he's in?" But when he pulled out that thing, I knew the nature of this matter had changed. "Oh, right." I quickly added, "He also said that when I die, he would drag my body into the Forbidden Forest to feed the giant." At that moment, my mind was racing, and I quickly made a countermove. I turned to the black magic professor, Rogier, who had always looked down on me, and gave a deep 90-degree bow. "I really have to thank you, Professor Rogier. If it hadn't been for your constant reminders in class to be vigilant, I might have foolishly bent down to pick up my wand, and then bang, it wouldn't be Voldemort Taylor lying there now, but me with my head smashed open, waiting for a troll's dinner in the Forbidden Forest." I tell you, the expressions on those old men's faces at that time were just like when a server crashes, all full of question marks. I didn't give them time to react, and then said, if I hadn't confiscated his broken gun right away and cast a disarming spell, it would have been me lying here now. The principal pointed to the rather exquisite flintlock pistol on the table. "Wait, you mean this is a muggle weapon?" "Yes." I nodded frantically. "Principal, Deans, you might not understand, but coming from a muggle family, I know all too well. This thing, when aimed at someone and fired, is equivalent to a wizard casting Avada Kedavra on another person. A bullet hitting the head or heart. It doesn't matter whether you're a wizard or not. You just descend on the spot with no chance of rescue." At this point, the entire principal's office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. My words had raised the danger level of the situation to the max. I seized the opportunity and went all out. "If you don't believe me, you can check my wand, or give me a dose of Veritaserum. I know that stuff can make people tell the truth." Professor Longbottom quickly came over and gently placed a hand on my shoulder, saying, "Calm down, child, there is no need for that. It's illegal to use Veritaserum on minors. It's not good for their health." But as soon as he finished speaking, Professor Rogier rudely snatched my wand away. "Jarwinen, let's check your wand first." My heart sank. Losing my wand clearly meant they didn't believe me. A sense of foreboding surged within me. "Jalas." Professor Longbottom's voice turned stern. "This is against the rules." Rogier completely ignored him and shot a sideways glance at the headmaster. "Great." It turned out the headmaster was in on it. "All right, child, you come back to my office to rest," Professor Longbottom said, patting my shoulder. "Don't worry. It's not your fault." All the way, I could feel various curious and strange gazes piercing my back. I guessed that the news of Voldemort Taylor's defeat in the duel had already spread like wildfire among the gossipers at Hogwarts. When we reached Professor Longbottom's office, he earnestly assured me, "You rest here for now. I'll have someone bring you lunch. Trust me, nothing will happen." "Okay, Professor." I tried to make my voice sound steady. "Can I read the books here?" "Of course, child. No one can stop a studious student." He smiled at me and then left. As soon as the door closed, my expression turned cold. I was under house arrest. I knew it. Professor Longbottom had cast a spell outside the office, and without my wand, I was trapped. I started calculating wildly. Damn it. I estimated that the probability of me being expelled had skyrocketed to 65%. Just thinking about how Hagrid was expelled with his wand snapped in two made me panic. Magic was everything to me. Without it, I truly didn't know how to live. Go back to the Muggle world? What a joke. Going from a wizard who could summon storms back to an ordinary person was worse than death. I forced myself to calm down and thought about my options. What would Porter and the others think? Would they avoid me or help me? What if I really got expelled? What should I do? Hide in the room of requirement as a ghost? Or freeze to death in the wilderness? Goodness, what a cyberpunk ending that would be. On the other side, when Professor Longbottom returned to the principal's office, his face was so dark it could drip water. Rogier was checking my wand with a memory charm. And what did he find? Exactly what I had said, the last 4 spells. Disarming charm, shield charm, disarming charm. He wasn't lying. Rogier continued to flip through all practice transformation spells and charms. At this point, everyone fell silent. Professor Longbottom could no longer contain his anger. Look at what you've all done. That child just came back from the brink of death. He is still a child. Old stubborn Knock coldly chimed in. But he killed a wizard. Killed? Professor Longbottom was so angry he laughed. Are you saying he is a murderer? Professor Barty Crouch from Transfiguration also came out to mediate. Calm down, Fox. Green is also my student. He is diligent, calm, and talented. I've always wondered why the Sorting Hat didn't he place him in Ravenclaw? In this matter, his actions were correct. Otherwise, he would be the one dead. Several heads of houses actually thought I was a good kid, and this wasn't my fault. But just then, the red-nosed principal, Fodisk, uttered the cruelest words. No. That child must leave. Everyone was stunned, staring at him in unison. The principal began his grand overview speech. This is more serious than you think. How will we explain this to Voldemort Taylor's family? How will we explain this to the students? A student dies at school, no matter the reason. It will cause panic. Now, let Simon Green take the fall for this. Expel him, and all problems will be solved. Sacrifice the car to save the coach. Such a simple and brutal logic. Are you crazy, Fodisk? Professor Longbottom was nearly jumping up in anger. I am very clear-headed, Fox. The principal's voice was as cold as ice. Between Hogwarts and a child, I choose Hogwarts. If that child is willing, we can erase his memory and send him back to the Muggle world. When I saw Professor Longbottom again, his old face was filled with sadness and helplessness. I knew right away that it was over. The expulsion was a done deal. I have also come to realize that if I were a pure-blood noble or the son of a school board member, today's situation would have played out very differently. Unfortunately, I am not. I'm just a Muggle-born, a pawn that can be sacrificed at any moment. Professor, what's wrong? I put down the book and pretended to care about him. I'm sorry, child. His voice choked. Fudgisk wants to expel you. I couldn't stop him. Oh, that is truly unfortunate news. Although it was expected, my heart still sank heavily. I clenched my fists and then slowly relaxed them. Professor Longbottom was taken aback by my eerily calm reaction. Child, you've been expelled? He repeated it, as if afraid I hadn't heard clearly. He personally brought me from the Muggle world, and now he has to watch me being kicked out. That is too cruel for him. And the only thing I care about now is one question. How does Hogwarts plan to handle me? Losing my wand can be dealt with, but if my memories are erased, then I will be truly finished. If you want to return to the Muggle world, I will erase your memories and let you go back to your original family. No, Professor, I don't want to go back. I said firmly. Why? I let out a cold laugh, my tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. The family of E.O.T. Taylor won't let me go. They will soon find out that their precious son died because of someone named Simon Green. Professor, do you think they will mercifully spare me and my family? They would use flintlock guns to blow our entire family's heads off. My God. Professor Lombard's face went pale at my words. He had never considered this aspect. I hoarsely begged him. My poor family will die because of me. Professor, I implore you help them. Let them forget their surname, forget their names, leave there, and start anew in a place where no one knows them. Don't worry, child, I'll go tonight. I promise. He trembled as he patted my shoulder. Thank you, Professor. I stepped forward and hugged the old man tightly. If I have a chance, can I write to you? To be honest, I'm already grateful that he could do this for me. Of course, child, he asked uneasily. Where do you plan to go? Not back to the Muggle world, you. No need, Professor, you've already helped me enough. I released him, thinking I should go pack my things. No need. A cold voice came from the doorway, and Professor Knock appeared, saying, Your luggage has already been packed by the house elf. I'm here to take you away. Clayton Knock, get out of here. You're not welcome. Professor Longbottom roared at him. Just then, Professor Crouch from Transfiguration walked out from behind Knock, smiled at me, and said, Fools, do you mind if I speak with him alone for a moment? Professor Longbottom nodded and left. I'm very sorry, child. No, Professor, thank you. I'm glad I can say goodbye to you. I stepped forward and hugged Professor Crouch. He lowered his voice and quickly whispered in my ear, I know you won't give up on magic. Take this. He handed me a brand new wand, a piece of parchment, and a gold galleon. Go find Holly Wobeck. He will help you. Miss Selwyn has already arranged for you to stay at Jorson's apothecary. And Lasiva has agreed as well. Your friends all know they don't reject you, and they will come to say goodbye to you soon. I was so surprised that my mouth fell open. Family, this must be the legendary benefactor. When I was at my most desperate, all the paths ahead were arranged for me. We walked out of the office together, and I suddenly stopped, looked up at Professor Knock, and calmly asked, Professor, may I ask one last question? Go ahead. If someone wanted to kill you, what would you do? I told you, the air has solidified. I didn't wait for him to answer and nodded to myself. Thank you. I've already got the answer. Just like that, I was quietly sent out of Hogwarts. Outside the school, a man named Jorson was waiting for me. Professor Crouch had entrusted him with me. I leave Green to you. Don't worry. Mrs. Pringle has instructed me. Jorson waved to me and took me away. After we walked far away, Professor Rogier emerged from the shadows and looked at my back, saying, His calmness makes me uneasy. Perhaps Fudesque was wrong. If he becomes a dark wizard in the future, Fudesque will regret it. Professor Crouch glanced at him and left only one sentence. He is not a Slytherin. It has been a week since leaving Hogwarts, and the weather is freezing. I am working a potion shop called Jorson and Hogsmeade, gradually getting used to it. Every morning, the first thing I do upon waking is instinctively reach for my wand by the pillow, gripping it tightly to feel at ease. The glow flickers. I light my wand, get dressed, and come down from the attic. Good morning. In the kitchen, a girl named Alice is preparing breakfast. She is a poor, pure-blood descendant, abandoned by her family for being a squib, and here she works like a house elf doing all the chores. Good morning. She shyly smiles at me. When I first arrived, she didn't even dare to respond to my greetings. I'll help you. I start skillfully preparing the porridge. Thank you, she says softly. You're welcome. I use my new wand to control the fire. This wand cost me 12 sickles and was made by a wand maker recommended by Professor Crouch. It has a compatibility of 76 with me, making it much more convenient to use than the second-hand ones issued by the school, and its power has doubled. The price of obtaining it was leaving Hogwarts. To be honest, you gain some, you lose some. I don't regret the death of Voldemort Taylor at all. Just like when I asked Knock that question, if someone wants to kill you, what will you do? The answer is simple. Take him out. And not only do I want him dead, but I also want his entire family to be wiped out. I know his family is wealthy and powerful, and they will definitely seek revenge on me. Therefore, I must take the initiative. As I stirred the porridge, I glanced at Alice, who was daydreaming beside me, and reminded her, be careful, your hands will get dry and frostbitten. The girl snapped back to reality and ran over to warm herself by the fire. I sighed. I could see her longing for magic in her eyes. Breakfast was simple, dry bread with porridge. That greedy shopkeeper Jorson had roasted sausages and fried eggs. During the meal, he suddenly asked me, I heard you killed a Hufflepuff student, which got you expelled. I didn't even look up and countered him. What would you do if someone wanted to take you out? This question caught him off guard, and after a long pause, he finally said, of course. Take them out. Well, there you go. I continued eating my meal, too lazy to deal with him any further. Alice beside me looked at me with a changed expression, filled with shock. After finishing my meal, Jorson tossed me 2 books, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and potions, saying Professor Plins gave these to you. She doesn't want you to waste your talent. You can use the potion lab in the basement, but the material costs will be deducted from your salary. The potions you make will be sold to me, and the profits will be split. This old guy still wanted to play the game of getting something for nothing. I laid it all out for him. I can give you the potions, and we can split the profits, but you must provide the materials at half price. You're putting in almost 0 cost. Isn't that enough? I bear the risk. My risk is even greater. I said coldly. You are the one who ultimately benefits. You know the failure rate of beginner potions. All right, damn it. He cursed and compromised. I hope you won't let me down. My potion genius. In the afternoon, I was by the fire, pouring over 80,000 magical herbs and fungi. When Alice could no longer contain her curiosity and quietly asked me, why? Were you expelled? What kind of place is Hogwarts? You heard earlier. I killed someone. I laughed self-deprecatingly. She shook her head, clearly not believing me. All right, I closed the book and patted her head. Actually, someone insisted on dueling me and accidentally ended up killing themselves, so I got expelled. They needed someone to take the blame. I stood up to start handling today's potion materials. I want to go to Hogwarts too, but unfortunately, I'm a mute. Alice's expression instantly dimmed, looking utterly helpless. My family doesn't want me anymore. They think I'm a disgrace and wish I would die. As she spoke, her tears fell like broken beads. I put down what I was doing, took off my gloves, and gently embraced the frail girl, letting her lean on my shoulder and cry it all out. Sometimes, you don't need to say anything like hang in there. You just let her vent all the grievances she's held for those years. Once she cried enough, her mood lifted significantly. She wiped her tears and suddenly kissed my cheek, whispering, Sister said you were a very reliable person. I don't even know myself. I touched my cheek and made a self-deprecating remark. Later, I talked to her about my situation as well. In fact, we were quite similar, both abandoned by the world. Sharing the same plight brought us much closer together. I looked at this girl who was 2 years older than me, and I felt quite uncomfortable. She is actually very beautiful, not inferior to her sister. Oh, wait, why am I starting to think about these messy things? I shook my head, threw away the distractions, and began to focus on handling the materials in the basket. I had to finish my work before noon because I had important matters to attend to in the afternoon. This important matter was to go to that dark and damp basement to check on the equipment I use for meals. Let me tell you, that basement is something else. It has a strong, musty smell, and the instruments inside are older than I am, dirty and crumbling. It feels like just touching them would make them fall apart. But at least they're still usable. Thank goodness for that. I took a small notebook and checked everything one by one, jotting down what was missing and what was broken. Then I got ready to get started. I have to say, the cheat code that comes with my time travel is really impressive. As long as the information is sufficient, I can analyze anything and come up with a percentage. This cheat is comparable to the 2025 Sketch Generation Pro Max version, focusing on precise control. If I use this for some speculative business, I could be financially free in no time. Unfortunately, my current identity doesn't allow that, so I can only honestly work as an alchemist, using this ability to minimize errors. I went out for a stroll and found some alternative materials at Tom's secondhand shop. When I got back, I started working on that sleeping potion. Goodness, after just 2 tries, a perfect bottle of sleeping potion was produced. Although it took some time and a few torn pieces of hemp paper, I felt like I had found my rhythm. When I handed the potion to Jorson that night, his eyes went wide as saucers, and he snatched it from me, yanked out the stopper, and took a deep breath. His mouth was so wide open that I figured I could fit a whole egg in there. He was completely stunned, mumbling, "Impossible. This can't be. I've made it, I'm rich." Later, when he found out I had only failed once before getting it right, the way he looked at me changed entirely, as if he was seeing some kind of monster. He immediately made a decision and offered to provide me with materials to challenge something even more difficult, a cognitive enhancer. Let me tell you, this thing is like an intelligence buff potion in the game. Drinking it can clear your mind. It's practically cheating in exams. And it's an essential tool for when inspiration runs dry. Those wizards with insufficient IQ rely on it when they encounter problems they can't solve. Its market value is quite high. Now, the challenge has escalated. I've directly activated my research dog mode. In the following days, I really showed Jolson what madness looks like. Aside from eating and sleeping, I was living in the basement. The walls were covered with my summaries of failures and data analyses, densely packed. If you didn't know any better, you'd think I was researching some formula to destroy the world. Jolson was dumbfounded, holding a half-finished product I had made. With a very complex expression, mumbling, "Are all potion masters this crazy?" The bottle in his hand, although a low-quality product, still had some effect. However, this guy is particular. He doesn't sell low-quality ones, so to me, these are all considered failures. I worked hard to analyze the data, and downed a small bottle myself. Goodness, the effect was incredible. My brain instantly overclocked, and all the failed data ran through my mind, allowing me to come up with the optimal solution right away. Of course, the side effects were pretty intense. My head felt like it was going to split open. The next day when I woke up, my head was still buzzing. Jolson, that guy, was even more punctual than an alarm clock. He rushed up to the attic, eyes shining, urging me to keep taking the cognitive enhancer. And he tossed me several free materials. There was no helping it. This stuff was too profitable. His main supplier only provided him with 2 batches a month, each batch containing just 20 servings, which was nowhere near enough to sell, leaving him anxious and frustrated. I mockingly said to myself, not enough IQ, so I rely on buffs. After taking a couple of bites of bread, I dove back into the basement. This time it was different. With yesterday's overclocking analysis and my real-time data monitoring as a cheat, I felt confident. An hour later, Jorson was holding a bottle of intelligence booster with a completion rate of 58, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. The color and smell were incredibly close to being a success. Without hesitation, he pulled out the stopper and chugged it down. The next second, wow, his head shook violently as if it was electrified, and smoke started to billow from his ears and forehead, like a boiling kettle, continuing for several seconds before it stopped. Apart from feeling a bit dizzy, he didn't have a headache like I did. Once he recovered, he excitedly screamed, "It worked. You actually succeeded." I calmly splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "No, it's a failure." I pointed at his old antique instruments and said, "Your equipment has too much error. The weights on the scale are rusted, and it's impossible to be precise. There are too many flaws. It's a failure." As soon as Jorson heard this, the excitement on his face instantly disappeared, and he looked at his precious items with a pained expression. But I knew that for a qualified cognitive enhancer, he would have to make sacrifices. Sure enough, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll get it done, but you must make sure it's qualified." A few days later, he got what he wanted. A bottle of qualified cognitive enhancer with no side effects, although its quality couldn't compare to what the Potion Master made. It was definitely a hard currency in the market. Holding the vial, Jorson was almost floating, murmuring about gold galore. I really couldn't take it anymore and directly interrupted his dreams of getting rich. "Calm down. Do you really think there are that many wizards who need this thing? A pot can barely make 8 sickles, who would drink it like water for no reason." He was stunned for a moment, just about to nod, then suddenly shouted like he was on adrenaline, "No way. I can sell it to Diagon Alley. Even in Nocturne Alley, there are plenty of people fighting to get it. Your success rate is frighteningly high. This is all money. Glorious galleons." I pursed my lips, too lazy to pay attention to him. The success of the intelligence enhancer also relieved me. At least the days ahead would be a bit easier. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I peeked through the gap and saw. Hey, it was Porter and the other two. Right, today is Saturday, so they could sneak out of school. I opened the door and jokingly greeted, "Have you finished your homework?" Potter immediately gave me a bear hug and said, "Buddy, it's so great to see you safe." Weasley and the others also laughed and said, "Looks like you're doing pretty well here." I shrugged and turned to take a look at Jorson, who was still dreaming of riches. "Come on, I'll take you around Hogsmeade. I haven't been out for several days myself." As we walked and talked, they told me about the situation at school. After I was expelled, it was like the school exploded. Rumors were flying everywhere about Simon killing a Muggle classmate in a duel. The howler sent by the owl nearly flooded the auditorium, and parents were protesting the school's safety issues. The principal is now overwhelmed by those pureblood families. I listened, my heart calm, and simply told them the truth about the duel. When they heard that I had almost been killed by that fat guy using a Muggle weapon, they all gasped. That Voldemort Taylor really brought this on himself. I shook my head. I had thought he would at most be expelled, but I didn't expect him to end up dead and drag me down with him. Passing by the Hogshead Inn, Potter was curious and wanted to go in. I quickly stopped him. "Forget it. At our age, it's more appropriate to drink hot milk." I changed the subject and said, "Guys, can you help me with something?" "What is it?" the three of them asked in unison. "Help me find a flintlock pistol I dropped in the Devil's Snare. I really can't go myself. I'm the center of a storm at school right now, and if I show my face, I'll just get into trouble." "Flintlock pistol? What's that?" Potter looked confused. "A type of Muggle weapon." I took out my wand, pointed it at a stone on the ground, and with a flick, the stone instantly transformed into a flintlock pistol. Weasley's eyes widened. "Your transfiguration spell. The new wand works great," I explained. "Its power has increased quite a bit. So, can you help me with this?" "No problem. We'll go help you find it tomorrow." "Thanks. If you find it, I'll give you an unexpected surprise." The next afternoon, an owl delivered a package to me. Not only was my flintlock pistol inside, but they had also found 6 bullets for it. I studied the gun for half a day, carefully loaded the gunpowder and bullets, aimed at a tree 3 meters away, gripped it tightly with both hands, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud noise. The tremendous recoil almost made me lose my grip on the gun, rubbing my numb wrist. I looked at the bullet hole in the trunk and felt speechless. This darn thing has way too much recoil. It's really unreliable. I now understand why that fat guy was holding a gun with both hands at the time. Fortunately, it gave me the opportunity to use the iron armor spell. For me, the greatest value of this gun is not in firing it, but as a perfect reference for transformation. With it, transforming into a 21st century handgun would be much simpler. By the way, I sent a surprise to Potter and the others using the owl that delivered the package, a few bottles of freshly made intelligence-enhancing potion. I also wrote a letter to my transformation class professor to inquire about permanent transformation. I just returned to the pharmacy when Jorson rushed over like a gust of wind, excitedly sharing his joy with me. "Do you know? All 3 batches of the intelligence-enhancing potion you made yesterday sold out. Oh my God, it feels like a dream." I smirked slightly. The timing was right. I said slowly, "Jorson, I can't just be a cognitive enhancer forever. You've made quite a bit of money. Shouldn't our meals improve a bit too? I'm not asking for much, just some milk, eggs, and bread in the morning. Is that too much to ask?" "Sure. Of course." Jorson looked at me as if I were the god of wealth. "As long as you prepare 30 pots of cognitive enhancer for me every month, you can eat whatever you want." 30 pots. This guy's really greedy. He was still bragging. "Although your medicine isn't as good as Professor Pringle's, it's especially popular. Aren't you excited?" "Of course I'm happy." I nodded, then changed my tone to a serious one. "However, it seems you haven't noticed a problem." "What is it?" he asked cautiously. I decided to give him a lesson in business thinking for 2025. Have you ever thought about the consequences of such a large influx of smart drugs suddenly hitting the market? The market balance will be disrupted, and prices will plummet. At that point, we can only make a quick buck, and then what? In business, you need to think long-term. Besides, with your high profile, aren't you afraid others will target your supply? How will you handle that when it happens? Wake up, Jorson. After this series of punches, Jorson's face turned bright red, as if he had been slapped several times, and he finally deflated completely. He realized that, not to mention the market, he couldn't even supply that much raw material. All right. He tasted the sweetness, and naturally, he wasn't willing to give up, so let's try other agents. I rolled my eyes and said, "Do you think dispensing medicine is like cooking? You could just change it on a whim?" I took out the prepared excuses I had ready. This was my recent practice goal: burn ointment, blood tonic, cough syrup. These things aren't worth much. As soon as Jorson heard this, He exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping up from his chair. Jorson, you need to understand that your main supplier is Professor Princeton, not me. I sighed and started to play the victim, saying that I was just a poor, unfortunate soul who hadn't even finished first grade, and I needed to start learning from the basics. This was very important for me. Of course, I threw out the bait. Every month, I would still prepare 5 pots of intelligence-boosting potion for you. That would be enough for you to make a fortune. 5 pots. Are you crazy? Jorson completely lost control, screaming, that's all money. Golden gallons. Good. The greedier he was, the easier it would be to deal with him. I walked over to the medicine cabinet and pulled out a bottle of sedative, handing it to him. When he saw the label, he went even more berserk. I don't need a sedative. I need an intelligence booster. All petrified, I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. I simply pulled out my wand and tapped him. The irritable boss instantly froze, falling straight down. I waved to Alice, who was stunned on the side. Come help me. Pry open his mouth and make him drink it, or this guy will go crazy. Alice, trembling, came over to pry open Jolson's mouth, and a wave of bad breath hit me. I pinched my nose and poured an entire bottle of sedative into him. Then the problem arose. I looked at Jolson, who was frozen on the ground, and suddenly realized a very serious issue. I had no idea what the counterspell was. Goodness, the situation became quite awkward. I started waving my wand at Jolson's body. Corpse, mumbling. Spell stop. Spell stop. After trying about 10 times, a faint light flashed, and I finally succeeded. Poor Jolson bounced up from the ground, coughed for a while, and just when he wanted to curse, the effect of the sedative kicked in, and he instantly calmed down. But his face was full of fear. What? What did you just do to me? I scratched my head, looking innocent. Oh. I saw a spell in the library, and it was my first time using it. I didn't expect it to work. You crazy person. Jorson's gaze towards me completely changed, from seeing a god of wealth to looking at a dangerous madman. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said helplessly, all right, I promise you everything you said, but please never use these ridiculous spells on me again. Don't worry, there won't be a next time, I assured him, and then immediately shifted the topic, throwing out my ultimate plan, the temptation he couldn't refuse. Actually, if you want to make money, I have plenty of ways. We can make beauty potions and sell them to the Muggle world. We can all get rich together. ISNT that great? My goodness, are you crazy? Selling potions to Muggles. Jorson looked like he had seen a ghost. No wonder you can't make money. I was like a tempting devil, leading him astray. I told him, women's money is the easiest to earn. Those Muggle, noble women will spend whatever it takes to become beautiful. What is a bag of gold coins to them? Jorson's eyes instantly lit up, and his breathing quickened. He was tempted. I seized the opportunity. This matter can't be handled by just the two of us. We need reliable help. Also, I need a new book of potions. No problem. I have an old buddy named Wendick, who is also a skilled alchemist and trustworthy. I'll get the book too. Wait for my good news. Jorson was completely stunned by the big promise I painted for him, and he rushed out through the door, clearly to contact his plan for wealth. Watching his disappearing figure, I finally smiled. You're really impressive, Simon. Alice's eyes sparkled with admiration. I patted her head and said, our good days are coming soon. I asked her to go get the sausages and eggs that Jolson had hidden, so we could have a little extra meal at noon and fry them up. Once we make some money, we won't have to be so stingy anymore. The girl nodded obediently and buzzed into the kitchen like a little bee. Meanwhile, I spread out some paper and began to meticulously plan my money-making scheme that would drive the whole world crazy. Soon, the aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the house. Alice stood by the fire, drooling, and quietly asked me, Simon, will he be angry if we steal his sausages? I wrote the plan without lifting my head, chuckling softly. Angry? Why does he have to be angry? Don't worry, his mind is full of golden coins right now, and even if he really gets angry, I have 10 ways to make him swallow his anger obediently. But let me tell you, Alice, that little girl is still uneasy, trembling in my arms like a frightened kitten, constantly telling me she's afraid of Jorson. I sighed and could only hold her to comfort her, telling her that Jorson made money today and half of it is my credit, so he wouldn't dare do anything to me. I casually took down the crispy, fragrant sausages from the fireplace and handed one to her. Guess what? The little girl actually shook her head, pushed the sausage back to me, and said softly yet firmly, You eat. Goodness, my heart warmed. This child is too thoughtful. I pretended to take a small bite, blew on it, and pushed it back, saying it was delicious and encouraging her to eat, promising to roast more if she liked it. Only then did she start nibbling at it, her eyes squinting with happiness. The warmth lasted for barely 3 seconds when the door swung open with a bang, and Jolson's sour face barged in. His nose, like a dog's, immediately caught the scent of the sausage, and his gaze zeroed in on Alice, ready to explode. I stood up, nonchalantly stepped in front of Alice, and locked eyes with him. Afraid? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. The atmosphere was tense when another unfamiliar face walked in, looking rather presentable. I seized the opportunity to change the subject and asked Jolson, "Hey, aren't you going to introduce your friend?" I casually pushed Alice towards the room, saying, "Go eat in there, it's fine." Only then did Jolson calm down and introduce me, saying this person was Windick, a somewhat well-known pharmacist. He then bragged about me to Windick, warning him not to underestimate me, or he'd be in for a rough time. Windick sized me up and immediately brought up the incident at Hogwarts where I had dueled and killed someone. I thought to myself, this news spreads fast, and calmly recounted the story. He seemed knowledgeable, saying that my expulsion was actually due to political struggles, as someone was trying to take down that headmaster of mine. I'd already learned about this from Potter, so I didn't react much. Next, we roasted sausages by the fireplace and began discussing serious matters, the lucrative plan for the beauty potion. Windick was definitely a smart guy. After hearing my plan, his eyes lit up, and he was incredulous when he heard I was from Gryffindor. We hit it off. It was like finding a kindred spirit in cyberspace. We talked about potions and spells, from the principles of the full body bind curse to how to make a Patronus speak, getting more and more excited. Jolson, sitting nearby, turned green as he listened to us, getting increasingly ridiculous, and finally couldn't hold back anymore, clearing his throat to interrupt us. "Guys, Galleons, can we talk about something practical? If a Patronus could speak, even the founders of Hogwarts would crawl out of their graves." I rolled my eyes inwardly. Dumbledore could make a Patronus convey messages, and the Resurrection Stone could even bring back the dead. What do you know? All right, back to the topic. The three of us huddled together to study the formula and discovered that the two most crucial ingredients for the beauty potion, fairy wings and unicorn tail hair, were missing. Upon hearing that we had to buy them, Jolson exploded on the spot, acting like a miser, calculating the costs and saying that a pair of fairy wings would cost 4 sickles, and unicorn tail hair was even more expensive. If we failed, we would have wasted months of work. Windick and I exchanged glances and immediately retorted, "Do you understand high risk, high reward? If you can't even spare this little capital, how do you expect to make big money? Do you think pies fall from the sky?" In the end, we cornered Jolson with our back and forth, and he left in a huff, cursing as he went to find a solution. Not long after, he came back, still cursing, saying the supplier had raised the prices, and unicorn tail hair was completely out of stock. As soon as I heard it, I got a rush of adrenaline and blurted out, "Let's go to the Forbidden Forest." Windick, that crazy guy, nodded without a second thought and said, "Good idea." Jolson jumped up right away, screaming like a cat that had its tail stepped on. "Are you crazy? There are giants in the Forbidden Forest. There are werewolves. I'm not going." Windick hesitated a bit, thinking it wasn't appropriate to take a kid like me on an adventure. Let me tell you, I was furious. I hate it when people bring up age. Without saying a word, I raised my wand and petrified them all. Windick froze, his eyes wide as saucers. Then I cast a shattering spell, and bang, a chair nearby exploded into splinters. Jolson was distressed about his broken chair, but I ignored him and unpetrified Windick. At this point, Windick was completely convinced and agreed to take me along, but insisted on finding another helper. Fine, the more people, the more strength. 2 days later, Windick brought someone along. Good heavens, when I saw the lineup, I almost called it off. One redhead, named Base, bragged that he was a living map of the Forbidden Forest, having gone in and out 5 times. The other, a blonde named Janice, was just a backup who was here to prove his bravery. Who understands family? That kind of flag is just asking for trouble, isn't it? I immediately complained to Windick that I would rather go alone than bring along such a useless teammate. But since the people were gathered, I had to grit my teeth and go along. On the day we set out, we agreed to meet outside Hogsmeade. When I arrived, that Base sarcastically said he thought I was too scared to come. I couldn't be bothered to respond, and glanced at Janice, who was even more ridiculous. He hadn't even brought any food. Base was speechless, saying he was less reliable than Child. Windick quickly tried to smooth things over, saying he had brought extra food. I felt a pang of anxiety. Having a useless teammate next to me was clearly not a good idea. As it turned out, this trip to the Forbidden Forest was, let me tell you, a complete showcase of useless teammates. The 4 of us had just arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and that Base, good grief, was like a tour guide, chattering away for 10 minutes. All nonsense. I scanned him with my internal system, and his credibility was only 35. At that moment, I wanted to stamp unreliable on his forehead. If it weren't for the little bit of pride for Gryffindor, I would have turned around and left right then. Gritting my teeth, I went in. The cold wind howled, and the leaves rustled like ghosts wailing. I was at the back, watching that Janus, who looked like a quail, scared out of his wits, showing no sign of Gryffindor bravery at all. I wondered why someone with such a timid nature would come to the Forbidden Forest. Was it some kind of extreme challenge? Fortunately, Windick was somewhat reliable. He quickly organized us into a formation, leading the way while I and Janus, the dead weight, stayed in the middle, with the experienced base bringing up the rear. This felt more like it. I wasn't idle either. As we walked, I gathered herbs from the ground. White ginseng and various potion ingredients, not missing a single one. This was all money, folks. I also made a few marks along the way, so I wouldn't be led astray by these guys. Janus, looking like someone who had never seen the world, curiously asked what I was gathering. I shushed him and told him it was white ginseng. Having more wouldn't hurt. Base was jealous and asked why I didn't dig up the whole plant. What was he thinking? Windick explained for me, saying we were there to find unicorn tail hair, not to be herbalists. I sneered inwardly. Base didn't look like someone capable of getting things done. I had to keep an eye on him, telling him we would cooperate. They would keep watch while we gathered, and everyone would get a share of the collected ingredients. He was left speechless by my rebuttal and was amazed when he saw me accurately identifying various herbs like a vacuum cleaner. He asked how I knew so many. I shot back with 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, which I had memorized, and tossed him a bag of herbs, telling him to do some work and stop thinking about taking advantage. Later, we found a place to rest, and along the way, Janus was almost dragged into the water by Gryndilo. If I hadn't reacted quickly with a barrier spell, he would have been fish food. In that state, Windick still planned to go deeper, saying we couldn't leave without finding unicorn tail hair. Just as he was saying that, Janus suddenly pointed at a spot not far away, stuttering in terror. Unicorn. The three of us turned around, and wow, there was a little golden unicorn. Before we could react, that boss's eyes turned red. He pulled out his wand, and a red light shot out. Windick shouted for him to stop, but that guy had already chased after it like a mad dog. At that moment, I only thought one thing: this guy's done for. You mess with someone's cub, and the whole unicorn family is going to tear you apart. Sure enough, in just a couple of minutes, a chilling scream pierced the forest. When we rushed over, BAS was already turned into a sieve, blood holes all over his body, lying in a pool of blood. Janus screamed right there, and I kicked him to quiet him down. Windick went over to check, and surprisingly said it was great, he was still alive. I felt something was off at that moment, but I didn't think much of it. He asked me to get some white ginseng to save him, but then quietly told me he was already cold. Fine, dead man, bird flies to the sky. The urgent matter is to get money. Oh no, it's to find tail hair. I immediately started a thorough search nearby, and finally found 3 strands in the bushes. Windick found 2, and Janus? 0. 5 strands weren't even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. Windick said we had to follow the unicorn's trail to keep looking. Janus then started his performance again, crying and shouting that he wanted to take Boss's body away. I was really speechless. Dude, you're carrying a bloody thing. Do you want to attract all the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest for dinner? I directly scolded him, saying it was foolish and would get us all killed. Windick also agreed to leave the body for now and come back for it later. Just as we were arguing, I suddenly felt something was off. It seemed like there was something in the air. Then I saw a few things that looked like bone horses with bat wings materialize out of nowhere, licking Boss's blood. 9 states. I explained to them that these creatures could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Janus turned pale with fear, saying it was an ominous sign. I wanted to say, ISNT, this just a big I've seen it nonsense scene. Superstition kills. At that moment, I realized that Windick and Janus couldn't see the night steeds, which meant they had never seen death with their own eyes. BAS must have died before we got there. Windick had just lied to keep Janus, his fragile heart, calm. Forget it, a 1T expose him. Windick and I exchanged a glance, and we both understood, turning around to leave. Janus was still hesitating there, and I coldly tossed out, Base is already dead. You're still alive. If you want to come, then come on. We 1T wait for you. In the end, that kid was still afraid of dying. Scrambling to catch up, we searched for a while longer and gathered 11 strands of tail hair. As it got darker, we had to hurry back, or we would truly become the evening snack. We rushed back, but when we returned to the spot, Boss's body had actually disappeared. There were only drag marks on the ground. Janus broke down again, roaring at Windick. Windick couldn't take it anymore and slapped him. If you say one more stupid thing, we'll all die here. Just as those words fell, we were surrounded by a group of centaurs, their bows drawn tight. The leader of the centaurs said they were chasing a group of werewolves that had attacked their young. As soon as I heard this, my mind raced and I got an idea. I directly told the centaur leader, "Hey, buddy, I heard you were bitten by werewolves. I have a special medicine made from white ginseng and silver powder. How about trading for some unicorn hair?" You wouldn't believe it, this tactic really worked. The centaurs wanted to protect their kin and immediately agreed to the trade, giving us a handful of tail hair, much more than we had found ourselves. The transaction was successful, and everyone was happy. But guess what? Janice came again. What about Boss's body? At that moment, I really wanted to sew his mouth shut. Windick and I ignored him, ready to make our escape with the goods. The centaur leader couldn't watch any longer and reminded Janice that those werewolves could come back at any time, and being alone would mean death. We three quickly ran out of the woods. Windick analyzed that the werewolves and centaurs in the Forbidden Forest had started fighting, and the situation was dire. We really came at the wrong time. I told him, "Hurry up, drink the remaining stamina potions, and let's run out of this hellhole in one go. Don't look back. This place is now far more dangerous than we imagined." Without saying a word, the three of us took out the potions and gulped them down vigorously. Janice was still immersed in the sorrow of our fallen teammate, his face long and drawn out. I thought to myself, this is not the time to be emo, man. As we were running, suddenly, a howl came from deep within the woods. Let me tell you, that sound was eerily ominous, not like a wolf at all, but more like a person screaming at the top of their lungs. It made the hair on my arm stand up. Janice's lips turned pale, and he stuttered. It's a werewolf." "No kidding. Isn't that just a group of bastards dragging our friend's body away?" "Don't stop. Go," I shouted urgently. With my physique, long-distance running really isn't my strong suit. Even after drinking the potion, I felt like my lungs were about to explode. Windick was at the front, pushing through like a bulldozer to clear the way for me. We didn't dare to sprint recklessly. We had to conserve our stamina. If we really ran into trouble, we wouldn't even be able to escape, right? When we reached a fork in the path, Windick almost took the wrong turn, and I quickly called out to him, "This way. There are markings on the trees." He turned back and saw that I had secretly carved a triangle when we came in. He was shocked and said, "Well, look at you, leaving a backup plan." I didn't have time to chat with him. I was too busy trying to regulate my breathing. As fate would have it, just as we passed the stream where we had been ambushed earlier, we saw 5 dark figures suddenly burst out from the bushes upstream. Good grief, 5 werewolves, looking like uncivilized savages from the mountains, baring their teeth. The way they looked at us was like we were a buffet. Windick immediately shouted, "Don't run. Fight. We can't outrun them." He was right. Turning our backs to the enemy at this point would make us live targets. I have to tell you, I was extremely anxious inside, but I had to keep my face as steady as a rock, folks. In this day and age, emotional stability is the most powerful magic. The one who panics first loses. Next to me, Janice's leg was shaking so much it was almost like a sewing machine. The werewolf charged at an unbelievable speed, and I raised my hand to cast a spell, only to find myself knocked to the ground. Guess what? That werewolf swatted my spell away with one claw. I was dumbfounded. Is this thing really that resistant to magic? Use the strongest spell. Don't hold back on the mana. People could die. With a roar, Windick swung his wand, and a wall of fire erupted right in front of us, temporarily forcing the werewolves back. But these beasts were completely unfazed, howling as they charged into the fire, their fur singed but still rushing forward. I delivered a crushing blow with my backhand, the light bursting forth, sending a werewolf flying. But that was all it did. It couldn't break through at all. What's worse, 2 more emerged from the forest, and we were completely surrounded. The battle was chaotic. Windick used transformation magic to turn vines into something like giant pythons, entangling one werewolf. Janice had completely lost it, throwing out obstacle spells like they were free, holding back 2 of them. As for me, I was responsible for using my crushing blow to repel them, like bowling, blasting each one coming at us back. I even found a moment to shoot a distress signal into the sky, a red flame, thinking that if the centaurs saw it, they might come to help. But that was purely a gamble with my life. Finally, a scream came from Windick's side. He used some unknown dark magic and managed to take down one werewolf. But he was exhausted. Now, with a companion dead, the remaining werewolf's eyes turned red, completely enraged. I tried Snape's bat bogey hex, but it hit the werewolf and did nothing. Just sent it flying. Damn, the feeling of frustration hit me instantly. I felt like my arm was about to give out. No, I can't die here. I've barely made something of myself. My life has just begun. In a flash, my mind raced, and I had an idea. I cast a transformation spell, and the grass on the ground instantly turned into sharp wooden spikes. Then I cast an enlargement spell, and suddenly there was a man-made Wolf Fang mountain sprawled out on the ground. The werewolves, being the simple-minded creatures they are, didn't even notice. One of them got blown away by my spell and landed right on the wooden spikes, getting impaled on the spot. Success. I took advantage of its struggle and hit its head with several bone-breaking curses, completely smashing it open. Just then, the ground started shaking. A massive forest giant pushed its way through the trees. I thought to myself, wow, is the Forbidden Forest hosting a feast? Why is everyone showing up? The main theme is surprise. The giant saw the werewolf's corpse on the ground, and without a second thought, it grabbed it and tore it in half before starting to munch on it. The scene was so bloody that I almost threw up. The werewolf leader saw its subordinate being treated as a snack and got furious, charging at the giant. I seized the opportunity and cast a stunning spell, freezing the werewolf leader in place. The giant slapped it away, and it landed right on my spike trap, adding another one to my tally. I thought to myself, it's definitely better to fight a giant than a werewolf. Maybe it would just leave after getting full. As a result, before I could catch my breath, I heard the sound of hooves in the distance, and several arrows flew through the air, hitting the giant in the shoulder. The centaurs had arrived. The giant, seeing its old enemy and clearly having suffered before, let out an angry roar, grabbed the half-eaten werewolf corpse, and ran away without looking back. A few seconds later, a group of centaurs armed with longbows appeared before us, and without saying a word, they began to stomp mercilessly on the two half-dead werewolves tied to the stake, causing their brains to splatter. The remaining werewolf, seeing this scene, howled and turned to flee into the woods. Thank you. I quickly expressed my gratitude. The leading centaur glanced at the signal I had sent and said, "You're lucky." I recognized the Hogwarts distress signal. Then he added, "Wizards are not welcome here. I do not wish to see you again." Jenna's, feeling exhausted, interjected, "I will never come to this cursed place again," after barely escaping with our lives. As we were leaving, Jenna suddenly turned to Windick and said, "Now I qualify, right?" Upon hearing this, I sensed something was off. I immediately stopped and looked at Windick. "What do you mean qualify? Are you hiding something from me?" Windick then confessed that this trip to the Forbidden Forest was essentially a test of my plan to make a fortune and, at the same time, to evaluate whether Jenna's, the new partner, had enough guts. When Jenna's realized I was the mastermind, his eyes nearly bulged out. But Windick retorted that Simon was much stronger than him in the earlier battle, which made him quiet down. The weather turned foul just as we reached the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. A heavy snow began to fall. With no choice, we had to spend the night in the woods. It was pitch black, so I took out my wand and whispered Lumos. The tip of the wand lit up with a bright light. "What kind of magic is this?" Jenna's was astonished again. I shamelessly smirked. "It's the Lumos spell. I invented it. Remember to keep it a secret and don't tell anyone." Windick immediately understood that this was me, an expelled student, hiding my skills to save my life. At that moment, Jenna's gaze towards me completely changed. We gathered around the campfire, sipping hot bread porridge. I briefly explained some important points of the plan to Janice, of course, without mentioning the core content. This guy was sharp enough not to ask too many questions. Battling the wind and snow, we returned to Hogsmeade. As soon as I knocked on Jorlson's apothecary door, Alice rushed into my arms, crying, saying that Jorlson thought we had died in the Forbidden Forest. I comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. Once inside, Jorlson was shocked to see the three of us alive. Windick embellished the story of what happened in the Forbidden Forest, leaving Jorlson stunned. He collected our unicorn materials and paid us. After Alice went upstairs to sleep, the four of us gathered around the fire to divide the loot. I proposed right away. How about we split the profits from this beauty potion 3 ways? Jorlson was the first to object. He wanted 4 shares since he provided the materials. I didn't wait for Windick and the others to argue and said directly, "Fine, I'll give you 1 share." At this, all 3 of them looked at me as if I were a monster. I took a sip of hot milk and casually said, "Don't look at me like that. This is just the beginning of our great fortune. This is merely a small trial. I just want them to understand that there are plenty of ways to make money by sticking with me, so don't let small gains ruin our harmony." Now, everyone is satisfied. After a whole day and night of fussing around, let me tell you, as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light. Not long after, I was suddenly awakened in fright. I tell you, as soon as I opened my eyes, my right hand was locked down by someone. My brain buzzed, and my first reaction was to grab my wand. My left hand was flailing around, and when I finally touched that wooden stick, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fluorescence flickered. When the light came on, I saw clearly. Phew, what a false alarm. It was that little girl Alice, who had somehow snuck onto my bed and was using my arm as a pillow, sleeping soundly. My heart softened all of a sudden. Look at her eyes, still red. She must have been scared yesterday, afraid that without magic, without me, she would have nothing again. Who understands this, family? This little girl has it tough too. I tried to carefully pull my hand away, but she held on tightly. So in the end, I had no choice but to gently push her awake. When she woke up, she looked anxious and quietly asked if I was angry. How could I be angry? I patted her head and told her to sleep a little longer while I went downstairs to make breakfast. When I got downstairs, I saw that yesterday's battlefield hadn't been cleaned up yet. After tidying up, I cast the fire-making spell, Professional. I made millet porridge, fried eggs, and sausages. My cooking skills are top-notch. Just as I finished preparing breakfast, the doorbell rang. It was Janice. This guy looked excited but still half asleep. I joked that he must have come early to mooch off breakfast. As soon as he stepped in, Windick arrived right behind him, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Clearly having not slept all night, probably dreaming about getting rich. Well, since they were here, we might as well eat together. We quickly finished breakfast, listening to them chat about how the pub owner bet that a pig's head would die in the forest. I said, why don't you gamble your own life? If you die, you wouldn't know anything, but if you live, you'd profit. Alice got a portion of food saved for her, and I went down to the basement with Windick. Business was important. When Jorson came down and saw the empty plates, he was furious, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with him since he woke up so late. Windick, being the professional he is, had me assist him, and after more than an hour, the first bottle of beauty potion was ready. Jorson was so excited he ran off to find a test subject. This beauty potion needed someone to try it out. A witch? No way, that would leak the news. Jorson, being a tough guy, went out and somehow brought back a muggle woman. Let me tell you, these wizards don't see muggles as people at all. They feel superior. He poured the potion down her throat. And then, no reaction. The three of us stared at each other in disbelief. My heart sank. I traded my life for unicorn hair for this. But half an hour later, Jorson let out a loud shout. Windick and I rushed over to see, and, good heavens, she really transformed. It was like a physical rebirth. She became a stunning beauty. The scene was a bit like a snake shedding its skin, with the old, rough layer slowly peeling off, revealing the new skin underneath. Although the process was a bit messy, the result was amazing. After that, we tossed her back and considered the matter settled. I suggested that the potion needed some fragrance like rose or mint. Otherwise, who would want to buy something that smelled like medicine? Windick agreed, and in the following days, they worked on improving the formula while I practiced my transformation spells, casually chatting with Potter and the others who came to see me, and I nipped their thoughts of going into the forbidden forest in the bud. Who understands, family? Starting a business is really exhausting. The potion was done, but selling it became a huge problem. Janice and I traveled to several Muggle towns, gathering information and doing market research every day. We were exhausted and even witnessed a scene where a witch was burned at the stake. She was just an ordinary woman, and that scene left Janice and me sleepless for a night. In the end, we zeroed in on a target, the mistress of Conway Castle, Lady Talbot. She was a big client, but the problem was how to approach her. She was a countess, and I was just a common child. I couldn't even get in. That night, everyone gathered for a project kickoff meeting. I listed all the possible problems we might encounter. How to get in, what to do if we got caught, how to negotiate, what if the other party turned on us, and, the most annoying, the church. I tell you, my brain was almost fried. In the end, we decided that I would go. After all, being a child, I posed the least threat. Windick lent me his invisibility cloak made of invisible beast fur as my last trump card. But what happened? Plans never survive contact with reality. When we got to the castle gate, the guards completely ignored me. A common child offering treasures. Dream on. Just as our first step was about to fail, Jorson and Windick sprang into action from the shadows, each casting a memory charm, plus a forgetfulness spell combo. We modified memories all the way in. Even the butler was arranged, and that's how I finally managed to sneak into the castle. Let me tell you, those two outside were even more nervous than I was. And me? I didn't dare breathe inside either. The hall was empty, and I kept my head down, my mind racing with all kinds of contingency plans. Just then, a woman's voice rang out, asking, "Who is he?" I tell you, that voice was steady and authoritative, unmistakably the real deal. The butler immediately began reporting according to the memory that Windick had given him. "Madam, a common child claims that an alchemist has entrusted him to present a treasure to the Lord Count." An alchemist? Well, this noble woman, who is none other than Lady Talbot, became instantly intrigued. With a raised eyebrow, she directly asked, "Where is the item?" My heart skipped a beat. The opportunity had arrived. It said that women love beauty. So this was a sure win. I quickly took out the small porcelain bottle sealed with beeswax from my pocket, along with a letter written by Windick. and raised both hands above my head, pretending to be humble. The butler took it and handed it to her. The lady opened the bottle, took a whiff, and her eyes lit up. What a lovely rose scent. What is this? An elixir of immortality? The butler immediately shot me a look and shouted at me. Answer the lady's question. I was possessed by the spirit of a drama queen on the spot. Trembling as I said, no. I don't know. A very mysterious gentleman gave me a shilling and told me to deliver this to Lord Earl. Let me tell you, my acting was so good that even the Oscars would have to give me a little golden man. I was just like a terrified child who had never seen the world. How did he prove he was an alchemist? The lady continued to press me. He said it himself. He said Lord Earl would understand everything after reading the letter. I kept acting, shaking like a leaf, almost foaming at the mouth. Just as she was about to open the letter, the main character, Lord Talbot, came out from the inner room. He snatched the letter and the potion, glanced at the parchment, and wow, his expression changed instantly. It was like he had opened a dye house. Then he handed the letter to his wife, and after she read it, she started glowing. Her gaze was so intense as she stared at the potion and asked her husband, "Darling, is it really as miraculous as it says in the letter?" "Of course it is. That's the romance of youth. What woman could resist?" But this Earl, this old fox, didn't he answer his wife. Instead, he fixed his gaze on me. "What about the shilling?" I felt a tightness in my chest. Here it comes, the pressure test. My hands shook even more as I slowly pulled that half-shilling from my pocket, deliberately putting on a reluctant expression. "Why is there only half?" He indeed asked. The gentleman said, "The other half will be given after the deed is done." I had this script memorized in advance. This trickster is quite willing to spend money. He snorted, tossed the half coin back to me, and then turned to his wife, saying, "It seems this medicine should have some effect. However, for safety's sake, we still need to find someone to try it first. What if it's poison?" I just let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly a guard next to him swiftly pulled out a flintlock pistol, the dark muzzle pointed directly at my forehead. Coldly, he said, "This thing definitely doesn't belong to an alchemist. This guy must be a messenger of the devil." I was sweating at that moment. Fortunately, the Countess couldn't stand it any longer and said a bit angrily, "You're going to scare him." Then she waved her hand at me and said I could leave. She even generously gave me a shilling. I quickly nodded and thanked him, turning around as if my feet were coated in oil. But the Count called out to me again, "Wait, this is my reward for you." With that, a gold coin clinked and fell at my feet. My family, who understands? This is the final test. I stared intently at that gold coin, my throat bobbing up and down, perfectly portraying the greed of a poor child. Yet I didn't pick it up, trembling as I said, "That gentleman said if I take the Count's money, I will be punished for greed." "Didn't you just accept my wife's reward?" "That was the Countess's reward, not the Lord's reward." I threw out this sentence that left them collectively stunned. And while they were still processing, I turned and slipped away, quickly putting on my invisibility cloak and vanishing from sight. "Catch him. That kid has a problem." The Count's shout came from behind. But it was too late. They sent people after me, but not even my shadow could be found. I listened to the chaos in the castle, feeling incredibly pleased. When I reached the agreed-upon location, Jorson and the others saw the castle gates were closed and thought I had failed. I lifted the cloak, gasping for breath, and said, I didn't fail. I just ran into an old fox. The fish is already hooked. Let's withdraw." The four of us directly apparat back to the apothecary in Hogsmeade. I took a sip of water before recounting the terrifying moment to them. The lady was very pleased and even rewarded me with a silver coin. I placed the money on the table. She would definitely have her maid test the potion, and once she saw the effect for herself, she would become our strongest advocate. "So how much are you planning to sell it for?" Jorson asked, his eyes sparkling. £100 a bottle." The three of them gasped in shock. "This price is outrageous." "Not high at all." I sneered because I was sure that old Deng had no intention of paying. He would bring his rifle squad to deal with us, take us all down, and capture us to be his free potion slaves. The key is to make a high-end prediction, so our first step is to subdue him. I looked at Wendick. "The potions are ready. Along with the coma spell, take down all his men." "No problem," Wendick nodded. "But how can you be sure he will come at us hard?" "Just based on the fact that he insisted on testing me with gold at the end. I know he is the kind of ruthless character who would rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one go. I mocked. Once we scare him, we can sign a confidentiality agreement with him, £25 a bottle, and let him be our exclusive agent. If he wants to play dirty, he'll have to pay the price." Upon hearing the price drop from 100 to 25, Jorson's face fell, as if he had lost billions. I rolled my eyes at him. "Can you think a bit bigger? £25 is already painful for the nobility, and this stuff is a consumable, just like cosmetics." It has to be used continuously. The profit will keep coming. We transfer the risk to him, let him sell it, and we just sit back and collect the money. Is this business a loss? The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. As it turned out, I was right. The Countess found a maid named Bertha to test the potion, and the effect was simply outstanding. After her skin shed a layer, the wrinkles and freckles disappeared, and her skin became as smooth as a young girl's, making her 10 years younger. And guess what happened next? The Countess regretted, became jealous, and furious. Her emotions spiraling out of control. Who understands her family? The next moment, she pulled out a firearm and shot the maid, just because she couldn't be the first to use it. This operation left me dumbfounded. After killing the maid, she began to eagerly anticipate. But we played the hunger marketing game, not making any moves for several days. She was so anxious, whispering in her husband's ear every day, like reciting a spell, driving the Count mad. Finally, a few days later, a letter appeared out of nowhere in the Countess' study. The letter contained just one sentence, inviting him to trade at 18 Oak Street, complete with a map, and warning him not to bring too many people. Damn equivalent exchange. Count Talbot exploded on the spot, immediately calling for the butler to ask where that place was. The butler said it was the most chaotic slum in the city, filled with pirates and con artists. Go, call my captain of the firearms team. The Count sneered, completely ignoring his wife's nonsense about what if she was a witch. His mind filled with dreams of capturing us and making a fortune. He immediately gathered the firearms team, preparing to set up a trap at the trading location, ready to catch us like fish in a barrel. He had no idea who the fish was and who the hunter throwing the net was. We arrived at Oak Street a long time ago. This place is indeed a mix of characters, and no one finds it strange that we are moving around in cloaks. Someone with poor judgment tried to follow us, but at the corner, Wendick sent him away with a single flick of his hand. We had clear divisions of labor. Jorson was on the lookout with binoculars from a high point, while Janice and I were clearing the surrounding area. After confirming it was safe, Janice used an Alaho spell to open the door of the house we had chosen. I put on the invisibility cloak and entered to clear the area. Inside lived a family of 3, a couple and a boy about the same age. Without hesitation, I quietly approached, casting a fainting spell on the man, and another red light hit the woman in the kitchen. The child came down from upstairs just in time to see his father fall. Before he could even open his mouth, I sent him to sleep with another spell. Once everyone was taken care of, I called them in. Wendick was responsible for erasing the child's memory, while Janice took out the life-and-death water he had prepared earlier, giving each of them a few sips to ensure they would sleep until we were done. As for them waking up to find they had all collectively forgotten, that was no longer our concern. We were sitting at this family's dining table, eating our packed food and discussing the details of the netting. Before long, Jorson appeared with a pop, out of breath, and said, "They're coming. About 50 people, all armed with flintlock guns. Half of them have already ambushed the surrounding streets. They really intend to capture us all in one go." He spread out a map, marked with the enemy's positions on the table. I laughed, as expected. There is no sense of martial ethics. All right, let's proceed as planned. I teamed up with Jorson to clear the perimeter of ambushers. I wore an invisibility cloak and stealthily approached those musketeers from behind, casting a silent spell to knock them out. They went limp immediately. Then Jorson would instantly manifest, lifting them up like a chick, and with another manifestation, he would toss them directly into the empty house we had prepared in advance. The whole process was smooth and efficient. How many is this now? Jorson used his manifestation spell frequently, and his face was starting to look pale. The 5th squad. I took out a pen and drew another circle on the map, and casually grabbed a pack of ammunition from the unlucky guy I had just taken down and stuffed into my pocket. I have to say, I'm a bit tense about the ammo situation. That guy Jolson understands. No need for many words. He just starts searching the corpses right away. Very professional. Not leaving a single bullet for the enemy. After clearing these 5 teams, there are only 3 target points left on the map. We exchanged a glance, understanding each other without a word, pulled up our hoods, and continued to be the most stylish guys on this street. Oh no, the most sneaky hunters. Well, as soon as it got dark, the main act arrived. A group of people, looking like they were in cosplay, swaggered into Oak Street with their cloaks. I was hiding in the shadows, watching everything clearly. Hey, the fish took the bait. That self-important Count Talbot. I really wanted to see the expression on his face when he discovered that all his subordinates had been put into physical stasis by us. Their group was also foolish. They entered a small alley and started to clear the area. Who understands? The Count came up and kicked our brother Janice, who was disguised as a homeless man. Acting so arrogant, really thinking he was the king of this street? Janice was also quite the actor, Even after being kicked down, he was shivering, hiding a weird smile on his face. Soon, they reached our predetermined trading point, number 18. As soon as the door was pushed open, inside lay a family we had taken down earlier. Talbot went upstairs with a few trusted confidants and saw our big boss, Windick. He immediately started interrogating. Which heretic? Or alchemist? Windick was so calm, just 2 words, alchemist. The Count still wanted to assert dominance, laughing like a villain, spreading his arms and saying, "Serve me, and I will give you infinite glory." I was outside listening and almost burst out laughing. Dude, your bit of glory doesn't even compare to alchemy. You're not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Windick directly retorted, "Your glory is worthless." Talbot's face stiffened, and he began to threaten, saying the place was surrounded, and if they didn't surrender, the church would treat them as devil's emissaries and send them to the stake. At that moment, I thought this guy's really bold. Later, I found out that he was a pure blood wizard and had never seen a flintlock before. To him, it probably looked no different from a fire stick. This was a cross-server chat, totally talking past each other. Windick was slowly dragging out the conversation to buy time. Just then we moved. Jolson and I sneaked in through the back door, tossed a few specially made drug vials, and with a few thuds, the musketeers on the first floor inhaled and entered a dazed state. Wearing an invisibility cloak, Jolson was unstoppable, casting a series of sleep spells. The few who tried to escape were blocked by us at the door and dragged back. We didn't fire a single shot, focusing on being quiet and efficient. The Count upstairs heard the commotion and instantly lost his calm, drawing his gun and pointing it at Windick. "What have you done?" Windick's eyes sharpened immediately, and he said, "I just asked them to take a nap. I remind you, I came here to make a deal. If you dare to shoot, I guarantee none of you will leave this room." Saying this, he took out a ceramic bottle in front of everyone and smashed it on the ground, indicating that the deal had failed. The Count was left stunned. Just then, the door creaked open. I waited until Jorson's silent assassination show was over before I slowly walked in. How should I put it? The atmosphere had to be perfectly controlled. This operation was practically a 2.0 version of the disappearance of her for the Count. As soon as I entered, I saw his trusted aides collapse one by one beside him, and the terror in his eyes was simply unbelievable. With the nuisances dealt with, I told Windick that they probably wouldn't wake up before tomorrow. Now it was Windick's turn to smile. "So, Count, shall we continue the deal?" Talbot took a deep breath and surprisingly smiled as well. He truly believed we had the capability now. He asked how we took down his people, and I casually pointed to the oil lamp on the table, fooling him into thinking that was the antidote. He actually believed it and leaned in to sniff it for a while. Then he started asking serious questions about whether our alchemists could really turn stone into gold and grant immortality. I jumped in and painted a grand picture for him, spinning a tale about Nicholas Melior from centuries ago, implying that as long as he cooperated well with us, the elixir of immortality wasn't just a dream. Seeing his eyes light up, I knew this was going to work. When it came to discussing the price, Windick was also tough. He opened with a price of £100 for the first vial, and only in gold. The Count nearly jumped up, but Windick pressed down and said it would be 4 to 5 vials each month at £25 each. Only then did the Count reluctantly accept. Before leaving, Windick warned him that the potion mustn't be misused, and he shouldn't think about playing tricks. Our tolerance is limited. After saying that, we turned around and left. Talbot wanted to chase after us, but with a crack, we vanished right in front of him, leaving behind a room full of unconscious musketeers and him, standing there in confusion. That night, the 4 of us split the loot and celebrated wildly. The next morning, Jorson was still there, clutching a bag of gold coins, drooling as he counted, mumbling about getting rich. The rest of us were too excited to sleep. Today we were going to Diagon Alley to exchange this huge sum for gold galleons. Jorson summoned a follower, and they took me to Diagon Alley. Goodness, it felt like being forcibly squeezed out of a straw. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned. This place was much livelier than Hogsmeade, filled with shops and shouting wizards. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Windick grinned at me. I took out the shopping list I had written earlier. Books. I want to buy a lot. New clothes, a new robe, a quill, parchment, and also I need to get an owl for convenience in contacting people. Jorson and the others were stunned, seeing that I seemed to have no intention of holding back. We headed straight to Gringotts, the magnificent building made of white marble. The 2 large silver doors at the entrance were engraved with warnings, something about punishment for greed, which was quite intimidating. Once inside, we saw hundreds of goblins sitting behind high counters, some counting money, others inspecting gemstones. The scene was so impressive that Jorson was nearly drooling. We exchanged that bag of pounds and ended up with 55 gold galleons. I got 11 galleons plus some change, and I instantly felt like I was rich too. Then came the crazy shopping spree. I had Janice accompany me to buy clothes and books first. Books in this era are really expensive and all handwritten, but I still gritted my teeth and bought a bunch. Then I deliberately sent Janice away and strolled to Ollivander's wand shop by myself. To be honest, I don't feel secure without having an extra wand. Inside the shop were an old man and a young man, probably a grandfather and grandson. I went straight to the point and said that the second-hand wand from Hogwarts was not working well, and now that I had money, I wanted to get a new one. The young man wanted to interrogate me about whether I was the one who got expelled, but I slammed 2 galleons on the table to shut him up. Old Ollivander didn't say much. He picked out several wands for me. In the end, I chose one made of oak with a phoenix feather. The feel of it in my hand was incredible, far better than my previous wand. I paid 1 galleon, took my new wand, and turned to leave, keeping my achievements under wraps. Back at the apothecary, life finally settled down. Every day, apart from practicing potions, I was devouring books. The difficulty of the second-year textbooks skyrocketed. I skipped most of the basic spells and focused on practical ones like the stunning spell and disarming charm. With a new wand, my learning efficiency skyrocketed. One day, my newly bought owl, Paws, flew back through the snowstorm, bringing me a letter. I opened it to find a reply from Professor Barty Crouch, the Transfiguration professor, who was happy that I hadn't given up on learning. After reading the letter, I sighed. I still hadn't made much progress in Transfiguration. Turning things into a flintlock was much harder than I had imagined. I tell you, Professor Crouch made it very clear in his letter. He said the reason I failed was that I overthought everything, always pondering the structure of those parts inside the gun, which led to a lack of focus in my magic, resulting in a direct failure to cast. Goodness, to put it simply, it just means my level isn't high enough, and I haven't unlocked the skill points, so I can't use that advanced skill. I chuckled at my own misfortune and turned the half-transformed gun back into a flintlock pistol, deciding not to touch this thing for now. It was too damaging to my self-esteem. I'm having a headache here, and the door was suddenly burst open. Jolson rushed in urgently, followed by a group of people, one of whom was being carried in, covered in blood. That wound on his arm, damn. When I saw that claw mark, isn't this from a werewolf? Simon, hurry. White ginseng and silver powder. Jolson's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. And get some more healing potions. I was startled and quickly rushed into the inner room, dug out some silver powder from the drawer, and grabbed a handful of fresh white herbs from the cradle, crushed them together, and handed them over. Jolson was incredibly fast, applying the mixture directly onto the wound and tightly wrapping it with a cloth strip. At that moment, Alice also came down from upstairs, and I quickly signaled her with my eyes to stay upstairs and not come down to cause trouble. Then Janice, who came in behind, leaned close to me and whispered, "This guy, Bray, probably heard about me making money in the Forbidden Forest and wanted to try his luck, but ended up running into a werewolf." I picked up the conversation. "Who understands our family? This guy Janice has been making a bit of money recently, bragging every day at the Pig's Head Tavern about how easy it is to make money in the Forbidden Forest. And look, some fool actually believed it. And now he's in big trouble." I poured a cup of hot water for each of them, but aside from Janice, no one had the mood to drink. That poor guy had been given a blood replenisher and life-saving potion, and temporarily passed out, which spared him some suffering. Jorson couldn't leave a guy about to turn into a werewolf in the potion shop, so it wasn't long before he was carried away. Later, I heard he died the next day. No one said exactly how, but Jorson attended his funeral. You could say I'm heartless, but the death of a stranger really doesn't affect me. I quickly wrote a letter to Porter, reminding him not to go to the Forbidden Forest during this time, as that place has become a trap. Whoever goes there is doomed. I also sent them the intelligence-enhancing potion they had requested earlier. However, the reply came slower than I expected. It wasn't Porter who wrote back first, but Wesley. He said a Quidditch chaser from Gryffindor got injured, and Porter was taking his place and was currently training hard. A few days later, Porter's own letter arrived, excitedly telling me he was busy preparing for his Quidditch debut and had no time to go to the Forbidden Forest, and he invited me to watch his first match. He even enclosed 10 nuts in the letter as ticket money. I was really amused. My buddies had no idea that I had quietly achieved financial freedom. Time passed, and before I knew it, the snow melted and the weather warmed up. I must tell you, I didn't take a shower all winter. I felt like I was almost turning into a cocoon. Taking advantage of Jorson being away, I set up a big operation in the house. I brought in a large wooden tub, filled it with hot water, sprinkled in some sterilizing herbs, and laid down in it. Oh my goodness, it was so comfortable. I was humming a little tune while drinking hot milk when the stairs creaked, and Alice sleepily came down. She saw the big wooden tub in the room and was stunned. I jokingly asked her if she wanted to join me for a soak, and to my surprise, the little girl took it seriously. Her eyes lit up. I quickly finished washing up and boiled a pot of hot water for her to wash herself. As we chatted, I mentioned buying her a few new clothes, and her small voice, reminiscent of a mosquito, said that the clothing store in Hogsmeade doesn't sell clothes to the mute. At that moment, I felt a pang in my heart. The discrimination against the mute in the magical world is just unbelievable. I reassured her not to worry, but there are ways around it. If necessary, we could brew some polyjuice potion to change her appearance and go buy clothes, focusing on a clever workaround. I let her wash first and went upstairs myself. After waiting for a long time with no movement downstairs, I went down to check, and, to my surprise, the girl had fallen asleep in the tub. What could I do? I pulled her out, dried her off, dressed her, and with a levitation spell, gently floated her back to bed and tucked her in. I tell you, that feeling was quite wonderful, like raising a daughter. Later, I heard that the little girl had a beautiful dream that night, dreaming she was Cinderella being carried away by a prince. On the day of the Quidditch match, I held Alice's hand as we walked toward Hogwarts. The little girl was so nervous her palms were sweating, probably because she hadn't been out in a long time. At the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, guess who I ran into? Leah Edwin, that muggle-born classmate from before. The way she looked at me was like she had seen a ghost. She probably didn't expect that I had changed into a new robe, and my whole demeanor was different. I was greeting her when I saw Phyllis and quickly waved at her. Leah's expression became even more interesting, I guess in her mind. How could a poor guy like me possibly hang out with a pure-blood senior like Phyllis? The three of us enter the Ravenclaw, stands together. I have a keen eye, so I took the initiative to sit several rows behind the two sisters, leaving them space to whisper. Since I had some free time, I took out my magic notebook to review. I've always suspected that Phyllis can read minds. Her gaze is like an X-ray, and it always feels like she can see right through people. As I was pondering this, she turned around and smiled at me. I was startled and quickly averted my gaze, pretending to look at the scenery. This girl always puts me on edge. The match began, and Phyllis even came over to tease me, asking whether I wanted Gryffindor to win or Ravenclaw. I answered without a hitch. As a friend, I definitely wouldn't want Potter to lose the first match. She wouldn't let it go, saying, well, I'm your friend too, and you're sitting in our Ravenclaw stance. I was completely at a loss for words and replied, sister, it's not like I can just wish for someone to win. And guess what? Gryffindor actually won. Potter caught the golden snitch and ended the match in style. After the match, Ravenclaw lost, and Phyllis was clearly in a bad mood. As we walked out, we chatted about buying clothes for Alice. She said the polyjuice potion was ready and that we could go to Diagon Alley together next week. As soon as I heard this, I thought, here's my chance, and quickly asked her if she could spare me some. But then she changed the subject, pointed to Leah Edwin not far away, and smiled at me with narrowed eyes. You should go ask her for a hair. I was stunned at that moment. Are you joking, sister? I'm a guy. Going to ask a little girl for her hair. Isn't that purely creepy? She just laughed, looking like a little fox. Go ahead if you do. I'll give you a bottle of compound medicine. Wow, she's got me figured out. Alice next to me was looking at me with those pitiful eyes. Well, what else could I say? I steeled myself and rushed over to stop Leah, so nervous that I could barely speak. I took a deep breath and directly said, could you give me one of your hairs? Let me tell you, Leah looked at me with an expression of utter astonishment. I quickly explained, it's because Senior Felice is brewing a potion and needs a hair from someone else, so she asked me to. Let me sort this out for you from the beginning. As soon as I finished speaking, Liana's beautiful eyes scanned me up and down. She didn't say a word, but her expression clearly conveyed, what kind of trouble are you up to again? As soon as I saw that she didn't regard me as a pervert, the heavy stone in my heart instantly dropped. I quickly seized the opportunity to explain my relationship with Senior Sister Phyllis. I said, hey, do you remember when Professor Prince caught me to handle potion materials? That wasn't detention. It was just sorting. If I hadn't been expelled, Phyllis would be my close senior now. I added, she has helped me a lot since then, and now we're, how should I put it, like brothers. I was just thinking she was going to refuse, but then she turned around and swiftly plucked a hair from her head and handed it to me, very decisively. Here. Goodness, I was shocked at that moment. I hurriedly took out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped the hair, thanking her repeatedly, and turned to leave. Just as I turned around, someone suddenly slapped my shoulder hard, almost making me stumble. Simon, where have you been? Harry is about to explode. Do you know that? The loud voice of Weasley rang out behind me, wearing that kind of grin that said I was in big trouble. I hurriedly stuffed the handkerchief into my pocket and said helplessly, I'm over in the Ravenclaw stands with some friends. I knew Ralston would win for sure. He was flying so well. As a result, Pruitt, with his sharp eyes, immediately zeroed in on my new cloak and exaggeratedly asked, wow, Have you suddenly become a fashionista or hit the jackpot? Weasley also joined in the teasing, his eyes wide as saucers. I can only pull out the nonsense I made up a long time ago. Last time I went to the Forbidden Forest, I got lucky and picked up a bunch of unicorn tail hair. That stuff is really valuable, so I made a small profit. We four had already agreed to keep this story straight, and we absolutely can't mention anything about potions. Pruitt jokingly punched me. You've got some guts. Next time, you have to treat us to a meal. I immediately cried poor. Sure, but you guys should go easy on me. Otherwise, I might have to stay and wash dishes to pay off my debt. The two of them burst into laughter at my joke. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Leah. She was watching the three of us having fun with a hint of envy in her eyes. And then she quietly walked away by herself. As soon as I saw Phyllis and the others were still waiting for me, I quickly made an excuse. All right, I have to get going. If the administrator catches me, a trespasser, they'll definitely chase me out with a broom. Remember to say hi to Harry for me. After saying goodbye to them, I hurried over to Phyllis, handed her my hair, and then swiftly left with Alice, heading back to Hogsmeade. Recently, Wendick and Janice seemed to have vanished in a thin air, and Jorson has been mysteriously going out every day, leaving the entire apothecary to me. But it's actually nice. With him gone, I have more free time to practice my new spells. What am I practicing, you ask? Hey, the soul-sucking curse. Let me tell you, this thing isn't because I like dark magic. It's purely because I value its practicality. Who understands this among my family? This is a divine skill for wandering the world. In the Muggle world, if I don't want to work 996 anymore, I can just give my boss a little nudge, and I'll have paid leave, right? It's simply the ultimate dream for workers. Besides, the key to becoming a dark wizard isn't whether you can do it, but how you use it. Even Dumbledore knows dark magic, right? Moreover, the magical world has a rather amusing way of judging whether you're a dark wizard or not. It just depends on whether you can conjure a Patronus. It is said that those with dark hearts will blow up when trying this, summoning not a Patronus, but a bunch of disgusting maggots that end up devouring them. So, as long as I can conjure a proper Patronus, then I'm a good wizard with a solid background. Soul exit. I tried again on the black rat in the cage. Alas, still unsuccessful. It seems this thing has a bit of a technical threshold. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Alice ran to open it. It's Phyllis. Great. The day we agreed to go to Diagon Alley has arrived. Is Jorson not here again? Phyllis looked around, a bit surprised. As I threw the rat back into the cage, I said he's been busy lately, like he's doing underground work. By the way, you haven't forgotten about the compound remedy you promised me, have you? Give it to me. She pulled out a small glass bottle and tossed it to me. Just as I was about to open it and smell, she immediately reminded me, it's best not to open the wax seal if you don't need it soon. It can easily lose its effectiveness. Just in case. I shrugged and carefully tucked it into my pocket. Felice had already started her operation over there. She poured a small cup for Alice. Let me tell you, that stuff looked like a mudslide, bubbling and frothing. Once she tossed Leah's hair into it, a magical scene unfolded. The potion instantly turned into a clear golden color. It might be a bit uncomfortable. Just bear with it, Felice said as she handed the cup to Alice. I also gave Alice an encouraging look. The little girl gritted her teeth and gulped it down in one go. The next second, I watched in disbelief as Alice's face began to twist and reshape like molding clay. A few minutes later, there was no longer Alice in place, but a lively Leah Edwin stood there. I tentatively called out, Alice? It's me. She touched her face. Her voice had turned into Leah's, but that timid little gaze was still her own. Phyllis was quite happy, grabbing her hand and saying, perfect, let's go. But Alice didn't move, nervously looking at me. Simon, am I okay like this? I sighed. Be confident. You are Leah now. Show that aloof attitude. And you won't give yourself away. I will do my best. The three of us set off, aiming for the pig head bar. How should I put it? It's a plus version of dirty, chaotic, and poor. The smell in the air could send you straight away. When we walked in, Janice was wiping a glass with a rag that looked like it had been used for who knows what. I thought to myself, the customers here really have a big heart. As we just walked in, a pale-faced, cloaked man at the bar turned around and ominously said, I smell the fragrance of young girl's blood. Goodness, a vampire? Janice shot him a glare. Loken, that's not funny at all. Then he greeted us, borrowing the fireplace, right? 10 gnats at a time. I directly threw him a sickle and a canute, saying, I'll go first, Lily second, and Phyllis last. As I spoke, I grabbed a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace, and the flames instantly turned green. I took a deep breath and stepped in, shouting, Diagon Alley. I tell you, it feels like being stuffed into a washing machine on the spin cycle, everything spinning around with the sound of wind in my ears. I don't know how long it lasted, but I felt like my breakfast was about to fly out of my throat, and finally, I caught a glimpse of light in front of me. I stumbled out of the fireplace, almost falling headfirst onto the ground, and had to lean against the wall to steady myself. All right, I finally made it to Diagon Alley. After a short wait, Alice came out of the fireplace too, but she had it worse than I did. She tumbled out completely, covered in soot, looking like a little stray cat. I quickly pulled her up, seeing her little face pale and coughing nonstop, so I took out my wand and gave her a thorough cleaning. At that moment, Phyllis also arrived, looking much more elegant, clearly an experienced hand. She came over and brushed off the last bit of dust from Alice, asking me, "Shall we go to the clothing store first?" "What about you?" I thought for a moment and said, "I need to go to the Lehan bookstore, but there's no rush. It's safer to go together. I don't feel comfortable leaving you two here. It sounds like you're tougher than me." Phyllis pouted and looked at me and said, "You're really not like a Gryffindor at all, just a complete bookworm." I laughed. Knowledge is power. When I arrived at Madame Winnie's clothing store, the owner's eyes lit up as soon as she saw me. There was no way around it. My last shopping spree had made her remember my face as a big customer. I found a corner to sit down and watched Phyllis help Alice pick out clothes. I have to say, the shopping nature of women is truly ingrained in their DNA. I ended up yawning endlessly and finally took out my notebook to read. I don't know how long it passed, but I drowsily heard someone call my name. When I looked up, Alice had already changed into a new outfit that looked stunning. Phyllis was really extravagant, buying a whole bunch of things without batting an eye, spending 10 sicko for every single galeron. By the time we left the clothing store, it was already noon, and we casually found a restaurant to eat. However, halfway through the meal, Phyllis's expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly stood up, saying she needed to go to the pharmacy. She told us to meet at the bookstore later and left without looking back. At that moment, my heart sank. The direction she was heading was definitely not towards the pharmacy. She must have seen someone she didn't want to see. "Simon." Alice's voice was trembling. I turned around, and her small face was pale. Following her gaze, I saw a group of wizards walking towards us not far away. Among them was Wendick, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, and he was accompanied by a middle-aged male wizard. I immediately held Alice's cold hand and whispered, "Don't look up. Keep eating. I'm here. Remember, you are Leah Edwin now. Do you understand?" Alice nodded shiveringly. Wendick and the others approached and also noticed me. Surprised, they asked, "Simon, what are you doing here?" I forced myself to greet them calmly. "Long time no see. Just came to pick up a book and buy some supplies. That damn cauldron of Jorson burned through a few days ago, so there's no choice." The middle-aged wizard next to Wendick asked, "Wendick, who is this?" "My friend. A little genius," Wendick said with a smile, but when his gaze fell on Alice, his brows clearly furrowed for a moment. Then, with a hint of implication, he remarked to me, "It seems you've made quite a bit of progress in your potions lately." I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. He must have seen through it. With his level of insight, noticing Leah's unusual expression and connecting it to the compound potion. It was only a matter of time before he figured it out. I can only shrug and not take the bait. Asking him, "Do you want to grab a bite together?" "No, I have things to do." "Another day," Wendick said before hurriedly leaving with the sorcerer. I watched them disappear into the crowd and noticed that Alice was trembling even more. Just as they left, Phyllis returned. I looked at her and asked directly, "Was that male, which just now your father?" She had a bitter smile on her face and replied, "You guessed it. Trellis Selwyn, our father. If I hadn't left, he would definitely have suspected Alice's identity." I told her my guess. It seems Wendick has already figured it out. Felice's face instantly turned pale, but she comforted herself by saying, "Isn't he your friend?" "Friend?" I shook my head. "Felice, Wendick is your cousin's fiancé. He is also part of your family. Just because he didn't expose it earlier doesn't mean he won't in the future. Moreover, I suspect your father might have known about Alice being a dud long ago. P.S. just pretending not to know for the sake of the family's reputation." After hearing this, Felice fell silent. After that, Alice's mood remained low. We hurried to the bookstore to grab some books, bought some potion ingredients, and then returned to Hogsmeade through the broken cauldron. The effect of the potion lasted about 4 to 5 hours. As soon as we got back to the apothecary, Alice transformed back to her original self and locked herself upstairs, crying her eyes out. In the evening, surprisingly, Winnick came by and chatted secretly with Jorson for a long time. He brought me a potion book, and when I explained that the potion was made by Felice, he just smiled and didn't ask much. However, when I mentioned that Felice was also in the apothecary, he immediately found an excuse to slip away. When I saw Felice off, she disdainfully scoffed, "He knows my abilities, so he's afraid of me." I was suddenly struck by a thought. Soul gathering and thought reading? Yes, it's innate. Phyllis smiled a bit smugly. "No wonder," I realized. "No one likes their thoughts to be exposed, and your gaze is too aggressive." Just as I finished speaking, my head buzzed, and I felt someone try to plug a USB drive into the back of my head to copy files. I reacted quickly, and my wand was instantly pointed at her neck. Well, just out of curiosity, she was startled by me and quickly raised her hands in surrender. It's not a good habit to pry into others' thoughts. I retracted my wand, my voice as cold as ice. Better not let there be a next time. Or we want to even be friends. I will stun you, then use the oblivion charm on you, and even. I didn't finish my sentence, but the meaning was clear enough. Phyllis was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst out laughing. This is the first time someone has threatened to kill me. But how do you know my soul gathering and thought reading won't work on you? I don't know, but I bet you don't dare to go deep. I looked at her and said, by the way, with such a strong curiosity, I dare say your Patronus must be a cat. You're mistaken. Phyllis suddenly raised her wand, drew a circle in the air, and softly chanted, Summon Guardian. Wow, a huge, silver glimmering cheetah with special light effects burst out of her wand and elegantly ran a circle in the air before disappearing. Family, at that moment, I knew this girl was the real deal. My little skills were nothing but a joke in front of her. All right, you win. I twitched my lips. Felice looked at me in defeat and muttered, What a stingy man. I shrugged. I just hate overly strong women. Also, stop reading my memories. Everyone has secrets, and once they're known, they aren't secrets anymore. After saying that, I turned and went back to the apothecary. As soon as spring arrived, the apothecary got busy. Jorson was still that laid-back manager, throwing all the tasks of dealing with students onto me. Early in the morning, I sat at the door, soaking up the sun, waiting for the suppliers from Hogwarts to show up. At first, they tried to fool me, the junior boss. But after I pointed out the issues with their herbs one by one and deducted some money, they all became honest. I was yawning as I entered the yard, where Alice was watering the flower bed. That rose garden was my suggestion, just to give her something to do, so she wouldn't be stuck indoors all day. As soon as I walked in, Alice rushed over. Simon, it's bad. There's a goblin in the flower bed again. Don't panic, leave it to me. I walked to the edge of the rose bushes, bent down suddenly, and pulled out a little creature that looked like a potato. This goblin was kicking and squirming in my hand, shouting in a strange tone. Let me go. Let me go. I directly grabbed it by the ankle, spun it around a couple of times, and swoosh, one perfect parabolic arc done. To be honest, this thing is quite useful. I usually use them as targets when practicing the forgetting charm and the soul-snatching curse, but unfortunately, I've never succeeded even once. I don't know if it's because they're tough-skinned, have thick flesh, or have high magical resistance. However, the stunning spell works pretty well. Let me tell you, those 3 clowns from Porter showed up at noon, insisting on dragging me out to have some fun. We were supposed to go to some pighead bar, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, no way. I said, let's go. I'll take you to experience life. Let's go hunting. What happened in the end? Goodness, chasing a rabbit made Harry look like a dog, tongue almost hanging out. In the end, that rabbit still outsmarted us. It was just another mark of shame added to the column. I watched them collapse from exhaustion and didn't feel sorry at all. Guess what happened? Those guys were just putting on a show for me. That kid, Quiet, like a magician, pulled out a fat rabbit from behind, saying he had caught it with a net long ago. I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, as if I was the only fool genuinely panting. Right? Fine. I admit you guys are tough. But then it was my turn to perform. Handling the rabbit was so professional. Skinning and bleeding all in one go left those 3 little brats stunned. I lit the fire, sprinkled on my secret seasoning, and the aroma rose up instantly, making their mouths water like a river. That kid Wesley asked me where I learned it while eating. Could I tell him? I just gave him a mysterious expression. I'm a pro. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, I thought I shouldn't forget about our Alice. So I saved her a few skewers. As soon as I walked in, lo and behold, Jolson and Windick came back, their faces as dark as a pot bottom, bringing a low pressure with them that dropped the room temperature by 8 degrees. Alice was so scared she hid behind me. I let her go upstairs first, and then I asked what's going on. Jorson was pacing around the room like a caged beast, and after holding it in for a long time, he said, that muggle betrayed us. Janice has been captured. As soon as I heard it, my brain felt like it was about to overheat. Betrayal? Why? Well, I didn't ask. I just watched the 2 of them. Family, who understands? Some things don't need to be said. Just by looking at their evasive eyes, I understood everything. Isn't this just a classic replica of loyalty being merely a bargaining chip for betrayal? They must have been hiding things from me. Tossing a whole bunch of beauty potions to that count, try to pull off something big. And what happened? The other party saw, hey, the goods are all with me. What use are you 3? They immediately flipped and sold Janice to the church, aiming for a monopoly. But in the end, they messed it up themselves. The contract curse acted up, turning them into monsters, and they were shot down by their own people with those old-fashioned guns. It was simply the 2025 Annual Confusing Behavior Award, highlighting that virtue does not match position, and disaster is sure to follow. I made them confess honestly how much they sold. Jorson was still dragging out with me. 50? 70? Every time I asked, his gaze turned colder. And in the end, Wendick couldn't take it anymore and reported the real number. 125 bottles. My God, how bold. Then Wendick handed me my money. Guess how much? 150 gold galleons. He even directly deposited it into my Gringotts account. I hung the key around my neck and instantly felt like I was a person with assets. When Jorson saw that I had received the money, he got anxious and said that Janice would be burned to death at midnight, urging me to think of a way quickly. What can I do? I proposed several plans. I said, just throw on an invisibility cloak, manifest the illusion, and grab the person, right? They said the invisibility cloak was with Janice and had been confiscated. I said, then why waste words? Just charge in. Can't two wizards handle a few muggle soldiers? They replied, no way. It would make too much noise and the Wizarding Council would impose fines. I was really fed up. They were afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, wanting money and wanting to save people, but not wanting to take any risks. Where in the world is there such a good deal? In the end, I had no choice but to say, there must be Polyjuice Potion, right? We can turn into their own people and mix in. Jolson acted like a winner, saying that thing takes 2 months to brew. I rolled my eyes at him and went upstairs to get my stock. Now, they had nothing to say, right? But I also made it clear that this was a loan. Once used, Wendick had to brew me another batch. The plan was set. Jolson and I went to scout the location first. Before we left, I hung the Gringotts key around Alice's neck. This thing was more important than my life, and I had to find the most trustworthy person to keep it safe. When we got to that town, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. I casually found a fruit stand, pretending to pick fruits while probing the owner for information. Within a few sentences, I learned the execution location and time. Then we went to stakeout near the church. Wow, the guards were extremely strict with layers of armed soldiers. I used binoculars to observe, and Jolson stood beside me like a wooden block, asking, what are we doing here? I really wanted to slap him at that moment. What was I doing? I was stepping on a landmine for you, man. You drank the compound decoction and turned into a priest. What if someone gives you a secret code and you can't respond? You'd be exposed on the spot and turned into a sieve. This guy finally realized that he was the one taking the risk. His face turned pale, and he turned to me, asking what to do. I really couldn't be bothered with him. He brought this trouble on himself, so why should I worry? That night, when it came over too, as soon as I said it was not going to work, he insisted, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Fine, you all can figure it out. Anyway, it's not me who's going to die. I focused on eating my meal. Just then, someone came up from downstairs, dressed in a way that was completely out of place, clearly a wizard trying to pretend to be a muggle. The sense of incongruity was off the charts. He walked straight toward our table. Wendick and I exchanged a glance, and our hearts sank. Oh no, could it be the Wizarding Council come to arrest us? The other party was also sizing us up, showing a look of surprise on his face. Do you think he also graduated from Hogwarts? I whispered. Wendick clearly realized this too, staring intently at the other person, looking very vigilant. Can't tell. Let me tell you, that kid Jorson almost couldn't hold it in at that moment. His mouth was about to blurt out the words Wizarding Council. I was quick on my feet and made a shushing gesture to shut him up. Man, he almost revealed everything right then and there. And guess what happened next? The guy on the other side had ears as sharp as a radar and waved at us with a grin, saying, that kid is right, I also graduated from Hogwarts. The way he looked, it was as if he was saying, stop pretending, I've seen through you. He also said he heard there were devil's messengers here and came specifically to see the excitement. As he said this, he narrowed his eyes and focused on me. At your age, you should still be in school, right? I lazily replied, you can consider me graduated early. Then I asked him in return, so you're just a random passerby? Don't you know we rented out the second floor? His thick skin was unbelievable. He pointed out the window and said, the view here is nice. I was actually thinking of inviting these muggles to leave. The word invite made my teeth ache. Isn't it just a forgetting charm for each of them to get lost? He introduced himself as Peggy Windling. I looked him up and down, feeling like I had seen him somewhere before. Wendick also introduced himself, pointed to Jolson, and just as he was about to introduce me, I jumped in, Simon Green. Upon hearing that, he smiled. Oh, I've heard of you, the Killer Green. I twitched at the corner of my mouth, really feeling frustrated. I hated that stupid nickname the most. I stared at him fiercely, my mind racing, and suddenly an image flashed by. I tentatively asked, a few months ago at the square in Conway Town, did we meet? Wendick and Jolson were both confused, wondering what was going on. Peggy Windling was also stunned, thinking for a long time. Did we? I don't remember. Impressive, I scoffed. It had put me in a bad mood for several days. As soon as he heard that, he instantly understood and burst into triumphant laughter. Looks like I performed well. It was indeed good. My expression had changed, but I was really curious about what he was after. He asked mysteriously, "Have you heard of Weirdo Windling?" I pondered. "That one who was burned." "Wait, Peggy Windling, could it be that you are the one?" "Yes. She's my great-great-grandmother. I don't know how many generations back." And he looked so proud. I'm challenging her record. Family, who understands his ancestor, the eccentric Windling, was a weirdo who loved experiencing being burned, getting caught in various ways 47 times. This guy actually wants to break his ancestor's record, focusing on a kind of self-destructive performance art. Now we completely understand. This guy is just an ultimate thrill seeker, having nothing to do with the Wizard Council. I sighed and said helplessly, "That unlucky guy is our friend." "Unlucky guy?" Windling was taken aback for a moment, clearly picking up on the underlying meaning. "Yes, the unlucky guy." Windick also smiled bitterly. "So we're planning to rescue him. We thought you were sent by the council to keep an eye on us." Jorson also spoke up. Windling waved his hand. No, just passing by. I heard there was some excitement, so I stayed. "What are you planning to do?" "We have a plan," Jorson said irritably, feeling frustrated that he was going to be the labor in the plan. As soon as I had a thought, a clever plan came to me. I looked at Windling and asked, "How did you escape back then?" "With the Conjuring Flame spell," he replied without hesitation. "Can it create illusions?" "Yeah, why do you ask?" I smirked and suggested, "How about you help us get my unfortunate friend out? We'll give you 10 galleons plus technical support. We have the Polyjuice potion, so you don't even need to bother transforming. And we have plenty of fireproof potions since you have the Conjuring Flame spell. It won't burn you. You get to make money and add a glorious entry to your reckless resume, and we get rid of the council's troubles." Peggy Windling glanced at Windick and Jorson, obviously not taking me seriously, thinking I was just a kid. But when he heard about the 10 galleons, his eyes lit up. That was money he couldn't earn in months of hard work. Windick immediately nodded. Good proposal. Jorson was still hesitant, and I quickly added, "The money will come from Janice. He can afford it. And this is originally to save him, so it's also a lesson for him." "All right, I agree." Jorson quickly accepted when he realized he didn't have to take risks himself. But he was still worried. "How can we ensure this guy won't run off with the money?" "That's easy. We signed a magical contract, and no one could default." After dinner, the plan upgraded at lightning speed. The four of us sneaked into a priest's house, and with a coma spell, we knocked out that unfortunate guy. Windling was incredibly quick, stripping the guy of his clothes and casually grabbing a strand of hair. I tell you, this guy's transformation spell is something else. He didn't even need the Polyjuice potion, just by hand manipulation. He turned himself into a 7/10 likeness of that priest. Jorson took the opportunity to interrogate the priest, wanting to know the whereabouts of the invisibility cloak. But the priest had no idea what it was. Great. It seemed that Janice didn't have the cloak on him when he was captured. Once Windling finished his transformation, he proudly compared his face to the priest's. "How about that? I'm confident in my skills." "Awesome." I genuinely complimented him, then waved my hand. "All right, it's ready. Let's get to work." A few minutes later, we were ambushed outside the church, watching Windling swagger past the guards with the priest's face, fooling the sentry with ease. We all breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, I asked Jorson, "Do you know where Janice conducts his trades?" "I suspect that fool hid the cloak at the trading spot." "I don't know." Jorson still had a grim face, and it was only after I reminded him that he recalled this detail. "I don't know either." Windick frowned. However, the possibility of recovering the cloak was good news, and his mood improved significantly. "Once we find that idiot Janice, we'll know." I reassured him, continuing to watch the church. At this moment, Windling inside the church was acting the part perfectly, walking into the basement with a Bible, looking just like a preacher ready to convert the devil's messenger. 2 guards at the basement door approached, only to be hit by his wand with a forgetfulness charm, rendering them incapacitated. As soon as he opened the iron door, he saw Janice bound and tied. Janice looked at him in bewilderment. "Looks like you're doing well." Windling pointed his wand, and the ropes untied. Janice was overjoyed. "Jorson, I knew you would come to save me." "Sure." Windling made a silencing gesture, then began undressing in front of Janice's confused eyes, frowning and urging him. "What are you dawdling for? Get undressed." Oh. Though Janice was bewildered, he quickly changed clothes since they could escape. The two swapped outfits. Windling pulled out a strand of Janice's hair and tossed it into the Polyjuice potion. He then gave Janice a small sip of the potion to transform into the priest, gave him a few instructions, and pushed him out. Janice, with the priest's face, nervously walked out, and halfway, he was stopped by a guard who chatted with him for a bit, but fortunately, he slipped out of the church without incident. As soon as he stepped out, the potion's effect wore off, and his face began to twist and change. He was so scared that he dove into the night. Just as he reached our agreed meeting spot, a familiar voice rang out, "Looks like you got lucky." In the alley, the three of us suddenly appeared, startling Janice, who was dressed in a priest's robe, and then he burst into joy. We all rushed to give him a hug. "Wait, who was that person just now?" Janice finally came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask. "A wizard we just met," I said with a knowing expression. "Remember that which you got burned to death last time? That was him in disguise." "You mean?" Janice's mouth dropped in shock. Then he looked apologetic. "Sorry. It's all my fault for messing things up." "You really did screw things up." Jorson shot him a glare. "And now you owe me a hefty sum of galleons. We'll settle that when we get back." Janice was taken aback, looking at me, and he instantly understood, his expression turning awkward. Wendick didn't care about any of that and directly asked, "Where's my invisibility cloak?" At that time, I was cornered and used the cloak to escape. But then I got cornered again and had to hide the cloak in a civilian house. "I thought you guys would find it to save me." The three of us rolled our eyes in unison. "You chose the meeting place. Who knows where it is?" Janice was also taken aback. "Enough talk," I reminded. "Let's quickly wake that priest, modify his memory, and return the clothes." We promised Wendelin we wouldn't interfere with his plan. Walking down the dimly lit street, Janice's face was darker than night. Just thinking about having to pay for those 10 gold crowns made him feel pained. And he began to grumble. "I think Jorson could have handled it. You even prepared the compound potion. That was Simon's private stash. 1 bottle, not free." Wendick explained disdainfully. Hearing that, Janice became even more distressed. Wendick couldn't stand it anymore. "All right, you don't have to pay for that." Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Stop complaining, buddy," I said, stopping to look at his long face. "You're actually pretty lucky. Spending a little money to avert disaster isn't a bad deal." "A little money?" His face fell. "It's easy for you to say. It's not your money," he muttered quietly. I retracted my smile. My gaze turned cold as I stared at him. "This is your own mistake. You can't blame others. I warned you to change places every time you made a deal to avoid this kind of situation." Janice lowered his head and fell silent. Seeing his dejected look, I sighed and took out the jujubes I bought earlier, handing them to him. "A gift for you." "Not very sincere," he mumbled, but still took them and took a bite, instantly feeling his teeth ache and his whole body shiver. I suddenly laughed. "The taste of being alive is pretty good, right?" "You're right," he said, taking another hearty bite. "It feels really good to be alive." Jorson and Wendick shared a knowing smile. "Speaking of which, are we really not going to deal with that guy in the church basement?" Janice still felt a bit uneasy. "Don't worry about him," I said nonchalantly. "That guy has more experience than you. Even if he were sent to the pyre, he could find a way out. I'm telling you, we're giving him money not just to save you, but also to help us draw the fire of the Wizarding Council. Understand? This move is called a feint." He actually agreed? Janice was shocked. What is there to disagree about? He took the money, and even if he dies, Muggles will think he was burned to death. The Wizarding Council will at most just give him a warning. He profits greatly. We turned into a small alley, and Jorson reminded us. A few moments later, we apparat back to that unfortunate priest house. "Give me the Bible." I quickly scanned the surroundings and said to Janice, "Also, hurry up and change into the cloak. It's best if you don't show your face right now." I took the Bible and the cross from him and said to Wendick, "Memory modifications are done. Leave no traces." I walked into the study, took out my wand, and cast 2 duplication spells on the Bible and the cross. Who among my family understands this? This operation is simply making my scalp tingle. I put away the genuine items and returned the duplicates to their original places. In the future, when I walk the world, who would dare to call me a heretic? With my Bible and cross shining, what a devout believer I am. By the time I came out, they had already sorted things out. The unfortunate pastor woke up, completely following the memory crafted by Wendick, picked up the fake Bible and fake cross on the table, muttered a prayer, and hurried off to the church, with even the segment about him purifying the demonic messenger still fresh in his memory. A few minutes later, we barged into the residence where the Janice deal was taking place, and with a flash of red light, the entire family was neatly taken down. After some time, we finally interrogated the head of the household to learn that the invisibility cloak had been found by his child and hidden away. Retrieving the cloak, Wendick skillfully cast a full set of forgetting spells on this family. Truly a magical tool for killing and looting. "Are we leaving now?" Janice is eager to return to Hogmeade. "Once Wendelin is free, we still need to pay him the balance," Jorson said. "There's one more thing." I yawned. "Jorson, you go to Conway Castle and bring back all the beauty potions we sold." "Oh no, leave her a few bottles." I looked at Jorson. "The guards at the castle must be few now. Take the invisibility cloak, move quickly, and leave no traces. Focus on reverse marketing, and give that traitor a little punishment while we're at it. Why leave a few bottles? Jorson asked in confusion. Leave a way out for people. We still need Lady Mary to help us promote? I rolled my eyes at him. As long as there's profit, there are plenty of nobles willing to cooperate. I see. As expected of you. Wendick exclaimed. This mess was caused by me. I should go. Janice volunteered. Can you apparate? I shot back at him if you get caught. No one will save you a second time. Jorson chuckled and disappeared with the cloak. What about us? Janice asked, feeling down. Let's go watch a show. I looked toward the square. I'm very curious about how Wendelin got out. When we arrived at the square, it was already crowded with people, and Madame Marie was prominently among them. I thought to myself, what expression would this noblewoman have if she knew her home was being looted? Wendelin had already been tied to the stake, and the priest was beside him, passionately delivering a speech, blaming all disasters and misfortunes on him. As the cries to burn him echoed, the torches ignited the pile of wood. Soon, piercing screams erupted, but we could see clearly that the moment the flames ignited, Wendelin cast a spell without a wand, freezing the flames with a fire-binding spell. I can only say if you're not at the Oscars in 2025, I want to watch. The screams continued for a few minutes until the flames completely engulfed him. Finally, a charred corpse was carried away by soldiers to be buried. He can't really be dead, can he? Janice's face turned pale. No, I know where he is. Follow me, I said with a smile. At that moment, Jorson pulled back his invisibility cloak and suddenly appeared. How do you know I can find you? How was the harvest? I could tell from his expression that he had profited. Found 89 bottles. Jorson shook the bag and, as you said, left a few bottles for her. Let us go find Wendelin. I led the way towards the suburbs. On a small path, 2 soldiers and a monk were carrying Wendelin's body, preparing to bury it. Jorson silently appeared and took them all down. We stepped out of our hiding place, and I said to the charred corpse, All right, Wendelin, get up. I know you're not dead. The charred body on the ground suddenly sat up without warning, turned its head, and revealed a creepy smile. How did you know? I pursed my lips. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still startled by this zombie, causing my heart to skip a beat. If you were an apparition, there wouldn't be a body left. Janice was quite frightened and complained. I mean, can you change back? This is really scary. Sorry. Wendelin took out his wand, cleared the charred remains from himself, returned to his original form, and counted the pouch of money he received, smiling from ear to ear. I took the opportunity to compliment him. Your transformation spell is really impressive, and casting without a wand is amazing. I'm already thinking about how to learn a couple of tricks from you. He was incredibly pleased, of course. I've been practicing the wandless fire spell for 2 years. A few of us were left speechless, wondering what kind of liver emperor this was. After that, we returned to Hogmead. They went to the 3 broomsticks to help Janice calm down, while I headed back to the potion shop first. Alice was indeed still awake. As soon as I opened the door, she rushed into my arms and shyly returned the key that was around her neck. Thank you. I took the key and handed her the jujubes I bought. Seeing her about to bite into one, I quickly stopped her. You little glutton. That's not how you eat this. I patted her head, walked into the room, made a bowl of salt water, cut open the jujube flesh, and tossed it in to soak. The girl sat beside me, staring at the jujubes in the bowl with full anticipation. But I couldn't let her eat it right now. It was the middle of the night, and what if she got an upset stomach? I told her to be good and wait until tomorrow to eat it, then quickly tidied everything up. I had important matters to attend to. I needed to go to the 3 broomsticks. I tell you, that Pighead Tavern at midnight is like a haunted house, just a few of us old buddies inside. As soon as I walk in, bam, 3 shots on the table, boss, hot milk, and bring out some hearty dishes, fried meat sandwiches too. That guy next to me, Wendelin, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. He probably never saw a kid like me who was so extravagant in his life, thinking to himself, how did these poor guys suddenly upgrade? After a few rounds of drinks, I intentionally walked in last, waiting for Wendelin. This guy was a bit tipsy, so I got straight to the point. Do you want to make some money? He was stunned. I followed up. Do you know why Janice got caught? Do you know where our money comes from? Stick with me, and I'll let you join this big project. I stared at him, and anyone who understands knows that look of having no other choice. He got it immediately and agreed on the spot. When I told Jorson, he hesitated a bit. So I cut him off. He can have half of my share. We need his shape-shifting skills. Besides, bringing in new people to share the money can shift their attention from me taking the big cut. It's called an open scheme. Then, I started learning shape-shifting from Wendelin. Let me tell you, my brain is like a super AI. He teaches me once, and I simulate and deduce it 10,000 times in my mind. After half a month, I could turn a teacup into a hamster, which was child's play. I directly gifted it to Alice as a pet. After a month, that guy got emo and said he couldn't teach anymore, quit, and took 2 gold galleons as severance pay. What a perfect example of quitting in 2025. Just when I was having a blast studying magic, suddenly a mobile low pressure came. Professor Prinz from the potions class, the one with the iceberg face, unexpectedly appeared in our potion shop. Her aura was incredible. The entire room's temperature dropped by 3 degrees as soon as she walked in. It turned out Jorson forgot to deliver raw materials to her. She even reminded me that Jorson is quite greedy, so I should be careful. I was stunned. I didn't expect this iceberg professor to care about me. I told Alice that Professor Prinz is actually a good person, and Alice vigorously nodded, saying Aunt Lizua is a good person too, and we both gave her 2 good person cards on the spot. As soon as Professor Prinz left, Jorson came back, looking all proper with a few roses, but then he tossed the flowers onto the table with a face full of despair. He suddenly remembered the professor and got scared, and in a flash, he vanished. Alice whispered beside me, "Did Jorson get dumped?" Seeing this, I understood. This was a failed confession. Sure enough, after he came back, he started drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and after getting drunk, he began to cry out, "Good grief, the drama was something else." He said he had a crush on a noble lady, worked hard to succeed, and when he returned in glory, he found out that the lady had kids who could already buy soy sauce. Pure, one-sided love. What could I say? I could only pat his shoulder and think, "Buddy, you end up with nothing after all that." Jorson was there gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, but I wasn't idle. I transformed the entire potion shop inside and out. Shape-shifting was simply too useful, furniture and yard, done in a flash. But that was just an appetizer. My real trick was using shape-shifting to gradually craft a handgun, piece by piece. Can you believe it? In this era of wands and spells, I, a wizard from a carpenter's apprentice background, made myself a modern firearm. The bullets were made from old-fashioned lead shots. Let me tell you, when I ran to the grove and fired bang, the gun didn't explode, and the bullet hit the tree steadily. I almost jumped up on the spot. Security. Folks, this is the security of adulthood. From now on, whoever messes with me better ask if my magic approves. Just when I was enjoying myself, a letter from Hogwarts arrived. A guy named Potter asked if I could get some memory potion. Upon checking, wow, that stuff is extremely expensive. The raw materials have to be shipped from South America. They were approaching graduation exams and wanted to cheat with some tech and tricks. I replied straight away, telling him to forget it. It's too expensive. Later, I heard that the upperclassmen from Gryffindor were completely broken, wanting shortcuts, only to find they couldn't even afford the ticket to the shortcut. Isn't that funny? These people usually don't study, and when they finally want to cram, even Buddha would kick them a couple of times. Kicking them didn't help either. Let me tell you, these people are really clever. If they can't afford the memory potion, let us think of another way. How about intelligence potions? Although it's just a temporary buff, it's cheap. That night, Potter's letter came again, this time with a long list of orders, all for intelligence potions. Folks, who understands? They were directly organizing a drug procurement for cheating on the exam. These people really know how to play. I figured the examiners would be dumbfounded seeing a bunch of students with blue buffs taking written tests. The scene was beautiful. However, this order was too big. I didn't dare make decisions on my own since I was just a worker. I told Potter to wait until my boss Jorson returned. Anyway, it wasn't urgent for me. They could buy or not. While waiting for my boss, I spent the nights telling little Alice stories. That book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, was quite interesting, especially the story of the 3 brothers, the Deathly Hallows, you know what I mean. A couple of days later, Jorson came back, looking in a good mood. When I mentioned the big order for intelligence potions, his eyes turned green, and he immediately decided, do it. We must do it. Thus, the first batch of exam-specific stimulants flowed into Hogwarts grandly. Those pure-blood wizards almost each had a bottle, hoping this would give their graduation report a golden layer. When the exam day arrived in early June, the real fun began. The invigilators were all those old folks from the Wizarding Council, each with a stern face, as if someone owed them money. The potions exam room was completely cold. Hardly anyone dared to take the test. A few purebloods went in, but they were terrible and made the invigilating old would shake her head in frustration. However, for other subjects, because of the tech boost, everyone performed decently, finally putting a bit of smile on those old folks' faces. Unfortunately, that smile didn't last long. As soon as the exam ended, someone leaked the news. They said pureblood wizards collectively used drugs to cheat. This caused a huge uproar, and the entire UK magical community felt embarrassed. What to do about this? We can't just disqualify all the pureblood graduates, right? At a critical moment, we had to rely on the principal. The old man was truly steady. With a light word, he smoothed things over. He said, "Oh, Our exam regulations never stated that intelligence potions are forbidden, so strictly speaking, this doesn't count as cheating. Folks, did you learn something? This operation played on a loophole in the rules. The examiners heard this and thought, well, that's the way out, right? If they kept investigating, everyone would look bad. So this matter ended without resolution, but they quickly added intelligence potions to the banned list for exams afterwards. But this matter wasn't over. Didn't those people in the Wizarding Council care about their reputation? They definitely had to investigate where the potions came from. So, our Jorson's pharmacy was honorably named. The council members stormed into the shop to investigate, scolding Jorson thoroughly and strictly prohibiting him from selling this stuff during the exam period. Jorson was incredibly frustrated at that time. After he came back, he dragged us to drink away our sorrows, complaining endlessly, saying I got him into a huge mess. I laughed at that moment and said, what kind of thinking is this? This is not a problem at all. This is simply a fortune delivered to your doorstep. Do you understand? They, along with Windick, were all stunned with expressions that clearly said, what are you talking about? I told them, think about it. What is the Wizarding Council? An official institution. They came here in person to investigate and found that none of the potions in our shop were substandard. The quality is top-notch. What does this indicate? It shows that our potions have passed the official's strictest quality inspection. The official certification from the Wizarding Council means our quality is trustworthy. Let me tell you, this advertising slogan is more effective than any promotion. It's like giving us the best advertisement for free. Windick was the first to realize it, nodded, and said this idea was brilliant. The others also suddenly understood, and their looks at me changed. In the following days, Janice and his big mouse were at the bar every day boasting, making the investigation by the council sound thrilling. And the glorious image of our pharmacy was instantly established. Just as I said, the business of the pharmacy took off directly, booming to the point that the old pharmacies in the diagonal alley had to step aside. Jorson was counting money until his hands cramped, and Windick became famous as well, even giving me a lot of benefits, allowing me to use the store's money to buy materials for compound decoctions to practice. The entire pharmacy was thriving, and Jorson's ambitions also grew. He started thinking about recruiting staff, wanting to swallow up all the business in the diagonal alley. Unfortunately, after interviewing several potion masters, he found none of them satisfactory, believing they didn't match my level as a 12-year-old child. Life went smoothly like this until the day something happened. One day, I was bored and went out to practice my shooting in the wild. You heard me right. It was a muggle's handgun. This thing is my secret weapon. After all, who would expect a wizard to pull out something like this in a fight? I chased a rabbit for half the day, exhausted like a dog before finally catching it, thinking I'd roast it for Alice when I got back. She would definitely be happy. But just as I was walking to the backyard with the rabbit, I heard a loud crash from the potion shop, followed by the sound of something breaking. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately put down the rabbit, drew my wand, and quietly made my way to the back door. I pushed the door open and saw a wizard in a black robe pointing his wand at Jorson, who was lying by the shelf. The black robe reacted quickly. As soon as I entered, he sensed me, turned his head abruptly, and actually dodged my stunning spell. He countered with a curse flying toward my face. I hurriedly cast an iron armor spell to block it, then unleashed a disarm spell at him without hesitation, finally forcing him away from Jorson. But this guy was indeed something else, stronger than me. While blocking my spells, he also threw a spell I had never seen before, shattering my iron armor spell, and I was knocked back by a tremendous force, losing my wand in the process. In that moment, the black-robed wizard was stunned. Let me tell you, this is a common flaw of wizards. They think that as long as their opponent is without a wand, they're like a toothless tiger, ready to be slaughtered. But he never expected that I had no intention of picking up my wand. I was still in midair and quickly pulled out my prized possession from my waist, aiming it at him. Before he could figure out what I was holding, there was a loud bang, and the whole room fell silent. The black-robed wizard's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at me. Then he fell straight down with a bloody hole in his forehead. One shot to the head, dead on the spot. To be honest, he didn't die unjustly. Who told him to have insufficient combat experience and give me that split second of opportunity? After taking him down, I finally relaxed and collapsed to the ground. I looked up at Jorson, who was still in a daze, and asked him, "Hey, are you okay?" He stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. "Where's Alice?" I asked again, "Where's Alice?" Seeing him not responding, I went up and gave him a hard slap on the face, demanding, "Where's Alice? What's going on with this black wizard? Why you? You killed him?" Jorson finally snapped back to reality and stuttered. "Of course. Otherwise, would you wait for him to kill you?" I was too lazy to argue with him and directly rushed to the medicine cabinet, grabbed a bottle of sedative, and poured it down, Also getting a bottle for him and Alice. She's fine, hiding upstairs. Jorson finally said something sensible. I hurried upstairs, and the little girl was curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. When she saw me, she rushed over like she had seen a savior. I quickly comforted her and gave her sedative to drink. And only after she fell asleep did I go downstairs. Jorson was still standing there, staring blankly at the corpse. Come on, what happened with this guy? I asked, struggling to hold back the turmoil in my stomach. I don't know, he said dryly. I sighed, regardless of whether he knew or not. This matter had to be dealt with cleanly. I took out my wand and tried a transformation spell twice, successfully turning the corpse into a pile of white bones. What are you standing there for? Come over and help. Let's bury it in the wilderness. We hurriedly cleaned up the scene, packed the bones into a basket, and ran to the wilderness outside Hogsmeade to dig a deep pit to bury them. On the way back, Jorson curiously asked me what I had just used. I threw him the handgun and lied, saying it was a modified flintlock pistol I had prepared specifically for dealing with werewolves. He believed me. After all, it didn't look like any weapon he was familiar with. So what exactly happened? I asked, staring into his eyes. I really don't know. I don't know him. He still looked a bit shaken. Sighing dramatically, I guessed a possibility. What possibility? Perhaps it's that Voldemort Taylor's father, who hired a dark wizard to kill me. I firmly placed the blame on old Taylor. Jorson looked stunned. Who is Voldemort Taylor? Do you remember how I was expelled from Hogwarts? I killed a muggle wizard during a duel. That's his name. I reminded him. Jorson shivered, probably recalling my glorious feat of killing without blinking. But how could a muggle hire a dark wizard? Money can make things happen. I scoffed, almost admiring my own acting skills. His father is a big businessman. He has plenty of money. Isn't it easy for him to buy my life? Jorson was stunned for a moment, then exploded, roaring at me. So, this is all your fault. Don't yell at me. I glared back fiercely. I said it was just a guess. And aren't you still alive? I almost died. At least you're still alive. I coldly interrupted him, and besides, this might not even be aimed at me. Our apothecary business is doing so well. How many people-less businesses have we squeezed out from Diagon Alley and Noctur Alley? Who knows if some jealous shop owner is retaliating against you? I never did anything like that. Jorson quickly defended himself. I scoffed inwardly. How could I not know about the mess he caused? But this wasn't the time to discuss that. Back in the store, we sat down to strategize. Jorson was completely flustered, lost, and continuously blamed me for not waiting for the other party to speak before taking action. Blame me? I roll my eyes. Should I wait for you to lose your mind before I act? I think the possibility you mentioned is quite likely. If it were me, I would seek revenge for the murder of my son. He unceremoniously placed all the blame on me. This was exactly what I wanted. I looked at his cowardly expression and deliberately added fuel to the fire, saying softly, if it's true, then things will get troublesome. If we fail this time, the next one will only be harder to deal with. Old Taylor has plenty of money. Spending 100 gold coins to buy my head is nothing to him. The next assassin will probably be on the way soon. What did you say? Jorson was so scared he nearly jumped out of his chair. There's only one way to solve this problem. I stared at him and articulated that sentence word by word. Eliminate Old Taylor. As soon as I finished speaking, Jorson's eyes instantly lit up. I understood him. He was still remembering the spoils from the last robbery at the Earl's castle. And now that he heard Old Taylor was a big merchant, his greed flared up again. Do you know where he lives? He asked eagerly. Of course. I've long gotten Old Taylor's address from the beauty potion sales list. Good, let us do it. Jorson licked his lips and made up his mind, but said, I want 70% of the loot. 60-40, you take 40 and I take 60. I looked at him calmly. Don't forget, I just saved you. Without me, you wouldn't even get to his doorstep. Damn it. All right, we'll do it your way. When do we strike? Tomorrow. I said decisively, the longer we wait, the more dreams we have. We must strike before the next assassin arrives and take him out completely. Then I laid out my wicked plan to him. First, spread rumors that Old Taylor's family worships the devil to attract the church's attention. Then I'll use a bit of magic to give him some devil horns or a tail to solidify his guilt. Finally, before the church moves, we'll loot his house and watch him be sent to the stake. Jorson trembled all over, not sure whether from excitement or fear. Before that, go borrow an invisibility cloak from Windick, I instructed, and prepare a few large stretch bags. Mine is too small to fit anything. Leave it to me, Jorson said, hurriedly running out. Watching his back, I looked down and rubbed my gun, unable to help but laugh. Wealth is captivating. When did I become someone who calculates the hearts of others step by step? I only wanted to study magic well at Hogwarts and live a stable life. How did it come to this? Perhaps at the start of the day, I retaliated against that Taylor kid and got expelled from Hogwarts. Let me tell you from that moment, I understood that a stable life only exists in dreams. That old tailor, with a vendetta for his son's death. Wouldn't he just let my whole family off the hook? So, rather than waiting for him to strike, I should send him on his way first. After all, it was they who started this, right? I'm just exercising self-defense. At most, it could be considered excessive self-defense. I put away the gun, my gaze as cold as ice. Fine, if you want death, then I'll bring you death. No hositashkin. In the evening, Alice woke up, and the little girl seemed to have stabilized her emotions, looking all right. I hadn't killed the rabbit I caught. I kept it for now, waiting for this matter to settle. Once it's over, we must have a celebratory barbecue. After just taking a life, to be honest, now any kind of meat feels a bit off to me. I haven't reached the level where I can eat amidst a pile of corpses. Halfway through dinner, my partner Jorson finally returned. Goodness, this guy is really efficient. He gathered everything I needed. He even brought a large bag with a seamless expansion spell, just like a space pouch, costing dozens of gold gallons. It seems he really invested a lot, preparing to make a big score. After dinner, I started writing the plan. Let me tell you, when I do big things, I focus on being steady. I wrote down every step, what could go wrong, everything. Then, I had to run the data through my system to calculate the success rate. If it didn't work out, I delete it and rewrite. Who understands family matters? In this day and age, without some skills, you can't compete when going out for revenge. Once the plan was set, I went to find Alice. Tomorrow, Jorson and I are going out, and while we're away, you need to take care of yourself. The little girl immediately got nervous. Where is Simon going? I quickly made a shushing gesture, lowered my voice, and said that this matter couldn't be shouted about. I took out the key to Gringotts from my pocket, put it on a string, and directly put it around her neck. Listen, this is my most important thing, so keep it safe for now. Just in case. I'm saying just in case. If Jorson comes back alone and I haven't returned, don't ask him anything. Just write a letter to your sister using pass, and tell her I'm gone. I looked at her anxious eyes, sighed in my heart, and kissed her on the forehead, saying, be good, don't think too much, just sleep. The next day, Jorson and I set off. Using our illusion magic, we swiftly arrived at Kingston by the river hall. What were our identities? He was an old Chinese medicine practitioner skilled in using herbs to treat injuries. I was his clumsy apprentice who knew nothing. This identity was meant to be simple and unpretentious. Who would suspect two herbal gatherers? Even if someone checked. I had white radish with me. Just showing a bit of skill would convince them completely. Kingston is a large port, a place where all sorts of people mingle, with merchants and pirates running everywhere. Old Taylor, a well-known local wealthy businessman, had an impressive estate, and finding out where he lived was incredibly easy. This old guy even had a bit of noble background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep control. If he knew that we were lurking right under his nose, he would probably have a stroke from anger and spend a fortune hiring every gunslinger in town to turn me into a sieve. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know that he was about to face a huge disaster. That night, the plan officially commenced. Jorson donned his invisibility cloak, sneaked into Taylor's house, and cleanly took down a maid. Then, the key part came. He directly poured an entire bottle of the living hell potion down her throat. Once consumed, a person would seem as if they were dead, but in reality, they were in a deep sleep. Have you heard the wizard version of Sleeping Beauty? The princess fell under this spell, and the prince had to kiss her with lips smeared with the antidote to wake her up. Unfortunately for this maid, her prince would never come in this lifetime. The next day, sure enough, the maid's body was discovered. Old Taylor called for a doctor, who examined her and concluded she was dead, but the cause of death was unknown, as there were no wounds or signs of poisoning on her body. In the end, they could only classify it as an accidental death. Old Taylor was extremely frustrated, but he had no choice but to have the body taken away and buried, and he issued a gag order. Little did he know that he had already stepped into the trap I had set. As soon as his servant buried the body, Jorson and I followed closely behind, quietly digging up the Sleeping Beauty once again. The show was just beginning. You're planning to fake a resurrection and spread rumors all over town? Jorson asked quietly while munching on dinner at the inn. Hey, this kid wasn't too dumb after all. Absolutely. I grinned. Just think about it. If someone sees the corpse crawling out of the grave, once that news gets out, the whole town would explode. They would think of the maid as a witch. The devil's messenger? Jorson quickly caught on. And then burn her at the stake? He asked. No. I shook my finger. If they burn her at the stake and she doesn't die, that would truly cause an explosion. This is the real electronic ibuprofen that can instantly blow up the whole town. I leaned in close and whispered the follow-up plan to him. Jorson was stunned. Can this really work? Don't worry. My only concern is that our witness might get scared to death. I replied confidently. Let's go now. Find a poor soul in the tavern. Late at night, on the outskirts of the city. A drunken sailor named Jack was stumbling toward a small grove. He had heard from an outsider, of course, it was arranged by me, that there were precious herbs that could heal scars, and he wanted to try his luck for a little fortune. Little did this poor guy know that I was following him under my invisibility cloak, and I had cast a confusion spell on him, ensuring he walked straight into the path I'd set up. Jorson was already in position. I used a smoke spell to add a bit of a terrifying atmosphere to the scene, making it eerie. As soon as Jack stepped into that area, his footsteps halted. Under the moonlight, he watched in horror as a hand suddenly reached out from the ground. The hand was struggling desperately, as if a hellish demon was trying to crawl out to claim a life. A scream shattered the night sky. The guy was so scared he went weak in the knees and fell to the ground, instantly sobering up. He crawled backward with all his limbs, wetting his pants, babbling incoherently as he ran towards the city. I sighed in relief as I hid in the shadows. Luckily, I didn't scare myself into fainting, otherwise, we'd have to switch people, which would be a hassle. All right, get up. I walked over to Jolson, who emerged from a thin layer of dirt. I patted him on the back and said, "That trick of yours was quite something. That guy almost wet his pants." I estimated that Kingston City was going to be lively now. Jolson smiled proudly. "What's next?" "You go get that maid. I'm preparing the antidote," I instructed. "Remember to clean her up a bit and brush off the dirt from yourself too." A few minutes later, we placed the maid in the pit we had dug earlier, covering her with a layer of dirt, leaving just her face and one hand exposed. I poured a stimulant potion down her throat, and soon enough, she groggily woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and realized she was buried in dirt, her reaction was exactly the same as Jack's. Another terrified scream erupted, and she scrambled out of the pit, rolling and crawling towards the city. She probably thought only a crowded place could give her a sense of security. Did you hear that? Another scream. Jolson stepped out from behind a tree, clearly shaken as well. Of course, who wouldn't react like that after waking up almost buried alive? I said while cleaning up the scene. Tomorrow, the church people will come to check, and the story of the resurrected corpse will premiere all over the city. But what does this have to do with Old Taylor? Except that the maid is from his house. Jolson started. "That's enough." I interrupted him. "Once the whole city knows it was Old Taylor's maid who came back to life, and then when she is sent to the stake but hasn't burned to death yet. Do you think Old Taylor will come out of this clean?" I looked at Jolson's shocked expression and added meaningfully, "I'm quite curious what the citizens' faces will look like when they see a witch on fire running down from the stake." Jolson's lips twitched. He probably already imagined that scene. He knew I had more tricks on my sleeve, step by step dragging Old Taylor down. The next day, Kingston Port exploded. Jack's ghostly experience, fueled by the sailors Jolson hired, spread through the streets overnight. Soon after, the news of Maid Bobby returning alive only added fuel to the fire. Her family had just been told the day before that their daughter was dead, and now she was alive, which scared them into reporting her to the church. Goodness. With all the evidence present, Bobby was indeed the living dead who crawled out of the grave. The whole city was in an uproar. Various rumors spread, all pointing fingers at her former employer, Old Taylor. There were whispers about Old Taylor making a deal with the devil, sacrificing the maid's soul. Claims that the Taylor family's wealth came from selling souls. His business rivals seized the opportunity to throw dirt on him, pouring accusations left and right. As for the tools spreading the rumors, Jolson handled them with remarkable efficiency. He paid them off, and then made them forget everything, taking back all the money along with every last coin they had on them. Watching him pluck the feathers like a skilled hand, I couldn't help but tease him. "You really are a business genius. This isn't chaos. It's an opportunity," I said expressionlessly. "Only by stirring the waters can we fish and push everything to a clean slate." To quell public outrage, the church decided to publicly burn the witch Bobby that very night. The stake was already set up in the square early on, but they didn't know that Jolson had long snuck into the church dungeon, cloaked in invisibility, with pockets full of fireproof potion, just waiting for the monks to lead the people away so he could give that poor girl the antidote. As night fell, the square was packed with people. Poor Bobby was already terrified out of her wits, bound to the stake, only able to scream. The flames ignited, and the most explosive scene unfolded. In a blazing fire, Bobby's clothes caught fire, but she was unharmed. Only her fear and the heat made her scream louder and struggle more frantically. The citizens watching had never seen such a scene, and each one of them was terrified, singing hymns even louder, as if that could suppress their inner fear. "That's enough." I signaled to Jolson in the corner. He nodded and vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, a thick smoke rose from the ground, enveloping the entire square. Amidst the panic, Bobby managed to break free from the ropes that were almost burned through. She, a woman engulfed in flames. charged down from the burning stake in full view of the crowd, screaming as she lunged towards them. At this moment, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil. The square erupted. Screams, cries, curses, pushing, trampling. Fear spread like a plague, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. The priests shouted hoarsely to catch her, but their soldiers and monks were blocked by the chaotic crowd, helplessly watching the fiery witch disappear into the night. Now, the entire city believed that hell had been cursed by the devil, and the one everyone blamed for it all was Old Taylor. Old Taylor heard the news at home and was so furious he nearly passed out. But he had no way to retaliate. Even if he suspected it was the witch's doing and that his enemies were seeking revenge, who would believe him? The witness was his own maid, and he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The church, unable to withstand the pressure, organized a large force overnight and headed to the Taylor house, under the pretense of searching for the devil's traces. This was like adding insult to injury for Old Taylor. But what he didn't know was that the true enemy, me, had already quietly infiltrated his mansion, watching the monks rummaging through his house. Old Taylor's face turned green with anger, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He could only hope these people wouldn't find anything to clear his name. Unfortunately, how could I let him have his way? I hid behind a tree in the yard, waiting quietly. Soon, a patrolling monk came over. My performance began. I emitted a faint glow from the tip of my wand, successfully catching his attention. He approached cautiously, catching a whiff of blood, and then, at the glowing spot, he discovered cross. He bent down to pick it up, only to feel something sticky, lifting his hand to find it was blood. The monk was startled and shone the light from the oil lamp to the side, only to see a six-pointed star formation drawn in blood on the tree trunk. This is a sign from God. The monk was immediately flustered, clutching the cross and muttering to himself. He looked around and hurriedly ran away. Little did he know that this so-called sign from God was just a special effect I created using a flickering glow combined with a duplication spell, along with a bit of unfortunate blood. This evidence wouldn't be enough to take down Old Taylor, but the seed of doubt had already been planted. Next, all I needed to do was cast a small transformation spell at a critical moment, making him sprout fangs or a tail, and that would be quite the fun. Fortunately, the monk didn't dare to raise a fuss on the spot and waited until he returned to the church to tell Pastor Gray about the bloodied cross and his discovery. This was exactly what I wanted. Pastor Gray immediately concluded that Old Taylor was indeed suspicious, but he decided to gather more evidence first. If they don't move, we will. That night, Jolson and I decided to close in. Jolson, cloaked in invisibility, silently snuck into Taylor's residence, taking down the patrolling servants one by one. Next, we swept through the entire house, putting everyone but Old Taylor into a deep sleep with our spells. In the master bedroom, we found the main target, who was sleeping next to a woman. Without hesitation, I cast a sleep spell on the woman, and she fell unconscious. Jolson then stepped forward, grabbing Old Taylor by the collar and delivering several hard slaps. "Who are you?" Old Taylor was directly awakened, looking at us in terror. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Simon Green." I smiled at the face that bore some resemblance to his son, and I believe you understand my purpose for coming here. Old Taylor was initially stunned, but then he reacted, his eyes instantly filled with intense hatred. "It's you. You're still alive. So, it was you who sent that black-robed wizard to kill me?" I raised an eyebrow. "I suppose you've also sent someone to find my family, right?" "Your family? I've already hung them all up to die. Their corpses left to rot in the wilderness." Old Taylor roared at me. "Oh." The murderous intent in my eyes instantly solidified. I pulled out a flintlock rifle from a nearby guard and slowly began to load gunpowder and lead bullets in front of him, then flashed him a cruel smile. "Old man, lying comes with a price. I'm quite democratic, so here's a choice for you. Should I first cripple your left foot or your right foot?" Well, this old fool actually didn't say anything. "Fine, if you want to choose, I'll choose for you." I raised my hand and shot at the woman on the bed, bang. Her left leg and blood immediately stained the sheets red. However, it seemed like she was under a coma spell, not even making a sound. I couldn't help but laugh at that, then turned to look at the old man. I tell you, his face turned pale, and his lips were trembling. I leisurely said to him, "Look, this is all you're doing. Now let's talk about how you want to die. Do you prefer to have your limbs broken and die slowly in pain, or do you want to be burned alive? I've heard there's another way, covering your face with a wet cloth and slowly suffocating. That experience is the most explosive." The old man immediately broke down, screaming not to kill him, saying his people hadn't found my family at all. They're still alive. I laughed at the time, gave a wink to Jorson beside me, and said, "See, it's done." I even purposely fired another shot, hitting the ground near his feet. which scared him so much that he almost kneeled down. Jorson is also a tough guy. Without saying a word, he went up and gave him a few hard punches, sternly asking, "Where's the money? Where is it hidden?" Old Dang still had some backbone, roaring that he would never say. Good heavens, he wants money but not his life. Huh. Jorson took out his wand and shot him with a heart-piercing curse. Let me tell you, that scream sounded like a pig being slaughtered. And Old Dang started twitching on the ground like a big shrimp. My heart sank. Wait, are we using the unforgivable curse? This guy's going a bit too far. I quickly reminded him, hey, take it easy. Don't kill him. We still need to get confession. As a result, after the second heart-piercing curse, Old Dang wet himself, crying and shouting that the secret room was in the study. All done, I cast a stunning spell to knock him out. But the matter wasn't over. I told Jorson, don't rush to take the money. Let's clean up the scene first, leaving no traces. Then, I took out my wand and started some flashy operations on Old Dang. First, I made 2 fangs appear, and Jorson complained they were too small, so I quickly made them bigger. Then I added 2 little horns on his forehead. Hey, I have to say, I discovered I actually have a bit of an artistic flair. With this setup, some might even believe he's the illegitimate son of a devil. I was quite satisfied with my masterpiece, directing Jorson to throw this lump of mud into the hall for a little shock to the people outside. Then we started the zero-cost shopping mode, sweeping through and packing up everything valuable like vases and ornaments. When we got to the study, Jorson, being so impatient, blasted the bookshelf open with a few shatter spells. To our surprise, there was indeed a hidden door behind it. Once we entered, our eyes widened. There were several large chests, all filled with gleaming gold coins and silver coins, along with various antiques. Jorson went crazy right there, hugging the gold coins and grinning like a fool, shouting, "We hit the jackpot. We're rich." After packing everything up, I was just planning our next move with him, saying, "We need to burn this and exchange the money in batches so the Wizard Council doesn't catch on." Before I could finish my sentence, suddenly, a sharp pain hit me from behind. A piercing curse. That bastard Jorson ambushed me from behind. Luckily, I was prepared and instantly cast an iron armor shield to block it. Otherwise, I would have been done for right then and there. But it still hurt so much that I almost knelt down, and both my wand and gun were knocked away. I was furious, screaming, "Why? Just for this little bit of money?" He spat with a vicious expression. "This little bit of money? Hand over your bag, too." All of this was mine to begin with. I forced myself to calm down and started to paint a grand vision for him. "You don't understand anything. Money can make money. You should have seen my capabilities by now. Stick with me. I'll help you start a company. Go out into the world to colonize and plunder. Ever heard of the East India Company? That's the real way to make money, way ahead of the game." This guy was indeed tempted, but still didn't trust me and asked me to write down the plan. It was at this moment that he finally spoke the truth. It turned out that the dark wizard we had dealt with before was not from Old Taylor's side at all, but from the Wizard Council. That guy had discovered Jolson's secret. He had killed his muggle first love, and then tried to blackmail him. As a result, I shot him dead. Wow. Only then did I realize that I had been used as a pawn by this guy all along. He never trusted me from the beginning. He was afraid of me, afraid that I was too smart, afraid that one day I would sell him out. So after getting the money, the first thing he wanted to do was eliminate me. I pretended to accept my fate, writing plans while procrastinating, acting as if it were all heartfelt. All right. You want me to die with dignity. Challenge me to a duel. Oh, right, Alice, take care of her, leave her some money. He was almost convinced, thinking he had the upper hand. He took the half-written plan from me, frowning as he looked it over. The opportunity had come. I suddenly pulled out another gun from my pocket. That's right. I had prepared too. I stood up from the ground, gun pointed at him, grinning like a devil. "You can try. Is your spell faster or my bullet?" He cursed and shouted, using his armor to block my first shot. He thought my gun was like the previous one, only capable of firing once. Just as he was about to chant a counterspell, I pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. I tell you, this gun was modified by me. It's not a flintlock. It's fully automatic. His expression froze, blood holes all over his body, and he fell straight down, unable to comprehend why the gun could fire continuously. "Cunning bastard." That was his last words. After taking him down, my legs went weak, and I leaned against the wall, vomiting until I was dizzy. After I recovered, I walked over and, just to be safe, shot him in the head twice more. Once I confirmed he was dead, I began to loot, breaking his wand and throwing into the fire. Then I set the whole study ablaze, burning everything, including his corpse, to ashes. Next, I set the entire manor on fire. Finally, I threw the disfigured old tailor into the magical circle drawn at the front gate. The fire attracted the townsfolk, and when they saw the old man with fangs and horns, they were terrified instantly identifying him as a devil and turning him over to the church. The next day, I blended into the crowd, watching him being sent to the gallows, burned to ash. Revenge achieved, it felt great. But then a problem arose. With Jolson, my shield gone. As a 12-year-old kid, unfamiliar with the area, how was I supposed to get to London? How would I return to Hogwarts? I regretted not bringing my owl. What a blunder. I was exhausted like a dog, found a run-down motel, magically locked the door, and fell asleep. As a result, before I could even warm up my sleep, there was a loud banging on the door outside. A booming voice shouted, "We are the guard army, responsible for hunting down the remnants of the devil. All outsiders must undergo inspection." I was startled and quickly replied, "I'll open the door right away. Please wait a moment." I quickly took out the basket of herbs and pulled a cross from my pocket to hang around my neck before going to open the door. Outside stood 2 soldiers in red uniforms, holding long guns. I immediately put on a fearful expression and nervously asked, could there be other remnants of the devil's emissaries? One of the musketeers leaned in to glance inside the room, frowned, and asked, "Is it just you?" The innkeeper said there were 2 people staying here. "Where did the other middle-aged man go?" "My teacher? He went out to collect herbs alone. I tell you, the things happening in this town recently have scared me to death. I've even fallen ill, so I didn't go with him. You see, my teacher was worried something might happen to me, so he specifically left his most treasured cross for me. I mean, my acting at that moment was worthy of an Oscar. I was trembling, holding that silver cross, mumbling prayers like, 'Lord, forgive the world,' amen," looking just like a terrified little believer. But then another soldier, not giving up, asked again, "What are you here to collect?" I felt a jolt in my heart, but I had to keep acting, pretending to be uneasy as I said, "My teacher. He specializes in treating knife wounds and came here to find a type of herbal medicine." As I spoke, I pointed to a basket filled with herbs nearby. Just as I finished speaking, that guy directly reached out his hand, and there was indeed a cut on it. He raised his chin at me and said, "I hurt my hand. Can you help me treat it?" I understood in an instant. "You're waiting here for me, trying to get something for nothing, right?" "No way." "Of course I can," I said with a smile, 10 pennies. "However, if you can tell me where to get a carriage, I won't charge you those 10 pennies and will treat you for free." "What do you need a carriage for?" That soldier looked wary. "To run away, buddy." I was in the mood for some theatrics, grinding the medicine while keeping an eye on him and starting to spill. "This cursed place is terrifying. That devil's messenger. I heard his fangs and horns. As soon as my teacher comes back, I'll have him take me away, not staying a second longer." While bandaging, I made sure to show a smug expression. My teacher said my bandaging skills are top-notch. Remember, don't get it wet for 3 days. The guy probably saw I did a good job and waived his fee. His attitude immediately improved, telling me there are carriages for rent near the West City Gate. But they're really expensive, owned by the Christian family, which I probably can't afford. I immediately put on a poor and miserable expression. After sending them off, I slammed the door shut, let out a long sigh, and tossed the cross onto the table. Let me tell you, during those few minutes, I felt like I was acting the whole time, almost fooled myself. Just as things quieted down, I was thinking about how to escape, whether by water or land. This broken place doesn't even have navigation. Relying solely on asking around, it's really a hassle. Just then, family, who understands? There was a fluttering sound by the window. I looked up, and there was an owl. It's Pa, my owl, my savior. My 4G signal finally connected. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. I hurriedly took down the letter, not bothering to read what Alice had written, and directly pulled out the parchment and quill to write a letter for help to my contact, Gwendolyn. But just as I had written the beginning of the letter, I heard urgent footsteps in the corridor, followed by a loud banging on the door. My mind buzzed, and a sense of foreboding surged up. I glanced at the owl on the table, listened to the frantic knocking outside, and without thinking, grabbed the letter paper and threw on the invisibility cloak, performing a quick disappearing act right there. I didn't dare to bring the owl in with me. If that little guy moved around, we would both be done for. It turns out my operation was a brilliant prediction. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the wooden door was kicked open. Several people rushed in all at once. And surprisingly, the ones leading the charge were the same 2 musketeers from earlier. I was hiding in the corner, my heart racing. They were indeed after the owl. A cloaked figure had a guard beside him who checked the feather quill on the table and said, "He was just here." "Then where is he?" The cloaked person spoke, and it turned out to be a woman. "I have a way to get him out." The guard named Scott smirked cruelly. Without a word, he pulled out a flintlock pistol from his waist and fired at my innocent owl. With a bang, the bullet grazed Pa's wing, startling it into flight. I sighed with relief, thinking it could escape. However, the next moment, that brute pulled out a second gun and aimed at the panicked Pa in mid-air. Bang. Another shot. I watched helplessly as the bullet passed through Pa's body, blood and feathers exploding together, and he fell down like a kite with a broken string. I tell you, at that moment, the string in my mind snapped. All reason, all plans, just go to hell. This owl is my only connection to the magical world. If they kill it, it's like cutting off my escape route. You all must die. I was roaring with anger inside, my wand already raised. I aimed at the two musketeers, casting a stunning spell on each of them. They fell without making a sound. As for the guard who fired his gun, I couldn't even be bothered to use magic. I drew my precious little pistol and aimed it at his foolish face, which was still looking around. Bang! The world went quiet. To avoid exposing my invisibility cloak, I slipped to the door, took off the cloak, and pretended to just walk in from outside, pointing angrily at the only person still standing in the room, the cloaked woman. You killed my messenger. The woman removed her cloak, revealing a fairly pretty face with red hair, and she looked to be just a couple of years older than me. She looked at the corpse of her guard on the ground, surprisingly unfazed, and politely nodded at me. Hello, Mr. Alchemist. I'm sorry our first meeting is so unpleasant. She even introduced herself. My name is Sherry Edwin. Edwin? My mind raced, recalling a noble lady from my class with the same surname. Was the Edwin to you? My cousin. She answered quickly. I started to deceive her. Lying, Leah is blonde. Her father is blonde, and he came into the family through marriage. No, I remember wrong. Leah is brunette. I stared deeply into her eyes. This girl actually laughed, as if she saw through my little trick. Little guy, you're quite cunning. But I'm curious. How does Leah know you? Goodness, her presence was formidable, standing at 2 meters 8, a tough character. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and directly asked, What do you want from me? I want to make a deal with you, she said, stepping over the body of the guard and walking up to me. I need young love. I let out a cold laugh. Do you think after this happened, there's still a chance for a deal between us? Anything is possible. She remained calm, saying she could give me money or something else. I don't need either. I flatly refused. Then what do you need? I was more curious about how you found me. This matter must be clarified. Otherwise, anyone could come to trouble me. She smiled. Oh, you're quite the celebrity now. After the Talbot family incident, Miss Mary spent a fortune hiring someone to paint your portrait, and it spread throughout the noble circle. Everyone knows that the mysterious alchemist who can create youthful love contacts through an owl. When I saw the owl just now, I thought I'd take a chance, and it seems my luck is good. A portrait? My mind was filled with a stampede of alpacas. What about it? She continued. A vial of potion isn't much to you, but you can gain the friendship of a noble. Trust me, having a qualified noble friend will make many things much simpler. This woman is quite the talker. I cursed her in my heart, calling her a cunning red-haired fox, and since the act couldn't go on, I decided to lay my cards on the table. All right, you win. Because of your foolish guard, I indeed need help now. I can give you a vial of youthful love as payment. I thought you would threaten me. She seemed a bit surprised. Threats are pointless. He has already paid the price for his stupidity. I spoke calmly, as if discussing the nice weather today. Now, I need to make a trip to London myself. Arrange a carriage for me and a map. The carriage is no problem, she frowned, but I can't help with the map. Fine, better than nothing. I directly pulled out a vial of potion from Jorson's seamless pouch and threw it to her, coldly warning. Alchemy, equivalent exchange. If you dare to default, you'll face the consequences. Deal. She took the potion, sniffed it, confirming it's genuine. You can leave now. Notify me when you're ready to set off. I directly issued an eviction order. She walked to the door and turned back to ask, What about the corpse and these 2 unconscious ones? My business. You don't need to worry about it. I waved my hand. Once she left, I sat down in a chair, looking at Pass's corpse on the floor. Feeling a surge of anger, I drew my wand and cast several forgetting charms on each of the 2 musketeers. Whether they would become idiots or not, serves them right. As for the guard's corpse, a transformation spell turned him into a bench, promoting cyber environmentalism and physical exorcism. I even picked up the sword he dropped on the ground. Does this count as loot from defeating a monster? I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to leave immediately. The next day, I got into the carriage she arranged, lifted the curtain, and to my surprise, that red-haired fox was comfortably lying inside, smiling at me. I had just one expression, the subway old man looking at his phone. JPG, what are you doing here? Oh, didn't I tell you this is my carriage? She laughed like a fox that stole a chicken. I'm just heading back to Bedford, and I'm happy to give you a ride. My carriage is much more comfortable than the ones you rent outside. Looking for a free bodyguard for yourself? Huh? My face stiffened, so I killed one of her guards, and now I have to step in? There's no helping it. She elegantly shrugged her shoulders, saying, Who told you to kill Scott? I've seen through her. She's as cunning as a ghost. For the next 5 days, we were in this bumpy carriage, pulling at each other to the limit. She kept testing me, trying to partner with me in business, but I ignored her completely and closed my eyes to rest. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the fun began. Uncle Tom, the coachman, suddenly shouted from outside, "Miss, it's robbers." I looked out the window, and sure enough, several burly men on horseback had surrounded us. Shirley showed no signs of tension on her face. Instead, she looked at me with interest and said, "Now we can only rely on you, Mr. Alchemist." I deliberately teased her. "What do you think would happen if the robbers caught you? Would they sell you to the black market to be a maid?" She disdainfully curled her lip and quickly pulled out 2 flintlock pistols from the hidden compartment under the cushion, loading them with a practice motion that was even more skilled than mine. "We're in the same boat now. Tell your people to stop the carriage." I stood up. "I'll take care of these unfortunate souls." As soon as the carriage stopped, the gang of robbers pounced on us like sharks sensing blood. I pushed the door open and got out. The leader, a scarred face, saw I was just a kid and tried to intimidate me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I pointed my wand and said, "Sleep." He fell back, collapsing to the ground. Another robber was about to draw his gun, but with a silent spell, I sent a powerful force that sent him flying off his horse. The last robber finally reacted and actually shot at me. But to his shock, the bullet hit an invisible wall half a meter away from me and was deflected. Terrified, he hurriedly tried to drive the carriage away. Just then, a small window on top of the carriage suddenly opened and Sherry's gun barrel extended out. Bang! A clean headshot. When Uncle Tom caught up with the out-of-control carriage and returned, Sherry finally got off, her face pale but still forcing herself to complain to me. "You're a terrible bodyguard. You actually let one slip by." I shrugged. "What are you going to do with those 2 who are still alive?" "Hang them all," she ordered Tom without hesitation, her eyes showing no sympathy. Back in the carriage, she finally couldn't help but curiously ask me, "How did you do that just now? You're actually the legendary wizard, aren't you?" I didn't answer her, just leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes. However, I had already confirmed one thing in my heart. This cunning fox named Shirley was probably really related to my cousin classmate. Just when I was brainstorming, this little fox, completely oblivious, started causing trouble again. She directly reached out to snatch my precious magic wand, chattering away. "Hey, this little stick is your weapon, right? It was glowing just a moment ago." I was speechless at the time and let her take it. She thought I was unprepared? Laughable. If I dare to let her take it, it means that this thing in her hands is just a stick for starting a fire. In the end, she really copied what I did earlier, pointing my wand at me and muttering, "Sleepy, fall to the ground?" At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "Sister, do you think opening the light is like picking a song at KTV? Just say it and it will come?" Sure enough, there was no reaction at all. The next second, with a snap, she pulled out a flintlock pistol from the side, and the dark barrel was pointed directly at my face. "Without this little wooden stick, what are you going to do now?" She seemed quite pleased. "I tell you, these days we've been playing werewolf here, each trying to outdo the other in acting skills and crazily testing each other's hidden cards. This little fox is smart, but she's just too arrogant, always wanting to prove she's better than me." To be honest, at first, I found it quite interesting, just playing along to pass the time on the journey. But now I'm really tired of it. That feeling of having a gun pointed at you, even knowing it's fake, is enough to make your blood pressure soar. I finally understand why that old guy Jolson wants me dead. It's not about the money, it's purely out of fear. Having a smart person you can't see through as an enemy, you might as well send him to meet God early. The only difference between me and Jorson is that I see through this little fox, while he doesn't see through me. Guess what I did? I looked at her expressionlessly. Sure enough, she pulled the trigger. It was empty. "Are you done playing?" I snatched the wand from her. "The reason I let you hold it is that you can't hurt me at all. Also, I absolutely hate it when someone points a gun at me, regardless of whether it has bullets or not. You crossed the line." She was about to say sorry, but I interrupted her. "Where's the other one?" Her face froze, and in the end, she reluctantly took out another loaded gun from a hidden compartment. I took it, aimed at the bandit corpse hanging on the tree outside, and fired. Bang. The coachman outside, named Tom, was so scared that he dropped to the ground, holding his head and screaming. I threw the empty gun back in front of her and said coldly, "I really look forward to stripping you down and hanging you on a tree like dried fish. If there's a next time, just try it." Her lips twitched, and she didn't dare to argue anymore. "Now, accept your punishment." I directly pulled her over and pressed her onto my lap, giving her 2 slaps on her little backside. She was completely stunned. Family, who understands? It's like playing chess and suddenly flipping the entire board. "You annoying girl. Your family must not appreciate your cleverness either," I said while hitting, not holding back at all. "Don't forget, we are strangers and no one is obligated to pamper you." This little fox is tough too, making me so mad that she started biting my arm. Since I flipped the table, she also stopped following the rules. Ouch, that hurts. I frowned as I looked at her hanging on my arm like a little dog, her hands still moving. Just then, the carriage suddenly jolted. Probably because Tom had regained his senses and continued driving. The carriage swayed, and we rolled together like a gourd, causing her to loosen her bite. How long are you planning to keep me pinned down? I push her a bit. Her face turned red with anger as she lowered her voice and shouted. Do you have any gentlemanly demeanor left? How can you hit a lady's backside? A lady would bite like a little dog? Oh no, you're a little fox. I glanced at the deep bite mark on my arm, which was already bleeding. Are you a dog or something? While I was scolding, I took out my precious Bicien. What is this? She asked curiously. Bicien, an herb. It heals wounds without leaving scars. As soon as I finished speaking, she snatched the Bicien from my hand. To my surprise, she actually put it in her mouth, chewed it a bit, then spat it onto a handkerchief. She then pulled my arm over and carefully bandaged it for me, finishing off with a beautiful bow. I was a bit taken aback. After she was done, she extended her hand and said, medical expenses, compensation for mental distress, and for you spanking me. What can I do? I took a fruit out of my pocket and handed it to her. I still remember the look in her eyes, like a miser. Enough with the meaningless tests. It's so annoying. I finally told her, if you really want to settle this, let's go to the next town and buy a set of chess. And we can have a fair match. While I was here, playing mind games with this little fox and stretching the limits, let me tell you, back home, things had already boiled over. My disappearance has worried my cheap little cousin Alice to death. She first wrote me a letter, but the owl paw she sent out has vanished without a trace and hasn't returned for several days. The little girl was completely panicked and ran to her sister Felice for help, crying. Before I left a key to the Gringotts vault with Alice, telling her it was my most important treasure and asked her to keep it safe. As a result, Alice told Phyllis everything and even handed over the key. When Phyllis saw the key, her face turned pale. She recognized it, the key to Gringotts. To her, this was my relic. She immediately imagined a dramatic scenario. I must have sensed danger and knew I was going to be double-crossed by Jorson. So I left my inheritance to Alice to ensure her future security. Good grief, I was already declared dead in her mind. Phyllis quickly contacted my partner, Windick. When Windick arrived and saw the key, he was shocked too because he was the one who originally gave it to me. After Phyllis shared her suspicions, Windick agreed it seemed very likely. Their logic was simple. A half-baked little wizard against a seasoned trickster like Jorson? Wasn't he that just handing myself over? Plus, Alice's owl that was sent to find me was also missing. Surely Jorson intercepted it. As for me fighting back against Jorson, impossible, absolutely impossible. If I were still alive, I would have written back for help long ago. So, the two of them concluded that I was likely gone. Windick immediately declared that I was an important friend and partner of his, and he would make sure to get to the bottom of this. If Jorson really harmed me, he would definitely take revenge for me. Thus, without my knowledge, they had already begun preparing for my funeral and revenge plan. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. I was playing chess with Sherry, the little fox, every day in the carriage. To be honest, her chess skills were quite impressive, and I couldn't beat her without using any cheats. That day, she won again, making it the 30th time, and her little neck was held high like a victorious rooster. Just as we were about to reach the next town and finally get a good night's sleep, as soon as the carriage entered, I felt a jolt. The smell of decay in the air, people lying on the street, and boards being nailed to windows. Family members, who understands this? This is just a standard newbie village wipeout scenario, right? A plague. I have sharp eyes and saw a corpse being carried away. Its arm is black, as if it had just been pulled out of an ink pot. Holy crap, the Black Death. Let's go. Quick, Tom. Turn around. Get out of here as fast as you can. I was so scared that my soul felt like it was about to fly away, yelling at Shirley and the coachman outside. The carriage crashed through the narrow streets, finally breaking free from this city of death. After running a few hundred meters, I immediately told Tom to stop. Why not keep running? Shirley's face was pale. She was terrified too. Idiot. I pulled out my wand and cast a stunning spell, knocking the nearly collapsing Tom unconscious. Then I shouted at Shirley, we can't leave now. We have to quarantine here. If we carry the virus, everywhere we go will turn into a graveyard. We have to wait here for 5 days and only leave if we don't show any symptoms. If we do, I let out a bitter laugh, then we die here. Shirley was completely stunned, and I stopped pretending, laying it all out. That's right, you guessed it. I'm a wizard. Her eyes lit up as if she had grasped a lifeline. You can do magic, so can you. Do you think magic is? I interrupted her, my voice hoarse. This thing, there is currently no cure. Either wait until everyone is dead, or burn all the infected. I used the fire spell to clear a patch of land, lit some herbs to repel insects, and then chugged a bottle of tranquilizer. Sherry also wanted a bottle, and even tried to swap it for money. But I shot back at her. Who would still dare to take your money at a time like this? What, there's a virus on it? I woke Tom up, gave him some medicine, and then started taking off my clothes, telling him to take off everything. Burn this whole outfit. What if there are fleas? Tom, that old fossil, was still going on about God's punishment, and I shot back. Did your God tell you not to kill mice and raise fleas? I was really fed up with this guy. That night, the three of us sat far apart, gathered around the campfire, eating the porridge I made. Shirley still wasn't satisfied and asked me again, really? Is there no way at all? No way to cure it? I stared at the flames. My tone is cold as iron. I'm this unlucky because of you. If your guard hadn't killed my owl, would I have ended up on this path dealing with this kind of thing? She looked down and mumbled an apology. What good is saying sorry? I shot a fierce glance at both of them, making sure they understood. If anyone feels something's off, say it immediately. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Until we confirm it's safe, no one is allowed to run. Think about the consequences if you bring the plague to other places. As soon as I finished speaking, the girl Sherry turned pale and tremblingly asked, What if? What if someone has already run away? What if they have already taken this thing out? I sneered at that moment, thinking, is there even a need to ask? I can only take care of myself. How can I manage others? If someone is that selfish, it can only be said that all of England will be in trouble. And a population decrease by half would be considered mild. Just then, don't worry, no one is leaving this little town. An old voice suddenly boomed in our ears, as if snapping fingers. Goodness, my hair stood on end. Almost instinctively, I jumped up from the stone, my wand pointing directly forward. Who is it? With such an entrance, appearing out of thin air, it must be a wizard. My mind exploded with confusion. A wizard? The Black Death? These two things together? This script is going in the wrong direction. Shirley was even more terrified, completely losing her composure, shrinking behind me like a frightened cat, trembling like a leaf. Without saying a word, I waved my wand, and flames erupted. A burst of fire shot up, and it was only in the light of the flames that I could see the person. Who understand the family? That face was just like the old witch in fairy tales who captures children to make soup, looking so abstract. The old man saw me guarding myself like a thief, and with a voice like a broken gong, he said, My name is Zygmunt Bach. You might have heard of me. My mind instantly kicked into gear like a search engine. Bacchus? Zygmunt Bacchus? No way. The author of the Book of Potions. This is a figure straight out of a textbook. I was momentarily stunned, my guard still up, but I couldn't help but ask if you weren't supposed to. How could you be here? Did you cause this plague? No. The old wizard's voice was filled with bitterness. Not me. On the contrary, I'm here to save this town. He glanced at the still, trembling Sherry and the unconscious Tom, and with a gentle flick of his wand, 2 beams of light knocked them out. Don't be nervous, child. I mean you no harm. He coughed twice, looking quite unwell. I just want to tell you, a young one, an old, tired story. Well, if the big shot has spoken, what can I say? I'm all ears. Then he began to tell me. He spoke of an old friend named Axtis, also a master of potions. Unfortunately, this guy's whole family was slaughtered by a dark wizard. In his quest for revenge, he plunged headlong into the embrace of dark magic. He got his revenge, but he also went mad, completely addicted to dark magic, insisting on using a muggle town for his graduation project. As soon as I heard that, the string in my brain snapped, and I interrupted him directly. Black magic? Are you saying that this isn't the Black Death, but some kind of black magic? Damn, that changes everything. No matter how powerful black magic is, it's not contagious. Old Witch Bocce, not blaming me for interrupting, continued. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late. When I arrived here, the townspeople had already started exhibiting strange symptoms, dying in agony, with parts of their bodies turning black. He frowned, clearly disturbed by those images. I tried everything, but I couldn't save them. Now I can't make sense of it. This thing has become infectious, and it might really be what you call the Black Death. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. How has this old man stayed here for so long without getting infected? I asked him directly. He gave a bitter smile and dropped a bombshell. Who said I haven't been infected? I got hit too. Oh my God. I was so scared that I jumped back a big step. Almost wanted to put on a protective suit right then and there. Luckily, we were far enough apart. I was just temporarily suppressing it in one way, but there wasn't much time left. He really looked like he was about to collapse. I can only tell him everything I know. As far as I know, there is no cure for the Black Death. It spreads through fleas on rats, and you get infected by contact. To solve it, you either wait for everyone to die or burn everything clean with fire, isolating it physically. The old wizard, after hearing this, closed his eyes in pain and sighed deeply. He knew what to do. He didn't dwell on it anymore, but instead asked me, "At your age, you should be attending Hogwarts, right? How did you end up here?" I can only smile wryly. "I've been expelled." He snorted disdainfully at this. "Good riddance. Hogwarts only stifles genius." Wow, this guy really has some grievances against his alma mater. He coughed a few times, but unfortunately, I don't have much time left otherwise. "I'd really like to take you as my apprentice. Your potion skills are pretty good, right?" As he spoke, he pulled a bottle from his pocket and took a swig, as if making final arrangements, rambling on. "I live on Hermetra Island. You can visit when you have time. If you ever encounter Ectus, tell him he has lost his last friend, but I don't blame him." Then, he took out a box from his pocket and placed it on the ground. Inside are 2 keys. The silver one is for my island. The wooden one is for Diagon Alley. "Why are you giving this to me? I really don't understand." "It's fate," he muttered, looking at me behind. "You're still clean? But that muggle. I can smell the scent of death on him. I'll take him with me before I leave." He used a summoning spell to pull the unconscious Tom over. And I've always had a regret about not being able to participate in the potion championship at the magic school. I hope one day my book of potions can accompany a great potion master to win the championship. "Kid, I think you're that person. Go to my cabin. There's all my hard work there. Help me fulfill this wish." "I will if I don't die in this plague." I deeply bowed to him. This old man is somewhat of a hero. He smiled, took Tom, and with a loud bang, disappeared. After old Bocce left, I felt a bit dazed. Dark wizards are using dark magic to create plagues? Have these people's thought processes already advanced so far ahead? Compared to this guy, Voldemort is simply a mild community administrator. Calm down, calm down. I told myself this has nothing to do with me. I'm not some savior. As long as the muggles die without splattering me with blood, that's all that matters. My attention is entirely on that small wooden box on the ground. The house key. The hope of going home. But can I touch it? That old man is a walking source of infection. God knows if there are viruses on that box. Be cautious. I must be cautious. I've decided to hide here for a few days, confirm that I haven't been infected, and then find a way to disinfect this thing. How to disinfect it? Using fire to roast it might damage the key, so I'll boil some water and cook it. The main focus is on physical sterilization. I transformed an iron pot with a spell and started boiling water. I glanced back at the carriage, feeling a wave of fear. That Tom, unexpectedly, had also been infected. I thought he hadn't come into contact with any patients, but it seems this kid lied to survive. I can't stay in this place any longer. I used a spell to wake Sherry up. The girl groggily sat up, looking confused. What happened to me? That person just now. He wasn't an enemy. He wanted to save people, but he failed. I pointed to the distant blaze, reaching the sky. Sherry instantly understood, her face turning pale. The town is on fire? Yes, it was set by the old wizard. He's dying and couldn't stop the people inside from running out, so I didn't finish my sentence. But the meaning was clear. So he killed everyone. Sherry's voice trembled. There were at least 1,000 people in there. I didn't even lift my head, focusing intently on using my wand to levitate the 2 keys from the box into the pot to cook, and coldly said, he has no other choice. Otherwise, if the Black Death spreads, we're all done for. If I were him, I would burn it too. Shirley was taken aback by my words and changed the subject. What are you cooking? By the way, where's Tom? Tom got infected. The old wizard took him away before leaving. You must be joking. She was completely stunned. Do I look like I'm joking? He's dead. He probably perished in that big fire. All right, you better not touch his things. What about us? She finally asked the crucial question. How do we get home? Without the coachman, a noble lady like her probably couldn't even tell the direction. The thought of possibly being stranded in the wilderness made her tremble with fear. Home. I already have a way. I looked at her about to cry. She suddenly grabbed my arm, disregarding the plague, and repeatedly asked, you won't leave me behind, right? You won't, right? Looking at her pitiful expression, I sighed, all right, I'll take you to London. For the sake of our journey together. We'll wait a few days to make sure we're both fine, then we'll set off. London? Her eyes lit up. How we get there? I pointed to the 2 keys in the pot. Just use this. You better pray I haven't boiled it to bits. And pray we don't catch the plague. Once we get to London, how you survive is your own business. At most, I'll help you write a letter to your father and leave some money. Don't expect me to be your knight in shining armor. Shirley let out a sigh of relief, probably not expecting me to be so straightforward. Her eyes turned red, and she directly jumped over to hug me, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Simon. You really are a gentleman. In the following days, the 2 of us just spent time in this desolate place. Our daily routine consisted of checking for any black spots on our bodies and then playing chess. This noble lady chewed on dry bread, her face wrinkled like a steamed bun, repeatedly asking me when we could leave. The day after tomorrow morning. As a general, I captured her king, expressionless, and said, You lost again. She was curious about my magic and asked if I could teach her. I told her directly, Muggles have no magic, and teaching her would be pointless. I also warned her that she couldn't say a word about wizards, or else I wouldn't mind giving her physical amnesia or making her disappear completely. This girl was quite bold, actually asking me if I was threatening her and whether I would kill her. I let out a cold laugh. How do you think old Taylor turned into a monster? She fell silent. After a while, she started to stubbornly promote herself again, saying she wanted to partner with me to develop potions and mentioned something about venture capital, claiming that as long as I invested in her, once she became a big businesswoman and a noble woman, she would bring me huge returns. I directly exposed her little thoughts. To put it bluntly, you just want to get some benefits from me, right? She felt a bit awkward from what I said, but still insisted. Opportunities are fought for. So what can I get? I teased her. My friendship. I thought you would say your love. I mocked her. If you can offer enough benefits. My dad would marry me off to you without hesitation. She huffed and said a bit sulkily, if you lose out, I'll just give myself to you. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. What do I want you to do? Finally, after a few days, nothing happened to either of us, and we were both lively and bouncing around. Sherry was so happy that she was jumping up and down, almost shaking my bones loose. I let the horse go, then set fire to the carriage, the chessboard, and everything we had used, burning it all to ashes. Let us go. I took out the wooden box containing the door keys, explained the process to her, and counted 1, 2, 3, placing our fingers on it together. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, I felt as if a giant hook had caught behind my navel, and my whole body spun wildly, as if thrown into a washing machine, spinning crazily. Everything in front of me became blurry, and the wind howled past my ears. Then, bang, we fell to the ground like two heavy sacks. Before I could react, someone helped me up. Child, are you okay? A middle-aged woman's voice asked. Dizzy, I stood up and took out my wand, watching my surroundings warily. It was a remote alley, and the one supporting me was a slightly plump bar owner. Who are you? Diana, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron. Finally, a huge weight lifted off my chest. Shirley was worse off than I was. She couldn't even get up from the ground. I pulled out some sickles to give to the bar owner, requested a room, and also asked for 2 owls and some food. As soon as I entered the room, I couldn't help but vomit all over the place. The experience with the door key was just too terrible. I forced myself to write a note. I will be back soon, Simon. Let the owl take it away. I rested in the bar all morning and finally felt better. After lunch, I sent Sherry back to the Muggle world. Before she left, I tossed her a leather pouch filled with gold coins. Congratulations, you successfully convinced me. Consider this my investment in your risk. She was taken aback for a moment, gave me a gentle hug, and said, thank you. We both knew that this farewell might mean we would never see each other again in this lifetime. I watched her get into a carriage and disappear around the corner. Turning around, I walked back to the Broken Pot Tavern. After such a long time, I could finally go home. Goodness, let me tell you, this road home is not meant for people. I stumbled out of the fireplace, completely dazed, covered in soot, coughing my heart out, almost dying on the spot. I haven't even gotten up yet, and a pair of big iron claws just yanked me up. I focused my eyes and saw Janice. That guy's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Simon, where the hell did you run off to? The way he looked, it was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. No kidding, they probably thought I was 6 feet under by now. If you don't let go, you're going to crush my bones. I shouted at him, my hand already reaching for my wand, ready to give him a whack if he didn't let go. Only then did he react, scratching his head with a silly grin, apologizing and saying he was just too excited. It's great that you're still alive. Wow, what a thing to say, thanks a lot. He quickly changed the subject, asking me how I and Jolson had just disappeared. I was too lazy to waste words with him, feeling completely exhausted as if I were falling apart, just wanting to hurry home and sleep deeply. If there was anything to discuss, I would deal with it later. I needed to go back and catch up on my sleep. After saying that, I directly bypassed him and walked out of the Pig's Head bar. As I stepped onto that familiar path, the tension I had been holding for over half a month suddenly relaxed. I quickened my pace, and from a distance, I saw Alice's small figure. She noticed me too, and like a little cannonball, darted right into my arms. I was back. I patted her back, feeling the heaviest stone in my heart finally drop. The little girl was crying like a rain-soaked pear flower, unable to speak clearly. I took her hand, and we walked together back to the little pharmacy we called home. After getting home, we chatted a bit, and only then did I realize that the few words I left before I left had led everyone to imagine a grand drama of me being murdered by Jorson for treasure. No wonder Janice reacted that way. He was probably frantically trying to gather people, sending messages everywhere saying I had come back from the dead. I had only intended to leave a backup plan in case I really did die, so that Alice wouldn't be left without options. I never expected this effect. It was simply a stroke of genius. I comforted the still sobbing Alice while preparing her bathwater. After her bath, she changed into loose pajamas, and I greeted her before lazily heading upstairs without even cleaning up the basin. The attic was still so clean, lying on the familiar bed and feeling the gentle breeze. My eyelids grew heavy, and I fell asleep instantly. The feeling of home is truly wonderful. When I opened my eyes again, I couldn't tell how long it had been dark. As I moved, I felt something in the bedding. Suddenly, a little head popped out from under the blanket. Who understands family? That little girl, Alice, actually fell asleep in my arms. Are you awake? She rubbed her eyes, feeling like a little furnace. However, this feeling was quite warm. That was a good sleep, I said, yawning as I sat up. Did anyone come by? Jenna's and the others came by. Alice pouted. Clearly not fond of those guys. Forget about them. Let's eat first. I'm starving. I pulled her downstairs and casually asked, with Jorson gone, it'll just be the two of us from now on. Do you want to live with me? I like Simon the most. She suddenly hugged me tightly, burying her head in my arms, and started to cry softly again. Sigh, this child. We hadn't eaten much of the warm breakfast when Windick and the other three arrived right on time. All right, let the showdown begin. I sat down on the sofa and got straight to the point. You guessed it right, Jorson is gone. I looked at the expressions on their faces, and it was as if they had just heard that I killed a chicken, completely unfazed. Why did I want to kill you? Windick hit the nail on the head. Why? I scoffed, because I used him as a weapon to take revenge on Old Taylor. We teamed up to take down a dark wizard, then we finished off Old Taylor. Once the job was done, he found me annoying and wanted to silence me. He even hit me with a heart-piercing curse. Let me tell you that feeling. TSK. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Using a heart-piercing curse on a minor wizard, that's unacceptable anywhere. How did you counterattack? Janice, the curious one, couldn't help but ask. I pulled the flintlock pistol straight out of my pocket and slapped it down on the table with a bang. Relying on this, he took my wand, thinking I was just a lamb to the slaughter, but what happened? Bang! A bullet sent him straight to meet Merlin. I also exposed the mess he made by slaughtering a Muggle noble family over relationship issues. Now, all the motives and reasons for killing him were neatly laid out. The blame was cleanly cast off. What will you do now? Windick asked. What else can I do? To stay here, I shrugged helplessly. The money left by Jorson, along with the profits from the beauty potion, should be enough for me to get by until adulthood. However, Windick suddenly said, it seems this house doesn't belong to Jorson. I was stunned on the spot. Goodness, I had been performing here for a long time, only to find out that I was working for free for the landlord. Just as I was in a daze, in walked Phyllis. She was still as aloof as ever, glanced at us, and walked straight up to me, slamming a piece of parchment on the table. This house belongs to my aunt. 100 gold galleons, and the house is yours. 100. That's highway robbery. But what could I do? For Alice, I had to pay this money. I realized that this girl was just an ultimate sister complex. If it weren't for Alice, she wouldn't care about my well-being at all. After getting the property deed, I immediately switched to renovation mode. For the next week, Alice and I completely renovated the whole apothecary. Jorson's room was small and stuffy, not even fit for a dog. We turned it into a storage room. We tidied up the house until it felt like home again. While we were busy, Potter, Weasley, and a few others came over. As soon as they entered, they were making a racket. I pulled out some fruit that I had chilled with magic to show them. Not bad, you little brat. Your spells have improved, Pruitt said sourly. Potter, while wolfing down the food, invited me to spend the summer at his house. I pointed at the messy room. Look at this, buddy. I'm busy with renovations. How can I leave? What happened to the previous owner? Weasley asked. Dead. This is my territory now, I said casually. They didn't ask much more. Helped move some furniture and chatted endlessly about school. They heard that Slytherin had won the House Cup with some underhanded tricks, and everyone was grinding their teeth in anger. They didn't stay long before leaving. Once they were gone, Alice came over and said, Simon, I want a cat. She quietly asked if she could bring her sister along. All right, I'll make it happen. I immediately wrote a letter to Phyllis. The next day, Phyllis arrived as promised. The three of us went straight to Diagon Alley through the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron. I first sneaked off to Gringotts to handle the inheritance for Jorlson. Goodness, those vampires from the Wizarding Council took a big bite out of it. It's honestly infuriating. But it's all right. Old Taylor's share is the real jackpot. I need to stash this immense wealth properly. After finishing my business, I met up with the two sisters and headed straight to a very secluded magical creature shop. I've heard it's a black market selling all sorts of smuggled goods. I originally wanted to find a smart cat with a raccoon lineage for Alice, but the boss directly pointed to a purebred in a cage and said, there, that's the one. The little thing looked all droopy, and Phyllis had a face full of disdain. saying it was too dangerous. Hey, guess what? That little raccoon cat seemed to understand human speech. In a flash, it escaped and jumped right onto Phyllis's head, a fluffy ball that effectively silenced her. Phyllis's face turned dark as she said, "Get down from there." But the little guy completely ignored her, leaping down from her head and running to Alice's feet, rubbing against her legs and acting cute. "All right, it's settled. This is what we call mutual pursuit." I turned to the boss and asked, "How much?" "1 gold gallon." The boss rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. I raised an eyebrow. "So expensive? Aren't you afraid we can't afford it and it'll end up in your hands?" The boss's smile instantly froze on his face. In the end, I still spent a gold cower on, but I haggled him down so much that he ended up giving me a bunch of mats, a food bowl, a cage, and some snacks, along with a care manual as a bonus. We named this little guy Grawny. You wouldn't believe it, but he's really capable. Just 2 days after arriving home, he wiped out all the mice in the house, turning them into his food supply. The house was tidied up, and before we knew it, it was time for the Hogwarts holidays. Hogsmeade suddenly became lively, bustling like a market, with wizards everywhere coming to pick up their children. I was at the door with Grawny, watching the commotion, when I saw Potter. That kid was carrying a big bag and was showing off his levitation spell to me. "I'll write you a letter in a bit. Don't think about refusing," he shouted at me. Got it, I replied with a smile. "From Godric's Hollow. Come get the door key." A professor's voice called from distance. "Oh, I have to go." Potter waved at me and hurried over. At that moment, Leah Edwin also saw me and asked with a bit of sympathy, "It must be tough living here, right?" "Tough? No, it's quite nice. This is my home." I smiled and hugged Grawny tightly. The little guy was showing his teeth to those house elves with a curious look on his face. "By the way, where's Potter?" Weasley also came over. "Over there, getting ready to go home." I pointed ahead. "What about you?" "My dad is here. He's picking me and my sister up." As soon as I got in the car, I saw that the platform was even more lively. Goodness, that kid Weasley, also known as Mike, was staring wide-eyed at Simon, looking shocked and asking, "Sister? When did you get an older sister?" I have to tell you, that kid Mike is really a bit slow. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice next to him. "Then you must not know that Ralston has a sister, right?" I listened and thought, "Oh, isn't that Charlie Pruitt?" While they were talking, another red-haired beauty walked over and instantly drew everyone's attention. "This beauty is Mike's sister, Ina." She approached Mike and asked, "Is this your friend?" Mike quickly introduced, "This is Simon." Ina was so graceful and directly said to Simon, "I've heard Mike mention you. Come over to my house to hang out sometime." Then she nodded at Charlie. But the next second, she changed her tone and said to Mike, "All right, we should get going. No one is home to let us in. We need to go pick up the house key." As soon as Mike heard this, he let out a miserable cry. His expression was as if the sky had fallen. Family members understand. Sitting on the house key feels just like being thrown into a spinning washing machine. No wonder he reacted this way. I watched as they all left one by one. Charlie, Ina, Mike, even Phyllis, that senior, specifically told Simon to take good care of my sister before she disappeared. The entire platform was instantly empty. Once everyone was gone, let me tell you, the real show was just beginning. Simon went straight to Professor Lombard, and they whispered a few words to each other. Then with a bang, a phantom appeared, and they vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were in a dilapidated little town. Professor Lombard pointed to a wooden house at the end of the alley and said to Simon, "They are temporarily staying here." At that moment, I felt like my throat was blocked. That house, leaking wind and rain, was no place for anyone to live. Simon was also completely frozen. He told the professor that he just wanted to sneak a glance. Later, with the professor's help, he really did just look at his parents and brother from a distance through the window. Before leaving, he placed an entire bag of heavy gold coins on the table and walked away without looking back. A few minutes later, his brother Common heard a commotion and came out, discovering the bag of money. When he opened it, his eyes nearly popped out in shock, and he was so excited he could hardly speak. "Dad, Mom, come look. God has sent us a gift." Outside, Simon stood there, watching the little wooden house light up, his expression incredibly complex. He said to Professor Lombard, "This is good. I'm no longer one of them. My presence would only bring him trouble." He said that this money was enough for them to buy a new house and for his brother to get married. He sighed, his voice low as if speaking to himself. "Yes, I no longer belong here." Reading this, I was really moved. My family. He was forced to leave to protect his family, but now he took all the responsibility upon himself. It's all about companionship without disturbing them. This is just too heartbreaking. Back at the apothecary in Hogsmeade, Alice was dozing off on the table waiting for him. As soon as she saw Simon, the little girl immediately woke up and sleepily asked if he had seen his family. Simon helped her up and, while taking her upstairs, said, "I did see them, and they are all well. However, I don't plan to see them again." "Why?" Alice didn't understand. Weren't they Simon's family? I tell you, Simon's next response is simply divine. He looked at Alice and said very seriously, "Now, Alice is my family." Family. Alice's eyes instantly lit up as she tightly hugged Simon's waist and buried her head in his embrace. She said that if she hadn't met Simon, she wouldn't know what she would have become. Simon gently patted her head, and to shift the melancholic atmosphere, he suggested, "How about we give this home a new name?" Alice thought for a moment and said, "How about calling it Rose Cottage? It's filled with roses, very romantic." "Okay, then let's call it Rose Cottage." In this warm atmosphere. The next day, an unexpected surprise fell from the sky. Simon was busy in the yard when an owl dropped a letter. It was from Ralston Porter, saying that his family was looking forward to Simon coming to stay for a few days and that he had attached a key to the door. After reading the letter, Simon searched everywhere but couldn't find the key. He casually stuffed the letter into his pocket, planning to reply later. As a result, at the moment he stuffed the letter into his pocket, he was suddenly hooked by a tremendous force, and everything in front of him spun around. Let me tell you, that Porter kid is really something. He actually turned the stationery into a port key. Simon didn't even react and was directly forced to teleport. The next second, he landed on someone else's lawn with a thud, like a sack of potatoes. Before he could get up, he heard a scream. A middle-aged woman, Mrs. Porter, hurried to help him up, while Ralston was standing nearby laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. "Buddy, we've been waiting for you." Ralston patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Simon turned green, covering his mouth and wanted to vomit, pointing at Ralston and cursing, "You scared me." After settling down, Simon found out that the Porter family had to use a port key to go to Hogwarts because they didn't have access to the Flynn network. Mrs. Porter looked at her son and complained, "I remember the last time you came back. You lay in bed for a whole day before recovering." At lunch, Simon officially met the Porter family. His dad, Mr. Cairns, was a kind middle-aged man. His grandfather was a knowledgeable old wizard, and his sister, Mia, was a somewhat proud little girl. Mia scrutinized Simon and seriously asked, "My brother says you're a genius? How come I can't tell?" Simon was at a loss for words. "Because I'm not one." "Then let's play a game of wizard's chess later." Mia declared a challenge, saying that if he beat her, she would admit he was a genius. Wow, what a tactic. After lunch, Simon faced off against Mia under the shade of a tree. To be honest, Simon wasn't familiar with the strategy of wizard chess, and he played very slowly. But he understood the layout and logic of chess. He relied on meticulous calculations to checkmate Mia's king step by step. Mia lost, and her little face fell, looking particularly gloomy. Seeing his sister get defeated, Ralston quickly stepped in to smooth things over, suggesting they go play with broomsticks. However, Simon directly refused, saying, "I don't really want to ride. It's too uncomfortable." This statement left everyone silent. Later, while they were out for a stroll, they happened to meet an old broom maker named Old Jukes. Old Jukes enthusiastically asked Simon, "Kid, do you like broomsticks?" Simon honestly replied, "Not really. It's uncomfortable to sit on. It would be great if there was a cushion." A cushion? Ralston and Old Jukes were both stunned, unable to imagine such a scenario. "Yes," Simon continued excitedly. "We can make a saddle-like cushion and hide it with an invisibility charm." As he spoke, he recalled Ralston's grimacing face during his first flying lesson. Ralston's face turned red, quickly changing the subject. "I think that's a great idea. Old Jukes, why don't you give it a try?" Jukes looked troubled. "But I can't do the invisibility charm." "That's not a problem." Simon waved his hand. "We can ask Professor Lumbarton for help. As long as we can make it, I'm willing to pay a few galleons as a reward." Wow. Ralston's eyes nearly popped out. "Since when did you have so much money?" "Every boy has a dream of flying, and I'm no exception," Simon explained. "I just hate that awful riding sensation." Upon hearing there was money involved and a new idea, Old Jukes became excited and immediately pulled Simon and Ralston into his workshop. Thus began an ambitious broomstick innovation project. Simon picked up a quill and started drawing plans on parchment. The broom he designed was no longer just a bare stick. It featured ergonomic and aerodynamic curves, a cushion, a grip, and a streamlined tail. Everything was included. "What do you mean by ergonomics? What is aerodynamics?" Ralston and Jukes were left speechless by these new terms. But they were greatly impressed. Simon said, "Mr. Jukes will be in charge of making it. Ralston, you will be the chief test pilot, and I will come up with ideas and do some woodworking. We can also write to Professor Lumbarton for the charms." They got right to work. The three of them busied themselves in the workshop for an entire afternoon and managed to create a prototype. Ralston sat on it to try it out and exclaimed excitedly, "The cushion is so comfortable. I finally understand what you mean by ergonomics." That evening, Professor Lumbarton replied, expressing great interest in the project and saying he would come by the day after tomorrow. At the dinner table, Ralston animatedly bragged to his family about the great plan they had today, and the Porter family's gaze towards Simon changed completely. They realized that this boy who had been expelled from Hogwarts was not at all the pitiful figure they had imagined. He was smart, opinionated, and creative, even more stable and capable than his peers. And let me tell you, that old man Porter, despite his age, has quite the chess obsession. After dinner, he insisted on playing that wizard chess with me, the kind where the pieces move on their own and fight each other. While we were playing, I got distracted, my mind filled with thoughts of Alice. I suddenly asked, "Hey, old man, how do wizards determine if a child is a squib? Is it possible that someone with weak magic could be mistakenly judged as a squib?" No one in the family understood. I was just thinking about how to change my little girl's fate. But when the old man heard this, his expression was quite subtle. He stammered for a while, saying, "Well, that situation is very rare, almost non-existent. Most kids will have a magical surge when they're very young." I rolled my eyes internally, thinking, what do you mean rare? If a child is born and found to be a squib, wouldn't they just be dealt with? That would be rare indeed. I laughed at that moment and said, "Old man, you might not know, but I am the exception." I just laid it all out and told him that I only received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts on the day I enrolled, almost becoming a conspicuous figure at the Hogwarts opening ceremony. Well, when I said that, the Potter family looked like their jaws were about to drop to the ground, looking at me as if I were some rare animal. It was then that the old man enlightened me with a shocking secret. He said that Hogwarts admissions are not done by professors visiting homes one by one, but rely on two old relics, the Pen of Acceptance and the Book of Acknowledgement. As soon as a child shows magical talent in some corner of the world, that pen will sense it and automatically write their name in the book. When they turn 11, an owl sets off with the acceptance letter. So, if a child hasn't made the list by the age of 11, it's basically game over. After I listened, I understood. Isn't this just an automated KPI system? Eliminated without performance. How cruel. No wonder I almost got overlooked as a time traveler. My emotions are as stable as an old bureaucrat, unlike those kids who go wild every day. If it weren't for that day when that idiot came and annoyed me, I probably would never have been able to get a household registration in Hogwarts in this lifetime. Anyway, this incident planted a seed in my heart. I decided that when I go back, I will teach Alice magic, no matter if it works or not. I have to give it a try. The next events were even funnier. Ralston dragged me along, calling it academic exchange, but in reality, he just wanted me to help him finish that mountain of summer homework. Early the next morning, we excitedly went to find the broom maker, old Jukes. This guy is also something, after staying up all night. He really produced the drawings we made yesterday. Although the broom looked as rough as a half-finished product, the most crucial part, the cushion, was installed. A few of us sneaked into a nearby small forest to test fly. As soon as Ralston got on, whooshy took off. After circling in the air twice, he excitedly said, "The seat is really comfortable. It's much better than my old stick. But this thing turns like a tractor and is painfully slow." I pulled out my notebook and started brainstorming like a product manager. Got it. The shape of the seat needs to be changed to be more ergonomic. The handle is positioned too far back, affecting control. And just as I was rambling on, surprisingly, Professor Longbottom showed up. He took one look at the broom and furrowed his brow as if he could squash a fly. This is too rough, isn't it?" I quickly explained. "Hold on, Professor. It's just a prototype. We're in the iteration phase." In the following days, I set up camp in Godric's Hollow, working as a carpenter at old Jukes' place during the day, smoothing out parts, and returning to the Potter's house at night. Let me tell you, the process of making this broom was a dream collaboration. Professor Longbottom brought in a magical coating to prevent jinxes and even found an alchemist to get some fairy iron as the core component. As for me, I was in charge of polishing those wooden branches until they looked like works of art. A few days later, the finished product finally came out. My goodness, it was stunning. The entire broom handle was smooth enough to be used as a mirror with a streamlined design, and the twigs on the tail were clearly defined, shimmering with a faint silver glow. Old Jukes was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he named it Silver Arrow. This thing was simply a leap ahead in the broom world. Ralston eagerly became the first test pilot. As soon as he hopped on whoosh, he turned into a blur in the air, going ridiculously fast. He was up in the sky, excitedly pumping his fist and shouting, "Amazing! I'm going to knock those sly, slithering guys out of their socks with it." Professor Longbottom coughed a couple of times from below, and only then did he awkwardly close his mouth. At that moment, my business DNA kicked in. I told old Jukes, "Bro, this broom only costs 2 galleons. Do you believe that if we sell 10, people will fight over them? Let's open a specialty store in Diagon Alley, and I'll invest in you with the professor." Professor Lombard was dumbfounded, probably thinking how my mind was filled with making money. In the end, the three of us directly signed a magical contract. I became an angel investor with the professor, enjoying dividends. Old Jukes was in charge of production. As for Ralston, he became the free advertising spokesperson for Silver Arrow, riding this legendary broom to compete in the new season of Quidditch. This move we called a win-win for everyone. After securing the investment, I hurried back to Hogsmeade. As soon as I walked in, Alice rushed over with her little cat, giving me a big hug. Looking at her innocent little face, the idea of changing fate popped up in my mind again. In the afternoon, we were picking roses in the yard, and I casually asked her, "Alice, do you want to learn magic?" The little girl immediately became emo. The light in her eyes dimmed, and she whispered, "Simon, don't you remember? I'm a squib. Squibs can't learn magic. Who understands a family?" At that moment, my heart almost shattered. I put down the flowers in my hand, stuffed my spare wand in her hand, and said seriously, "Who said that? How will you know if you don't try? If even you give up, then there really will be no chance." I taught her the simplest glowing spell, the flickering fluorescence. I demonstrated first, with the tip of my wand shining a bright white light. Then it was her turn. She tried very hard, her little face turning red as she recited it several times. But unfortunately, the wand didn't respond at all. Her hands drooped down, tears welling up in her eyes. Poor Simon, everyone knows that a dud cannot use magic. I quickly hugged her and gently patted her back, comforting her. Even if you're a dud, you're still my Alice. So what if you're a dud? Besides, what if you just have weak magic? What if you just haven't found the trick yet? To encourage her, I directly held her hand and recited the spell with her, and the wand lit up with a snap. I lied to her, saying, "Look, when I learned the transformation spell, I tried thousands of times to turn a matchstick into a needle before I succeeded. There's no genius involved. They just didn't see the effort I put in behind the scenes." Although Alice still couldn't conjure even a spark of magic in the following days, at least she wasn't as frustrated anymore. We brewed tea with the rose petals we picked earlier. Wow, the first brew was both bitter and astringent. Suddenly, I had an idea and pulled out some lemon and honey from my pocket. I sliced a lemon and tossed it in, then added a spoonful of honey and stirred it. Alice carefully took a small sip, her eyes instantly squinting into a line, and she let out a soft exclamation of happiness. "Wow, it's delicious. It feels like the taste of love." Oh my, I was taken aback. I poured myself a cup too, took a sip, and amidst the sweet and sour, there was indeed a hint of bitterness. Is this what the taste of love is? I learned something new. By the way, in this day and age, it seems like black tea hasn't even become popular yet. Does this count as a dimensionality reduction attack? I told you, my first thought was, this thing can sell for money. In 1601, the British hadn't spread all over the world yet, and black tea was a rare commodity. My rose tea, with lemon and honey added, tastes so amazing, it must sell for a sky-high price, right? I immediately came up with a ridiculously dramatic yet fitting name for it. Maiden's Love. I was busy planning how to start my business empire with this thing, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a few owls swooped down into my yard like delivery workers clocking in for their shift. One with long ears, very aloof, directly dropped a letter in my face. I opened it, and it's a letter from that guy Jux's saying my custom flying broom is ready, and the goods have arrived too. What is this? Alice curiously leaned in. I tucked the letter away and winked at her. Silver Arrow, my personally designed vehicle. Come on, let's unbox it together. I tell you, when the packaging was opened, Alice's eyes went wide. That broomstick was so cool. The streamlined design and silver paint made it look like the Lamborghini of the wizarding world. I proudly hopped on the broom and patted the back seat. Come on, you haven't flown before, right? Let me take you for a ride of speed and excitement. Is that okay? She was a bit nervous. It has to be okay. I pulled her up to sit tight, kicked my legs, and whoosh. We shot up into the sky. Even with a passenger, this broom was powerful and incredibly stable. We're flying. I'm flying. Alice was behind me, excitedly screaming, holding onto my waist tightly. I took her out of Hogsmeade, swirling in the night sky, the wind howling past my ears, and the little houses below looked like matchboxes. Just then, she suddenly yelled at the top of her lungs in my ear, "Simon, I like you." I told you, my mind exploded in an instant, and my heart almost jumped out of my throat. I shouted back, "I like you too." With the atmosphere at this point, what else was there to wait for? I slowly lowered my altitude, touched the ground, and immediately hugged her tightly, not thinking about anything, and just went in for a kiss. Although I felt that early romance was a bit, questionable, but who understands is feeling really nice. Alice's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, burying her head in my back, too shy to handle it. Then I took my freshly minted girlfriend, rode on my new ride, and leisurely flew back to our little house. Now, it was settled. Our relationship was confirmed, and the whole little house was filled with the sweet scent of love. Oh no, the fragrance of roses. We went to pick a lot of roses, preparing to create more of this youthful romance, to send some to our friends, letting them taste the flavor of love as well. On the other side, Alice's sister, Phyllis, also received our youthful romance specialty. She looked at the letter where Alice wrote about her recent situation, and she was overjoyed. Opening the small wooden barrel, a rich rose fragrance wafted out. Following my instructions, she brewed a pot, added lemon and honey, took a sip, and was completely stunned, finally exclaiming, "I really don't know what he has in his head." As a result, her mother, Mrs. Selwyn, with a nose like a radar, came over, drawn by the scent. "Phyllis, what are you drinking? It smells so good." Her mother took a sip and was equally amazed. Then her gossip spirit ignited. "Who gave this to you? It feels quite meaningful, huh?" Phyllis nearly laughed out loud and quickly explained, "A junior, thanking me for helping him a bit last semester." She didn't dare mention me. If her nosy mother followed the clues and found out, wouldn't everything about Alice be exposed? Days went by in this sweet manner, and besides studying magic, I spent time with Alice, conveniently giving her a magical early education. But just being in love wouldn't keep me alive. I didn't want to experience again what happened last time when I almost got taken out. So, I secretly researched dark magic. Let me tell you, this thing is no joke. The soul-binding curse, when I used it on a rabbit, at most made it spin in place. The killing curse, when aimed at a mouse, resulted in that green light flashing by, and the mouse was completely unharmed, lively and kicking, turning around to become a post-meal dessert for my cat, Granny, focusing on a physical exorcism. It was really something. On the other hand, the Cruciatus curse, I can use it with ease. Probably because I've experienced it myself and have first-hand knowledge. Although I instinctively reject this thing when it comes to dealing with enemies, I don't have so many qualms. In mid-August, the weather was like a giant steamer, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the sky turned as dark as if ink had been poured over it, and it looked like a heavy rain was about to fall. Boom! With a loud crash, Alice jumped in fright and dove into my arms. I held her, watching the flashes of lightning outside, and smiled to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. It's very safe in here. Look, the lightning is actually quite beautiful." The rain came pouring down, and just as I closed the window, I heard Alice exclaim, "Simon, our grapes, they've all fallen." She was heartbroken. After all, those were the ones we had planted ourselves. To distract her, I said, "Forget about the grapes, come on. Let's play a magic game." I took her hand and taught her my own lighting spell, Glowing Flicker. The tip of the wand lit up with a soft glow, illuminating her excited little face. As soon as I let go, the light went out. I teased her, "Come on, try again, focus." She recited the spell once more. In that moment, I clearly saw a faint glimmer of light at the tip of the wand. Although it disappeared immediately, I definitely wasn't mistaken. I was stunned. I didn't even recite the spell. It worked. I was so excited that my voice trembled. "Alice, you just made the wand glow. Did you see it?" She looked confused and said, "What do you mean it worked?" I told her at that moment I was even more excited than she was. I grabbed her shoulders. "You're not a dud. You just have weak magic and too much psychological pressure, so you've been unable to cast spells." This realization left her stunned. I hugged her and gently encouraged, "Don't be afraid. Try again. Believe in yourself." She took a deep breath and recited the spell again. This time, the tip of her wand really lit up with a faint but unstable glow, like a firefly, especially noticeable in the dim room. After the light disappeared, Alice was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly cheered, knocking me to the ground, laughing and crying. "I did it, Simon. I did it. I'm not a dud." I was knocked dizzy by her, but I laughed and held her tightly as she cried tears of joy. "Yes, you're not a dud. I'll write to Professor Longbottom right away and arrange for your enrollment. I don't want to go to Hogwarts." She shook her head in my arms. "I just want to be with you." "Silly." I kissed her forehead. "You can learn more things, make friends, and become more confident by going to school." I sent a letter, and the next day, Phyllis rushed in like a gust of wind, hugged Allison tightly, and was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. "Sister, you can really use magic now?" I told the two of them to calm down. Phyllis asked her to perform, but as soon as Alice saw her sister, she got nervous and failed again, almost crying out of frustration. I could tell right away that the psychological shadow was too large. I quickly went over to hug her and comfort her, gently guiding her in her ear until she calmed down and managed to succeed once more, producing a faint light. Phyllis looked on with mixed feelings. Then, the classic scene unfolded. She immediately said she wanted to take Alice home. Without thinking, Alice refused. "I don't want to go back. This is my home." Phyllis got anxious and looked at me, her tone changing. I couldn't hold back and directly confronted her. Phyllis, stop deceiving yourself. Do you really think she can go back to that environment? Why can't she use magic? Don't you have an idea in your hearts? You have already proven your failure with your actions. As soon as I said that, Phyllis was left speechless because what I said was the truth. A few days later, Professor Lombard replied, saying that Alice was indeed on the enrollment list for Hogwarts. Shortly after, an owl delivered the official acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, Alice was still scared, worried that she would be mocked for not being able to use magic at school. Seeing her pitiful look, I decided to go all out and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Once you graduate, we will get married, okay? So, to be a qualified wife, you must work hard." Goodness, her face immediately turned bright red, and she buried her head in my arms, sounding like a little kitten as she murmured. After a while, she quietly asked, Can I take your last name? At that moment, my heart melted, and I said without hesitation, "Of course, no problem. From now on you will be called Alice Green." She smiled especially happily, a kind of genuine happiness that almost intoxicated me. I also sent a copy of the admission letter with Alice Green written on it to Phyllis. After her family received the letter, it was said that they fell into a dead silence. Regret, huh? Why didn't they do this earlier? As a result, just a couple of days later, while I was cozying up with Alice in the room, 2 unexpected guests arrived outside the door. When I opened the door, lo and behold, the main characters showed up. Her chi parents, Mr. and Mrs. Trellis Selwyn, actually came to my doorstep in person. I expressionlessly let them into the house. As soon as her mom came in, she asked, "Where's Alice?" I leaned against the door and touched the cat lying asleep on my feet, saying coolly, "She's in the house. But she obviously doesn't want to see you, right, Granny?" The cat lazily meowed, as if to answer for me. I tell you, the faces of those bizarre parents turned green at that moment. Mrs. Selwyn even wanted to rush in, but her husband pulled her back. As for me, I acted as if nothing was wrong and cheerfully asked them, "What would you like to drink? Freshly picked mint tea, it cools you down. And I see you both are quite heated, it's just what you need." They had no mood for tea at all, and that mother was about to point her finger at me and scold me, saying something about how we could make amends. I just laughed and shrugged my shoulders, saying, "Sister, do I look like someone who needs amends?" Putting myself in their shoes, you threw your child away like garbage for over a decade, and now that you see her doing well, you want to pick her back up? Is there such a good deal in the world? And guess what that father, Tress Selwyn, was actually more rational than his wife. He really sat down and took a sip of tea, even telling me, "This tea is very good." Wow, such mental fortitude. I give him a thumbs up. He directly pulled his wife away, and before leaving, he even asked me for a bucket of mint tea. I heard him arguing with his wife outside the door. The man seemed quite reasonable, saying that forcing Alice away would only make her hate them more. He mentioned that although I was expelled from Hogwarts, I was tough and doing better than many pure-blood wizards. TSK. I must admit he has good judgment. Once they left, Alice came down from the stairs, her eyes red, asking me why they wanted her again now. Who understands family? That question tugged at my heart. I could only stroke her head and say, "Silly girl, that's just human nature. You used to be a dud, a defective product, but now you can shine. You're a limited edition. So of course they come around. Ignore them. When you see them in the future, just treat them like strangers. Your family is just me and your sister, understand?" The little girl nodded through her tears, and I wiped her face. That chapter was closed. Summer vacation passed in the blink of an eye. I packed Alice off to Hogwarts, and she got into Ravenclaw, with her sister looking out for her, which made me feel at ease. She even left Granny behind to keep me company, saying she was afraid I'd be bored alone. Now it was just me at home, which was simply my happy place. I could finally study those wonderful things openly. During the day, I practiced magic and cooked, and at night, I would run to the small woods outside Hogsmeade to practice the non-corporeal spell invented by Snape. Let me tell you, this spell was tailor-made for me. It didn't consume much magic and dealt high damage. It's simply a godly technique for a glass cannon mage. After practicing for about 2 months, I finally mastered the spell. That day, I finished my work, whistled for Granny, who was out in the wild nearby, and we headed home together. Back at my Rose Cottage, I first boiled water to give this little dirty cat a bath. This guy has become quite obedient now, knowing that if he doesn't get a bath, he won't get any food. I threw it by the fireplace to roast, then turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as I was cutting the meat, I suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door. I was busy, so I casually shouted, "Who is it?" "The door's unlocked, just come in." "Granny, go check." The next second, instead of hearing the door open, I heard Granny's furious, hostile growl. My heart sank, and I immediately put down the knife. Something was wrong, very wrong. Granny had never sounded like that before. The person at the door was definitely not a friend. I immediately shouted at it, "Hide." Then I swiftly dashed to the cabinet beside the bookshelf, pulled out my prized pistol, and with a click, the bullet was chambered. Just as I turned around, the door was smashed open, and a shadow dressed in a black cloak floated in like a ghost. I pointed my wand and gun at him and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Guess what happened next? This guy didn't say a word and shot a beam of red light at me. Damn, going all out without a word? Luckily, I was prepared and rolled like a lazy donkey to hide behind the furniture. That guy's voice was like sandpaper. "Little darling, don't hide. Come out and let me kill you. It'll hurt less." I was furious at that moment. The lines were just too cliché. They even said something about how this place was shrouded in magic, and the sound couldn't get out. While I shouted at him to get his attention, asking, "Who are you? Who sent you?" I quietly peeked out from behind cover. The dark wizard probably thought he had me figured out as he brazenly walked out, becoming a live target. Without a second thought, I raised my hand and fired a shot. Bang! He was dumbfounded. Who understands, my friends? A powerful dark wizard was stunned by a muggle's firewood stick. A bloody hole opened up in his stomach as he looked at me in disbelief. However, he reacted quickly, using a spell to deflect the second bullet. I immediately seized the opportunity, waving my wand. "Disarm you! Disarm you!" The disarming spell hit him like a barrage. He was forced to retreat, trying to think of a counterspell, but I fired again, and he could only continue to block, feeling frustrated. In just that one encounter, I had him suppressed, but I knew in my heart that this was just a surprise attack. Once he regained his composure, it would be my turn to be in trouble. I knocked over a table for cover, while continuing to yell at him. "Who sent you here?" My mind raced as I tried to figure out a way to take him down. The dark wizard, later I learned he was called Griffin, was cursing in the corner. He couldn't comprehend how a battle-hardened dark wizard like him could be so utterly embarrassed by a 12-year-old kid using a mix of magic and a handgun. Enraged, he charged out of the corner, ready to hit me hard. Haha, just what I was waiting for. I had no intention of running. I was waiting for him to show himself. The moment he dashed out, I raised my wand, chanting the spell I had practiced for 2 months. The invisible blade. An invisible edge sliced through the air. Griffin was terrified, desperately casting an iron shield spell. But it was useless. The invisible blade tore through the iron shield, leaving a deep wound on his chest visible to the bone. The sheer pain drove him completely mad, ready to fight me to the death. But why give him that chance? I wouldn't. In the gap, while he was chanting, I emptied the remaining bullets from my gun all at once. Bang, 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 bang. Without the protection of the iron shield, he instantly had several more blood holes in his body and finally collapsed, unwilling to accept his fate. Listening to his screams, I felt an indescribable thrill inside. I still wasn't at ease, so I cast several disarm spells on his corpse before walking over and kicking his wand away. I pointed my gun at his head and said, "Tell me, who sent you?" This guy was pretty tough. Even on the brink of death, he glared at me with a look of resentment and gritted his teeth, saying, "You're dead for sure." I stepped on the wound on his chest, and he let out a painful scream. I coldly returned his earlier words to him. "Don't want to talk? Do I have to use the heart-piercing curse? Just say it, and I'll make it quick for you." Then I started guessing. Is it the Selwyn family? No. Could be Old Taylor? The mention of Old Taylor made a flicker of surprise cross his eyes as he coughed up blood and said, "That's right. He spent a fortune to buy your life. You're doomed." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at him like he was an idiot. "Dude, your information is a bit delayed. Your boss has already gone to his grave, and you're still here working?" I directly told him that Old Taylor was dead. Seeing his shocked expression, I didn't bother to say more. The night is long and full of dreams. What he said about me being dead didn't sound like something a human would say. I muttered to myself, "Looks like you have accomplices." After saying that, I pulled the trigger against his head. After taking him out, I sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. It turned out that before Old Taylor died, he signed a magical contract hiring those 3 brothers to kill me. This contract was a real trap. It remained valid even after the employer's death. And if it didn't kill me, they would be dead themselves. Good grief, this was a death buff for me. Granny ran out from the corner and rubbed against my leg. I patted its head and immediately stood up. "You keep an eye on the door at home. If there's danger, hide. I need to quickly find help and take care of the remaining 2. I rushed out the door in a hurry and found my friend Janice. After hearing my words, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. "Shoo, keep it down." I quickly urged him to be quiet. "Hurry. Help me contact Windick and Wendelin. It's urgent." Without a second thought, Janice dove into the fireplace and used the Flume network to call for help. Half an hour later, my Rose cottage was filled with people. Windick was squatting on the ground, examining the corpse, his brow furrowed. Janice, looking uneasy, said, I know this guy. He asked me about Jorson yesterday. I thought he was one of Jorson's former business partners. I was so angry. You don't know, I was cooking at that time. I thought it was you guys who came, and I almost got taken out by him. If it weren't for Granny calling out, I probably wouldn't be here anymore. Gwendolyn patted my shoulder and even joked, "Good job, you managed to turn the tables, quite capable of you." I shot him a glance. If we don't take him out, are we just going to wait for him to take us out? I share my analysis with them, and that guy, before dying, said I was doomed and that there must be accomplices. I planned to turn the tables and set a trap to catch them all. Gwendolyn reminded me, the other side might be watching here. Seeing so many adult wizards, they might not take the bait. You don't understand, I said confidently. Doesn't Windick have an invisibility cloak? When they come to ambush me, we'll have Windick sneak around behind them and give them a backstab. I could almost see the next unfortunate soul's miserable fate. Gwendolyn looked at me, her eyes full of admiration. After examining the corpse, Windick pointed to the wound that looked like it had been split by a sword and asked me, "What happened here?" I can only confess, the shadowless spell. Just in case, I secretly practiced dark magic, and I didn't expect to use it so soon. Windick didn't say much, just reminded me not to mess it up. After that, we worked together to turn the body into a stone and buried it in the wilderness. Once the other two left, Windick asked me alone what exactly happened. I had no choice but to reveal everything about old Taylor hiring someone to kill me. After hearing this, he shook his head and patted me on the shoulder, saying, "You've really got quite a bit of trouble around you. Well, do you mind treating me to a meal? I just remembered that I haven't had dinner yet." I never expected the revenge to come so quickly. That night, I hadn't fallen asleep, yet when Granny suddenly lifted its head, its first standing on end, I felt a surge of joy. Something is happening. These impatient ones. I quietly got out of bed and made my way to Windick's room, only to find that he was already gone. Suddenly, Windick's voice rang out behind me, and he appeared draped in an invisible cloak. Half of his body completely transparent. "You're quite alert." I was startled and asked him how he knew. He said he had set up alarm spells around the house. I thought to myself that this thing is really useful, and I must ask him to teach me next time. Just then, a sudden burst of flames erupted outside. My expression changed, and I rushed to the window to see that the whole house was on fire. Windick also cursed and revealed himself, panting and shouting at me. "Run. It's the fiery curse. Those madmen, how dare they use the fiery curse? Damn, these guys really don't play fair. Directly using forbidden spells to burn down my house. This thing is lethal on contact and can't be extinguished at all." I made a quick decision and shouted at the wall. "Crush." The wall collapsed with a roar, and I shouted to Granny, "Keep up." Windick and I just crawled out of the hole when two spells flew towards us. We awkwardly dove to the sides to dodge them. Looking back, I saw my rose cottage being engulfed by black flames. Windick roared in anger. "Have you all gone mad? Do you want to destroy the entire Hogsmeade?" A voice shouted back from outside, "Where's our brother?" Another voice, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Despicable bastards. You must have used an invisibility cloak to ambush him." I stepped out from behind the cover, sneered, and raised my pistol. "You're wrong. That guy was killed by me." Before the words had left my mouth, I fired a volley of bullets at them. At the same time, I waved my wand, and a spell sliced through one person's defensive magic, forcing him to scramble for cover in a panic. That was nothing. Let me tell you, these so-called dark wizards are fierce in their attacks, but their defenses are like paper. All they can do is roll on the ground to dodge, which is completely useless. The speed of the bullets is much faster than their incantations. When I fired that volley, his iron armor spell shattered with a snap, just like glass. As soon as I saw the opportunity, without a second thought, I pulled out my precious broom from my pocket, scooped up Grandnay, and shot up into the sky. I also threw a smoke charm, and below it instantly looked like a boiling pot, making it impossible to see anything. My good buddy Windick was quick on his feet too. Taking advantage of the chaos, he threw on his invisibility cloak and disappeared right where he stood, perfectly synchronized with me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the entire Hogsmeade was almost burnt to ashes. That devilish fire, dark and alive, was rampaging everywhere, and half the town was engulfed in flames. The wizards in town were crying and shouting as they tried to put out the fire, but it was useless. How could ordinary wizards handle something like this? Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's them, those two dark wizards. They destroyed our home." I tell you, that really stirred things up. All the wizards who had lost their homes, with their eyes filled with rage, turned to glare at the Griffin brothers, as if they wanted to swallow them whole. The second son of the Griffin family, seeing the situation, was dumbfounded and immediately told his brother, "Big brother, run. We need to chase that kid. He wasn't stupid. Why would he confront all the wizards of Hogwarts head on? That would be asking for death." Without waiting for his brother to react, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and fled. Who understands family? His brother was petrified on the spot. His expression a masterpiece of the world. He was probably thinking, "Where's my big brother?" In that moment of distraction, a wave of stunning spells came crashing down. He didn't even have time to dodge and fell to the ground like a broken sack, only to be engulfed by the very flames he conjured. Isn't it ironic? Dying under one's own spell, or being betrayed by one's own brother. At that moment, my two partners, Peggy and Janice, were frantic, searching for me and Wendick. They had guessed what was happening with the fire, but were more worried about our safety. After all, we were partners in crime. Just then, Wendick's voice suddenly rang out beside them. "It's me." Peggy let out a huge sigh of relief. "As long as you're okay, what about Simon?" I saw him flying on his broom. "We need to chase after him. That dark wizard must be after Simon." Wendick looked at the charred ruins of Hogsmeade, feeling both angry and anxious. He quickly told Janice to wait for news from me and then operate away with Peggy. As soon as they left, the professors from Hogwarts arrived, with Headmaster Fudge rushing over in his pajamas. Finally, a wave of high-end combat power had arrived. Old Tom was almost in tears, saying that if they had come any later, Hogsmeade would have been gone. Seeing the situation, Fudge didn't care about anything else and began to take control with two other professors. As soon as the dark arts professor made a move, that arrogant, devilish fire was finally suppressed, but the entire town was almost destroyed. As for me, I was hiding in a bush I knew all too well. Catching my breath, I stuffed the broom back into my bag and patted Granny on the backside. "Go find Alice, tell her I'm fine, don't worry." The little guy was very understanding and darted into the woods in a flash. I turned around and entered deep into the bushes, knowing that the guy was chasing after me. Today, right here, it had to come to an end. That grandson, named Duncan, had a twisted face now. He sold out his brother just to monopolize old Taylor's fortune, and now he thought that money might be in my hands, so he had to kill me. He transformed into black smoke and walked disdainfully through the woods, knowing I was nearby, thinking I was ready to ambush him. After a few steps, he spotted a small pile of firewood that I had deliberately ignited, and his mouth nearly reached the sky, thinking my little trick was too childish. He swaggered over, ready to play along, but when he reached the fire and looked around, hey, no one was there? At that moment of his days, my voice echoed from behind him. "Stone freeze. Got you, mudblood." This grandson reacted really quickly. He suddenly turned around, flicked his wand, and deflected my spell, then shot back a piercing curse. I hurriedly jumped behind the bushes, and the spell directly blew the bushes to smithereens. Without saying a word, I turned and ran deeper into the woods, where I had prepared a big surprise for him. "You can't escape." He chased after me madly, throwing piercing curses at me like they were free, driving me like a rabbit. But he was so caught up in the chase that he didn't pay attention to his feet, and he tripped over the vines I had magically conjured, falling flat on his face. Goodness, he fell right onto a row of sharpened stakes I had created with a transformation spell. Although it was too dark for me to set up much, and I couldn't turn him into a hedgehog, it was enough to cause him some trouble. His ribs were probably punctured. "I'm going to kill you." That scream, that roar, could be heard throughout the woods. He got up awkwardly, his face contorted in pain, and just then saw me sending a signal flare into the sky. He instantly understood, thinking it was all part of my scheme to lure him here and that I had called for backup. He felt like he'd been played by a little brat, completely breaking his defense. I knew he would come back. He looked at me as I returned, grinning viciously. "You think just because I'm injured, you can defeat me? Naive. I won't waste my breath with him." I raised my hand and cast a heart-piercing curse. Unfortunately, he dodged it. He roared, "Dark magic isn't used like that. You mudblood." Then, a series of powerful dark spells came crashing down, like cannonballs raining down on the ground. I was thrown into the air by the explosion's shockwave, landing in a disoriented heap. My heart sank, and I thought, I'm done for, he really wants to kill me now. There was no time to waste. I had to run. I turned and dashed away, thinking that since he was injured, he definitely wouldn't be faster than me. But I was wrong. That bastard transformed into a cloud of black mist and flew into the air, unleashing a barrage of attacks below, setting the entire thicket ablaze. I hid under a tree and quickly pulled the door key out of my bag. If I didn't leave soon, I would really become barbecue. Just as my fingers touched the key, at the moment I was teleported away, Duncan appeared at my previous spot, roaring in anger. "Don't think you can escape. I will definitely kill you." The next second, I crashed to the ground at the entrance of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. The tavern owner, Diana, heard the noise and came out. When she saw me, she hurriedly said, "Wendick and Wendelin were just looking for you." Damn, I almost missed it. I quickly told her, "Please let them know. See you at the usual place. Also, if a stranger comes by later, just tell him honestly where I went. I want him to know that I'm not hiding. I want to play with him to the end in the Muggle world." I gritted my teeth and plunged into the night of London. Diana must have sensed something was wrong too, as she hurried to the fireplace to contact Windick. Just as she finished, the bar's door was kicked open, and Duncan rushed in, clutching his stomach wound, yelling at her. Where did that kid go? He went to the Muggle world. Diana trembled in fear. You're lying. It's excruciating. This madman didn't hesitate to hit her, pointing his wand at her head. Speak, or I'll kill you. Really? He really went to the Muggle world. He even said, if anyone looks for him, tell the truth. Diana was on the verge of fainting from the pain. When Duncan heard this, he paused for a moment and then laughed nervously. I see. He is challenging me. He wants to kill me. I must take him down. He muttered to himself as he turned around, walked to the door, and then turned back to cast another curse, leaving poor Diana to faint outright. On the other side, my friends received the news and hurried to the bush where I had previously signaled. Upon seeing the signs of the battle, they knew how intense it had been. Windick immediately guessed my intention. Simon wants to kill that dark wizard. We need to go to the Leaky Cauldron and check. When the three of them arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, they saw Diana lying on the ground. Windick could tell right away that the madman had been there. He made a quick decision. Jenna's, stay with her. Winland and I will go to the Muggle Tavern to find Simon. How do you know it's a tavern? Winland asked. Where else could it be? Didn't we? Windick's words were cut off as his face suddenly changed. Wait, I almost forgot. The owl. He can track Simon using an owl. Hurry, we need to move faster. As for me, I was desperately running through the dark streets of London. I knew that madman was surely chasing after me, and I needed to find a place to calm down and recover my strength. I found a corner and used Alohomora to slip into a house. The owner was a bearded man, sleeping like a log. I cast a sleeping spell on him and then sat down in a chair. The place reeked of sweat. It was unbearable. I didn't turn on the lights and just sat in the darkness, thinking about my next plan. Suddenly, I remembered that life-threatening issue, the owl. Oh no, I forgot about that. I didn't know any shielding spells. As long as the other party used an owl to send a letter, they could immediately locate me. My face instantly sank. No, wait, I can't use the disguise charm, but I can disguise myself. I also have the polyjuice potion. If he really used an owl to find me, then perfect, I could set a trap for him. Sure enough, Duncan had been wandering outside for a while, without finding me, and thought of using the owl trick. He grabbed his owl, wrote a letter, and sent it to me while quietly following behind. A few minutes later, he stopped in front of the house where I was hiding, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Alohomora. He silently pushed the door open and immediately saw me, lying on the table, wearing my clothes. He raised his wand and without hesitation spoke the spell. The Cruciatus curse hit me, and I couldn't even scream. My body curled up, and I fainted. Duncan grinned and stepped forward, grabbing my hair, wanting to see my pained expression. Just then, a shadow, which was me, walked out from the staircase of shadows. He thought I was the Muggle owner of the house and shouted impatiently, "Get lost, or I'll kill you." However, a wand suddenly appeared in my Muggle hands. Pointing at him, stupefied, Duncan's pupils instantly contracted, and instinctively he used the fake me as a shield. But it was too late. His left hand, which was holding the hostage, had 3 fingers severed on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. It's you. How is that possible? He instantly recognized me. After all, he had suffered too many times from my stupefy, but he couldn't understand how I had turned into a middle-aged man. Then who was the person he was holding? That's right. I had taken the polyjuice potion in advance, transforming into the appearance of the house owner while turning that poor owner into my likeness. This identity swap successfully fooled the owl and him. Expelliarmus. Taking advantage of his shock, I used a disarming spell to knock the fake me out of his hands. Then came the shattering. My heart raced, and I wildly waved my wand, casting stunning spells, shattering spells, pouring them towards Duncan like a machine gun. Duncan went completely mad, roaring as he began to counterattack. In a small room, the light of spells kept flashing, tables, chairs, walls, everything kept exploding. A few seconds later, the entire house began to shake, and it looked like it was about to collapse. I retreated to the second floor, my face pale. I knew I couldn't win a prolonged battle against him. I could only escape. I grabbed the prepared flying broom and burst through the roof to fly out. You can't escape. Duncan transformed into a cloud of black smoke and relentlessly pursued me. But my silver arrow broom was top-notch and incredibly fast, allowing me to temporarily shake him off. I landed on the rooftop of a building and took out another key. I can only go to Zygmunt Batch's old house to hide for now. A few minutes later, Duncan, who had chased after me, was furious as he watched me disappear again, roaring in frustration. At that moment, Windick and Wendelin, drawn by the fight, happened to block his path. The three of them instantly got into a brawl, and in the end, an injured Duncan had to retreat in disgrace. Gwendolyn looked at the flattened house and sighed. I really don't know how Simon got him into such a mess. It took both of us to force him back. Simon should have escaped, Windick sighed. But I just don't know where he used the key to run off to. At this moment, I was struggling to get up from a beach. The side effect of the key making me dizzy and nauseous. I used my wand to illuminate the surroundings and found myself by the sea, with a small wooden cabin not far away. What a mess. I mocked myself. I knew that madman would definitely come after me. I had to think of a way. Back to the broken cauldron? No, too dangerous. Was I going to keep running like this? Just when I was feeling a headache, I suddenly spotted a faint light on the distant sea. A ship? I immediately had a brand new plan. Out in the vast ocean. Even he would have a hard time finding me. I also had the potion, so I could easily disguise myself as a sailor to blend in. With that thought, I quickly took out the silver arrow and flew towards the light. Soon, a large merchant ship appeared before me. On the mast platform of the ship, I saw a young sailor on watch, dozing off with no awareness of my presence. I thought to myself, when an opportunity arises, how can I let it slip away? Without hesitation, I shot a red light at him, silencing him instantly. Then it was the usual routine, strip off his clothes, pull out his hair, down the potion. And done. I instantly transformed into his appearance and hurriedly put on his clothes. Goodness, the smell of the sea mixed with sweat almost made me faint right there. After moving my arms and legs a bit, I thought, well, it's okay. I'm temporarily safe. As for this unfortunate guy who was left with only his underwear, I figured I couldn't really just throw him into the sea. If he died, my compound tincture would be rendered useless. In the end, I stuffed him into an empty wine barrel and hid him away, out of sight, out of mind. I just finished disguising myself. And that mad dog Duncan, who was chasing me, also arrived nearby. This guy is tough. He lost a finger to the shadowless curse and screamed in pain. Yet he still insisted on killing me like he was on steroids. He chased me to the little island where I had been, found no one there. And in his anger, he used a spell to plow through the island, almost blowing it to pieces. Then he transformed into a cloud of black mist and darted around the sea. Let me tell you, several times he brushed past my ship without seeing me. Can you believe that? He probably never imagined that I was hiding on a dark, unlit cargo ship. In the end, he had no choice but to slink back to the Broken Cauldron Tavern, only to find my two helpers, Windick and Gwendolyn, still waiting there. He didn't dare to show his face, fearing a 3-on-1 would send him packing. Everyone was waiting for me to appear, but they had no idea that I was exhausted like a dog, having found a corner where the wind couldn't reach and fell asleep immediately. I'm only 12 years old. Who understands? My stamina really can't keep up. I don't know how long I slept, but I suddenly woke up to a bone-chilling cold. As soon as I opened my eyes, good grief, my blood felt frozen. On the ship, I found a bunch of things over 3 meters tall, wearing tattered black robes. Their bodies gray and ghost-like. Dementors. The whole ship was filled with them. As soon as they arrived, all the joy in the air was sucked away, and frost covered the deck. At that moment, I had only one thought: run. I had to escape using the door key. I would rather go back and face that dark wizard than stay with this group of things. But I had no chance. As soon as I moved, 2 Dementors floated over to me. That chill seeping through the bones, you know? It felt like I would never be happy again in my life. I know they are coming for my fear. I pulled out my wand and fought back. I thought frantically about the joy I felt when I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, and with all my strength, I shouted, "Expecto Patronum." And what happened? A faint white mist emerged from the tip of my wand, shone for 2 seconds, and then disappeared, unable to fend them off at all. I don't believe in evil. Come again. This time I thought about the wonderful times with Alice and shouted again. The light brightened a bit, but it was still shrouded in mist. The Dementor paused for a moment, then lunged at me. I didn't even have a chance to use the third spell. My arm was grabbed by a filthy hand, and my wand was snatched away. Then I was pinned to the ground by 2 Dementors. One of them lifted its hood, and let me tell you, beneath it was just a hollow eye socket. It opened its mouth and suddenly sucked in a breath right in my face. Holy crap. In that instant, I felt all the happiness, all the hope, all the warmth being drained away, and I felt like I had fallen into an ice pit. I thought I was done for, that my soul would be sucked away, and I'd become a walking corpse. Fortunately, it seemed they only took a taste and didn't fully drain me. Then they tossed me aside like garbage. But I still fainted on the spot, my body icy cold, with no strength at all. Then, the whole ship turned into a hell on earth. The Dementors began their feast, and the screams and cries of the crew echoed one after another. The Muggles couldn't see the Dementors. They only felt their most painful memories flooding back. And one by one, They either went insane or collapsed on the ground, convulsing. When I was lifted off the ground by 2 Dementors again, I realized the ship had stopped. We had passed through a thick fog, and before us was a huge, towering black marble wall that seemed endless. It was a solid fortress at sea. A giant over 3 meters tall was grabbing the muggles from the ship one by one, like picking up chicks, and my polyjuice potion had worn off, returning me to my child form. I was the last one to be taken off the ship. Before leaving, I watched with my own eyes as a fireball fell from the sky, blowing our merchant ship to pieces and sinking it to the bottom of the sea. I soon met the master of the fortress, an old man with pale skin and a wicked look in his eyes. When I was brought before him, there was a disemboweled corpse lying on the table beside him. He took my wand and my undetectable extension charm bag, examining me with the gaze of someone looking at experimental materials, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Look what my guards have caught, a minor little wizard." He asked me why I used polyjuice potion, and I weakly replied that someone was chasing me. He seemed to lose interest immediately and waved his hand impatiently, lying. "Forget it. Throw him into prison, just what I need for an experimental subject." My head buzzed and exploded. No, I can't be a disposable item. I have to take a gamble. I shouted at him, "No, I could be a good assistant." The old pervert grinned, and that smile was simply creepy. The great Extus doesn't need a little brat as an assistant. Extus? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. My mind raced, desperately searching the corners of my memory. Just as the Dementor was dragging me out, I finally remembered. I shouted with my last bit of strength, "I am a disciple of Zygmunt Bark. You can't treat me like this." Wait, Extus indeed stopped what he was doing, allowing the Dementor to drag me back and reevaluate me. "You're his disciple?" "Yes." "Liar." He scolded. "I hate liars the most." "I'm not lying. There are 2 keys he gave me in my untraceable expandable bag." I saw a glimmer of hope and quickly shouted. He indeed rummaged through my bag and found the black box. He recognized it at a glance, but still doubted. "How could something I gave him be with you?" "He gave it to me before he died." "So what?" He said coldly. "Take him away. I just happen to need him to test the newly developed dark magic tomorrow." My heart turned cold. My expression stiffened. Before I was dragged away, I placed my last bet and shouted, "Let me finish." The teacher said before dying, "If you ever meet Ectes, tell him that because of his decision, he lost his last friend. But I do not blame him." Those words pierced Ectes' heart like a needle. He broke down on the spot, roaring in anger. "My decision? I did nothing. You liar." I shouted hoarsely, "I know you didn't do it." The teacher contracted the Black Death. That disease has no cure. When I met him, he was already beyond hope. "Continue," he said, his brow furrowed. I quickly played the emotional card. Before he died, he took me as his apprentice, hoping I could inherit his achievements in potion making and fulfill his long-held wishes. I can't die. I can't die before completing my teacher's wishes. I began to frantically boost my own value, claiming that I had high talent for potions, that the compound potion was made by me, and that I had been expelled from Hogwarts for taking out a muggle wizard who wanted to kill me in a duel, focusing on a sob story while flexing my muscles. After hearing this, he surprisingly engaged in conversation with me, saying that he almost got sorted into the wrong house by the Sorting Hat back in the day. In the end, he used legilimency to sift through my memories and finally believe me completely. He smirked coldly. "You're quite clever. I like dealing with smart people. Now, you can stay and be my assistant." Then his eerie voice echoed in my ear. "Welcome to my fortress, Azkaban." Goodness, have I just found a survival partner for myself? On the other hand, news of what happened in Hogsmeade had already spread throughout Hogwarts. Phyllis and Alice were almost going crazy, unable to find me even through letters. It was Alice's cat, Granny, who ran from their destroyed home to Hogwarts that finally confirmed I was really in trouble. Windic wrote back to inform them that I was being hunted by a dark wizard and was temporarily hiding, telling them not to worry. But how could they not worry? And what about me? I'd already been in this hellhole called Azkaban for half a month. This place is simply uninhabitable, forever shrouded in dark clouds, as cold as an ice cellar, and filled with the scent of despair. I have nightmares every night and can barely sleep by drinking small amounts of the elixir of life. Among the unfortunate souls captured with me, none are left now. They either died from experiments conducted by the old pervert, Extus, or went mad from the Dementors, and a few I dealt with myself. For them, being liberated sooner would be a good thing. Now, only 4 living beings remain in this massive fortress. Me, the old pervert Extus, a house elf named Ball, and a giant named Mort. That old guy Extus is ridiculously strong. I seriously suspect that the wand in his hand is the legendary Elder Wand. He has recently been researching a dark magic called the summoning charm, which is essentially about creating inferi. Seeing that his experimental subjects were used up, he instructed me, "The Dementors have gone out hunting. When they return, you will receive the new experimental subjects." I respectfully handed over the research data report from the past few days. "Yes, teacher." As soon as I left the laboratory, I immediately found my house elf and instructed Ball, "Notify me when the Dementor returns. By the way, find another Dementor to go to the usual place. I'm preparing to practice the Patronus charm." That's right. Practicing the Patronus charm is something that Axtis knows about and has expressed a willingness to help. He probably wants to challenge me a bit and see if he can train me to be a qualified dark wizard. Let me tell you, his training standards are really extreme. Goodness, he directly gave me the highest intensity. That old guy Axtis has always looked down on the idea that the Patronus charm is the dividing line between light and dark wizards. And now he's using me as a guinea pig, insisting on proving that dark wizards can conjure a Patronus too. I stood there, facing a genuine Dementor. As it got closer, let me tell you, goosebumps erupted all over my body like they were having a party. I fought hard against that wave of nausea, desperately trying to think of something happy. I waved my wand and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Expecto Patronum." What happened? The tip of my wand let out a puff of white light that barely pushed the Dementor back a step, and then it was gone. That beam of light flickered like a cheap light bulb and went out. The next second, I was knocked to the ground by the Dementor. Family. Who understands that feeling of having all your happy memories forcibly drained away, leaving your mind filled with nothing but miserable thoughts? When that thing floated away, I felt like a wrung-out rag, my hands and feet cold, completely powerless. Ball quickly helped me up and handed me a cup of hot honey water, and only then did I start to recover a little. Damn, the after effects were too intense. I even started to miss Alice, reminiscing about the days we spent in the Rose Cottage. No way, this intensity is too high. I should practice in the hall, facing the air for now. At least I won't be swept away in one go. So I practiced like this for a few days, and at noon, Ball suddenly popped up, his voice booming. "Mr. Simon, the Dementors have brought back cargo. A whole ship of pirates." As soon as I heard it, I closed the book and felt delighted. Let's go. Time to open the blind box. I followed the giant Mort to the shore, and lo and behold, a tattered ship flying a skull flag. On the deck lay a bunch of soaked pirates, probably trying to jump into the sea to escape, but ended up being caught by the Dementors like fish being reeled in. These guys are now the Dementors' meal tickets. As soon as I boarded the ship, the smell of the sea almost knocked me out. Over 60 people, each one resembling a salted fish. I cleared my throat and was about to put on a show and say a few formal words. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid you are under arrest." Before I could finish, one fool, trembling, raised his rusty flintlock and fired at me. I didn't even blink, with a spell of iron armor. The bullet clanged and fell onto the deck. Another unfortunate soul tried to imitate him, and with a swift motion, I disarmed him, sending his gun flying. I walked up to the first guy who shot at me, lifted my foot, and kicked him in the face. The sound was crisp, and a few of his teeth went flying. I even ground my soul into his face a few times to vent my frustration. "Don't be in a hurry to die," I said, smiling cruelly at him. "I'll save you for last, so you can truly appreciate what suffering means." At this point, all the pirates on the ship quieted down. The lesson was clear. A show of force always works. Satisfied, I clapped my hands. "Take them away. Throw them all in prison." The soul collectors began dragging people off. And Mort, that big guy, was thrilled because a pirate had committed suicide, which made for a nice addition to his meal. I stayed on the ship to count the spoils, and as soon as I entered the cabin, I was overwhelmed by the smell. It was on the level of a biochemical weapon. These poor pirates had nothing valuable on board except for some food. However, I did manage to find some spices, which was decent enough. I was packing things with a shrinking spell when suddenly a gust of wind came from behind. A silver flash darted through the darkness. I instinctively dodged but felt a sharp pain on my face. When I touched it, I saw blood. The attacker, having missed their first strike, lunged at me again. The dagger aimed straight for my throat. It pierced to the bone. I didn't think at all and directly unleashed the heart-boring curse. That ambusher instantly curled up on the ground, twitching like a boiled shrimp. I kicked out in anger, cursing, "Damn it, how could they miss one?" I was not just angry about almost being killed. I was furious that these Dementors were so careless. Their main feature seemed to be forgetfulness, right? Looking down, I found a little girl, short hair, and she actually looked pretty good. At that moment, the Dementor floated over, and I grabbed the bloody dagger, pinching the girl's chin, laughing self-deprecatingly. Oh, I didn't expect there to be a little beauty hidden on this broken ship. With the captain's ugly looks, she can't possibly be his own. Mo? That big guy came over, drooling, and asked me, is this food? Not dead yet. I slapped her awake with a couple of hard hits. Almost got me killed. And she still wanted to faint comfortably? No way. When the girl woke up and saw Mort's monstrous face, she nearly fainted again. I had Mort keep an eye on her while I emptied the ship of everything, finally seizing something that looked like a globe. In front of that girl, I set her broken ship on fire. Watching the flames blaze, I had the Dementor take the ship out to the middle of the sea, letting her witness her home being reduced to ashes. It's all about maintaining emotional stability and a physical exorcism. Back at the castle, Axtis immediately noticed the cut on my face and furrowed his brow. I calmly explained the situation, and he understood that I was practicing spells with the Dementor, and these guys were deliberately setting traps for me. He curled his lips into a smirk. I allow you to kill that person. I shook my head, revealing an expression he greatly appreciated. Teacher, killing her directly would be too merciful. The cruelest punishment in this world is a fate worse than death. Is she a woman? He suddenly asked. I was taken aback. His insight was incredible. A beautiful girl. Kill her. He commanded. Please allow me to let the Dementor suck away her soul. I said with my head down, as this was more satisfying than a direct death. Axtis waved his hand. She's in your hands. How you handle her is up to you. He was clearly very pleased with my way of thinking as a dark wizard. I handed him the loot list and casually mentioned that those guys who jumped into the sea were no longer fit for duty and could be prioritized as test subjects. He told me to handle it myself and take the people to the Hall of Death. With the order in hand, I turned around and headed to the underground prison of Azkaban. That place, let me tell you, is simply a theme park of despair. The prison is built around a large lake, filled with the remains of experiments conducted by Axtis. As soon as I stepped in, the cold, desperate atmosphere seeped into my bones, making it impossible to feel any joy. I shouted at those floating Dementors to search the new pirates thoroughly. Don't let them hide weapons to commit suicide. My experiment subjects would be a waste if they died. Sure enough, they found a few guns and daggers. I tossed all those things into the lake to feed the wraiths. Next time, bring people back and check them more carefully. I yelled at them. The teacher wants living people, you want food, understand? Then, I pointed at the girl who scratched my face. Take her to the hall and hand her over to Ball. I pointed at the few who jumped into the sea. Take these to the Hall of Death. The teacher has use for them. After giving my orders, I didn't want to stay a second longer and hurriedly left. Back in the hall, I was shivering from the cold and quickly asked Ball to help me treat my wound, applying the White Witch's potion. I couldn't afford to have a scar. What about her? Ball pointed at the female pirate who had fainted nearby. Wake her up, clean her up, and get rid of that damn sea smell. Use the spices we just confiscated. Then, take her to my room. I added before leaving, if she dares to run around or be disobedient, throw her to the Dementors as a snack. Then I went to the Hall of Death. I rarely came here. Axtis didn't allow it. As soon as I entered, I saw him standing on a high platform with a shabby black curtain hanging over an archway, fluttering on its own without any wind. As soon as I walked in, I heard someone whispering in my ear, like talking in hushed tones. At that moment, the Dementors brought in the 6 pirates who had jumped into the sea. With a wave of Axtis's wand, one pirate walked into the curtain with a vacant expression, and then they were gone, vanished into thin air. My hair stood on end. Someone said the other side of the door is hell. Axtis murmured, I call it the door of death. It's my creation to glimpse the truth of death. Damn. So those poor, missing people ended up behind this door. Teacher, I can't help but ask, are those whispers trying to lure people inside? He glanced at me and said, once you truly face death, you'll understand. This principle is like the nightmare steed. He paused and then asked, what do you think will come back from that door? A ghost? I shuddered. He seemed pleased with my answer and reassured me. Don't worry. Your value is much higher than those test subjects. I won't throw you in. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my heart felt even colder. That old man Axtis, just like Voldemort, is also a research fanatic who seeks immortality. Such people are the most dangerous. They will do anything to achieve their goals. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in Axtis's study, crazily learning dark magic. I have to say that old man is truly a genius. He invented a lot of insidious spells. I feel like if I went out now, I could easily take down the dark wizard who once hunted me. At night, I sat alone in front of the fireplace in the hall, gnawing on tough fried meat and drinking porridge. There were too few vegetables, so I had to rely on lemons for vitamins. I asked Ball to bring me some vegetables from Diagon Alley next time and to send a letter for me, of course, with the teacher's permission first. I must tell Alice that I'm still alive. Lost in thought, I took my late-night snack back to my room. The fire was burning brightly, and the room was relatively warm. As soon as I entered, a shadow lunged at me. I reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and that person fell to the ground empty-handed. I pointed my wand over and suddenly remembered it was that female pirate. She was actually wearing my clothes, which were all puffed up, looking particularly comical. Is it fun on the ground? Get up. I calmly took a sip of milk. I left her there, really for a simple reason, to cure my insomnia and nightmares. I was looking for a human-shaped pillow, mainly for companionship. I will kill you, she shouted. With what are you going to kill me? I laughed. You should be grateful you can stay here with a fireplace and a soft bed. She fell silent, her eyes fixated on the bread and milk on my plate. Why do you want to kill me? I countered. I almost killed you. So what? We're enemies. You didn't kill me, so now it's my turn to decide. I grabbed her chin. You're just unlucky. Who can you blame? What do you want me to do? Why not kill me? She finally hit the nail on the head. Killing you isn't very valuable, I said matter-of-factly. If you want to die, you can commit suicide. But don't die on my bed. If you fail to die, the outcome will be much worse than death. Do you want me to sleep with you? She scrutinized me. Aren't you afraid I'll strangle you in the middle of the night? You can try, I shrugged, as long as you can cure my damn insomnia and nightmares. You have value in living. The premise is, I have to be alive for you to live. I'm hungry. She stared at my plate, clearly resigned. I grabbed the piece of jerky and threw it into my mouth, pushing the plate toward her. Here's some bread for you. There's water in the kettle. If you want it hot, you'll have to heat it yourself. She looked at the empty plate and that piece of bread, almost going crazy with anger. The next day, I was awakened by a nightmare again, drenched in cold sweat. Another nightmare? A gloating voice came from beside me. It's definitely because you've done too many guilty things. I ignored her and said hoarsely, go get some water. Why should I? She exploded instantly. You made my hand last night. I glanced at her coldly and said word by word, go, get, water. Her name was Cynthia, which I found out later. In the end, she still backed down and obediently got up to pour me a glass of cold water. After I left the room, she was kept here alone, like a pet. She tried to escape, but ended up running into an invisible Dementor in the hall, almost scared to death. And since then, she has been completely obedient. Every day, she does nothing and can only pass the time by flipping through my wizarding books that she doesn't understand at all. Otherwise, she feels like she would go crazy. When I returned in the evening, she surprisingly took the initiative to express her desire to learn to read. I was busy studying a dark magic at the time and didn't have time for her, impatiently telling her to be quiet. She even loudly told me her name was Cynthia. I know your name is Simon, she muttered softly. Once I was done in a good mood, I actually taught her for about 10 minutes, and she learned 20 words. That night, as usual, she helped me warm the bed. It was only when I was asleep, curled up in her arms, that she felt I was like a child, rather than that cold, dark wizard. She had thought about strangling me while I was asleep, but she knew that without me, she wouldn't survive a day in this hell. But to be honest, I really had no such thoughts about her at that time. Maybe it was because I was still young, or maybe I was too busy thinking about how to survive that I didn't have time to think about anything else. Cynthia was quite desperate. She knew she would probably spend her life here, with no hope of freedom. This might be the greatest punishment I spoke of to her. And what was I doing at that time? Let me tell you, I was busy racking up points in Azkaban. On the other side, my little girlfriend Alice was still waiting for me, lost in thought. A few months ago, she received a letter from me saying I was safe and firmly believed I was still alive, eagerly waiting for my return. She even wanted to write to me. But good heavens, the owls couldn't find this hellhole called Azkaban. Even GPS would malfunction. She was quite brave, using that huge sum of money I had in Gringotts, so much that even her sister Felicity was shocked, to start rebuilding Hogsmeade, which had been burned down, as well as our Rose Cottage. She told her sister that she had nowhere to go during the summer, and that place was her home. Felicity advised her to return to the family estate, saying that the dark wizard who attacked Hogsmeade was too dangerous, but Alice wouldn't listen at all. She just sat there daydreaming, mumbling, when will Simon come back? Little did she know, the boy she missed so much was becoming the very kind of person she feared the most. At that time, a doomed ship finally arrived near Azkaban, carrying 2 wizards. The Dementors pounced on them like hungry wolves on meat. As soon as I heard the news, I immediately grabbed my broom and flew over. Why? I needed practical experience. Fighting? Was that even called fighting? It was a one-sided crushing. Let me tell you, that feeling, it really becomes addictive. A young wizard fell directly under my Cruciatus curse, convulsing until he stopped moving. Another middle-aged wizard was still desperately resisting, but I wasn't in a hurry to kill him. I just played with him using the simplest spells, toying with him. He shouted out in anger, like a cornered beast. In the end, following humanitarian principles, I gave him a quick end. After all, how could hands that had never shed blood truly mature? That old pervert, Extus, wanted to see me like this. I dragged the corpse and the broken ship back to Azkaban. Extus not only didn't scold me, but praised me endlessly. His eyes filled with satisfaction, as if he were looking at his carefully cultivated king of curses. What was even more explosive was that a few days ago, I successfully cast the Patronus charm. It took the form of a fox, just as cunning as I am. This shattered the rumor that dark wizards couldn't use the Patronus charm, but what really made my scalp tingle was what happened next. Extus opened the wizard's head, took out the brain, and placed it in a huge tank filled with fresh brains. Let me tell you, this old man is incredibly knowledgeable. He dabbles in dark magic, human brains, death, and even time magic. Then, he revealed a shocking secret to me. He had previously created a time spell called the Hour Reversal Charm, but it was very unstable. It was me, yes me, who suggested encapsulating this spell to make a time converter. As a result, during the first experiment, they found a muggle and tried to send him back 1 hour, but that poor guy directly disappeared and ended up a year in the past. Who understands the family dynamics? That poor guy returned to exactly 1 year ago, right when he ran into me. Then, Extus researched him excessively, using soul-sucking spells, driving him insane. And Extus, through this incident, had already set his sights on me a year ago. So later when I was caught by the Dementor, it was no accident at all. After all this, I realized I was the source of all evil. It was I who sent myself to Azkaban. This maneuver made me ascend on the spot, creating a closed loop in my fate. I personally turned the gears of my miserable destiny. Regret? What is the use of regret? We, two complete lunatics, began to study the time converter without any reservations. Our main focus was pure joy in creating chaos, doing whatever came to mind. We sketched out plans for my memories of the Harry Potter novels, sending one unfortunate soul after another back in time. At first, it didn't go smoothly. People kept disappearing for no reason. Later, I came up with an even crazier idea, to have the time travelers take our latest research materials back to the past and deliver them to our past selves, using the future to interfere with the past. When Extus heard this, his eyes lit up, and he agreed on the spot. For a while after that, there really were muggles from the future appearing with materials. With these cheat codes, our time converter became increasingly refined. But new problems arose. Time travel caused significant harm to the body, and the error margin remained stuck at 1 or 2 days. In the end, no more materials were sent back. The research hit a bottleneck. Extus had no choice but to pause the research and start fulfilling his responsibilities as a teacher, teaching me dark magic. I must say, he is truly a genius, creating many sinister spells, like the snake hair curse, which could turn a person's hair into a pile of venomous snakes, biting or strangling them to death. But what I really wanted to learn at the time was apparition. This was much more practical than dark magic. Extus agreed, but his teaching was rather perfunctory, a hit-or-miss approach. That day, I was in a good mood because I was finally going to formally learn apparition. As soon as I entered the room, Cynthia clung to me like a cat, resting her chin on my shoulder, lazily asking, "What good news do you have? Share it with me." I touched her long red hair and said with a mischievous smile, "I can share with you in other ways." Yes, we still couldn't hold back. And what was meant to happen happened. Being locked in a room together every day, sleeping with the same woman, is something no man can resist. Over time, that little wild horse was tamed by me, and our relationship developed naturally. She suddenly asked me if we could leave alive. I fell silent for a moment and laid it all out. It's hard. Even if we could leave, I would go back to the wizarding world. And I can't take you with me. Muggles reject wizards, you know? After hearing this, she gave a bitter smile and said, "Then I'd rather not leave. I already have nothing." I told her that I could give her a large sum of money to make her a rich woman. I felt no guilt at all. In this hellish place, compassion is the most useless thing. Cold-bloodedness was the first lesson I learned in Azkaban. To my surprise, Cynthia sighed in relief after hearing this. It seemed she was more afraid of being abandoned by me than being kept by me. She stared at me and began to take off my robe, saying, "What are you waiting for? Don't you want to share your happiness with me?" The next day, she still wanted to cling to me for affection. But I pushed her away and coldly warned her, "Get a grip on your situation. If Extus thinks you're a nuisance, you won't be far from death." While I went to find Extus, he had just killed another unfortunate soul, testing his new spell, Barrage of Arrows. The guy died like a hedgehog. We both acted as if nothing had happened, skillfully performed a craniotomy, and put his brain into a tank. To be honest now, when I see this thing, I feel no emotional turmoil at all, and I'm even a bit hungry for lunch. At noon, we arrived on a deserted island to practice phantom manifestation. Extus droned on about 3 key points: target, determination, composure. I was about to develop calluses in my ears from listening. I tried more than a dozen times, each time falling to the ground like a spinning top. Finally, on the 11th attempt, with a loud bang, I managed to go through, but my legs didn't seem to make it. My upper body was 10 meters away, while my lower body remained in place. I was instantly immobilized, my face turning pale. Watching my body split apart was certainly not a pleasant experience. Axtis remained calm, waved his wand, and with a puff of purple smoke, my legs were reattached. He smirked and said, "Lack of concentration." But it was a decent start. Back in the room, Cynthia saw my pale face and poured me a glass of water. I calmly said, "It's nothing, just a failed apparition." My body split apart. She was so shocked that her hand trembled, looking at me in disbelief. "You are still alive?" I shot her a glance. "What? Do you really hope I die?" Spring has come, but Azkaban still looks dead. I have to drink some vitality tonic every day just to hold on. Cynthia has found some fun for herself, using the timeless clothing designs I drew to make new clothes every day, dressing herself up in a flamboyant manner. The way she looks at me is becoming more and more confused, more and more mysterious. That day, just after I finished my potion, I was called by Axtis to the time hall. As soon as I entered, I saw a corpse that had appeared out of nowhere. The Dementors had already sealed off this place, and as soon as I walked in, they all retreated because my fox guardian was perched on my shoulder. Axtis pointed at the corpse and said, "It appeared a few minutes ago and then died." It had this on it. He handed me a piece of parchment, which had 4 words written on it: "Beware of the curse." As soon as I saw the handwriting, I froze. It was my own writing. My future self had sent me a warning. I checked the time converter on the body and found that it wasn't much different from what we did, just a bit more refined. This indicates that future research is still stuck. Something extremely terrible must have happened in the future. Yet, Axtis was unfazed, still diving into the research. I had no choice but to keep an eye on things myself. Fortunately, before summer arrived, I managed to master the art of apparition on my own. Then, the first thing I did was to directly apparate to Diagon Alley. A year later, I found myself standing on this familiar street again. The sunlight was piercing my eyes painfully and felt a bit strange in its warmth. As I stood there, the surrounding wizards scattered like they had seen a ghost. It's understandable. The Azkaban limited edition underworld vibe I had was indeed a bit overwhelming. I didn't come here to run away, but to gather some materials. Axtis wants to brew a luck potion to push forward his damned experiments. First, I went to the Owl post office to send a letter to Alice, and then I went to the apothecary. The owner looked at me as if I were a plague, trembling as he prepared the herbs, refusing to give me change, almost begging me to leave quickly. Unfortunately, there were still a few herbs I couldn't find. I sighed. It seems I'll have to check out the alley. That eerie little alley actually gave me a sense of familiarity, as if I were right at home. I was walking the alley, pondering that I needed to find a local guide to show me the way. Spending some money was not a big deal, but if anyone dared to play tricks on me, they would have to face the consequences and know what it means to be a graduate of Azkaban. And guess what? Just as I was thinking this, someone rushed over to offer me a head. I tell you, the atmosphere in this alley is like a chaotic dance of demons. On the left, an old witch with almost all her teeth missing is trying to summon my spirit, and on the right, there's a shop selling skull caps. I don't even know what kind of abstract buyers are after them. Then there's someone making clothes out of dead people's hair and lamps made from corpse oil. It's simply overwhelming, highlighting a realm of the underworld. Just as I was looking around, 2 raggedy wizards approached me, mumbling to each other, their eyes scanning me like X-rays. One of them rubbed his hands together and came over, his voice sounding like sandpaper on the floor. "Kid, lost your way? Well, isn't that a coincidence? I'm just looking for someone." I said, "I'm looking for a black market dealer to buy some herbs." The old man brightened up at that, rubbing his hands and said, "Oh, you're looking for Carl. Who doesn't know him around here? You must be new, right? I'll take you there, but I understand. I understand it all too well." I tossed a cigarette over to him. He fumbled to catch it, and the greedy light in his eyes was almost overflowing. I glanced at him coldly. "Put away your little thoughts. I'm in a hurry." Got it. He nodded and led me to a more secluded corner. A few minutes later, I emerged from the alley alone. As for him, I had him dangling at the alley entrance like a wind chime, trying to ambush me. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. What a pity, after searching for so long, he was cleaner than his face, a broke loser. I just walked out of the alley when a guy in a cloak suddenly appeared like a ghost. Looking at the wind chime, he laughed and said, "Old Carlo is in trouble this time. I told you his eyesight isn't good. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. What's the matter? Are you looking for Carl? I'll take you there, to Sicilian." He smiled ominously, saying not to refuse and not to compare me to those idiots like Carlo. My eyesight is quite good. "All right, Efficiency is key. I directly summoned 2 Sicilian. Lead the way. That guy took the money, gave me a meaningful glance, and led me into another alley, pointing at a wall and saying, "It's right in the Black Beer Tavern, just go through there." In the end, he kindly reminded me, "Don't cause trouble." As soon as I walked through the wall, a wave of noisy heat hit me. The tavern was filled with a murky atmosphere, inhabited by sinister-looking black wizards, and there were rows of wanted posters stuck in the corner of the counter. When I entered, only the bartender glanced up at me. The guy leading me, named Antonin, greeted the bartender and pointed at me. "This one is looking for Carl." The bartender gestured towards a small alcove next to him, which was draped with a curtain. "Lucky you, he's in today. Go on in." I lifted the curtain and saw a wizard in his 40s. His fingers twisted like chicken claws, exuding a dangerous aura that warned people to keep their distance. I tentatively asked, "Carl?" He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "New face, what do you want?" I slapped the list down on the table. "How many of these do you have?" He tapped the parchment with his chicken claw-like fingers. "This one, and this one, but not this one. If you want it, I can help you get it, but the price." I didn't even raise my eyelids. "How much?" "I'm in a hurry." Carl's face instantly stiffened, his gaze slicing through like a knife, as he said slowly and clearly, "You seem to not understand the rules here." I slammed a chip onto the table and, imitating his tone, replied word by word, "I am in a hurry." This made the whole tavern burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Carl, you've hit a brick wall." Antonin also walked in, staring at me and saying, "Buddy, I don't want to be blacklisted." This meant he was warning me not to make a move. I ignored him and calmly said to Kayer, "This one seems a bit clueless. Does he not want to do business with me?" I then turned to Antonin and asked, "Does this happen often?" Antonin, who was quite sharp, casually replied, "Maybe he's afraid you don't have the money." Then he said to Kayer, "This one is a big investor. You definitely shouldn't miss out." Only then did Kayer take another look at me and quoted an exorbitant price, 5 gold gallons for Seacos and 21 gnats. I let out a cold laugh. 3 galleons. Next time you come out to scam people, make sure to practice your brain-closing technique better. At this price, you've already made a fortune. And don't try to fool me with inferior goods. Really? You're going to play this game in front of me? You should at least find out what I do. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, so lively? Carl, are you scamming newbies again?" I turned around and was surprised to see Wendick, my friend. He was also a potion merchant here. He handed his order to Carl and then patted me on the shoulder. "Buddy, don't be angry, he's just joking. Carl has the most complete raw materials in all of Diagon Alley." Carl glanced at Wendick's order, snorted, and finally turned to get the potions. I finally managed to squeeze out a smile. "Long time no see, Wendick." Wendick finally recognized me and was stunned. "Simon? Simon Green. God, where have you been all this time? We've been looking for you everywhere. You've changed so much." Carl raised an eyebrow beside me. "Is he your friend?" Wendick ignored him and just looked me up and down. I calmly said, "I've run into some trouble, but it's manageable." "You mentioned Duncan Griffin." "No." I interrupted him directly. "That's a minor character. I'll find him." "What do you want him for?" "Of course, to kill him." My tone was as cold as ice, and the entire tavern fell silent in an instant. Wendick opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. I placed 3 gold coins on the table. "Where are the herbs?" "You're in trouble. We can help you," Wendick said eagerly. "You can't help me. I'm in a hurry." I looked at Carl, who shrugged and pushed a large bag of herbs over. After checking and packing it up, I stepped forward and hugged Wendick. "Goodbye, my friend. Say hello to everyone for me." After saying that, I walked straight out of the tavern, vanishing in a flash. After I left, Antonin finally got close to Wendick. "Your friend isn't simple." Carlo, the one who led the way first, died at his hands, and it was quite a gruesome sight. He definitely wanted to kill Cal just now. Cal, standing nearby, retorted defiantly, "What nonsense." Antonin scoffed. Carlo thought he could succeed with a sneak attack, but he ended up biting the dust before he could even finish his incantation. His body is still hanging in the alley. Wendick, however, shook his head with a wry smile. "No, with Simon's character, he wouldn't act here. But if he truly holds a grudge, he will find you at another time, in another way." And guess what? The trouble really did come from this batch of herbs. 2 months later, my teacher Extas's potion room exploded with a bang. The entire Azkaban shook 3 times. As soon as I rushed in, I saw my teacher staring blankly at the shattered crucible, holding a piece of eggshell in his hand. With a grim face, he stepped out and thrust the eggshell fragment in front of me, his voice icy. "This is not a runic serpent egg. That damn black market merchant sold you a counterfeit. Capture him. I want him to regret ever coming into this world." Goodness, the time for a life for a fake moment had arrived. Without a second thought, I accepted the order and set off with a few soul-capturing creatures. This Carl was really unlucky, selling counterfeit goods right under my teacher's nose. He didn't realize how precious the formula for this elixir was, and even a tiny impurity could cause an explosion. Now he had completely pissed off my teacher. When I found Carl, he had just sold a few fake eggs and was happily getting ready to go home. I directly blocked him in the alley. Years of experience told him to run, but unfortunately, it was too late. With a petrification spell, he was frozen there. I walked up with a cold smile. Do you remember me? 2 months ago, you sold a batch of fake Niven snake eggs to that unfortunate fellow. Because of that batch of fakes, my teacher's potion exploded. So, he wants to invite you to Azkaban as a guest. As soon as I finished speaking, the Dementor took him away. When we arrived at Azkaban, my teacher, Extus, looked at Cal, who was terrified and trembling, and revealed an extremely cruel smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cal. Your basilisk egg was made perfectly. No, wait, I can explain. Cal couldn't even speak properly. Explain? I think not. With a flick of Extus's wand, a piercing curse was cast. A chilling scream echoed through the hall. Cal cried out for mercy, saying he was willing to serve. But my teacher completely ignored him, coming back periodically just to hear him scream, like listening to a symphony. After tormenting him for a while, Extus turned to me, as if asking what we should have for dinner. What do you think we should do with him? At that moment, I had a sudden inspiration. Death was too cheap for him. We needed to do something creative, focusing on a virtual pet style development, with random surprises or scares dropping every day. I said, Teacher, how about we lock him up, treat him well, and then let him draw lots every day to decide how many times he'll endure the heart-wrenching curse? The number he draws is the number he gets. A fate worse than death is the ultimate punishment. Axtus's eyes lit up. Good idea. It's up to you. And so, Cal's nightmare began. After a few months, he was completely driven mad by this lottery game. One day, it was time to draw lots again. I watched him with a smile. Mr. Cal, if you take a day off today, you could have a half month off. Excited? He glared at me with hatred, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, hesitating in front of several pieces of paper. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose one. I opened it in front of him. Oh no, it's a 2. It seems you're out of luck for a half-month vacation. He was completely stunned. Don't be discouraged. There's still a chance. I comforted him. This time you'll draw how many times you'll receive the heart-piercing curse today. Good luck. He gave up and randomly grabbed one, only to turn pale when he opened it. I took a look and saw a big 10 written on it. Wow, your luck is really terrible, I laughed. Cal was completely broken down, lunging at me like a mad dog, shouting, you're cheating. I pointed my wand at his throat, and he deflated. I put away my wand and shrugged, all right? Since you doubt the fairness, I'll allow you to open all the remaining slips and see for yourself. He grabbed onto the remaining slips like a lifeline, desperately opening them all, only to find every number from 1 to 10, realizing that he was just unlucky, having drawn the biggest one. How could this happen? He slumped to the ground. No, spérame. 10 heart-piercing curses could kill someone. He cried, pleading. I waved at the nearby Dementor and said, take him away. Send him to the teacher. It's not my fault he's unlucky. Soon, the hall echoed with screams again. After the 5th time, Cal collapsed unconscious. I kicked him twice, but there was no response. Axtus instructed the Dementor to wake him up and continue. After enduring 10 cruciatus curses, Axtus seemed to have lost interest. He ordered someone to drag the Cal, who was like a puddle of mud, to the death chamber, the place with the black curtains. He said to Cal, I'll give you a chance to live. Go through that door, and then come back, and you'll be free. Cal whimpered and pleaded, but it was useless. Axtus told the Dementor, let him fulfill his last value. Throw him in. Cal was thrown into the door of death and never came out again. Dead, completely dead. Axtus was a bit disappointed. He didn't come back after all. I whispered, Teacher, everyone who went in has died, and very few are willing to come back as ghosts. They'll make them come back voluntarily. Axtus revealed his signature sinister smile, and I knew someone was about to have bad luck. He suddenly asked me, I remember you captured a pair of wizard father and son last time? Yes. They're still in the dungeon. Good. He licked his lips, threatened the father with the son, make him go in, and then come back as a ghost to tell me what's behind the door. Soon, the tortured father and son were brought to the Hall of Death. Axtus said to the father, Kane Jones, cross that door, come back as a ghost, and tell me what you saw, and I'll let your son go. Mr. Jones had no choice. For his son, he trembled as he walked through the door. Not long after, he returned, transformed into a translucent ghost. Axtus eagerly approached him. Quick, tell me, what's behind the door? The ghost of Jones spoke in a hollow and desperate voice. It's death. I died the moment I went in. It was all mist. I knew nothing. Now, Keep your promise and release my son. Axtis's face darkened instantly. Liar. You must have seen something. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill your son. No, you can't. I'm telling the truth. The ghost roared in anger. The next moment, a flash of green light appeared, and the death curse pierced through the ghost's body, instantly killing the unconscious 8-year-old boy on the ground. The ghost's father was stunned on the spot, raging madly. Who understands the family dynamics? This was arguably the best PUA of 2025, painting a picture all the way to the underworld, and in the end, flipping the script. The ghost father exploded right then and there with a boom. He turned into a mass of black ink, and before dying, he yelled at my cheat master. I curse you. I tell you, I was so scared that I jumped back about 800 meters. I shouted at Aixtis, Teacher, be careful. This curse before death is no joke. Didn't we receive a warning letter from the future before? Guess what he said? Quiet. Goodness, this old man is really thick-headed and doesn't take it seriously at all. And what happened? He said no with his mouth, but his body was quite honest. As soon as he got back inside, he dove into the potion room and clanged around for several hours, brewing a potion darker than my face, and gulped it down. Then I watched as a cloud of black smoke emerged from him, twisting into a grotesque skull above his head, which let out a howl and then dispersed. But this old man looked like he had been drained of all energy, collapsing directly onto the ground, and I had to go over and support him. I was so happy inside, wishing he would just drop dead, but on the surface, I had to pretend to be a dutiful son and grandson. Teacher, are you okay? You mustn't have any issues. When acting, you have to go all out. I quickly ran over to that house elf, Balthazar, and said, keep an eye on the teacher. He's been unwell lately. Hee, just putting on a show. At that moment, I was calculating that if this curse worked well, maybe I could inherit the fortune and leave this cursed place tomorrow. While I was putting on this heartfelt act of a master and disciple, my buddies at Hogwarts, Harry and the others, were supposedly pulling their hair out over homework. I heard they were struggling to copy each other's assignments and were frustrated, wishing Simon was there to help. Hilarious. I'm busy battling wits with the Dark Lord. I don't have time for your petty essays. My cheat master is indeed getting worse by the day, but the things he teaches me are getting more and more bizarre. Let me tell you, the soul-chasing lamp he made me create is simply outrageous. Using a human skull as the lamp base, corpse oil as fuel, and dead hair twisted into a wick when lit. It's utterly eerie and terrifying. It's said that if this lamp goes out, the cursed person will die on the spot. After I completed one with my own hands, I felt my sanity plummeting. This thing is definitely leading the pack in terms of perversion in the dark magic world. Later, the old man's temper got worse and worse, and I was really afraid he might think he was about to die and take me along with him when he goes. Then, strange events began to unfold. One day, the house elf ball saw me and surprisingly asked, Young Master Simon, didn't you go to the library? I was stunned on the spot. I didn't go. But my mind was quick, and I instantly realized, time converter, future me has come back. I immediately ran to the library, wanted to see what my future self was up to. But what did I find? No one was there, just a blank piece of parchment left on the table. I was like, what's going on here? When I got back to my room in the evening, Cynthia reminded me, by the way, you specifically came back at noon to tell me to remind you tonight to check the second to last book on the shelf. I took the book down in confusion, and to my surprise, there was a small note inside with just 2 words, missing. I am directly speechless. First, there's a blank note, then a missing note. What the hell am I doing in the future? Could it be Aixtis is missing? Damn, is this immense fortune finally coming my way? I was overjoyed but still suppressed my excitement and ran to ask Ball, where's the teacher? Ball said, the master should be in the room. I just delivered the late-night snack to him. Great, so it turns out it's my future self playing tricks on me? Angry, I threw the note directly into the fireplace to burn it. As a result, the next morning, I went to the lab as usual, pushed the door open, and to my surprise, it was completely empty. There was really no one there. I'm about to pop champagne inside, but I have to pretend like my father just died on my face, then rush out and shout, Ball, it's bad. The teacher is missing. We turned Azkaban upside down, even asking the Dementors, and they all said they hadn't seen anyone. At that moment, it clicked in my mind, and I understood everything. That inexplicable operation yesterday was not the future me playing tricks on me, but rather the future me, who was about to act, covering for my upcoming actions. I immediately ran in front of Ball, with a serious expression, and said, there's no other way. Something must have happened to the teacher. I need to use the time converter to go back and see where he actually went. After saying that, I put on the hourglass necklace in a deserted storage room. Whoosh, everything spun around, and it felt like my insides were about to be thrown out. I nearly passed out on the spot. When I opened my eyes again, I was back a day earlier. Next came my performance. I perfectly replicated all the actions of my future self. First, I deliberately let Ball see me heading toward the library. Then I sneaked into the library and left that blank parchment, and afterward, I ran to remind Cynthia to tell me to read. I created a perfect alibi for myself. Once my past self left, I quietly slipped into Extus's laboratory. The person was indeed not there. However, in the corner of the table, he left a delicate little box. I instantly understood. This old man. He also used the time converter to run away. He is unwilling to be tormented by the curse, and wants to go back to the past to prevent himself from falling into the trap at its source. I hid in his room for a whole night, and the next day, I calculated the time and returned to my own timeline. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Ball still waiting for me. I said to him, looking exhausted, "Teacher." He had traveled through time on his own, and we could only wait. For several days afterward, Ixtus seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, not a peep from him. Let me tell you, I felt amazing about it. I hope that old man never comes back. I tell you, I was feeling so good inside, hoping that old man would never come back. But I didn't stay happy for long, and problems arose. Once Ixtus disappeared, those Dementors started to get restless like they had no parents. Goodness, these creatures are really hard to please. If they don't get food, they threaten to go on strike. I had no choice but to hold my nose and agree to let them go hunting. I'm not conducting human experiments. Living people are useless. But I definitely didn't want my lair to be overrun by a bunch of Dementors, so I had to make do with those poor souls outside. A month passed just like that, and Ixtus seemed to have been erased from this world, making Azkaban completely my territory. I tell you, aside from having Dementors as neighbors, this place is actually quite nice as a private fortress. With nothing else to do, I started sneaking into Ixtus's room every day, hoping to dig up some of his dark secrets. Guess what happened? One morning, I actually found one of his journals. When I opened it, my eyes nearly popped out. That old guy, he is dead. Not missing, but dead. Dead in the past. Who understands? My hair stood on end at that moment. It was more thrilling than a horror movie. I quickly continued reading his diary, and the content was simply an epic tale of self-destruction. The story begins in the 1930s of the 15th century, when Ixtus was still a young man who accidentally discovered the cursed place known as Azkaban. At that time, there were already Dementors there, and the original owner of the fortress, a dark wizard, had already kicked the bucket. Then, the key point came. He stole a wand from that dead man's hand, which he referred to as the Elder Wand. Upon reading this, I felt a jolt of realization that things were not simple. Sure enough, as I flipped further into the diary, the tone shifted dramatically. One entry read, "I can't believe what I've seen. I actually saw my own corpse. Merlin's beard, I must be going insane." Goodness, the young man, while adventuring, directly encountered his future self meeting his demise. Who could handle that? He was completely stunned, staying on the island for several weeks, trying to figure out how his future self had traveled back in time. But he understood nothing and ultimately fled in disgrace. However, when he returned home, something even worse happened. His home had been reduced to ashes, and his parents and family were all gone. He went mad on the spot, with only 2 words left in his mind: revenge. Thus, he returned to the beginner's village of Azkaban and began to practice dark magic in seclusion, focusing on becoming 3 times more powerful in darkness. After emerging, he wreaked havoc. The diary recorded that bastard Kali finally died at my hands. And I want to kill his entire family. Those bastards in the Wizarding Council want to judge me? Or were they when my family died? Come on, bring one, and I'll kill one. During that period, the diary was filled with a sense of invincibility and madness. But ultimately, he went too far and was ambushed by a group of people suffering serious injuries. The subsequent entries were all written in blood. He dragged half of his life back to Azkaban, only to find that his enemies had followed him. However, breaking into his home turf was like delivering themselves to him, right? He unleashed the Dementors, resolving each of them one by one. I closed the notebook, my head buzzing. The amount of information is overwhelming. That old guy Ixtus has turned his life into a closed loop. I told this to the little sprite ball, and it immediately crashed, holding its head with a confused expression of who am I and where am I. I sighed and said to it, "I'll be leaving here soon, and then you'll be free." You guess what happened? The word freedom nearly scared it to death. I had to say, "If you want, you can come with me and work for me." Only then did Ball nod pitifully, indicating that he would stick with me from now on. After settling Ball, I laid it all out for Cynthia, saying that we would soon be able to leave this cursed place. When the girl heard this, there was not a trace of joy on her face. Instead, she hugged me tightly, biting her lip and asking, "What are you planning to do with me? Are you taking me back to your world?" I touched her head and directly painted a grand vision for her. "Don't worry, everything is arranged. A mansion, servants, endless money. You could just be a wealthy lady. Would you want all this lavish wealth? Guess what she said? But not without you. Oh dear, this girl even threatened me, saying she suddenly wanted to strangle me so that I would belong to her forever. Let me tell you, this girl has some tricks up her sleeve, but not too many. I could only continue to coax her. Don't be silly. I still like you. My things will always belong to me. And so do you. She even said she wanted a child, and I quickly pressed that down, saying we could talk about it in a few years. After calming her down, I started to continue studying that notebook. I found that this diary is simply a treasure trove, filled with spells and experiment records created by Ectus. More excitingly, I discovered that he had also obtained an Elder Wand. This means that for a period of time, there were 2 Elder Wands in the world at the same time. He wrote in the diary that he took down an opponent wielding an Elder Wand, and only then understood why that guy was so confident. I immediately turned his room upside down, but I didn't find a second wand. The diary said he buried the wand together with the corpse of his future self. But where is the grave? I turned to the last page of the diary, which was written after I was taken to Azkaban. The contents sent chills down my spine. I finally found that person, which is me, and he even brought news of Zygmunt Bach. I really wanted to kill him. Maybe I should tell him about the time reversal spell and ask for his help with time travel. Damn curse. Why can't it be removed? My days are numbered. Horcruxes? Only an idiot would use such a foolish method. Back then, I swore to stop all of this from happening. Yet all the outcomes were destined from the very beginning, right? Seeing this, I understood everything. This is an unsolvable deadlock. Axtis played with time and ultimately was played to death by time. The last page of the diary contains a letter he left for me. He said he knew I would definitely break into his room, that he left everything to me, but warned me not to destroy his research results, or he would haunt me even in death. As for the Elder Wand, he said, if you want to find it, go ahead. I hid it somewhere in Azkaban, and it shouldn't be difficult for you to find it. I thought about it. Isn't this an easy question? The safest and most suitable treasure location for his introverted personality in the entire Azkaban. Where else could it be but the lair of the Dementors? I took Ball to the dungeon. It was a sinister place, filled with cries of anguish. I walked to the edge of a green lake, feeling that something was at the bottom. I tried to use magic to part the water, but my power was insufficient. Instead of splitting the water, I ended up waking a whole bunch of undead creatures that were lurking in the lake. Goodness, they surged out of the water like dumplings boiling over. I quickly had Ball hold the soul-chasing lantern to keep them steady. Then I raised my wand and cast a powerful fire spell over a large area. They burned to ashes. The raging flames instantly turned those things into dust, and the world was finally quiet. After clearing the area, I began to think about how to dry up the lake. In the end, I used a drying spell and completely drained the entire lake. At the very center of the lake bed, a marble coffin lay quietly. Next to it, there was a small wooden box. I'm not stupid. How could I forget how Dumbledore fell for it? There must be traps beside such treasure chests. I directly dragged a poor soul from the prison and had him open the box. The moment his hand touched the box, his entire arm instantly dried up like a mummy, and he collapsed on the spot, unable to get up. Just as I suspected, I sneered and called over another terrified prisoner, telling him to grab the wand. This time, nothing happened. Once he had it in his hand, I used a disarming spell, and the wand flew into my hand. Then, I sent him on his way, clean and swift. I picked up the legendary Elder Wand and took a deep breath. I could feel a destructive power surging into my body. I walked to the edge of the cliff and pointed at the sea, saying restore. The sunken shipwreck fragments in the water instantly floated up and quickly reassembled into a ship. But within seconds, the ship began to sink again. I felt exhilarated by this power, a bit intoxicated, and raised the wand to point at the sky, sending a bolt of lightning that shattered the freshly repaired ship into pieces. Ball looked at me, his eyes filled with awe, probably thinking I was some kind of Axtis Plus. I stared at the exploded ship and instantly sobered up. Wow, this thing is way too easy to let go to my head. No wonder everyone who gets it ends up poorly. I reminded myself to use it sparingly in the future and absolutely not to rely on it. Having sorted everything out, we were finally leaving this cursed place. I acquired a pirate ship and set sail with Cynthia and Ball. Cynthia was worried that sailing a pirate ship would attract the Navy, and I laughed. I told her, who says we're sailing back? Once we were out of Azkaban's range, I pulled out a bottle, recited a couple of spells, and the entire pirate ship was sucked into the bottle in an instant, becoming my souvenir. Cynthia was left dumbfounded. Then, I embraced her and Ball, and with a disillusionment charm, we vanished directly from the sea. Our next stop was Hardington. I used a soul-snatching spell to make the local baron willingly sell me a manor called Dalnia. As the carriage entered the manor, a row of maids stood respectfully to greet us. I got off the carriage and said to Cynthia, "Look at your new home." She looked at the scene, still a bit unaccustomed. I left her with Ball to learn how to be a qualified merchant's wife, while Ball sorted through Ecstasy's belongings. Then, I had to go take care of my own business. A few days later, I appeared on the beach of a small town. Duncan Griffin was there, raging and shouting. Yes, I had completely looted his precious pirate ship and left him a letter challenging him to a duel. When he saw me, his face turned green with anger, but he still remained vigilant. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and said directly, "Let's have a wizard duel and settle this." 1-2. We both struck almost simultaneously. Avada Kedavra! 2 green lights collided in the air. Let me tell you, with the Elder Wand in my hand, I was on a completely different level than him. His green light was instantly pushed back by mine, and the fear on his face had not even fully blossomed before it froze. The next second, he fell straight down. It was over. I murmured to myself, added another spell, and blew his body into a cloud of ashes. This guy who had chased me all over the world finally died in my hands. After finishing all this, I returned to Hogsmeade. The village had been rebuilt, but because of the cold aura I carried from spending so long in Azkaban, the passers-by looked at me with averted eyes. I first went to find Uncle Tom at the second-hand shop. When he saw me, his jaw almost dropped in shock, saying I had changed too much. I didn't chat much and went straight to the Rose Cottage. My home has also been rebuilt, and the roses in the garden are blooming beautifully. I stood at the door, raised my hand, and gently knocked. The door opened, and a girl in a yellow dress came out. It was Phyllis. She was taken aback when she saw me, then immediately raised her wand and pointed it at me. "Long time no see, Phyllis." I pushed her wand aside. "How is Alice?" Upon hearing this, she exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You actually came back. Where have you been all these years? Do you know how worried Alice has been about you?" Under pressure, I walked into the house and calmly said, "Don't worry," before I came back. "I already took care of that dark wizard. No one will hurt Alice again." Phyllis was stunned on the spot, probably shocked by my calm tone, as if I had just squashed an ant. Just then, I heard a noise from upstairs. I looked up and saw Alice. She had grown up and was no longer the frail little girl from before. She was wearing a white dress, standing on the stairs, and the moment she saw me, she froze. She covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Then she ran and threw herself into my arms. "It's okay, don't cry. I'm back now. Haven't you turned into a little flower cat?" Simon gently wrapped his arms around Alice's slender waist and stroked her hair to comfort her. "Yes, no crying. Alice is just too happy." Alice rubbed her eyes and squeezed out a shy smile, while Phyllis sighed helplessly beside her. "Long time no see, Granny," Simon said with a smile as he sniffed the raccoon beside him. Simon took off his cloak and sat in a chair by the fireplace with the two of them. Alice, not minding the heat, sat beside Simon and enthusiastically poured him a cup of rose tea. This rose tea was recently made. The tea Simon made back then had already turned to ashes in the fierce fire. "Where have you been all these years?" Phyllis asked curiously. "Oh, you mean this?" Simon put down his teacup and said, "You should have noticed my changes too." After saying that, he sighed helplessly. "I became a disciple of a dark wizard, and he died a while ago, so I came back." "You became a dark wizard?" Phyllis now understood what had happened to Simon. "I'm not quite clear how you judge whether someone is a dark wizard." Simon drew his wand, lightly pointed it in the air, and said, "Patronus." A pale light overflowed from the tip of the wand, gathering in front of the girls to form a fox, which elegantly walked around Simon. "A guardian spirit?" Phyllis breathed a sigh of relief. A wizard who could summon a guardian spirit was at least not a dark wizard. "Wait, you can summon a guardian spirit now?" Phyllis widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Simon. It took her years to master the complex Patronus charm. "It's so beautiful." Alice stared at the silver fox. Granny curiously raised a paw, seemingly wanting to touch it, but when his paw came into contact with the fox, it vanished. "In the future, if Alice wants to learn, I can teach you," Simon said with a smile. "Really? I can learn too?" "Of course it's true," Simon said, looking at Alice's excited expression. "When have I ever lied to you?" "Ahem." Phyllis cleared her throat, interrupting them, and asked Simon, "What are you planning to do now that you're back?" I plan to continue studying magic. Although I'm quite skilled in dark magic, I still have some deficiencies in other areas." Simon poured himself another cup of flower tea and smiled. "You don't have to worry about it. It's probably been a long time since we last met." Alice kept chatting with Simon. Simon also learned about Alice's situation, with Phyllis's help. Her learning progress was barely on par with the other newcomers. It wasn't that Alice's learning ability was poor, but rather that with her weaker magical power, mastering spells required repeated practice. They chatted until midnight, and seeing that Alice was still enthusiastic, Simon smiled and interrupted. By the way, where will I sleep tonight? Alice suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, I forgot to prepare a room for Simon. The Rose Cottage has 2 rooms. Simon's and Alice's rooms are next to each other. But Simon's room has already been occupied by Phyllis, so there are no extra guest rooms left for Simon to sleep in. So careless, Simon said to the pondering Alice. It's fine, I'll just find a place to sleep for the night. That won't do. Alice glanced at her sister and said slowly, Simon can come and sleep with me. I'll go sleep with Alice. You can sleep in my room? Phyllis said word by word to her sister. My room? The corners of Simon's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he felt that Phyllis's words sounded a bit strange, as that room was originally supposed to be his. All right, your room. Go rest, Phyllis said nonchalantly. She certainly wouldn't let her sister sleep with Simon. However, judging by Alice's reaction earlier, it was clear that they had slept together before. Forget it. Phyllis didn't want to say much. She knew that whatever she said wouldn't matter. The relationship between Alice and Simon had been decided when she entrusted her sister to him. However, before that, she had to keep a close eye on her sister. By the way, this is for you. Simon took out a crystal ball from his undetectable expansion bag. What is this? Alice asked, looking at the beautiful crystal ball. Try infusing it with magic, Simon said with a smile. After Alice infused magic into the crystal ball, it emitted a soft glow, as if using a Lumos spell, but the light was noticeably brighter. This is a magical lamp, Simon explained with a smile. With this, you won't need an oil lamp at night. That's amazing. Alice excitedly kissed Simon on the forehead. Phyllis curled her lip. It was undoubtedly just to please a child. But Simon's ability to turn the Lumos spell into a magical item also surprised her, even though this so-called magical lamp wasted a quite valuable crystal ball. That night, Simon wrote letters to Potter and a few others. As an old friend, he certainly wouldn't easily give up this friendship. He also wrote to Windick, Furs Lomberton, and the broomstick maker Jukes. Although he had been missing for quite some time, Simon believed that Jukes and Professor Furs wouldn't do anything to swallow his money. Simon set down his quill, looked around the girls' room, took off his clothes, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Although there were no Dementors here, nor the eerie cold of Azkaban, due to the habits formed during that time, Simon found himself unable to sleep without a pillow. He sighed softly, got out of bed, and went to the place where the owl, Pa, was waiting. Sorry for the trouble. Simon patted the owl's head and handed it the letter for Jukes. Can't sleep? When Simon returned to the house, he saw Phyllis standing by the door. Can't sleep, Simon said with a smile. Not used to it. It seems you haven't been doing too well over there. Phyllis suddenly said, Did you read my memories again? It seems your mind-reading skills have improved, and I didn't even notice, Simon joked. I was just guessing. Phyllis explained, I haven't gotten that boring yet. Why did you lie before? I just omitted the parts that I thought Alice shouldn't know. Simon said lightly, Those aren't very good memories. You should be aware that the Dark Wizard's hands were not free of blood, and my teacher was no exception. One of his favorite hobbies was to dissect Muggle heads and keep their brains in jars. Phyllis frowned at this, but Simon didn't seem to be lying. She said irritably, Why didn't he dissect your head too? Because I'm still useful. Simon said flatly, I'm his assistant, and I can save him a lot of trouble. If he dissected me too, there would be many things he'd have to do himself. Actually, it's probably best that you don't know. Simon revealed a chilling smile. It wouldn't benefit you at all. I'm still curious about what you've been up to for over a year. Phyllis said in a lowered voice. Your changes make me feel inexplicably fearful. Even Alice seems a bit uncomfortable. She turned back into the house and glanced at Simon, continuing, Haven't you noticed? The words you say now are as cold as a block of ice, and the aura around you is filled with ominousness. I was scared when I saw you, let alone Alice. Oh, that's natural. After all, I face corpses and Dementors every day. There really aren't any extra feelings left. Simon calmly said as he placed the kettle on the stove. As for the aura you mentioned, it probably comes from being around Dementors, and it will disappear after a while. Phyllis's eyes widened, a bit dumbfounded. She had heard of Dementors and found it hard to imagine what it would be like to be around them. There's nothing to be surprised about. If you experience what I did, well, it's better not to. At first, I had nightmares every day. Simon looked down the stairs and said, Alice, why aren't you asleep yet? Sister, Simon, what are you talking about? Alice rubbed her eyes, covering a yawn with her hand as she walked into the hall. The next morning, Janice appeared in the hall of Rose Manor, giving Simon a big hug. My dear Simon, you finally returned. By the way, where have you been all this time? You've really changed a lot. They'll be very surprised to see you. Very surprised indeed, Gwendolyn said as he walked in. Buddy, your changes are quite significant. I told you guys, Windick seemed to have made an appointment with them and appeared afterward. Looks like your troubles are resolved. Resolved. Simon hugged him. Windick handed Simon the recent earnings from beauty potions and took his leave because he couldn't stay away from his potion room for too long. By the way, Kella's gone missing? Windick suddenly said before leaving. He sold me fake ingredients, which caused my teacher's potion to fail. Simon shrugged and said, so he just got unlucky. Just as I thought. Windick sighed, that bastard sold me fake goods initially, so he should have known he would get into trouble. After sending the three away, Simon opened the reply from the broom maker Jukes, who invited Simon to his broom shop in Diagon Alley and sent him a share of the profits from this time, which amounted to 126 galleons. Potter's letter arrived afterward, telling Simon that he, Weasley, and Pruitt planned to venture into the Forbidden Forest before their third year and invited Simon to join them. After considering it for a moment, Simon nodded in agreement with Potter's proposal and replied to him. After experiencing the Dark Wizard's pursuit and the Azkaban incident, the Forbidden Forest didn't seem like much. Simon, the grapes are ripe. Alice walked in with a wooden bowl full of grapes in her hands. The grapes were slightly purple and had a layer of fine white powder on them. The girl placed the grapes on the table, ready to share them with her beloved. Are they tasty? Simon smiled as he picked one, peeled it, and took a bite, finding it a bit sour. How is it? Alice blinked expectantly. Not bad. Simon patted Alice's head and said, sweet and sour. This is my first time eating this kind of grape. You should try it too. Simon picked one, peeled it, and held it up to Alice's mouth. Alice opened her mouth and ate the grape, her little face scrunching up. So sour. Cough, cough. Phyllis couldn't watch any longer and cleared her throat, reminding, if you wait a while, the grapes will ripen and won't be so sour. By the way, aren't you going back? Simon curiously looked at Phyllis, surprised that this young lady from Selwyn didn't have to go home for the summer. None of your business. This is my last year, and I'll graduate next year. Phyllis suddenly said, congratulations. Simon nodded in understanding and continued, you must be very busy this year. You don't need to worry about Alice's studies. This won't take up too much of my time, Phyllis suddenly said. Do you think I am someone who can't handle it? She continued, I decided that after graduating next year, I plan to stay at Hogwarts as Professor Lizaway's teaching assistant. Sister plans to stay at Hogwarts? Alice was a bit surprised. I'm planning to stay at Hogwarts. My aunt might leave in a few years, and then I will take her place, Phyllis explained. What about the potions professor? Oh, I should congratulate you in advance. Although Simon didn't know how the potions professor at Hogwarts was selected as Professor Prince's proud student. After a few years of experience, Phyllis indeed qualified to become a professor at Hogwarts. But Simon also knew that Phyllis was probably worried about her sister, which was why she planned to stay. Are you thinking of something extremely rude? Phyllis suddenly said. Not all. I think we could take a trip to Diagon Alley. Does Alice want a flying broom? Simon cleverly changed the subject. Jukes wrote to invite me to Diagon Alley. Is it the famous broom maker Jukes? Phyllis clearly had heard of Jukes' name. Yes. I wonder if he has created any new brooms over the years. Simon explained, noticing Phyllis's slightly puzzled expression. I was one of those involved in the making of the Silver Arrow. That shop actually has a share of mine. Phyllis's eyes widened in surprise as she re-evaluated Simon. She realized that this guy was indeed very good at making money. Perhaps she should have thought of this when Porter showed up with the Silver Arrow at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Shall we go now? Alice asked, a bit confused. I'll go change my clothes. What about you? Simon looked at Phyllis. Of course, I'll go back too. She turned and headed back to the room, or rather, Simon's room. I'll also buy everything you need while I'm at it. Simon was taken aback for a moment before understanding what Phyllis meant and asked, are you planning to continue staying here? What, not welcome? Phyllis's voice came from upstairs. I had this house built. Of course not, Simon replied. But inwardly he thought, by the way, why are you staying here instead of going back home? Just to be a third wheel? Simon used apparition to go to Diagon Alley, while Alice was led by Phyllis, who clearly did not trust Simon's apparition skills. Since there weren't many cases of people mastering apparition at that age, there were plenty of cases of missing limbs or being splinched. As a sister con, Phyllis would naturally not allow her sister to take that risk. Jukes the broom maker shop was prominently located in Diagon Alley, with a silver sign above the door that read Flying Broom Shop in embossed silver letters. When Simon arrived, he found that there were already several people in the shop. They seemed to be discussing a business deal with Jukes. Old buddy, long time no see, Jukes exclaimed, seeing Simon and the others walk in, giving him a hug. You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. I'm not old at all. By the way, it seems like you're busy here. Just let this young man help you with the broom introductions. Simon pointed to the attendant beside him and asked with a smile. This is Carp, my apprentice. Jukes replied with a grin. If you like that one, I'll give you a new one. The three people looked a bit surprised and turned to Simon. One of the young and handsome wizards even approached Phyllis enthusiastically, saying they were from the Caffley crossbow team, Quidditch team, and had come to discuss new broom testing and agency issues with Jukes. The captain of the Caffley crossbow team was called Puck Lin, a seeker. They were here to discuss new flying brooms because a Quidditch match was approaching, and they were eager to equip their seeker with a good broom since their opponent this time was the Wigton Wanderers. The handsome young wizard was the seeker. 2 years older than Phyllis, a graduate of Hogwarts and from Slytherin House, named Walter Blett. When Walter talked about the Wigton Wanderers, he always referred to them as that despicable team. This was because the Wigton Wanderers still maintained the old tradition of having substitute players wield wands and meat cleavers while seated on the sidelines to intimidate their opponents. Moreover, their use of the Parker Clamp tactic was particularly underhanded. 2 players would approach one opponent's seeker from both wings while another seeker would fly straight at him or her. Sometimes, among the 2 players closing in, there might be a beater holding a bat. According to the history of the Wigton Wanderers, their beaters had previously knocked seekers off their brooms with short bats. The Parker Clamp tactic always caused a lot of psychological pressure on their opponents. No one wanted to be knocked out of the sky, as a careless mistake could cost them their lives. As for why it was called the Parker Clamp, it was said that the Wigton Wanderers were formed by the 7 children of Walter Parker. That's right, a family Quidditch team. And this Walter Parker was a wizard butcher, which is why their team uniforms featured a meat cleaver pattern. Of course, this was also related to how Walter Parker initially threatened his opponents with a meat cleaver. Just imagine a Quidditch player, one hand holding a meat cleaver and the other a wand, shouting from the substitute's position. What a bizarre scene. The Caffley crossbow team's strategy was simple: to seize the advantage with superior flying brooms and finish the match before the Wigton Wanderers could employ their underhanded tactics. This was the Silver Arrow version 1. Over the years, Jukes had made numerous improvements, greatly enhancing the speed and stability of the flying brooms. Additionally, Vols Lombardin had found a way to use the cushioning charm, releasing it on the brooms to create an invisible cushion effect. The new version of the Silver Arrow 1 adopted this latest black technology, completely outpacing other broom makers. When we conduct the tests, Puck Lin asked, as the match was set to begin next week, and they needed to resolve the broom issues in 2 days to give Walter time to familiarize himself with the broom. Let us test it right now, Juke said, not minding, and smiled at Simon. Do you want to join us? Seeing Puck Lin frown and hesitate to speak, he explained, don't worry. Simon is also one of the designers of the Silver Arrow. Perhaps he could provide good suggestions for the new version. Are you kidding? Lett's expression turned a bit incredulous. He had heard of Simon, who had recently been expelled from Hogwarts, and many students recognized him. There was no way around it. It was a unique case in decades. Walter, Puck Lin glared at his teammate, telling him to shut up. He had heard a little about this matter. It was said that the original Silver Arrow was jointly created by 3 wizards, although Jukes did not mention who the other 2 were. One could guess from the attitude towards the boy named Simon that their relationship was quite deep. Okay, Alice probably hasn't seen him either. By the way, what do you plan to test it? Simon did not refuse, as Alice seemed interested in Quidditch. In the Glathia Forest, where there are no muggles, we can fly freely. A middle-aged wizard beside Puck Lin spoke up. I'm Tom, the manager of the Caffley crossbow team. Another Tom. When Simon heard the name Tom, he felt a bit speechless. There were indeed quite a few people named Tom, and he had already met 4 Toms, no 5. Carp, close the shop. You're coming too, Jukes said to his apprentice. He considered Carp one of his most promising students, hoping to train him into an excellent broom maker. Okay, teacher. Carp quickly closed the door. I'll apparate you over, Walter suggested. Let us all use apparition together. Tom smiled and said, I'll lead the way. Saying this, he reached out and grabbed Jukes' arm, and they formed a circle. Opposite Simon was Puck Lin, as Blett seemed to dislike Simon, who came from a muggle background, a bad habit of Slytherin. All right, here we go, Tom said, and with that, they disappeared using apparition. The Glathia Forest was a wild forest, and under most circumstances, muggles would not come here, as there are no villages nearby. The reason the Caerphilly catapults chose this place is because there are no dangerous creatures around. So they cast a spell to drive away muggles and temporarily occupied this land as a practice location. They entered the Caerphilly catapults team and met several other Quidditch players, who seemed a bit surprised to see Simon and his companions, but became enthusiastic once they learned their identities. The Selwyn sisters are both beautiful and likable girls, and it was Simon's suggestion that made the current Caerphilly catapults thrive. The most interesting member of the Caerphilly catapults is probably the passionate and aggressive beater, Angelina. She is said to have once knocked someone off their broom with a bludger, which is how she got her name. The testing process was halfway through. Initially, it involved simple test flights to assess the performance of the silver arrow and engage in offense. Brett conducted practical tests, coordinating with other players to pursue and intercept. However, this process could be described entirely as Brett's showcase, as the new silver arrow demonstrated performance and agility that surpassed the old version, effortlessly shaking off opponents. While Brett executed several difficult maneuvers, causing Tom below to yell in frustration several times. This made him angry, with the competition approaching. If Brett got injured because of this, he might not be able to participate in the match. Oh my God! At that moment, someone below suddenly screamed because Brett fell from midair while passing between two players for some unknown reason. Brett was lucky. He fell a short distance and got caught in a lush tree, avoiding a direct fall to the ground. Otherwise, whether he could survive would be a question, and the broom he was riding had vanished without a trace. Being part of a team felt pretty impressive. Speaking of which, when I first saw the entire Quidditch team called the Parkins, I thought they were referring to someone who could perform the multiplying charm. Chapter 159, Miscalculation. Brett, are you okay? The young wizard Brett was finally rescued from the tree by his teammates. His face was extremely pale and looked terrible. I'm fine. Brett took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear of death from his recent fall. Fine? By Merlin's beard. You almost fell to your death. Tom shouted in exasperation. You're lucky. Falling from that height could have cost you your life. I've told you countless times. All right, Tom. The most important thing now is that Brett isn't injured. Pucklin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and impulsiveness, and said calmly, we need to find the silver arrow. Now, everyone split up and search. If you find it, use Sparks to contact us. He said in a low voice. Brett, you rest for now. Get your strength back before helping to look. I'm sorry, I was too careless. Once Brett regained his composure, his expression was somewhat unnatural. He knew that his actions could have caused the Carfilly catapults to lose a victory. If such a thing happened, it would be hard for him to forgive himself. The group confirmed the direction in which the broom was lost and prepared to search on their brooms. Simon, who had been quietly watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. Why not use the summoning charm to call the brooms back? Everyone's movements froze, followed by a moment of brief silence. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The summoning charm isn't exactly an obscure spell. It's just rarely used. Fortunately, Simon reminded them in time, preventing everyone from wasting precious time. Watching everyone's reactions, Simon's lips quirked slightly. The saying worry leads to chaos was indeed true. Using the summoning charm could easily retrieve the lost broom. Otherwise, if everyone had to search for the broom in the dense forest, it would be hard to estimate how much time and effort it would take, and they might not even find it. How did I not think of that? Tom exclaimed in disbelief, slapping the back of his head in frustration. So stupid. Hey, don't drag us down with your stupidity. The Carfilly catapults players twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths. They couldn't admit to being foolish. It was just that they were too anxious, as it concerned the team's victory. Indeed, we were too anxious, Pucklin murmured to himself, trying to calm down. Being too eager sometimes leads to overlooking important details. I'll do it. Brett reached for his pocket, preparing to pull out his wand to cast the spell, but was shocked to find that he hadn't brought his wand with him. He had left it at the resting place. Let me do it. Tom signaled everyone not to worry, raised his wand, and shouted toward the direction where the broom had disappeared. Silver Arrow 1. For Accio. With a whoosh, the lost silver arrow was summoned back to them, flying towards the group with a rustling sound that inexplicably brought comfort to everyone. After retrieving the broom, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If this silver arrow had been lost here, even if Jukes wanted to make a new broom, it would take a lot of time, and they might completely miss the upcoming match. The remaining testing items were completed by Pucklin, the captain of the Carfilly catapults, while Brett, having just experienced a high-altitude fall, watched from the side. He clearly wasn't fit to ride a broom in the short term. Anyone would be left with some psychological shadow after such a big scare. Jukes made minor adjustments to the silver arrow. As for suggestions, with experts present, Simon naturally didn't need to be involved. He took out his broom and enjoyed flying in the sky, while Phyllis borrowed a broom from the Carfilly catapults and surprisingly flew quite well. Around the afternoon, Simon and his companions said their goodbyes and left the Glathia forest ahead of time. Everyone originally thought they would wait for Jukes to leave together, and some even offered to escort them, but they were refused. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Phyllis took her sister away, while Simon used his disapparition to leave. Before they left, Tom handed Simon a few tickets, inviting them to watch the Quidditch match together in a few days. Watching Phyllis leave, Brett's expression suddenly froze. He hadn't expected that Simon and the others could also disapparate. Wasn't it said that only adults could learn that? Brett had originally wanted to show off to attract Phyllis's attention, but unexpectedly, it backfired and almost turned into a farce, which left him feeling somewhat defeated. Don't worry, that was just a small mistake. Pull yourself together. We will defeat the despicable Wigton Wanderers. Pucklin comforted him, thinking that Brett was feeling down because of his earlier mistake. Tom, being an experienced person, saw through it clearly and sighed helplessly without saying anything. Simon and the others didn't immediately return to Hogsmeade, but went to Diagon Alley instead, as they still needed to buy Simon's living supplies and set up his resting room. With money and a non-wrinkle expandable bag, they wouldn't encounter any difficulties. Dinner was quite sumptuous, filled with dishes that Simon liked to eat. Alice has obviously put a lot of effort into this, and Phyllis has complained about it before, but she herself is quite satisfied. Speaking of which, sweet and sour grapes soaked in ice water are quite a nice treat in the summer. In the evening, Phyllis insisted on giving Alice extra lessons. Thanks to the magical lamp, Simon wasn't too worried about Alice's eyesight being affected. The summer vacation was nearing its end, and a new semester was about to begin. In Phyllis's view, if Alice could get a slight head start over others before the school year begins, it would undoubtedly be very helpful for her future life at the academy. Although Phyllis disrupted their time together in the name of studying, Simon wasn't too bothered. There was plenty of time ahead, and he needed to study too. He learned a lot from Axtis, but in other areas, he was still far from enough, showing a serious imbalance in his studies. If it came to dark magic, Hogwarts graduates might not be better than him, but in other areas, it was a significant issue. Simply put, it felt like he was top-heavy. Simon took out another magical lamp and slowly flipped through the content on the tree under its light, suddenly remembering about the tickets. He had a few left, so he wrote to ask Potter and the others if they wanted to go watch the game together next time. Chapter 160, Quidditch match on August 28th. The Quidditch match between the Caerphilly Catapults and the Wigton Wanderers took place on this day. Simon and the others easily arrived at the match location through apparition. It was a wilderness area, similar to the situation in the Grazia Forest, and nearby there had been magic cast to drive away muggles. They arrived at a relatively remote place, but they could still see the large Quidditch stadium not far away, which was significantly larger than Hogwarts Quidditch pitch and was said to accommodate over 1,000 spectators. Since the Wizarding Council built this Quidditch stadium, basically all kinds of matches have taken place here. When Simon entered the camp, he encountered a little trouble. His aura made him a target for the wizard responsible for maintaining order. However, with the arrival of the Potter family, this small misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. Where have you been during this time? By the way, you've changed a lot. I believe Charlie and Mike would be surprised to see you like this. Ralston looked Simon up and down, then gave him a hug and whispered in his ear, by the way, do you still have that mint tea? It was really good. I'll send you some other things when I get back. Simon smiled and greeted the others. Long time no see, Mr. Potter and Mia. After that, Simon chatted with Mr. Potter for a bit, and, at the others' invitation, went to the Potters' camp to have a meal. The Potter family had come a few days earlier and planned to stay until all the matches were over before leaving. During the meal, the sudden appearance of the Selwyn couple made the atmosphere a bit strange. However, they had some self-awareness and didn't stay too long to make the situation more awkward. Alice still had no good feelings towards her parents, which was understandable. After all, anyone would feel this way after what happened. Even though Phyllis had been trying to mediate during this time, it was of no use. By the way, what are your seat numbers on the tickets? Potter asked. The so-called tickets were actually just wooden tokens carved to prevent chaos. Simon's ticket was A4-5, meaning it was in the A4 area and could accommodate 5 people. This position was quite good, actually meant for team staff use. Mr. Potter was a bit surprised, but then he remembered Simon's relationship with Jukes and understood. When entering the stadium, they encountered many merchants selling items, from snacks to various trinkets, even a special monocular for Quidditch. Simon spent some money to buy 3. They were a bit expensive, but the quality was indeed good, said to be made by an alchemist. They waited for a long time in their seats before the Quidditch teams officially entered. The Wigton Wanderers were indeed as Brett described. Their team robes were blood red with a meat cleaver pattern on the chest, and their substitute players held wands in one hand and meat cleavers in the other, looking quite bizarre, which really broadened Simon's horizons. When the Wigton Wanderers entered, there was a chorus of boos from the crowd, indicating they weren't very popular. In contrast, the Caerphilly Catapults were clearly more welcomed, perhaps because they had won several matches recently. Unlike the Wigton Wanderers, each member of the Caerphilly Catapults was equipped with a silver arrow, and their uniform brooms looked more like a cohesive team. As the match began, the announcer was loudly introducing the two teams, but no one paid attention to what he was saying. Everyone focused on the field where the Quidditch players were facing off. And the tension was palpable. With a sharp wooden spoon, the game officially started. The match was quite exciting, summarized in one word: intense. The Wigton Wanderers' brooms were decent, but they were still lacking compared to the Silver Arrows, so their strategy was simple: eliminate the opponents. The Parker Pincher tactic was born for this purpose. As the match began, a skinny chaser from the Carfilly catapults was already being ambushed and had been forced to land twice. Anyone being surrounded by 3 people and nearly knocked down wouldn't feel too good. Angelina, annoyed by the opponent's tactics, suddenly rushed in to disrupt the play while the opponent was using the Parker Pincher tactic, not only knocking aside the ambusher's captain, but also accidentally hitting the opponent's abdomen with her stick, successfully flipping him over. That poor guy managed to steady himself just inches from the ground and flew back up, prompting a chorus of angry shouts and cheers from the crowd. Since the Wigton Wanderers had set a precedent, not many blamed Angelina. In fact, more praised her bravery. The referee blew the wooden spoon, and the Wigton Wanderers got a penalty opportunity. Next, it was the turn of Carfilly catapult seeker, Brett, to face some misfortune. He had narrowly avoided several ghost balls. However, he eventually collided with the Wigton Wanderer seeker, resulting in a high-altitude collision that caused both to fall from the sky, one of them breaking an arm. Although he took a potion, he was temporarily unable to continue playing. The Carfilly catapults had to use a substitute player. It seemed that being a Quidditch player had become a high-risk profession. At least 5 accidents had occurred in this match. Following Brett, Angelina was also sent off for a deliberate foul. Simon even saw a Wigton Wanderers substitute player waving a meat cleaver, looking ready to chop someone. In fact, the Wigton Wanderers tactic was to replace the opposing team's official players with substitutes, making the broom advantage less significant. However, after several hours of play, the Carfilly catapult seeker finally caught the golden snitch, winning the match by a narrow margin. This Quidditch match really broadened my horizons. When Simon left the Quidditch pitch, he felt quite emotional about it. The Quidditch matches were not over yet, as there were still a few games to follow, but they all required tickets to enter. Spending money was not a problem, but Simon and the others did not plan to stay and watch the matches, so they returned first. After all, Hogwarts was about to start. During this time leading up to the new school year, Phyllis was quite considerate and left some time for the two of them to spend together. Before leaving, Alice intended to keep Granny behind. However, Simon ultimately refused Alice's kindness and let the cat follow Alice. Sometimes, when Simon temporarily left Hogsmeade, he couldn't take care of Granny. Chapter 161. On the importance of goals. After Alice went to Hogwarts to study in September, Simon was left alone in the Rose Cottage, and the large house seemed empty. Humans are social animals, and Simon was a bit unaccustomed to being alone. During the time Alice was away, he would often live with Cynthia and also clean up the inheritance from Extus. To be honest, Extus's inheritance was quite considerable. Those items had accumulated for over a century. Some of them might have lost their value over time, but there were still quite a few valuable items. I have never seen such a large fortune in my life, Cynthia exclaimed, her eyes glued to the boxes of gold coins, silver coins, jewelry, and agate stones, feeling a wave of emotion. The teacher had robbed quite a few ships, but he was not very interested in these things, so they piled up in the warehouse as spoils of war. After some time, even the valuable things lost their effectiveness. Simon directed his wand, placing the heavy boxes of gold coins into the undetectable extension charm box. And there were so many treasure chests that he was too lazy to count them one by one. Of course, not all of it was Extus's inheritance. A portion belonged to Duncan Griffin. After Simon killed Duncan, he conveniently took all his wealth. Indeed, the old saying is true: one cannot become rich without a windfall. I remember a few years ago, I was still struggling for a few nuts, and now I have so many gold coins that I can't even count them. Simon casually scooped up a handful of gold coins and threw them back into the box, feeling quite emotional. At least now you don't have to worry about money. Cynthia hugged Simon from behind. By the way, she used to quite like gold coins, but now that she had seen so many, she had grown numb to them and was no longer very interested. What do you plan to do with these things? The girl rested her head on Simon's shoulder, letting her silky hair fall. Sell them. Don't forget, my identity is a merchant, Simon replied calmly. I plan to offload these items through that lucky baron. That unlucky guy you control? Cynthia knew that Simon had the ability to control others, which was said to be quite advanced magic. Control? No, I would never do that. Simon's lips curled into a slight smile of pride as he whispered, I just need to give him a little sweetener, and he will be very willing to serve me, even if he is a baron. Because his territory is not wealthy? Cynthia guessed the reason. This land was not considered rich. and Baron Wilkes could hardly earn much from it. Being able to collect dozens of gold coins in a year would be considered quite wealthy. Ball, sort out the spices, keep the best parts, and sell the rest. Simon instructed his house elf, once this business is done, you can come to my rose cottage. By the way, change into a clean outfit. I know house elves cannot accept clothes. However, since you plan to serve me, you should pay attention to your appearance and make a cloth wrap for yourself. Yes, Master Simon. Ball bowed to Simon, looking clean and tidy. Such a strange creature, Cynthia remarked as she watched Ball leave with a roll of fabric. I once asked him why he didn't change into a proper outfit, and he seemed very scared. If a master offers clothes to a house elf, it means driving them away, Simon explained. What a strange custom. The girl sighed. This was probably a rule set by the wizards who enslaved them. Simon sighed. However, this situation is not unchangeable. They can always find suitable clothing for themselves. Are you planning to leave again tonight? Cynthia asked softly. Those maids have begun to suspect your mysterious identity. You always come and go without a sound. Maintaining mystery can inspire awe. Just tell the housekeeper to keep them quiet. As long as the benefits are good, they will keep quiet. No one wants to be kicked out and live a poor life. Simon was indifferent to this. Even if trouble arose here, he could still have Cynthia move to another place. After all, he had plenty of money. Having money is being willful. Stay with me tonight. Leave tomorrow, all right? By the way, Baron Wilkes sent an invitation last time, hoping to meet with you. He probably wants to do some business with you. Cynthia suddenly took out a letter marked with a seal from a cabinet and handed it to Simon. All right, let's deal with these matters. After Simon opened the letter and took a look, he called for the housekeeper, wrote a reply, and had the housekeeper send it out. Master Simon, this is what you asked me to collect earlier. It's all here, costing £1 and 11 shillings in total. How accurate is it? Simon quickly glanced at it and asked. I don't think they would dare deceive you. You can send 2 different groups to do it and compare. You'll know how accurate it is. Simon rolled up the parchment and handed it to the housekeeper, saying, I want more accurate data. Do you understand? What do you need this for? Cynthia asked curiously. Of course, to be a merchant. Simon smiled. He had some skills in business. Although he had a lot of money, he did not intend to neglect his abilities, and this could also help better conceal his identity. Don't you already have a lot of money? Cynthia didn't understand why Simon still wanted to be a merchant. That box of gold coins was enough for him to spend several lifetimes. I need to keep myself busy, Simon replied calmly. The reason people are people is that they have goals. What is your goal? He asked with a smile. To have a child. Cynthia pouted. I am striving for my own happiness. And after that, Simon asked again. I don't know. If you're interested in sewing, you could try making various styles of clothes. Simon said with a smile. At first, I can give you a little inspiration. I will consider your suggestion. Cynthia nodded. That's right. Give yourself a goal. At least life won't be too confusing, Simon said, stroking the girl's soft hair. By the way, I need to go tell Mrs. Journey to prepare more food. Cynthia suddenly remembered this and rushed out to instruct the maid. What a scatterbrain. Simon watched Cynthia's hurried back and murmured to the spices behind him. I hope you don't disappoint me, Baron Wilkes. Chapter 162 means in the early morning, the crisp chirping of birds came from outside the window, and a gentle breeze brushed by, making the curtains sway. Simon had just awakened from his slumber. Over the years, his biological clock had trained him to wake up at a certain time. He slightly turned his head to look at the red-haired girl beside him, who was still fast asleep. He leaned forward to sit up, raising his head to gaze at the flower bed outside the window, a faint fragrance lifting his spirits. Don't you want to rest a little longer? Simon's movement was minimal, yet it still woke the sleeping girl beside him. She lazily climbed up, her fair hands wrapping around Simon's neck from behind, pressing her whole body against his back. Cynthia let out a gentle yawn and suggested, Since you're up and have nothing to do, why not lie down a bit longer to recharge? Simon yawned and lay back down. Perhaps laziness was human nature, or perhaps he was just tired from the previous night. The Dornier Manor was the most luxurious and wealthy place in the region. However, only the maids living in the manor knew that the legendary merchant Green's mornings were actually quite ordinary, consisting of slightly heated vegetable salad, bread, fried meat, and fried eggs, along with a glass of milk. Baron Wilkes was an elegant gentleman, always punctual in his visits. This middle-aged baron brought not-so-good news. Queen Elizabeth had passed away in 1603, and her successor was James I, rumored to be somewhat different from the queen and likely to implement different policies. Simon did not react much. He was not very clear about what kind of person James I was, and regardless of any new policies he might issue, everyone still needed to live, and besides, it had nothing to do with him. After all, Simon was a wizard. The two discussed the spice issue and ultimately decided to use the Baron's connections and a merchant who had self-recommended to Simon to transport spices for sale in nearby areas. After all, Edinburgh was not too far from their location. As compensation, he and the participating merchant would jointly receive a layer of profit. Most of these spices came from Cynthia's pirate ship, making them one of the most valuable commodities. Simon's generosity impressed Baron Wilkes. In his words, Simon was a great merchant with vision that surpassed others. At least he didn't take all the benefits for himself and left us something to drink, he added. The merchants would not be too opposed to him. They would believe in him and gather around him, making it hard to believe that he was just a young child. In addition to the spice trade, Baron Wilkes also extended invitations to nearby merchants in his name. Simon used his abilities to find the most profitable businesses in maritime and commercial trade and sought suitable partners among the merchants. To ensure the smooth operation of maritime trade, Simon sent envoys to nearby privateers in the name of the great merchant Green, offering profit sharing to have them act as escorts for merchant ships during their voyages. As for those who refused to comply, Simon would make them disappear or change their captain. Simon never lacked ships. The good-hearted Duncan's pirate flagship, the Interceptor, was in Simon's hands, and even smuggling ships were under his control. What Simon lacked were sailors and captains to navigate the ships. But these problems would be solved by others. Simon could always easily persuade those he valued, making them put aside their disdain for a child. He had money, ships, intelligence, and could find profitable businesses. In short, Simon used his capital to paint a big picture for them and gave them enough time to observe. Those merchants worked for him before choosing to join or leave. As for those who had just been cutthroat, even if Simon agreed, others would not, which was the benefit of profit sharing. What Simon needed to do was select the right candidates to form this commercial alliance. Don't worry, Simon smiled at everyone. You should think long-term, not just focus on these small immediate benefits. It is said that our Cutler Beckett and his friends obtained a royal charter granted by Elizabeth I. Taking a sip of mint tea, Simon continued, but their strength seems insufficient to swallow this big cake. Big cake? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, a big cake. There is nothing easier to profit from than plunder. We have ships, merchants, pirates, and more importantly, we have money to form a small plundering force. Now, let us get our business going and make our names known, then join them in dividing this big cake. Simon set down his teacup and said slowly, with our involvement, Cutler Beckett's strength will surge dramatically, allowing him to swallow all the neighboring areas in a short time. To be honest, Europe is not a good place to make money. But other places can be. What if they disagree? An elderly merchant asked. Then we'll swallow them, Simon said coldly. They are not much stronger than us. At least not now. In the coming years, we will be stronger than them because they have problems with profit distribution. Unlike us, who use a shareholding system. We are a company, and they are not. After all, not everyone is a business genius like you, Baron Wilkes complimented. In just a month, Simon had integrated all the merchants and set goals for the next 2 years. Baron Wilkes was the first to taste the sweetness of success. Going solo is not a good idea. You will soon realize the benefits of maritime trade, which is far more profitable than you think. Of course, the premise is that you must be cautious. Don't let those damn pirates set their sights on your goods. And don't let your goods end up at the bottom of the sea, Simon said flatly. Baron Wilkes' task is to contact Cutler Beckett and their friends to express our willingness, but there is no need to rush for a promise. First, you all must show strength, making them understand that cooperating with us is more beneficial than harmful. After Simon left, the merchants in the guild began a small gathering. They were very eager for the prospect Simon had promised, but merchants were usually cautious. Currently, the guild was merely maintained by Simon's money. It was essentially Simon's caravan, and they were only providing manpower and effort without investing much capital. Everyone was still observing. If it truly held value, they would be willing to join, as merchants were always chasing after future capital. Soon, a piece of information emerged that made them realize how foolish their previous decisions had been. According to news from Denmark, their fleet should be able to make a huge profit. My God, we struck it rich. An excited merchant handed a note to others. You haven't struck it rich, jobs, don't forget, you didn't inject much capital into the guild. A solitary merchant laughed uncontrollably because he had bet right. The one who got rich was him. Because of this maritime trade, his wealth had at least tripled. It was hard to imagine how this young Lord Green managed to accomplish that. Job's face suddenly fell as he realized that his cautious observation seemed to have caused him to miss out on a huge sum of money. That is all money. Many merchants lamented. This time point is just after the death of Elizabeth I. Although reluctant to admit it, That's how the world is. If you have money, you can do anything. Chapter 163. Potter's invitation. In a short period, quite a few merchants were willing to invest, which surprised Simon. After all, the merchant ships had not yet returned, and without any actual profits, these cunning merchants would not easily part with their money. An elderly fellow reminded Simon that the news from Denmark indicated that the merchant ships could indeed make a substantial profit. For merchants, business opportunities are more important than anything else. They pounce on opportunities like bloodthirsty sharks, unwilling to miss out on chances to make big money. They saw the opportunity in the grand plan Simon had laid out and envisioned their dreams of wealth. Once they gambled all their wealth, they would work hard for their financial aspirations. No one wants to end up as a penniless wretch, and they are more aware of this than anyone else. Simon prepared an owl as a contact for them. As a messenger, nothing is more reassuring than an owl. Perhaps the merchants would feel a bit strange about it, but as a group that values pounds above all else, they wouldn't care about such things. The owl would serve as a symbol of the merchant guild, and they would keep this secret closely guarded. All important letters would converge at the Dornia Manor, and Ball would be responsible for delivering important letters to Simon. You have a nice scent. When Alice returned to Rose Cottage over the weekend, she curiously circled around Simon, seemingly trying to find the source of that fragrance. All right, sit down. Simon gently comforted Alice, who was circling around like a little puppy. You're overthinking it. How has school been? Have you been hanging out with other girls these days? Alice pouted, her little face slightly wrinkled in displeasure. Ball said you shouldn't know. It's nothing. Just some matters over at the Muggles. I'm forming a merchant guild there. Simon calmly changed the subject. You don't need to worry about this. I know wizards generally aren't interested in Muggles. What do you form a merchant guild for? By the way, what is a merchant guild? Alice didn't quite understand these matters. It's a group of merchants. I need to make money to support the family, right? Otherwise, how can I provide a good life for you? Simon said, ruffling Alice's hair. But isn't there a lot of money in Gringotts? Alice asked in confusion. Sister said your wealth in Gringotts might even be more than the Selwyn family. Silly girl, even the most money will eventually run out, Simon said softly. By the time you graduate, we won't be living here forever. Where will we go if we don't live here? Alice was a bit puzzled. Of course. We'll buy a new manor, Simon said with a smile. All right, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll handle it. Now, tell me about what happened at school. Alice felt sweet inside, seemingly forgetting her earlier inquiry about the fragrance. The two chatted for a long time until suddenly an owl arrived with a letter. It was from Potter, inviting Simon to the Forbidden Forest. Okay, but it has to be tomorrow morning. The Forbidden Forest isn't safe at night. Simon wrote on the back of the parchment and had the owl return the letter to Potter. He knew Ralston and the others had been eager to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Actually, Simon wanted to go too, with his current strength. It shouldn't be too difficult to protect Potter and the others. If necessary, he could use disillusionment charm or a portkey. Whose letter is that? Alice asked curiously. It's Potter's letter. He invited me to the Forbidden Forest. Simon didn't deliberately hide it from Alice. But the Forbidden Forest is dangerous. There are werewolves and trolls. Alice's little face immediately showed worry as she tugged at Simon's hand, pleading, can you not go? Stay here with me? I rarely get to come back. All right, don't worry. Simon smiled. I've seen things far more dangerous than that. The dangers of the Forbidden Forest are nothing. Moreover, if I don't go, I worry Potter and the others might run into trouble. Of course, Simon wouldn't say he actually wanted to go on an adventure himself. Oh, fine. Alice saw that she couldn't persuade him, so she didn't press the matter further and started chatting with Simon about everyday life, such as what had happened at school and who did what. As for the homework assigned by the professors, Simon guided Alice to complete it easily. During the time Simon was back, he resumed correspondence with several professors, including even the dark arts professor, Jairus Rogier. In terms of practical strength, without using the Elder Wand, Simon might still be far from his professor, but in some aspects of understanding dark arts, he had already surpassed him. Their relationship had shifted from student and teacher to one of equal discussion. Jairus Rogier's initial sentiment was correct. Simon would go far in the field of dark arts. At night, Alice ran to sleep with Simon, perhaps still feeling a little crisis inside, throwing aside her sister Felice's reminders. Fortunately, that sister-con Felice didn't come over. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Good night. Simon hugged Alice and fell into dreams. The next day, the house elf Ball had prepared breakfast. Ball wore a strange cloak, having cut 3 holes in the fabric and putting it on like a cape. Simon had also given Ball a rope to use as a belt, and at least Ball looked much more presentable. Just after they finished breakfast, there was a knock at the door of Rose Cottage. Ralston, Charlie, and Mike had already arrived. their pockets stuffed with snacks, looking forward to this trip. All right, lads, how long do you plan to stay in the Forbidden Forest? Simon couldn't help but chuckle at their appearances. Don't forget, you still have classes tomorrow. Oh, I almost forgot. Potter looked a bit annoyed. They should have started their plans yesterday. Trust me, the Forbidden Forest isn't as fun as you think. All right, I think we should be off. After bidding farewell to Alice, Simon turned to the others. Grab my hand. I'll disillusion you to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. As soon as they reached out to grab Simon's shoulders, with a crack, the four of them disappeared from the yard of Rose Cottage, Simon using apparition to take them away. At this time, Potter was in his 4th year, and Simon had been in Azkaban for almost 2 years. Chapter 164. How dangerous there you actually learned apparition, Weasley exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, staring at Simon and asking, I remember you're the same age as us. You're not of age yet, right? What's wrong? Simon was a bit puzzled by Mike's surprise, pulling out stamina potions to distribute to them. What is this? Potter asked. Stamina potion. Drink it, and we can set off. Simon also drank a bottle and explained to everyone. Really envious. Hewitt opened the cork with a look of surprise and said, I once asked my father about learning apparition, but he said I couldn't learn it until I was 17. He was right. Apparition does come with risks. I spent a lot of time and faced many difficulties before I mastered this magic. Simon smiled and led the way into the Forbidden Forest, reminding them of the precautions they should take along the way. They had not walked into the Forbidden Forest for long before they encountered a group of familiar strangers, Muggle students from Hogwarts, who were here searching for ingredients. After Jorsen's death, Hogsmeade had opened another apothecary, and they were still tasked with collecting the ingredients that students were looking for, continuing this self-sustaining tradition. Simon, is it you? A Muggle wizard looked at the group with slight surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. This voice seemed to have a magical power, and soon everyone nearby turned to look in their direction. You are George Lawrence? Simon thought for a long time before recalling who it was. Yes, George Lawrence. The man seemed pleased that Simon remembered him. Perhaps it was the joy of meeting an old friend. By the way, what are you doing outside of Hogwarts? He asked. You seem to be doing quite well. Just doing a bit of business, Simon replied with a smile. There's a liquid grass on your right side. It's one of the ingredients for making the polyjuice potion. Be careful when digging it up. It should fetch a good price. Oh, where is it? George Lawrence looked around and found the liquid grass Simon mentioned. We should get going. After saying goodbye to them, Simon left with the 3 Potters. On the outskirts, they encountered an old acquaintance, Leah Edwin. Simon, long time no see. The blonde girl seemed a bit surprised. We are preparing to go on an adventure. Do you want to join us? Potter invited. Is that okay? Edwin asked in astonishment. Of course. Weasley said with a smile. We've been planning this for years. And Simon is well prepared. Saying this, he winked at Simon. Hewitt didn't have any objections and reminded them. If you're also looking for herbs, Simon can help. He's quite skilled in this area. I heard unicorn tail hair is quite valuable. If we're lucky, we might find some. Welcome aboard. Simon noticed the girl's awkward expression and said, You need to take out your wand and stay alert when we go deeper into the Forbidden Forest. By the way, this is a stamina potion. Drink it so you don't fall behind. Thank you. Edwin nodded, not being pretentious. She hesitated for a moment, but still drank it. Then she took out her wand and followed Simon and the others into the forest under everyone's envious gazes. Are you all preparing to adventure in the Forbidden Forest? Edwin asked curiously. We planned this back in our 1st year. In 3rd year, Simon stood us up, so we only came now. Potter complained. I ran into some trouble back then, but here we are now. Be careful. That plant ahead is poisonous. I didn't expect to see hemlock here. It's a relatively rare species in England, Simon explained while pulling out dragonhide gloves from his unmarked expandable bag. He started cutting some of it and said to the others, when we get back, I'll make some hemlock essence and send some to you. It's the raw material for shrinking potions and the antidote to the love potion, currently only sold on the black market, so it should fetch a good price. No need for that. You found it anyway. Potter and the others didn't mind, but Edwin chose to remain silent. She seemed to really need the money. However, Simon kindly chose not to look at her, to avoid making the girl feel awkward. Along the way, they discovered centaur footprints, but did not see any other creatures. The Forbidden Forest was frighteningly quiet, but that was normal since they were still on the outskirts, where dangerous creatures had been driven away by the professors. This is quite exhausting, Mike said, slightly out of breath, as they had to concentrate, which drained their stamina faster than they had expected. Let's take a break. Simon quickly scanned the surroundings and said, let us drink some water and eat something. He took out his rose tea, took a sip, and then handed it to Edwin, who seemed to have not brought any water or food. It smells so good. Potter asked curiously, Is this a new type of tea? This is made from dried rose petals. If you want some, I'll dry more and send it to you when the roses bloom. Simon said with a smile. Did you add honey to it? Edwin asked, a bit surprised as honey is quite expensive. Without honey, it would only taste floral, Simon explained. Actually, I also added a bit of salt. After resting, they continued on their way. Potter seemed ready to encounter a troll, wanting to be a warrior who defeats trolls. He probably couldn't forget how frightened he was by the troll back then. According to Weasley, he had been practicing a lot against trolls recently. What about you, Pewitt? Are you preparing to be a werewolf butcher? Simon asked with a smile. I would like to. Charlie shrugged and said, I practiced several dark spells. Who knows? I might actually be able to kill a few werewolves. Then you need to be careful. Werewolves are harder to deal with than trolls. Simon reminded him. Don't get caught or bitten. They are very dangerous. You should know that. Lastly, everyone looked at Mike. Don't look at me like that. I don't plan to be any warrior or butcher. I just came along to adventure with you. Weasley said helplessly, of course, if we encounter one. That would be nice. Maybe I could practice a bit. Edwin's lips twitched slightly. She suddenly felt uncertain about whether coming along was a wise decision. These guys actually planned to seek trouble with trolls and werewolves? What were they preparing to do? So dangerous. By the way, Simon, what about you? Edwin asked curiously. I'm just accompanying Ralston and the others on this adventure, Simon replied with a smile. By the way, recently, I might plan to travel around the UK to explore and see a broader world. How toxic, my internet actually can't connect to the author's backend, and I have to use someone else's Wi-Fi. Chapter 165. Decline after a short rest. Simon and the others set off on their reckless journey again, leaving the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. They all keenly felt the eerie atmosphere surrounding them, filled with danger, as if something could suddenly attack them at any moment. A few minutes later, the sound of hooves approached from a distance, and they encountered a centaur. Its body was covered in brownish-yellow hair, and the centaur was not very friendly towards Simon and the others. Almost all centaurs disliked wizards, especially since Simon brought a sense of danger, which made it even more agitated. Don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. Facing the irritable centaur, Simon said calmly. No, I'm more worried that you will make a mess of this place. The centaur roared angrily at everyone. Leave here, you young ones. The Forbidden Forest is not a place for you. All right. Simon shrugged at Potter and the others, turning to walk back. He knew reasoning with a centaur was futile. So what you said last time was true? Pewitt walked behind Simon, showing no signs of frustration, and said with great interest, What is true? Wesley asked, a bit puzzled. The centaurs call young wizards foals. Pewitt's expression was a bit strange. Shouldn't foals be the term they use for their own offspring? Are we really leaving just like this? Potter retorted. Those centaurs are so annoying. Don't make enemies with them. The centaurs have a contract with the 4 founders of Hogwarts. They won't harm young wizards entering the Forbidden Forest. If danger arises, the centaurs will lend a hand. Despite their bad temper, Simon explained expressionlessly. We can move to another place. This is probably centaur territory. They're still watching us, seemingly ready to chase us away. Edwin whispered as a reminder. Don't worry, I'll bring back the portkey to take you away. Simon said quietly. Follow me. The group moved behind a large tree, using the trunk to block the centaur's line of sight, and Simon immediately used the portkey to take them away. Ugh! Wesley leaned against a tree trunk, gagging, and complained, still as uncomfortable as ever. You all rest for a bit. I'll check the surroundings to confirm if it's safe. Simon raised his wand and set up a repelling barrier around them to drive away nearby beasts. After all, this was the Forbidden Forest, and he had to be careful. Where are we? Edwin looked pale, struggling to maintain her composure, clearly not accustomed to the discomfort caused by the portkey. I'm not sure. We should still be in the central area of the Forbidden Forest. Simon withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and reminded Potter and the others. Take care of her and yourselves, and be cautious until I return. Remember not to run around. We're not kids anymore. Potter muttered. He and Pewitt were the first to recover from the discomfort of the portkey. You be careful too, Pewitt reminded. I will. Simon held his wand and slowly stepped out of the barrier's range, starting to scout the area. The lush jungle still exuded a strange atmosphere. But Simon had already gotten used to it. Compared to Azkaban, this was nothing. He just needed to be careful not to get attacked. Not finding any signs of nearby creatures put Simon's mind at ease. At least, Potter and the others wouldn't be disturbed while recovering from the portkey. A few minutes later, Simon returned to the temporary camp where Potter and the others were chatting, and Mike had already recovered. However, Edwin still looked a bit unwell. She didn't often use the portkey, and the aftereffects were significant, quite similar to motion sickness. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for her. Edwin, if you're feeling unwell, it's best to throw up. That will make you feel better. Simon sighed gently. The initial use of the portkey is always like this. You just need to experience it a few more times to get used to it. Potter and the others didn't complain. After all, they had invited Edwin initially, even though this might ruin their current adventure plan. Suddenly, Potter had a small idea. Listen to me. I have a good proposal. Simon should stay to take care of Edwin, and then we can explore the surroundings. That's a good idea. We should definitely do that, Pewitt echoed, not wanting to miss out on this rare opportunity. As for the dangers in the Forbidden Forest, Pewitt wasn't too afraid. The three of them had prepared for this day for too long, and those skilled tend to be bold. Even if Simon didn't come along, they would still act together. All right, Simon sighed, knowing he couldn't stop the three of them. He took out a special coin and handed it to Potter, reminding him, take this, don't wander too far. I'll find you through magic. Got it, we'll head out first. Potter stuffed the coin into his pocket and set off with the other two. Sorry, it's all my fault, Edwin whispered. Once you feel better, we can catch up with them. Simon waved his hand, indicating she shouldn't worry. You've changed a lot over the years. Edwin took a sip from her water bottle and said, back then, you said you had many ways to make money. It seems to be true. Are you short on money? Simon asked, a bit surprised. Edwin smiled bitterly. The Edwin family is almost finished. My family situation is only slightly better than that of ordinary peasants. Is it because of James the First? Simon tried to ask. Edwin smiled bitterly, not answering, but it was likely related to the new king. He took our land, though he kept the title. Edwin said softly, what use is a title without land? Do you need my help? Simon asked tentatively. No, I'll rely on myself to finish Hogwarts. Edwin said firmly. Perhaps her pride made it hard for her to accept charity from others. Simon fell silent. Although he had money, it wasn't to the extent that he could give it away freely. Good luck. He finally squeezed out a hollow and powerless phrase. I will, Edwin said, standing up firmly. This time, I might still need your help. I'm hoping to return with a full load. Don't worry, you will. Simon smiled and drew his wand, using a tracking spell to locate Potter and the others. The next moment, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? They've run out of my tracking range. Simon sighed helplessly. We should set off too. Hopefully, Potter and the others won't wander too far. Chapter 166. The Deadly Adventure. Meanwhile, Potter and the three were exploring in the Forbidden Forest. After leaving Simon, they felt a sense of relief, even though the sense of danger surrounding them filled them with a chilling fear. But this was exactly what they were seeking, wasn't it? That kid Simon seems to have become quite strong. In Wesley's words, it felt like he was taking care of them. While this feeling was nice, it lacked a bit of excitement. The three held their wands, carefully navigating around the trees while moving forward, hesitating with the coin Simon had given them, not worried about him being unable to find them. After all, they could still communicate through sparks. They walked in a certain direction for about half an hour. Thanks to the stamina potion Simon had prepared for them, they moved quickly. While bypassing a small stream, they even spotted a herd of unicorns. So beautiful, Potter exclaimed, and suddenly recalled Simon's words, saying to his companions, see if you can find any unicorn tail hair. Didn't Simon say it's valuable? The three didn't recklessly approach the herd. They all knew that while unicorns were relatively gentle, no herd would allow strangers to approach, especially since there were young ones among them. They searched around the perimeter for tail hair, but unfortunately, their skills were not proficient enough, and they only managed to collect a few strands. The three of them smiled foolishly at the few strands of tail hair, and after some discussion, they decided to bypass the herd and continue deeper into the Forbidden Forest. As for how to return, they had already thought it through. They still had Simon, and when the time came, they would meet up with him, allowing him to use the portkey to take everyone back. Leaving the area of the unicorn herd, the air around them became heavier, and the dark shadows grew eerier, as if something might leap out at any moment to attack them. Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes nearby, startling Potter, who immediately halted and began to look around. Charlie in the center and Mike at the rear also tensed up, stopping to be alert to their surroundings. Soon, a shadow leaped out of nowhere, and with the help of the magical light, Potter could see what the creature was. It was a wild deer. Don't scare us like that, Mike said, taking a deep breath to recover from his surprise. The next moment, the deer seemed to sense something, looking around as if preparing to flee, but suddenly collapsed on the ground, as if grabbed by something. However, Potter could see nothing in front of him, leaving the three feeling an inexplicable chill. What was that? Pruitt's voice had a hint of anxiety. Unseen things often incite fear. If it were a giant beast, they would surely be eager to confront it and become warriors who defeated the giant. But now, they seem to be in trouble. Should we retreat? Mike suggested in a low voice. Those things should still be feeding. We can escape during this time. The three exchanged glances and finally made a decision. Step lightly, Potter said, slowly backing away. Though they didn't know what that thing was. It was better to stay away from it. They all thought the same, slowly moving back, their hearts racing, afraid to disturb those invisible creatures. If Simon were here, he would definitely recognize that the unseen creatures were actually the nightmares. Having never witnessed death, none of the three could have seen a nightmare. I bet that's a dangerous creature. Weasley stammered nervously. You saw it too. Those invisible creatures could silently attack that deer. Do you think it could be the legendary invisibility beasts? Potter suddenly said. He knew about invisibility beasts because the invisibility cloak was made from their hair, a very precious magical item, and there weren't many magical creatures that could become invisible. Are there invisibility beasts in the Forbidden Forest? Pruitt clearly had heard of this. It must be an invisibility beast, Weasley echoed, also boosting his own confidence. Knowing what the invisible creature was made them less afraid. Now, they even felt a surge of excitement, ready to experience the legendary invisibility beast. Exploring was a major part of the adventure's fun, gathering his courage. Potter led the way back. When they returned to the spot where the deer had been eaten, they found no other signs, had the invisibility beast vanished. The three felt a bit disappointed. The marks left on the body are a bit strange. The observant Pruitt immediately sensed something was off. Mike was holding his wand, alert to the surroundings, while Potter crouched down to examine the corpse. The deer's meat hadn't been consumed much, but its blood seemed to have been drained, which was indeed strange. Potter and Pruitt exchanged glances, and the latter spoke first. Maybe we should leave here. Regardless of whether it's an invisibility beast. I hope it has left. What's going on? Mike asked. Let us go. I'll explain on the way. Potter agreed with Mike, feeling the situation was a bit strange. The fear of this place sent chills down his spine, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the silver wand, hoping Simon would hurry up and come. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby forest, followed by a strange whirlwind that startled the three into nearly screaming. What was that just now? Potter stammered. I don't know. I didn't see it clearly, but they're gone. Pruitt sighed in relief. I say, can we leave this cursed place already? Mike's voice trembled. They wanted to leave, but their legs felt a bit weak. A few minutes later, they moved to the side, still carrying a sense of luck. How could they possibly get away unscathed from an unseen enemy? This was beyond mere luck. Meanwhile, Simon was searching for Potter and the others. He hadn't found them, but he had discovered quite a few raw materials along the way. As people said, the Dark Forest was actually a treasure trove, with very few people venturing into it, and many herbs remained in excellent condition. Simon even spotted a tree guardian bug, but unfortunately, it darted up a tree and disappeared. What was that? A tree guardian bug, a magical creature. Simon explained. They are protectors of trees, and trees with tree guardian bugs can thrive. Although I would love to catch one take back, we don't have enough time. I'm worried Potter and the others might slip away from my tracking. Now, Simon used the Elder Wand, expanding his tracking spell's range, and found Potter and the others far away. The three were still moving toward a certain direction. We need to pick up the pace. Chapter 167. A storm of arrows, why are you here? Simon encountered a small problem when two centaurs appeared in front of him, blocking his path. They looked somewhat surprised, probably not expecting young wizards from Hogwarts to be in this place. Simon addressed the centaurs blocking the way. Sorry, my friends are just ahead. I must find them quickly. The two centaurs exchanged glances, and one of them said, if what you say is true, we will find them and send them away. There are some not-so-good things ahead. You should leave here. I mean, no offense, but... Simon raised his wand, saying, I think I'd better move quickly. Step aside. I know you don't like dealing with wizards. Centaurs. Enough. I said I'm in a hurry. Either move aside or get knocked out. With a flick of Simon's finger, a flame burst from the tip of his wand, forming a huge fire tongue that wrapped around it. The centaurs froze, realizing the other's strength, and they had no intention of engaging in too much conflict, even if it was somewhat of a warning. There was no doubt that this wizard was powerful and didn't seem to harbor too much malice. The centaurs weren't foolish. Though angry, they were not arrogant enough to believe they could defeat the wizard before them. Especially since provoking a powerful wizard was not a wise choice, especially when the other party meant no harm. We can help you, said a brown-furred centaur. I'm called Carden, and this is Ronan. Thank you, I'm Simon, and this is my friend Leah. I think we'd better hurry. Simon sighed with relief. Using magic against the centaurs would mean establishing a direct conflict with them, making it impossible for him to come to the Forbidden Forest in the future without facing many inconveniences. Let us go. Simon quickened his pace, with the centaurs in front and him and Leah behind. As for why he didn't let the centaurs carry him, as long as he wasn't an idiot. Simon would never do something so insulting. What is ahead? Simon asked, a bit out of breath. He considered himself to have decent stamina, but even so, his energy was depleting quickly as they hurried along. The trolls and werewolves were deep in the dark forest, and the fairies occasionally patrolled the area where the trolls were. I hope we don't run into any werewolves. Simon sighed. Although the distance between them was closing at this speed, it would take a considerable amount of time to catch up. Laia looked a bit worse for wear. Even though she had taken a stamina potion, her energy was still draining quickly. Without the potion, she probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Wait. Simon raised his hand, his gaze fixed in a certain direction. What is that? Laia looked a bit nervous. A night steed, Simon whispered. What brought the night steed here? Ronan frowned slightly, his gaze then falling on the carcass of the fawn. It was done by a werewolf, Cardon said, drawing his bow and scanning the surroundings. Just as he finished speaking, a howl echoed from the right, followed by several dark figures rushing towards them. The werewolves had approached within sight, although they were still just blurry shadows. They were closing in at a rapid pace. The centaur stood in front of Simon, ready to confront the werewolves head-on. Get out of the way. Don't be in the way. Simon waved his wand gently, and the two centaurs moved aside, clearing space in front of him as Simon faced the werewolves directly. He took a deep breath, wielded the Elder Wand, and shouted the spell, Rain of Arrows. Without the Elder Wand, Simon would never have used such a magic that consumed a lot of mana, but they were pressed for time and needed to eliminate the werewolves quickly. Arrows appeared like locusts, a dense swarm raining down on the approaching werewolves. With a rustling sound, 3 werewolves were immediately shot to pieces, without even a chance to scream. What are you doing? Ronan glared at Simon, visibly annoyed. He had just taken a hard fall. We're in a hurry. I'm a bit worried about Potter and the others. Simon took out a silver arrow. To be honest, he didn't like taking risks. The Forbidden Forest was extremely dense, and his broomstick skills weren't that great. Cardon pointed at the dead werewolves, indicating to the flustered Ronan to look over. He was also very shocked, as that area seemed to have been baptized by a torrent of arrows, with trees riddled with thick arrows, looking exceptionally gruesome. Cardon felt a bit relieved that the other side didn't seem too hostile. Otherwise, their fate would probably not be any better. Sorry, we have to go, Simon said to Laia as he mounted his broom. Get on. We'll track them from the air. Laia was stunned by what had just happened. Those were werewolves. And they just died like that. Were the legendary werewolves really that weak? She climbed onto the broom behind Simon, thankful that it had been modified by Jukes, or else someone would have suffered. Hold on. Simon's feet pushed down hard against the ground, and the broom suddenly took off into the air. He adjusted the angle, allowing the broom to continue ascending, pulling out his wand to clear the leaves overhead. Watching Simon and Laia leave, Cardon and Ronan's expressions froze. They hadn't expected them to just leave like that, so they could only watch as Simon and Laia departed. What now? Ronan asked. What else can we do? Let us head back. Cardon turned and returned to the camp, preparing to report this matter to their leader. After so many years, such a powerful wizard had not appeared. As they climbed into the sky, the outside was still brightly lit, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere of the dark forest. Feeling the wind blowing towards them, Laia wrapped her arms around Simon's waist, looking around in surprise. She had never flown this high before. Hold on tight, we need to go. Simon directed towards where Potter and the others were. This is amazing, Laia shouted excitedly. It was her first time being taken up high like this. And then she suddenly realized she was holding onto another boy, a blush creeping across her face. However, their time riding the broom wasn't long. They only flew up for a few minutes before starting to descend, using the broom to shorten the distance between them. When Simon landed, he used the spell again to search for Potter and the others' whereabouts. This time, they were only a few hundred meters away. Potter and the others hadn't moved forward. They seemed to have stopped to rest, or Simon didn't want to think of the worst. He realized he had set the time incorrectly, feeling frustrated. Chapter 168. The troublemaking trio. When Simon found Potter, the 3 of them were safe and sound, sitting by the campfire, seemingly discussing something and looking very excited. When Simon and Laia appeared, their cautious demeanor turned into a warm welcome. Looks like you guys had good luck. You didn't run into any werewolves. Simon assessed Potter and the others. We encountered a troll, Potter replied proudly. Oh, it seems you had good luck. Simon glanced around, set up a barrier, then sat down next to Potter, taking out water and food to share with them. He joked, so our Ralston finally became the warrior who defeated a troll? Of course. I've been preparing for this for years. Ralston proudly lifted his chin. How could a troll be his opponent? Thank you. Laya took the bread and nodded gently in appreciation. She curiously watched the three of them, suddenly feeling a sense of inexplicable weakness. Without a doubt, her cohort of wizards was strong. Not to mention Simon, even Potter and the others were very powerful. In comparison, Laya felt like she was falling behind. Tell us how you defeated the troll? Simon asked curiously. Did you run into werewolves? Pruitt picked up on something from Simon's words. Yes, but we were lucky. We encountered centaurs, and they helped us a lot. Simon briefly explained. Laya couldn't help but blink, puzzled as to why Simon didn't state the facts. However, being a clever girl, she naturally wouldn't say anything since Simon didn't plan to reveal that the so-called help from the centaurs was merely getting in the way and then being swept aside by spells. Oh, you encountered centaurs again? Weasley asked, surprised, as he chewed on a piece of bread. Yeah, they were a bit nicer this time. But later, Laya and I caught up on our broomsticks, Simon said with a smile. So you don't have to worry about them following us. Broomsticks? Potter asked, a bit confused. You idiot, it's the undetectable extension charm. Pruitt reminded. Tell us about your adventure. I'm really curious how you defeated the troll and became the troll warriors. Simon changed the topic. Don't call us troll warriors. That sounds too cute. It should be said that we're the brave ones who defeated the troll. Potter said. That was luck. His troll tripped over a tree root, and he seized the opportunity to attack the troll's back, confusing it. Mike and I also successfully defeated one. Pruitt explained. However, I'm a bit concerned. Those trolls seem to have whip marks on them. Simon fell silent for a moment, gently sighed, and said, the trolls you defeated were probably the ones trained by the fairies. What's going on? Pruitt asked, frowning. There are some giants that are relatively intelligent. The fairies trained them to be guards for Gringotts, Simon explained. I was told this by a centaur when we arrived here. All right, I think we should leave. Fairies are known to hold grudges. But suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded all around them. What is happening? Everyone jumped at the sudden alarm. Someone is coming. It looks like it should be the fairies. Simon drew his wand, alert in front of him. He didn't use disillusionment charm because it was too late. A foul stench filled the air as several giants appeared in their line of sight. Each of them had something resembling a basket on their bodies, with an ugly fairy on top. The fairy held a whip in one hand and was controlling the giants with chains, waving them to make the giants move forward. Look, Camista, what have I found? A group of Hogwarts students? The fairy's tone was laced with mockery as its gaze swept over the group. Is that Rag attacking our giants? The fairy named Camista stepped forward from behind, his slender fingers gripping a wand, dressed in peculiar clothing. That should be correct, said the fairy called Rag. The giant beneath him seemed a bit uneasy, as if it considered Simon and the others as food. Silence. The fairy shook the iron chain, making a crisp sound, and the giant flinched, quieting down instantly. Perhaps we should capture them and take them back, another fairy suggested. 3 giants appeared in total, accompanied by 3 fairies, who were sizing up Simon and the others. Simon regarded the 3 fairies and asked, Do you have something to say? If not, tell your giants to get lost. Their stench is affecting our meal. Given the fairies' contemptuous attitude, he guessed that this situation probably wouldn't end well. The fairies exchanged glances, perhaps not expecting that the other side showed no fear and seemed quite impatient. Potter and his friends also stood up, drew their wands, and smiled, saying, You were the ones who attacked us first. Simon silently praised Potter in his heart. No matter what, it was better to push the problem onto the other side first. Solving it later would be much more troublesome. Exactly. We can't just wait to be eaten. Weasley echoed. Nonsense. You trespassed into our territory. It's the guards giants that attacked you. A fairy cursed angrily, nearly casting a spell on them. Calm down, Rag. Rag held back his companion, his gaze fixed on Simon. At that moment, Simon emanated an aura that made even Rag feel uneasy. Compensation, don't you think so, Mr. Green? Camista said, twitching his fingers. 10 galleons per person, and we'll consider this incident as if it never happened. All right, Simon, under the astonished eyes of everyone, pulled out a bag from his pocket and threw it to them. Simon, you completely. Potter and the others were stunned, and just as they were about to stop him, Simon raised his hand to silence them. The 3 fairies were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected the other party to agree so easily. However, Simon's next words left everyone dumbfounded. Now, shouldn't we calculate the bill for how you affected our meal? What did you say? Rag's expression froze, seemingly doubting if he had misheard something. No se ibis. Simon raised his wand and aimed at the giant beside Rag, chanting. In the next moment, the giant let out a terrible scream as its body ignited in horrifying black flames, being completely consumed in an instant and turning to ashes. Diabolical Flamme. Chapter 169, Submission. Why you want to. Do what? Rag's voice trembled, filled with inexplicable anger and fear. Training a giant requires a significant amount of time and effort. Yet the other party was now killing their trained giant guards one after another. This is provocation, a blatant provocation. The three fairies watched in shock, completely stunned. They hadn't even comprehended what had just happened when their giant guards were instantly reduced to a pile of ashes by dark magic. Even a fool would know this was undoubtedly some very terrifying dark magic. Giants have strong resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Ordinary spells can hardly harm them. Yet, those three giant guards were killed just like that. The other party handled it as easily as crushing a chick. And what was even more bizarre was that the opponent was just a minor wizard with such powerful magic to control hellfire. The three fairies felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water, a chilling sensation washing over them. They had just accurately extorted the other party. After all, dark wizards are the most unreasonable and cruel, and with the opponent's strength, they could easily kill them in an instant. Not all fairies are united, and if they found trouble later, it would likely be a death sentence for them. At this moment, Rag felt the galleons in his hand were unbearably hot, and he had the impulse to cut off his own hand. Perhaps fairies are greedy, or perhaps they were enraged by the wizards invading their territory and provoking them by stunning their guards, wanting to teach the other party a lesson. But that didn't mean the fairies were fools. Compared to their own lives, this little wealth was nothing. The other two fairies were also in bad shape, slightly trembling, a sign of the despair that arises when facing an opponent with no chance of winning. Nearby, Potter and his companions were all wide-eyed in astonishment, their faces showing disbelief. Was this the Simon they knew? When did he become so powerful? That direct incineration of the giant into ashes with flames. What terrifying dark magic was that? Why you won? Sir Simon, Rag said sharply. Your strength has earned our respect. I, Rag, on behalf of Gringotts and the fairies, guarantee that this matter will be dropped. Nothing has happened, and you can have your money back. What do you think? Rag placed the gold coins on the ground, showing not a hint of reluctance, as if he had just rid himself of a hot potato. The three fairies fixed their eyes on Simon's expressionless face and slowly took a step back. Fairies don't like wizards, but they're definitely not foolish. If the three of them cast spells at the other party, the outcome would undoubtedly be their immediate death, as evident from the other party's overwhelming strength. Fortunately, the other side showed them no significant hostility. Otherwise, the first to die would have been the giant. But one of the three. This was a good omen. At least, after showing the necessary courtesy and goodwill, the other party should not trouble them. As for the loss, fairies can bear such losses. There is no need to offend a powerful wizard. In short, the fairies conceded. Moreover, the other party was still a major client of Gringotts. Farewell, Mr. Green. Rag made a strange gesture toward Simon and continued, Please do not proceed any further. The fairy camp is not far ahead, and they're not very welcoming to wizards. Seeing Simon wave his hand expressionlessly, Rag turned around with his fairies and disappeared into the jungle, leaving only the burning ashes on the ground as evidence of their passing. Did those fairies just leave? Ralston Potter showed a hint of surprise on his face. But more than that, he felt disappointed. He continued, I thought there would be a battle. It made me so nervous. Privet's mouth twitched slightly, and he retorted, Were you planning to take down the fairy warriors? What's wrong with that? Wow. I say, Simon, when did you learn such powerful dark magic? What was that dark magic just now? Wesley asked curiously. A somewhat dangerous dark magic. All right, I think we should go now. Simon retracted the dangerous aura around him and turned to say, Somewhat dangerous. Privet's mouth twitched again, roaring in his heart. It's more than just dangerous. Devil's Flame is an extremely evil dark magic. Even powerful dark wizards are reluctant to use it because they might end up being consumed by it themselves. Privet didn't voice his inner thoughts. He could tell Simon didn't want to talk about such matters. Potter said somewhat gloomily, I heard that fairies are very stubborn creatures, which is quite different from what I imagined. Did you just want to make a move? Simon suddenly asked. We would never let them extort your galleons. Potter said somewhat dejectedly. By the way, when did you become so rich? Or was the galleons in your bag fake? But that doesn't make sense. Fairies can distinguish between real and fake. Let's hope not. The fairies' magic is more dangerous than you think. Simon changed the subject. They can cast spells without wands just like house elves, and they are even more dangerous. But the fairies eventually surrendered? Edwin curiously looked at Simon, finding herself unable to see through this mysterious guy. The aura Simon had exuded earlier had also startled her. However, Thinking back to the situation a few years ago, Liao felt a bit ashamed. The circumstances had completely reversed, because they had no other choice. If they had made a move, I would have killed them. Simon's tone was cold. Of course, using powerful force to directly intimidate them and force them to surrender was the best choice. Most fairies were just a bunch of bullies who feared the strong. There was one point Simon did not mention. Killing a fairy could lead to a heap of trouble. Perhaps he wasn't afraid of fairies, but he was afraid of trouble. They seem to know you? After a moment of silence, Edwin suddenly said, I'm also a customer of Gringotts. The fairies naturally recognize me. Or rather, they recognize every customer of Gringotts. Simon's wand lightly flicked, causing the money pouch on the ground to float into his hand, which he then stored back in the undetectable expansion bag. Chapter 170. I saw it the group did not intend to disturb those fairies. Staying away from those annoying creatures was the wisest decision. They changed direction and continued their unfinished adventure. Perhaps after defeating the troll, Potter and the others had their attention diverted. They began to focus on the surrounding vegetation, hoping to find some valuable herbs. No one would complain about having fewer galleons, and with money, many things could be done. With Simon's help, they found several high-value plants. No wonder the seniors always like to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Wesley sighed. The potion materials here are truly abundant. Few people venture deep in here, which is why there are rare potion materials, Simon explained as he stored the plants he had just dug up in the undetectable expansion bag. The werewolves in the Forbidden Forest are very dangerous. Getting bitten or killed for a few galleons is not worth it at all. In fact, Mike, if it weren't for Simon's help, we would probably have a hard time finding these things. Privet reminded, not everyone can memorize 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and, at the same time, identify them in a weedy forest. Simon's ability to do this was nothing short of miraculous. Even the professors at Hogwarts might not be able to achieve such efficiency. Edwin was the happiest. She had never expected such great returns. According to Simon, selling these would bring in at least a dozen sickles, a sum that others might not earn even after a month of hard work. All right, let's take a break. Simon stopped and turned to the exhausted group. Digging for plants also had its techniques, and Potter and the others were quite tired. They were covered in dirt, feeling a mix of exhaustion and excitement, as this was their first bucket of gold. Earning this much for their first bucket of gold was enough to keep them happy for a while. By the way, we also encountered a herd of unicorns. Potter, not minding the dirt on his hands, took a sip of water and handed it to Mike beside him, then casually pulled out a few unicorn tail hairs and handed them to Simon, saying, It's a pity we didn't find many tail hairs. Come on. Simon laughed. You guys are lucky. When I came to the Forbidden Forest to look for this stuff, I almost lost my life. He recalled the initial adventure to find unicorn tail hairs to make beauty potions. Now, returning to this forest, he was simply here for adventure. It felt somewhat similar. Perhaps the Sorting Hat was right. Gryffindor would lead you to glory. Thinking about it now, he was quite suited for Gryffindor. Simon did not lack courage or adventurous spirit. Without those adventures, he might still be the same empty self. All the effort had been worth it. I dare say, Headmaster Fudge must regret expelling you now, Edwin remarked. With Simon's displayed abilities, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful wizard in a century, without a doubt. The strange dark magic from earlier. Edwin didn't understand how Simon had done it, but just by looking at the reactions of the others and the fairies, one could tell what kind of strength it was. Perhaps only Gerald Rogier, who taught dark magic, could be compared to him. Maybe one day, Simon will become a professor at Hogwarts. Wesley joked, I kind of look forward to Simon suddenly becoming our professor one day. It would be much better than that Gerald Rogier. Then we wouldn't have to write those damn papers. Mike still hadn't forgotten about the papers. Are you still hung up on that? Privet laughed. Actually, doing those things can deepen your understanding of magic, Simon explained. You should know that without books, the records you write will become your understanding and mastery of that magic. Others can learn magic through your understanding. This is the way of wizard inheritance and knowledge transmission. You should know that books used to be very scarce. Wizards used parchment to record their magic, and the earliest notes existed in the form of diaries. The four of them were momentarily stunned, recalling Simon's attitude towards these so-called homework assignments. Indeed, if relied upon, understanding and mastering the spells was not impossible. One could say it was entirely feasible. They hadn't thought much about it before, but it was actually a matter of drawing on experience, which could save them a lot of trouble. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. Simon reacted quickly, squinting and standing up. He saw a deer emerge from the dense bushes. Looks like we're in luck, Simon said with a smile. Just as he spoke, everyone saw the deer suddenly get startled, run a few steps forward, and then collapse to the ground. An arrow lodged in its body. That's the arrow spell, a type of transformation magic that's relatively difficult to master. But it's particularly effective against creatures like werewolves that have high magical resistance, Simon explained to his astonished companions. Let's go eat some barbecue later. So cool. Potter exclaimed, stars in his eyes. I want to learn it, Simon. I want to learn this magic. I want to learn too. Mike and Charlie also expressed their desire to learn the spell. All right, I'll teach you when we get back, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to learn it. Simon said, now, keep an eye on the surroundings while I take care of this. Simon walked towards the deer, pulled out a knife from his untraceable expanding bag, looked around, then crouched down and swiftly cut the deer's throat, ending its life. You often handle prey? Edwin asked curiously, noticing Simon's smooth and efficient movements as he bled the deer out. Yeah, I did something similar for a while, Simon said with a smile while processing the prey. However, Simon wouldn't tell Edwin that he was not dissecting wild animals, but rather unfortunate muggles who had been captured and sent to Azkaban. If Edwin knew what Simon was thinking now, what would her reaction be? Probably feeling nauseated enough to vomit. Simon thought with a dark sense of humor. Something's coming. Potter whispered. I can't see where it is. Did you guys see it? Simon raised his head, glanced ahead, and reassured, don't worry, I see it. Potter and the others were instantly dumbfounded, staring at Simon, who was still processing the deer, curious about what Simon had seen and why he remained so calm. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 171. Face Fruit? Long time no see, Professor Clock. Professor Clock. Potter and the others were startled and looked ahead, but somehow they couldn't see Professor Clock's figure. Green, what are you doing here? Professor Clayton Clock appeared before them after dispelling his disillusionment charm, his gaze fixed on Simon, scanning the others with confusion. Potter, Weasley, Pruitt, and Edwin, what are you doing here? We're going to have a barbecue soon. Professor Clock, would you like to join us? Simon said, flipping the deer over to speed up the bleeding. What? Professor Clock was momentarily taken aback and couldn't react right away. Barbecue, Professor. Pruitt immediately chimed in. Simon S. Barbecue is great. No, I can't. I have some matters to attend to, Professor Clock said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their speed of conversation. Looking at the three who were covered in dirt, he added, but before that, I must get you out of here. Don't worry, Professor. Simon will take us out. Weasley said dryly. Mr. Weasley, I must remind you that this is the middle of the Forbidden Forest, where werewolves and trolls are constantly threatening your safety. Moreover, there are many dangerous creatures here. If you get eaten, I can assure you that would be a very unfortunate situation. Professor Clock's face darkened. As a professor, especially since he had encountered them, he felt responsible for ensuring the student's safe return. Don't worry, Professor, we just defeated a troll and a werewolf. Potter and Edwin exchanged glances and said in unison, both unwilling to return immediately. Do you know what you're saying? Professor Clock frowned. Merlin, what do you mean you just defeated a troll and a werewolf? By the way, Professor, what are you doing here? Simon suddenly interrupted. Green, don't change the subject. Professor Clock said, dissatisfied, reminding Simon, regardless, I must first get you back. Don't worry, Professor, I can apparate, and I will take them back to Hogsmeade shortly. Simon raised his wand and used the freezing spell on the deer. He then wiped the wound with some leaves and used the shrinking spell to shrink the deer, wrapping it in large leaves, tying it with vines, and placing it in his untraceable expanding bag. You can apparate, Professor Clock said in disbelief. Of course, Professor, Simon said, cleaning his hands with a water-making spell. Underage students are not allowed to learn apparition, Professor Clock sternly admonished. Don't you know that learning it without permission can lead to unpredictable dangers? I know, Professor, Simon replied calmly. Then why? I'm not a Hogwarts student anymore, Simon innocently reminded him. As soon as he said this, the others nearby immediately struggled to hold back their laughter. Professor Clock had just been scolding Simon in a teacherly manner, but he completely overlooked that Simon was no longer a Hogwarts student, making his criticisms a bit humorous. All right, I think we should leave here first. The deer blood will soon attract other creatures, Simon reminded, as the smell of blood was already spreading around due to his earlier actions. Okay, follow me, Professor Clock said somewhat helplessly, but Simon was undoubtedly right. Blood would attract predators, and he didn't want to encounter werewolves or trolls in this situation, especially with other Hogwarts students around. Professor, what are you doing here? Simon asked again, feeling that Professor Clock's presence here was a bit strange, as if he were looking for something or had other matters to attend to. I came to look for new herbs. Professor Clock took a deep breath to calm himself and said, recently, I found several precious medicinal materials in the Forbidden Forest, and this time I'm prepared to transplant them back. By the way, Simon, How did you just discover Professor Clock? Pruitt asked curiously. Well, it's simple. Simon glanced at Professor Clock and smiled. I saw the footprints on the ground and... Just say it. Professor Clock was also quite frustrated about how Simon had discovered him. Professor Clock clearly wasn't very good at the disillusionment charm. If one paid a little attention, they could spot the flaws. Simon explained. Professor Clock felt even more frustrated. As Simon said, he really wasn't very skilled at the disillusionment charm. But being pointed out by a student who had been expelled made his face turn a bit red. So, Simon can also use the disillusionment charm? Potter asked, looking at Simon expectantly. My disillusionment charm is worse than Professor Clock's. Simon shook his head and said, this magic takes some time to master completely. The disillusionment charm was something Simon found in the remnants of a book left by Ectus. He was still in the practice stage. I remember the fairy territory is just ahead. Pruitt suddenly reminded. Aren't those fairies supposed to be unwelcoming to wizards? Fairies? Professor Knock paused for a moment. He hadn't considered that they were near fairy territory. How come he didn't know that part of the dark forest had turned into fairyland? They train giants here. Weasley explained. Those fairies aren't very friendly towards humans. Have you encountered them? I mean the fairies? Professor Knock suddenly asked. Just a little while ago. Those guys are really annoying. Potter nodded. Professor Knock's potion wouldn't be in the fairy territory, would it? Sure enough, shortly after, a few fairies jumped out to block their path. I'm sorry, Mr. Knock, but ahead is our camp, and we do not welcome wizards, the fairy said sharply. Its tone quite rude. When did this place become a fairy camp? Professor Knock asked the blocking fairy. The dark forest doesn't belong to wizards. Fairies have the right to establish a camp here to train our giant security. The fairy stared at everyone without backing down. What's going on? Cladrag's gaze fell on Simon, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and asked, We meet again, Lord Green. Ahead is the fairy camp. Do you have any business here, Lord Green? Professor Knock's expression stiffened, then darkened slightly. He didn't expect to be ignored by the fairy. Chapter 172. Scented Illusion Grass. This is Professor Knock from Hogwarts. It seems he has some business here. Simon pointed at Professor Knock behind him. Cladrag turned his puzzled gaze to Professor Knock, waiting for a response. I discovered a few scented illusion grasses a while ago. Professor Knock said softly. I plan to transplant them to Hogwarts. It's a precious plant that shouldn't be left to perish here. What is scented illusion grass? Potter asked quietly. Scented illusion grass is a rare plant with magical properties, Simon said, looking at Professor Knock with a meaningful gaze. Its leaves shine like copper. Fairies love shiny things, which is how the plant got its name. By the way, the glowing leaves of this plant were once used as currency by some ancient wizards, so it's quite valuable. You could say it has great collectible value. The uses of scented illusion grass are unknown. Simon asked Professor Knock, where did you find this plant? If you have an extra one, could you share it with me? Of course. I am willing to pay a fair price. Professor Knock's mouth twitched slightly. He neither immediately refused nor agreed, but changed the subject. I haven't been to the fairy camp, so I'm not sure if scented illusion grass is in the camp. However, it's nearby, and I have marked where it is. If you're worried about us entering the fairy camp, you can come with us, Simon said to Cladrag. Knowing the nature of the fairies, they would definitely not allow them to pass. I understand. Cladrag, this doesn't comply with the rules. The fairy named Cladrag frowned and said, Wizards are not allowed to enter the camp. I know, but I didn't say they were allowed to enter the camp. Cladrag whispered, realizing that if the fairies forced their way in, the situation might become worse, and he absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Professor Knock and Cladrag led the way, while Simon and the others followed behind, with a few fairies trailing to supervise. They were clearly worried about a conflict or that the other party might suddenly barge into the camp. However, the fairies soon breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't enter the camp's area, but just passed by and then re-entered the forest. After walking for a while, the group stopped in a secluded corner. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard for an ordinary wizard to find this place. No guande. Professor Knock had used the disillusionment charm around to protect a few scented illusion grasses. Is this scented illusion grass? Edwin observed the scented illusion grass with curiosity. Just as Simon described, it was a plant with copper-glowing leaves. However, there were only 4 plants. Professor Knock carefully took out his digging tools and slowly dug out the scented illusion grass. The slow pace made Potter and the others feel a bit toothache. I can't give it to you. As you can see, the condition of these 4 scented illusion grasses is not good, Professor Knock said helplessly. I will take care of it. If one day it branches and sprouts, or if you need its leaves, you can write to me. Perhaps Professor Knock never intended to share the scented illusion grass with Simon from the start. After all, there were only a few plants, and they didn't seem to be developing well. What if he gave it to Simon and it died? However, Professor Knock still made his promise. After all, being able to find the scented illusion grass this time was also thanks to Simon's help. He wasn't a fool and could naturally see the fairy's wariness toward Simon. No problem. If it survives and grows new plants one day, remember to give me one. Simon didn't mind. Having Professor Knock take care of the scented illusion grass was actually quite good. After all, he didn't have much time to care for these plants. And if they died while he was raising them, that would be a pity. All right, let's head back. Professor Knock saw that Simon didn't mind and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the matter was over, it was naturally time to go back. Professor Knock would never allow Hogwarts students to wander around in such a dangerous place. Well, we should go back too. Simon was also prepared to return. If they stayed too long in the dark forest, Alice would probably start to worry about him. Potter and the others were a bit disappointed, but they also knew that today's adventure was over, so they didn't oppose much and accepted the outcome. After all, they were also planning to go to Simon's place for a barbecue later, which was a nice thing. Hold my hand. I'll take you all to apparate. Professor Knock raised his hand and said to everyone, I don't need it. Simon smiled at everyone and said, Everyone, see you in Hogsmeade. Remember to come to my house. Saying that, Simon disappeared. Professor Knock raised his eyebrows. He had thought Simon would apparate, but seeing it in person still surprised him slightly. Let's go. Professor Knock led a few people back. They appeared on the streets of Hogsmeade, and a professor appearing with several students was quite eye-catching. Edwin felt a bit uncomfortable, squatting down to pretend to dry heave. She still wasn't quite used to the dizziness brought on by apparition. Professor Knock, are you really not going? Potter pointed towards the direction of the Rose Cottage and said, The Rose Cottage is not far ahead. No, I need to go back to transplant those scented illusion grasses. Professor Knock glanced at Simon, who was waving at them in front of his house. Then he saw Simon knock on the door, and a familiar figure came out and gave him a hug. Speaking of which, wasn't that? What a pity. Puvite said so, but there was not a trace of regret on his face. He and Wesley helped Edwin up and walked towards the Rose Cottage. All right, let's go too. Potter finally bid farewell to Professor Knock and followed them. You guys, remember to come back to Hogwarts before dark. Professor Knock shouted at them, shaking his head as he watched their departing figures and walked towards Hogwarts. Are you all right? Alice looked at Edwin, remembering how she once transformed into his likeness. I'm fine, just still a bit uncomfortable. Edwin's face was still a bit pale. You must be hungry too. I'll go prepare something for you. Ball is dealing with the venison, but the roasted meat will take a while, Alice said as she got up to go to the kitchen to boil water. She then brought out some freshly baked cookies and served everyone a cup of rose tea, the rich fragrance of roses quickly filling the hall. Chapter 173. A clash of values. The house elf ball's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Potter and his friends, as house elves could usually only be seen in ancient wizarding families or wizarding castles. This is Ball, the house elf I inherited from my teacher, Simon said with a smile, noticing the puzzled expressions on Potter and his friends' faces. The house elf Ball slightly bowed to them and then focused on the venison. It skillfully waved a sharp knife, efficiently butchering the deer. The house elf cut off the tender parts of the meat, sliced them, and marinated them with spices and seasonings. Is that black pepper? Looking at the spices Ball was deftly handling, Puvite's cheeks twitched slightly. Although it wasn't as scarce as before, he still knew how expensive these things were. And Simon actually used them as seasoning for marinating the roast meat. Not to mention, he couldn't even name most of the spices laid out on the table, and he wondered how much they all cost. Moreover, the house elf seemed to be adding them to the wooden bowl as if they were free. Is this just my illusion? It must be. The slightly marinated venison was incredibly delicious, with no fishy taste in the meat slices. With a sizzling sound, the meat on the iron grill emitted an enticing aroma, and the gradually browning roast made everyone's mouths water. Simon picked up a piece of roasted venison and, under everyone's watchful eyes, put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, he said, It's very delicious. Everyone don't be shy. You can eat now. Don't let the meat get tough. That would waste the food. Everyone gulped and quickly reached for their forks, unabashedly starting to grab the first round of roasted meat. So hot, so delicious. Potter's mouth was stuffed with food, leaving him almost no time to speak, and even Edwin was no exception. As a noble, Edwin understood the value of spices even more than Potter and the others from wizarding families. Even Count Edwin wouldn't waste spices like this. Speaking of which, the taste of this roasted venison was truly fragrant, completely overturning Edwin's perception of roasted meat. The meat she had eaten before was usually smoked or dried venison, which was always tough. Simon, can I send some to my sister? Alice put down her fork and turned to look at Simon, who was in charge of roasting the meat. She set a small plate in front of Simon and took over his task. I'll have Ball roast some later and send it to Felice. After all, there's a lot of venison, and we can't finish it all. Simon devoured the roasted meat Alice handed him, and it tasted very good, but he felt like something was missing. He hurriedly got up and went to the basement, taking out an oak barrel filled with the wine brewed a while ago. Although it had only been a little over a month, it was already drinkable. Is this mead? Potter exclaimed excitedly. This is the wine brewed by Ball. Simon picked up his wand from the side and lightly tapped the oak wine cups while saying duplicate. The cup turned into 2, and Simon used the duplication spell 2 more times, creating 6 oak wine cups. Let me try the taste of the wine first, Simon said, placing his hand on the barrel, looking at everyone and adding, but I must declare in advance, only 1 cup each. We all know not to drink too much. Puvite and the others exchanged glances and laughed, knowing Simon wasn't being stingy, but that drinking too much could be bad for their health. Opening the oak lid, a strong aroma immediately wafted out. Everyone's eyes brightened as Simon used a ladle to fill a cup for himself and took a gentle sip. The wine was a bit tart and carried a faint fruity aroma with a hint of honey sweetness. Overall, it was quite good, and the alcohol content wasn't too high, probably because the honey hadn't fully fermented. Simon certainly didn't have too much honey mead. There were only 2 small barrels. After all, honey was not only expensive, but also quite rare. So sweet, Puvite exclaimed after taking a sip. What did you add to it? Honey? Simon explained. Since there was no white sugar, I could only use honey as a substitute. Honey. At that moment, Edwin felt her worldview had been completely overturned. Wine brewed with honey. British wine wasn't particularly expensive. Even the most expensive wines were probably less than 1/3 of the price of honey. When did honey production become abundant enough to be used for winemaking? Edwin carefully took a sip, tasting this exorbitantly priced wine made with money. The rich, fruity aroma spread in her mouth. It was a bit tart, but compared to other wines, it was quite sweet and very suitable for girls to taste. However, thinking about the method of making this wine immediately made Edwin retreat. This was simply wasteful. Yes, wasteful. At that moment, Edwin's perception of Simon completely changed. He was no longer the Simon she had known. In Edwin's understanding, even the luxurious Edwin family would probably not waste spices and honey so recklessly. Was this a merchant who was as rich as a country? It's very good. Is this wine made from the grapes in our backyard? Alice felt delighted, remembering that Simon had promised to make wine from the grapes in the yard, and he still hadn't forgotten his promise after a few years. Yes, it's from those ordinary ones in the yard. Simon patted Alice's head and said, there's 1 more barrel. I'll have Ball send it to you later. Share some with Felice. But remember, only 1 small cup a day. Don't drink too much. Alice nodded vigorously. The roasted venison feast left everyone satisfied. Simon also had Ball stew, a small pot of bone soup. After taking a sip, they felt warm all over, and the fatigue from their adventure in the dark forest vanished without a trace. In the evening, Simon sent Alice and Potter back to Hogwarts. Then, he returned to the Rose Cottage alone. Ball had already tidied up the house and handed Simon several rolls of parchment. These are the messages from the Merchant Guild that need your review regarding the profit statements. Simon flipped through the parchment, which roughly recorded the overall profits from the fleet returning from Denmark a while ago. Driven by profit, many merchants wanted to express their intentions to join the guild. Simon did not intend to accept the other party immediately, leaving a few months for those preparing to join the guild to observe, while the execution of this task was left to the other shareholders of the guild. Simon believed that those shrewd businessmen would pay attention to the merchants about to join the guild for their own interests. Nobody likes a slacker or a hindrance. Finally, there was electricity. Chapter 174. The Swamp of Death. Now, Simon had money, a home, and enough strength to protect himself, so he decided to go traveling. To see what kind of country England was in this era. After his tour of England was over, Simon also planned to travel around Europe to see the world. Everyone has a dream of traveling the world, and Simon was no exception. Before crossing over, Simon was always busy with work and had no time, and his financial situation did not allow it. Now, he had time and money, and could go out and have adventures like the protagonists in stories. He knew that the so-called fantastical adventures were not as beautiful as he imagined, but Simon had a key, could apparate, and also had his house elf to take care of him. If he got tired, he could go back and rest. After all, being able to apparate was being willful, wandering around, experiencing those magical creatures, and seeing the wonders of this magical world that existed in real time. In fact, most of the professors at Hogwarts also had such experiences to enrich their knowledge and broaden their horizons. However, Simon was definitely not someone who would shortchange himself. He would prepare everything and then go traveling. Really, do you have to go? Alice looked a bit dissatisfied and asked, "How long will you be gone? You're leaving now?" For the girl, it didn't matter about traveling around England. She just hoped her lover would stay by her side. Phyllis, on the other hand, had a somewhat complicated expression. If she wanted to become a professor at Hogwarts, traveling was inevitable. This was probably a tradition at Hogwarts. You don't want to apply to become a professor at Hogwarts, do you? Phyllis crossed her arms and leaned against the door, watching Simon say goodbye to Alice, and gently raised the corners of her mouth in a rhetorical question. "But I think Fudge would probably refuse you because of your age." "No, I never thought about becoming a professor at Hogwarts." Simon smiled slightly at Phyllis and said, "I want to take advantage of my youth to travel around and see the magical world we live in. Who knows? One day I might write a travelogue about what I've seen and heard." Still young, Phyllis was rendered speechless by Simon's words. Scrutinizing him with a critical eye and self-mockingly said, "Why do I feel like you're talking as if you're an old woman?" "Okay, don't worry, Alice. Ball will travel with me. He will take good care of my life." Simon pointed at his house elf Ball to comfort Alice, saying, "You can write to me. By the way, I will also occasionally return to Hogsmeade. Don't forget, apparition is a good thing." Alice knew she couldn't persuade Simon and could only nod in agreement. However, she still made a request. Simon must come back every weekend. "I know." Simon was a bit speechless, but seeing Alice's determined gaze, he nodded in agreement. He gently hugged Alice, and after a kiss goodbye, he set off alone. Simon took off on his broomstick, departing from the wilderness outside Hogsmeade. It was a vast wilderness, and since autumn had arrived, most of the weeds had withered, making the wilderness appear somewhat desolate. However, feeling the cold wind blowing against him that froze his hands and feet, Simon had to lower his altitude to enjoy the flying experience for a while. His mood was good, and after getting off the broomstick, he walked on foot in the vast wilderness and encountered swamp. After wandering and flying, Simon spent an entire afternoon without seeing any signs of civilization. Where's Hogwarts? Based on the climate, it should be somewhere in Scotland. The wilderness, grasslands, swamps, and this season's weather changes clearly matched the extreme northern region of Scotland. The weather was getting a bit cold, so Simon stopped and found a spot by the edge of the swamp. The swamp in front of him was large, and without using his broomstick, it might be difficult to cross this area. Simon was not in a hurry. He set up a small folding table and cleared a space for a campfire, cooking a small bowl of bread porridge to eat with jerky. Although it was definitely not as comfortable as at home, Simon did not regret it. After finishing the hot meal, he felt warm all over. He used a spell to clean the wooden bowl and then sat by the swamp to fish. The fishing rod was a tool he had prepared in advance. Simon had fished by the sea when he was an apprentice carpenter, although he wasn't sure if there were fish in the swamp. However, whether or not there were fish was just a source of fun for him. He didn't expect to catch a big one. Humming a tune while flipping through a book, suddenly, the fishing rod moved slightly and was then yanked away, splashing water in circles on the swamp. It seemed like a fish had bitten. Damn, I don't remember baiting the hook. Simon was surprised and quickly stowed the book, stepping back to cast a summoning charm on the fishing rod. The rod tugged at the creature underground in the swamp, leading to a fierce struggle. He had already guessed what had bitten the hook. "Down you go." Simon released magic towards the place where the hook was bitten. After several spells, there was no further movement underwater. Perhaps that unfortunate fish had been stunned. The fishing rod flew back to Simon's hand, and he pulled hard, expecting to see a Gryffindor. However, this time, he was a bit dumbfounded. What he had pulled up was a rather strange creature that looked like a piece of wood, but had fins, claws, and sharp teeth. What is this thing? Probably some kind of magical creature. Simon recorded the appearance and form of this creature on parchment. If he had a camera, he wouldn't mind taking a commemorative photo. This was probably the biggest fish he had ever caught. He didn't intend to kill this unfortunate magical creature. He just cast a few stunning spells on it to ensure it was unconscious before pulling it ashore to inspect. This thing resembled a fish and should be some kind of fish-like magical creature, though it was quite large. How could he pull it up just now? It should be said that its body was quite light. After releasing the unfortunate creature, Simon packed up the fishing rod and continued his journey. He wasn't in a hurry to fly over the swamp, but planned to go around the side of the swamp instead. He felt that his luck was still pretty good. In the evening, Ball appeared and set up a tent for Simon on a dry highland. The tent, made of animal skins and iron frames, didn't look very big from the outside, but it was spacious enough for a room. Simon had paid the alchemist from Diagon Alley to help expand it with the undetectable extension charm. Of course, there was only one hammock inside, which was enough. After enjoying the sumptuous meal prepared by his house elf, Simon made a simple record of his travels for the day and instructed Ball to keep watch for him before falling into a deep sleep. Although the tent had already been enchanted with the disillusionment charm, and there were spells to drive away creatures around, it was undoubtedly not very reliable. Having a loyal watchman would allow Simon to rest peacefully. Section 175, Chapter 175. The Banshee and the Death Banshee. Simon moved along the edge of the swamp, finding no signs of human habitation. However, likely due to his southward journey, the temperature around him had noticeably warmed. At noon, without the sun, Simon sat under a tree to rest. His current location was still within the swamp's range, but it was no longer a silent wilderness. He began to see wilted green plants around him. He planned to spend a week traversing this area. In a few months at most, Simon would conclude his journey around all of England. Taking a refreshing sip of mint lemonade to invigorate himself, Simon looked up at the sky, glanced around to confirm his direction, then stood up to continue on, hoping to find a place with human habitation by evening. No one lives around here? Simon naturally did not believe that. However, his luck seemed to be running low. As evening approached, light rain began to fall. In October, in the extreme north of England, once it started raining, it became cold and chilling. Simon pulled up his cloak and contacted Ball. Their method of communication was simple, a transformation spell, similar in principle to Granger's coin. When he needed Ball, he would notify him, and Ball would find Simon's exact location through the cloak's tracking spell, then appear via apparition. Ball skillfully set up a tent using magic. Soon, Simon realized his decision was quite wise as the rain began to intensify, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. If he stayed outside, even with a waterproof cloak, he would still end up drenched. The sturdy animal skin tent could easily withstand the cold wind and harsh rain outside. Ball had already taken out prepared firewood from his weightless expandable pouch and lit a fire, instantly warming the inside of the tent. Perhaps Simon was the first wizard to equip his own house elf. His generosity and kindness had made Bale's loyalty skyrocket. After dinner, as the rain outside lessened, Simon quietly sat by the fire reading. Ball, did you hear anything? Simon closed the book in his hands and put it away in the weightless, expandable pouch. Walking to the edge of the tent to look out into the hazy rain, not forgetting to ask the house elf beside him. Without a master, it should just be the sound of rain. Ball perked up his ears to listen and shook his head. No, I definitely heard something. It sounded a bit like crying. Simon had a premonition that he might be encountering something. Soon, he heard it again, and the sound was getting closer and louder. A sharp and mournful cry that made one feel very sad. Ball, did you hear? Simon turned his head to look at Ball. Ball whispered, I heard it, master. It's the cry of the death banshee. It is said that the death banshee can sense the smell of death, and if it cries in front of someone's house, it foretells that someone will die in that household. I see. So that's why it's called the death banshee? The name fits quite well, Simon murmured, suddenly frowning slightly. But why is that sound getting closer? Simon quickly donned his cloak, gave Ball a few instructions, and stepped out of the tent. The crisp sound of rain could not cover the distant sound of crying. It seemed someone was approaching. Through the hazy night, Simon vaguely saw flashes of magical light. He raised his wand, using the glow from the tip of it to walk forward. Was it a person driving away the death banshee? That person seemed to have also noticed Simon, stopping about 10 meters away. Who are you? Simon raised his wand and slowly walked forward. After spending time in Azkaban, it was hard for anything to instill fear in him. As he got closer, using the light from his wand, he took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was an elderly woman, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call her a witch. In any case, it was hard to describe the person before him with just one ugly word. Wizard? Child? The old witch spoke with a slight tremor, her eyes glinting with a strange light. Simon felt that she was excited. What was this creature excited about? Simon immediately became vigilant. Her gaze did not seem to convey friendliness. Fiery flames. Simon raised his wand and waved it sharply, igniting a fire on the ground that quickly surrounded the old witch. This was another application of the fire-making spell, a variant of magic, and with the change in incantation, the flames grew significantly more powerful. Wizard, no, please. Please don't do this. I have no ill intentions. The old witch spoke somewhat stutteringly, her words slow and her speech a bit unclear. Who are you? Simon scrutinized her and pressed on. Why are you driving away the death banshee? I want to kill it. Yes, kill it. The old witch let out a hoarse, piercing scream. That is the death banshee that brings misfortune. You are not human. Though Simon asked it as a question, his tone was filled with certainty. I've been wandering here for so long and haven't seen any signs of human activity. There's a muggle town not far from here. By the way, are you a man-eater or a banshee? Simon suddenly asked. A banshee, a powerful witch? I am a banshee. The banshee's voice trembled slightly, probably out of fear. Indeed, she was afraid. This wizard, though young, seemed more powerful than most adult wizards. As for why, it could only be attributed to the banshee's innate intuition. Speaking of which, were you planning to eat me just now? Simon asked with a half-smile. Under the rain curtain, the banshee's body trembled imperceptibly, clearly having been hit by Simon's words, and she timidly replied, I wouldn't dare think like that. Don't quibble, I'm not blind. I can still tell. Simon's tone turned cold, like ice that never melts. Please spare my life. The banshee immediately lay in the muddy ground, pleading for mercy. I haven't eaten for a long time. So, you're about to starve, which is why the death banshee appeared. Simon recalled the matter of the death banshee. No, my mother is sick. The banshee's tone was filled with sadness. However, with the appearance of the death banshee, she probably wouldn't survive the night. So, you were chasing that death banshee. Simon now understood the reason for her driving away the death banshee. If he were in her position, he would probably do the same. It was a bit unfortunate that the death banshee had already flown away when Simon stopped this banshee. He had no chance to figure out what the death banshee looked like. Yes, powerful wizard. Quite interesting. A banshee chasing away a death banshee? Simon felt amused by them. Section 176, Chapter 176, The Banshees. Please, kind wizard, could you give me some food? You were planning to eat me? Simon's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. No, I'm just hungry. I haven't eaten for a long time. The banshee looked at Simon with a pitiful expression, but unfortunately, her ugly appearance made such a look only raise suspicions. Ball, give her some roasted meat. Simon slowly backed away, creating distance from the stranger. He needed to remain vigilant against the unfamiliar and potentially dangerous creature. He certainly didn't want to be eaten by a banshee. Ball presented some cured meat to the banshee. Thank you, kind wizard. The banshee sobbed as she received the food, wolfing down the roasted meat Ball had given her and occasionally emitting sounds of delight. So delicious. This is wizard food. By the way, what is your name? Simon suddenly asked. Nolia Nutkinbo. The banshee replied with her name. Goodbye, Nolia. Meeting you has been quite interesting. Simon slowly retreated and turned back to the tent. He had no habit of getting wet in the rain. What a strange banshee, Simon thought. He wasn't afraid of her. If she had any ill intentions, he wouldn't mind giving her a lesson. According to the wizard's records, banshees are ugly, somewhat resembling wild men, and muggles often mistake them for witches. They use basic magic and enjoy eating children and raw liver. The notion that witches like to eat children originates from this. The banshee named Nolia Nutkinbo clearly fit these characteristics. Back in the tent, Simon took off his wet cloak and boots, quickly washed himself with the rainwater that Ball had boiled, and then crawled into the soft bedding, soon falling asleep. Ball, who was on night watch, dried the cloak by the fire. As for the banshee, with Ball guarding, she probably wouldn't dare approach even if she had any wicked thoughts. After all, Ball, with a wand, could certainly give her a hard time. The next day, Simon woke from his sleep, informed by Ball that the banshee had come by last night and wanted to see him. What does she want? The rain had stopped, but the ground was still damp, and the sky had not yet cleared. This time, Simon finally saw the true appearance of the banshee. She was truly ugly, resembling an old witch with warts all over her body, looking somewhat disgusting, and worse, the banshee emitted a nauseating stench comparable to that of a troll, making her look just like a wild man. No, she was probably a wild woman, the kind that doesn't bathe for years. What do you want from me? Simon asked, frowning. I hope to serve you. The banshee named Nolia said respectfully. I can do anything, as long as I get enough food to fill my stomach every day. Why? Simon was quite surprised by the banshee's sudden loyalty. He never thought of himself as someone with a kingly aura or anything. Totally unreliable. Soon, Simon remembered something and turned to Ball. Now he probably guessed what was going on. After all, someone who could carry a house elf around must be an extraordinary wizard, right? Moreover, Simon was not very old and demonstrated powerful abilities, undoubtedly from a wizarding family, and he was a good person willing to share food with her. In this day and age, good people like that were few and far between. Simon had no idea he had unintentionally received a good person card. If he had known, he would have found it quite amusing. He offered her food simply because she was the first banshee he had ever met and found her interesting, harboring little hostility, and felt a bit sorry for her, given that she had just lost her mother. However, taking in a banshee was absolutely out of the question. Even if he lost his mind, he wouldn't do such a thing. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? What would Simon need a banshee for? As a servant. Ball was definitely more loyal and a reliable helper than she could ever be. I'm sorry, but I'm currently traveling and cannot take you in. Simon found an excuse to refuse. Can't you? Nolia looked a bit disappointed. No, Simon directly refused, thinking it was an international joke. If you just want to fill your stomach, I suggest you seek help from the Wizarding Council. Of course, you could also find a job in Diagon Alley. Simon still offered some suggestions and continued. If you need to write a letter, I can provide you with parchment and a quill for free, and I can have Ball take it to Diagon Alley for you. If you want to go to Diagon Alley, I can provide you with a wizarding cloak. However, before you go, I suggest you take a bath. Honestly, you smell terrible. Simon would be leaving soon, and as for the Banshee, he didn't mind giving her a small bit of help. A simple act of kindness could put him in a good mood. Of course, it could also be seen as forming a good connection. Thank you, kind wizard. I would love to go to Diagon Alley and try my luck. The Banshee had heard of Diagon Alley, the largest gathering place for wizards. I suggest you take a bath first, and then I will have Ball prepare some food for you and take you to Diagon Alley. Simon turned back to the tent, adding, before he left, by the way, tell me more about your kind. Nolia quickly ran off, probably to take a bath, while Ball used apparition to go to Diagon Alley to get her a regular wizard cloak. Nolia soon returned, perhaps afraid that Simon would leave suddenly. However, she looked much cleaner. At least the stench had diminished significantly. Wearing the cloak, she resembled an old witch. In fact, Nolia was not very old. It was said she was only in her teens, living in a cave near the Death Marshes, and her life had not been very good. It was said that several banshees lived there, and their situations were similar to Nolia's, with little food available each day. By the way, banshees are known to eat humans. Nolia had also eaten people, just as humans eat beasts. They did it merely to survive, and the village near the Death Marshes often suffered from the harassment of banshees. However, Simon didn't pay much attention to this point, as he himself was a person with blood on his hands. In summary, through their conversation, Simon learned about her situation. Nolia was a somewhat ambitious banshee who seized opportunities with good intentions, hoping to change her life. Simon didn't mind giving her a bit of insignificant help, or perhaps it wasn't wrong to say it was charity. After listening to Nolia's account of banshees, Simon resumed his journey, leaving the rest to Ball. As for breakfast, Simon didn't eat. He just didn't have an appetite. Chapter 177. Illegal construction. After spending several days walking on foot, Simon visited nearby residents. Due to the climate and environment, there weren't many people living in this area. The Muggle residents were quite surprised by Simon's arrival. After all, his attire made him look like the child of a wealthy family. Occasionally, some people heard that Simon was alone and planned to rob him of his belongings, only to find themselves stripped bare and hung up in a tree to dry. There had been several such incidents in recent days, and Ball had become quite skilled at stripping people's clothes. As winter approached and the weather turned cold, just thinking about being bare outside in the wind made one realize they would soon turn into salted fish. If anyone discovered them and rescued them, it would only mean they were lucky. Simon chose locations that were relatively remote, where few people passed by, even if one shouted at the top of their lungs. It was unlikely anyone would hear them. Of course, he occasionally encountered wizards living in Muggle villages, and Simon could recognize them at a glance. Most of the wizards Simon encountered were quite friendly. They agreed that they were surprised by Simon's appearance. After all, Hogwarts had not yet closed for the holidays. Upon learning that Simon was traveling in the UK, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. A wizard named Carmia even invited Simon to spend a night at his home. The final destination in the Highlands was Loch Ness. And the reason? Perhaps it was because Loch Ness is home to the famous Loch Ness Monster, which could be some kind of magical creature. Naturally, Simon wouldn't miss the famous Loch Ness. He wanted to see what the Loch Ness Monster was all about. However, Simon was disappointed to find that the residents living here had no idea where Loch Ness was. Information transmission was relatively closed at this time, and the residents rarely ventured far from home. Some hadn't even left the confines of their village in their entire lives. After some effort, Simon only found out that there was a large canyon nearby, seemingly called the Scottish Canyon. He spent some time flying on his broomstick in the sky, taking quite a while to locate the canyon mentioned by the villagers. In fact, finding the canyon was not a difficult task. The real challenge was that he had no idea where Loch Ness was. Before him was an endless expanse of water, perhaps a river, or a large estate. It was said that Loch Ness was a large lake. Maybe this was it, or maybe it wasn't. Simon didn't mind this much. He took out his magic bottle, conjured a small wooden boat, and paddled out on the water, trying to experience the realm of ancient poets enjoying their boating. However, he didn't really gain any insights from it. The scenery nearby was quite nice, but the weather was cold. If it were spring, it would probably be even better. But unfortunately, he had come at the wrong time. Suddenly, Simon thought of something. Why not build a house here? After all, there were no residents nearby. It was completely remote, and the farthest village he knew of was at least half an hour's journey by cart. It's decided. I'll build a house right here. Simon clenched his right fist and gently tapped it on his left palm, summoning his house elf Ball. What can I do for you, master? Ball always appeared promptly, which made Simon very satisfied with his loyal servant. Ball, go to Diagon Alley and help me find some wizards skilled in building houses. I'm planning to build a house here. We'll live here in the future. Simon suddenly remembered something. By the way, this land belongs to James I. It seems I must find a way to become a legitimate noble and then turn it into my own fief. Simon recalled that the Malfoy family had their own fief. Yes, it's settled. All right, master, I'll go find them right away. In any case, let's get the manor built first. After Ball left, Simon strolled around nearby, looking for a picturesque spot for the manor. By the way, this time, I must suggest building a wizard tower. No time to waste. With money, one can be willful. Simon and Ball parted ways, and through the merchant guild, they quickly found a well-known master builder. It couldn't be helped. Upon hearing that he was looking for an architect, the group of merchants enthusiastically recommended talents to him. He had the architects design an exquisite and compact manor for him, and then he would hand the architectural drawings to the wizards to help with the construction. As for how much it would cost in pounds, Simon didn't consider it at all. He was financially extravagant. With the enhancement of magic, the tower could achieve an extraordinary height, and the spell for seamless expansion could increase the interior space. However, the combination of Muggle design and wizard construction would ensure the beauty and sturdiness of the manor. As for why not let wizards design it? Because most wizards had somewhat quirky architectural styles. For example, the Weasley family's burrow would have collapsed long ago if it weren't for magical reinforcement. When the wizards that Ball had summoned found out that their employer was actually a child, they were inevitably surprised. Some thought they had been deceived and turned to leave. But unfortunately, before they could escape, Simon knocked them out with a stunning spell. No need to be too nervous, gentlemen. I just want them to forget what happened today. Simon said to the wizard who was gripping his wand tightly. Don't worry, there will be no side effects. I'm Sherlock. You are our employer? Finally, a wizard raised his question, which was also on everyone's mind. Yes, I am the employer. This is not funny. Someone said unkindly. This is no joke. Simon gestured for everyone to be quiet and handed a piece of parchment to Sherlock. This is the design. I hope you will build my manor according to the design. Your manor. Everyone's eyes widened. Of course, the price is not an issue. Simon took out another piece of parchment and handed it over, saying, by the way, this is a confidentiality contract. Please sign your names after reading it. When they saw that each of them would receive 15 galleons upon completion, everyone's eyes widened. And after signing the contract, they would receive the galleons. After that, everything was to be kept confidential. Of course, if anyone tried to go back on their word after receiving the money, they could. The curse on the contract would turn those annoying and greedy individuals into mice for life. Unless, of course, they could find a wizard to lift the curse for them. Simon was very generous. This amount of money was not small and showed sincerity. The wizards promptly signed their names, and after receiving a small pouch of galleons, they quickly began casting spells to disperse muggles nearby to avoid detection. A few days passed, and the manor began to take shape. A winding path descended from the hill, and on the other side of the hill was a spacious large lake. Chapter 178. What have you done? Merlin's beard. Are you crazy? Gwendolyn stared wide-eyed at the gradually taking shape manor and said, where did you get so many galleons? It's hard to believe how much money you've put into this. Janice beside him was already dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Don't look at me like that. Simon smiled, reached out and patted Janice on the shoulder, sat down in a chair, and took a gentle sip of mint tea, saying, I told you long ago that Muggle wealth is easier to acquire than you think. I think everyone will know your name. Wendick showed a helpless smile. Simon had brought him too much shock, far beyond his imagination. Don't worry. I've had Ball and Sherlock sign confidentiality agreements. Simon took a bite of a pastry and calmly said, of course. I also paid them a quite reasonable amount of galleons as a price for confidentiality. I see. Gwendolyn knew that Simon always considered things very carefully. If that was the case, there was basically no need to worry too much about leaks. After all, news among wizards wasn't very well informed. The environment here is nice. If you all are willing, you can move here to live as well, since there seem to be no muggles nearby. Simon continued talking to himself, and then suddenly remembered something, paused, and said, I'm considering how to acquire this land. Acquire it? The three of them were a bit puzzled. How did you manage to acquire the nearby land from James I? Simon explained with a smile, by becoming a noble among muggles and turning this place into a fief. I would be the legitimate owner here. Windick raised his eyebrows slightly and reminded him. What you're doing could very likely attract the attention of the Wizarding Council. They've been keeping an eye on wizards associated with the Muggle aristocracy. Are you saying they've discovered me? Simon replied nonchalantly. Regardless, the Wizarding Council is an organization, and it's managed by a bunch of wizards. There are factional struggles, and you can't just call black-white. Even so, Simon wasn't afraid. He had plenty of ways to cause them trouble. Dementors from Azkaban, Muggle churches, even those restless house elves. There was also the simplest method. He could always have the Wizarding Council replaced with a new batch of members. Don't forget, in this magical world, strength is paramount. What have you done? Windick asked in surprise. Nothing much. I've just formed a trading company on the Muggle side, Simon said casually. But it's all within legal limits. I think those annoying guys won't interfere. A trading company? What's that? Windick was taken aback, feeling quite unfamiliar with the term. It's a large merchant organization, like how the merchants in Diagon Alley come together to form a commercial alliance. Is it profitable? Janice's eyes lit up with curiosity. Of course. There are risks involved in business. Simon did not directly answer Janice's question, but his displayed wealth spoke volumes. As long as you know what you're doing, you'll find it's quite easy to make money. I've noticed you've always been good at business. Windick sighed lightly, reflecting a few years ago I was just barely getting by, and now this wealth is truly unbelievable. Can we participate? Janice asked eagerly. Of course, Simon replied. However, to become a shareholder in the trading company, you'll need to invest a lot of wealth. All. Simon shrugged. No investment means no profit. We have money, Janice said. I've accumulated some over the years. Come on, Janice, that's not what I meant. To reach the level where you spend money like water now, the initial investment must have been substantial, and your little bit of money isn't enough. Plus, here's the key point. You're not a merchant. Windick patted Janice on the shoulder, urging him to wake up from his dreams of riches. All right, tell us what you need us to do. Windick smiled at Simon. It was already quite a favor for Simon to pull them along while he was making his fortune. One must have self-awareness. I need contacts and someone responsible for gathering intelligence on the Muggle side, Simon explained. Although the Muggle merchants I'm working with are doing this as well. Gathering intelligence requires a lot of effort, and it needs to be timely and detailed to minimize the risks of trading. Looks like you're back to your old profession. Janice boasted but agreed nonetheless, and Windick did too. Since Simon had invited them and they had worked together a few times, they trusted each other's character, and most importantly, there was money to be made, which would surely yield several times more profit than what they had now. This was a rare opportunity. And you, Windick? Simon asked, looking at the usually silent Windick. I'll sit this one out for now. In a while, I can apply to be the potions professor at Hogwarts, Windick explained. Hearing this, Simon widened his eyes in surprise and asked, Professor Lesiva, Prince isn't going to teach anymore? Recently, Lesiva has suffered some injuries due to potion experiments and probably won't be able to teach for a few years. She discussed this with me not long ago. She might be preparing to resign and go back to recuperate. It seems Philly's wish to become the potions professor at Hogwarts might not come true. Simon suddenly recalled Philly's and sighed. Philly's might help Lesiva manage a potion shop. Windick explained, don't forget, their potions are quite popular among wizards. Anyway, congratulations, Windick. When do you plan to travel? Want to come with me? Simon invited, thinking that traveling alone wasn't too much different from traveling with someone else. You're traveling? Windick looked at Simon up and down, as if he had heard something interesting. Yes, I just started recently. Simon gazed at the calm lake's surface and said, I originally planned to witness the so-called Loch Ness monster. After coming here, I found the environment quite nice, so I'm preparing to build a house here. By the way, what are you planning to do? If you want, find a piece of land and build a house too. I can front the money for you first and deduct it from your salaries monthly. Simon turned to Janice and asked, by the way, you're also approaching marriage age. Don't forget to send me a wedding invitation when the time comes. I don't have a partner yet. Janice said dryly. That's fine. Once you have money and a house, you'll surely find a right partner, Simon teased with a smile. When you get married, I could be your best man or something. I'd be a better fit than Windick. Seeing Janice's awkward expression, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 179. There's something under the water, let's go. We should find a good place first, Windick said, placing his hand on Janice's shoulder and leading the young wizard away as they prepared to wander around and choose a location for building a new house. Wow, you've changed a lot over the years. It seems your ambitions are quite grand, Windick joked as he sat in the chair opposite Simon, gazing into the distance towards the lake, sighing lightly and murmuring, this really is a good place. What a shame. What a shame. What's there to regret? Simon raised an eyebrow and said, moving here isn't a big deal. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Windic turned back and fixed his gaze on Simon. When do you plan to set off to continue your travels in the UK? I'm leaving tomorrow. As for the estate here, I'll leave it to Ball to manage. Simon nodded towards the busy house elf Ball. Actually, I also plan to take a trip nearby to see if there are any other lakes around, and I really want to witness the Loch Ness Monster myself. Speaking of which, when I was coming over from Hogsmeade last time, I encountered a banshee that had been driven away by a female banshee. Simon briefly narrated the story of the banshee Norlia to Windic, who, upon hearing it, couldn't help but crack a slight smile. That's quite interesting. After saying this, he took a sip of mint tea and sighed. You've changed more than I expected. You seem to be less concerned about many things. People always change. Simon knew what Windic meant by change. As for wealth, he could confidently say he had accumulated a lifetime's worth of wealth that he could never exhaust, thanks to a massive inheritance left by his mentor after his death. Then why are you still dealing with muggles and forming that trading company? Windic's eyes suddenly sharpened. Many pure-blood wizards were not fond of muggles. It seems you don't like muggles very much. Simon is indifferent to Windic's disdain for muggles. It's not that I dislike them, but we are fundamentally two different kinds of people. Many wizards look down on muggles. Simon dismisses Windic's hatred for muggles and continues to speak to himself. Actually, I don't see any problem with it. Most muggles indeed fear the power of wizardry because they cannot cast spells, which leads to envy and jealousy. But have you considered one point? The number of wizards is too small, and this world will eventually belong to muggles. By then, wizards will have to hide like mice. Hearing Simon's words, Windic frowned in dissatisfaction. Of course, I don't really care about these things. By the time that day comes, I will probably already be dead. Simon smiled at Windic and continued. In fact, I organized this trading company just to avoid wasting my talent. The age of exploration has arrived, and this will be the best stage for me to showcase my business talent. As for wealth or other things, as you said, I no longer value them too much. Windic remained silent, quietly staring at Simon, as if preparing to see through his heart. Simon, I've already chosen the location for building the house, so I'll trouble you with that. Gwendolyn and Janice have already chosen a place and returned. You can go and tell those wizards who are building the house what it should look like. I can't help at all. Simon said, We're going now. Gwendolyn and Janice went to discuss their house with Sherlock. Since Simon was willing to help, they naturally wouldn't be polite with him. I might not be able to travel around England with you. I have some matters to attend to, and I won't start my journey until tomorrow in spring. Windic suddenly said, That's really a pity. After finishing his pastry, Simon asked, By the way, do you know where there are gatherings of wizards? I want to take the opportunity to visit while traveling. Well, Windic thought for a moment and said, Actually, I don't know many places. I'll write down the addresses I know for you later. That's really great, Simon said with a smile. I've already asked Ball to prepare dinner. Stay and have a meal together later. Great. I haven't tasted house elf cooking in a long time. Janice rubbed his hands and said, Today has been very good for me. So I propose, how about we go fishing by the lake? I just found a small wooden boat down there. That's a good idea. I just don't know what kind of fish we can catch here, Simon said as he walked along the winding path. However, that wooden boat can't fit all four of us. I need to prepare a bigger one. A bigger wooden boat? Just this. Simon took out a glass bottle from his undetectable extension bag and casually handed it to Janice, explaining, Just open the bottle and pour the boat inside into the water. A magical bottle? Windic examined the bottle in Janice's hand, and after restoring the boat from the magical bottle, they couldn't help but exclaim, It's truly a magical thing. It's not as magical as you say, Simon explained with a smile. Remember that dark wizard Duncan Griffin who was chasing me? This boat originally belonged to him. That guy's actually a pirate leader. Let me guess. You killed the dark wizard and plundered his wealth? Gwendolyn looked at Simon meaningfully. When I returned to England, I had Ball find that dark wizard and challenge him to a life-and-death duel. Of course I killed that guy. Simon shrugged and said, He probably thought he could easily kill me, but he ended up dead at my hands. By the way, the most valuable things he had were those pirate ships, so I spent some effort to take the ships away, and most of the ships in the fleet I built came from him. Thanks to him, I save a lot of pounds. The group was lucky after casting their lines. They caught fish. Simon used a small knife to cut the fish into fillets, placed them on the prepared fire for grilling, and sprinkled some spices on them, which tasted very good. Long time no see. You've really learned to enjoy life. Gwendolyn bit into the fish and couldn't help but exclaim, Spices are quite expensive. It's a pity we don't have any ale to drink. Indeed, next time I must prepare more ale. Janice echoed, Forget about that. I don't really like it. Next time I will remember to prepare some wine. Don't drink too much. At your age, it's not suitable to drink. Windic kindly reminded him, saying that drinking too much would make your smart brain dull and impair your judgment. What you're talking about is being drunk. Simon laughed, just as he spoke. The wooden boat shook violently, and the three nearly fell into the water. Damn it, there's something under the boat. Behind, over there, Janice screamed loudly, and Simon suddenly turned his head. A huge shadow came into view, and Simon clearly saw the true form of the shadow. His expression immediately froze. Chapter 180. The Loch Ness Monster? What is that shadow? If Simon were to describe it, he would say he saw a large, frightening horse. That's right, a horse. Could it be that the so-called Loch Ness Monster is actually a giant horse that can swim? Merlin's beard. This is simply a huge joke. The muscles at the corners of Simon's mouth twitched involuntarily as he quickly drew his wand, preparing for the giant creature before him. This thing that looked like a horse clearly regarded the wooden boat and the people on it as prey, ready to flip the boat and drown them. Damn it! Are they actually becoming food for this magical creature? Hold on tight. Don't fall into the water. Be careful not to get eaten by it. Wendick shouted loudly, already raising his wand to prepare for a counterattack. This thing is called a horse-shaped water monster. It eats people. Wendick had already recognized the magical creature attacking the wooden boat. The mention of eating people made the people on the boat extremely alert. Getting eaten would not be an interesting thing at all. Stupefy. Janice prepared to use the stunning spell, but Simon was faster than anyone else in casting spells. With a flick of his wand, the stunning spell directly hit the creature known as the horse-shaped water monster. Simon did not intend to kill this horse-shaped water monster. After all, he would have to live here in the future, and if he could tame the horse-shaped water monster, he could ride it to explore Loch Ness. The horse-shaped water monster had strong magical resistance. It endured several stunning spells from Simon and nearly flipped the wooden boat they were on. This guy is really annoying. Simon looked a bit disheveled now, his clothes drenched by the splashed lake water. Even though he was wearing a waterproof cloak, the clothes underneath were not waterproof. A wave hit, and he was caught off guard, feeling a chill. Especially in this weather, it could only be described as cold. So cold. Don't go into the water. Simon couldn't help but shiver, raising his wand and casting a spell at the spot where the horse-shaped water monster had submerged. A powerful electric current surged from the tip of his wand and shot into the lake bottom. The brilliance of the electric current flashed on the lake surface, and the air was filled with the crackling sound of electricity tearing through the air. In the next moment, the horse-shaped water monster, which had not yet had time to dive to the bottom of the lake, was suddenly struck. It shuddered from the electric shock and leaped out of the water, its massive body completely emerging from the surface, resembling a leaping carp. The horse-shaped water monster was not just any carp. Its enormous and bizarre body featured the upper half of a horse and the lower half of a long tail. With a loud splash, the horse-shaped water monster plunged into the lake, instantly creating a massive wave akin to a deep-water explosion. The commotion attracted the wizards building houses on the hillside, and when they arrived at the lakeshore using apparition, they were startled to see the wooden boats bobbing in the turbulent waves. It's the horse-shaped water monster. Quickly drive it away, shouted Sherlock, who had raised his wand, not wanting anything to happen to his employer. However, it was already too late. Moments later, a gigantic figure floated up from the lake's surface. It was the body of a horse-shaped water monster, measuring as long as a pirate ship. Making the wooden boat Simon was on seem insignificant in comparison. It's finally dead. Janice sighed in relief as he stared at the floating corpse, still shaken by the earlier events. No, it's just temporarily unconscious, Simon replied, using his wand to control the wooden boat as it slowly approached the shore. He had successfully stunned the horse-shaped water monster with a spell the moment it leaped out. Should we kill it? I'm curious if its meat tastes good. Let it be, Simon laughed, saying, when we move here to live, we'll tame this horse-shaped water monster sooner. For now, I suggest everyone change out of their wet clothes to avoid catching a cold. It's uncomfortable being all damp, and it will be mealtime soon. Master, are you okay? Ball rushed over. I'm fine. Simon waved his hand, signaling Ball not to worry, and pointed at the unconscious horse-shaped water monster. Make sure to check on that monster later. But be careful not to get eaten. As everyone looked on in confusion, Simon apparat back to the tent set up on the hillside to change into clean clothes. Wendick and the others also apparat away one by one to change into fresh clothing before returning. That evening, a group of more than a dozen people gathered around a dining table by the lake. Ball had somehow brought in a roasted pig, slathered in olive oil, with a crispy golden surface and an enticing aroma. Of course, there was no shortage of bread and vegetables, along with a small amount of ale. After all, winter was coming, and everyone needed drinks to warm their bodies. You seem a bit disappointed? Wendick asked after noticing Simon's expression as he surveyed the horse-shaped water monster. Yeah, I didn't expect this to be the true form of the Loch Ness Monster. It does look a bit edible, Simon replied, holding a plate of sliced meat while watching Ball apply medicine to the horse-shaped water monster. I just didn't think I would accidentally find Loch Ness. The horse-shaped water monster is actually a shape-shifting creature. While it can take on various forms, the horse shape is the most common, hence its name. Windick pointed to the broad-leaved bulrushes on the monster's shoulder that served as its mane and explained. It likes to lure careless people onto its back and then dive into rivers or lakes, devouring them whole. However, this horse-shaped water monster is quite large. Perhaps it's overly confident and chose to attack our wooden boat to try and eat us. Windick took a piece of rib, dipped it in sauce, and after a satisfying bite continued, "It's a pity it still came up short. If you want to defeat the horse-shaped water monster and tame it, just put a bridle on its head and it will become docile." Everyone looked at Windick in amazement, surprised that he even knew how to subdue such a creature. "Don't be surprised. I once read about it in a book," Windick chuckled. "It's useful to read more. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly put a bridle on it." Janice exclaimed excitedly. "Are you planning to keep it? Just so you know, I don't have time for that right now." Wendell and Janice were soon going to help Simon with something, so they naturally had no time for this. "Isn't Ball here?" Simon explained with a smile. "Ball is already busy enough. So, I plan to wait until we settle down here before taming it. Now that I know the method, it will be much simpler later." After the dinner, a small roasted pig was shared among everyone, and as night quietly fell, everyone returned home. Late at night, the unconscious horse-shaped water monster woke up, grabbed the remains of the roasted pig, and disappeared into the depths of the lake. Before those annoying wizards left, the horse-shaped water monster decided not to continue its activities in this area. The wizards were just too terrifying. Chapter 181. It's good to be dead. As dusk approached, fine rain fell outside, and pedestrians hurried home, the cold rain and chilly air causing most people to gather by the fireplace. A figure appeared outside on the street, as if a ghost, clad in a thick cloak, walking through the rain, appearing to float in the blurred vision. He stopped in front of a suspenseful tavern, gently pushed open the wooden door, and was greeted by a mix of alcoholic and sweaty odors. Thank God. Simon hurried into the tavern, scanning the noisy interior before walking up to the counter and placing a shilling down, asking, "How much for a night?" 10 pence. Food is provided for free," replied the tavern owner, his eyes fixed on the shilling. After putting it in his pocket, he looked up to size up the cloaked figure, realizing the person was quite young. "Give me a glass of hot milk," Simon said as he squeezed through the crowd towards the fire. He took off his hood and warmed his hands by the flames. The tavern owner quickly brought the hot milk to Simon, his eyes twitching slightly, clearly surprised to see that the customer was still a child. "Anything else?" "Bread, roasted meat. Of course, I have quality ale here, and if you pay enough shillings. There is also fine wine. Of course, bread, if you can find some fresh out of the oven, and a slice of fried meat, a sausage, or perhaps a fried egg. Oh, and give me a small glass of wine. This cursed weather is just too cold." Simon raised the wooden cup and took a sip of milk to warm himself. At that moment, a milky aroma filled the tavern, and many patrons turned their heads towards Simon, likely surprised to see someone ordering milk in a tavern. "Kid, go home and drink your milk. This isn't a place for you." Suddenly, a drunken man shouted at Simon, and his words immediately drew agreement from others, causing the tavern to erupt into chaos. The tavern owner frowned slightly and quickly winked at Simon, probably signaling him not to act impulsively. However, his words were, "Don't mind them. They're just drunk." But the wink didn't seem to mean that. Perhaps he saw Simon's money and was preparing to extort him. He had seen similar situations countless times before, as the processes were always quite similar. "What if I do care?" Simon casually put down the wooden cup and suddenly said. Suddenly, the tavern owner's face froze, and everyone else froze as well, probably because they had never seen someone speak like that. "Kid, how you plan to deal with this?" That guy was indeed just pretending to be drunk, his greedy gaze resting unhidden on the pouch of money on Simon's belt. As a stranger, Simon was targeted the moment he stepped into the tavern. No matter what, they could always stir up trouble and easily snatch the other person's pouch. He had used this trick many times before. "What do you say?" Simon said as he pulled out a flintlock pistol and shoved it into the guy's mouth, causing the thug to freeze instantly, fear flashing across his face. No one had expected such a dramatic turn of events, let alone that Simon would draw a weapon over a disagreement. "I remember a few days ago, there were some guys who planned to rob me, and I hung them up on a tree to dry." "What are you planning to do? Get hung outside and soaked like a drowned rat?" Simon said with a grin at the thug, while his other hand pulled out another flintlock pistol and aimed it at the thug's companion. "You better not move, or I can't guarantee that my gun won't go off by accident." "No, I mean no harm. Let's talk it out. We can negotiate." The thug directly admitted defeat. But inwardly he thought, I'll find a chance to settle the score with you later. Are you thinking about finding a chance to settle the score with me later? Simon suddenly said, smiling widely, a gun barrel crashing into the thug's face as he scrutinized him with a half-smile. Don't show that surprised expression. I've seen your kind before. How about this? Simon pulled out a few shillings from a pouch and placed them on the table. Whoever is willing to help me hang him outside can have this money. Of course, if he isn't dead by tomorrow, I can only say that it's God's will. And I'll let you off this time. After saying that, Simon pulled the trigger against the thug's thigh, the action so practiced it was chilling. Clearly not his first time doing such a thing. Accompanied by a scream, the people in the tavern began to cheer, then started to scramble for the shillings in front of Simon, dragging the thug out of the tavern in his terrified gaze. Among them, Simon even noticed that the thug's companions were among those helping. They had been bullied by this guy before and now had the chance to vent their frustrations. Who wouldn't he want to? Besides, there was money to be made. The tavern owner's mouth twitched slightly. He really hadn't expected Simon's methods to be so ruthless. Taking care of the thug in an instant. That guy was a bully in the village, and solitary travelers who passed through here had not been spared his harassment and extortion. It was a common occurrence to drink here without paying, and no one knew how much they owed him. Now he had finally kicked against an iron plate. No, a nail board would be more accurate. Angry curses came from afar, and soon all the villagers poked their heads out of their doors to see what was happening. But those who dragged the thug out were probably afraid that he would die in the village, which would be unlucky, so they took him outside, tied him up securely with ropes, and didn't he forget to stuff a rag in his mouth. When Simon was eating a piece of roasted meat, those who had just gone out returned, their clothes drenched, faces unconcerned, eagerly reporting to Simon, Sir, we've taken care of him. Simon waved his hand, signaling them not to disturb him. He finished his food and, after sipping a slightly sour glass of wine, went upstairs to rest. The tavern owner kindly prepared the cleanest room for Simon. The next day, someone came back to inform Simon that the unfortunate thug had died, hanging from a tree outside the village. As for the truth of it, Simon could tell with just one glance, although his soul-reading ability wasn't very skilled. Discerning whether someone was lying wasn't too difficult. That thug was quite unfortunate. Perhaps due to his poor character, no one collected his body after he died, and someone burned it. The tavern owner even nagged about how much the thug owed him. Of course, the tavern owner didn't expect the thug to pay back. He just accepted the loss with a grimace. Now that the thug was dead, news spread throughout the village early in the morning, and no one knew how many were talking about it. Everyone thought he deserved to die. It was a relief to the heart. Chapter 182. God's Will? A heavy rain had just fallen last night, leaving the morning air very fresh. Simon walked along the village path, listening to the residents discuss what had happened last night. As he passed by, people cast him looks of awe and fear, as if he were some very dangerous creature. However, the villagers seemed to have short memories. They had completely forgotten that it was likely one of their own relatives who had directly caused the thug's death. People were like that, always selectively forgetting certain things. Perhaps they preferred to point fingers at someone else. Simon stopped in his tracks and smiled at a group of muggles whispering in a corner. Their faces immediately showed signs of fear, like a cat whose tail had been guessed, and they screamed, fleeing as if something terrible would happen if they lingered. The residents of this village had become increasingly reluctant to meet his gaze directly. It seemed that Simon's image had been demonized among the villagers. Simon didn't care at all, completely ignoring those fearful looks as he walked toward the village exit. He would be leaving here today. This was the land of abundance. And according to the address provided by Wendick, there were wizards living in seclusion here. Simon walked around the village, but did not find any hidden wizards. As he exited the village, he noticed a patch of charred ground by the roadside, which should be where the villager said the thug's body had been burned. However, there was no lingering smell of burnt flesh in the air, even if it had been some time since the body was burned. The smell wouldn't dissipate so easily. He didn't die. Was he deceived? Or was it just an illusion? Just as he was about to check, a voice called out to him from behind. Did you go a bit too far? It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Simon slowly turned around. The one who had just spoken was a middle-aged man dressed in muggle clothing with a goatee. Simon could tell at a glance that this man was not a muggle. Wizards and muggles have slightly different ways of dressing, and it's still easy to distinguish if you observe closely. Dumbledore? Simon tried to ask. How do you know my? The middle-aged man, whose surname Simon had just called out, showed a surprised expression, looking Simon up and down as he said, I don't know you. My name is Simon Green. Simon introduced himself. It's normal that you don't know me. Of course, I learned from my friend that a wizard family named Dumbledore resides in the land of abundance. Simon bent down, grabbed a handful of grass ash, and rubbed it together. You saved that man? And set a fire to mislead the other muggles? No, it should have been specifically for me to see. Simon showed a strange expression. If he weren't a wizard, he would likely have been deceived. What are you doing here? Dumbledore asked with a frown. Traveling. And I came to visit the wizards living here. Simon certainly wouldn't admit that he actually wanted to come see his ancestor, Albus Dumbledore. I hope my arrival hasn't caused you any trouble. Noticing the other person's wary expression, Simon continued, Don't worry, I won't harm that unfortunate soul. Since you saved him, it means this is God's will. God's will? Dumbledore's expression froze, revealing a look of confusion. Wizards do not believe in God. Of course, when I'm in a muggle world, I will say that I believe in God, Simon said flatly. You should also know that muggles are very wary of magic, so I occasionally chat with the church's priest about the Bible. Dumbledore felt somewhat lost. He didn't understand what the other person was talking about. Is this guy a bit abnormal? Or is he actually toying with me? By the way, here's a gift for you. As a token for our first meeting, Simon took out a silver cross from his inconspicuous expandable bag and handed it to Dumbledore. Why are you giving me this? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. You saved that muggle. But the villagers think he is dead, Simon said with a meaningful smile. Do you know what might happen? They are very likely to think you are a devil and even call the priest to trouble you. At that time, you'll need this. As long as you don't wear a robe, muggles won't be able to tell who is a wizard. At least, they believe wizards do not believe in God. Simon made a gesture of blessing and said with a smile, As long as you take out the cross and make a sincere blessing, they will think you are a devout believer and naturally won't suspect you. So, you're helping me come up with ideas? Dumbledore finally understood the other person's intentions. A completely unrelated person is helping him clean up the mess? Daddy. In the distance, a girl was running over while calling out, telling Dumbledore that the muggle he saved yesterday was running a high fever. Don't worry, I'm an apothecary. This little illness can be solved with a dose of cold medicine. Simon pulled out a bottle of potion from his inconspicuous expandable bag and handed it to Dumbledore. Why are you saving him again now? How should I put it? Simon pondered for a moment and replied, He initially wanted to rob me, so I had him tied to a tree. If he died from the rain, it would just mean his luck was bad. If he didn't die from the rain and is still alive the next day, I would decide whether to save him based on my mood. I guess your mood is good. Yeah, Simon said mysteriously with a smile. It's all God's will. By the way, little sister, what's your name? Simon took out a delicate little bag, shook a piece of candy in his hand, and said, Tell your brother your name. And this candy is yours. Anna. My name is Anna Dumbledore. The girl said softly. She stared at the candy in Simon's hand, seemingly very curious about what it was. What a good child. Don't show your magical talent in front of muggles. Simon handed a small bag of candy to the girl. Anna, Dumbledore called out, waiting for his daughter with some dissatisfaction. Don't worry, it's just some candy. Simon tossed the candy into his mouth, reminding her with a smile. Just don't eat too much at once. Be careful of cavities. After saying that, he waved goodbye to the two and disappeared at the end of the path. What a strange guy. Daddy, the candy that brother gave is delicious. Anna squinted her eyes after eating a piece of candy. In fact, the candy of this era was just some fried nuts coated with a layer of honey. Let's go home. Dumbledore looked at the potion in his hand and took his daughter's hand to head home. Soon after, the local ruffian returned, and the small village resumed its original state of life. However, due to the last experience, this guy became even more extreme, making the muggles suffer. The only thing Simon did not anticipate was that the church priest he thought would appear did not come. Chapter 183. This life is hard to live. The weather at sea can change suddenly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, ominous and heavy, with lightning flashing through the clouds, illuminating the turbulent sea. On the surging sea, two ships were navigating through the waves, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Captain Edward of the Sea Serpent was screaming with excitement, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Nothing could compare to crushing an old rival like a rabbit. Boys, signal those Dutchmen. Tell them if they don't surrender, they'll be staying here forever. Edward shouted boldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck overhead, illuminating the dark night as bright as day. Edward had a scar on his face, looking extremely fierce, with a smile that seemed to mock. Like a cat enjoying toying with a mouse. Edward was not worried about the prey escaping. Not far ahead was a very dangerous death zone, with strong underwater currents and many hidden reefs below. A careless move could lead to running aground, and then the merciless waves would smash the ship against the rocks, leading to destruction and death. He knew the captain of the Flying Dutchman would never take such a risk. On the Flying Dutchman, Captain Beckett was in a dilemma, hesitating between death and surrender. Surrender to those damned Englishmen, or turn the ship around and fight to the death against the English. If he chose the latter, the Flying Dutchman might be doomed to rest eternally in these waters. When did those damned English become so powerful? Their cannon fire was so penetrating, it was disgusting. Beckett cursed while instructing the sailors to slow down and turn around. He did not want to dive into the impending sea area, for if he ran aground and died there, it would be truly unfortunate. Speaking of which, the speed of the sea serpent was actually slightly faster than the Flying Dutchman. Did those damned Englishmen go insane and not throw off all their ballast? Captain, what do we do? They want us to surrender. A pirate whispered. Surrender? Surrender my ass. Captain Beckett was furious, slapping the pirate who spoke. Then what do we do? The unfortunate pirate asked, covering his face in frustration. How about I have the crew prepare for boarding, and we charge at them? The first mate suggested. Board in my ass. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see their cannon's tonnage and range are much higher than ours? Beckett angrily slapped the unfortunate pirate on the head, roaring in frustration before we even get close. Their ship will have already turned us into a sieve, and then we'll all sink to feed the fish. Then what do we do? The first mate was also dumbfounded, quietly saying, how about we surrender? We can only surrender. Beckett was extremely frustrated, muttering, I hope those Englishmen keep their promises. In the end, they still surrendered. Why is it always me who gets beaten up? The beaten pirate muttered unhappily. Why are you talking so much? Are you looking for a beating? The first mate glared at him fiercely, also agreeing with the frustration in his heart. A few minutes later, after the Dutch signaled their surrender, Edward ordered his men to stop firing and laughed triumphantly. Wise decision. However, he did not let his guard down. It was still possible for the enemy to bite back when he approached his prey. As the two ships drew near, Beckett shouted loudly at the other side. Hey Brits, where's your flying fish? What do you care? Old Henry? Old Henry was hanged, so I took over the sea serpent. Edward laughed heartily and mocked. Beckett, old chap, I never thought you'd have a day like this. Cut the crap. What do you want to do? Beckett shouted in frustration. Surrender, submit. Edward stated his demands. Bullshit. You want me to submit? Why don't you go die? Beckett spat angrily at Edward and cursed. I want to fight you for 300 rounds. Are you sure? Edward displayed a strange smile, waved his hand forward, and a row of muskets was immediately presented by the pirates behind him. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. The muscles on Beckett's cheeks twitched slightly, but he ultimately suppressed his urge to explode. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. You can't joke about this. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Beckett asked gloomily, where did you get those muskets and cannons? None of your business. Are you surrendering or not? Edward pointed to the sea serpent, signaling Beckett to come over. Damn Brits, you win. Beckett swung over to the sea serpent using a rope, and the two ships sailed away from the dangerous area one after the other. Now that's a wise choice. Edward laughed proudly and said to Beckett, now, your ship and you are requisitioned. You must also swear allegiance to the Merchant Guild. Merchant Guild? What the hell is that? Beckett looked confused, not knowing what Edward was talking about. It's that thing. Edward pointed to a flag flying on the mast, marking it. That is the Merchant Guild's emblem. Their usual tasks are to escort merchant ships or to open up broader sea areas, and sometimes they are responsible for transporting goods. Guarding merchants? Are you crazy? Let pirates guard merchants? That's a huge joke. Beckett scoffed, digging in his ear. Calm down, old mate, you can always refuse. Edward wore a mocking expression and said, of course, in a few days, you'll be sent to the gallows to be hanged. As for your ship and crew, they'll find another pirate leader to take your place. Is that how old Henry died? Beckett was almost driven mad with anger. Of course, who told him to be so clever? Edward sneered. Those who refuse the Merchant Guild's invitation all die. By the way, as the guide, you and your men will need to give me and my crew 10% of your earnings. Guide, Beckett roared. You sure you're the damn guide? Damn Brits. Why don't you go die? Maybe the Merchant Guild thinks guide sounds more elegant. Damn elegance. I thought the same at first, but look, I've been living quite well these past few weeks. Edward proudly took out a silver goblet, poured high-quality wine into it, and took a sip in front of Beckett, enjoying the fine wine. Damn, does the old cow drink water? Beckett scoffed, and while Edward was not paying attention, he grabbed the wine barrel and poured wine into his mouth, as if trying to drown himself. Damn, do you know how many pounds this barrel of wine costs? You couldn't afford it, even if you sold yourself naked. Edward was almost furious, swiftly snatching the barrel from Beckett's hands and pouring the remaining wine into his mouth. Now, Edward didn't care about being elegant anymore, fearing that Beckett would drink all his fine wine. Don't worry, old mate, you have money, don't you? By the way, This wine tastes really good. Give me a few more barrels to try. A few barrels? What do you think this is? Cheap ale. If you want ale. I have plenty. Edward signaled the pirates to hold Beckett down and poured the cheap ale into his mouth. Beckett nearly choked, coughing repeatedly and making a vomiting gesture. Even if he liked drinking, he didn't like being forced to drink. Don't stop. After this barrel, I'll let you go. Edward mocked. After a cleanup, he signaled the pirates to keep Beckett's head pressed back into the barrel. Captain, we have news from the Merchant Guild. Mr. Green has ordered all idle ships to head to the designated port for repairs and resupply. A pirate hurried over with an owl, handing a parchment to Edward. What's this for? Preparing to fight the British Navy? Edward muttered, and when he opened the parchment, he awkwardly scratched his head, remembering he couldn't read. No, Mr. Green requires us to cross the Devil's Sea to search for a local plant in the Caribbean. The pirate explained. Crossing the sea to find a plant? Beckett struggled to get up from the ground, feeling dizzy, risking crossing the monster-infested sea just to find a plant? By the way, who is Mr. Green? Beckett suddenly felt frustrated, thinking that this person named Green must be insane. The owner of the Merchant Guild, a young brat? I've seen him once. Edward spoke of Simon with a hint of reverence. The so-called Merchant Guild is run by a little brat who hasn't even grown up yet? Beckett could hardly believe his ears, suspecting Edward was making fun of him. Do you have an opinion? Very good. Edward patted Beckett's shoulder with a wide grin, saying, I remember the last pirate with an opinion is already dead. No, I have no opinion. Beckett quickly changed his tune. I'm sure that plant must be something profitable. Edward said confidently, Mr. Green is a legendary merchant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent pirates to be the guards. Is he not worried about his merchant convoy being robbed? What are you afraid of? The initial disobedient pirates were wiped out by him. Edward sneered. Besides, who wouldn't prefer to earn money steadily rather than robbing every time? That's called sustainable income, understand? Don't complain. The 10% of earnings you lost can easily be made up from other pirates as long as you act as their guide. By the way, lately, pirates have been too scared to stay in this area, probably afraid of being caught. Of course, you can charge other merchants a 10% protection fee. If they refuse to pay, no one will say anything if you rob them. No wonder I haven't seen many of my fellow pirates lately. It turns out they've all run off to other places. Beckett said gloomily. Chapter 184. Bad news in the bedroom. A roaring fire blazed in the fireplace, completely driving away the winter chill. A neat stack of split pine wood was piled beside the fireplace. This is the best fuel for heating in winter, emitting a special fragrance when burned, filling the room with warmth. In the study, Simon is writing a letter with a small cup of milk tea on his right. The black tea is a precious gift brought back from the Netherlands by a traveling merchant. At this time, black tea has not yet officially entered England. Even the noble class finds it hard to acquire this commodity. With the arrival of the age of exploration, black tea will flow into Europe in large quantities. He needs to promote his flower tea before that happens. In fact, rose tea has already circulated among the nobility and is loved by many noble ladies. Many nobles are very interested in the rising merchant guild and are curious about Simon, the founder. They even send invitation letters to Simon in the name of nobility, hoping to see this mysterious young merchant in person. However, none of the nobles have succeeded, as all letters have been politely declined, and they have no idea where to send them. The high-ranking officials of the guild know this, but they keep the secret well. No one wants to reveal it and face misfortune, as many eyes are on their positions, trying to get a share of the enormous profits. Simon sends out the completed plan with an owl. Last time, Simon was inspired by the candy he gave to Anna, which was a profitable idea. Sugar. That's right. There is no such thing as rock sugar or brown sugar in England. People can only get sweetness from beetroot and honey, while white sugar and brown sugar are considered very luxurious consumables for the nobility. However, the Caribbean, which England longs for across the sea, produces sugarcane, and sugarcane means sugar. Sugar mills. Even if white sugar cannot be produced, brown sugar can be made first. Simon has already relied on a pyramid scheme model to control the waters near England, commanding pirates to build new rules. To gain more wealth, those pirates will expand this strange model. Even the Navy must retreat. Now, his first step is about to be completed. Simon instructs the merchants to prepare sugar mills. Once the pirates find a safe route to the Caribbean, the plan will officially launch. Sugarcane will be used to make white sugar, and the leftover from sugarcane can be used to brew rum. Even inferior rum is a highly popular spirit during the age of exploration. Simon also remembers that rum has another nickname, pirate's drink. Now, what he needs to do is seize the opportunity. This will be a significant fortune. Once the first batch of sugar is transported back to England, the East India Company will no longer waver. They will completely collapse and compromise. Simon intends to combine the strengths of both sides to occupy the Caribbean thoroughly, using it as a springboard to reach the American continent. America has the coffee Simon desires, as well as various crops. As for whether the unfortunate natives will suffer a catastrophic fate due to disease, that is not something Simon needs to consider. After all, this has already happened since Columbus discovered the New World. As for the Indian Ocean and India, it is still too far for Simon's fleet. They need several more years to prepare for the invasion of India. The East India Trading Company is already doing this, but they do not have enough manpower and financial resources, and Simon does not have the extra time and energy, so his plan is to take a share of the profits. A part of his guild will merge into the East India Company to speed up the invasion, while Simon will harvest wealth, and that's enough for the invasion. As for swallowing up the East India Company, Simon has not thought about that. He wants to be an investor, not an executor. As for interests, there will always be someone to watch over them. Moreover, as a wizard, he is not worried about being deceived. Muggles cannot resist soul-sucking spells. After taking a sip of milk tea, Simon lazily stretched. The door opened, and Cynthia, dressed in beautiful clothes, walked in. This red-haired girl is no longer the fierce pirate girl. She has begun to transform into an elegant noble lady. "Are you done?" Cynthia asked. "Yes. How's my dress look?" Cynthia twirled around, revealing a sweet smile. "Very beautiful," Simon replied honestly. Cynthia's dress is completely different from the fashionable dresses in England. It is infused with some modern styles and even incorporates outfits from anime and movies that Simon has seen before. The dresses of this era in England are too cumbersome and unattractive, resembling a large parasol. "What are you going to do with these invitation letters from the Edinburgh nobility that just arrived?" Cynthia asked with a smile, placing a box full of invitation letters in front of Simon. "Burn them. Agree to handle similar situations in the future." Simon casually poured all the invitation letters into the fireplace and said lightly, "I am not suitable to appear in front of everyone right now. As a wizard, I should learn to maintain an aura of mystery. In this era, the power of the nobility is still significant, but Simon does not care. If they cause him trouble, he doesn't mind giving them some amusement. You are really hard to figure out. Forget it, I don't understand anyway." Cynthia giggled and kissed Simon on the cheek, continuing, "I've recently learned some good cooking skills. Let me treat you to a taste later. Or should I eat you first?" Simon laughed and hugged Cynthia. At this moment, an owl awkwardly landed on the desk with a letter. It looked a bit tired. He reached out to take the letter and grabbed a wooden basin from the nearby shelf, pouring some food for the owl. The owl hooted gratefully and began to enjoy its food. Simon opened the envelope and found that it was a letter from Phyllis. "What's wrong?" Cynthia asked. "Nothing. Just a friend's letter." Simon threw the letter into the fireplace to burn it and left the study with Cynthia. He will always appear before people at the right time to intimidate those with ulterior motives. Phyllis informed Simon in the letter that Professor Lisiva Prince had passed away, and she hoped Simon would end his travels and return to the Rose Cottage in a few days to attend the funeral as one of Professor Prince's students. Simon is still very grateful to Professor Prince. She provided him with significant help when he needed it most, but Simon did not expect Professor Prince to suddenly die. What exactly happened? Hogwarts has lost its potions professor, and Windick probably does not have much time left to travel around England. He will need to take over the position of potions professor early. Chapter 185. The funeral. Simon stayed at the Dornalnia Manor for a day, enjoying Cynthia's gentle care, and then leisurely returned to the Rose Cottage in Hogsmeade via apparition. As soon as he walked into the Rose Cottage, Simon saw Phyllis anxiously waiting for his return in the hall. The blonde girl's mood seemed a bit low. Lisiva Prince was a very important relative to Phyllis. What on earth happened that Professor Prince suddenly passed away? Simon approached and quietly asked, "What happened?" "It's the aftereffects from the potion explosion last time." Phyllis looked up at Simon, sadly saying, "Why did you take so long to come back?" "Sorry, something held me up." Simon subtly shifted the topic. "What about the potions professor position that opened up at Hogwarts?" "Windick has already taken over the position early," Phyllis replied softly. "When does the professor's funeral start?" Simon asked, hesitating for a moment before gently embracing Phyllis, his right hand patting her shoulder to comfort her emotions. "It's at noon today at Camplin." Phyllis looked up at Simon and said, "Hogwarts has classes today, and the professors will take time out to attend the funeral." As the two made their way to Camplin, snowflakes were still drifting down from the sky. There weren't many attendees at the funeral, just a few scattered individuals. According to Phyllis, these were all wizards who had a friendship with Professor Prince, most of whom were potion makers. Simon also encountered acquaintances. "You made it back?" A thick layer of snow had accumulated on Windick's shoulders as they strolled through the snow towards the funeral site, where a group of people had already gathered. Some were standing in front of the professor's coffin, reciting the life achievements of Professor Prinz to express their memories of her. The atmosphere was very somber, and eventually, the coffin was set ablaze, turning the body to ashes. The attendees bid farewell to the Prinz couple and gradually moved towards the outskirts, preparing to leave. Windick sighed softly and said, "If Lizua's illness could have been properly treated, perhaps today events wouldn't have happened. Isn't there anything Lady Catherine could do?" Simon asked with a frown. The medical care in this era is really too backward. Even wizards with magic can only treat some simple illnesses with potions most of the time. There are some things that even Lady Catherine couldn't help with. Windick sighed gently. Why hasn't the Wizarding Council established hospitals? Simon asked in confusion. A place like Hogwarts Hospital Wing for treating wizards? Child, your idea is good, but it's far too difficult to realize. A wizard with a bushy beard walked over. Simon recognized him as the one who had just recited Professor Prinz's life achievements. Who are you? I'm Mungo Bonham, a potion maker. You must be Simon. Windick has mentioned you to me before. There aren't many excellent potion makers left now, and we lost another one just a few days ago. Mungo Bonham said with a deep sadness in his tone. I'm Simon. Simon Green. Simon extended his hand to shake the other S. To be honest, if I could, I really wouldn't want to meet you in a place like this. Mungo Bonham turned back to Simon before leaving and said, however, I think we will meet again. Watching the other S departing figure, Windick quietly explained, Mungo was Lizua's suitor. Although he was unsuccessful, Lizua's death saddened him greatly. He originally planned to propose to her after healing her, but unfortunately, despite expending much effort, he couldn't save Lizua's life. Simon finally understood why the other S mood was so terrible. If it were him, his emotions would probably not fare much better. I'll be off, Windick said, suddenly disappearing like a gust of wind. We meet again, Mr. Simon. A few seconds later, a voice sounded from behind Simon, and the Selwyn couple silently appeared before them. I'm very glad you could come to my sister's funeral, Mrs. Selwyn said, examining Simon with a scrutinizing gaze, her expression resembling that of a picky customer sifting through clothes, which made Simon feel a bit uncomfortable. Mom, what are you doing here? Phyllis suddenly appeared, giving Simon a glance, then added, You must be busy, so you don't need to wait. I'll leave first. Oh, they'll be going. Grateful for Phyllis's intervention, Simon quickly nodded to the Selwyn couple and turned to leave. Why did he come to the funeral? Mrs. Selwyn furrowed her brows and asked her daughter. I invited him, Phyllis said after a moment of silence. Simon is one of Aunt's students. You know, your grandfather and the others don't like. They don't like Muggle-born wizards? Phyllis scoffed. So what? There are other Muggle wizards here attending the funeral beside Simon. He received Aunt's help while at Hogwarts and has the obligation to attend this funeral. All right, you too. Mr. Selwyn had to step in to mediate. His wife was not getting along well with Phyllis because of their younger daughter, Alice. Mrs. Selwyn believed they should take Alice back, but this was met with refusal, and the daughter was uncooperative, staying in Hogsmeade and not returning home for a long time. Why don't you talk about your daughter? Mrs. Selwyn, feeling frustrated with her elder daughter, pointed the finger at her husband. Things have already gone too far. If you keep this up, it will only become more awkward. Mr. Selwyn sighed gently. He wished for Alice to return to the Selwyn family as well. Unfortunately, those things had happened, leaving almost no room for recovery. Just look, Alice not attending the funeral is the best example. She has already cast aside certain things. How is it? Later, Windick found Mungo Bonham, and their relationship was quite good. They occasionally communicated to discuss potion-making issues. It's really hard to believe. He was just a young child. Mungo Bonham shook his head. Never underestimate him. Simon has already reached heights in certain aspects that you may never reach in your lifetime. Windick didn't mind Mungo Bonham's attitude, only kindly reminded him. If you encounter difficulties, you might consider asking him for help. I dare say Simon should be interested in your plans. Before leaving, Windick made sure to remind him again. Never treat him as just a child if you want to succeed in getting help from him. There's one more chapter. It might be a bit late. Chapter 186, A Losing Proposition. The death of Professor Lizua Prinz was merely a trivial matter in Simon's life. Perhaps Simon would feel regret for Prinz's death, but he would certainly not feel deeply saddened by it. The day after the funeral, Simon continued his travels across England. He spent another half-month visiting most parts of Scotland. Unfortunately, not all travels are filled with excitement. In areas inhabited by Muggles, the journey became quite dull. Although he occasionally encountered some wizards hiding among Muggles, nothing novel happened. The only noteworthy mention was Simon's new pet, a tail-wagging dog. He encountered the dog shortly after it was born while traveling in the Avon area, lured away with a bit of fresh meat. The little tail-wagging dog seemed to have been starving for a long time, probably because its mother had died or abandoned it, which is why it came out to roam but couldn't find food. If it hadn't met Simon, it might have starved to death soon. Of course, this was merely Simon's one-sided thought. After finishing his adventures in Scotland, Simon returned to Rose Cottage with the little tail-wagging dog, temporarily putting aside his plans for further travels to prepare to train the adorable puppy. The tail-wagging dog has 2 tails and is a very loyal magical creature. Of course, it is also very gluttonous. When it first arrived at the Rose Cottage, it was quite anxious, but Simon managed to calm this little guy down with food. "Granny, don't bully it," Simon said helplessly, looking at the poor little dog pinned to the ground by the cat. Granny swept her empty plate with her tail in dissatisfaction and glared fiercely at the little dog, as if to tell Simon that this guy had stolen her food. Simon was speechless. Was this dog's taste really that good? Eating even cat food? All right, I got it. I'll prepare some cat food for you. Simon picked up the little dog with one hand, turned its body around, and said, "Get out and walk more. Don't turn into a useless dog in the future. Look at you being so unambitious." He placed the little dog on the ground, gently patted its head, stood up, and prepared food for Granny. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the Rose Cottage. Simon placed Granny's food on the ground, looked outside through the window, and was ready to see who the visitor was. Perhaps it was because he had been attacked by a dark wizard once. Simon was very cautious about these unfamiliar visitors. "Who are you?" Simon scrutinized the somewhat disheveled wizard before him, slightly frowning, as he felt he had seen the person somewhere before. "I am Mongo Bohin, an apothecary. We met once at Lasciva's funeral." The visitor introduced himself. "Wendick told me that perhaps only you can help me. Come in, it's quite cold outside." Woof woof. A tender bark came from inside the house. The little dog perked up its ears and barked wildly at the stranger, and feeling that this intimidation wasn't enough, it even lunged forward and bit Mongo Bohan's pant leg, tugging at it vigorously. "Sorry, this child is very shy," Simon said as he picked up the little dog and gently patted its head, then stroked it a few times to calm it down. "Simon, who has come?" Alice came out of the kitchen, slightly frowning as she looked at the rather messy stranger. "A friend of Wendick," Simon explained, then turned his head to ask Mongo Bohin, "What do you need from me?" "Wendick said you were interested in therapists." Mongo Bohin hesitated and said, I. So, you want to set up a hospital? You want me to invest in you to open a magical hospital?" Simon easily guessed the other's thoughts. It was probably Lasciva's death that made Mongo Bohin determined to establish a magical hospital. "Yes, that is what I mean." Mongo Bohin looked quite nervous, his hands twisting together repeatedly. He seemed uncertain if Simon would help him. Based on Wendick's words, this underage wizard could provide him assistance. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Simon suddenly said. Sure, please ask. Why do you want to run a hospital? Is it because of Professor Lasciva Prince?" "Yes. Now, when wizards fall ill, they usually use potions for healing, but potions are not omnipotent. As you know, the number of apothecaries is very small. I hope to open a hospital to treat these diseases, to prevent something like Lasciva's situation from happening again." Mongo Bohan's tone was very firm. It seemed he was aware of the situation. "That's a good idea, but have you thought about one problem? How will the hospital sustain itself? As far as I know, most wizards are not wealthy, and even if you cure them, sometimes you can't even recoup the cost of the potions. This means the hospital will operate at a loss." Simon asked. He actually knew that there were wizard hospitals in the wizarding world, called St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. And perhaps this person before him was the founder of that hospital, but, as Simon pointed out, how would the hospital sustain itself? Mongo Bohin was immediately stunned. He couldn't answer that question, nor had he even considered it. Simon sighed lightly and said, "If you want me to help you, it's not impossible, but there are some things you need to resolve on your own first." "What things?" "The issues with the Wizarding Council. You must obtain their consent." Simon said seriously, "I can give you a few hundred galleons to get your hospital up and running initially, but this is certainly not a long-term solution. You need to get the support of the Wizarding Council and let them know that you are actually benefiting all wizards. You will also need more assistance to help you research those difficult diseases and brew potions. You can't handle everything alone, and no one is willing to work for free. Even if you don't want to pay them, they still need money to support their families." Mongo Bohin was dumbfounded. He had never thought about these things, or rather, had not considered them at all, but the other party had already thought of all this. "What should I do?" "I suggest you go to Feudes, get a support, and then bring this matter up at the Weisengamot meeting to get their backing." Simon shrugged and said, "I know this isn't easy, and then you also need a name for the hospital, a logo, choose a good address, and then come back to me. I have already thought of a name for the hospital. It will be called Street Mungo. Is it in memory of Lee Siva Prince? Simon was a bit surprised. Mungo was actually a nickname for a beloved person. The beloved person here naturally referred to Lee Siva Prince. Yes. Mungo Bohan was somewhat surprised that Simon saw through the essence of this name. Then let us call it St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Simon immediately finalized the name of the hospital and added, if you haven't thought of a badge design, use crossed wands and bones. As for the address, choose Diagon Alley. The rest depends on whether you can successfully persuade Feudes to help you. It shouldn't be too difficult to get through the Wizarding Council. Can I ask one question? Mungo Bohan suddenly said. What is it? Go ahead. Why are you helping me? Mungo Bohan cautiously inquired, curious about why Simon was willing to help him. Was it just because he was a friend of Wendick? Mungo Bohan didn't believe that. I'm glad you asked that question. Simon smiled and said, why would I spend such a large sum of money to help you build this hospital? A person's life cannot guarantee that they won't fall ill one day. Simon said meaningfully, I hope that when I and my loved ones need treatment, we can go to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries and receive priority treatment immediately. Mungo Bohan fell silent. It was a very simple reason. As long as my family and I are alive, I will provide St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries with funding every year. But half of this hospital will belong to me. Of course, I promise not to interfere with the normal operation of the hospital. Simon said plainly, Wendick should have told you that I am a businessman. Since you want to get something from me, you must also give something in return. Simon's answer was somewhat unexpected for Mungo Bohan. It seemed the other party had already anticipated that the people from the Wizarding Council would agree to pass this proposal. Can I ask one more question? Haven't you been doing that all along? Why? Knowing that there might be losses. Do you still choose to spend a lot of gold coins? This is what Mungo Bohan can't understand. I can get returns from other places. Simon said mysteriously, Wendick sent you to find me. He probably told you that I'm not short of that little gold. Mungo Bohan was momentarily taken aback. What does it mean not to be short of that little gold? ISNT hundreds of gold coins, still money? Why do you think Feudes will help? What kind of person is Feudes? Simon suddenly said. He would never mind using this matter to boost his reputation. After all, everyone gets sick one day. And the Wizard Council is made up of people too. They worry about themselves or their families getting sick, and they want proper treatment when that happens. The wizards will agree because it's not them who will pay to help you or the hospital. There is one more thing Simon didn't say. This hospital will definitely face a lot of pressure at the beginning, but he believes Mungo Bohan can get through this toughest part. Chapter 187. Living together, is this our new home? Alice stared incredulously at the beautiful manor covered in white snow on the hillside, turning in surprise to look at Simon, who was smiling at her. How delightful. After they get married, will they settle down here? Just thinking about it made a blush creep onto the girl's cheeks. We will live here from now on. Simon smiled broadly, wrapping his arm around Alice and kissing her on the cheeks, which were reddened by the cold wind. He pointed to the entrance of the manor and said, It's cold outside. Let us go in and talk. Phyllis couldn't help but pout at the sight of the snow-covered manor. Do you plan to stand outside in the cold wind? Simon said to Phyllis, who seemed to be staring off into space. I've had Ball prepare a guest room for you. What is that tower for? Phyllis asked, pointing to a tall spire on the right side of the manor. That tower was specially built with the help of a wizard, Simon said proudly. It's tall, right? The view from the top is great. You can overlook the surrounding area. Simon, sister, what are you talking about over there? Come on, it's so cold outside. Alice jogged over, grabbing Phyllis's hand and running toward the manor's grand entrance. Be careful, don't fall, Simon called out to the girl, shaking his head with a wry smile as he quickened his pace to catch up. This is an exquisite manor, not at all comparable to other noble estates and castles. However, its intricacy has its advantages. Overall, it looks much cozier. The house elf Ball spent months managing this brand new manor. The two sisters pushed open the door and stepped into the hall, gazing in awe at the luxurious scene, nearly stunned. Newly rich, Phyllis muttered quietly. The hall was covered with a delicate, soft carpet that immediately gave an impression of great value. By the fireplace stood a set of exquisite wooden chairs, each adorned with soft cushions. On the right side was a row of bookshelves, which seemed a bit casual and tranquil compared to those of the more rigid nobles. The house elf Ball was also dressed amusingly, wearing something like a butler's outfit, and bowed slightly to the three who entered the hall. Simon, where's my room? After seeing the hall's arrangement, Alice became even more curious about her bedroom. Don't worry, Alice. Let us have some hot drinks to warm up first. And I'll take you to your rooms later, Simon said, taking off his cloak and hanging it on the rack by the fireplace. I'll show you something good. Simon took out coffee beans that the pirates had brought back from Brazil and placed them in front of Alice, saying, "This is called coffee bean. It smells so good." Alice reached out to grab a coffee bean and asked, "Can I eat this directly?" Of course not. Coffee beans need to be ground in a coffee powder and then brewed with hot water to taste good. Simon explained, then took out a grinder, crushed the coffee beans, and brewed them with hot water. Alice eagerly picked up the coffee, took a small sip, and immediately scrunched her face in complaint. "This is so bitter." That's because you're not used to bitter coffee. However, adding some spices will make it taste much better. Simon chuckled at Alice's expression, took the boiled milk that Ball handed him, and added it along with honey to the freshly brewed coffee, stirring it well before handing it back to Alice. "Try again. It won't be bitter this time." Alice sipped a few more times, savoring the taste of the coffee. The original bitterness had been diluted, leaving only the rich milk and coffee aroma, which was quite delightful. "Phyllis, also try the coffee I made." Simon offered the remaining coffee to Phyllis, then took a small sip from Alice's unfinished cup, feeling that it couldn't compare to the coffee he had in his previous life, probably due to the roasting process, which needed to be adjusted. "Simon, let us drink together." Alice pushed the cup of coffee she had just sipped toward Simon. "No thanks. Coffee actually tastes better when it's a bit bitter." Simon smiled as he ruffled Alice's hair, saying, "Otherwise, how can it be called bitter coffee? But after we finish the snacks, I'll take you to see your rooms." "Where did you get this?" "It's called coffee?" Phyllis stared at Simon and asked. "It's from South America," Simon explained with a smile. "The effect of coffee is to refresh. It works quite well. It's one of my favorite hot drinks. Of course, it's best not to drink coffee at night, or you might have trouble sleeping." After finishing the coffee and enjoying the desserts, Simon stood up and took the two sisters for a stroll around the manor. "Thank you, Simon." Alice stood by the window, looking at the beautiful scenery outside. This was the best view of all the rooms in the manor. "What about your room?" Phyllis suddenly asked. "This is it," Simon said matter-of-factly, without a hint of embarrassment. "Are you planning to sleep with Alice?" Phyllis frowned and asked, "Is that not allowed?" "Of course not." Phyllis glared fiercely at Simon, her fists clenched, seemingly ready to punch him at any moment. She gritted her teeth and reminded him, "You're not married yet." "So what?" Simon said dismissively. "Anyway, once I come of age, Alice and I will get married immediately. It won't take many years." Phyllis acted like a protective mother leopard, waving her claws and threatening. "In any case, I don't agree. If you have objections, you'll have to deal with my fist and wand first." Sister Alice was a bit surprised by her sister's reaction. Actually, Phyllis knew she had already slept with Simon before. She even didn't oppose it back then. "Shut up, Alice. You're sleeping with me." Phyllis immediately made a decision. "All right, if you insist," Simon shrugged helplessly and said, "I can go rest in the tower. There's a room with a nice view up there." "Why did you build that tower?" Phyllis asked, a bit confused. "I will take you there, and you will know." Simon led the two sisters to the tower, and they quickly discovered that the space inside the tower had been magically expanded. The first floor was a hall where they could have tea and chat. By the way, the basement level had a potion-making room. The second, third, and fourth floors were libraries. The fifth floor was a greenhouse for growing some rare plants. The sixth floor was an alchemy room. The seventh and eighth floors were undecided. And the ninth floor was an observation deck, which I just mentioned to you, with a nice bedroom inside. Chapter 188. The Vanishing Merchant Ships. I wasn't paying attention, and you really can't let your guard down for a moment. On the tower, Phyllis sat on a cushion, nagging Alice for quite a while. I was about to say, "Do you think?" Simon was just about to speak when he was shot down by Phyllis's sharp gaze. "As if I don't know your messy affairs." Phyllis took a sip of water, her combat power instantly restored. "You must be hungry too. I had Ball prepare breakfast." Simon set up a large telescope and called Alice over. The girl glanced at her sister, saw that she had no objections, and breathed a sigh of relief as she walked over to Simon's side, curiously examining what he had just been fiddling with. This was a large telescope that could see very far. Speaking of this, one must admire the wizard's alchemy. If it were solely dependent on Muggle technology, it would indeed be difficult to reach such a level. So beautiful. Alice looked through the telescope and clearly saw the distant scenery. This thing was much better than the panoramic telescope used in the Quidditch matches. Of course, its cost made it unaffordable for most wealthy wizards, taking 2 alchemists a month to create. When Simon first mentioned making such a thing, they even doubted he was joking. "Sister, do you want to give it a try? I know you're very wealthy, but you shouldn't waste money." Phyllis sighed heavily, saying that you should consider how you and Alice will live in the future. "I'm just promoting the advancement of alchemy." Simon casually made an excuse and said with a smile, "Money is meant to be spent. Do you plan to take it with you to the grave? By the way, what is the name of this manor?" Phyllis suddenly asked. "Name? I haven't thought of one yet. What do you think this manor should be called?" Simon handed the naming rights to the two sisters, as the girls would probably enjoy doing such things. "You really know how to be lazy." Phyllis couldn't help but roll her eyes. In fact, she also knew Simon deliberately left the naming rights to Alice. "So difficult. What should it be called?" "Don't rush, think slowly," Simon comforted. Suddenly, a crack startled the pondering girls. Ball appeared out of nowhere, holding a letter that looked a bit tense. "Master, an urgent letter." Ball handed the letter to Simon, seemingly worried that Simon would get angry, and Phyllis also noticed the urgent symbol on the letter. Simon opened the letter and quickly scanned the contents on the parchment, his brows furrowing and his expression darkening. Even a fool could see that there was nothing good in the letter. "What happened?" Phyllis asked tentatively. "There was a bit of trouble with the trading company," Simon casually replied. "Based on the description in the letter, 3 ships lost contact while returning to England. The worst part was that the high-ups of the trading company had received a distress signal and sent out pirates to search for the merchant ships. But all they could do was inform Simon, and it had been nearly half a month. Now, Simon could only hope that those ships hadn't sunk to the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, it would be troublesome, and he would lose a significant amount of wealth, and subsequent plans might be affected. I have to go handle some matters." Simon put away the letter and said to the two, "I might not make it back tonight, so you don't have to wait for me. Don't worry, you always find a way to solve things." Alice stepped forward, gave Simon a hug, and kissed his cheek, saying, "You're the best. There's nothing you can't solve. I'll leave first." Simon looked at Ball and said, "Ball, see me off." The manor was surrounded by spells preventing apparition. Only the house elf would not be bound by the spell. A few minutes later, Simon appeared over a vast sea, flying over the water on the silver arrow. And in Simon's hand was a compass whose needle did not point north, but pointed to something specially enchanted on the merchant ship. He could locate each of his merchant ships through the compass. This was also a preventive measure Simon had prepared. If someone dared to engage in black market dealings, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The cargo of the 2 merchant ships was not an unacceptable loss for Simon. However, he was unwilling to accept such a result. He needed those merchants to maintain enough confidence. He needed to find those ships. Thousands of pounds of loss was no small amount. The situation seemed more troublesome than he believed. Simon found himself entering a magically protected island, somewhat reminiscent of Azkaban, which gave Simon a bad premonition. Ultimately, Simon found the 3 missing ships. He used the disillusionment charm to silently sneak onto the ship. Unfortunately, the deck was in disarray, and the crew had already vanished. "What on earth happened?" Simon muttered to himself as he looked up towards the island on the shore. There were obvious signs that someone had lived on the ship, but there was indeed no sign of life. Simon used magic to clear the garbage on the ship before walking into the captain's cabin, where there would be a nautical diary. Simon quickly found the answers in the captain's diary. It turned out that the merchant ship encountered fog while returning to England. After successfully passing through the fog, the pirates responsible for protection discovered the island before them. They prepared to land on the island to build a temporary supply point. But the sailors soon discovered something terrible. Those who landed on the island did not come back. The pirate captain decided to hunt down those who had killed the sailors. But after the pirates landed, they still had no communication or traces. Everyone realized the strangeness of this place. They could only abandon the pirates who landed and prepare to continue their journey. However, everyone found they could not leave the island, no matter how hard they tried. They would return to the starting point. In their helplessness, the highest-ranking official of the caravan could only send out a distress signal to the outside world. As time passed, the fresh water and alcohol on the ship were about to run out, and the sailors had to take the risk of entering the island. The diary ended there, left for the rescue team from the caravan that would come later. Simon checked the cargo. Most of it remained intact. He stored the 3 ships in a magic bottle and stared at the island ahead, lost in thought. This island had obvious signs of magical protection, and it could not be marked on the map. There are also spells to drive away muggles nearby. As for why unexpected intruders could not leave, it was probably to protect secrets, fearing they would spread what they saw. Black dragons? Or some kind of dangerous magical creature. Simon felt that the possibility of a black dragon was quite high. There were native black dragons in Britain, but if it was a black dragon, the ship couldn't possibly be safe. He pondered, squinting at the island and murmuring, "Indeed, I should go see for myself." Chapter 189. The 5-legged monster of the island was larger than Simon had anticipated, and there were traces of past habitation. In the coastal area to the south of the island, Simon discovered signs of former residents. It was the ruins of a small village, and there were even remnants of a harbor, the wood completely rotted, seemingly having endured a long time. This island had likely been abandoned for a long time. Simon casually broke off a piece of rotten wood and looked around cautiously, confirming there was no danger nearby, before he ventured deeper into the ruins. After wandering around, Simon found no useful clues. He had to shift his gaze towards the center of the island. Perhaps he could find some clues in the snow-covered forest. The sailors probably went missing around there. They would need wood to boil water for warmth. It was undoubtedly dangerous, but there was no choice now, unless he simply walked away. His curiosity still drove him to undertake this extremely perilous adventure. He wanted to understand what kind of monster lived on the island that made the Wizarding Council isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Simon stopped, squinting as he observed strange footprints on the ground. Now, he could confirm that it was the black dragon that had attacked the group of sailors. The footprints were large, somewhat resembling those of certain large animals, looking a bit like a bear, but Simon was certain they were not bear tracks, because there were 5 claws on these footprints, and nearby he also found some footprints that looked human. Could they be left by the sailors? Quickly, Simon dismissed this thought. Behind those animal footprints, there was a matching human footprint, which meant the two might be connected. What kind of monster could this be? Simon murmured as he looked around. Could it be that some evil wizard was conducting dangerous experiments on this island, creating these monsters? This was the only answer Simon could think of. Azkaban was a good example. Perhaps some perverted wizard had used transfiguration magic to create these grotesque and dangerous monsters. If that were the case, it could explain everything. Following the direction of the footprints, after a few minutes, Simon found traces of the sailors. A flintlock with half a hand still attached, scattered weapons nearby, and some tattered clothing stuck fast to the frozen ground. Finally, Simon found some leftover bones and remnants of clothing, along with a head that refused to close its eyes, which hadn't rotted due to the cold. Fear was frozen on that skull, leaving Simon to wonder what the sailor had seen before dying. Suddenly, Simon felt a strong gaze upon him. A sense of inexplicable danger surged in his heart. He quickly tensed his body, raised his wand, entered a state of alertness, and scanned the surroundings. The next moment, his expression froze. Now, Simon finally understood why that skull had such an expression. He saw a very bizarre monster. Was this a spider? No, this thing was definitely not a spider. Spiders don't have just 5 legs. This monster had 5 legs, covered in thick reddish-brown fur. And the strangest part was that each leg ended in a deformed foot that looked somewhat like a human's foot. This was undoubtedly a highly dangerous magical creature. Simon immediately classified it as a dangerous entity. Moreover, its greedy and fiery gaze indicated that this monster had a strong desire to attack humans. Swamp expansion. The moment Simon spotted the monster, he cast a spell, and the 5-legged creature wasted no time, swiftly lunging at Simon. Its movements were incredibly fast. If it hadn't been a distance away, Simon might have been taken out before his spell had even finished. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it ran, it still needed time. And a stretch of swamp had already separated Simon from the 5-legged monster. Simon did not flee. Not to mention that a human's 2 legs couldn't outrun 5 legs. He definitely wouldn't expose his back to the enemy. The 5-legged monster's intelligence wasn't very high. It prepared to wade through the swamp ahead. Its 5 legs sank deeper and deeper into the swamp, making movement increasingly difficult. Suddenly, the 5-legged monster leaped out of the swamp, but it only managed to jump a little before falling back into the swamp, this time sinking even deeper. Simon cast a sleep charm at the monster in the swamp. However, the charm was thwarted by the thick reddish-brown fur, having no effect at all. Just as expected, this monster was immune to ordinary magic. Without a group of wizards casting spells together, it would be very difficult to take it down with a sleep charm. What kind of monster was this? If an ordinary wizard encountered it, they would probably be game over before they even realized it. He wasn't in a hurry to kill this 5-legged monster. He was just curiously observing it. As long as he wasn't caught up close, it wouldn't be a very dangerous magical creature and couldn't pose a threat to Simon. The 5-legged monster suddenly threw its head back and let out a low growl, either a lament before death or perhaps it was calling for its companions. Forget it. Sink down. Simon waved his wand down sharply, and the 5-legged monster was immediately forced into the swamp by a powerful force. It wouldn't be long before the monster suffocated in the swamp. Suddenly, an eerie howling sound came from the distant forest, resembling the sound of the wind, but sending chills down Simon's spine. The 5-legged monster was responding to its kind. "Not gonna play with you," Simon muttered. taking out his flying broom from his pocket and soaring into the air. A few minutes later, Simon saw a dozen five-legged monsters coming towards him, some of which were even larger than the one he had just encountered, giving him an inexplicable sense of pressure. Unfortunately, those five-legged monsters couldn't fly. Yes, they couldn't fly. Simon, however, had a flying broom, which allowed him to shamelessly beat up these five-legged monsters from the air. What a good idea. Simon looked at the five-legged monsters roaring at him, feeling an inexplicable thrill. He then cast spells at them, and several fireballs exploded, causing chaos among them. Perhaps it wouldn't pose a significant threat, but it was enough to annoy this group of five-legged monsters. As for why he didn't go down to fight, Simon wasn't foolish. Even with the Elder Wand, facing such a number of five-legged monsters could lead to him being torn apart and eaten. Their vicious mandibles constantly spoke of their danger. "Forget it. I won't play with you anymore," Simon murmured, adjusting his silver arrow and flying towards the forest. Chapter 190. Spoils of War. The forest in the center of the island was not dense, with trees covered in a layer of white snow. This really was the territory of the five-legged monsters. Simon, looking down from the sky, discovered some structures resembling nests. Those should be the nests of the five-legged monsters. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself to hide his form and slowly lowered the height of his broom. In places that looked somewhat like nests, Simon saw many broken corpses, all of them sailors who had died tragically on merchant ships. They had indeed come this way into the forest, and it turned out to be a case of sheep entering the tiger's mouth. The weather was very cold, and the bodies showed hardly any signs of decay, making the broken limbs look extremely tragic. If it were anyone else, they would probably feel nauseous and want to vomit. In a corner of the nest, Simon discovered a dying five-legged monster with obvious signs of concentrated lead bullet wounds on its body, likely from the sailors' desperate resistance before their deaths. However, regrettably, the flintlock pistol could not kill this five-legged monster. While the sailors were frantically reloading their bullets, they were slaughtered by the attacking five-legged monster, all becoming winter food for the group of five-legged monsters. One thing puzzled Simon. There were no signs of wizard activity here. Had they hidden away, like Voldemort's cave? No. Even if they were hidden, there would still be traces left, yet Simon found no evidence at all. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the other party was a highly skilled wizard. But these five-legged monsters seemed to be numerous. Could this island really provide enough food for them, as top predators in the food chain? Although the island looked quite large, one must not forget that an island is still an island, and its ecological chain is very simple. Could it really sustain this number of five-legged monsters? Simon was not sure how much territory a lion needed, but in such a cold climate, the number of animals would definitely not be high, meaning that this number of five-legged monsters was simply unrealistic. Plus, that damned magic. Was someone deliberately raising these monsters? After all, if a Muggle ship accidentally entered this area, unable to leave, it would mean disaster, and they would have to land on the island, ending up as food. Or perhaps this misleading magic from Muggles was merely to prevent them from discovering this island in the future and leaking the information. Although it was not allowed to mark it on maps, it was not difficult to speculate its location. Just like Hogwarts, one could still roughly guess its location through temperature changes. Flames blazed. Simon whispered the incantation, and the flames began to spread in the nest with the movement of his wand. The injured five-legged monster let out a terrified scream. "Shut up," Simon muttered and raised his wand, casting the killing curse at the five-legged monster. The green light of Avada Kedavra accurately targeted the five-legged monster. However, it did not die immediately, merely swaying before continuing to pounce at Simon. It really still didn't work? Avada Kedavra. This time, Simon took out the Elder Wand and cast the killing curse again. With the Elder Wand's magical support, even a monster with strong magical resistance fell down hard. The five-legged monster did not die immediately, but was already close to death. Avada. Simon did not utter the second killing curse. The five-legged monster completely collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground. Simon did not intend to kill them all, but rather to destroy the food chain on this island. Without this forest, those five-legged monsters would probably have a tough time surviving this winter. Perhaps due to the weather, the flames spread slowly. Even though Simon had set fire to the nearby forest, the burning speed was still not fast. However, at least the nest below had fallen into a sea of fire. Roasting five-legged monsters? That seemed like a good idea, Simon thought with a dark sense of humor. He had no sympathy for these monsters and began to set fire to the nests where the bodies were stored. After all, those pirates were still humans. Regardless, he was also human and wouldn't contemplate how to cook himself, whether steamed or braised. He was extremely disgusted by flesh-eating creatures, just like when he left Azkaban. He allowed the giants to fend for themselves there. The five-legged monsters roared angrily, but their pitiful brains could not comprehend what was happening. They could only roar angrily across the blazing flames. A few five-legged monsters had already spotted Simon and crazily charged towards him, completely ignoring the raging fire. Simon casually swung the Elder Wand, and a strange, fierce fire rapidly spread from the tip of the wand. One five-legged monster, upon touching it, screamed in terror as it was engulfed by the magical flames and turned to ashes within seconds. The other five-legged monsters retreated in fear, clearly realizing the danger of this fierce fire. Indeed, it was more convenient to deal with these magically resistant creatures using fierce fire, but Simon frowned as he waved his wand to dispel the fierce fire. This uncontrollable flame could easily cause trouble. Without the Elder Wand providing magical power, Simon wouldn't have been able to extinguish the fierce fire, let alone control it. Ignoring the five-legged monsters, Simon mounted his broom, ready to leave. He had consumed the fireproof potion and cast the water and fire-resistant charm on himself. The blazing flames could no longer pose any threat to him. As Simon prepared to leave, he caught sight of a small five-legged monster in a corner. It looked like it had just been born not long ago. If it were Hagrid, he would surely be delighted to raise it, Simon self-deprecatingly thought, knocking it unconscious and taking out a cage from his undetectable extension charm bag to throw the young five-legged monster inside. He wanted to figure out what kind of creature had nearly caused him to lose the merchant ship. Seeing the young one being taken away by Simon, the group of five-legged monsters went completely berserk, crazily trampling through the firewall, indifferent to their burning fur, charging at Simon. Unfortunately, you can't fly. Simon looked at the furious five-legged monsters, took to the sky on his broom, and gazed down at the raging creatures, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. By the way, what exactly is this monster? Simon once again examined the cage floating beside him. Even as a young individual, it still showed strong aggressiveness toward Simon. Go back, Simon muttered. Perhaps others will be interested in you. He found a place to descend, retracted his flying broom, and disappeared with the cage containing the five-legged monster using apparition. Chapter 191. Let's pluck its fur. Long time no see, Professor Wag. Simon walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, completely ignoring the students' whispers and astonished gazes as he greeted the Transfiguration Professor with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Simon. What brings you to Hogwarts? Professor Wag looked at Simon in surprise, his gaze landing on the square object wrapped in fabric floating beside him. I'm here to see Headmaster Fudge, Simon said with a smile, also stopping by to check on everyone. Who is he? A student from Hogwarts as well? I've never seen him before. More and more students stopped, curiously staring at the object floating beside Simon. What are you all doing here? Get out of the way, or you'll be in detention. Professor Rogier emerged from the parted crowd, sizing up Simon and saying, I don't recall Hogwarts allowing outsiders to wander in freely. Don't say that. Simon shrugged and explained. I'm here to see Headmaster Fudge. Of course, I got the principal's permission before entering Hogwarts. Then, Simon raised his hand and pointed to the floating package beside him, saying, I found something interesting on a certain island and brought it back for you. It's best not to open it here. Professor Fools also noticed the commotion and said, You're about to make this place overcrowded. My office is nearby. Let's go there to talk. Don't you want to know what I brought? Simon asked Professor Rocher, who was preparing to leave the dark arts professor. Perhaps you might be interested too? Really? Well, I hope you're telling the truth. Professor Rocher raised an eyebrow and followed them out. The young wizards widened their eyes in curiosity, all eager to know what was inside. When they entered Professor Fool's office, all their attention was focused on Simon, who calmly pulled back the cloth covering the package, as if he were a magician revealing a mystery. Inside the cage was a strange creature. Everyone was stunned. Simon's surprise was somewhat unexpected. I found a group of five-legged monsters on an island and happened to catch a juvenile back. Simon was pleased with the professor's surprised expressions and said to Professor Wag, I suspect it might be a monster transformed from a muggle by a wizard, so you just happened to bring one back? Gerald Rocher's facial muscles twitched involuntarily as he curiously asked, Do you know what this is? I don't know, it should be some kind of transformed product. Simon pointed to its human-like deformed foot. This creature is called a five-legged monster. Professor Wag shook his head with a wry smile, also known as a macbuckin. It's a very dangerous magical creature. Five-legged monster? Simon raised an eyebrow and recalled, That's quite a lazy name, isn't it? What do you want this dangerous thing for? Professor Rocher countered, Don't you think it has research value? Whether it's for transfiguration or dark arts. Simon took out his wand and poked the five-legged monster, saying, Its fur has strong anti-magic abilities. Ordinary spells are completely ineffective against it. According to legend, the Macbucking clan's wizards were transformed into five-legged monsters as retribution from another wizard. Professor Wag pondered for a moment and said, "But the five-legged monsters have since destroyed Delia Island and have never turned back into humans. Of course, this is just a legend. We have no way of knowing if it's true. We could try to reverse the transformation on it. Maybe we could restore it to its original human form," Simon proposed. This was also the purpose of bringing the five-legged monster here. Regarding transfiguration magic, Professor Wag was undoubtedly an authority in this area. "I'm curious how you managed to catch it." Windick knocked on the door and walked in, asking, furrowing his brow slightly upon hearing their conversation, "Maybe you shouldn't take the risk. Even adult wizards are reluctant to face them alone. Five-legged monsters are indeed quite dangerous." "I had a broomstick, you know." Simon shrugged dismissively. "Five-legged monsters can't fly. Do you think wizards should fly into the air on broomsticks when facing five-legged monsters?" Professor Rocher said with a hint of sarcasm. "Unfortunately, not everyone carries a flying broomstick." "That's a good tactic, Gerald." Simon used his wit to overcome the five-legged monster that wizards fear. Professor Wag admired Simon's cleverness. "I dare say many lack the courage to face them. Five-legged monsters are social creatures. If this thing can't turn back into human form, give it to me to make a specimen. It would be a great teaching tool." As few people have seen what a five-legged monster looks like, Professor Rocher said to Professor Wag, "All right, why don't we try it right away?" Professor Wag rolled up his sleeves, raised his wand high, traced complex gestures in the air, and murmured a spell, pointing his wand at the five-legged monster in the cage. However, nothing happened. Failed. The professor stared in surprise at the five-legged monster. Professor Wag was an authority in transfiguration. If it was a monster transformed from a wizard, the spell should have restored it to its human form. But the current situation seemed a bit off. "I don't know what's going on. Maybe that legend is false." Professor Wag frowned deeply and muttered to himself. Could it be due to the five-legged monster's fur? Simon suddenly reminded them. The five-legged monster's fur has strong resistance to magic. Perhaps that's the reason. The professors were stunned. Simon's explanation might sound a bit odd, but it could indeed be the reason for the spell's failure. "How about we shave its fur?" Professor Fools raised his wand and waved a few times, and several pairs of scissors appeared out of thin air, crazily cutting the five-legged monster's fur. Watching the fur flying around the table, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. And when Dick finally couldn't hold back, saying, "You need a depilatory. I have some in my office. I'll go get it." "Professor Rocher, if it were you, how would you handle its fur?" Simon curiously asked the professors who were trying various methods to depilate the five-legged monster. "I wouldn't handle it. How would I make a specimen if you do that?" Professor Rocher's lips moved slightly, saying somewhat helplessly. Everyone was speechless. Rocher clearly didn't want it to be restored to human form. Chapter 192. I won't take the blame. Windick's depilatory didn't work well on the five-legged monster. To speed up the process, they had to use both methods together. After 10 minutes, they finally cleared a patch of fur from the five-legged monster's back. Professor Wag used magic on the five-legged monster again. This time, the five-legged monster's body finally showed some reaction, but then there was nothing more. The five-legged monster still showed no signs of turning back into a human. Was the magic still failing? Could it be due to insufficient magical power? It's possible. Professor Wag thought for a moment and said, "But it's more likely that it isn't a magical creature transformed from a wizard at all. So there's no talk of restoration. What if we all cast the spell together?" Simon proposed. "I won't." Windick was the first to express that he wouldn't. "I'm not good at transfiguration magic." This was clearly not a spell that could be learned just by teaching. Professor Fools quickly gave up. "I advise you not to do that." The office door was knocked on again, and Fewdesk walked in, glancing at the five-legged monster in the cage and saying, "That legend is true, but the five-legged monster can no longer become human. Even if you contact its transfiguration magic, it will still be a beast. This is the result of long-term effects." The principal said casually, "Think of the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and you can probably guess its situation." "Have you tried it, Principal Fewdesk?" Simon asked curiously. "No, but a powerful wizard from the Wizarding Council once tried." Fewdesk calmly said, "That wizard once gathered several wizards skilled in transformation spells to break the curse on the five-legged monsters. Although they ultimately succeeded, the transformed humans were no longer considered human, and they died shortly after. Later, the members of the Wizarding Council unanimously decided to place a curse on Delia Island, allowing those five-legged monsters to live on that island. Why not exterminate all those five-legged monsters?" Simon asked curiously. "People don't eliminate something just because it's dangerous. Fewdesk walked out of the office and said, "Let's go to the principal's office. We need to discuss that matter." That matter? The other professors were a bit puzzled. But Simon had already left the office and followed the principal out. "Leave it to me to handle," Professor Rogier suddenly said. "I think I need a fur regrowth potion. Could you help me with that, Windick?" "All right, I'll prepare it for you when I get back." Windick shrugged and asked, "Are you still planning to make it into a specimen?" "Of course," Professor Rogier said oddly. "I think I need to let it regrow its fur. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the students why the five-legged monster looks like this." Meanwhile, Simon and Principal Fewdesk entered the principal's office. "Mongo Bohan has already told me about that matter," Fewdesk began, "but it's not easy. It's hard to persuade those members of the Wizarding Council, even though this matter benefits everyone." "So what are the conditions?" Simon suddenly asked. "How much galleons are you willing to invest?" Fewdesk's expression was a bit complicated. It hasn't been long since Simon was kicked out of Hogwarts, and now he has become a powerful and wealthy wizard. "It seems the Wizarding Council has a big appetite." Simon laughed. Fewdesk sighed. "They believe that if a hospital is really established, it should be under the council's control. So, they resent me taking 50%? Simon self-deprecatingly said, "Giving up is no big deal. After all, it's not something serious. I'll donate 10 gold galleons to Mongo Bohan in the name of friendship. And having the Wizarding Council manage the hospital isn't such a bad idea." "You know, I'm not talking about that." Fewdesk sighed deeply. "You need to understand that the hospital benefits the wizards of Britain, not just me." Simon scoffed. "Are the old men of the Wizarding Council out of their minds? Do they expect me to foot the bill? I suggest they go to bed early and dream a little. Maybe they'll dream about it." Unreserved sarcasm. "I think so too," Fewdesk said without hesitation. "They just want you to take a step back. Of course, if they invest more galleons than I do, I wouldn't mind giving up a bit." Simon's lips curled slightly. "If they don't agree, then there's no need to bring it up again. To me, it's all trivial matters, but poor Mongo Bohan. It seems his wish will come to nothing. We'll get an answer the day after tomorrow. I'll write to inform you of the final decision. Their efficiency is really poor." "Huh?" Simon scoffed. "This matter has been going on for almost 2 months." Fewdesk sighed. "You have to forgive old people for their procrastination." After Simon left, Fewdesk took out a two-way mirror and said, "He refused. I told you all before, don't treat people like fools. No one would agree to such an outcome." The person in the two-way mirror said, "The Wizarding Council has invested a lot. That's meaningless unless the council maintains the operation of the hospital itself. That's impossible. They've calculated it, and no one is willing to pay that huge expense." "You just said no one is willing. Think about it. If not, then give up, and let me say I never said anything." Fewdesk said calmly. "Give up? You know many wizards are aware of this matter. If the Wizarding Council gives up, what will they say? The Wizarding Council will have to bear all the blame. This won't be a good omen." The voice from the two-way mirror carried a hint of anger. "Why don't you go talk to him yourself?" "But I don't think it would be of much significance," Fewdesk said nonchalantly. "Anyway, what happens next is no longer my business." Fewdesk. The figure in the two-way mirror disappeared, and Fewdesk put it back in the drawer, walked to the window, and looked down at Simon's departing figure, muttering, "He has left me with quite a dilemma." Simon holding 50% of the hospital after its establishment is an outcome that is hard for the members of the Wizarding Council to accept. They want to use the name of the Wizarding Council to reduce Simon's share from half to 1/3, but they have overlooked one point. The hospital is not something Simon necessarily needs. After all, he has to spend a lot of galleons on it every year. However, for the Wizarding Council, it must go through. Otherwise, if someone remembers this matter one day, they will say it was the Wizarding Council that didn't allow it, leading to the hospital plan falling through. No one dares to take the blame for that. Chapter 193. The Fountain of Good Luck. This doesn't seem like coffee. Does it? Could it be cocoa beans? Simon looked at the seeds in front of him, which resembled coffee, with some surprise, and murmured, "Right? It should be cocoa beans. Where do these cocoa beans come from?" "They say it came from South America. The Spaniards have a recipe for making cocoa into a drink." Cynthia explained with a smile. "Did those merchants tell you to say that?" Simon narrowed his eyes, fiddling with the cocoa beans between his fingers, suddenly asking, "Wait, where did the last batch of coffee beans come from?" "They say pirates took them from an Arab merchant ship." Cynthia explained with a smile and a flourish, saying that there are no plants called coffee in the Americas, only cocoa. Those merchants seemed to be afraid you would ask about the coffee beans, which is why they wrote to ask me to let you know. As she spoke, the girl took out a letter and placed it in front of Simon, continuing, "I didn't expect you to also make a mistake. This is quite a fresh thing. I'm human too. I haven't been to America, so naturally, I can't clarify everything." Simon said, a bit frustrated, In his past life, the coffee he drank came from Brazil. However, you actually dare to mock me. Be careful, or I'll spank you tonight. Cynthia stuck out her tongue and asked, They asked me to ask you how to handle a shipload of cocoa. Need I say more? Dry it, grind it into powder, and make chocolate. Simon said, as a matter of course. What's chocolate? Cynthia asked in confusion. It's just drying the cocoa beans, grinding them into powder, adding fresh milk or cheese, and then adding sugar and boiling it. Then dehydrating it will give you chocolate. Simon wasn't entirely sure how chocolate was made, but he figured it was something like that. He could always find someone to experiment. Simon shook the bell in his hand and called a young maid. Go find butler Charlie. A few minutes later, Charlie, who hadn't been summoned by the master for a long time, hurried over after hearing the news. Mr. Green, what do you need old Charlie for? Charlie asked respectfully. How many cocoa beans did those merchants bring? Simon asked. Cocoa beans? Charlie wore a look of confusion on his face, clearly unaware of what cocoa beans were. It's this thing. Simon pointed to the dried cocoa beans on the table and asked, This thing? There is probably half a ship's worth, and they're all struggling to figure out what to do with it. The butler said carefully, a bit afraid that the young master would get angry. Have a small portion dried and ground into powder, then send it over. Dried and ground into powder? The old butler was taken aback for a moment and then said, There is a small amount of this dried stuff in the manor, and if you want it ground into powder, I can have the servants do it right away. By the way, write to those merchants and tell them to come over when they have time. Let us meet at the usual place the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll write the letter right away. The old butler seemed a bit stunned for a moment, then nodded and left. Every time this young master gathered merchants, something interesting would happen. Are you planning to sell this? Cynthia was a bit surprised. After all, the product hadn't even been made yet, and he was already preparing to sell it. I'm planning to acquire a noble identity. Simon explained, I need a legitimate territory to hide my estate in a magical world. Cynthia pouted slightly, looking a bit gloomy, saying nothing. She also understood her own situation and didn't expect too much. The butler was quick, and the item Simon requested had already been sent over. Cynthia was making cocoa hot drinks according to Simon's instructions. It tastes pretty good. Simon took a sip and commented, Pretty good? I think it's amazing. Much better than coffee. Cynthia said after tasting her creation. Be careful not to become a fat person. Simon said with a smile. Cocoa is very high in calories, and drinking it often will make you gain weight. Cynthia immediately looked alarmed and distanced herself from the cup of hot cocoa. This reaction made Simon chuckle and burst out laughing. As long as you exercise more, you won't gain weight. Just remember to move around in the manor. A few days later, in a dim room, shadows began to enter one after another, greeting each other warmly. Everyone was excited about what the gathering was for. Good things always happen during these meetings. Soon, they noticed the 2 cups of fragrant drinks placed in front of them. Why not give it a try? Simon said. After the merchants tasted it, a low murmur of discussion broke out, with some even realizing that they were gathered here in relation to the 2 hot drinks in front of them. This is hot cocoa, one merchant exclaimed. They say it's a Spanish trick, but no one knows the recipe for hot cocoa. Their mouths are as stiff as stone. Is this coffee? But it's so sweet. Not bitter at all. Coffee is an expensive item in England. The Arabs keep a strict control over coffee. I know someone who brought back hot cocoa. I want to use it to pitch to the nobles. You all should know the potential of this thing. Simon raised his hand to silence the noise in the room and continued, If this is concentrated, it can make quite a nice dessert. Of course, I'm not planning to reveal the recipe just yet. Who is in charge of sales? Exclude those who have other commitments, and also exclude those without noble connections. The second thing is, I plan to get coffee seeds from the Arabs. Simon looked around at the others and said, Who will take care of this? Of course, the profits will be shared. With all due respect, do you plan to grow coffee in England? No, I plan to grow it over in the Americas. England isn't tea suitable, Simon said frankly. The Arabs want tea allow coffee seeds to flow out. You can steal, rob, coerce, or use other means. But don't let any of your information leak. Simon squinted and scanned everyone present, saying, Use all your means to achieve your goals. Then, in the Americas, reach an agreement with the locals to rent or seize a piece of land for planting coffee and cocoa beans. Who will go? It's best to deal peacefully and hire local residents. Don't cause a bunch of trouble over a trivial salary. This time, no one argued. They quietly tasted the drinks in front of them, calculating their gains and losses as they waited for Simon to announce the next item. The third thing. Simon was pleased with their reactions and continued, I need a noble title and a piece of land in a designated area. This is a personal matter, but I think you might have better ways to solve this little trouble. After a moment of silence, an old merchant finally spoke up. Getting a noble title isn't difficult. We can buy a title, but the land might be more troublesome. I heard that James I is interested in the legendary Fountain of Fortune. A merchant said cautiously, if we could get the water from the Fountain of Fortune and contribute it to James I with a little advice from his people, I think it shouldn't be difficult to get what you want. The so-called Fountain of Fortune was actually something Simon had fabricated a few months ago. Gwendolyn had done well in spreading rumors. He disguised himself as a dying pirate and successfully spread the news about the Fountain of Fortune. Now, many people knew that there was a small island in the North Sea of England with a golden spring called the Fountain of Fortune, and anyone who drank from it would gain good luck. However, good luck comes at a price. Only those who pay a sufficient cost can bring the water from the Fountain of Fortune off the island. Otherwise, the water will turn into ordinary spring water, bringing misfortune to the drinker. As for the so-called evidence, of course, there was. The pirate captain's diary mentioned that only by drinking from the Fountain of Fortune with a silver goblet would one bring good luck. That goblet was obtained by an earl, but vanished into dust before his eyes, making the story of the Fountain of Fortune even more mysterious. Some people had tried to find the Fountain of Fortune, but undoubtedly, they all failed. Everyone regarded it as a legend. Simon could create luck because he had the elixir of fortune. The elixir of fortune brewed by Extus had not been fully used, and the last few bottles were still in Simon's hands. Trading one bottle of the elixir for a title was not a losing deal. Once the elixir was used up, it could be brewed again, but Simon's potion-making skills were not very high, and he couldn't brew the elixir yet. Even Wendick, the potion genius, couldn't do it. However, Simon didn't care about this. His potion-making level could be improved gradually, and when his skills improved, he would naturally be able to brew the elixir of fortune. Of course, Simon didn't take out the Fountain of Fortune immediately. He needed to give everyone the illusion that he was interested in the Fountain of Fortune and would send a fleet to search for it. Just sending out such a signal would suffice. As for when to bring out the elixir, that could wait for a while. Moreover, Simon hadn't tried the elixir himself. How could he give such a good thing to someone else without trying it first? The elixir of fortune, Simon murmured, staring at the bottle of elixir. In fact, the good luck that the elixir could create was limited. Extus had already confirmed this point. The so-called good luck mainly enhances one's abilities in various aspects. For example, social skills, magical abilities, reaction capabilities, and even intuition and thinking patterns, all aspects of the body have significantly improved, which is why everything feels smooth. To put it simply, it's like giving you a buff. Taking the Felix Felicis didn't lead to a groundbreaking breakthrough in time turners for Extus, but he had to acknowledge the potion-making skills of his old friend, Siegmund Bark. There's a reason the Felix Felicis is called the luck potion. Simon believes that Felix Felicis can create luck. Why not drink a bottle? Simon murmured to himself. Without further ado, he uncorked a small bottle and drank it down. Moments later, an exhilarating feeling coursed through his body, as if there were infinite possibilities. He felt he could do anything, and all troubles could be easily solved. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Simon exclaimed excitedly. He was now full of confidence. Perhaps I should go traveling. Right, London sounds good. For some reason, Simon always felt that going to London might lead to something good. As for why, perhaps it's intuition. He decided to use the Flynn network. He followed his instincts in everything he did. He arrived at the leaky cauldron through the Flynn network, just stepping out of the fireplace, smiling and greeting Tom at the counter, when he suddenly caught sight of a figure in the corner. For some reason, he felt that this person seemed special. Reminiscent of the feeling he had from Extus, they were both quite old. Who was he? While Simon was pondering who the other person was, he found himself walking over and introducing himself. I'm Simon Green. Nice to meet you, Mr. Nico Mele. Mati Sitere. He didn't even know why he said that. The words had slipped out without passing through his mind. A faint smile was on Simon's face, while the old man in front of him showed a hint of surprise, then smiled and nodded at Simon, asking, How did you recognize me, child? I didn't expect anyone to know this old man. Actually, I just took a potion called Felix Felicis, Simon said, not knowing why he mentioned it. Perhaps. Just like the potion's nickname, today I'm lucky, which is why I met you here, Mr. Nico. A luck potion? What a magical thing. Nico Mele was surprised by Simon's honesty, secretly observing him. The two chatted for a while, and perhaps due to Felix Felicis, both found the conversation quite enjoyable. It turned out that Nico Mele was waiting for a foreign friend. They didn't wait long before Simon met the foreigner, an elderly man who spoke somewhat halting English. Apparently here, specifically to see Nico Mele, wanting to discuss potions and alchemy. The old man's name was Kaya Islet. and he had a surprising identity. He was the headmaster of Durmstrang. That's right, the headmaster of Durmstrang. After chatting for a while, Kaya Islet was also amazed by Simon's knowledge of potions and expressed regret upon learning that Simon was expelled from Hogwarts. After a brief exchange, Simon got up to leave, not wanting to disturb the two any further. It seemed the potion was hinting that it was time to go. Before leaving, Simon hoped to keep in touch with Nico Melee through letters, wishing to seek his advice on alchemy, and agreed to keep their meeting secret. What an interesting little guy, Nico Melee said as he watched Simon's departing figure. And very generous too. Kaya Islet glanced at the Felix Felicis in Nico Melee's hand and asked, "Do you think this thing is effective? If it really works, its value wouldn't be cheap. I'm more curious about that little guy's talent in potions." Kaya Islet said, "I really don't understand why Hogwarts expelled such a genius." He actually felt that Simon had high achievements in other areas as well, and inadvertently, Simon's words revealed quite a few things, among which was a magical item they were both curious about, the Time Turner. "I've heard of Ectus. He is a very evil wizard living on a small island in the North Sea," Nico Melee said with a smile. "However, I'm glad that kid doesn't seem to be a dark wizard. That kid has high achievements in dark magic?" "Evidently," Nico Melee said with a smile. "It seems you're quite interested in him." "Yes, I'd like to meet him too," Kaya Islet said. "He is bound to be an extraordinary person in the future. There will be an opportunity. I believe we will meet soon." The two elderly men quietly conversed as they walked out of the leaky cauldron. Chapter 195. Selling yourself at a good price, the Felix Felicis indeed brings luck to its users. After bidding farewell to Nico Melee and Kaya, Simon continued to stroll through the streets of London. He had an indescribable premonition that he might encounter something good soon, perhaps even a way to resolve the troubles of noble titles and territories. London in this era is a bustling city, even in the cold weather. You can still see many pedestrians on the streets. However, one thing that is hard to commend is that the streets of London are quite messy, with trash scattered everywhere. It can only be said that people of this era lack the awareness to not litter. Simon stopped in front of a fruit stall, swiftly picking through the fruits in a wicker basket. Truly, this is London. Even though the fruits are not common, you can still buy some here. However, the prices are quite exorbitant. After selecting the fruits and paying a shilling, he couldn't help but sigh at the high prices in London. "Simon?" Suddenly, he heard someone calling him and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A carriage had stopped not far from him, and a somewhat unfamiliar, beautiful woman was leaning out of the window, waving at him. "Are you Sherry?" A surprised expression appeared on Simon's face as he looked up and down at the beautiful face, recognizing her from his memory. "It's really you," Sherry said happily, opening the carriage door and inviting Simon to get in. "Long time no see," Simon replied with a smile. For some reason, he had a feeling that this woman might help him resolve the issues regarding his noble title and territory. He did not refuse her invitation and got into the carriage, sitting opposite the woman. "What a surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here." Sherry lazily leaned back in her seat, eyeing Simon while playfully asking, "I heard you're now the richest merchant in all of England." "Who said that?" Simon was a bit surprised by the title of the so-called richest merchant. "You don't know? Everyone says so." Sherry was a little taken aback by Simon's reaction. "By the way, is there a way for you to help me obtain a noble title?" Simon asked. "I think that shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? What do you need a noble title for?" Sherry frowned, somewhat surprised by Simon's statement. "I need a piece of land," Simon said directly. "It's not a difficult task. There are two simplest methods. First, you could marry a fallen noble lady, like me, and naturally, your descendants could inherit the noble title. Second, if you're willing to spend some pounds, I believe our king wouldn't hesitate to grant you a noble title, but acquiring a piece of land, to be honest, is quite difficult." "Are you promoting yourself?" Simon asked with a smile. "Is that not allowed? I heard King James is very interested in the legendary Fountain of Fortune." Simon changed the topic. "As long as I can find the water from the Fountain of Fortune and present it to him, the king should be generous enough to grant me a small noble title and a small piece of land, right?" "Well, if you really can get the Fountain of Fortune." Sherry paused suddenly, as if recalling something, looking Simon up and down. "Wait, could this also be?" Sherry remembered the last incident with the youth potion. Perhaps this time the Fountain of Fortune was also orchestrated by this man in front of her. "Smart women aren't liked," Simon said lightly. "My ship has already set sail. It will bring back the Fountain of Fortune for me, and I plan to present it to the king in exchange for a noble title and some land. If the Fountain of Fortune really brings good luck, I think the king wouldn't be stingy. However, you need to find someone to help." "Who?" Simon asked. "Queen and the wife of King James. I know her, and I can introduce you. Sherry said confidently. What do you want from me? Simon asked curiously. Let me be your wife. Sherry said softly, clearly a bit shy as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Why do you think that? Simon was a bit surprised and reminded her. I already have a wife. So you have no chance. That's impossible. How old are you? Sherry didn't believe Simon's dismissive words. You don't believe it? Do you think a wealthy man can't find a wife? She is not inferior to you. Although Simon didn't quite understand what she was thinking, he tactfully changed the topic. I heard from Leah that the Edwin family seems to be in big trouble. Yes. So I'm eager to sell myself for a good price to avoid being sold off cheaply by my father in the future. Sherry said calmly, without the consciousness of hiding anything. It's better to choose a person I don't dislike than to marry someone I hate. Speaking of which, how did an Earl end up in such a situation? Not only the Edwin family, but several unfortunate nobles are also in a similar plight. It's said to be related to the death of King James's mother. The Edwin family was merely stripped of their land. It's already fortunate they weren't executed as traitors. Sherry said self-deprecatingly. However, thanks to your youth potion, I offered it to Queen and established a small friendship with some noble ladies. How about this? Help me solve this matter, and I'll give you some money as a reward. Simon proposed. Am I really that undesirable to you? Sherry pouted in dissatisfaction, confident in her looks. You're not going to be single forever. Simon pulled out a piece of fruit he had just bought from his pocket, wiped it with a handkerchief, took a bite, and said, Why do you have to look for me? Noble marriages have nothing to do with love. Sherry sighed. If I have to choose a husband, I naturally want to pick the best one. What do you think of my proposal? Simon didn't respond directly, but countered with a question. It's fine, but you need to give me a cup of the fountain of fortune. Sherry said. Luck comes at a price. 1,000 gold coins won't cut it. Simon placed the fruit he had just bought on the ground. So you might as well extinguish that thought. Then give me 1,000 gold coins to pay off my father's debts. Sherry said sadly, I really don't want to end up being sold off to some detestable noble. Do you think I can just print money? Simon said self-deprecatingly. Just consider it as me completely selling myself to you. Sherry reminded, surely your trading company has many goods to sell to the noble class. I can help. Your labor fee is quite expensive, isn't it? Sherry Edwin is not a likable character. Her initial setup combines nobility and commerce, also an enhanced version of Simon. She's an egoist, a clever and cunning fox who can always seize every opportunity like a merchant. Chapter 196. The noble circle is truly chaotic. Do you know what the prices are like in London now? Sherry suddenly asked. I spent a shilling on a few fruits. Then that's right. Sherry said. Do you think it's not worth that price to have a beautiful lady Earl serve you? How about 500? Simon's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps I should notify the church. They would be interested in you, the evil wizard who can see through people's hearts. Sherry said irritably. Her family still owed King James £500 in blood money, and the price for forgiveness was very high. I am a faithful believer. Simon smiled and took out a silver cross from his pocket, skillfully making a gesture of blessing. I have donated quite a bit of pounds to the church. Do you think they would believe that I, a sincere believer, am an evil wizard? This. Sherry stared at Simon in amazement, and after a moment, she continued, Speaking of which, what do you think of that girl, Leah? She is a witch, and it seems your relationship is quite good. I can go back and persuade my family to marry her to you. She will be very sad. Simon said, No way. At least you know each other, and she will definitely be grateful to me in the future. Sherry said, curling her lip, It's better than being forced by family. Are you short on money? Very short on money. Without pounds, how can I turn my situation around? Sherry said through gritted teeth, If I weren't burdened, I would already be a wealthy lady Earl. How could I have fallen to this state? Are you planning to get rid of your father? How could I do such a thing? Sherry said irritably, I just want them to retire and pass the title to me. This title is the only valuable thing left in the Edwin family. We've arrived. The carriage stopped in front of a manor. The coachman chatted with the guards for a moment before driving the carriage into the estate. Is Queen in here? You're in luck. Queen and just happened to go find her lover. By the way, remember to keep it secret, Sherry reminded. A few minutes later, Simon met the Queen and who was putting a green hat on the king. She was about 30 years old, with delicate skin and still charming. Queen Anne's lover was a handsome young man, reportedly a baron. Sherry, what a surprise. I just met a friend who came to London for something. Sherry gestured a greeting to explain. Is he the little boyfriend you mentioned? Queen and scrutinized Simon. I heard your legend. Some say you are the richest merchant in England. Little boyfriend. Simon glanced at Sherry from the corner of his eye. This woman really does go to great lengths. You look even younger than I imagined. It's a pity that if you were a few years older, I might actually be interested in you. Queen and scrutinized Simon, saying, It said that you don't accept anyone's invitations. I'm constantly on the move, and it's hard for invitations to reach me on time, Simon explained casually. Sometimes, by the time I receive the invitation, the banquet has already ended days ago. What is it that you hope to gain from me, you wealthy little fellow? Queen asked curiously. Simon hoped to obtain a noble title. Sherry quickly interjected before Simon could speak, and a small piece of land somewhere. He has already sent someone to look for the legendary Fountain of Good Luck, she added. My relationship with James isn't good, but if you bring him the Fountain of Good Luck, he won't hesitate to grant you a noble title. Of course, if you want a piece of land, you might still need to pay a sum of pounds. I dare say he will agree to your request, and a sum of pounds shouldn't be a problem for you. How much do I need to pay to express my sincerity? Simon inquired. That depends on the piece of land you select. Queen had her lover bring out a map of England, and Simon pointed to the area near Lake Ness, which is where he plans to establish his estate. That area is the territory of Count Capus, and if you want that piece of land, you may need to pay a price. After thinking for a moment, Queen said, Of course, I don't think it will require much in pounds. That area is very desolate, almost uninhabited. He will be willing to allocate that to you. By the way, what do you plan to do with that piece of land? The scenery by Lake Ness is quite nice. I intend to settle there and retire when I grow old, Simon said lightly. You really are humorous. If you're willing, I can help you resolve these issues. Of course, if you don't find a Fountain of Good Luck, you might need to spend a bit more. Queen promised to help because she knew she could get a hefty reward from it. Everything went smoothly. After Queen expressed her willingness to help, she received 10 bottles of expensive youth love from Simon. You're quite lucky. By the time they left the estate, it was already dusk. Simon left after attending a small banquet hosted by Queen at the estate. I thought it would take more effort to persuade her, but I didn't expect Queen to agree so readily. It seems my luck is good, Simon said with a smile. Queen was very efficient and quickly persuaded King James without much effort. Simon had to pay an additional £1,000, and he would receive the title of Baron. As for the land issue, it would be negotiated by King James. In fact, many people would be willing to exchange a piece of vacant land for a large sum of pounds. After all, a piece of land devoid of commoners is almost worthless. You seem to dislike Queen, Anne? Sherry asked. I really don't understand how King James can tolerate his wife having a lover. Simon was very surprised. It was obvious the king knew about it, because he has his own mistress. Sherry gossiped. It's said to be the wife of that baron. The muscles on Simon's face twitched, and he fell into a brief silence. What's wrong? Sherry asked. Do you know why I don't like you? Simon shook his head. He had absolutely no interest in wearing a green hat. Sherry understood what Simon meant and said softly, I won't. Goodbye, Sherry. Thank you for your help today. I will have someone send the front over as soon as possible. With that, Simon disappeared around the corner of the street. Chapter 197. The Magic Ship in early April. Simon presented a potion to King James I and successfully obtained a piece of land and a hereditary title. However, there was a minor hiccup. Count Capus heard that Simon was willing to exchange pounds for the fief near Lake Ness and actually rejected the king's proposal, intending to raise the price. Simon made a special trip to correct his thinking, exchanging £1,000 for a piece of land that was 1/3 larger than originally planned. Now, the title of Baron Green was well known among the nobles. Some looked down on it, while others intended to befriend him. But they never had the opportunity to invite him to their banquets. There was also a rather sensational event among the nobles. Sherry Edwin inherited a title, and some saw it as a sign of the Edwin family's resurgence. It was rumored that the new countess had an unclear relationship with the new rich. But exactly what was going on remained unknown. Hatchie, what are you going to break this time? Simon called the little dog over and scolded it for the chewed-up cushion. No food today. Simon decisively implemented a fasting method and prepared to let the little Hatchie go hungry for a day. Boo-hoo. Upon hearing there would be no food today, Hatchie rolled around on the ground, whining and trying to be cute, but Simon remained unmoved. If you keep making noise, I will chain you up, Simon threatened. Ignoring the pitiful little dog, and instructed Ball to help him start writing a letter to Nickel. Recently, Simon and Nickel had been writing to each other quite frequently, exchanging letters every few days. He received a lot of advice on alchemy from Nickel's letters. Simon learned alchemy from Ectus, but mostly used it to create evil and dangerous dark magic items. Now, Simon did not need those dangerous things. He hoped to learn more orthodox alchemy from Nickel. He had a considerable advantage in alchemy. Coming from the future, his thinking was always imaginative, allowing him to expand the possibilities of alchemy. Over these days, Simon had successfully produced some good alchemical products. However, since he got involved in alchemy, he had to temporarily give up studying other areas, as human energy is limited. This was a rather wise decision. Simon's strengths and weaknesses lay in time and age. Long time no see, Mr. Eyelet. Simon was discussing with Nickel how to create a light absorber that could store light sources, similar to Dumbledore's light extinguishing device. Another of his whimsical hypotheses, following the radio, he proposed. Nickel also recognized Simon's creative ideas, but said he couldn't help them complete these things for now. Even he needed time to figure out the working principles. Nickel said you temporarily gave up potion making? Eyelet suddenly asked. Human energy is always limited. I'm not a genius who can focus on multiple things at once, Simon explained with a smile, stating that he was still just starting out in alchemy. Eyelet felt regretful, but had to admit Simon's words. He himself was only proficient in spell casting and alchemy. Simon did not interrupt Nickel and Eyelet's conversation and went to help Mrs. Parinal in the kitchen. Mrs. Parinal was a kind old lady. She would always prepare a few of her signature French dishes whenever Simon came to see Nickel. To some extent, Simon could already be considered Nickel's disciple. Although Nico achieved great success in alchemy, as he grew older, his thoughts began to solidify, and his accomplishments came to a halt. Simon's talent and abilities intrigued him, prompting him to decide to try and cultivate Simon as a successor. Simon did not let Nico down. He always had many unique insights in alchemy. French bouillabaisse. It seems my luck is quite good today, Eyelet said to Nico with a smile when he saw Simon placing a large platter of food on the table. During meals, Mrs. Perina often complained about Nico and Eyelet discussing alchemy while eating. However, Simon managed to grasp the topics being discussed by the two elderly men. Eyelet's plan was to build a ship capable of human transport. Soon, the 29th Potion Championship would begin, and this time it would be held on a small island in the extreme east, referring specifically to the Japanese Magical Institution, the name of the Magical Academy. This would undoubtedly be an extremely long journey, and Eyelet hoped to find a way to safely and quickly transport the participating students to the Magical Institution. Relying on apparition and portkeys was unreliable, and broomsticks were out of the question. It was said that during the last competition at the Magical Institution, students from Durmstrang used a portkey, resulting in students becoming dizzy from the portkey, greatly affecting the competition. Moreover, the more troublesome issue was that they had no place to stay and had to find lodging at the Magical Institution. Simon quickly understood what Eyelet meant by a transport vehicle. Wasn't it the case that during the Triwizard Tournament, students from Durmstrang traveled to Hogwarts by boat? If Mr. Eyelet needs a ship, I can provide one for you, Simon said, taking out a bottle from his undetectable extension bag and placing it in front of Eyelet amid the astonished gazes of others. This is a magical ship? Eyelet was a bit surprised. A ship was not cheap, and he never thought Simon intended to give him a ship, and it seemed to be a pirate ship. Are you really planning to give this to me? Eyelet asked. Of course, but I have a request, Simon said. Please allow me to help modify the magical ship, and after it is completed, allow me to create another magical ship with the same effects. You also plan to build a magical ship? Eyelet exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I plan to travel the world on a magical ship once I have enough powerful strength, Simon explained with a smile. In fact, you may not realize that you're already a wizard with powerful magic, Eyelet gently explained. Really? Simon was a bit surprised to hear Eyelet's words. I promise you, if I can succeed, I will tell you the method and principles of creating the magical ship, Eyelet said, as he naturally would not take Simon's pirate ship for free. In the afternoon, the three of them gathered to discuss the magical ship. The cabin of the pirate ship would be reconfigured, and the undetectable extension charm would expand to create more spacious and comfortable rooms. The internal air circulation was also a significant issue. As for how to achieve transportation, Eyelet had already solved this aspect, somewhat similar to the way portkeys worked. I once considered creating a portable home, Simon suddenly said, by using the undetectable extension charm to infinitely expand the space inside a suitcase, then developing a private land inside it and building a house, creating an environment that is no different from the outside space. In the future, I can travel with my home. The undetectable extension charm loses stability when expanded to a certain extent, Nico reminded. Of course, this is just a concept. One day I will take action. Chapter 198. Invitation. Building a magical ship requires a considerable amount of time and energy, and since Eyelet and Nico were not young anymore, they certainly could not handle this task. Eyelet specifically invited two professors from Durmstrang Academy to help. They were Professor Clad, who taught charms, and Professor Quillen, who taught dark arts. Professor Clad was a kind middle-aged man with a short beard, talkative and humorous. Quillen, on the other hand, was tall and thin with a goatee. Perhaps because he taught dark arts, his eyes were sharp and indifferent, making him not very approachable. Dark arts were prevalent at Durmstrang, and Simon had a brief conversation with Professor Cullen. Although Cullen's words carried a coldness that suggested strangers should not approach. His insights on dark arts were not inferior to those of Gerald Rosier. In fact, Cullen was also impressed by the knowledge Simon displayed regarding dark arts. Each country had different perspectives on dark arts. On one occasion, Cullen mistakenly thought Simon was a member of an ancient wizarding family in England when he saw the house elf Barl looking for Simon. After all, in their eyes, only the children of pure-blood wizards with noble lineage would possess such powerful magic and understanding of dark arts. Cullen's thinking was reasonable, but he encountered an exception, and Simon simply smiled in silence. Simon had once maliciously thought about what kind of expression Cullen would show if he knew about his Muggle origins. It would surely be interesting. He wanted to see it. Simon mischievously thought. He was determined to let Cullen know the truth before he left. I have completed a new round of reinforcement for the pirate ship. That multifunctional anti-evil charm varnish is indeed a great thing, but unfortunately, it's too costly, Clad sighed. The so-called multifunctional anti-evil charm varnish was actually an upgrade of the anti-evil charm varnish. It was a new product completed collaboratively by Simon, Ellet, and Nico, based on Simon's guidance, which could resist fire, water, insects, decay, and evil charms, among other functions. The only downside was that once this stuff was applied, the whole ship looked a bit strange and significantly affected its appearance. Of course, the costs of building the magical ship were naturally covered by Durmstrang Academy, acquiring materials at a low price from Diagon Alley through Simon's connections. Otherwise, building this magical ship would likely force Durmstrang Academy to tighten its belt for several years. Is there anything you don't understand about that? Clad confidently explained his reinforcement methods for the pirate ship. The way magic was used at Durmstrang Academy was slightly different from that at Hogwarts. While Simon carefully recorded the method of making the magical ship, he inquired about the techniques for casting spells. After all, gaining some magical knowledge from the professors at Durmstrang was a good opportunity. Clad didn't mind. He taught Simon about charms in a classroom-like manner, serving as a form of repayment for Simon's help. Overall, their conversation was very pleasant. Later, they discussed the transportation mode of the magical ship. When the wizard on board activated the transportation magic, the ship would automatically locate the target and then open a connecting passage between the two, allowing the magical ship to slowly enter this passage and then appear slowly from the target's location, which reminded Simon of the principles of the Flynn network. This was similar to the Flynn network's principles, but transporting a ship to the other side was not an easy task. Without the assistance of Principal Ellet and Mr. Meller, it would be very difficult to accomplish such technology. Clad was actually indirectly telling Simon that he could not complete such a massive project alone. Simon didn't mind. Claude's words were not filled with sarcasm, just a kind reminder. After more than a month of interaction, both sides had gotten to know each other fairly well. The two professors had seen Simon's capabilities and didn't mind maintaining a friendly rapport with a powerful and mysterious individual. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, Simon had a good relationship with their principal and was quite friendly with the Melefs. They even thought of Simon as a disciple of the Melefs. They had also inquired about Simon with Alet, but Alet always smiled and remained silent, only stating that Simon was a student of Hogwarts. This mint tea is really good. Claude enjoyed the mint tea that Simon brought. Initially, when he saw Simon adding honey to it, he was quite shocked by Simon's wealth. You must still be a student at Hogwarts, right? Claude asked with a questioning tone, but his tone was filled with certainty. Hogwarts shouldn't have reached the break yet. By the way, how did you end up here? Have you graduated? No, I was expelled from Hogwarts, Simon said casually. Expelled? Claude was taken aback and showed a hint of apology, saying, Sorry, I didn't expect that. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Simon didn't mind it at all. Actually, you could transfer to Durmstrang Institute. We welcome excellent students like you. There seems to be some issues over there. We better go check it out. Simon changed the subject. He actually knew that Durmstrang did not welcome Muggle wizards, and more importantly, Simon couldn't speak Bulgarian at all. Learning a language is a painful process. What's going on? Simon asked. There was a small accident. Alet's face was slightly blackened, and black smoke was continuously billowing out of the cabin. It turned out they had installed fireplaces in each room, but due to the damp wood, a lot of black smoke was produced during combustion. I think you should consider the ventilation issue. Why block the chimney? Simon asked in confusion. There might be some trouble while the magical ship is sinking during the transfer. You could reinforce it and make double-layered windows, Simon suggested. After all, you won't always be in the corridor, right? A good living environment is certainly important. It's too oppressive inside. I bet your students will definitely feel stifled if they stay in such a place for too long. You really know how to enjoy life. Eilert said with a wry smile. Indeed, Simon does enjoy life, and they have benefited from it to some extent these days. Durmstrang is in a very northern region, with cold temperatures year-round, so all the fireplaces are necessary. They hadn't yet figured out how to solve the air circulation problem, but they could always find a solution through magic. Chapter 199. Admission notice it worked. The surface of the lake suddenly became restless, and disturbances appeared underwater around the pirate ship. Huge splashes erupted on the surface, and waves crashed against the damp lakeshore. In the center of the lake, a large whirlpool appeared, as if a giant cork had been suddenly pulled from the bottom of the lake. The pirate ship slowly descended into the whirlpool, and after several seconds, it disappeared into the middle of the whirlpool, which also vanished from the lake's surface. They left. The Melef couple and Simon stood on the lakeshore watching them depart. Aren't you going to accept Eilert's invitation? Perrinal asked. When Simon told Kjolin that he was a muggle wizard, it meant he had given up on attending Durmstrang Institute. Kjolin's final expression was quite funny. Simon laughed as he recounted how, when he told Kjolin he was a muggle wizard, the dark arts professor initially thought Simon was joking. After all, where would a muggle wizard get a house elf? However, Simon then told him that there was no pure-blood wizard in England with the surname Green, and the house elf was just inherited from the teacher. At that moment, Kjolin's expression was very complex. He seemed to be angry, frustrated by being deceived, and ultimately felt inexplicably disappointed that Simon was not a pure-blood wizard, leaving him speechless and helpless. Before leaving, he asked Simon why he had told him this. I thought it was better for you to know. Isn't it good to clear up misunderstandings? Simon was quite satisfied with the series of amusing reactions from the cold-faced dark arts professor after hearing this news. To be honest, it was a bit like that. Before leaving, Claude even asked him what had happened, but unfortunately, Kjolin didn't say, otherwise they could see what reaction Claude would have. Before leaving, Principal Eilert even specifically invited Simon to continue his studies at Durmstrang Institute, stating that Durmstrang welcomed excellent students like him. I heard that Durmstrang does not welcome muggle wizards. Simon remembered that when he said this, Eilert froze on the spot, and a look of astonishment appeared on the old man's face. It was quite amusing. Even Nico didn't expect Simon to say this, but judging by the expression on Simon's face, there was no doubt that it was a fact. Yes, Durmstrang does not accept muggle wizards. Eilert lamented, but he did not give up and continued. But who would know about this? Bring your house elf and enter Durmstrang Institute as my grandson from England. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. No, actually Professor Kjolin already knows. Simon explained. I will keep him silent about it. Think about it. This is the admission notice for next semester. If you are willing, Durmstrang welcomes you, of course. The identity issue must be kept confidential. Eilert didn't care much about these matters. He took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Simon, smiling as he said, Now, the wizarding world in England has the Green family. Soon you will build your own family, so let this old man take a small advantage. By the way, Durmstrang uses Bulgarian. Actually, there's a saying you probably haven't heard. Nico said with a smile. Some say that muggle wizards are actually descendants of pure-blood wizards. But some pure-blood wizards value their descendants appearing as squibs. Sometimes they may be killed or driven away, and some squibs will start families with muggles, and their descendants have a chance to become wizards. I've heard that saying. Simon nodded, but as for whether he was a squib's descendant, he hadn't cared at all. He was Simon, a time traveler, and that was enough. However, whether he was a muggle wizard, he didn't care at all. Simon said lightly, I dare say I have wealth that is richer than theirs, a better life, sharper thinking, and stronger magical power. Who would dare to look down on me? Who would dare to cause me trouble, even without using the Elder Wand? Simon still had the confidence to teach them a lesson in no time. However, I actually hope you can go to Durmstrang Institute. If you don't experience school life, your wizarding career won't be complete, and you might meet your other half in life. Nico glanced at his wife and said with a smile, That's not necessary. I already have a fiancé. In a few years, we will get married, and please don't refuse my invitation then. Simon understood the meaning behind Nicole's words. Actually, going to Durmstrang Academy wouldn't be bad. After all, one must be a student to participate in the Potion Championship. However, Simon didn't clarify when the Potion Championship started. If he wasn't old enough, Simon had received many favors from Zygmunt Bach and inherited the old man's legacy. He hoped he would have the chance to fulfill the old wizard's wishes. Of course, it didn't necessarily have to be him participating. He could teach the contents of the old man's Book of Potions to other wizards skilled in potion making, allowing someone holding the Book of Potions to win the Potion Championship. Making all potion makers aware of Zygmunt Bach and his work would be enough. What kind of girl is she? Mrs. Perrina asked curiously. Simon briefly mentioned Alice, which greatly impressed Mrs. Perrina and increased her goodwill towards him. Many wizards looked down on mute people, and Simon's ability to do this had already proven his noble qualities. This pleased the Meller couple, who said they could bring Alice over to play when they had time. After a late left, Simon chatted with Nicole about the magical radio. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Simon wasn't interested. After all, he was still very young and didn't consider that issue. Moreover, the elixir of life made from the Philosopher's Stone clearly had side effects. Although it could prolong life, the Meller couple looked quite old already. Actually, your idea is good, but there's something simpler. The two-way mirror? It seems you know about it, but the two-way mirror is different from your magical radio. Your device can connect many people together to hear each other's voices, but the downside is that you can't see each other's faces. Of course, it has its advantages. Your hypothetical magical radio isn't difficult. As long as you use the magical magnetic field and principles similar to the two-way mirror, it can be created. But the challenge is how to connect so many people to the radio, which means they would also need a radio. Additionally, creating such a device would definitely be more laborious than you imagine. Chapter 200, Potential Potion. Late at night, Simon was flipping through a book about Bulgarian. It wasn't too difficult to acquire this kind of book through the Chamber of Commerce. Although it was somewhat similar to English, it still gave Simon a headache, making him feel like he was reading a celestial book, reminding him of his painful experience learning English in his previous life. However, Simon considered himself lucky. He had found a muggle who understood Bulgarian through the Chamber of Commerce to teach him. Simon didn't converse with them in Bulgarian, as he wanted to master the language proficiently. Chatting was the best way to do this. Only after communication could he grasp it faster. With the help of intelligence-enhancing potions and his strong memory, Simon spent 2 months finally mastering some basics. Although his spoken language still sounded very strange, and he often made mistakes, he could barely get through a book. As for whether to accept a late invitation to Durmstrang Academy, Simon was still considering it. However, learning another language wasn't a bad thing. If he ended up going to Durmstrang Academy, at least there wouldn't be too much trouble with communication. Still not asleep? The study door was pushed open, and Alice walked in, wearing a thin nightgown. The girl had now become a beauty comparable to her sister, Phyllis. It was said that many were pursuing Alice, but all had been politely rejected. Simon closed the book, set it aside, and walked out of the study with Alice. Phyllis was still awake, grooming Hatchie. Why are you still up? Simon sat down next to her, eating the supper prepared by Ball, and looked at Phyllis, who was also in a nightgown and had a graceful figure. You should be graduating this semester, right? Are you planning to stay at Hogwarts as a teaching assistant? After all, with Lesiva Prince gone, whether Phyllis would stay was a question. After I graduate, I will accept Wendick's employment, Phyllis said calmly, as a teaching assistant in potion making, helping manage his potion shop. Since Wendick became a professor at Hogwarts, he doesn't have much energy left to manage that business and needs someone to help. That's not bad. Simon took a sip of hot cocoa and put down the cup. Alice said you were learning Bulgarian. Phyllis suddenly asked. Yeah, I've just started. I'm not very good at it yet. Simon replied. Why did you suddenly decide to learn Bulgarian? Phyllis stared into Simon's eyes, as if trying to see through him. Although she hadn't used legilimency on him recently, her gaze still carried great pressure. I'm considering whether to go to Durmstrang Academy to finish my studies, Simon said without hiding. He smiled and explained, but learning another language is also good. I hope one day I can travel around the European continent with Alice. Durmstrang Academy doesn't accept muggle wizards, right? Phyllis reminded him. Their headmaster invited me. Simon took out the admission notice and placed it on the table. I'm considering whether to go. Simon, are you going to Durmstrang Academy? Alice was a bit surprised. She actually didn't want Simon to leave. A long distance would create a sense of estrangement. And during the time Simon wasn't around, Alice had already felt that deeply. That's a good thing. Durmstrang Academy isn't much worse than Hogwarts, Phyllis surprisingly agreed. Sister. Alice pouted in dissatisfaction. Alice, you want Simon to finish his studies, right? Phyllis gently patted her sister's head. In fact, despite saying that, she secretly hoped Alice and Simon would be temporarily separated. Their close relationship made her, as an older sister, feel a bit envious. Moreover, it wasn't as if Simon couldn't come back. He could return every summer and winter vacation. It wasn't like they would never see him again. But Alice hesitated, knowing Simon's intentions. Saying he was still considering was just to gauge her feelings. All right. Ultimately, Alice nodded in agreement and reminded him. But you're not allowed to pursue other women anymore. You already have me and sister. Alice, what are you talking about? Phyllis was momentarily stunned by her sister's words. Lightly tapping her head, Simon smiled but didn't join in to avoid awkwardness. I promise you, Simon assured Alice, hugging her. By the way, I'll go find Mr. Nicole to see if I can ask him to help make a two-way mirror. Nicole? Phyllis was a bit surprised. Are you referring to Nicole Meller? Yeah, what's wrong? Simon understood Phyllis's surprise. After all, he was the legendary alchemist. It seems you have secrets we don't know about. Phyllis raised her eyebrows. That legendary alchemist, who has lived for centuries, is now in England? He's currently living in seclusion in England. The last time I went to Diagon Alley, I happened to meet him and the headmaster of Durmstrang Academy. You're really lucky. That's because I took the luck potion. Simon asked Ball to bring him his bag and took out a bottle of Felix Felicis, handing it to Phyllis and saying, "This is the luck potion, the proud work of Zygmunt Bach." As he spoke, Simon also took out the complete version of the Book of Potions. This version was different from the one that had circulated outside. It contained the hard work of Zygmunt Bach, with many potions recorded in it that were unheard of before. Is this the Book of Potions? Phyllis asked in surprise as she received the book. Upon opening it, her eyes brightened. The Book of Potions had never been published, and Hogwarts only had a handwritten copy, which was left by Zygmunt Bach in hopes that someone would fulfill his wishes. By the way, I have a way to solve Alice's troubles. I found a potential potion in it, Simon explained. After taking the potential potion, it can stimulate a person's potential, greatly reducing the difficulty Alice will face when learning magic in the future. Can you brew it? Phyllis frowned as she flipped to the page on the potential potion. Moreover, it's very difficult for us to find dreaming grass. This plant is extremely rare. I found a few dreaming grass plants when I went to the Forbidden Forest with Potter and the others last time, and Professor Clayton Knock took care of them. I don't think he would mind giving us a few leaves, Simon explained. Of course, he wouldn't research this potion alone. There were also Wendick and Phyllis, and besides, Mongo Bohin was also an expert in this area and would definitely not refuse to help, especially since this was an unprecedented potion. Of course, the research on the Felix Felicis can be put on the agenda. Both Wendick and Mongo were very interested in the potential potion. After all, no potion in the history of wizarding potions had ever been able to directly enhance a wizard's magical power. Otherwise, there would be no lack of relevant records in the literature. This was an unheard of magical potion with an irresistible allure for potion masters. Both agreed to Simon's invitation. Unfortunately, Wendick needed to teach at Hogwarts and was too busy to spare time. The research on the potential potion would temporarily be conducted jointly by Mongo and Simon, with Wendick coming by at night to help and check on the progress. As for the issue of the rare dreaming grass leaves in the potential potion, Simon wrote a letter to Clayton Knock. Upon learning that Simon was preparing to use it to brew potions, he readily sent the leaves according to Simon's request. After all, the value of these raw materials was to brew potions. Otherwise, dreaming grass would only be considered an extremely rare plant, and no wizard would need to use it as a currency for transactions. Inventing and brewing a potion are fundamentally different. Even for skilled potion masters, it is impossible to brew a potion 100 according to the recipe. How is it? Did you succeed? Wendick asked nervously, staring at the potion being brewed in the cauldron. Seeing Mongo stop stirring, he couldn't help but ask. Earlier, they had already failed several times. Just having the recipe for the potential potion did not guarantee smooth brewing. In certain circumstances, there would always be various errors leading to potion failure, and they needed to find their own way of brewing. So far, it's a success. This completely aligns with the description and reaction of the potential potion in the Book of Potions. Simon sighed in relief and explained to Wendick. We just need to continue brewing for another 10 minutes, and it will be a complete success. Mongo remained silent, continuing to watch the reaction of the potential potion. Fearing any mistakes, they had already spent too much time and effort on brewing the potential potion, with 5 previous failures, and this was their final attempt. If this time failed again, they would probably have to wait several more months to brew the potential potion again. Dreaming grass was not available in the black market, and Clayton Knock would definitely not allow Simon to overharvest the leaves for potion brewing, affecting their normal growth. Simon understood Mongo's feelings. They could not afford to be careless at the last moment. Once the potential potion was completed, Simon immediately realized they had succeeded. The potion in the cauldron was filled with a faint bronze luster, completely consistent with the description in Zygmunt Bach's notes. Awesome! We did it! Mongo exclaimed, as there was probably nothing more exciting than successfully brewing a potion. The successfully brewed potion was not abundant. There were only 3 small bottles after bottling. Simon, hurry up and try the effect of the potential potion, Mongo urged. This took us so much time and effort. I hope it really has the effects described. Simon did not refuse. This was prepared for Alice, but before giving it to her, he naturally needed to test its effects himself. As soon as the potential potion entered his mouth, Simon frowned slightly because a bitter taste spread on his tongue. Then it traveled down his throat into his body, as if he had swallowed some terrible poison. He could only feel a fire burning in his throat. Simon clutched his neck and began to cough violently, scaring both Mongo and Wendick. If the potion failed and Simon was poisoned after taking it, it would be a very serious problem. Simon had no time to observe their reactions. He was busy controlling his body and feeling the effects of the potion. Now, that burning sensation had deepened into his abdomen, and at that moment, Simon felt as if he was engulfed in flames, with an illusion of nearly dying. Think of a way. The two looked at Simon's intense reaction with concern, racking their brains for a way to alleviate the potion's effects. However, Simon's reaction only lasted a short while. He soon returned to normal. "How is it?" Mongo asked quietly, a bit worried about Simon's situation. "Are you okay?" Wendick let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Simon's body had not shown any further discomfort. Fortunately, the reaction after taking the potential potion was a bit too intense. "When I first drank it, I felt like I was about to ignite. I almost thought I was going to die." Simon took a deep breath, feeling the changes brought about by the potion, and continued, "As for the potential effect, I now feel that my whole body is filled with magical power." Simon was very satisfied with the effect of the potential potion. His magical power had indeed increased significantly and had become more stable compared to before. He decided to find a time later to test the increase in magical power, as many dark magic spells that previously required the Elder Wand should now be usable to a large extent. Simon left one bottle for Alice and handed the remaining one to Mongo as a reward for his help in brewing. "I'll pass on that. I'm already of a certain age. What do I need this for?" Mongo said with a smile, not taking the bottle of potion. "If you really want to thank us, please allow us to copy this book and keep it in the library of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Although I know this request may be a bit excessive, there is no problem with wanting to copy a book." Simon did not refuse. He still hoped that Zygmunt Bock's contributions to potions would be recognized by others. "However, I still want to remind you that there are many powerful and complex potions recorded here. Don't let those incompetent potion masters see them, as those potions are too dangerous for them." Simon kindly offered a reminder that the abridged version of the Book of Potions given by Zygmunt Bock actually omitted many dangerous potions, probably for this reason. "We know what to do. I will put it in the restricted section." Wendick nodded. He understood Simon's consideration. The parts not published by Zygmunt Bock recorded many powerful and complex potions. For students who couldn't even successfully brew a simple potion for scabies, it was far too profound. If someone were to take the risk, fail in brewing, and then consume it, they could suffer from potion poisoning and possibly die. Section 202. Chapter 202. Self-awareness. By the way, I have gathered all the raw materials needed for the Felix Felicis potion. Simon pointed to a box in the corner and asked the two, "However, I really haven't had the time lately. You've both seen the recipe. Brewing Felix Felicis requires too much time. Who has the time to try and prepare the potion?" "I'll do it." Mungo volunteered for the task of brewing Felix Felicis, explaining, "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has just been established, but there isn't much work to do." Regardless, as a potion master, Mungo hoped to challenge the legendary high-difficulty Felix Felicis. Unlike compound potions, there can't be a single mistake in the brewing process of Felix Felicis. Only a potion master like Extis or an experimental fanatic could brew it successfully in one go. And it's up to you. If you have time, I'll come over to help. Simon handed Mungo the notes for Felix Felicis from his inconspicuous expandable bag, saying, "My teacher brewed Felix Felicis before, and I've recorded the steps and precautions in detail. Copy a copy for yourself. Every step in brewing Felix Felicis must be very precise. Otherwise, you might end up with a pot of poison or even a potion of doom. If you succeed in brewing Felix Felicis, I'll have to call you a potion master." The two were quite curious about Simon's teacher, but Simon didn't intend to reveal anything. Wendick also knew that it was a dangerous dark wizard, and although he was dead, it wasn't something glorious, so he never brought it up. Regarding the brewing method for Felix Felicis, Simon had assisted Extis in brewing it long ago and had carefully recorded the steps involved. However, the potion required a high level of precision in brewing. Only a very skilled potion master could complete the precise operations and devote a lot of energy to ensure the accuracy of each step. Simon believed he didn't have that level, which is why he entrusted the potion recipe to Mungo and Wendick. Once they succeeded, he could also gain some experience from them. The next day at noon, Simon went to Hogwarts again. He met the Alice sisters in Wendick's office and handed them 2 bottles of the brewed Felix Felicis potion. "I don't need it." Phyllis directly refused, as she already possessed powerful magic and didn't require the help of Felix Felicis. As for Alice, under Simon's advice, she used Felix Felici's. The torment Alice endured was evidently longer than Simon S. However, the effects of Felix Felici's were noticeably better than Simon S. Alice's magic was considerably weaker than that of ordinary wizards. After taking Felix Felici's, she had already regained the level of a normal wizard. After trying, casting spells was no longer as difficult as before. That's amazing. Thank you, Simon. I've never felt so easy about casting spells like I do now. Alice excitedly jumped into Simon's arms, cupping his face with her hands and kissing him several times. Soon, the girl noticed the gazes of others and blushed, burying her head in Simon's embrace. Ahem. Phyllis cleared her throat, breaking the awkwardness. All right, Alice, we should get going. You have classes this afternoon, right? With that, Phyllis pulled Alice out of the office. After the two sisters left, Wendick spoke up. I heard you plan to finish your studies at Durmstrang Academy. Congratulations. In fact, Wendick felt very complicated about this. He still hoped Simon could complete his studies at Hogwarts, but it was evident that this was no longer possible. Thank you. It's about time. I should head back. Simon smiled at Wendick and returned to his rose cottage through the fireplace. On the other side of the fireplace, the house elf was already waiting for his return. Master Simon, it's time. Ball respectfully handed Simon a book recorded in Bulgarian. After Simon casually took the book, he instructed again and disappeared back into the fireplace. A few seconds later, Simon reappeared in a narrow little black room, which had only a fireplace, a small round table, and a wooden chair. This was a small secret room connecting to the study outside through a door. Simon pushed open the dark door and appeared in the study. He walked out of the study and headed towards the villa's living room, where several Bulgarians were already waiting. They stood up and greeted him in Bulgarian upon seeing him. While drinking cold drinks, they chatted in Bulgarian. This was the task of these Bulgarians, to help Simon learn Bulgarian better through conversation, while also allowing Simon to understand the situation and some customs of Bulgaria. It was an easy job, simple and rewarding, and during their chats, they enjoyed the treatment of a noble salon. Time always flew by during casual chats. These Bulgarians were all quite emotional about having this easy job. But as Simon's Bulgarian language skills gradually improved, they knew their jobs might be coming to an end. Two of them hoped to stay and continue serving Simon. In fact, they had also inquired about Simon's background. If they could have a good job under him, at least they could maintain a decent living environment in the future. Simon allowed this and indicated that after he finished learning Bulgarian, he would assign them tasks. If he went to Durmstrang Academy, he would also need help. For the remaining time, Simon spent it with Cynthia. The red-haired girl felt a bit sad upon learning that Simon was about to study abroad. If Simon left the UK, it meant that for a long time, they wouldn't be able to meet again. As for asking Simon not to complete his studies, Cynthia wouldn't say such things. She knew it was completely unrealistic. The only thing she could do was to cherish their time together. Gently holding the girl in his arms, Simon felt the deep affection and sighed softly. He could only spend more time with Cynthia during these free moments. Going to Durmstrang Academy. Making a round trip wouldn't be easy. Apparition could pose safety risks if the distance was too far. After pondering for a moment, Simon decided to buy a pair of two-way mirrors from the black market. He didn't have much time to learn how to make two-way mirrors from Nick. Even if he learns it, it's impossible to immediately create a double-sided mirror. This is a task that requires experience and superb skills. Only skilled alchemists can manufacture it. Simon is self-aware. If he wants to successfully create the double-sided mirror, he will need at least another 2 years. Chapter 203. The Gift from the Fishman. Speaking of which, this place is really nice. People could be so envious of each other. Ralston Porter sat on the cushion, tilting his head to watch his sister playing on the horse-shaped water monster in Loch Ness, feeling quite emotional. If you want, you can come and settle here in the future. Simon took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, there is still plenty of vacant land here. I can reserve a piece for you. Settling down? Forget it. By the way, when did you settle here? I thought you were talking about Hogsmeade last time. Ralston withdrew his gaze, focusing back on the chessboard, and said to himself, if Mike and Charlie knew, they would probably regret not coming. Lost again. I'm not playing anymore. He gave up the futile struggle and sighed. The chess game was already quite clear, even though Ralston's pieces were not yet completely checkmated. He could already see that he was destined to lose with his current chess skills. Continuing would only be a futile struggle. This chessboard is too small. It's not interesting to play. In a few years, when I finish learning Transfiguration, I plan to prepare a large chessboard. Playing chess then will definitely be much more interesting. Simon put the pieces back into the chessboard, then closed the wooden lid and placed it in the hidden compartment by the wall. A large chessboard? What kind of large chessboard? Ralston's eyes lit up upon hearing Simon's words, and he curiously asked, how big is it? About the size of a person. Simon smiled, referring to Professor McGonagall's chessboard. However, my current transfiguration magic isn't at that level yet. Simon's transfiguration skills weren't particularly outstanding. After all, he hadn't focused on this area for quite some time. That's a great idea. When you have it ready, be sure to let me know. Ralston grinned, genuinely interested in the fun thing Simon had. He then turned his gaze back to the lake and asked, "That's the legendary horse-shaped water monster, right? How did you tame it? That thing is quite big. As long as you can put the horse bridle on its head, the horse-shaped water monster will become very docile." Simon explained. After summer ends, he plans to go to Durmstrang Academy, so he doesn't want to leave such a potential hazard for himself. He used the power of the Elder Wand to forcibly drag the horse-shaped water monster from the bottom of the lake. There's a group of fishmen living at the bottom of Loch Ness, and Simon encountered them when he brought the horse-shaped water monster out. The first communication between both sides was not friendly. Of course, with the help of the Elder Wand's powerful magic, and after getting rid of Nick's assistance in translation, he eventually signed a contract with the fishmen of Loch Ness. After all, this is his territory, and he absolutely would not allow the fishmen to threaten his safety. "Brother, this is a gift from the fishmen." Mia slid down from the back of the horse-shaped water monster, holding a fat fish, and said with a smile to Ralston. "Fishmen?" Ralston was taken aback for a moment, looking at Simon with confusion and asking, "There are fishmen in this lake?" Of course, Loch Ness is quite large, and it's not strange that there's a tribe of fishmen living at the bottom of the lake. But don't worry, I've already spoken to the fisherman chief. They are willing to coexist peacefully with us. Simon reached out and patted Mia's head gently, saying, "Mia, I'll have Ball help you make a French fish soup." "Is it delicious?" Mia asked curiously. She might not even know what French fish soup is, or even what France is. Of course it's delicious. Simon called over the house elf Ball and had him take the fish to prepare lunch. French cuisine was something Ball learned from Mrs. Mel. "Simon, Ralston, Mia, lunch is ready." Soon, a middle-aged woman waved to the few by the lake. That was Mrs. Wendelin, who had settled here, accompanied by a young girl, her daughter Lucy. The Wendelin family had moved to live beside Loch Ness after their house here was completed. They lived not far from Mirror Lake Manor, and sometimes Simon would invite them to the manor for meals. After all, the culinary skills of the house elf Ball were quite good, but eating too much of it could become monotonous. Occasionally changing to home-cooked meals was quite nice. Mrs. Wendelin's cooking was excellent. At noon, everyone had lunch under the shade of the trees, and everyone was very satisfied with the French fish soup prepared by Ball. After enjoying lunch, the group sat under the shade, chatting while enjoying dessert. Hatch seemed to have endless energy, chasing a butterfly, while Granny lay quietly on Alice's lap, letting her groom his fur. The girls were discussing picking roses after the meal to prepare homemade flower tea. Ralston suggested playing with flying broomsticks in the nearby forest, noting that there were no muggles living nearby, so he could enjoy the fun of flying without restraint. Mrs. Wendelin planned to go to the nearby woods to collect eggs. Simon had marked out a large area in the woods for raising chickens and pigs. Of course, that area had already been protected by magic, so there was no need to worry about the free-range chickens and pigs running away. The free-range eggs and meat were excellent, and almost all the meat on Simon's side came from that breeding farm. In fact, Mrs. Wendelin didn't need to be busy with this. She only needed to check on them regularly. As she put it, living here is also quite idle, so she finds something to do for herself. Periodically, Mrs. Wendelin would scatter some seeds in the woods to grow food for the chickens and pigs. The Wendelin family was very grateful to Simon. They were able to move here and receive a large piece of land for free, all thanks to Simon. Since Mrs. Wendelin met Simon, the family's living standards had risen sharply. It was said that Mrs. Wendelin also planned to introduce a marriage partner for Janice, which embarrassed him so much that he hadn't dared to come back recently, fearing he would be asked about it again. "By the way, do you know? Professor Winnick is getting married." Ralston paused in midair and said to Simon, "I heard about it. Recently, I've already received an invitation from Winnick." Simon adjusted the angle of his broom and began to descend slowly. "It was a long time ago. I didn't expect Winnick to wait until now to prepare for marriage." "How do you know?" Ralston was taken aback, asking in confusion. "Windick's wife is Alice's cousin, and I've known him for a long time, so I naturally know better than you." Simon waved to Porter and flew towards the manor. Chapter 204. Scared to pee, the Porter siblings stayed at Mirror Lake Manor for a week, then returned to Godric's Hollow through the Fluent Network a few days before Windick's wedding. The only regret Ralston had was that Simon didn't open the black magic area of the tower to him, while Mia kept clamoring to have her own little pet. The adorable Hatch and Granny made the little girl deeply feel the charm of pets. After all, the two cute little creatures were quite popular with girls. The day before the wedding, Phyllis returned to the Selwyn family's manor, as she needed to attend Wendick's wedding with her family. Phyllis was to act as the maid of honor. Simon went with Alice, as Wendick's wife was their cousin. Although Alice didn't have a good relationship with her, Simon managed to persuade her to go with him. Alice wore a specially made dress with a small sun hat, looking simple yet elegant. Simon's attire was relatively plain, a standard wizard robe, but it was made from very expensive materials. When they arrived at the Winderidian Manor via apparition, they coincidentally ran into Mungo. Everything was going smoothly. The founder of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Illnesses attracted a lot of attention upon his arrival, while Simon took Alice to a nearby empty seat. The exceptionally beautiful Phyllis soon appeared beside them, pulling Alice to visit her cousin. Speaking of which, is it really okay for the maid of honor to dress so beautifully? Isn't she afraid of stealing the bride's thunder? Simon muttered quietly, and then saw Ralston and Mike waving at him with smiles. In fact, there is still some kinship among wizards. Most of them could be considered relatives or good friends. Simon also spotted a few professors from Hogwarts, who were invited to the wedding, including Headmaster Fudgesk. I just saw Charlie. I wonder where that guy has run off to. Potter muttered softly. Who are you talking bad about? Pruitt suddenly popped up behind them, startling Potter. By the way, I just saw Jameson Macmillan. We better stay away from him to avoid catching his foolishness. Simon couldn't help but laugh. He had long forgotten who Jameson Macmillan was. However, from the chat between Potter and the others, Simon gathered that there was some conflict between them, much like the former rivalry between Potter and Malfoy. But Potter had 3 friends who were quite capable and could easily put Jameson in a tough spot, which is why they labeled him with such a foolish title. Look, I was wondering why there was a foul smell here. Turns out there's a mudblood hiding. A strange voice rang out, though it wasn't loud. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Although Jameson Macmillan couldn't do much to Potter and his friends, he remembered that Simon was a Muggle-born and had been expelled from Hogwarts. How dare you? Potter exploded in anger. Saying such things in public was undoubtedly a huge insult to Simon. Pruitt and Weasley both looked displeased. Are you talking about me? Simon wasn't angry. He just smiled at Jameson and gently patted Potter's shoulder, saying, Right, you must be talking about me, come on. Say it again. I know you want to say it again. Simon walked up to Jameson, calmly looking at him, and said, I remember who you are. Your mudblood comment had a profound impact on me when I first started at Hogwarts. Kid, I hope you guys aren't arguing. An old man sensed something was off and frowned slightly. But after receiving a glance from Simon, it seemed he was horrified and collapsed onto a chair, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Come on, say it again. Mudblood, what do you want to do? Jameson seemed to be intimidated by Simon's aura, fear evident in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to escape, but Simon stood firmly in place, as if blocking him from all directions. What do you think I want to do? Simon grinned. Say it again. You really like using that insulting term, right? Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Countless words echoed in Jameson's mind, and he crouched down, covering his head and screaming in terror. Everyone finally came back to their senses and realized what had happened. Could it be that he was just scared by words? Some wanted to step in to stop it, but many noticed the change in Simon's demeanor, which was sharp and cold. Just a glance made them feel as if they were in the middle of winter. Essentially, Simon was a dark wizard. He had learned more dark magic from Axtis than he had mastered himself. The years spent in Azkaban, living with Dementors, had soaked him in a series of negative energies like darkness, filth, death, and fear, which were not easily erased. Simon merely hid them away. He always wore a faint smile to mask, dilute, and forget those terrible things. But once that aura erupted, it was far more intimidating than the future Dark Lord Voldemort's name. Jameson, this sheltered kid, was instantly stunned, scared to the point of wetting himself. Potter's trio was also taken aback by Simon's change in aura. However, they quickly found something to distract themselves, as Jameson had indeed wet his pants, and the area around his crotch was visibly damp. He wet himself. Potter burst into laughter. The commotion attracted the attention of other wizards, who stopped their conversations and looked over. Son, what's wrong with you? Mrs. Macmillan screamed as she rushed over, looking at Jameson sitting dazed on the ground. She cried out in horror. Why did you wet your pants? Who did this? Who did something to you? My goodness. What happened? What happened? Wendick pushed through the crowd and came over, looking at Jameson sitting on the ground, and then at Simon, asking, what on earth happened? Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to cause a scene at your wedding. Simon shrugged, as everyone was looking at him, easily seeing that this young wizard had scared Jameson into wetting himself with just a few words. I just asked him to repeat what he said earlier, and he ended up like this. What did you do to my son? Mrs. Macmillan glared at Simon in anger, but after locking eyes with him, she backed down. as if encountering something terrifying. Chapter 205. Welcome to Azkaban. After Windic understood the situation, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Long ago, he had realized that Simon was different. He was no longer the boy who needed protection and care. Even someone with a good temperament would feel anger upon hearing such insulting words, let alone a young child like Simon. Enough, Mrs. Macmillan. Windic took a deep breath, glaring discontentedly at her. You should first find out what actually happened. Your tone is not very friendly. How did you educate your son? Can my invited friend be insulted at will, especially when he hasn't done anything? What happened? Mr. Macmillan, having just finished talking with others, hurried over, looking at his wife holding their son, frowning and scanning the surroundings. Can someone tell me what happened? What's wrong with my son? What happened to Jameson? Jameson was just stunned. Windic said lightly. Stunned? Mr. Macmillan stared at Windic, incredulously repeating. Stunned. Windic's tone was filled with strong disdain and dissatisfaction as he coldly reminded. Bull, you should educate your son properly, instead of letting him insult others at will. And he certainly shouldn't be so scared that he wets his pants after just a few words. This is unbecoming of Macmillan. How I educate my son is none of your business, Windridian, Mr. Macmillan said angrily. Bull, it's him. It must be him who cursed our son. Mrs. Macmillan screamed, pointing at Simon, that damn mudblood. Unfortunately, she didn't finish her sentence as Alice quickly stepped forward and slapped her across the face, forcefully sending that remark back, glaring at Mrs. Macmillan with displeasure. You should watch your mouth. How dare you? How dare you? Mrs. Macmillan trembled with anger, already drawing her wand to cast a spell on Alice. Unfortunately, Mrs. Macmillan didn't get the chance, as Simon easily subdued her with a simple body-binding curse. As for Mr. Macmillan, who was still in shock, he had just drawn his wand when Simon cast a spell on him, and most people hadn't even reacted yet. What a bunch of useless people, getting worse as they live on, Simon muttered, bending down to pick up the two fallen wands, casually twisting them until they broke and tossing them aside as if they were just twigs. Oh my God, what happened? Fewdesk and Windic's parents walked out of the manor, and the Selwyn couple also attended the wedding. As they just came out, they all witnessed Simon breaking the wands. It's just a trivial matter. I'll handle it quickly. It won't affect your wedding. Simon showed an apologetic expression to Windic, then clapped his hands and shouted, Ball, what can I do for you, my master? The house elf appeared out of nowhere and bowed slightly to Simon. Ball's appearance stunned everyone present. In the minds of most wizards, house elves are almost a symbol of pure blood wizards, only seen in the manors or castles of pure blood wizards. Earlier, they had heard insults directed at Simon as a mudblood. Would a muggle wizard have a house elf as a servant? In their impression, this had never happened. Who is he? Some wizards began to doubt Simon's identity. Ball, take our guests to their previous accommodations and host them well for a few months, Simon said lightly. He believed that after a few months with the Dementors, the Macmillan family would change their attitude. Yes, master. Ball extended his slender fingers, grabbed the Macmillan family of 3, and disapparated in front of everyone. Wait, Simon, where are you taking them? Windic shouted loudly, wanted to stop Simon from taking the Macmillan family, but it was too late. The house elf Ball did not listen to him and directly took the Macmillan family away, throwing them into the underground prison of Azkaban. Don't worry, I guarantee they will appear safe and sound in 2 months, and one team missed the Star of Hogwarts, Simon said gently. Of course, I think by then, he will have changed that bad habit of insulting others with the term mudblood. At this moment, this seemingly ordinary sentence, everyone felt Simon's indifference and firmness, as if something trivial had just occurred. Is this really just a minor wizard? It's worth noting that minor wizards have no voice in the eyes of wizards. However, this is an exception. Simon is very strong and possesses powerful magic, easily subduing 2 adult wizards. All of this showcased his strength to the wizards present. At this moment, 2 figures walked over, Gwendolyn and Janice, both dressed in nice suits, greeting Windic with smiles. Oh, buddy, hope we didn't miss your wedding. Did something happen? Gwendolyn had already sensed something was off. Everyone listen to me. This is Windic's wedding. Don't let something trivial ruin the mood. Any issues I will resolve. Fewdesk came out to break the deadlock, pulling Simon to the corner. You shouldn't have done that. You embarrassed your friend. Fewdesk reminded. Should I just let myself be insulted with mudblood words? Simon looked at Fewdesk with a half smile. Do you know? If someone shamelessly puts their face close, they should be slapped back without hesitation. Where did you take the Macmillan family? Fewdesk questioned, hearing a hint of unhappiness in his tone. But he didn't refute Simon's words. Simon's strong attitude had made him realize that saying anything was meaningless. To be with the Dementors, Simon grinned. Don't worry. They will come back alive. Dementors. Merlin's beard. Do you know what you've done? Fewdesk was so shocked he couldn't speak. He naturally knew about the evil nature of Dementors. Fewdesk could hardly imagine what the Macmillan family would look like when they reappeared. Chapter 206. Longing regardless of how much Fewdesk tried to persuade him, he could not get Simon to reveal where the Macmillan family had been taken. As for threatening with the Wizarding Council, no one can threaten me, not even the Wizarding Council, Simon simply said flatly. This nearly made Fewdesk's nose curl in anger. I told you, you'll regret this. Green has now become a powerful wizard, mastering dark magic that is no less than mine. Gilles Rogier silently appeared next to Fewdesk, softly asking, Now, do you regret expelling him? If you had kept him at Hogwarts or erased his memory, things wouldn't have turned out this badly. Regret? No. There's no such thing as regret medicine at this time. There's nothing to regret. Fewdesk sighed. I just didn't expect his change to be so great. A great change? You should hear how Lucius evaluates him. Gilles Rogier showed a strange expression and continued. His change is greater than you think. Lucius Malfoy is an oddity of the Malfoy family. The Malfoy family has long been part of England's nobility, having good relations with Muggle nobility, often attending Muggle noble salons and banquets. The previous generation of Malfoys pursued Queen Elizabeth, and after being rejected, out of love, turned to hate, cursing her to remain unmarried for life, becoming a laughing stock among many. Are you okay? Ralston Porter, with a worried look on his face, saw Simon's appearance and immediately went to ask, what could happen? Just feeling a bit sorry for Windick. It's a rare wedding, and I almost disrupted it. Simon said somewhat helplessly. The few gathered in the corner, discussing what had just happened. Mike asked first, by the way, Simon, how did you do that just now? What do you mean? Simon asked, puzzled. Mike was referring to the incident where you scared Mike Macmillan so badly. Porter, gleefully probing, wanted to know how Simon did it. Jameson was bound to become the laughingstock of everyone. Oh, you mean that? Simon looked at the curious expressions of Porter and the others and couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, Actually, I just placed a tiny curse on him. A curse? The three exchanged glances, unaware of when Simon had cursed Jameson. It's a simple curse. Whenever he hears the word mudblood, he'll feel an inexplicable fear inside him. I believe he won't have the guts to mention those 3 words ever again. Jameson deserves a little lesson. Mike said excitedly. That can't just be the result of a curse, right? Charlie deliberately fell back a step, and after Porter and Wesley walked away, he quietly asked, What did you do with his family? You don't need to worry about that. Simon changed the subject, but you're wrong. I did indeed curse Jameson, ensuring he can never say that word for life. Of course, compared to the severe psychological shadow he'll carry for life, that's nothing. Be careful. Pruitt warned. The Macmillan family will definitely not let this go. Not let it go. Simon found it somewhat amusing. When Voldemort killed so many wizards, didn't they all hide like rats? What else could they do but stew in their anger? After all, this world speaks with fists. The one with the strongest fists is the boss. If he were still just a kid, the one being taught a lesson and humiliated would be him, and no one would stand up for him. As for the Macmillan family's affairs, to Simon, they were nothing significant. He hadn't yet decided how to deal with them. For now, he would just be neighbors with the Dementors for a few months. As for Azkaban, they could probably rack their brains and tear apart England without finding it. Despite a bit of unpleasantness, Windick's wedding proceeded as planned, and he received everyone's blessings. The officiant was Fudgesk, the old man with the red nose, who droned on with a bunch of sleep-inducing words. I declare you partners for life. The wedding ceremony was quite simple. After it ended, a large amount of sumptuous food and drinks were served. A small band played nearby, and they even cleared out a space for dancing. Simon and Alice stayed in a corner, quietly enjoying the food at the banquet, whispering to each other, unaffected by the atmosphere around them. Once there were fewer people around Windick, Simon approached with Alice to offer their congratulations. Windick's wife resembled Phyllis, with long golden hair, a beautiful woman. Congratulations, Windick! Simon took the opportunity when no one was around. I'm really sorry about today. I hope I didn't disturb your mood. Windick's wife was sizing up Simon and Alice. She had heard about them from Phyllis. Although she was somewhat displeased that Simon almost disrupted the wedding, she knew he had a good relationship with Windick. This is a blessing for you. I hope you like it. Simon took out an exquisite box from his pocket and handed it to Windick. Thank you. Windick accepted the box, opened it, and found a pair of beautiful ruby badges inside. You shouldn't have, as long as you like it. Simon smiled and waved his hand, walking away with Alice. It's really beautiful. I'm glad you like it. Let me put it on for you. Windick said helplessly. This must be a fairy's work. Oh my God, you guys are hiding here. Phyllis came over, looking a bit exhausted. I just escaped. I didn't know people were so keen on dancing. Why did you steal the bride's spotlight? Simon handed Phyllis a glass of wine, teasing, they didn't remind you that as a bridesmaid, you should wear something simpler. Alice covered her mouth and giggled. She was also dreaming of her own special day, knowing it wasn't far away. Simon didn't intend to stay until the end of the banquet. He took Alice and disapparated away. My little princess, what are you thinking about? Simon carried Alice along the gravel path leading to the manor. Ugh. Alice buried her head in Simon's arms and whispered, when we get married. Will there be so many people attending? Are you that concerned? Simon teased. Not at all. Alice's face turned red. She lightly tapped Simon's chest with her hand and curiously asked, What's wrong? A letter. Simon raised his hand to catch the owl's letter. Looking at it, he saw it was a letter from Nico, but the content wasn't good news. Chapter 207. It's a trap. Alice leaned in closer, staring at the blank parchment in Simon's hand for a while, then looked at Simon, puzzled, and asked, Why is there nothing written in the letter? It's a little secret between us. Only those who know the password can see the content. This is to prevent the envelope from falling into someone else's hands. After all, using owls isn't very secure. Simon walked briskly towards the manor. In the study, he found the book Nico Melayer had given him and quickly flipped through it, finally finding the decoding password on a certain page. Sakara, Dorsimia. Simon raised his wand and gently tapped the parchment, reciting the decoding password. As soon as he spoke, marks appeared on the parchment, and neatly written lines began to form, as if someone were using a quill to write on the parchment. Dear Simon, when you receive this letter, I and Parental have already left England. I'm sorry for our abrupt departure. Unfortunately, we encountered a little trouble recently and plan to find another place to hide. By the way, I've finished your two-way mirror. It's left in a small house in Devonshire, behind a flap. However, you might need to wait a while to retrieve it. Francis Bacon has been looking for my whereabouts. He is interested in the Philosopher's Stone, and I hope you won't meet him. He's not a pleasant fellow. Don't worry about me and Parental. We plan to hide away again, and he will never find me in this lifetime. Nico Melayer, the Philosopher's Stone? Simon stared at the writing on the parchment, muttering to himself. Just as he was about to burn the letter, another line suddenly appeared at the bottom of the parchment. Surely you know what the Philosopher's Stone is. I'm glad you're not interested in it. Nico's letter spontaneously ignited, turning into a pile of ashes in the air. Alice. Simon quickly walked out of the study, calling out loudly. What's wrong? Alice asked, puzzled. I'm going out for a bit. I might not be back for dinner tonight. Simon walked to the dark corner of the hall and took out a box from inside. Inside the box was a key, a door key, which Simon had obtained from Nico Meller, the only key that could be used in this area where apparitions were prohibited, and it opened the back door of Mirror Lake Manor. After activating it, the manor and the hall disappeared from his view. In Devonshire, on a remote mountain path, Nico's cottage still stood quietly. Simon hurried over, drew his wand, and looked around. He sensed a hint of danger. The person he was looking for, a guy named Francis Bacon, might be lurking nearby. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly cast the disillusionment charm on himself to hide before cautiously making his way toward the cottage on the hillside. The area around the cottage was unusually quiet. Normally, Simon would see the Mellers chatting and relaxing under the big tree on the hillside. He paused, assessing the half-closed door. He heard the sound of something being moved inside. As he carefully approached, he saw a wizard bending over, rummaging through a messy pile of books. Without hesitation, Simon cast a stunning spell from behind, silently taking him down. He ignored the unfortunate fellow he had knocked out and rechecked the surroundings for any hidden enemies. No one. Simon sighed in relief, and after confirming he was not ambushed, he woke up the unfortunate fellow. The wizard was in his 20s and looked quite young. Could this be the so-called Francis Bacon? Simon's intuition told him this person was not Francis Bacon, but possibly related to him. Who are you? Simon asked with a cold expression. However, the response was a series of incomprehensible gibberish. Simon could not understand at all. French? He made a quick judgment. This was a Frenchman? Speak English, Simon said, kicking the wizard in the nose, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Okay. The wizard replied in broken English. It took Simon a long time to understand his English and figure out who he was. The guy's name was Bryce, one of the apprentices of the Alchemy Council, and his purpose was to find information related to Nico Meller. Where have the Mellers gone? Simon asked. He had no idea. Where has Francis Bacon gone? He didn't know that either, and after searching here for quite a while, he hadn't found any clues. After a few minutes, Simon concluded that this guy was utterly useless. A total blank slate. Simon didn't intend to waste time on this waste of space. after using the memory charm to erase his memories. He hung the wizard from the big tree outside. What happened to him would depend on his luck. The cottage had already been turned upside down by the guy earlier. This fellow was incredibly foolish. Did he think a wizard would hide things so simply in some corner? Was he a pig? No. Calling him a pig would be an insult to pigs. Simon waved his wand, making all the furniture and books return to their original positions. A few minutes later, satisfied with the tidy house, he spent some time deciphering the clues left by Nico. He successfully found a trapdoor in a corner of the kitchen and discovered a key hidden inside a book. Jumping down from the trapdoor, Simon found a simple study, where a box on the wooden desk contained the two-way mirror that Nico had left for him. The study also had plenty of alchemical books and tools, probably because Nico had left in a hurry and hadn't taken these things with him. By revealing this information to Simon, Nico effectively gifted these items to him or entrusted them to his temporary care. Simon planned to have Ball come over to handle these items later. Exiting the trapdoor, he glanced at the unfortunate fellow still hanging from the tree. There were no signs of anyone else. However, Simon felt a bit anxious. Everything was going too smoothly. Seconds later, his premonition came true. A cloud of black smoke descended a short distance from the cottage, revealing a group of mysterious cloaked figures that looked quite formidable. The leader of the group glanced at the person hanging from the tree and disdainfully said, "What a waste." Then he turned his gaze to Simon and said, "Simon Green, hand over what you've got." "Oh, so you intercepted my letter?" Simon quickly realized what was happening. Had he been too careless? Given their demeanor, they had clearly been waiting for him. As for the guy hanging from the tree, he was probably just bait to make him let his guard down. "You're right. But unfortunately, we can't break the spell and haven't seen the contents of the letter, so we can only wait for you here." The man actually admitted this honestly, which was quite surprising. He raised his hand toward Simon and said, "Hand over what you have. This is our grudge with Nico Meller, and you needn't get involved. If what you mean is the Philosopher's Stone, then you are mistaken. The Philosopher's Stone is not with me." Simon assessed these people, calculating his chances of defeating them. "I just came to take something ordered by Nico Meller." He squinted and added, "By the way, next time, watch your tone when you speak, Francis Bacon." One annoying brat. Simon's words successfully enraged them, and they drew their wands, ready to teach Simon a lesson. A fight broke out without warning, spells flying in all directions toward Simon. Even ordinary stunning spells, when accumulated in numbers, could cause significant harm. Simon waved his wand, casting the shield charm, deflecting the incoming spells. This was an unequal battle from the start. Simon noticed that his opponents seemed a bit weak, despite their numerical advantage and ample spells. None could penetrate his shield charm. "I was worried about encountering some dangerous foes. Turns out it's just a bunch of weaklings," Simon thought, noticing that even their ordinary stunning spells required loud incantations. He couldn't help but sneer as he quickly waved his wand, bouncing their spells back at them. Neither side used dark magic. Simon merely reflected their spells with his shield charm, and several of Francis Bacon's group had already fallen. As the number of fallen grew, their expressions turned grim. They had not anticipated encountering a tough opponent here. "It seems your dark magic defenses aren't very good." Simon grinned at them. "By the way, why are you hiding behind me? Planning to ambush me?" With a swift turn, Simon struck down the wizard who was preparing to attack him from behind, sending him flying far away, and he landed on the ground without getting back up. Francis Bacon raised his hand to stop the only two companions left by his side and stepped forward to look at Simon, saying, "You truly surprise me. Now I understand why the teacher took you as a disciple." "Teacher? A disciple?" Simon frowned slightly, then relaxed as he understood what the other person meant. He then sneered, "I think you might be mistaken. Nicodemus Meller has never taken me as a disciple. Perhaps he did teach me some knowledge about alchemy. Now, no matter what you say, it's useless." Simon raised his wand and forcefully slashed through the air. Francis Bacon immediately fell to the ground like a dying fish, displaying a look of pain. The effects of the Cruciatus curse were not pleasant. "Should I kill you?" Simon conjured ropes to bind the 8 wizards and confiscated their wands. After pondering for a moment, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, I should deal with these guys to prevent any future issues." His calm and indifferent words caused everyone present to shudder. It was too ruthless. After all, the other party was just a child, yet he had already started contemplating murder to silence witnesses. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wizards who had not completely lost consciousness erupted in panic. Most of the wizards were not particularly powerful, especially since this was a group that had devoted all their energy to alchemy. Previously, they could rely on their numbers to intimidate and bully ordinary wizards, but now they had never expected to be wiped out in an instant. Wizards like Simon were already rare, let alone one who wielded an elder wand. Upon hearing that the other party wanted to eliminate them, everyone scrambled to escape using disapparation. Simon would not give them any chance to flee. Several who tried to disapparate were hit by his Cruciatus curse and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Simon glanced at the struggling wizards on the ground, sneering. A bunch of useless fighters. Did you really think you could slip away from me? The outcome is already decided. To prevent them from escaping, Simon cast a sleeping charm on them again. 8 adult wizards versus 1 underage wizard ended with total annihilation. Indeed, it would be better to burn them all to ashes with fiend fire. Simon contemplated, preparing to choose the simplest method for disposing of their bodies. If there were still people who had not fainted, they would probably realize who they were truly facing. This was not an ordinary underage wizard, but a dangerously powerful dark wizard. Such a powerful and dangerous dark magic like fiend fire would be willingly used even by formidable dark wizards. Once it got out of control, even they could not escape. Simon levitated the wizards bound like dumplings, preparing to find a place to burn them all alive. Please show mercy. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Simon turned his head toward the source of the voice and saw the Meller couple appearing from behind the cottage, smiling and waving at him. I'm very sorry, child. I hope my old man's stubbornness hasn't caused you any trouble. Nicodemus Meller gave Francis Bacon a deep look and then apologized to Simon. Please spare my useless disciple. What's going on? Simon looked at Nicodemus Meller in confusion. The story was quite simple. Francis Bacon was Nicodemus's disciple, but his talent was exceptional, and he achieved considerable success in alchemy. Later, he coveted Nicodemus Meller's philosopher's stone, hoping to obtain the method of creating the stone from his teacher, but was rejected by Nicodemus, thus harboring hatred. The unconscious alchemist was awakened, and Francis struggled to get up. Upon seeing Nicodemus, he couldn't help but curse. Why? Do I not have the right to inherit your knowledge? Do I not have the right to inherit the philosopher's stone? Answer me, you old fossil. Simon glanced at the calm-looking Nicodemus and then looked at Francis Bacon, shaking his head. I have never seen such a brazen person. Chapter 209. Interrupted afternoon tea time. Simon did not quite agree with Nicodemus's way of handling things, but still agreed to let the unfortunate alchemist go. Of course, Simon also added a memory charm and a month-long trip to Azkaban. He absolutely would not allow those who attacked him to live too comfortably. Hit and run? What a joke. Is there anything so cheap in this world? The Dementors would surely be delighted to have more company. Simon grinned, showing his white teeth, and comforted them. Don't worry, Barty will send you away on time. Upon hearing the word Dementors, Francis Bacon immediately felt his hands and feet turn cold. He could no longer bear to imagine his miserable life for the next month. No, wait, I can make amends. He tried to salvage his crisis. But Simon did not give him the chance to continue speaking and used magic to make Francis Bacon obediently shut up. Sigh. Nicodemus watched Francis Bacon being taken away and gently sighed. Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Old man, what is the use of regret? You've been regretting for over 10 years. Madame Perrina comforted her husband after hundreds of years together. They both understood each other's character and temper very well. In fact, there is a remedy for regret if time turners count. Simon smiled, saying that time turners were indeed a great thing, but unfortunately, they had not yet been completely perfected. If fully perfected, it would be an undeniable weapon. Let's forget it. Whether it's time or life and death, these are forbidden areas for wizards. Anyone who rashly steps into this field will pay the price. Nicodemus declined Simon's invitation to study the time turner. What a pity. Simon shook his head. But why haven't you left England? Naturally, to avoid the timing and not run into Francis Bacon, Nicodemus walked to the other side of the tree, pulled out his wand, and lightly tapped the table under a tree. In Simon's view, a mirror-like object appeared before him. What is this? Simon was a bit surprised, not expecting such magic to exist here. They passed through the other side of the door, which was identical to the hills, trees, and houses on the other side. What amazing magic! Simon exclaimed. This is actually a small trick of alchemy, and it also involves a magic called the unbreakable vow. Nicodemus winked at Simon and explained. I've heard of this magic. It hides secrets deep within a person's soul, and even the most skilled legilimens cannot uncover the secrets. Simon was quite surprised, not expecting such a place to be hidden here. However, it made sense. Given the Philosopher's Stone, the Meller couple could not possibly lack protective measures. You all chat first. I'll go get the freshly made desserts for you. Madame Perrina headed toward the kitchen. Simon often brought them plenty of ingredients, and recently, Madame Perrina had started trying to make chocolate cakes. Simon, Are you not interested in the Philosopher's Stone? Nicodemus suddenly asked. I am interested, but that is your secret. Simon was quite surprised that Nico would ask him such a question, but he still replied, The Philosopher's Stone is indeed a very tempting thing, but to be honest, I hope I never find myself in a situation where I need to use it. He answered honestly. Nico was somewhat satisfied with Simon's response. He didn't want Simon to hypocritically say he wasn't interested. Unfortunately, Colonel, and I can't leave it. Is it because of the elixir of life? Simon paused for a moment and continued. It is said that the Philosopher's Stone can produce the elixir of life, but the so-called elixir actually needs to be consumed continuously. Right? So you can never be free from the Philosopher's Stone. Am I right? Nico showed a bitter smile, clearly having been guessed correctly. Without the Philosopher's Stone, they would have to face death. We need to drink a small sip of the elixir every day, Nico said with a bitter smile. Of course. The raw materials and formula are quite ordinary. Islet actually sent the medicinal materials to you. Simon suddenly thought of a possibility. After all, the elixir of life is a consumable item, and even if consumed in small amounts, it would still require a significant expenditure in materials over the years. Perhaps Nico didn't lack money, but he would always need someone to help with the materials. You are right, Nico nodded. Do you want me to help you? Simon had already guessed Nico's intention and nodded before the other party could answer. That's no problem. Thank you, Simon, Nico said gratefully. After all, Islet was not young anymore. He needed new friends, and Simon was undoubtedly a good candidate. After getting to know him better, he was also willing to reveal some secrets. It's not a big deal. Living with a loved one is a dream for many, isn't it? Simon asked curiously. Actually, you want to hide in Bulgaria first, right? Why did you want to move to England? Simon was a bit curious. Because of the Philosopher's Stone, Nico nodded and did not continue speaking. It really is a hot potato, Simon said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, I will keep this secret for you. Of course, if you feel unsafe, I would welcome you to move to my territory and be neighbors. No need, this place is quite good. Colonel placed a chocolate cake in front of them and poured Simon a cup of thick hot cocoa. I found that I quite like this hot drink. This is a specialty from South America. I had Muggles bring it back. Simon took a sip of the hot cocoa, which tasted quite different from what Cynthia made. Colonel must have added something to make the flavor richer. It's really good, much better than what I make. Please be sure to tell me the recipe, Simon said as he cut the cake and shared it with the others. It's very simple. Actually, you just need to. Colonel's tone paused, and he and Nico looked in the same direction as the entrance connecting to the hillside was reopened, revealing a wizard in a black robe in their sight. I hope I'm not interrupting your afternoon tea. A hoarse and deep voice echoed in the air. Why you? How did you get in? Nico's voice trembled slightly, and even Simon beside him sensed something was off and squinted. Of course, I walked in, just as you did when you came in. The black-robed wizard grinned menacingly. I've been looking for you for a long time, Nico Malayer. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I'll spare your lives. Halbo the 23rd, Nico whispered. It seems you still remember this old friend of yours. The wizard named Halbo laughed ominously. All right, you've wasted a lot of my time. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. It was you. You made Francis. Colonel said angrily. You are mistaken, Colonel. Halbo planned to say. Perhaps it was indeed I who told him about the Philosopher's Stone, but you seem to have forgotten human greed. He wanted the Philosopher's Stone for himself, and I merely took advantage of the situation a little. Colonel, that fool, did not disappoint me. After saying this, he looked up at Simon and reminded him, Kid, you are the most talented wizard I've seen so far. How about coming with me? Sorry, I already have my own teacher. Simon refused. He had realized that the person who had just fought was watching from the side. Was Francis Bacon merely bait? Are you referring to that guy Excitus? Halbo mocked. I never expected that Stiff would actually take on an apprentice. That really surprises me. After saying this, his eyes narrowed as he warned. But I advise you not to make a move. You are not my opponent. Oh, a familiar of the teacher? Simon felt a bit unsure about the other party's background. This guy clearly looked bad and even knew Excitus. In Simon's impression, anyone who would know Excitus must have lived for a long time, and this wizard named Halbo was clearly one of them. I suppose we can call each other acquaintances. Halbo was getting impatient and pointed his wand at Nico. All right, hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and you can continue enjoying your afternoon tea. You win. Nico sighed and compromised. I'll go get it for you. I hope you keep your promise. Wise choice. Halbo was quite satisfied with this. If Nico had refused, he would have needed to spend some time forcing him to comply, which was clearly a waste of time. Do you really believe that? Simon sighed. Actually, you don't believe his promise either, do you? The promises of dark wizards have always been unreliable. What do you mean? Halbo's sharp gaze fixed on Simon, causing the latter to feel as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. instantly sending a cold shiver down his spine. What he said was not human language, but parcel tongue. Parcel tongue? Simon frowned slightly and drew the elder wand. Excitus's wand? That guy is dead? Halbo suddenly burst into laughter. He died at the hands of his own apprentice? No, the teacher went to pursue his desires and left this for me. Simon simply stated. Excitus did not die by his hands. Do you think I would believe that? Halbo said disdainfully. However, I do appreciate you a bit. I really dislike Excitus. But don't think that just because you have Excitus's wand, you can defeat me. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning shot toward Simon. Simon did not dodge, quickly reciting a spell to firmly resist the opponent's attack. The two spells connected, and the lightning exploded continuously, crackling as it scorched the surrounding ground and soil black. You really surprised me. It reminds me of my time with Excitus. Halbo did not engage in a contest of magical power with Simon. Perhaps he had suffered from the Elder Wand before, knowing its power. As Halbo spread his hands, the confronting electric light suddenly exploded. As if lightning from the sky rained down countless bolts, and the nearby trees suffered a disaster, igniting after being struck by the lightning. The Nichols had already retreated a bit, watching the battle with some surprise. They hadn't expected Simon to be so powerful, still standing strong against Herbo's attacks. The vengeful spirit reappeared. A very vicious curse flew towards Simon, and amidst the pitch-black light, there seemed to be no glimmer of hope. Simon did not hesitate, rolling to the right to evade, the curse brushing past his forehead and concentrating on the lush thicket, which immediately withered and died at a terrifying speed as if life had been drained from it. Avada Kedavra! With his life hanging by a thread, Simon was instantly furious and cast a deadly curse back at his opponent. Herbo did not block it, dodging the curse awkwardly. Even he would die if struck by the killing curse. A beautifully cast killing curse, but unfortunately not concentrated. Herbo's expression remained unchanged, but his rapidly waving wand revealed his nervousness. 1,000 cuts. The fallen leaves and branches on the ground floated up, transformed into terrifying sharp weapons, rushing towards Simon. This move was fierce, and once surrounded, he could very likely be torn apart. Rain of arrows. Simon was startled and quickly waved his wand, shouting loudly. At the critical moment, arrows coalesced in the air, shooting forward to counter the incoming leaves, branches, and debris. However, Herbo's spell was clearly superior to Extus's, as some leaves still broke through the arrow defense and flew towards Simon. Damn it! Simon cursed under his breath, flicking his wand to ignite flames that burned away the remaining attacks. You're still far from it. Just as he spoke, the ground beneath Simon began to sink, the swamp transforming into countless tentacles that wrapped around him, restricting his movements. Not only that, but there seemed to be a certain aura in the air that made him feel a wave of inexplicable dizziness. Put down your wand, or I wouldn't mind making you food for my little pet. Herbo laughed triumphantly, for Simon had been completely subdued, the tentacles of the swamp binding him tightly, leaving him unable to move. A bird snake emerged from one of Herbo's pouches, its massive body fully encircling Simon, opening its wide mouth as if ready to swallow him whole. Enough, please don't hurt him. Nichols shouted, trembling. I'll give you the magic stone. Please don't hurt Simon, he's still a child. I admit, in terms of combat experience, I'm not your match. Simon sighed. However, you seem to overlook one thing. Wizard battles don't rely solely on strength, but also on wisdom. So tell me, how do you plan to defeat me with wisdom? Herbo sneered. Now, you're almost becoming food for my little pet. Chapter 211. Another Simon, I wonder what roasted bird snake tastes like. As soon as the words fell, a gnat dropped to the ground, and the bindings that had been restraining Simon suddenly broke inch by inch. A few seconds ago, he had triggered the shattering effect of the fake gnat. Although it was a poorly made attempt, sometimes low-quality magical items could still yield surprising effects. The moment he broke free, Simon waved his wand to conjure a blazing tongue of fire and pushed towards the bird snake surrounding him. The bird snake seemed startled and immediately retreated into Herbo's pouch. Taking the opportunity, Simon rolled to the side to dodge the spell while firing flames at Herbo to buy himself time. Is this what you call wisdom? Herbo showed disdain, casually dispersing the incoming flames. Seizing this gap, Simon stood up, already holding a skull in his hand, and began to chant a spell, directing the hollow eyes of the skull towards Herbo. Forest green magical flames ignited inside the skull, the hollow eyes emitting an eerie green light. The next moment, countless sinister black mists overflowed from the skull's eyes, swirling around Herbo, looking incredibly bizarre. This is a curse. A person entangled in it will become weak in a short period, and if the curse is not lifted in time, they might die soon after. In truth, Simon did not expect to kill Hairbow with this dark magical item-esque curse, but was forced to use it to buy himself some time. A curse? Truly worthy of being Extus's apprentice, just as despicable as he is. Hairbow waved his wand, dispelling the black mist surrounding him. As a skilled dark wizard, dispelling curses was not difficult for him. Simon's expression turned a bit pale. He had already discarded the skull and quickly retreated to create distance. The skull fell to the ground, instantly igniting with forest green magical flames, turning into a pile of ashes, a sign that the curse had been broken. This dark magic item was now completely useless, and a small amount of black mist surged into Simon's body, a backlash from the curse. Although the item bore most of the curse's effects, Simon, as the caster, still suffered from the backlash once the curse was dispelled. However, Simon became slightly pale. He forcefully waved his wand 3 times, producing loud, crackling sounds in the air, and then a blinding red light shot out from the tip of his wand. Magnificent in its might. Hairbow chose not to withstand this spell, but jumped aside to evade, his nimble movements making him look nothing like an elderly man. Perhaps most young people couldn't match his level. As Hairbow rolled up from the ground, he cast a spell at Simon, and a black poisonous snake suddenly leaped out from the black hole in front of his wand, slithering towards Simon. Before the snake could get close, its head was cleaved in 2 by an invisible blade, but its death bought Hairbow enough time. In front of Simon, Hairbow's sleeve suddenly elongated, wrapping around Simon. And when it was slashed off, the fabric transformed into poisonous snakes that lunged at Simon. At a critical moment, these dangerous snakes were dispelled, and Nickel waved his wand to join the fight. He certainly wouldn't allow Simon to face the evil Hairbow alone. 2 against 1. Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? Hairbow snorted disdainfully and launched a deadly curse at Nickel. Suddenly, a burning table grew legs and leaped in front of Nickel, blocking the deadly green light, only to be shattered by the spell. 3 against 1. Actually, Perennail also joined the battle. They could only hope to defeat Hairbow by working together. A group of old, weak, women, and children. What can 3 against 1 do? The Nickels were indeed excellent alchemists, but their combat skills could only be considered average. Together, they were even weaker than Simon alone, only able to create a bit of trouble for Hairbow. This battle was more brutal than expected. Nickel's house had collapsed, engulfed in roaring flames. And the magic that originally protected the area had also been dispelled during the fight, with the 4 of them reappearing on the hillside. Simon was trying to create an opportunity to escape with the melee couple. Unfortunately, the 3 were cornered. Hairbow's power was simply too strong, far beyond what Simon and the others could contend with. Even with the Elder Wand, Simon still faced an insurmountable gap against him. On Nico's right side, Simon was lying on the ground, having just been hit by 2 painful curses and was now groaning in agony. The Elder Wand in Simon's hand had fallen to the ground and was picked up by Hailbo. What a powerful wand. No wonder you were able to resist me for so long. The moment Hailbo picked up the Elder Wand, he felt its immense magical power. He pointed the wand at Nico, a sinister smile spreading across his face. All right, you've lost your only chance to live. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I'll give you a quick death. Drop your weapon. A very abrupt, yet familiar voice rang out from behind Hailbo. In the midst of the dark wizard's shock, the wand was disarmed, and Simon's figure appeared in his line of sight. Without the wand, Hailbo instinctively dodged to the side, pulling out his own wand from his robe, ready to kill this suddenly appearing Simon. At that moment, Hailbo was extremely angry. If Simon had just used the killing curse, he might have been killed before he knew it. The crisis weighed heavily on his mind, and he recalled Simon's earlier words. But what was this guy doing? Hailbo no longer had time to ponder these questions. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out behind him, and Hailbo fell heavily to the ground, unable to get back up this time. Behind Hailbo, the house elf Ball was trembling as he held up a handgun. It was he who had just shot the dark wizard. Who would have thought that this was the real killing move? I hope I'm not too late. Another Simon said wearily. What is happening? Nico stared in astonishment at the other Simon, unable to speak. After Hailbo's death, his body began to wither, as if undergoing the test of time, turning into a pile of ashes. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, forming a sinister head of black smoke that roared and fled away, passing through Simon's body. Hailbo escaped. Chapter 2:12. Hailbo's secret master, Ball succeeded. Ball has completed the master's task. The house elf Ball exclaimed excitedly. You did well, Ball. Think about what reward you want. The other Simon said weakly, then turned to himself and continued. All right, stop dazing. Your time is running out. Hurry up. Simon picked up the elder wand from the ground, regaining control over it after successfully disarming Heilbo. What is going on? Nico asked dryly, staring at the vanishing illusion of Simon. I used a time turner, Simon explained, pulling the time turner from around his neck, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. According to the rules of time travel, one should avoid meeting their past self. Honestly, I don't know what consequences this might have, but now we can't worry about that. Regardless, we must thank you. If it weren't for you, Nico and I might have been killed by Heilbo, Perennail said, helping Nico up and looking worriedly at Simon. No matter what, we need to leave here first. Simon raised his hand to stop them, calling Ball over to assist him. The group left through the apparition. As for the aftermath, they could no longer afford to care. After Simon and the others left, the members of the Wizarding Council ultimately came knocking. The few wizards who came to check the situation were stunned into silence upon seeing the ruined remains, speculating what exactly had happened here. You finally woke up. When Simon regained consciousness, he found Phyllis sitting next to him, looking very grim. What about Nico and his wife? Simon slightly trembled his lips and asked. They are helping to brew potions, Phyllis said, pursing her lips, her face filled with anger. Do you know how worried Alice is about you? I'll go call her. Phyllis quickly left the room. Not long after, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, and Alice rushed into the room, sitting in the spot Phyllis had just occupied, leaning down to embrace Simon. Simon, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Alice's face was a bit pale, her hands tightly gripping Simon's. I'm fine. Just a bit weak. Simon forced a helpless smile, his voice faint and lacking strength. How long have I been asleep? A day and a night. Phyllis came in, holding a pile of potions meant for Simon. It's even shorter than I believed, Simon murmured. In reality, Simon hadn't completely passed out. The so-called day and night felt incredibly long to him. Time had become disordered for Simon, and experiencing such a thing was undoubtedly very bad. It's a miracle that you didn't die, Phyllis scolded sternly. Mr. Mongo was nearly driven mad with worry. Sister, Alice pleaded. Phyllis sighed lightly, placing the potions on the nearby table. Drink the potions first. Your condition is still very poor. Simon took a small sip, feeling his throat burn painfully, unable to suppress a dry cough. It took him a long time to finish the potions one by one. Phyllis, please go invite Mr. Nico. I need to talk to him alone, Simon said weakly as he lay in bed, closing his eyes to recall the events that had transpired. There were some things he needed to confirm. Phyllis huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to leave the room. Are you awake? Nico entered the room, and upon seeing Simon lying in bed, he let out a sigh of relief. That Heilbo the 23rd is that despicable Heilbo, right? Simon stared at Nico and suddenly asked. You've guessed it, it's him. Nico sighed helplessly. In the end, Ball wasn't able to kill him. Is it because of the Horcruxes? After Heilbo's head was blown off by the gun, Simon began to suspect the reason. Yes, Nico nodded. It said that Horcruxes are the evil dark magic invented by Heilbo. Since you know about Horcruxes, you should be able to guess his situation. The room fell into a brief silence. Nico comforted him, saying, don't worry. Heilbo won't be back so soon. No, I'm not worried about that. I just didn't expect that someone could live for over a century. It's truly incredible, Simon said with a sense of wonder. This is even more unbelievable than Voldemort. Nico began to recount some secret information he knew. Heilbo's situation is a bit special. It said that he chooses his descendants as the targets for his resurrection. Yes, it's a kind of evil magic. His soul devours the souls of his descendants and occupies their bodies to resurrect. To date, he has been resurrected 23 times. The first time I saw Heilbo was several centuries ago. His descendants are still alive? Simon found this hard to believe. I don't know either. Maybe he has no descendants left. Nico expressed his speculation, saying that not many people are aware of this secret anymore. What a terrifying guy, Simon said with a bitter smile. Living for a long time is a huge advantage in itself. In fact, he is not as powerful as you think. This method of resurrection has a very serious problem. Nico reassured him. The soul vessel causes Heilbo's soul to split, and each time he dies, his soul will be weak for a long time. If he forcibly devours other souls, it will lead to his own soul becoming unstable, so he always needs several decades, or even longer, to recover. He will wait until his soul is strong enough before continuing to devour other people's souls to resurrect himself. Has no one tried to kill him? Simon asked, puzzled. As long as his soul vessel is destroyed, he should be able to be killed. He is called the despicable Heilbo for a reason. He threw his soul vessel deep into the sea, making it impossible to find. Nico showed a helpless smile. His enemies had also searched for his soul vessel, but no one succeeded. As long as the soul vessel is not destroyed, his soul will never perish. Even if it is more insignificant than an ant, there will still be a day of resurrection. Why does he want the Philosopher's Stone? Isn't Hirebo already immortal? Simon asked in confusion. His method of resurrection has side effects. Since it is not his own body, after Hirebo occupies the body of a descendant, that body will age rapidly. Moreover, not every body possesses strong magical power. The current Hirebo is much stronger than in previous lives, which is probably why he is so eager to obtain the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life. Chapter 213. That day Simon and Nico talked about many things, including where Hirebo went on the day he was shot by Ball. The changes of time were completely unimaginable. After another Simon appeared, the original Simon, carrying the burden of the curse, returned to a day earlier, found the house elf Ball, and received his help. Ball had encountered this situation before, and Simon's plan went even smoother than expected. He had tried to lift the curse on himself, but unfortunately failed and had to endure the pain brought by the curse, waiting for a day and night until Briss appeared in front of Nico's cabin. At that time, Simon had already used the disillusionment charm to ambush outside, and he personally witnessed Briss turning Nico's cabin into a mess and saw the arrival of Francis Bacon and his group. In fact, Francis Bacon had arrived quite early. They had already followed closely when Briss arrived, just hiding at a distance to ambush. When Simon received Nico's letter and rushed over, he did not notice the ambush by Francis Bacon's group. It was only when Simon entered to search for the two-way mirror that Francis Bacon appeared at the right moment, blocking Simon at the door, and this process actually took just a few minutes. A battle ensued, and Francis Bacon's group was taken care of by Simon, who had been observing the fight from a distance and did not rashly reveal himself. About half an hour later, Hirebo finally appeared. He did not come alone, but brought a wizard with him, who was very likely Nico's confidential informant. In fact, Simon's speculation was ultimately confirmed. The alchemist revealed Nico's whereabouts just before dying, and then was killed by Hirebo using dark magic, leaving no trace of his body. Initially, Simon found it strange why Hirebo could enter the area protected by the unbreakable vow. It turned out that he had obtained the secret from the informant. Speaking of which, if the informant had been a bit tougher, he might not have died in such a worthless manner. Unfortunately, in the end, he revealed the secret and still could not escape death, which is also why Simon is unwilling to trust dark wizards. These guys have never been trustworthy. Something he learned from Axtis. After hearing about this incident, Nico fell silent. I don't blame him. After a long time, Nico said this. The room fell into an eerie silence. Simon took a deep breath and continued to recount what he did when he returned. He did not follow Hirebo into Nico's cabin, but ambushed outside, waiting. Because if he went in, it would undoubtedly reveal his whereabouts. Once he passed through that mirror-like object, Nico would discover him, so he could only wait outside. When Hirebo went in, Simon also notified Ball, asking the house elf to come over. In fact, at that time, Simon's situation was already grim. The curse was eroding his body, which was one of the reasons he was so weak now. Simon gave Ball orders based on his previous memories, instructing him to use the disillusionment charm to hide in a certain place, preparing to ambush Hirebo. The house elf's execution ability was beyond doubt. In fact, everything went according to script. After Simon disarmed Hirebo and successfully forced him to Ball's position, the house elf also successfully delivered the final blow. After listening to Simon's account, Nico was dumbfounded. It must be said that such a thing is indeed too astonishing. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, who would believe in the existence of such a bug-like time converter? When Hirebo saw Simon appear, he must have been startled, which is why he chose to avoid facing him directly and opted for defensive dark spells. Unfortunately, he could never have anticipated that Simon's trump card was actually Ball hiding in ambush. Firearms are something far too unfamiliar for an ancient relic who has lived for centuries. Perhaps he didn't even know about flintlock guns, let alone the advanced firearms modified by Simon using transfiguration spells. Indeed, everything was too unexpected. Who could have predicted that a wizard could live for centuries? Who could have imagined that the killing trap had already been laid out in advance? This could be considered one of Simon's ingenious ideas. As he said, battle relies not only on strength but also on wisdom. After all, in this era, no one knows that there is such a thing as a time converter. Even if they know about spells like the Hour Reversal Charm, no one would be foolish enough to use it on themselves. Such extremely unstable spells could easily kill the caster. However, even Simon was not 100% certain he would appear, because the only opportunity he thought could turn the tide was the time converter when the Elder Wand could not defeat the opponent directly. If his future self did not appear, then he and Nico would certainly be doomed. When they talked about the time converter, Nico couldn't help but admire Axtis's research. Although time travel is also extremely dangerous, being able to create a time converter is already quite remarkable. Nico expressed his willingness to help Simon optimize the time converter, trying to control the error within a few hours. He owed Simon a favor, and this favor would require their couple to repay slowly. Moreover, after the unbreakable vow was broken, they also needed a new informant, a new helper, and Simon was undoubtedly a good choice. The couple has decided to live in Simon's territory, while also helping Simon resolve some alchemical troubles, which can be considered mutually beneficial. After Nico left, Alice came in to check on Simon, and then was pulled away by Phyllis, giving Simon enough time to rest. He was indeed very tired and needed time to recuperate. 3 days later, Simon's health gradually improved, and he confirmed that investing in Mongo was indeed the right decision. To be honest, we never expected that you would be our first patient, Mongo remarked with some emotion when he came to check on Simon's condition. Although St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has been established and is valued by wizards, most of them choose to wait and see, preferring to buy potions to solve their ailments rather than trust the so-called healers. Isn't that quite an honor for me? Simon shook his head with a wry smile and casually suggested to Mongo that they could offer free treatment to the first 10 or 20 patients. After all, those people wouldn't cost much, and they need to gain the approval of the wizards first. Chapter 214. Wish fulfilled, I suddenly find that being ill isn't so bad. Simon joked, as his health was gradually recovering. During that time, the two young women took great care of his daily life. Well, there will be no lasting effects, Mongo said with a serious expression. Your plan was very successful, saying it was free indeed attracted people to try it. After treating their ailments, some wizards were willing to believe in us, just as you said. Isn't this the result you wanted to see? Simon took a sip of coffee and listened to Mongo's account. Those merchants were quite successful. They managed to obtain coffee seeds and cultivation methods from the Arabs and had already started trying to cultivate them in Brazil. Using coercion and deception to achieve goals is actually quite simple. There are always loopholes for them to exploit. As for national traders and sellouts, as long as the price is right, there will always be someone willing to take on that role. After all, many people lead unsatisfactory lives. By the way, quite a few things have happened recently, Mongo suddenly said. Last night, a wizard severely injured by fairy magic was sent to the hospital, and we still haven't found a way to deal with fairy magic. Oh, if you find a fairy healer, you won't have this problem. That's not funny at all. You have no idea that the relationship between fairies and wizards has worsened in recent years, and the number of conflict has increased. Mongo took a sip of coffee and fell silent. I thought the relationship between wizards and fairies was already bad. Simon glanced at the remaining coffee and said, Can't get used to it? Yeah, I really don't know why you like it this way. I think hot cocoa is better. Mongo muttered. Everyone has their own tastes. No need to force it. Simon had Ball prepare a cup of hot cocoa for Mongo and continued the previous topic. There's no need to worry about fairies. We rarely deal with them. If you're not at ease, you can take the wealth from Gringotts. If I had wealth. Mongo couldn't help but mutter as he finished the hot cocoa in one gulp and stood up, saying, All right, I think I should go now. Thank you for the hot cocoa. It was really nice. You should say that to Ball. He will be very happy. In the afternoon, Simon and Alice went to order a new cottage and books and also stopped by Windick's apothecary, where Phyllis was said to be helping. However, when the two of them arrived, they didn't see Windick but Lia. Simon looked at this fellow student in surprise. He didn't expect her to be working here. Has the former noble lady fallen to the point of needing to work to sustain herself? Welcome, Lia said with a practiced tone, then looked at Simon with curiosity and asked, Are you here to buy potions? No, we just happened to come to take a look. Simon asked, Where's Phyllis? Miss Phyllis is on the second floor. Just go up the right staircase and turn right. It's the second room. Thank you. We won't disturb you. Simon took Alice upstairs, and when he knocked on the door, he found that Windick's wife was the one at the door. She seemed to be chatting with Phyllis, and when she saw Alice, she stepped forward to give her a hug. Sister, Simon and I came to visit you. Alice stepped forward and hugged Phyllis. After Simon's condition was controlled, Phyllis moved out of the Mirror Lake Manor. What brings you here? Phyllis asked as she patted her sister's head. We came to buy some things and to visit you. Alice sat down beside her and asked, Are you getting used to living here? Why did you move out? What is the point of staying? Phyllis glanced at Simon and said with a slight pout, Are you trying to make things uncomfortable for yourself? Of course not. Simon will be going to Durmstrang Academy soon. So wouldn't it be better to move back and live together? I feel quite bored living alone in the Rose Cottage. Alice said playfully. When are you leaving? Phyllis asked, looking at Simon. In a couple of days, once things here are settled, I will be leaving England. Simon replied, "At that time, I will have to trouble you to take care of Alice. She is my sister. I will naturally take good care of her," Phyllis said with a pout. For some reason, Simon's words made it sound like he was the one related to Alice. "Don't always treat me like a child," Alice complained to Simon, sounding dissatisfied. "I'm 2 years older than you." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Lia's voice came from outside. "Sorry to disturb you, Miss Phyllis, but there is a customer downstairs who wants to order some special potions. I won't disturb you any longer." Simon left the apothecary with Alice. They still needed to go to Gringotts. The atmosphere here had become somewhat strange. The guards they had seen before had been replaced by fairies. These guys were glaring at everyone entering and exiting Gringotts, as if they would attack at any moment. When Simon entered, he found that there were very few customers inside. Perhaps they had all been scared away by the atmosphere. Alice reached out and linked her arm with Simon's, clearly not adapting well to the atmosphere. "I need to withdraw some galleons," Simon said, stopping in front of a fairy, who glanced at the key in Simon's hand and said, "Please wait. Karak, take Mr. Green to his vault." The atmosphere inside Gringotts was quite eerie. After they withdrew their money and left Gringotts, Alice quietly said, "It's quite different from the last time we came. Probably because the conflict between fairies and wizards has intensified." Simon withdrew a significant amount of galleons, enough for Alice to use for a long time. Afterwards, the two went to the bookstore and the robe shop. They both needed to order new cloaks. And then they returned to the Rose Cottage, as Alice did not like living in the empty Mirror Lake Manor. Now, they spent most of their time living in the Rose Cottage. Simon took out the food he had ordered for their two pets. Glani nimbly jumped in front of the plate, sniffed the food inside, took a bite, and then disdainfully walked away. Hatchie arrived a bit late, holding a bone in its mouth. It was the chew toy that Simon had bought for it earlier, because last time Grani had hidden its bone, so now this little guy would take it wherever it went. Hatchie didn't mind the food, happily eating even the portion meant for the cat raccoon. Grani, lying on the table, couldn't help but roll its eyes, as if to say, "You can eat such horrible food. Can't you have a bit of standards?" Chapter 215, Transfer Student. In the principal's office of Durmstrang Institute, Principal Kaya Eilert was writing a letter to an old friend. He glanced at the huge hourglass beside his desk with a hint of helplessness and said to the charms professor, Krold, "I hope our new student doesn't get lost." "Principal, did you really invite him?" Kielan's words were cut short by a sharp glare from Eilert, forcing him to swallow his words. "I think Green will be a good student, Professor Kielan," Krold retorted loudly. "Durmstrang doesn't have many students. Having one more isn't a bad thing, even if Simon was expelled from Hogwarts. Last night, I received a letter from him saying he has arrived in Scandinavia, but can't find Durmstrang." Eilert put the letter into an envelope, sealed it with wax using fire, and handed it to the waiting owl by the table. Continuing, "I have already told Green the location of Durmstrang, but he's still—" Eilert's voice suddenly stopped as he saw a white light burst into the principal's office from the window where the owl had flown out, landing right in front of three of them. Kielan instinctively drew his wand, but was stopped by Eilert. In front of them was a pale fox. "It's a Patronus," Krold reminded in surprise. The next moment, the fox Patronus moved gracefully around the room, and Simon's voice suddenly echoed in the principal's office. "I have arrived near Durmstrang, but I can't get in due to the numerous magical protections. Please send someone to come and get me." The voice repeated twice, and the Patronus transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. "What amazing magic!" Professor Krold exclaimed softly. "I dare say that magic must have been invented by him. It's incredible. No one has ever thought of using the Patronus charm like this." "All right, Professor Krold, please go out and bring Mr. Green in," Eilert said with a slight cough. "No problem, I'll go get Simon," Krold said excitedly, clearly very interested in the Patronus that had just spoken. After Krold left the principal's office, Kielan, who had put away his wand, quietly asked, "Why?" "Green is a muggle wizard. He doesn't meet Durmstrang's admission requirements." "No one knows he is a muggle, Professor Kielan," Eilert said, staring meaningfully at the dark arts professor. "Right now, Simon's identity is my grandson in England, understand?" "I don't understand." Kielan's words were interrupted again by Eilert. "The Potion Championship and the Triwizard Tournament are about to begin." Eilert's voice carried a hint of melancholy as he walked to the window, looking at Krold's departing figure, and softly said, "You also hope Durmstrang can win the championship, right? We have failed in the previous sessions. At least I hope that during my tenure, Durmstrang can overcome Hogwarts and Beauxbatons." "But," Kielan pursed his lips, ultimately not expressing his thoughts. "You need to understand that blood purity is no longer that important. As long as he is good enough, that is enough." Eilert's gaze sharpened as he looked at Kielan, speaking in a calm tone. "In recent years, many students' parents have pulled their children out of school. Our school's reputation has become very poor. Don't you understand? Those who insist are very foolish. If we can't change, Durmstrang might close down because of this. I don't want to be the last principal. You just saw his amazing abilities and talents. We have what he needs. And he has what we need. Everyone benefits, and there's nothing wrong with that. He can help us win the Potion Championship and the Triwizard Tournament. Trust me, he's an incredible guy. In the future, when people mention their alma mater, they will say Durmstrang, not Hogwarts. Without a doubt, people will think we are more discerning than Hogwarts. I understand. Killen was still a bit dissatisfied, but he also knew Eilit's good intentions. Durmstrang's situation in recent years has indeed not been good. Not good. It's simply terrible. On the vast plains outside Durmstrang, Krald was searching for Simon. But after a long time looking nearby, he still couldn't find the person he was looking for. Oh my God! Krald stared at a tent and exclaimed, "It turns out I was looking in the wrong direction." Inside the exquisite animal skin tent, Simon was sitting by the fire to warm up, while the house elf Ball was adding firewood to the fire. "Oh my goodness, I thought you would be out in the freezing cold." The tent was lifted, and Krald walked in quickly, astonished by the scene. "Long time no see, Professor Krald. You might need a cup of hot cocoa." Simon pointed to the seat next to him and smiled. "Thank you, it tastes good," Krald said as he sat down next to Simon. "That Patronus was really amazing. That was my idea from years ago. Using the Patronus to send messages is more reliable than an owl." "I thought so too. The only trouble is that others might hear him." Professor Krald laughed and said, "I'm glad you could come to Durmstrang, although I'm a professor here. I must say that Durmstrang's situation has indeed been a bit poor in recent years. Eilit has talked to me about these things. You tidy up the tent first, and come with me into Durmstrang." Krald put down his cup and stood up. "Kaya is waiting for you. We better not keep him waiting too long. Ball, you tidy up and put the luggage in my room." Simon instructed the house elf and walked out of the tent with Professor Krald. Durmstrang is protected by many magical barriers. Ordinary wizards can't find it at all, and even if they do, they can't get in. Durmstrang, like Hogwarts, also has a castle. But their castle isn't as large as Hogwarts. It only has 4 floors. When Simon arrived, school hadn't officially started yet, and there was no light in the castle, making it quite dim. Passing through the dim corridor, he headed to the principal's office on the top floor of the castle. "Long time no see, Principal Eilit. I hope I haven't come too early," Simon said in relatively fluent Bulgarian. "No, you arrived just in time. School starts the day after tomorrow." Eilit spread his arms and said, "Welcome to Durmstrang." Chapter 216. I have a fake cousin. After chatting with Principal Eilit for a while, Simon was taken to his own room. The house elf Ball was already tidying up the room, which was simply furnished with a table, a bed, and a fireplace. Apart from that, there was nothing else, making it rather shabby. No matter what, Simon could have his own room instead of living with others, which was a benefit he fought for from Principal Eilit. Durmstrang Institute does not have houses like Hogwarts, only 7 classes. Their rooms and lounges are located in the west tower of the Durmstrang Castle. The entire castle clearly shows signs of being modified by the undetectable extension charm. As he just stepped in his room, Ball was conversing with an elderly wizard, and the house elf seemed to want to replace some items in the room. "Hello. I am Simon Green, a new student at Durmstrang. Nice to meet you," Simon said with what he thought was a friendly smile and introduced himself politely. "I've heard about you from the principal. Welcome to Durmstrang Institute. I am the administrator, Bob." Bob glanced at the busy house elf cleaning the room and asked, "Is this your house elf?" "Yes, his name is Ball. Is there a problem?" Simon guessed what Bob was implying. After all, it was uncommon for a student to bring a house elf to school. "No problem." Bob did not dwell on the topic and said to Simon, "If you need to replace anything in the room, please have the house elf put the furniture in the storage room." Bob already assumed that Simon was a descendant of a prominent pure-blood wizard. Honestly, it was unprecedented for a student to bring a house elf to school. However, considering that the principal had specifically instructed him, he didn't pay much attention to it. "Did you hear that, Ball? Replace the furniture you brought," Simon said to the house elf as he walked to the window and looked out. This was the 5th floor of the tower, and, from the window, he noticed that the scenery of Durmstrang Institute was quite nice, although it was still not as good as his own tower, as they were not on the same level in terms of height. Under Bob's astonished gaze, the house elf Ball took out his own wand from the undetectable extension charm bag and waved it at the room's furniture a few times. After a few crisp explosions, the original furniture in the room was cleared out. Then, Ball took out an expensive carpet and laid it on the cleaned room, along with an English-style bed, an oak bookshelf, a desk, and some scattered decorations. The house elf also remembered to replace the old window. A new window flashed onto the bed. with beautiful curtains hung on it. All of this left the administrator dumbfounded. To his surprise, Ball seemed dissatisfied with the shabby door and casually took it down, replacing it with a sleek black door. Except for the fireplace, the room was almost completely renewed. Ball arranged fresh flowers in a vase and also installed an expensive crystal ball lamp above the desk. With a snap of his fingers, the dim room was lit brightly. Bob was invited to sit on a cushioned chair, and Ball served him a cup of rich hot cocoa along with a dessert. He chatted with Simon about some school matters. After seeing Bob off, Simon sat at the desk, flipping through some books that Islet had sent over with the house elf. A large portion of the books were in Bulgarian. Of course, there were also books in other languages, but Simon had no ability to read them. It was no longer just a matter of difficulty. Frankly, Simon was also curious why Durmstrang Institute, located in Scandinavia, right on the border of Sweden and Norway, used Bulgarian as the language of instruction. At least Swedish or Norwegian should have been used, yet they opted for Bulgarian, which was quite far from the school. It was said to be the choice of the first principal, Narita Valkanova. She was Bulgarian, and thus, in a linguistically diverse Europe, the school used her language as the medium of instruction. One reason for this was that Durmstrang admitted students from Bulgaria, so 3 languages were actually popular here: Bulgarian, Swedish, and Norwegian. This is ridiculous. The principal's decision to use a unified teaching language was indeed quite wise. Otherwise, just learning those languages would be painful enough. While Simon was sipping his hot cocoa and reading, a sudden urgent knocking came from outside the door. When Ball went to open it, he found a long-haired, long-legged girl standing outside. She was wearing a blood-red robe, exuding the vitality of youth. However, this girl was now staring in shock at the changes in the room, her clothes falling onto the carpet, and she stepped on them as she walked into the room, incredulously examining the transformation. Luxurious, comfortable, and why was there even a house elf? Simon glanced at the clothes on the floor, recognizing them as the Durmstrang uniform. Is there something you need? Simon shifted his gaze back to the long-legged girl and asked. I am Emily Islet. My grandfather asked me to bring you your uniform. The girl, named Emily, suddenly remembered something, her gaze dropping to the uniform on the floor. She hurriedly jumped aside, awkwardly picking up the uniform and saying, Sorry, I didn't notice, but this is all your fault for making the room look like this. Simon directly ignored the latter half of her sentence and introduced himself. I am Simon Green. My grandfather said, You are a relative of the Islet family? Emily handed the clothes to Ball and showed no intention of leaving, staring at Simon as if inspecting him. I didn't know we had a relative like you. I've been living in England. Simon casually explained. Your Bulgarian is quite good. You only made one mistake earlier. Emily tossed her brown hair and said, Come on, let me take you to get familiar with Durmstrang Institute. So, this was a granddaughter the principal mentioned would show him around the school. Emily introduced Simon to the situation at the institute along the way. The tall girl clearly felt a bit dissatisfied with Simon's special treatment as the principal's granddaughter. She had never enjoyed the privilege of a private room, and she seemed somewhat reluctant in her role as a tour guide. Chapter 217. A Date with Cousin? The scale of Durmstrang Institute is much smaller than Hogwarts, possibly related to its founder. After all, Hogwarts has 4 founders, while Durmstrang has only 1, and human resources are finite. Emily led Simon to tour the castle, walking through the eerie corridors while Simon looked for similarities to Hogwarts, such as portraits and suits of armor. Of course, Durmstrang Institute has no ghosts, and certainly no annoying peeves. If there was a downside, it was that the castle's visibility was too dim. Even though it was still daytime, the visibility was low, and Simon was curious if the students at Durmstrang were all nearsighted. After the tour of the castle, Simon felt a bit disappointed with the design here. It did not exhibit the magic scene at Hogwarts. He asked Emily to take him to the library. The books here were not as abundant as those at Hogwarts, but they still met Simon's needs. The only trouble was that Simon could not smoothly read the contents inside, as the books contained various languages from other countries, which was simply terrible. Under normal circumstances, students at Durmstrang Institute usually need 1 to 2 years to adapt. When Emily saw Simon flipping through books with a helpless expression, her mood instantly improved, and she couldn't help but comfort him. Once you get used to it, you'll find that you've gained a lot. Of course, most students rarely come to the library, the girl added in her heart. I don't have much time to adapt, Simon said helplessly. Studying abroad is completely unreliable. There's a language barrier, and worse, if you can't understand the classes, there's nothing worse than mispronouncing a spell. After getting familiar with Durmstrang, Simon politely invited Emily to his room for afternoon tea, expecting her to refuse, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. Her willingness was a bit unexpected for Simon, considering they had only known each other for a short time. Chocolate cake, along with steaming hot cocoa, easily conquered the girl's appetite with the sweetness, which is hard to come by in this era. However, with the presence of sucrose, eating sweets was nothing for Simon. "Thank you for your hospitality," Emily exclaimed after taking a sip of hot cocoa. "I didn't even know when I got a wealthy relative." "Is the Eilert family very poor?" Simon asked, puzzled. "Not very poor, but compared to you, I dare say no one would claim to be wealthy." Emily sighed with a complex expression. "You added so much honey to the cake and hot drink. I could say that hardly any wizarding family would be rich to such a crazy extent." "Actually, that's not honey, it's sucrose," Simon explained with a smile. "What is sucrose?" Emily asked, taken aback. "It's a syrup made from a plant called sugarcane." Simon pointed to the jar on the shelf and said, "It's much cheaper than honey. If you like, you can take a jar back as a reward for accompanying me to get familiar with Durmstrang today." "Let's skip that." Emily sighed deeply, feeling as if she were a country bumpkin who knew nothing. "Are you done?" Principal Eilert smiled as he looked at his granddaughter, asking about the situation when she took Simon around Durmstrang. He suddenly asked, "What do you think of him?" "Grandpa, is he really our relative?" Emily sighed and asked seriously, "What do you think?" "Not really. I really don't know where you found this gentleman." Emily recounted what she had seen and heard in Simon's room. After listening, he smiled and said, "He is indeed quite unique. If you spend time with him, you'll find that he is quite friendly and also very generous." "He is indeed very generous." Emily had to admit that he casually gave away a large jar of so-called sucrose, which was beyond what could be described as generous. "That jar would cost several gold coins at least. You should spend more time with him." "Why? Didn't you say no one could communicate with you about potions?" Eilert said, "Simon is a bona fide genius in potions, and he's a genius in other fields as well. Didn't you see him making the Patronus deliver messages just now?" Even Claude felt inferior. If he's so amazing, why come at Durmstrang? Emily was displeased with her grandfather bragging about a stranger in front of her. She was also often called a genius, and facing someone who seemed more of a genius than herself naturally ignited the girl's competitive spirit. "That's because learning is endless." "Just this point, you are far from Simon," Eilert said with a smile. "Moreover, he was expelled from Hogwarts a long time ago and didn't graduate from school. It's regrettable in any case. Coming to Durmstrang can be seen as making up for that regret." The next day, Simon wrote an invitation letter to Emily, inviting her to his room for tea. Of course, he also wanted to ask her about some of the questions troubling him from yesterday to better understand things about Durmstrang, which would help him get accustomed to the environment. Emily reluctantly accepted the invitation. She was a year older than Simon and was now in the 6th grade. Her potion skills were very high, so during their chat, she specifically talked about potions to test Simon's level, as she was still somewhat skeptical of what her grandfather had said. Simon's answers indeed exceeded the girl's expectations. All signs indicated that he was quite skilled in potions and not much worse than herself, and they had a good conversation about potions. However, what annoyed the girl was that she realized this tea was not free. During this time, she was asked at least 50 questions, which was simply terrifying. Emily even suspected that Simon was deliberately making trouble for her. However, considering Simon's situation, asking about the meanings of sentences and phrases wasn't too strange. It was just that the number of questions made Emily feel quite frustrated, giving her the illusion of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Chapter 2:18. Busy Emily, the students of Durmstrang Institute began to return to school, and their return was entirely different from Hogwarts. They were brought by their parents. And the worst situation was that the students were quite uncomfortable with apparition. Simon stood in his room, watching the students chatting and laughing as they entered. And soon he was informed by Ball that the opening banquet had begun. There were far fewer new students at Durmstrang than he had imagined. Only 15 new students. If Simon was included, there were only 16. As a transfer student, the attention Simon received from the other new students was far greater than that of the others. At the banquet, under Emily's introduction, Simon barely got to know the other students. They bombarded him with questions, showing a strong curiosity about this transfer student. No matter where you go, there are always people who love gossip. Simon elegantly consumed the food and occasionally answered their questions, though he was somewhat unaccustomed to the food here. This is rare. Very few British wizards come to study at Durmstrang. I remember there's a magical school called Hogwarts, a handsome blonde boy said. His pronunciation was a bit strange, but he was able to express himself well. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cam, from Sweden." "It's Hogwarts," Simon corrected. "I'm Simon." Cam was a very talkative student, also a 5th-year class leader. Of course, they don't call it a class leader at Durmstrang. but it's a similar position to a class monitor. He enthusiastically expressed that if Simon encountered any trouble, he could come to him. In fact, Simon didn't have much fondness for Cam because he could tell that this person was somewhat hypocritical, or rather, what he said was just polite talk. It was somewhat like a Slytherin student, not a good friend before getting close. Principal Eilert spoke at the banquet about the semester's events and mentioned that students would be selected to go to a magical school on a distant island in the far east to participate in the potion championship. As soon as this matter was mentioned, it sparked a wave of whispers. The identity of the participants was already well known to everyone. There were only a few who had talent in potions at Durmstrang Academy, and Emily indeed demonstrated excellent talent in this area. After the banquet ended and they returned to the tower, students in the senior lounge were still discussing the potions championship. When Simon stepped into the lounge, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. His classmate Cam curiously asked where Simon lived. Upon learning that Simon lived alone, they were envious. However, not many expressed much enthusiasm toward Simon, the transfer student. Some were still jealous of him having his own bedroom. Soon, they realized that this transfer student was even more low-key than they had expected. During the first few days of school, he hadn't shown any special talents or abilities. "How's school life treating you?" Claude asked with a smile. "It's quite ordinary." Simon shook his head. "But the language and daily life are still quite unfamiliar to me. Especially in learning, there are many things I don't understand. It's not that I can't comprehend the content, but the communication issues make it really uncomfortable for me." Even though Simon had an extraordinary memory, it didn't mean he could overcome these problems in a short period of time. "You have so many questions," Emily complained, but still answered Simon's queries because Simon promised to lend her a precious potion book. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Emily walked over to open it and found that it was Cam. She squinted and asked, "What's the matter?" "Senior Let, what are you doing here?" Cam was surprised to see his senior opening the door, wondering why this door seemed different. "Is that a problem?" Emily blinked and said, "Didn't you know that this transfer student is actually my distant cousin?" "Cousin?" Cam was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes, looking at Simon's room in disbelief. Seeing Cam's expression, Emily revealed a look of "I knew it." "Cam, is there something you need?" Simon shifted his gaze away from the parchment. "What is going on with your room? This is a bit. Don't even think about it. He brought all this himself?" Emily took a sip of hot cocoa and pouted. "I have to say, my cousin really knows how to enjoy life. Actually, I came to ask if you're interested in joining the Quidditch team." Cam said, "A senior graduated last semester, and we're short one seeker." "Oh, right. I almost forgot about that." Emily nodded. "Simon, join my team." "Senior, you can't be serious," Cam said with a wry smile. Durmstrang Academy has 2 teams that are formed voluntarily by students, and 3 Quidditch matches are held each semester. The winners receive a trophy, and their names are placed in the Durmstrang Academy display room. "Forget it. Even though I like the feeling of flying, I'm not really into Quidditch," Simon said, as he really didn't want to waste his time on Quidditch practice. Then Simon curiously asked, "Isn't Emily going to the Japanese Magical Institute for the Potions Championship? Does she have extra time to waste on Quidditch?" The girl hesitated for a moment before recalling this matter, and she couldn't help but sigh. "That's why I wanted to pull you into the team to fill my spot." "Forget it." Simon shook his head in refusal. He turned to Cam and asked, "Do you want something to drink?" "No, I'll be leaving." Cam glanced at the parchment on the table, realizing that his visit had interrupted them, and turned to take his leave. "You shouldn't have refused. This is a good opportunity." Emily sighed and covered her forehead after Cam left. "I don't know how to help you integrate into Durmstrang Academy." "Did Let ask you to do this?" Simon asked. "Yeah. Grandpa told me to help you as much as possible." Emily suddenly frowned. "Why do you refer to Grandpa by his surname?" "Don't mind those questions." Under the girl's puzzled gaze, Simon casually changed the topic. "If you help me sort out these issues, I'll lend you my broomstick to play with." "Who wants to borrow your broomstick?" Emily pouted, but suddenly a thought occurred to her. Wait, this guy's broomstick might actually be quite good. After all, with Simon's personality and taste, it certainly wouldn't be too shabby. Time passed quietly, and by the end of September, the temperature at Durmstrang Academy was dropping rapidly, and the little wizards were all wrapped up in thick fur cloaks. Late at night, the cold wind howled above the tower, mixed with snow, hitting the wooden windows, and the thick curtains couldn't block the nighttime chill. The fireplace burned brightly. Simon was warming himself by the fire, with a pile of documents sent by Ball on the table. A few minutes ago, Simon used the two-way mirror to connect with Alice from Hogwarts, and they chatted for a while. Having been here for more than half a month, Simon was already familiar with the lifestyle at Durmstrang Academy. However, in this unfamiliar place, the only person he could truly call a friend was Emily. His relationships with others could only be considered average. Moreover, A few wizards looked at him unfriendly. However, Simon didn't care much about these things. He continued to busy himself with his own matters, and through Alet's connections, the library at Durmstrang Academy was completely open to him. All right, Simon collected his emotions, reviewed all the materials, and handed them to Ball, instructing the house elf to rush to the branch established in Sweden to deliver the letter to Jenna's there. The next day, after finishing his transfiguration class, Simon encountered a bit of trouble on his way back to the lounge. A few unfriendly-looking students from his year cornered him in a secluded corridor. Is there something wrong? Simon could naturally tell that this group had ill intentions. Among them were 2 wizards from his year and 3 older students. The 5 were led by a red-robed, hook-nosed boy, whose expression was somewhat gloomy and did not seem friendly at all. What is the matter? The hook-nosed boy revealed a malicious smile and then burst into laughter, with the others joining in, their laughter attracting the attention of other passers-by. It was clear that this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Are you trying to duel with me? Simon exclaimed with a look of realization. Dueling? He actually said he wanted to duel. The hook-nosed boy laughed even more exaggeratedly. A duel is. To everyone's surprise, Simon actually broke into a smile, sarcastically retorting here. Who's going to take me on? Or are you all planning to team up? Not only the 5 of them, but even the passing students were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Having never considered that Simon would say something so provocative to a group of 5, knowing he was alone. Teach him a lesson. The hook-nosed boy was immediately amused by Simon's provocation. He exchanged glances with his companions and suddenly roared. He then drew his wand, ready to cast a spell on Simon, and the others quickly followed suit, clearly not their first time doing this. However, they had targeted the wrong person. Their previous ambushes had always been successful, but now they had met their match. Simon's movements were quicker than theirs. Almost before anyone could react, a spell shot out from the tip of his wand, and nobody even heard him utter the incantation. The hook-nosed boy's arm, which had just been raised, suddenly froze. He was horrified to find that he could not move at all. His body felt as rigid as a stone. The second unfortunate one was the slightly plump boy beside him, who let out a scream of terror akin to a pig being slaughtered. The onlooking young wizards saw his body hanging in mid-air, seemingly caught by an unseen hand. In his panic and unease, he dropped his wand, which fell to the ground beside him. His scream abruptly ceased, as if someone had stolen his voice, leaving only a silent expression of terror to convey what had just happened. In just an instant, 2 of their side had been taken down. A boy named Matt, who was in the same grade as Simon, completed his incantation and launched an unknown curse toward Simon's direction, still fantasizing about how Simon would look after being hit by the curse. However, that was merely a fantasy. With a simple flick, Simon used the shield charm to rebound the incoming curse, hitting the unfortunate boy hanging in midair. The boy's face turned to one of panic as he struggled desperately, and mushrooms began to sprout from his body. The second spell came in, and Simon used the same trick to bounce it back. An onlooker was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall and fainting as a result. The delinquent girl, Vina, didn't even have time to cast her spell before Simon interrupted her. At that moment, the direct disparity between the 2 sides became painfully clear. With a flick of his wand, Simon sent the one who had just cursed him crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Another one who used a jinx was met with a stunning spell from Simon, leaving him to lie alongside the one affected earlier. The last red-haired girl, Vina, looked terrified, unable to believe what had happened to her defeated companions. In just 3 rounds, they had been completely crushed. She nervously took a step back, and a disarming spell removed her wand. As Simon walked past them amidst their awed gazes, Vina finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as she bent down to pick up her wand, her body suddenly lost balance, leading her face to make close contact with the cold marble floor, her forehead and nose bleeding from the impact. No one noticed that Simon had cast a sticking charm on Vina as he left. The young wizards who had been eager to watch the spectacle never expected it to end this way. After Simon's departure, they finally realized that the legendary transfer student was a powerful wizard who had effortlessly taken down several upperclassmen, a clear display of a different level of strength. How impressive! How'd he do that? It was a silencing spell, truly unbelievable. This was an era that revered the strong. Simon was unaware that this display had earned him several loyal supporters. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others, and the number of people discussing the duel incident grew. Some even pointed fingers at the 5 defeated individuals. Kyulin, who had just passed by, pushed through the crowd, and, upon seeing the 5 dealt with by Simon, his expression darkened, and he asked what happened here. After spending a few minutes understanding the situation, Keelan couldn't help but curse, "A bunch of idiots, just causing me trouble." As the dark arts professor, dispelling spells was not a difficult task. However, he had no other solutions for the unfortunate boy sprouting mushrooms. "From today on, all of you are grounded for a week," he bellowed at the five who had just come back to their senses. "What are you standing around for? Get him to the infirmary." Keelan did not seek trouble with Simon, as it would likely be fruitless. However, he did inform the principal about the incident. Eilert did not care much. After all, dueling was one of the traditions of Durmstrang Academy, and moreover, they had brought trouble upon themselves and ended up getting beaten up, so they were not worthy of sympathy. The next day, Keelan revealed the reason for Simon's transfer during the dark arts class, using it as a warning to those restless individuals not to cause trouble for Simon again. Keelan was more aware of Simon's dark magic level than they were. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Thanks to Keelan's disclosure, the name Killer Simon spread throughout Durmstrang Academy within a day. Originally, students who were puzzled about Simon's transfer finally understood the reason. Simon had eliminated a classmate from Hogwarts during a duel in his first year, a truly ruthless act. Of course, not everyone stayed away from him. Students who had interacted with Simon did not think so. In their impression, Simon was quite nice, generous, witty, and exhibited extraordinary talent in various aspects. As for the killing in his lower years, it was surely due to being innocently involved, just like in this duel. After all, Simon left everyone with the impression of not being someone who liked to cause trouble proactively. Regardless, Simon's surroundings finally quieted down, and no one sought him out anymore. Even those unfortunate ones he had defeated. A few attempts to invade his room found that they couldn't even open the door, as the door coated with repelling spells would bounce back their curses. What was going on? The door was forcefully pushed open, and Emily stormed in, glaring at Simon with dissatisfaction. "What's going on?" Simon calmly replied. "That rumor." Emily slammed her hands on the table, staring at the parchment as she confronted Simon. She didn't even know why she was so angry. Perhaps it was because Simon seemed completely indifferent about the matter. Could it be that he really was angry? Unbelievable. Just like that, Simon looked up at the furious girl and replied calmly, "It's about the same as the rumors say." "Did you really kill someone?" Emily said in disbelief. Simon did not give her the impression of someone who would do such a thing. "What do you think?" Simon calmly raised his head and said, "If I told you that the number of people who have died at my hands is no less than 10, would you believe me?" "I don't believe it." Emily angrily turned her head away. "You're a good person," Simon suddenly said. "Since you don't believe it, let us not talk about it. Sit down. Would you like something to drink?" "Hot cocoa." "What about Ball?" Emily asked, surprised to see Simon personally making hot cocoa. Ball went out for something. Simon added some other ingredients and asked, "My brew might not taste as good as Ball's, so bear with it." Saying this, he handed her the steaming hot cocoa, which in this cold weather would surely be a delight. "What's going on with those guys? Why is everyone saying you defeated?" Emily glanced at her cousin and noticed that he was indeed very different from the boy she knew. In Simon, Emily saw stability and maturity, qualities that many people lacked, even though he was younger than her. "They probably want to cause me trouble," Simon said with a smile, not taking it seriously. "Don't worry. My dark magic is strong. They won't be my opponents at all." Simon's gaze fell on the door as he said with a smile, "A couple of days ago, someone tried to break into my room, and when they couldn't open the door, that idiot actually tried to force his way in, only to get knocked out by the rebounding spell. That guy hanging from the tree was also your doing." Emily recalled a certain unfortunate soul who had been left hanging in the tree, exposed to the cold wind and blizzards for hours. Simon's spell ensured he wouldn't die from hypothermia, but he had to endure the torment of the cold and ended up becoming a snowman in the tree after a few hours. "Yeah," Simon grinned, saying, "Well, I came back a few days ago. I just happened to find him passed out in front of the door. You're really bad. You became the laughing stock of everyone." "I don't think so. If you want to violently break into someone else's room, you must be punished." Simon added some wood to the fireplace and prepared to ask Emily about the questions he had accumulated earlier. "Did you really kill a double-digit number of people?" Emily suddenly asked. Simon didn't answer, but instead asked her to clarify something for him. "How did you become interested in transfiguration?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Emily stopped pressing and glanced at the parchment, asking with curiosity. Recently, the books in question Simon brought were all about transfiguration. "Actually, I left school before finishing my first year. Although I can use many spells quite well, my foundation isn't very solid. I learn a lot of basic things by myself. I need systematic learning. Basics are still very important," Simon explained. Transfiguration is one of Simon's weak points. This field is inherently very difficult. Transfiguration is not my strong suit, Emily said somewhat dejectedly, looking at Simon with a strange expression. I thought there was nothing you couldn't do. Your presence here makes me feel very strange. Clearly, in many subjects, you know more than students in higher grades. Knowledge itself is an endless pursuit, Simon explained. There aren't too many places to gain knowledge, and the simplest one is school. You came here just for the library? Emily said somewhat dejectedly. If you put it that way, it's not wrong, Simon said. Hogwarts has a richer collection than here. But unfortunately, as you know, these things are very hard to access for anyone other than the students of the school. They are very precious resources. He saw Emily's expression and explained, Of course, I'm not reaping without sowing. After I leave, I will leave behind some of my own invented spells and the knowledge I possess as a return to Durmstrang Academy. You invented spells? You mean that kind of talking guardian? Let me broaden my horizons. Emily also became interested. She indeed had many questions, such as that shining crystal ball above their heads, which was undoubtedly some kind of alchemical tool, but she had never heard of it. Once you help me solve these questions, I'll let you teach me some simple magic. Simon raised his hand and tapped the parchment on the table. You really are a learning fanatic. Emily sighed, finally understanding why her grandfather said she was far inferior to her cousin in front of her. As for whether he was indeed her cousin, the girl expressed doubt because Simon's attitude towards Eilert was not like that of a family member, but more like that of an acquaintance or friend. Chapter 221. A dangerous tournament? I did it, Emily exclaimed excitedly, looking at the spiraling steam rising from the cauldron. After repeated attempts at brewing potions, she finally succeeded. The book of potions that Simon lent her indeed contained a lot of powerful and complex potions that were not recorded in the books of Durmstrang Academy. Even the potions Professor Carlos had never heard of, which made him very interested in the potions recorded in the book. It can barely be considered passing. Simon stirred the potion in the cauldron with a spoon and made a simple evaluation. If the full score is 100, this potion probably only scores around 60. If it doesn't reach 70, your potion won't be sellable. Green, you are too harsh in your expectations of Emily, the potions Professor Carlos said gently. Emily is indeed a true genius. Being able to brew a potion in such a short time is quite impressive. Because Simon was willing to share the potion formulas from the Book of Potions with Carlos, the potions professor became increasingly fond of this transfer student. The emergence of each potion comes with a lot of effort and dedication from the potion master. No, if he wants to become an excellent potion master, he should learn to strive for perfection. Although the potion tournament is for students, distinguishing oneself among the many potion geniuses from various schools is not an easy task. Simon reminded the girl, Aren't you planning to participate in the potion tournament? Carlos asked in confusion. Simon is also preparing for the potion tournament? Emily was a bit surprised, but after careful thought, she found it perfectly reasonable. After all, Simon's talent in potion making was not inferior to hers. Principal Eilert did mention this to me, but I think it's more appropriate for Emily to compete. After all, my age doesn't meet the eligibility requirements. Only wizards who are 17 years old are allowed to participate. Simon actually had no intention of competing. Zygmunt Bach's wish was for the Book of Potions to accompany a potion master to win the championship of the tournament. But whether that person was Simon was not the point. That's why Simon lent the book to Emily. He hoped that this book could accompany her to win the championship, and that would be enough. No, in fact, there are no special regulations regarding the potion tournament. There's a reason why it's considered too dangerous for minors to participate. After listening to Simon, Carlos shook his head and explained, Contestants must independently enter the forest or other places to collect raw materials and then use those collected raw materials to brew a potion, which will be evaluated by the judges in the end. I see. Simon finally understood what the so-called potion tournament was all about. Is it like this every year? Yes, it's like this every year, Carlos said. Because the locations for each tournament are slightly different, the places for collecting materials are also different, and the potions brewed will vary. Of course, there is still some margin for error. You can carry 1 or 2 types of raw materials with you to avoid the situation where the collected materials are insufficient to brew a potion. Sigh. Simon sighed lightly. Now I finally know why the principal insisted on having me participate. Why? Don't tell me your potion-making skills are better than mine. Emily pouted in dissatisfaction. Come to my place later. You need the book 8,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Simon suddenly said. This book is also available in the Durmstrang Academy library, but unfortunately, only in English. Carlos was slightly surprised that Green would recommend this book to Emily. The raw materials for potions are varied, and if you want to find them in the forest, you must first recognize them, Simon explained. Searching for potions was not difficult for him, but it was not the same for other contestants. He was well aware of the challenges in that regard. In fact, what Alot said was not wrong. Simon was indeed the most suitable contestant for the tournament. However, if Emily wanted to participate, he would not deliberately try to undermine her, but rather do his best to offer help and support. After all, Emily had also provided him with significant help. The two left the potions classroom and walked through the eerie staircase back to the student lounge in the West Tower. It was late, and visibility was dim, as if something terrifying could jump out at any moment. Simon held his wand in front, and Emily had to admit that the illumination spell he invented was indeed very practical for students moving around in the dark castle at night. Upon returning to the West Tower, the senior lounge was eerily silent. Everyone had gone to bed, and only the flickering firelight remained in the hearth. Emily followed Simon into the room, where the lights were bright and the flames were still burning in the hearth, instantly warming up the surroundings. She sat in her usual chair, looking Simon up and down, and asked, "Actually, you're not my relative, right? Although our hair color is the same, I always feel like you're not my relative. Moreover, I wrote to my family, and they said that the Alot family doesn't have any wealthy wizard relatives in England. You can ask Principal Alot about this." Simon pulled a book titled 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi from the bookshelf and handed it to Emily, saying, "Actually, does it matter if we're relatives? If you want to participate in the potion tournament, I suggest you practice the spells. To be honest, the forbidden forest next to Hogwarts left a bad impression on me." "I will." Emily took the book Simon handed her, casually responding, and quickly started flipping through it. She understood very little English and could barely comprehend the content inside. At this moment, Emily finally understood the pain Simon had experienced earlier. "Help me flip through it." Emily had to ask Simon for help if she wanted to understand the contents. "It's already late. Come back tomorrow." Simon did not refuse the girl's request. "Oh, right." Emily suddenly realized that staying alone in a boy's room late at night was obviously not a wise choice, so she stood up to leave. "Simon, are you there?" Just then, the two-sided mirror on the side echoed with the girl's call, and Alice's face appeared in the mirror. "Good evening, Alice. Aren't you going to rest yet?" Simon placed the mirror in front of him and glanced at Emily, saying, "I was just brewing potions and just came back to rest." The two chatted for a while, but as the night grew deeper, Alice had to go to bed. Chapter 222. Joanna's suggestion. Simon looked up at the girl still standing in place and asked curiously, "Aren't you going back to rest?" "Who is she?" Emily asked curiously. "My girlfriend," Simon replied. "She is really beautiful." Emily blinked and stared at the two-sided mirror. She probably guessed what it was, and for some reason, the girl felt a bit envious of the girl in the mirror. "Thank you. Alice will be very happy to hear that." Simon smiled and said, "It's already late. You should go back and rest." Goodbye." After Emily left the room and closed the door behind her, she leaned quietly against the black folding door, hugging the book with both hands. For some reason, the girl suddenly felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. After that day, Emily's attitude towards Simon noticeably became cold. She no longer frequently appeared in Simon's room, and even forgot about the request to translate 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Everything seemed to be over, and the two acted like unrelated strangers. Simon probably guessed the reason. It must be said that women are emotional, and their personalities are as unpredictable as the weather at sea. However, Simon was busy with his own matters and didn't pay too much attention to these things. In mid-October, the weather was unusually cold. Even wearing a thick fur cloak could not stop the invasion of cold. In the basement of the Durmstrang Institute Castle, the cauldron was steaming, and Simon was focused on handling the raw materials in his hands. With Professor Carlos's help, he was brewing a new potion. Carlos's talent in potions was no less than Wendig's. Simon would correct some mistakes in the potion brewing process from the potion book, while Carlos helped Simon master some unique potions from Durmstrang, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Carlos overlooked Simon's age and did not see him as just a student. For a potion master, having a good partner to learn from and progress together was undoubtedly a significant help in improving one's potion-making skills. "What is going on with Emily lately? It seems she hasn't come to the classroom to practice potions for a long time," Carlos asked Simon during a break, as he still hoped Emily could achieve good results in the potion tournament. "I'm not sure. I've seen her less recently," Simon replied briefly. He wasn't very concerned about what was happening with Emily. He was more preoccupied with the difficulties he was currently facing and who to turn to for help. "By the way, I've roughly finished translating 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. For the revisions, I'll trouble you and Professor Martha." Simon took out a stack of parchment from the inconspicuous retractable pouch on his belt and handed it to Carlos. Carlos took the parchment and glanced at it, surprised to see the fluent handwriting of the translation of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi on the parchment. The writing looked very neat, almost like something a wizard would have copied from a book. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take care of the rest. After Professor Martha and I review it, we will find someone to revise it. At most, in half a month, we can have it published as a book. Carlos said gratefully. He didn't understand English, so now that Simon had completed the translation, he no longer had to worry about not understanding the contents. I only have one request. After this book is fully revised, please do not circulate it. Just keep it in the Durmstrang library, Simon stated his request. Carlos was a bit surprised by Simon's decision, but still agreed. Simon's help in translating was already a significant contribution, although there were still many translation errors. As long as most of it could be understood, the revision wouldn't be too much of a problem. By the way, if you see Emily, please let her know that I still hope she can come back to practice potions. Emily was Carlos' prize student and also the principal's granddaughter, so Carlos cared about her. I will. Simon sealed the potion from the cauldron into a bottle and, after tidying up, left the potions classroom. Unfortunately, it seemed that Emily was avoiding him. Simon hadn't encountered her for a long time. One day, after finishing, Simon specifically asked a 6th grade girl to relay his message to Emily, as boys were not allowed into the girls' dormitory. The girl looked Simon up and down, giggling and saying she would pass on the message. However, a few minutes later, she returned and told Simon that Emily didn't want to see him. As for the reason, it seemed that Emily had been in a bad mood lately. She seems to be angry at someone, the girl said with a smile. Before leaving, she also told Simon the class schedule for the 6th graders. In the end, Simon seized the opportunity to corner Emily in a secluded hallway when her class ended. The girl next to Emily giggled and walked away, leaving the two of them time to talk. What's wrong with you? Simon asked, pulling his gaze back after the annoying girl walked away. Why didn't you go practice potions with Professor Carlos? Are you planning to give up on the potion competition? I'm not participating anymore. Emily turned her face away and said, Isn't there still you? Did the principal say anything to you? Simon cornered the girl against the wall with one hand, blocking her way in a wall slam style. Or did I upset you? No, Emily said angrily, her face stern. Who do you think you are? Simon looked at the furious girl and sighed gently. Professor Carlos hopes you can find time to practice potions in the classroom. He wants you to participate in the potion competition. After saying that, Simon turned and walked away. He really wasn't interested in comforting a girl throwing a tantrum. Oh, he left? After Simon left, a blonde girl came out from the corner and looked at the somewhat flustered Emily. I thought he liked you. I can't reach him. He already has a girlfriend. Emily pouted, her face clouded with dissatisfaction, almost dripping with gloom. Then why does he bother you? The girl asked in confusion. I think he is really nice to you. Emily leaned on the girl's shoulder and said, maybe it's just one-sided on my part. Either you find someone else or you go after him. The girl patted Emily's shoulder comfortingly. Your cousin isn't bad. Even I'm a little tempted. I don't think he is my cousin. Grandpa seems to have hidden something. Emily sighed. Anyway, he still has to study at Durmstrang. You have plenty of time to replace his girlfriend, the blonde girl said with a smile. If you don't want him, I want to hold back. Try it. Even if you can't be his girlfriend, being friends is also good. I think he is quite a decent person. Joanna. Emily waited impatiently for her best friend. Come on, can I just joke around? Chapter 223. Quidditch in the snowstorm. After talking with Emily, Simon finally convinced her to show up in Carlos's potion classroom during her free time. However, Emily still ignored Simon, acting like a child sulking at someone else. Simon didn't take Emily's situation to heart. He had been focusing all his energy on potion making, and even Carlos was amazed by Simon's rapid progress. He said that if Simon's potion skills continued to rise at this speed, it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed Carlos, becoming the youngest potion master in history. Carlos wasn't jealous. He felt inexplicably excited at the thought of cultivating a minor potion master. Simon was unaware of Carlos's thoughts. If he knew, he would probably find it amusing. His rapid progress and mastery of numerous potion recipes were mostly due to mimicking Carlos's methods. That's why the potion professor thought Simon was making quick progress. If Carlos hadn't demonstrated the cases for Simon, allowing him to make potions on his own would take far more time and effort, and the effectiveness of the potions would also be significantly lower. Damn it, this is so unfair. Emily was frustrated to find that her cousin's potion level was skyrocketing like a broomstick, leaving her far behind. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she knew she couldn't compete with Simon and had to acknowledge his potion talent exceeded hers. At the end of October, Durmstrang Academy welcomed a grand event. The first Quidditch match of the semester was about to start, with Joanna leading the Whirlwind team against the Flyers led by Cam. Many believe the Whirlwind team was at a disadvantage since Emily had originally been a chaser for them, but didn't continue to practice with the team this year due to preparing for the potion competition. Therefore, Joanna had to let a substitute take the field. Despite not being favored by others, Joanna prepared a surprise for her opponent. She borrowed Silver Arrow from Simon. An excellent broom could change the course of the game, which was a hypothesis Joanna made after experiencing the superiority of the Silver Arrow during practice. She believed she could easily defeat her opponent with this broom. The Quidditch pitch was located on the expansive grounds to the right of the castle, looking slightly smaller than Hogwarts' Quidditch pitch. The only unfortunate thing was that this morning, a terrible snowstorm had begun, thick snow obscuring the spectators' view. Despite the harsh conditions, the Quidditch match continued, with many students wearing thick fur cloaks braving the wind and snow to watch the game. Undoubtedly, they enjoyed this situation. The referee for the Quidditch match was Professor Claude. As for the flying class professor, it was said that Durmstrang Academy didn't have flying classes, as all the students came from pure-blood wizard families and were unlikely to lack flying experience. The commentator was a boy from Bulgaria named Christo, who stood on a high platform, his cheeks red from the cold, shivering as he used a trumpet-like loudspeaker to commentate. The students watching the Quidditch match were no better off than Christo, freezing in the cold. The two sides shook hands politely, and as Professor Claude blew the wooden whistle, the Quidditch players mounted their brooms and soared into the air, officially starting the match. The game was even more exciting than expected. Not long after, loud cheers erupted from the Quidditch pitch as Joanna scored first, giving the Whirlwind team the initial advantage. 10 o'clock. Christo shouted loudly, "The Whirlwind team is temporarily leading." Our charming girl passed through 3 opposing players with extraordinary speed and scored before the goalkeeper could react. Emily clapped excitedly, then noticed that not far ahead, Simon was sitting with something resembling an umbrella above him, a small stove beside him, and a steaming cup of cocoa in his hands, leisurely enjoying his hot drink while watching the Quidditch match. Next to Simon, several younger girls were huddled around the stove, chattering away, while others could only shiver in the cold wind. Although the snowstorm wasn't too heavy, the swirling snowflakes affected the players' visibility, making it difficult for the seekers to catch the golden snitch, but the match continued. The Quidditch match seemed to have turned into Joanna's solo show. Just 10 minutes in, the girl had already scored, single-handedly racking up 50 points, which was truly astonishing. The current score was 50-20. The captain of the Flyers, Cam, was feeling incredibly frustrated at this moment. He began to regret why he had been so shameless. Why hadn't he borrowed that broom from Simon? Cam believed that if he had asked, Simon would not have refused. Now, judging by Joanna's performance, Cam knew it would be very difficult to turn the game around unless they could find the golden snitch in a short time. Otherwise, if the game dragged on, Joanna would surely score more points, putting them at a significant disadvantage. However, under these circumstances, it was indeed difficult for them to catch the snitch. Their vision was severely obstructed, and sometimes they couldn't even see the situation around them, let alone find the snitch. "Wait, what?" Christo exclaimed in surprise, staring at the parchment in his hand, saying loudly, "The latest news indicates that someone has found out the secret behind our charming girl's improvement." It seems Joanna borrowed a high-quality broom from the transfer student Simon, which undoubtedly has worked wonders. It can fly steadily even in this weather, turning without any issue. This is the best broom I've ever seen, bar none. I dare say the players of the Bulgarian national Quidditch team would wish to have such a broom. My God, if they encounter a team with such a broom while competing against the British Quidditch team, it would be a nightmare. The Quidditch match continued in the snowstorm for over an hour before the golden snitch was finally caught by the tornado seeker. However, the score had already widened drastically to 380-100. It was hard to believe that the Flyers were facing an unprecedented defeat. Christo shouted, "Let's congratulate the Tornadoes players. They have won the first Quidditch match of the semester. And let's congratulate Joanna. She scored 160 points for the Tornadoes all by herself. Truly worthy of being the captain of the Tornadoes, she showcased a spectacular game with her superb skills." Chapter 224. That cup of wine. Joanna planned to invite Simon to the Tornadoes' victory celebration. However, since he had to go to Carlos's place later, Simon politely declined Joanna's enthusiastic invitation. Drinking also requires timing. If Simon hadn't prepared to go to Carlos's place, he wouldn't mind accepting Joanna's invitation. However, since they were going to practice potion making later, drinking was definitely not an option. Alcohol could potentially affect him and lead to mistakes while brewing potions. And Carlos surely wouldn't want him to show up after drinking. "Why didn't you attend the celebration?" Carlos asked Simon with a puzzled look. Because we still have potion practice. I don't want to make unnecessary mistakes due to drinking. Simon replied as he sat back in his usual spot, noticing Carlos's gaze. I'm glad you think that way, Carlos said with satisfaction. He continued, you don't have much time left to prepare. Principal Eilert will probably take you to the Magical Institute of the Far East for the Potion Championship at the end of December. The two were discussing the latest potion they had brewed when the basement door was pushed open, and Emily walked in, a faint smell of alcohol on her. Clearly, she had just had a drink. Carlos looked up at the girl with a bit of disappointment. She seemed to contrast sharply with Simon, making Carlos feel that Emily wasn't very serious about potion making. Carlos actually knew about Simon's situation. In fact, the professors at Durmstrang Academy had already learned from Kielan's big mouth that Simon was a muggle wizard. Although this matter was still under investigation, everyone remained silent about it. After all, Simon had brought a house elf with him, and no one wanted to question that. They wouldn't doubt Principal Eilert's good intentions either. To some extent, most professors wholeheartedly agreed with Eilert's approach. Not many cared about this detail. Perhaps Durmstrang Academy didn't admit muggle wizards, and maybe that was their tradition. But as long as it wasn't stated, who would know? Would anyone confirm it? Moreover, who said they couldn't make an exception? Why not break the rule? Who set those rules anyway? After all, Eilert was the principal. Sorry, I'm late, Emily said, looking at the two who were talking, aware that her earlier actions had disturbed them, and she showed an apologetic expression. She quietly sat in the corner and began to work on her potion. However, half an hour later, Emily's potion failed, and the contents of her cauldron turned into a lump of mud-like substance. All right, today's practice ends here. You can head back, Carlos announced to the two. After tidying up their potions, Simon and Emily left the potion classroom together. Emily followed Simon, and when they reached the corner, she asked, Did I upset Professor Carlos just now? Although Carlos didn't seem to be targeting her, Emily still sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, which was indeed related to her actions. Find a time to apologize to Carlos. It will be fine, Simon comforted the slightly anxious girl. Is it because I drank? Emily tilted her head and asked. Yes, your potion-making failed just now. You shouldn't have gone to the potion classroom after drinking. That would make Professor Carlos feel disrespected and neglectful of potion-making. Simon kindly reminded her, he has high hopes for you, but your performance has clearly disappointed him. After a moment of silence, Emily suddenly said, I'm sorry. You shouldn't say that to me. Simon reminded her. I know what I should do. Emily nodded and quickened her pace. As she turned the corner, she glanced back at Simon and gave him a faint smile, saying, but still, thank you. By the way, Joanna is a bit unhappy that you didn't attend the celebration. After saying that, Emily quickly left. As for the so-called dissatisfaction, Simon figured it would probably be forgotten in a few days, so he didn't pay too much attention to it and returned to his room. Sitting at his desk, his gaze fell on the half bottle of wine on the right side, and beneath the bottle lay a piece of parchment. Simon took out the parchment and glanced at its content. This half bottle of wine was a gift from Joanna, expressing her gratitude for him lending her the broom. A gift, huh? Simon shook the wine bottle and walked over to his shelf to take out a wine glass carved from unicorn's horn. He poured himself a small glass, and, as he swirled the wine, something seemed to come to mind. Ball? Simon called for his house elf, Ball. What is it, master? Who sent this half bottle? Simon inquired. It was Miss Emily. Ball replied. Why would it be Emily? Simon pondered for a moment and quickly thought of the reason. In this room, apart from Emily, no one else could enter freely without the master's consent. So naturally, Joanna couldn't either, which meant she could only ask Emily to deliver it. That seemed normal. All right, you could go now. Simon set aside his wine glass and began to tackle the urgent documents from the Chamber of Commerce. After sending Ball away, he finally relaxed his body, picked up the wine glass that had been sitting untouched, and took a sip. The taste was quite good. Just as Simon finished his thought about the wine, his expression suddenly changed, looking exceptionally pale, almost as if he were about to fall ill. Not only that, but Simon felt his thoughts become chaotic, and a figure began to materialize in his mind. Emily. He suddenly missed Emily. Something was wrong. Simon's gaze dropped to the wine glass carved with a unicorn's horn, and he shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. Now, Simon realized he might have encountered a major problem. He immediately rushed to his potion cabinet and took out a bottle of sedative to swallow. Then, he slumped onto the cushion, taking a deep breath to calm his brain. Fortunately, he had only taken a small sip, and the amount ingested wasn't much. So the effect wasn't strong. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The love potion wasn't poison, and naturally, the wine glass made from unicorn horns was ineffective against it. But why did Emily use a love potion on me? Simon wasn't a fool and could naturally guess the reason. However, this matter still made him quite unhappy. A few minutes later, as Simon expected, Emily indeed appeared in his room as scheduled. Chapter 225. The tough girl is truly scary. So, Simon fiddled with a bottle of sedative in his hand, gazing at the girl in front of him, and asked softly, "Actually, did you come here at this time to lift the love potion for me?" Receiving such an answer from her was somewhat unexpected for Simon. However, thinking it over, it seemed to make sense. Simon never believed he had such great charm to make a beautiful girl, who he had been with for a month, throw herself at him, or to prepare to reverse the situation. "That," Joanna said. Emily lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. With a hint of shyness on her face as she whispered, she said that if you do this, you will. The love potion cannot create true love. Simon placed the sedative on the table and set the wine glass in front of Emily, saying, "Your friend seems to have come over with ill intentions." Seeing the girl still wanting to argue, Simon sighed gently and reminded her, "Have you ever seen a girl sneak into a man's room at midnight? You're angry." Emily lifted her head to look at Simon and said softly, "Of course I'm angry." Simon looked at Emily, who appeared guilty, feeling both amused and exasperated. "I was startled by that bottle of wine you gave me. But you have already lifted the love potions. Affect yourself." Emily mumbled softly, "That's because I only took a small sip, and I'm also a potion master, so I noticed the problem immediately and took the sedative." Simon glared at Emily fiercely and retorted, "Otherwise, do you know what might have happened after you came over just now?" He stood up and leaned close to the girl's ear, whispering, "I would have." "You wouldn't do that, would you?" Emily was startled, asking in disbelief. Who says I wouldn't do that? I'm actually thinking about it right now." Simon discarded the wine that had the love potion and took out a bottle of mead from his collection, pouring himself a small cup and taking a sip. He coldly said, "I'm indeed angry. Anyone would be angry in this situation. So you still like me a bit?" Emily said softly, "Joanna's words are somewhat effective. In fact, I admit, you are very beautiful, truly a remarkable girl." Simon looked Emily up and down. "You have a lot of energy, and, among the girls I know, you are one of a kind. You have your own charm, and I never deny that. But I do indeed have the idea of pushing you down. Men never lose out in this regard. If I had to choose between you and your little girlfriend, who would you choose?" Emily asked cautiously. She noticed the change in Simon's gaze. Although it wasn't too hot, it was very aggressive, and from his look, she could tell that what he had said earlier was not just talk. "Little girlfriend? No, Alice is a bit older than you." Simon said matter-of-factly, "But I can answer your question. I would definitely choose Alice, no doubt about it. Why, am I not as good as her? Am I not as pretty?" Emily felt a bit unwilling. Simon's words made her feel somewhat defeated. "This isn't about looks. I think you don't need to dwell on this. While I haven't changed my mind, you should leave." Simon was already preparing to kick her out. "Or do you plan to stay and spend the night with me?" "I wouldn't mind. In fact, you just don't want to part ways with your girlfriend, yet still want to possess me?" Emily glared at Simon angrily. "You offered yourself up." Simon shrugged, not denying it. "Scum. All right, I admit I'm scum." Simon was unfazed. "You're not exactly any better, planning to dig someone else's corner." "Emily, why don't you take action against me? Is it because of my grandfather's connections?" Emily suddenly said, looking somewhat irritated. "I didn't come here for that." Simon said lightly, "If I wanted to find a beautiful, warm bed partner, it wouldn't be difficult. I dare say that if I asked, plenty of beautiful women would be sent to me to choose from." "Then why do you still want?" Emily asked in confusion. Simon pushed her against the chair in a wall-slamming manner, retorting, "Have you ever seen a fox that doesn't eat meat? And who would give up on meat that S's right in front of them?" After saying this, Simon leaned down and kissed the girl on the lips. A few seconds later, Emily suddenly reacted and forcefully pushed Simon away. "Although I admit I like you a bit, I'm not generous enough to share love with others." Emily looked at Simon with a complex expression, leaving that sentence behind as she turned to leave the room. Watching the girl's departing figure, Simon took a small sip of mead and murmured, "It feels quite good." After Emily left Simon's room, she jogged to the lounge and leaned back in the chair in front of the fireplace, lost in thought. What happened? Joanna appeared behind the girl like a ghost, asking curiously, "Why are you here?" "It's all your bad idea." Emily glared at her best friend with slight dissatisfaction. "In fact, at least he knows you like him." Joanna reminded her simply, "Actually, I think you should have known from the beginning. In fact, I thought you would spend the night with him. You know, I almost got." Emily said angrily, "By the way, I really didn't expect Simon to be so direct." After hearing Emily's complaints, Joanna sighed. "However, you could stay. That way, your relationship would be solidified." "I'm not that infatuated." Emily's face flushed red as she looked at her friend in dissatisfaction. I just want a little. In fact, you just hope for a sweet romance. Joanna immediately pierced through the girl's thoughts. But what about after that? You never considered what comes next, right? If you want to monopolize him, you must find a way to push his girlfriend out of his heart. Of course, if you just want a relationship, you can completely disregard the fact that he already has a girlfriend. After all, you still have 2 years until graduation, and by then, you will break up and go your separate ways, leaving everyone with a beautiful memory. For you, isn't that already enough? Joanna analyzed to Emily in a tone of a love expert. I see. The two girls whispered as they left the lounge, and Simon's figure emerged from the darkness, shaking his head in exasperation. Girls, they're really scary. I don't plan to write this book in a way you might expect, so naturally, there won't be any chapters that you think might appear. If you don't like it, feel free to criticize it yourself. I want to be reading the comments anyway. The new book has already begun writing, and the experienced readers can look forward to it. I'll publish it after accumulating 30,000 words. As for whether it's the D&D story you expect and imagine, I don't know. The temporary title is The Lord's Affairs. The author has naming difficulties. Whether it will change later is yet to be seen. Just to give a hint, the protagonist is a noble knight. His professions are swordsman and mage. In fact, I prefer to call it sword mage. Chapter 226, The Convenient Door. The next day, while Simon was enjoying breakfast in the hall with others, Emily appeared beside him, using a simple excuse to send away the unfortunate junior who had just been chatting with Simon. Good morning, Emily said after covering a yawn. I thought about it for a long time last night. Let's just be friends for now. The development of the situation completely exceeded Simon's expectations. He didn't know what Joanna had said to Emily. Of course, we've always been friends. Simon replied with a smile. Your expression last night was quite scary. Emily muttered in her heart. She still preferred the current Simon. Let everything happen naturally. However, this feeling was actually quite nice, and their relationship returned to how it was when Simon first arrived at Durmstrang Academy. They joked occasionally, chatted, and discussed potion-related issues. Emily returned to being that vibrant girl she once was, and she still often went to Simon for food and drinks, but their recent casual chats revolved around potion problems. Emily had expressed a desire to meet Simon's girlfriend, Alice, but Simon ultimately didn't agree. He didn't want to bring himself trouble. Who knows what thoughts Alice might have after meeting Emily? By early November, the translation and proofreading of 8,000 Wonderful Herbs and Fungi were basically completed, and after being edited into a book, it was handed to Simon, who then passed it to Emily. This book is undoubtedly a great resource for potion masters, detailing many materials and their unique effects that are rarely seen. Finding herbs in the wild is certainly not an easy task. On November 5th, the latest announcement was posted on the lounge bulletin board. The school would soon select students to participate in the potion championship. The professors, who knew the actual situation, understood that this so-called selection test was actually Headmaster Eilert opening the convenient door for Simon Green. If Simon was directly selected, many would likely express dissatisfaction and raise doubts. But if the contestants were chosen based on their own abilities, even if others had opinions, they would have to swallow them. Strength is the best proof, and the so-called selection contest was merely Simon's personal show. Others might still be in the dark, but the headmaster could not be unaware of Simon's potion level. This was something he had arranged and planned himself. There were not many students participating, only a few, and they were all familiar with each other. Each knew their own potion skills well enough to avoid embarrassing themselves. Not to mention the waste of materials. One wrong move could turn them into a laughingstock among other students. If they publicly created a pile of useless residue, being mocked for overestimating their abilities would be inevitable, and the potion professor would likely be furious enough to punish the disruptive students. Only 7 students participated in the test, besides Simon and Emily. There were 2 girls and 3 boys, all upperclassmen in grades 6 and 7. However, Simon's appearance as a transfer student caught them by surprise. The little wizards were buzzing with discussion. Some thought Simon was causing trouble and awaited his embarrassment, while others believed Simon would achieve good results. They didn't care what Simon's final results would be. They were just envious of his presence there. That was all. The test was chosen by drawing lots, judged by 3 potion masters. However, the final result felt like a slap in the face to the 5, as Simon's potion level far exceeded their expectations. Perhaps it would be more fitting to say he was streets ahead of them. His superior potion skills left everyone greatly impacted. Talent is one thing, but having practical experience is an even bigger issue. Relying solely on the school's potion classes was definitely not enough. Carlos even set up the furnace for Simon and Emily every day, so the gap was naturally not small. However, Although the other 5 ultimately did not qualify for the competition, Headmaster Eilert agreed to let them go to the Magic Institute to watch the potion championship, as it would be beneficial for their potion skills to see the big scene. That same day, after the participants' names were announced, it caused quite a stir. Emily S. name on the list was expected, but who was Simon Green? Why was a transfer student appearing on the participant list? Immediately, some students expressed their dissatisfaction, and various rumors began to fly. The eliminated upperclassmen were gloating, having no intention of speaking up for Simon. Headmaster Eilert publicly announced the test results. Simon S. Potion received a high score of 9.5, which was the average of the evaluations from the 3 potion masters, one of whom was an external potion master to ensure the fairness of the results. Emily also received a score of 8.9. As for the others, the best score was only around 6, barely passing. The 5 regretted not stepping up, as the announced results inadvertently slapped them in the face. The selection of potion formulas was fair, randomly chosen from the 7 grades, so the difficulty wouldn't vary too much. Although Simon's was not the hardest, it was definitely not the simplest either, and it even selected a potion that only 7th graders would learn, leaving everyone speechless. What? Unconvinced? Even if you're not convinced, you have to accept it. The facts have proven everything, and strength is the best proof. Simon was already standing at a height they looked up to. Congratulations, Simon. I didn't expect your potion skills to be this impressive. Cam didn't forget to offer his congratulations. He knew Simon exhibited extraordinary talent in many areas, but he didn't expect him to be proficient in potion making as well. Cam was not just there to congratulate Simon. He also took this opportunity to subtly express his hope that Simon wouldn't lend his flying broom to Joanna anymore. One must admit that the superiority of the Silver Arrow had completely disrupted the balance of the competition. Actually, before coming to find Simon, he had discussed this matter with Joanna, but it was still necessary to let Simon know to avoid someone going against the agreement. I have to say, the last Quidditch match was a terrible loss, and Cam, as the captain of the flying team, couldn't lift his head to greet Joanna for a long time. Regarding this matter, Simon didn't have much opinion and nodded in agreement with Cam. In fact, he felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of Cam's sincere eyes. He knew that if he disagreed, Cam would find a way to persuade him. Don't look at me like that, Cam said with a, where did you get your broomstick? Can you only get one? Money is not an issue. It was indeed not something a person could handle to write 3 books at the same time. Chapter 227. Who is more shameless? Are you chatting with him again? The door was pushed open, and Phyllis walked in wearing pajamas and a fur cloak. She looked at her sister, who had just put away the 2-way mirror, and sighed softly. Phyllis, is there something you need? Alice smiled and looked at Phyllis, who seemed to be in a good mood. However, at this point in time, Phyllis rarely came to find her. After all, Phyllis was now a staff member at the school, busy with many things every day, and it was also inappropriate to show too much intimacy in public. Principal Fodisk has decided to let me represent Hogwarts students in the Potion Championship in the Far East Islands this year, Phyllis said with a hint of helplessness on her face. The Potion Championship is a competition for current students, yet Principal Fodisk wanted her, a recent graduate, to compete, which clearly didn't align with the rules. However, Phyllis actually knew the reason. Hogwarts simply couldn't produce a single outstanding student in potions to compete, and the only student who might have participated had been expelled from the school years ago. After all, Hogwarts is such a large school, and if they cannot present a decent competitor, it would be quite embarrassing, especially since there are many magical schools participating, and Hogwarts simply could not afford to lose face. That's great. I believe Phyllis will definitely win the championship, Alice said excitedly. If I win the championship, what about your Simon? Phyllis raised her finger and playfully flicked Alice's forehead, smiling as she asked back. Annoying. I'm not a child anymore, Alice said, rubbing her forehead in complaint. You still haven't answered my question? Phyllis continued to press. Alice frowned, pondering for a moment before answering. Although I hope Simon can win the championship, my sister should be better than Simon in potions. That's more like it. Phyllis was somewhat satisfied with her sister's answer. Phyllis, when are you planning to leave? Alice asked eagerly. Can I go with you to give Simon an unexpected surprise? I'm afraid not. This trip is longer than you think. Phyllis sighed. They would be using a portkey for segmented travel. Merlin's beard. It would be a miracle if Principal Fodisk said they would be using flying broomsticks to get to the magical place. I will leave at the beginning of this year. Principal Fodisk originally wanted to arrange for a thestral carriage, but after considering the distance, he ultimately abandoned that decision. At the beginning of this year? Alice widened her eyes in surprise and complained. So Simon won't be able to come back to spend the winter break with me this year? With my sister gone? I'll be all alone at home. It's really annoying. Forget it. I'll go find Windick and let him think of a way. What about Hatchie and Glani? The cat nuzzled up to Alice's side. Don't you still have the two-way mirror? Phyllis said irritably. Don't think I don't know. You contact him every day. Annoying, fine. I got it. Alice pouted in dissatisfaction, took out the two-way mirror from the box, and softly called Simon's name. Alice, is there something? Simon's face appeared in the two-way mirror, asking in confusion. Are you not planning to come back for the winter break? Alice pressed. Sorry, Alice. I just found out that I've been selected to participate in the potion championship, and I will be leaving at the end of this month. So I probably won't have time to come back for the winter break. Okay, I got it. Alice pouted in complaint. I won't disturb you then. Remember, bring me a gift. On the other side of the two-way mirror, across the sea at Durmstrang Institute, Simon was puzzled, wondering why Alice suddenly asked about this. Opposite him, Emily was giggling. The girl had clearly figured out that Simon's girlfriend was upset and was angry that he wouldn't be coming back for the winter break. Is your girlfriend angry? Emily's tone carried a hint of glee. No, Simon said, staring at the girl. Let's continue with the previous topic. By the way, why is she unhappy, even if you went back? That's my business, Simon said irritably, then shifted the topic. How far have you gotten in the book A, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi? I probably memorized half of it, Emily proudly announced. Then you better speed up. Time is already. Suddenly, a crackling sound interrupted Simon's words. The house elf Ball appeared out of nowhere and handed Simon a letter. It was an urgent letter from England. Simon used a small knife to open the letter, and it was evidently more than one. He quickly tore open the letter and scanned the contents on the parchment, his expression darkening immediately. The first letter was from England, concerning King James I's intention to raise taxes, hoping for his support. Damn, how could this be possible? I really don't know if he is daydreaming or if he suddenly had a whim. Have you ever seen someone willingly cut their own flesh? There's a saying in this world about tax evasion. How to evade taxes is a skill. Therefore, Simon couldn't express his position on this matter. Even if taxes were really going to be raised, he wouldn't support or oppose it. He would only pretend he didn't know about it. The second matter was about issues in America, where there seemed to be some minor conflicts in Brazil and the Caribbean, already showing signs of internal unrest. This was definitely not a good omen. He would send someone over to find out what was happening and quell any potential unrest, no matter the means. If the merchants there couldn't even handle such matters, he would make those guys roll away. The third letter was about Spanish merchants, who had deliberately instigated some conflicts regarding cohabitation with Coco. Simon didn't mind those pirate-like guys meeting their end, nor did he mind letting pirates visit those Spanish merchant ships, leaving them with nothing. At that point, they would understand who truly ruled this sea area. It seemed that the cooperation between the Merchant Association and the East India Company needed to be expedited. Simon's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, writing down the possible outcomes on the parchment, then transcribing the solutions onto the letter paper. After sealing it with wax, he handed it to Ball. During his time in Japan, he also needed to leave backup plans. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. As for those merchants, they weren't fools. They knew how to resolve issues, and those who had gotten this far all had their own skills. Ball hurriedly left with the letter. Can house elves perform apparition at school? Emily suddenly asked. Sure. The spell that prohibits apparition for wizards is meant for wizards, and the magic of house elves is different from that of wizards, Simon explained. You seem to have something to do, so I'll head back first. Emily sensibly stood up and left. Chapter 228. Free labor stepping onto a long plank jutting out from the deck. Everyone boarded the Durmstrang ship one after another. I've always wondered where the headmaster got this ship. A senior student curiously looked around and said to a girl next to him. In fact, they had discovered this pirate ship docked in a mountain lake behind the school a few days after the semester started. Why build such a pirate ship on a mountain lake? Many were speculating about the headmaster's reasons for doing this. Although Headmaster Illitt had mentioned at the opening feast that this ship would become their transportation, how to get it out of the mountain lake was still a significant issue. After all, this is a mountain far from the ocean, and how to get the ship into the sea? Some speculated that they could use magic to shrink the ship, while others said the ship could fly. Surprisingly, the idea that the ship could fly gained acceptance for most. Now, they could finally board this pirate ship themselves. And being among the first students to know the ship's secret was quite exciting. All right, you have plenty of time to explore the Durmstrang ship, but what you need to know now is how to operate this ship. Because aside from me, none of the school professors will go to the Magical Institute. All the tasks of navigating the ship will be left to you, Headmaster Illitt announced after boarding. Simon was a bit speechless. No wonder Illitt had readily agreed to let those upperclassmen who weren't selected to also go to the Magical Institute to watch the competition. He was looking for free help. It made sense. If it were just the three of them, operating such a large ship would indeed be challenging, but with more people, there wouldn't be a shortage of hands. They just needed to practice a bit and understand how to operate the ship. Now, Illit only needed to tell them how to control the ship, practice a bit before heading to the Magical Institute, and avoid unnecessary accidents later. Although treated as free labor, the other 5 didn't complain. Being able to watch the Potion Championship was a rare opportunity, and getting to personally drive the magical ship was a small matter that could be overlooked. Do you understand? Illit clapped his hands, signaling everyone to try out their positions. While he personally took the helm, sails, anchor, ropes, all operations were done by magic. At first, the few were inexperienced and caused a few minor accidents. However, they hadn't started trying underwater travel yet, so minor mishaps were acceptable. Only when they reached a point of accurate operation would Illit use magic to facilitate a direct transfer from one body of water to another. The space inside is even larger than I imagined. Emily pushed open the wooden door and looked at the spacious room with wooden beds, exclaiming. Each room had 5 single beds, and there were also fireplaces and tables and chairs, resembling the student dormitories in the West Tower of the school. In addition, there were kitchens, bathrooms, lounges, everything one could want. In the cabin at the far end, there was a study with books on potions on the shelves, undoubtedly prepared for the students participating in the Potion Championship. However, I feel like the paint on the outside of this ship seems a bit familiar, like the paint on the door of your room. Emily suspiciously scrutinized Simon, looking like Columbus discovering a new continent. That's multifunctional anti-evil curse varnish, Simon casually said. You really know, Emily said proudly. All right, some things are better left as they are. There's no need to dig deeper, or it'll just be annoying. Simon interrupted the girl's words, reminding her, all right, it's getting late, we should head back. Emily moved her lips, but ultimately didn't press for more questions. As the two exited the cabin, everyone else came out as well. The plank extended to the shore under magical control, and they walked down it, braving the wind and snow back to Durmstrang Castle. Grandpa, what's going on with that ship? Emily asked Illit, who was entangled in his thoughts back at Durmstrang Castle. You went to England back then just to build this ship, right? Since you've already guessed it, why ask me? Illit looked at his granddaughter. So Simon ISNT actually a relative, right? Why do you say that? I feel like his coming to Durmstrang Academy has something to do with this ship. Emily said. He took down the door to the dormitory and replaced it with a new wooden door, using the same kind of paint as the ship. This pirate ship was indeed a gift Simon gave me before the renovation. He also helped us a lot during the transformation, Illit said with a smile, patting his granddaughter's head. However, you got one thing wrong. Simon Green is a relative of the Illit family. The next day, news spread that the selected candidates would take the pirate ship to the Magical Institute. This matter became increasingly mysterious, with all sorts of strange rumors circulating, and many young wizards braved the wind and snow to rush to see this so-called pirate ship. Although it wasn't as extraordinary as rumored, the furnishings and changes inside opened their eyes, and everyone looked forward to the day the ship would fly. However, when that day arrived, they found they were gravely mistaken. A huge whirlpool appeared beneath the pirate ship, and slowly, the ship sank to the bottom of the lake under the astonished gaze of everyone, until the water submerged the mast and vanished. Only then did everyone realize that the pirate ship wasn't flying into the sky, but sinking to the bottom of the sea. Simon looked around. It was as if they were surrounded by a layer of glass, as if they were in an underwater tunnel. In reality, this was a unique application of the bubblehead charm, covering the entire ship like a membrane. They stood on the deck, watching this magical scene, marveling at the wonders of magic. Hey, Simon, how did this happen? Emily asked. How would I know? Liar. Grandpa said you helped create this magical ship. Emily murmured softly. How could you not know? Emily's words immediately drew astonished glances from the others. Some had suspected certain things earlier. After all, anyone with eyes could see that the paint on the ship was the same as that on Simon's door, but no one wanted to believe it. Or rather, they were unwilling to think about it. However, the gap between people can sometimes be immense. Chapter 229. Targeted? In the early morning, before dawn, Simon was already awake from his dreams, the familiar sound of wind and snow hitting the wooden window filling his ears. Even with thick curtains blocking, the penetrating chill could not be stopped. Once upon a time, this scene felt so familiar. After all, during his time in Azkaban, he woke up to a similar situation every day, didn't he? Simon quickly got out of bed, dressed himself, and wrapped himself in a thick cloak. He sat in front of the fireplace, casually adding some firewood to rekindle the dying flames. He had been at Durmstrang for more than 3 months now and had already adapted to this new environment. However, he did not particularly like the weather here. Durmstrang's winters were even colder than those in Hogsmeade. Ball was indeed a competent servant, and he quickly brought warm water for Simon to wash up. Although most people in this era were not as particular as Simon, he was somewhat of a picky master. Nevertheless, Ball was clearly doing well, having received rewards and recognition. The house elf wore a silver badge on his chest, which depicted a silver fox curled up, with its head, body, and tail clearly visible. The badge was the emblem of the Green family, a reward given to Ball when he defeated Heilbo. After sipping a small mouthful of hot cocoa, Simon sat at his desk and began recording the events of the past few days, like taking notes, simply jotting down some miscellaneous matters, including spells he had learned and other important things. He did not know how much time had passed, but the sky was still gray, and he could hear the sounds of students outside in the hallway. It was dawn. Outside remained dim, a common occurrence during winters at Durmstrang. After gathering the books he would need for the day, Simon pushed open his door and stepped outside. As he passed through the fourth-floor lounge, he greeted a few familiar classmates before heading to the dining hall for breakfast. The breakfast food was still quite ordinary, but the house elf's cooking was indeed quite good. During the meal, the group casually discussed a recent hot topic. A fourth-year student named Josiah Jackson had dropped out a few days ago. It was said that during combat magic training, he was hit by 3 spells simultaneously, as a result of the different effects of the curses. Poor Josiah Jackson developed thick scales all over his body, and even several professors at the school were unable to remove the curse. The part-time school nurse, Carlos, was also powerless in this situation, and ultimately, Josiah Jackson had no choice but to drop out. After all, no one could bear being pointed at every day. As for the 3 mischievous kids who had cast spells on Josiah, they were punished by Professor Cullen and confined until the end of the term. In fact, Durmstrang itself emphasized the tradition of dueling and combat magic, which often led to various incidents. And there was no shortage of mischievous kids who caused trouble out of curiosity and fun. I remember that this morning's dark arts class is a dueling training session. Cam sat down next to Simon, covering a yawn with his hand, and continued. However, dueling training seems to hold little significance for Simon. Cam's words received agreement from others. Professor Cullen never allowed Simon to practice with others. According to him, Simon had no need to attend this class anymore. Of course, anyone who had witnessed Simon take on 5 opponents would understand the true meaning of Cullen's words. At that moment, an upperclassman walked over to them, and Simon immediately recognized him as one of the seniors who had participated in the selection test together. Principal Illett sent me to tell you that you don't have to attend this morning's dark arts dueling training session. After breakfast, go to the principal's office to see him. And remember to bring your thickest fur cloak. What's going on? Simon asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. That's just what the principal said. The senior shrugged helplessly and added before leaving. Emily was also called in. It might be related to the potion championship. Speaking of the potion championship, everyone immediately became interested, discussing what Principal Illett wanted with the 2 contestants. Could it be that the principal was planning to provide them with special guidance? As for whether it was so-called special guidance, Simon was not particularly interested. He would find out after finishing breakfast and going to the principal's office. And there was no need to guess here. Simon, have you finished your dark arts paper? I can take it to Professor Cullen for you. Suddenly, a barely audible voice arose, belonging to a short, slightly plump little wizard. Oh, thank you so much, Olson, Simon said as he pulled out his paper on dark arts from his books and handed it to the short, plump boy. No need to be polite. Olson excitedly took the parchment, when suddenly a hand gently rested on his shoulder, and Carl's voice came. You haven't finished your paper, right? He reminded him. I suggest you don't copy. Professor Cullen will definitely make you rewrite it. How do you know? Olson froze for a moment, awkwardly looking at Simon and making an apologetic gesture, before continuing, I missed the paper during my last Quidditch practice, and as a result. Anyway, Professor Cullen always places great importance on Simon's papers. Carl suddenly took on a look of past regrets. In fact, it's not just dark arts. It's the same for other subjects. A nearby student who had also faced difficulties added, Green has been targeted by the professors. Olson's expression stiffened slightly. He had not expected such a situation, and his face immediately turned bitter as he clasped his hands together, saying, Please, I must borrow your paper to copy. In fact, Green's papers always contain some unique insights, even some things that the professors had not thought of, so all his papers attracted the professor's attention. Carl pretended not to hear and continued explaining to himself. However, to some extent, Simon was indeed being watched by the professors. Simon did not mind what they were discussing. After finishing breakfast, he went alone to the principal's office, marking his second time entering the principal's office. When he arrived, Emily was already there, along with 5 other seniors. Although they were not selected, it did not hinder their curiosity, and Illet seemed to care little about it. "Why did the principal call us here?" Simon asked Emily as he walked over to her. As Illet's granddaughter, she was the one who might know the situation best. "Grandpa said he wants us to get accustomed to the format of the potion championship in advance." Emily also did not know the specific situation. After hearing Emily's words, Simon thought of a certain possibility. "Is everyone here?" Principal Illet walked out from inside, his words breaking Simon's train of thought. He scanned the group with a satisfied nod and said, "The raw materials for the potion championship will basically need to be sourced by yourselves. It tests not just your potion-making skills. You need to adapt in advance to how to find the herbs you need in the forest and make them into the required potions. I will take you to a forest, and you will need to discover and harvest the herbs yourselves." Principal Illet's gaze fell on the other 5 and reminded them, "If you don't want to participate, I can understand. It might be a thankless task for you." The group exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they did not want to withdraw. Although they lost to Simon and Emily in potion making, the 5 did not think they were inferior to the 2 in other aspects. To some extent, this was also a test, as the competitors in the potion championship had not been definitively determined. Indeed, it was just as Simon thought. He turned his head to look out the window, where snowflakes were still drifting down. He couldn't help but wonder what Illet was thinking. Why not choose better weather to go out? What was the point of going out now just to drink the cold wind? Illet took them away from the Durmstrang castle, using a portkey to teleport. When Simon's vision returned, he found himself standing at the edge of a forest. This was their destination for today. Wizards usually referred to this forest as the Kurui's Forest. Illet raised his hand and pointed to the forest ahead, saying, "You need to be fully alert. The Kurui's Forest is home to many valuable herbs. By the way, be careful of wild wolves. If you encounter any danger you cannot handle, just open the box. Inside is a portkey that will bring you to my side." After saying this, Illet distributed the boxes to a few people. Once they had their boxes, they each chose a direction and set off. Their task was to search for herbs in the forest. Frankly, this was not very difficult for Simon. It should be somewhere in Sweden. Although it was snowing, the snow cover was not thick and most of the vegetation was exposed. The distance from Durmstrang Castle was quite long, as could be inferred from the temperature and snow. As Simon entered the forest, he utilized his abilities to observe the surrounding plants and compared them with his mental records of herbs. What Illet called many valuable potions was simply misleading. After wandering in the forest for more than 10 minutes, he only found a few stalks of white fresh and some similar plants. But he saw no valuable medicinal materials at all. "Maybe it's because I haven't gone deep enough into the forest," Simon murmured to himself. He took out his flying broom from his inconspicuous expandable bag and flew deeper into the forest. This should be similar to the dark forest situation. The deeper he went, the more herbs he would find. In fact, Simon's thoughts were confirmed. After delving deeper into the Kurui's Forest, the number of herbs around indeed increased. After spending another 10 minutes, he had gone about 100 meters in and completely gave up, according to the speed and efficiency of the others. It was impossible to gather too many raw materials for potions. Simon understood better than anyone how difficult it was to collect herbs. As for the wild wolves, he had indeed encountered one. Now, that poor wild wolf was regretting its choice of prey, hanging upside down not far from Simon's position. And it wouldn't be long before it turned into a wild wolf ice sculpture. "I wonder how the others are doing?" Simon glanced at the vine basket full of herbs and murmured. He took his broom and left the forest, landing back at their original spot. But Illet was not there, and he didn't know where he had gone. However, Simon didn't mind too much. He had Ball set up a tent, sat inside to warm himself by the fire, and enjoyed a cup of hot cocoa. The others would probably take a while to come out, so Simon was not in a hurry. He checked his harvest and processed the raw materials, knowing that time would pass quickly, and he believed the others wouldn't be able to last much longer. Meanwhile, the other wizards in the Kurui's Forest were still struggling to find herbs. Compared to Emily, who had memorized 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, the situation for the others was even worse. The cold made it hard for them to concentrate as they searched desperately in the snow, trying to find a herb among the weeds. However, they found it difficult to distinguish which plants were weeds and which were herbs in the vast area of vegetation. The worst part was the howling of wolves coming from deep within the forest. The sound was chilling, and no one wanted to be attacked by wild wolves while searching for herbs. The harsh environment, the scarcity of herbs, and the surrounding dangers gradually led the group to give up on continuing their search for herbs. They ultimately chose to use the portkey left by Principal Illet to leave this cursed place quickly, and even Emily was no exception. After expending a lot of energy to find a few herbs, she eventually triggered the portkey to leave. Just as she steadied herself, Emily felt someone reach out to support her. It was a senior who was a year above her, and the others were also there. The girl asked in confusion, "Where's Simon?" "He hasn't come back yet," a senior sighed. "Where are we?" Emily asked in confusion. "Madame Sarah's estate. It's not too far from the Karui's forest." Illit introduced the middle-aged woman beside Emily, smiling as he asked, "How are you all feeling? How many have you found?" The group exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed to say, after such a long time. They still had nothing or had only been lucky enough to find 1 or 2 herbs. It was indeed a bit shameful to admit. One 7th-year senior quickly changed the subject, saying, "Principal, what about Green? Do we need to go find him?" "No need. Your friend has already come," suddenly said Madame Sarah, who was standing by the window. Everyone turned their heads to look and then thought of something. They quickly walked to the courtyard, where they found Simon standing there, examining the estate. "What, you all are here?" Simon had waited at the edge of the Karui's forest for a while. When he saw no one coming out of the forest, he realized something. The others must have used the portkey to leave the forest. After all, with such a simple and convenient way to leave, why would anyone walk out on their own? People are inherently lazy. Realizing this possibility, Simon decided not to wait any longer. After having Ball pack up the tent, he straightforwardly used the portkey. Now, seeing everyone there, things turned out just as Simon had thought. They had used the portkey. By the way, where is this? Unlike Simon's thoughts, when the others saw Simon empty-handed, they all breathed a sigh of relief, showing expressions of relief. Even though Simon was talented in potion-making, his situation in searching for herbs was similar to theirs, if not worse, as he hadn't found a single one. "Why did you come so late? We were just about to go look for you." Emily couldn't help but roll her eyes at Simon and asked, "I was waiting for you all at the edge of the Karui's forest. Later, when I noticed no one came out, I guess you might have used the portkey, so I used it to find you," Simon casually explained. No one believed this. Simon didn't look like someone who had been waiting in the cold for long. "All right, let's go inside and talk. This is Madame Sarah, the owner of this estate. By the way, Madame Sarah is a master of potions, and you will be receiving her guidance for some time," Illit reminded them with a smile, which was also why he had set the location of the portkey here. Illit's potion skills were indeed good, but Madame Sarah was clearly an authority in this field, and sometimes 1 + 1 does not equal 2. "I'm Simon Green. Nice to meet you, Madame Sarah." Simon greeted her warmly. Indeed, the personalities of potion makers are quite similar to those in Simon's image. Stuffy, serious, and meticulous, all of which are vividly displayed in this lady. "Are you Simon?" Lady Sarah was also sizing up Simon as she spoke. "I've heard about you from Elate. He said your potion-making talent is quite good. All right, let's go inside and talk. I don't have a habit of keeping guests outside. Where are your herbs?" Emily walked up to Simon and couldn't help but ask. She didn't believe that Simon hadn't found a single herb. After all, this guy had thoroughly studied 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. How could he not have found anything? Unless he hadn't searched at all, which was indeed a more likely possibility. "In my undetectable expansion bag," Simon said. Emily immediately realized and enviously remarked, "That's really a good thing. I'll get one for myself another day." At that moment, Lady Sarah had her house elf bring Simon a cup of herbal tea. As soon as Simon took a sip, he felt warmth spreading through his body. The effect of the herbal tea was probably to dispel the cold, but unfortunately, it was a bit bitter. If it had some honey or sugar, it would taste much better. Simon wasn't the only one thinking this. "I know you have sugar in your undetectable expansion bag," Emily said quietly as she took a sip from her cup and leaned closer to Simon. She knew that Simon's bag contained many items, and as someone who enjoyed life, he couldn't possibly have not reserved some sugar for himself. "And I do have it." "Are you sure adding it won't affect the potion's efficacy?" Simon said, but he still took out a ceramic jar, pulled out the cork, and added a bit of sugar to his herbal tea. He took another sip, and the bitter taste was much milder. Emily also added a lot to her cup, clearly not fond of the bitter flavor. Elate shot a disapproving glare at his granddaughter, sighing helplessly in his heart. Fortunately, Lady Sarah had just stepped away, or she would have wondered what to think upon seeing this scene. The bitterness is finally not so strong. Emily nodded in satisfaction. The few people who had been chatting earlier turned their heads to stare at the ceramic jar Simon had just taken out, speculating about what it contained. But no one approached to ask, as they weren't familiar with Simon. A few minutes later, Lady Sarah appeared with an owl. She informed Elate that they had been allowed to enter the magical garden, but they could only visit and not pick any of the vegetation inside. Lady Sarah is one of the managers of the magical garden. After all, potion makers can't possibly obtain all their potions through purchases or foraging, and some rare herbs need protection. Many places in Europe have similar magical gardens. After speaking, Lady Sarah handed a letter to Elate. which was a pass to enter the magical garden. Before leaving, Elate specifically reminded them of some matters before taking them away from the manor to the so-called magical garden. The magical garden was not far from Lady Sarah's manor. The 8 of them walked for about 10 minutes and stopped at a flat wilderness. Just like Durmstrang Castle, the magical garden was also protected by magic. Elate took out his wand and waved it 3 times. The view before them became hazy like fog, and a door-like structure appeared in front of them. Elate beckoned the others to enter together. Once inside, they realized they were standing at the foot of a small hill. Not far from them was a wooden cabin. As they approached, they saw an elderly couple with white hair and nearly toothless smiles. They were the guardians of the magical garden. According to Elate, both were well-known herbal experts. Elate stepped forward to greet them and handed over the parchment from Lady Sarah to the old man. After checking the parchment, the old man took out an owl and seemed to write a letter to someone. A few minutes later, a young witch riding a broomstick landed in front of them. "I am Dolores Erickson." The witch introduced herself to Simon and the others after leaving her broomstick behind the wooden cabin. "Follow me. Although there aren't any dangerous magical creatures here, it's best not to wander around." She led Simon and the others, and before leaving, she added, "By the way, please do not pick the herbs here indiscriminately, and do not leave the path." Chapter 232. Truly special guidance. There are indeed quite a number of herbs here, Emily whispered to Simon as they walked side by side. After reading 8,000 magical herbs and fungi, she could easily identify the common herbs among the surrounding vegetation and even easily name them. Simon was no exception. It truly was a magical garden, and along the way, wild herbs were everywhere to be seen. He even spotted some magical creatures, some parts of which were also raw materials. The other 5, however, were not as adept. Although they could recognize some, it was somewhat laborious compared to Simon and Emily. "I didn't expect you two to know quite a lot," Dolores said while walking, introducing the herbs and magical creatures they encountered along the way. "That's a pixie, right?" Emily pointed to a spot not far away. "They're so beautiful." "Yes, they're wild pixies, a group of vain creatures with weak magical power. Their wings are excellent raw materials, but of course, if you remove their wings, it will upset them," Dolores explained as they walked. "There's also a group of unicorns living here. Most plants and magical animals can be found here. However, we generally do not disturb them. Half of this place is used to preserve herbs and magical creatures, and we specially raise some commonly used herbs and magical creatures." "Is there any snifflewort here?" Simon suddenly asked. "Snifflewort? That plant is quite rare." Dolores frowned and said, "It is said that wizards used to like to use its leaves as currency for trade. There's indeed a small patch of snifflewort in the magical garden, but now it is almost no special use aside from collection and appreciation." "Why do you ask about it?" "To use it for potion making," Simon replied honestly. "Snifflewort can be used for potion making?" Dolores frowned. She had not heard of anyone using it for potion making. "If you can really discover its other uses, I think others wouldn't mind sharing a bit with you. But of course, you must provide proof." "That's great," Simon nodded. He had just asked casually and didn't expect it to be so easy to persuade her. "Simon, are you talking about the potential potion?" Emily, having also read the potion book, naturally knew about the potential potion. "What's that?" The others exchanged glances. Could it really be used for potion making? When Dolores heard Emily mention the potential potion, she couldn't help but think to herself. However, this matter was not urgent. They continued to admire the garden. There were many paths leading to the hill, winding and twisting, and they encountered a few prickly creatures near a patch of daisies. Unfortunately, due to the approaching winter, the daisies looked like they were about to wither. These creatures breed quickly. Ever since they discovered this patch of daisies, they decided to settle here. "We have to send some of them away every once in a while, and many magical creature shops are happy to take them," Dolores said. "Sometimes when picking daisies, we have to use a coma spell to move them. They finally understand why Ilith brought them here." Dolores knows a lot about the properties of these herbs and magical creatures. Listening to her is undoubtedly like being in class. Of course, Dolores doesn't work for free. She receives a handsome reward from Ilith. Above the hills, there is a small garden with some plants that require careful attention, and the scented grass that Simon mentioned can be seen here. By the time they arrived, Ilith was already there, chatting with some people, and Miss Sarah was also present. "Is the profit good?" Ilith asked with a smile. "It must be said that this trip has indeed yielded good returns. Many of the student wizards get their raw materials from shops or directly provided by the school, and their understanding of herbs and raw materials is quite limited. There are very few things that can truly be used in the wild, and this trip has undoubtedly made them aware of that." After having lunch here and resting a bit, they went to listen to Ms. Sarah explain potion preparation and then personally prepare potions. Unlike the usual teaching model, this kind of teaching leans more towards elite education, and none of them disappointed Ilith. They all successfully completed potion preparation on their first attempt. Of course, the completion rate of the potions varied. Simon's potion wasn't particularly perfect. It was similar to the others and could only be considered barely acceptable. After all, it was his first time, and Miss Sarah didn't personally demonstrate, so even if Simon wanted to imitate, there was no place to learn from. Fortunately, his foundational potion-making skills were solid, so the potions he produced weren't too bad. After Ms. Sarah reviewed Simon's potion, she felt a bit disappointed because Simon's displayed talent didn't match Ilith's description of him being exceptionally gifted. However, his solid foundation is still commendable, and the potion he prepared was at least not too far off. You can't measure them by your own standards, Ilith said with a wry smile after hearing Ms. Sarah's words. After all, a master potion maker's judgment standards for potions are certainly different from his as a principal. Just as he cannot expect every student to become a master potion maker in the future. That would be unrealistic. By the way, I heard that Green used scented grass as a raw material to brew a potion called the potential potion. Ms. Sarah asked Ilith after learning this from Dolores. I've heard of that. It's the achievement of Simon's teacher, Zygmunt Bach. Ilith explained. Who is Zygmunt Bach? Ms. Sarah asked, stunned. An obscure master potion maker from England, Ilith explained. It's not surprising that Ms. Sarah hasn't heard of Zygmunt Bach, as it's quite far from England, and even in England, not many people know the name Zygmunt Bach. Not famous? Ms. Sarah repeated in confusion. Can a master potion maker not be famous? However, she thought about it and realized it was possible. As some master potion makers do have rather eccentric personalities, and it's not impossible for them to be unknown. Simon is a disciple of Zygmunt Bach. He has already made considerable achievements in potion making. If you're willing to communicate with him, you will definitely gain a lot, Ilith said with a smile. Finally, over 5,000 collections. It's not easy. Chapter 233. A little turmoil. All right, this is the potential potion. I want to give it a try. Simon was satisfied with the potential potion in the cauldron. Judging by its color and operational errors, it was not much worse than the one he brewed originally. He took the bottle that Emily handed over, filled the container with the liquid from the cauldron, and handed one portion to Ms. Sarah. When taking the potential potion, there will be an adverse reaction, and Simon briefly explained the situation he encountered when he took the potion. As for the specifics, it depends on them. After all, the value of the raw materials for this potion is not cheap, and brewing it requires focus. Saying it is valuable is not wrong, as potions that can enhance magical power are rare. Everyone looked at each other. Although Simon had taken it before, they instinctively felt uneasy about this unknown potion. After all, even the experts in the field of potions present were unsure, so naturally, no one wanted to try it. Simon didn't mind and was about to put the potion away when Emily stopped him, saying, "Give me a portion." "Are you sure?" Simon looked at the girl with surprise. He was curious about what made her choose to trust it. Why not wait for Miss Sarah to test the potion first and then ask him? Of course, Emily reached out for it. There may be some adverse reactions. You'd better be mentally prepared, Simon reminded her as he handed the potion to Emily. Got it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Emily drank the potential potion. The next second, she started to cough violently and clutched her throat, displaying a painful expression, as if she had just drunk some kind of poison. At that moment, everyone was startled, although Simon had warned that taking the potion might cause adverse reactions. Seeing it happen in reality still caused some worry. Is Emily going to be okay? Someone whispered. The brief wait of a few minutes felt incredibly long and anxious for everyone. The girl finally stopped struggling. She released her hands and rubbed her throat, complaining. This feeling is terrible. Emily, are you okay? A girl walked over to ask. I'm fine, Agnes. Emily mumbled. What are the effects of the potion? Dolores asked, as she and the others were more concerned about whether the potential potion was effective. If what Simon said was true, then this would be a very great potion. The effects. Emily felt the changes in her body and pondered whether enduring a few minutes of torment was worth it. In fact, she'd feel a change in her body. It should be a good change. You should find a place to test it. That way, you can feel the changes in your body more intuitively. Simon reminded. As the first person to take the potential potion, he had more authority on the matter. After taking the potion, one still needed to wait for a while before the effects gradually manifested. Everyone rushed out of the potion room, and they found an open space outside the manor to test it. Emily's final conclusion was that it was indeed effective. Her magical power had significantly increased. Can I have a bottle? Seeing that it was effective, the others naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. The casting of spells is usually related to one's magical power, and as pure-blood wizards, they knew better than anyone the importance of powerful magic. Sorry, there's no extra. Simon said calmly. The others instantly felt a bit dissatisfied. Didn't you just fill several bottles? I'm willing to pay. Indeed, there is nothing left. That last bottle was extra, and the rest have already been reserved. Simon's gaze swept over Dolores and the others, indicating to those who were still unconvinced that the potions had been pre-ordered by them. The others immediately fell silent, suddenly recalling why Simon was brewing potential potions. Was Simon exchanging potential potions for their fragrant grass? Could he brew another batch? Someone asked, but after being stared at by Simon for a few seconds, he withdrew his head and dared not say anything further. They all realized that they were now in a position of needing something from others, and such a tone and attitude would clearly not be understood. We were just too eager, an embarrassed seventh grader said. The potential potion, after all, lived up to its name. Without potential, the effects after consumption would be greatly diminished. Simon glanced at them and said, it was originally invented for those who are dud wizards. Some wizards have relatively weak magical power, and after taking the potential potion, it can enhance their internal magic, allowing for smoother spellcasting. Of course, for true dud wizards, it has no effect. Many people associate weak magical power with being a dud, and situations like Alice's are not uncommon. The mindset and confidence in casting spells are also major factors in success. Of course, Simon said that just to make things up, there isn't much record of it from Zygmunt Bach. But as the sole heir of Zygmunt Bach, whatever Simon says goes. And he doesn't mind adding a great halo over Zygmunt Bach's head. In fact, Simon also believes Zygmunt Bach was a great person. After discussing the potential potion, several people expressed their willingness to lend some private family books in exchange for a bottle of potential potion, and they promised to keep it secret. Simon happily obtained a fragrant grass and was informed how to care for it. They spent over 10 days in this magical garden, receiving special guidance. Under Simon's influence, Ms. Sarah finally discovered why he was called the elitist genius. Simon's imitation ability is very strong. As long as he sees something once, he can brew a potion with effects similar to his own after a few attempts. Although it is called imitation, it also means he has learned it. Changing some minor details is just a matter of time. Such a learning speed is frighteningly fast, and even others were greatly impressed. After learning that Simon came from England, some even expressed a desire for him to stay. They understood what that meant. A potion master in his 20s is obviously more promising than a bunch of old men. It is worth noting that Miss Sarah was once called the genius among geniuses and only reached such heights in her 30s. The potion master circle is so small that they are naturally very willing to cultivate another genius. Time slipped away unnoticed as Simon and the others bid farewell to the magical garden and returned to Durmstrang Academy, approaching the end of the month. Others were curious about where they had been these days, and Simon had been questioned more than once. The answers they received from others were generally the same. After a few more days, he was informed to pack his things and prepare to head to the Magical Institute on the far eastern island. It seemed to be ahead of schedule, but some spare time was always needed to guard against unexpected events. Now, Simon was planning in his room, ensuring that no trouble would arise for the trading company during his absence. Of course, it was also more about preventing future issues. As for packing his luggage, it was naturally left to the house elf Ball. During their time at the Magical Institute for the bidding competition, they would spend the time on the magical ship. Ball would not accompany Simon to the Magical Institute. He needed to return to England to handle some scattered matters on Simon's behalf. As for their daily life, Elitist would arrange for house elves to take care of them, and food would be provided at the Magical Institute. After handling everything, Simon handed a thick envelope filled with pre-prepared letters to Ball, who would take it back to England to give to Cynthia. If they encountered trouble, they could usually find solutions in the contingency plans. Yesterday, when he contacted Alice, he learned that the competitors from Hogwarts had already been chosen. They would travel using apparition and port keys. Speaking of which, getting from here to Japan was quite a challenge. They could only go through Europe and set off on the land side, likely passing through Russia to reach Japan. If it were up to him, he would not go to the Magical Institute for the competition. A knock sounded at the door, and Emily walked in, telling Simon it was time to set off for the Magical Institute. The group gathered in the lounge, leaving the castle together, and under the gaze of all the students and professors, they boarded the magical ship, where Elitist was already waiting for them. After boarding, Simon and the others began to operate the magical ship in the previously trained manner, allowing it to slowly sink to the bottom of the lake. Set sail. Elitist, who was steering the ship, glanced at the hourglass beside him and shouted loudly. The transport magic on the magical ship was activated, and those standing on the gangplank felt their bodies being stretched, quickly moving forward. The effect of the magical ship was not like using a port key. It was more like the night bus from Harry Potter. After jumping from the bottom of the lake, the magical ship began to move rapidly underwater. As competitors, Simon and Emily were entitled to slack off. After all, they had to ensure they arrived at the Magical Institute in the best condition. Once they had some free time, they went to the cabin to rest. Bored, they started a game of wizard chess, but before they could finish, they were informed that they had already arrived at the Magical Institute. So, Emily cleverly played tricks and dragged Simon out of the cabin. As for the unfinished game of wizard chess, it was left on the table, and in a way, Emily was destined to lose. She was clearly aware of this. When they stepped out of the cabin onto the gangplank, the magical ship had already docked on the shore. Not far ahead of them was a small island, and they could even see the Magical Institute atop the mountain. Simon felt this might be a volcanic island. The seismic belt near Japan is particularly active, and there are quite a few volcanoes on the mainland. If a volcano suddenly erupted, would the people at the Magical Institute be able to escape? He maliciously thought they would probably all die here. The Magical Institute had not sent anyone to welcome their group. Perhaps it was because they didn't know when the group was coming, so they couldn't prepare a welcome ceremony in time. Is that the Magical Institute? What a beautiful place, Emily exclaimed. At the mountain's peak stood a white palace and a 5-story tower. The architecture of the Magical Institute was clearly different from that of Hogwarts. It looked splendid and exquisite, somewhat resembling the style of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. The people at the Magical Institute had never considered that anyone would come by ship. Based on past experience, most people chose to travel using port keys. However, from a moment the magical ship appeared, the personnel at the Magical Institute had already noticed its arrival. So Simon and the others did not wait long before they saw the wizards from the Magical Institute coming out to welcome them. However, the attire of the other party was a bit strange. They were wearing various bizarrely colored robes, pink, gray, gold, a riot of colors like a rainbow. It was hard to tell what was going on in their minds. They really looked like a group of peacocks, someone muttered quietly. This remark was agreed upon by most. Compared to their blood-red robes, the taste of the wizards from the Magic Academy was simply hard to look at. According to Alot, the robes worn by the students of the Magic Academy could change size as the students grew older and change color as the wearer's knowledge increased. Initially, the robes were a light pink color, and in the end, if the student achieved the best grades in all magical subjects, it would turn golden. So, this was essentially a form of ranking, and quite obvious. The number of golden robes was not many, and the number of wizards of the Magic Academy was pitifully small. It seemed there were only about 30 or 40 students in total standing before them. The leading wizard was an elderly bald man, reportedly named Yamamoto Taro. He was accompanied by 3 professors, all sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a samurai, with a notably bald forehead and a short beard on their noses, which made them look rather amusing. Alot stepped forward to give him a hug, and Simon clearly saw the principal of the Magic Academy looking quite embarrassed. Their customary greeting was to bow to each other, not to hug. Simon and the others got off the magic boat and gathered around Alot. It must be said that Alot's Japanese seemed quite good. He was able to chat with the other party fluently. Simon, however, could hardly understand anything, as he had never specifically studied this area. They walked a short distance along a gravel mountain path, taking about 10 minutes to enter the Magic Academy. It didn't seem as small as they had imagined. Although it was indeed smaller than the Durmstrang Castle, it was still quite well appointed. The white walls had been enchanted to look as if they were made of jade. They were welcomed into the hall, sitting in a dining area made up of tatami mats and low tables. However, there was nothing on the tables, probably because they had arrived too suddenly and the Magic Academy had not prepared anything yet. It was quite awkward. Chapter 235. Steamed buns and tofu. They gathered around a rectangular dining table, but without chairs. Emily and the others were a bit at a loss. Principal Alot was talking to Yamamoto Taro, mentioning that Durmstrang Academy was the first school to arrive at the Magic Academy, and that 6 other magic schools would be participating in the Magic Schools Potion Competition. It was said that the initial potion competition was held among 4 schools: Hogwarts, Kotorosterites, the Magic Academy, and Wagadu, with the winning school receiving a golden cauldron. However, recently, Durmstrang Academy and 2 other schools with ancient histories had joined, leading to a large event with 7 participating schools. Please take a seat, Alot said in Bulgarian to the still bewildered students, pointing to something resembling a straw mat at the edge of the table, indicating that they should sit down. I finally understand why the table is so low. Someone muttered quietly, clearly not fitting in with the culture of this country. This is the first time I've seen someone eat sitting on the ground. A girl complained. I didn't expect the conditions here to be so backward. Not even a single chair. Of course, They were not worried about being overheard since the other party didn't understand Bulgarian. It was obvious they didn't grasp the concept of cultural differences. They chattered away, critiquing the Magic Academy's decor and attire, inevitably making sarcastic remarks, perhaps as a way to relieve their frustration. However, they were unaware that the principal of the Magic Academy, Yamamoto Taro, understood Bulgarian. At least that was what Simon thought, as he saw the man smile gently toward them, showing no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. As for why, didn't you see Alot's embarrassed expression? What are you looking at? Emily asked curiously, sitting next to Simon and following his gaze to Yamamoto Taro, wondering why the principal of the Magic Academy was smiling at them. He obviously understands Bulgarian. Simon glanced at the other few and said, "That's why he smiled at us." The expressions of the others froze, showing embarrassment on their faces as they secretly glanced at Yamamoto Taro, who indeed was smiling gently at them, a comforting smile of a kind old man. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Someone complained quietly, leaning against his head, looking a bit embarrassed. They hadn't exactly lowered their voices when they were talking just now. Simon ignored him. Such a fool didn't even realize how embarrassing it was to act like that in a foreign country. They had already started serving the first dish. Emily was curious about the foreign food. In fact, everyone's curiosity was satisfied. The first dish turned out to be a plate of steamed buns, some simple white buns. Real white buns filled with nothing. And even more puzzling was that there were only 7 of them, each slightly smaller than a fist. "Is this bread?" Emily murmured quietly to herself. Looking at the 7 small buns, the girl suddenly didn't know what to say. Moreover, the buns were so small and so few in number, it was simply stingy to the extreme. Indeed, stingy. This was probably the thought in everyone's mind. And Simon was no exception. It was really too stingy. "This is steamed bun." Simon was also quite speechless when he saw the buns. There were none of these in Europe. However, seeing the steam still rising from them indicated that they had just been steamed not long ago. Steamed buns are better eaten hot, so he didn't hold back, using chopsticks to pick one up and placing it in his bowl, breaking off a small piece with his hands and putting it in his mouth. It tasted quite okay. The texture was not too bad. The others looked at Simon in amazement, watching him skillfully use the 2 wooden sticks. They seemed unable to comprehend how Simon managed to do it. It seemed so effortless. Showing off, someone muttered quietly, but they would soon realize that the people next to them were using chopsticks in the same way. They tried to imitate him, but found they couldn't do it at all. In the end, they simply stabbed the bun with the chopsticks like a fork and picked one for themselves. "The taste is not bad. If you had a bit of honey, it would definitely be better." Emily looked eagerly at Simon, as if a jar of honey would appear from Simon's pocket at any moment. The others also looked at Simon. They weren't used to this kind of food. Although it wasn't terrible, it was just that, according to their habits, Simon spread something on his bread. The corner of Simon's mouth twitched slightly before he finally complained. "I'm not Doraemon." "What is Doraemon? Is it a kind of cat?" Emily asked curiously. "I didn't bring honey." Simon shrugged and said, "There's a bottle in the bedroom on the ship. Why didn't you bring it? If you wanted to eat it, why not bring it yourself?" Simon's cold gaze swept toward the girl who had complained earlier, making her obediently shut up. The second dish seemed to be miso soup. Simon looked at a large bowl steaming with heat, scooped some with a wooden spoon, and was immediately speechless. Inside were just a few pieces of tofu, some seaweed, and a bit of chopped greens, the soup slightly yellowish, probably the legendary miso soup. He served himself a bowl, took a sip, and found the taste wasn't as bad as he had imagined. "What is this?" The 6 of them followed Simon's example, each scooping a small bowl for themselves, staring at the floating pieces of tofu and some chopped greens with expressions that said they didn't know what to say. The food provided by the magic was not plentiful, and as expected, a steaming bowl of white rice was served afterward. The rice had a small amount of husked grains, which should belong to rough rice. However, in this era, this could be considered fine rice. After that, everyone received a grilled fish, probably only half a chopstick long, a steamed crab, and 2 battered fried shrimp. If those could even be called fried shrimp. Sake naturally appeared on the table. After all, the subsequent dishes were all Japanese style, quite lavish, but unfortunately, the others did not think so. After the banquet, Emily and the others left with empty stomachs. They were not used to eating rice, and had only eaten a little of the food they found palatable. Probably only the sake was relatively popular. "I've never experienced such a terrible welcome banquet." Emily was spreading thick honey on her slice of bread, while complaining to others about the food provided by the magic. Not only her, but others were probably in a similar situation. They were all still hungry, and some had given up completely after just a few bites of rice. Fortunately, there was still plenty of food stored on the magic ship, and the house elves could solve their dining problems. Among them, only Simon was probably about 7/10 full. He didn't have too much aversion to the food, just felt a bit uncomfortable. However, this made them all think that Simon was truly incredible. After living here for a few days, everyone discovered the wonders of the magic. It seemed that poultry meat was not consumed in this era of Japan. Indeed, they hardly saw pork, beef, lamb, or chicken. Only seafood, and more seafood. As a carnivore, how could you endure eating vegetarian every day? For those who cannot live without meat, it was simply a disaster. The wizards at the Magic Institute were not just those colorful wizards they had seen. There were also very young child wizards, aged 7 to 10, wearing pink robes. Every day, they could be seen riding a giant sea swallow, and the way they commuted made most people feel bewildered. After the third day, people from the Protagonists Academy, Russia, arrived. They were a few brawny Russians draped in thick fur cloaks, flying directly from Russia to Japan on flying broomsticks. There were not many of them, only 5, led by a middle-aged wizard. When they got close to the island, they obviously noticed the magic ship docked next to South Sulphur Island and were quite surprised. The principal of Protagonists Academy was a middle-aged man who, after greeting a lot, was welcomed into the Magic Institute. However, for the carnivorous Russian students, they could not stand the almost vegetarian banquet at the Magic Institute. Unfortunately, they had to accept this reality and hunt for meat themselves. 2 days later, students from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, France, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry arrived one after another, using portkeys and apparition to travel. When they arrived, they all seemed to be in low spirits. Simon spotted Phyllis among several Hogwarts students. The principals of several schools were interested in the magic ship of Durmstrang Academy and chatted for a while before being welcomed into the Magic Institute. It seemed everyone had agreed. They were all unaccustomed to the food provided by the Magic Institute. After several days, one of Simon's greatest pleasures was watching the expressions of the people from other schools as they faced the food on their plates, struggling with their choices. Those schools didn't have a magic ship and could only stay in the accommodations and eat the food provided by the Magic Institute. If they didn't eat, they would starve. Of course, perhaps saying this is a bit exaggerated, but that was the reality. However, not everyone hunted for extra food like those Russian students. Only 2 people from Uganda came, arriving on the 10th day after Simon arrived at the Magic Institute. Both were animagi, transforming into long-winged birds that attracted a lot of attention when they landed in front of the palace. Animagi are quite rare. When the Potion Championship began, Castrobacher Academy, Brazil, did not show up. This school was participating for the first time, and, after some discussion, the principals unanimously believed that the unfortunate Castrobacher had gotten lost and had not found the location of the Magic Institute in the allotted time. However, after further discussion, they decided to postpone the competition for 3 days. Long time no see. It seems you've been doing well. Simon encountered Phyllis while touring the school. This mature girl was even more beautiful than before. She stared at Simon for a while and said, "I hope you haven't forgotten about Alice during this time." "Of course not," Simon replied calmly. He pointed ahead to a spot on the high tower where one could overlook the entire island, a nice scenic place. "Lying? What is up with that, Emily?" Phyllis narrowed her eyes, as if trying to see through Simon. "A friend I met at Durmstrang Academy. One of the contestants representing Durmstrang Academy. She's Alot's granddaughter," Simon explained. "By the way, don't use the soul binding spell on me too honestly. That feeling is really annoying." "She seems to like you," Phyllis asked coldly. "Really?" Simon smiled. "I hope you don't do anything to hurt Alice." Phyllis glared at Simon fiercely and turned to leave. A few seconds later, Emily popped up out of nowhere, asking, "Who is that woman? Do you know her?" "Yeah, a friend from Hogwarts," Simon replied with a smile. "She's also here for the Potion Championship and is very skilled in potions. She's quite a rival. You seem to have a good relationship with her." Emily pouted and said, "She looks a bit like your little girlfriend." "Little girlfriend?" Simon's mouth twitched slightly. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "They're sisters," Simon simply explained, then turned and said, "All right, let's head to the cafeteria. It's almost lunchtime." Can you not your goal?" Emily said quietly. "I really can't get used to the food prepared by magic. There's not much food on the magic ship, and who knows how long we'll be here." "Okay, I got it." Emily's face immediately fell, and she listlessly followed Simon to the cafeteria for a meal. Chapter 237. Barbecued fish feast. When they first arrived, the Magic Institute prepared a lavish welcome banquet. But at other times, the food options provided here were quite limited. Porridge, steamed buns, and pickles were the most common breakfast foods, and occasionally, they could see some grilled fish. When they went to the dining hall, they often saw some students from other schools sighing listlessly at their porridge. with some even stirring it with wooden spoons, showing no appetite whatsoever. Although there was a language barrier, the students at the Magic Institute would glare angrily at this group of foreign wizards during mealtime and mutter curses in Japanese. After all, the Magic Institute had indeed shown its sincerity, but this group of foreign wizards did not appreciate it, and the atmosphere during meals was always tense. The freshly steamed buns were probably the only food that was somewhat popular. Principal Taro Yamamoto had specifically instructed the kitchen to provide a large number of buns for the foreign wizards. However, no matter how good it was, eating the same thing every day would eventually become tiresome. The foreign wizards hoped to eat some meat, but unfortunately, their wishes could never be fulfilled. More and more students were participating in hunting or going out to sea to fish, hoping to find wild game to improve their meals. Although the people of the Magic Institute were dissatisfied, they did not stop them, as Principal Taro Yamamoto was clearly not someone who couldn't adapt. Just because they hardly ate meat didn't mean that people from other countries didn't eat meat. If students from other schools focused their energy on food, it would certainly benefit the students of the Magic Institute in winning this potion championship. Near the beach where the magic ship was docked, students from various schools could often be seen barbecuing on the sand. However, fishing was not an easy task, and not everyone knew how to grill fish. Also, without carrying any seasonings, it was already quite good if they could cook the fish well enough to be edible. I shouldn't have come to this potion championship. Emily threw down her wooden spoon and looked at Simon with a pitiful expression, saying, "Can we go fishing? I want to eat some fish meat. If I keep eating this stuff, I feel like I'm going to go crazy." Ever since she learned that Simon had good fishing skills, Emily would always cling to him to go fishing so they could eat something like grilled fish. As for why Emily didn't go by herself, it was because her fishing skills were simply terrible. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and a hurried boy from Emily's grade rushed in, shouting at the two. "The Castrobosch are here. They're riding giant birds." The group exchanged glances, and everyone dining in the hall curiously followed him out. When Simon and the others stepped outside, they saw several wizards dressed in bright green robes and pointed green hats dismounting from large, brightly colored tropical birds. Fortunately, there was no concept of green hats in this era. Otherwise, who knew what they would think when they learned about it? With that, all the participating schools had arrived. The four guests from Castrobosch were naturally warmly welcomed by the Magic Institute, while Simon and Emily returned to the magic ship, preparing for another fishing trip. However, Simon did not intend to waste time on fishing. It was fun once or twice, but doing it too often really took away the enjoyment. Nevertheless, even if he didn't go fishing, improving their meals was necessary. Simon couldn't stand eating porridge and pickles every day. Wow, what is this? Emily was surprised to find that Simon was using a levitation spell on the sea, pulling up 2 cages from the nearby waters. Those were fish traps that Simon had created using magic, and they were filled with a good number of sea fish and even crabs and shrimp. When did you make these cages? Emily excitedly examined the catches in the cages and looked at Simon with confusion, then said with a frown, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I just thought of this fishing method recently. To be honest, eating those things every day has been quite frustrating for me too." After all, he was also a meat lover. The food that had been prepared on the magic ship had already been consumed, and he had to find another way. Setting fish traps was clearly the simplest and most convenient method. Fortunately, the marine resources around the islands were still quite abundant in this era, at least in terms of their catches. "Let us go grill fish on the beach." The domesticated sprites sorted through the catches in the cages, removing the heads and entrails of the small fish, coating them in flour, and frying them in olive oil. The larger fish, shrimp, and crabs are processed and then sent to Simon for grilling. Grilled fish. Emily's eyes sparkled. She really couldn't stand the food provided by the Magic Institute anymore. When they reached the sandy beach, they found other school students there as well, as they often barbecued in this area, sheltered by the cliffs. So they didn't have to worry about being seen by the Magic Institute's people. Simon arranged pebbles into a fire pit by the seaside, while Emily used the levitation spell to gather enough wood to light the bonfire. She then discovered that Simon had somehow procured an iron plate with a stand to place over the fire, and in front of everyone. He took out a small bottle of olive oil from his inconspicuous magic bag and poured it onto the iron plate. What surprised Emily the most was that Simon had even prepared butter, evenly spreading the block of butter on the iron plate, waiting for it to heat up before receiving the processed sea fish from the domesticated sprites. Sizzle the fish meat, cut into pieces and free of bones, was placed on the iron plate, and the delightful sound along with the rich aroma immediately caught everyone's attention. After all, the simplest way to handle the fish they caught was to just throw it on the fire to grill, But grilling fish was also a skill, and many people's grilled fish did not taste very good. Simon quickly flipped the fish with 2 forks, steam rising hotly, making everyone unable to help but swallow hard. They looked at the charred grilled fish in their hands and felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Why was there such a large gap between people? I didn't expect you to be good at cooking. Emily looked at Simon in surprise. In the girl's impression, Simon was a wizard whose life was taken care of by domesticated sprites. This scene completely overturned her impression of him. It tastes pretty good. Simon squeezed some lemon juice over the fish and, after waiting a moment, tasted a piece of fish and commented. Then, he quickly swept the fish into his plate. Hey, wait, save some for me. Emily hurriedly raised her knife and fork, trying to snatch her share before Simon could eat it all. In fact, there was quite a lot of fish, enough for them to have a big meal. Chapter 238. The tradition of the potion championship. Why are you here? Emily was glaring at Phyllis with a hostile look, her fork almost bending from attention. Not long ago, this uninvited guest joined them. It's really surprising that Simon didn't chase away this shameless woman. Your barbecue is still as delicious as ever. While Phyllis elegantly devoured the grilled fish, she provocatively shot a glance at Emily. Even if she couldn't understand the other person's words, as a seer, Phyllis could easily guess the other's thoughts. Phyllis had also had enough of the food provided by magic. She had just been barbecuing nearby with a few companions from Hogwarts and happened to spot Simon. So she came over to mooch a meal and to warn Simon, lest he do something to let down his sister. As for the other students from Hogwarts, they didn't come over together, as they weren't familiar with Simon and didn't have the audacity to join in for a free meal. Unfortunately, it would have been even better if there was some wine, Phyllis said after finishing a grilled shrimp. I actually have a few bottles of wine here, Simon said with a smile as he took out a small oak barrel. However, I think this might be more suitable. Then Simon took out an oak cup and poured some beer into it. Is this wheat beer? Phyllis asked as she took the cup and sniffed the aroma. Wheat beer, which is indeed a type of beer. Simon certainly wasn't lacking in this kind of brew. He had the merchants in the guild brew exquisite wheat beer. Although nobles tended to prefer wine, high-quality wheat beer didn't have that bitterness, had a good taste, and a faint malt aroma that was not inferior to wine. It just needed a more elegant name to boast about in noble circles, and its price could naturally increase several times. Plus, it could create a brand concept. Not bad. Phyllis took a sip and her eyes lit up. She had drunk wheat beer a few times, but the one Simon provided had none of the usual bitterness and surprisingly had a malt candy fragrance that paired excellently with the barbecue. The other students on the beach had already left. They simply couldn't stand the tempting aroma of grilled meat. What was even more annoying was that those 3 were actually drinking, so they just chose to turn a blind eye to avoid enduring the temptation of the food aroma. It was truly infuriating, and they didn't even invite them to enjoy it together. After finishing a cup of wheat beer, the grilled fish was also nearing its end. Simon had his house elf bring crabs to grill on the iron plate, adding some simple ingredients and covering it to steam for a while. It really turned out quite nice. After finishing the sumptuous barbecue feast, the 3 parted ways. Simon and Emily returned to the magical boat, only to find that the small fish pancakes they had made earlier had already been devoured by the other 5. Of course, the house elf didn't forget to leave a portion for Principal Illet. Thank you. This tastes really good. I'm starting to miss the meals at Durmstrang Academy, Illet remarked after taking a sip of the fishbone soup, clearly not accustomed to the food provided by magic. In the evening, Illet gathered all the students and announced that the potion championship would take place the next day. This potion championship would go through 2 rounds of selection, and only students who qualified in the first round would be eligible to participate in the second round. After the second round, the remaining 7 participants would enter the finals. The champion would be chosen from these 7 contestants, and the winning school would receive a golden cauldron. This meant that all contestants would be eligible to participate, but only those who passed the first round would qualify for the second round. Of course, if one couldn't even pass the first round, it would be better not to embarrass themselves here. The potions brewed would be announced on the day. Do you have confidence? Illet privately called Emily and Simon over to remind them. Surely they wouldn't choose potions that haven't been studied before his exam questions, right? Simon wasn't worried about this. He guessed what Illet was trying to say. Cheating was probably also a specialty of the potion championship. However, having the question in advance wasn't a big problem. The second and third rounds were the key. Truly, Simon. Illet nodded and said, tomorrow's assessment will be the preparation of a calming potion. Of course, I believe that even if I don't say anything, you can complete it smoothly. Grandpa, is that really okay? Emily asked doubtfully. Cheating has probably become a tradition in the potion championship. Don't think of others as so noble. Simon shrugged. Then I'll leave it to you. By the way, remember to tell the others. Illet reminded. If the others want to participate, they must not be eliminated in the first round, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Let Emily handle this, Simon said to the girl beside him. You're more familiar with them. All right. Emily clenched her fist at Simon and said, even if my opponent is Simon, I won't give up. Let's work hard together. Simon gave Emily a faint smile. Emily, you mean the first round's topic is preparing a calming potion? After Emily relayed Illet's words, the others widened their eyes in surprise and asked, by the way, is it really okay for the principal to reveal the topic? This is a tradition. Simon walked into the lounge and sat down next to Emily, saying, you know what a tradition is, right? The others exchanged glances and nodded. Principal Illet has one requirement. If you can't prepare a perfect calming potion, it's best not to participate in this competition. If contestants can't even pass the first round, it would be a disgrace for the school. Now, I think we still have enough time to practice preparing the calming potion. Simon stood up and walked toward the potion room on the magical boat. Although Illet didn't have high hopes for these five, he still hoped they could smoothly pass the first round of testing, even if they were eliminated in the second round. It wouldn't be something to be ashamed of. All the contestants from various academies already knew the content of the first round assessment of the Potion Championship. The so-called confidentiality of the assessment content was actually just self-deception. Of course, they all understood the tradition of the Potion Championship, which is why Illet said that if they weren't sure of passing the first round, they shouldn't embarrass themselves. If they couldn't pass, even after knowing the exam questions, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Now, the participating contestants were all strengthening their practice of the calming potion in preparation for tomorrow's first round assessment. Chapter 239. Calming potion. That night, the contestants on a magical boat focused all their attention on practicing the calming potion. Even Frank, the worst among the five, was concentrating on his practice. They all wanted to participate in the Potion Championship, even if they didn't win the championship. The next morning, everyone confidently headed to the Magical Academy, and Simon noticed that the atmosphere in the academy was very tense yet exciting, as everyone was looking forward to the start of this Potion Championship. A large area in front of the palace had already been cleared, with several chairs being set up in front, along with the tools needed for brewing potions, allowing 7 contestants to participate at the same time. The judges included several principals and 3 invited potion masters, totaling 10 judges. Such competitions naturally required authorities in the field of potions to ensure fairness in the competition. The opening ceremony featured Taro Yamamoto from the Magical Academy giving a speech. He stood on a raised platform, speaking in a voice that everyone could hear, probably announcing the start of the competition. On the other side, in the waiting room, the students participating in the first round of testing were drawing lots. Emily sat beside Simon, murmuring to herself to ease her nervousness. Just now, Emily had drawn the lot to be among the first group of participants, and after receiving the notification, she left the small room with a few others. After about half an hour, laughter could be heard from outside. The first round seemed to have ended, and then someone came in to inform the second group of participants to go out. Simon walked out of the room with the others. In the open space, there were many low tables set up, equipped with potion-making tools. The participants were pompously informed by their respective school principals about the first round of the competition, in which they needed to brew a calming potion within a certain time. This was expected, as could be seen from the expressions on others' faces. They had already been informed about this in advance. Above them was a large hourglass, and the participants needed to brew the calming potion within a given time, which was certainly ample. Simon glanced at the 2 competitors on his right. They were Japanese wizards in golden robes, one a petite and cute witch, and the other a proud-looking wizard surveying the other participants with a haughty gaze. Why wasn't his chin tilted sky high? Beside the golden-robed youth was a South American wizard in green, who was looking down at 2 students from the magic school. To Simon's left was a black wizard from Africa, who had just been friendly and shook hands with Simon. Phyllis was also in the second round, and beside her was a witch from France. The participants had begun selecting their potion-making tools and materials, and they needed to mix the raw materials for the potion themselves. Naturally, those who could stand here would not be clueless about this. Simon didn't spend much time selecting. He chose a copper cauldron, 2 silver short knives, a mortar and pestle, a balance, and the ingredients needed for the calming potion. After doing all this, he ignored the other competitors still choosing their tools and raised his wand to start the potion-making process. Simon quickly got into the groove, skillfully handling the ingredients and adding them to the cauldron according to the method for brewing the calming potion, a process that took about 20 minutes. He stopped stirring, extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, and surveyed the potion inside with satisfaction. It was a very perfect calming potion, and even the judges couldn't find any faults with it. Other competitors were also entering the final stages. Each cauldron's potion looked quite good since those who could compete wouldn't be so poor as to brew nothing. The sand in the hourglass had dwindled to 1/3 of its original amount. If they failed, there would be no extra time for another attempt. Before long, everyone stopped their work, and several judges came down to circle around the participants' cauldrons. Some used spoons to scoop up a little to observe the color, and some even took a small sip to taste the calming potion. They paused at Simon's cauldron for a moment, chattering away, leaving those who didn't know to think that Simon had been eliminated. However, Simon already had the answer. Alot secretly gave him a thumbs up, undoubtedly a hint that he had passed the test. In fact, all participants in the second group passed the test, just as Alot had said. If they couldn't pass this, they might as well not show their faces. Very perfect. Your potion level has improved quite a bit. Phyllis walked to Simon's cauldron, examining the calming potion inside. She could tell at a glance that the judges were most satisfied with Simon's level. Thank you, yours isn't bad either. Simon smiled, his gaze crossing over Phyllis's shoulder to land on the golden-robed witch. After making eye contact, he nodded slightly, and she immediately looked away. What's wrong? Are you interested in her? She's indeed a beautiful girl. Phyllis glanced at the golden-robed, which was turning to leave, teasingly remarking, she's observing you. Probably has already noticed you as a strong competitor. Simon ignored Phyllis's sarcasm and pointedly said that Japanese witch's potion level isn't low either. After completing the calming potion, Simon had observed everyone. He felt that her strength was not inferior to his or Phyllis's and would likely be a strong competitor. After leaving the potion-making area, they each returned to the audience seats. Simon found Emily among the few people, and during their wait, they chatted about the potion-making that had just occurred. Emily brought up something. Frank was eliminated. No wonder Alot's face looked so bad just now, Simon suddenly said, though he didn't care too much about it. Nor was he concerned about Durmstrang Academy's reputation. The third round of competition began shortly after, and the remaining participating students all passed smoothly, with the only one not advancing being a student from Durmstrang Academy, which made Alot's expression somewhat unpleasant. After the first round of elimination, all the calming potions were collected, bottled, and preserved. It was impossible to just discard them, as potion materials also cost money, and moreover, these potions were of quite good quality, so they wouldn't be wasted like that. There were as many as 23 cauldrons of calming potions, enough to wholesale calming potions. After the first round of testing ended, the second round was held a week later, giving all participating students time to rest. A certain old reader sent me some screenshots of book reviews, which really caught me off guard and made me feel a bit down, so today there's only one update. Of course, you can also think of it as me being lazy. Although I know that the reader meant well, I just want to say that in the future, please do not send me screenshots of book reviews. I appreciate it and also thank him for his support. Chapter 240. A wonderful misunderstanding after the first round of testing in the Potion Championship ended. Aside from a student from Durmstrang who was eliminated, the rest of the participants passed smoothly. According to the fine tradition of the Potion Championship, Principal Alot's expression was not good at all. Of course, he didn't blame Frank for this, but the others didn't give Frank a good face either. A few even gave him the nickname The Shame of Durmstrang and isolated him. Your school's friendship is really weaker than paper, isn't it? Phyllis had just finished contacting Alice and saw Frank alone when she walked out of the cabin with Simon. She couldn't help but mock him before leaving. Phyllis had been watching the changes among the Durmstrang students. In her view, isolating a fellow student over such a matter was pure comedy. Who knows? Simon shrugged. He was naturally aware of what had happened on the magic ship. But how was Frank's isolation related to him? They weren't even friends, having exchanged fewer than 5 sentences, so Simon couldn't be bothered to care about such trivial matters. Just as Phyllis left, Emily followed out of the cabin, making a shooing gesture towards Phyllis's departing figure, and didn't forget to complain to Simon, saying he shouldn't have brought someone from Hogwarts onto the magic ship. Do you really dislike her that much? Simon countered. Of course I do. Emily murmured. Every time I meet her, I feel like she can see right through me. That's because Phyllis is a natural legilimens, Simon explained, looking at Phyllis's retreating figure. As long as you master the brain-blocking spell, you won't be affected by her. In the past, Phyllis had given me great help. Do you still need others to help you? Emily completely didn't believe it. In the girl's eyes, the talented and wealthy Simon was almost omnipotent. Yes, I was in a terrible situation back then, thanks to her help. Simon didn't say much, nor did he tell Emily about his past. Phyllis returned to the Magic Institute, and the two of them left the magic ship together to go to the library of the Magic Institute. Although he couldn't understand Japanese, Simon still had a great curiosity about the collection there. If there was a language barrier, he could always spend time learning it himself. In the worst-case scenario, he could ask Alette for help with translation. The library of the Magic Institute was located in a 5-story tower. When Simon and Emily arrived, they attracted quite a few hostile glances because of dietary issues. Students from other schools were not welcomed by the students of the Magic Institute. Of course, everyone was restraining themselves to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Simon had known the location of the library for a long time. They climbed the wooden ladder to the 3rd floor, where the space was not very large. The library was just one room, and the number of books was quite limited. At the entrance of the library, there was a table where an elderly man sat. He was the library manager. When Simon and Emily arrived, there were only 2 people in the large library. Besides the manager, there was also a quiet girl in a golden robe reading a book. Both of them recognized her as the Japanese girl who had taken the test with Simon last time. Perhaps hearing the footsteps, the girl looked up curiously towards the entrance, then continued to focus on the book in her hands. Simon had already walked up to the manager and made a gesture of flipping through a book. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, the simple and understandable sign language was still clear. After the elderly man nodded in agreement, Simon entered the library. This place was similar to the library Simon had visited before, but most of the books inside were not on parchment, but on high-quality hemp paper. Simon searched for books on the shelves, occasionally taking one out to flip through, which made Emily, who was beside him, find it amusing. Emily knew that Simon couldn't understand Japanese. So why did he come here? Her gaze then fell on the golden-robed girl, and she shook her head, denying that possibility. What are you here for? Emily asked with confusion as they left the library. Although she knew that Simon had a habit of visiting the library whenever he arrived in new school, she clearly didn't think he could read the characters of this country. Reading. Simon simply replied, I see you must be interested in that pretty girl, Emily said sourly. Simon was taken aback for a moment and reminded her rather speechlessly, Have you forgotten that I already have a girlfriend? Recently, Simon had been going to the library almost every day. He had started learning Japanese from Alette. This was a good opportunity, and no matter what, Simon didn't want to miss it. Alette initially disagreed. He was worried that Simon would get distracted and mess up the competition. However, Simon managed to persuade Alette to communicate with Taro Yamamoto to allow him to borrow books from the library. With Alette's help, Simon's speed in learning Japanese increased significantly. Having a strong memory was sometimes a good thing. After a few days, Simon could barely understand some Japanese. Japanese and Chinese were somewhat similar. Although the pronunciation might be completely different, the kanji still gave Simon a sense of inexplicable familiarity. I really don't understand why you want to learn this language, Emily complained, supporting her chin with her hands, looking at Simon who was focused on studying. This scene reminded her of Simon when he first arrived at Durmstrang Academy. With no other choice, Emily still dragged Simon away from the magic ship to wander around the island. The wizards from the Magic Institute still had classes, and wizards from other schools could attend as listeners, but they couldn't understand anything, so naturally, no one would seek out such a boring experience. The prolonged time of the potion championship was not a good thing. The language barrier and the food, not being to their taste, were torturous for most of the contestants. A few days later, Simon returned to the library to return a book and borrowed another one about spells. Just as he stepped out of the library, a crisp and unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Simon turned his head, looking at the golden-robed girl with confusion. The girl, noticing Simon's puzzled gaze, was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting Simon to show such an expression, and quickly turned to leave. She really wasn't calling me. As Simon turned to leave, another voice rang out. You really are a guy with no sense of romance, aren't you? Phyllis suddenly appeared from somewhere, a smile on her lips. She was probably asking if you wanted to pursue her. Why would you think that? Simon was taken aback. Aren't you the one who diligently runs to the library every day? Phyllis scrutinized Simon. Isn't it just to see her? Are you not trying to pursue her? In the end, her gaze fiercely fixed on Simon, as if he had committed some unforgivable act. I see. What a wonderful misunderstanding. Simon began talking to Phyllis about his recent study of Japanese. Chapter 241. It's you again in the morning. The sound of the waves woke Simon from his sleep. He lazily turned over in the warm blanket, groping at the bedside until he found his wand and gently waved it, lighting the magical lamp on the table. Is it morning? Simon, covered a yawn, sat up, put on his clothes, and draped his cloak over his shoulders. Then walked to the window to pull back the curtains and look outside. The gray sky was gradually turning white. Simon raised both hands high to stretch his body, and after a simple wash, he headed to the deck. Just as he left the cabin, a sharp cold wind made him change his mind and retreat back inside. It was only January, and the temperature outside was very low. Simon returned to the kitchen and made himself a cup of hot cocoa. The rich aroma spread through the kitchen. He picked up the cup and took a sip, feeling his body warm up. The kitchen door opened, and a house elf carrying several fish baskets walked in. It paused upon seeing Simon, then bowed to him before starting to handle the fish baskets left from last night, apparently having had a good catch. "What else for breakfast?" Simon asked before leaving. "French fish soup, fried fish fillet, and freshly steamed buns just delivered." The house elf replied sharply. "It seems today's breakfast is quite rich," Simon murmured, taking the cup of hot cocoa out of the kitchen. As Simon passed the lounge, he happened to run into Emily, who had just woken up. The girl's hair looked a bit messy, and she seemed still half asleep. "Oh, Simon, good morning." "Good morning." Simon found a spot by the fireplace to sit down, casually placing the cup of hot cocoa on the nearby table. He picked up some firewood and added it to the fire, making the flames burn even brighter. "I wonder what the topic of today's second round of the competition will be." Emily was still very concerned about this matter. The second round of the Potion Championship was undoubtedly the most brutal elimination round. Elliot informed everyone yesterday that the second round will determine the potions to be brewed by the contestants through a lottery. So the contestants will only know the test topic at the last moment. The 7 with the highest scores will advance to the final. Just go with the flow. Simon covered yawned and took a sip of hot cocoa. Comforting, breakfast includes French fish soup and fried fish. That sounds fantastic. A man's voice came from the hallway, and a few others appeared in the lounge, all looking a bit fatigued, showing expressions of not having slept well last night. Except for one person who was excluded, everyone else was already there. They chatted about today's second round of tests, speculating on the potions they might need to brew. Simon could see that these people were a bit nervous. After all, the second round was bound to be a brutal elimination round, and feeling anxious was quite normal. They all hoped to make it into the list of 7. "Aren't you nervous?" Emily glanced at the relaxed Simon and couldn't help but ask. "Of course I'm nervous, but I feel like being anxious right now doesn't help, and it might actually affect my performance in the second round," Simon said calmly while sipping his hot cocoa. When others heard this, they suddenly recalled Frank's situation. That fool messed things up just because he was too anxious. Maybe we should give ourselves something to do early to relax. Someone suggested a game of wizard chess, and the idea was agreed upon by everyone. So they planned to play a few rounds before breakfast. I have some unfortunate news to share with everyone. As they enjoyed French fish soup in the dining hall, Elliot, looking tired, sat next to Simon and announced, "There will be some changes to this morning's second round of tests. All contestants will receive a sheet detailing the potion's formula and steps, and you need to brew a potion you have never seen before based on that formula." The dining hall fell into dead silence, and everyone turned to stare at Elliot, hoping that what he just said was just a joke. Brewing an unknown potion based on a formula was undoubtedly very difficult. Only experienced potion masters could succeed. "The fried fish is quite good," Simon said casually after finishing his breakfast, his words feeling particularly abrupt in the silent dining hall. "Eat. All you do is eat." Emily looked a bit grumpy. She was probably envious of Simon's ability to remain calm at that moment. According to Principal Elliot, this round of testing was undoubtedly very difficult. The so-called potion formulas are actually provided by several major schools, right? Simon suddenly asked. "Yes, but to ensure fairness. The formulas provided by your own school are not among the ones you can draw from. The potion formulas you receive can only come from other schools. Of course, you don't need to worry about the questions regarding the formulas. Everyone's situation was similar. Simon didn't mind too much. In this case, it was clearly a deliberately set challenge to filter out others, and each contestant's situation should be about the same. When faced with an unfamiliar potion formula, it would depend on everyone's usual training. This was a test of basic skills. In fact, for the wizards participating in the Potion Championship, even if brewing an unfamiliar potion was challenging, the real issue was the quality of the potion produced. "All right, don't worry too much." As Simon said, everyone's situation is similar. It's not just us facing this problem. I believe you will all do your best, Elliot reassured his students, feeling satisfied with Simon's calmness. Elliot didn't know that Simon actually didn't care much about winning the Potion Championship, which was why he could say such things so carefreely. Later, you will gather in the contestant room prepared by the Magic Institute. You will have some time to review your formulas and then brew the potions within a specified time. Elliot continued. After finishing their meal, they headed to the Magic Institute together, where everyone else was already present. When Simon and the others entered the lounge, they saw them drawing lots. Simon drew number 1, which should refer to a specific potion formula code. Later, he realized that it was not just a code, but also indicated the order of appearance. "Those who drew number 1, come here to gather," shouted a wizard from the Wizard Council, waving a wooden board with the number 1. Although Simon didn't understand what the other person was saying, The Arabic numeral was quite understandable. As Simon approached, he noticed two others coming forward with him. One was a girl from Russia, and the other was a girl in a golden robe from Japan. "It's you again." Simon looked at the Japanese girl with a bit of exasperation. She seemed to notice his gaze and turned to nod slightly at him. Chapter 242. A malicious competition. The weather was still a bit cold, and Simon felt his hands were somewhat numb, but it wasn't enough to affect potion making. He rubbed them together lightly. The potion formulas were distributed, and Simon's was written in English, Elixir of Immortality. Elixir of Immortality? He was stunned when he saw the name of the potion, and he wasn't the only one. The Japanese girl and the Russian girl also froze, showing expressions of disbelief. The three of them even exchanged glances unintentionally. After familiarizing themselves with the potion's formula and steps, they began searching for the materials they needed, perhaps to deliberately create trouble for the contestants. The organizers had also placed a large pile of materials on the table where the potions were stored. If they had prepared the quantities in advance, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. However, for Simon, this actually worked to his advantage. After all, with just a glance, he could find the materials he needed based on the percentage. He spent about 5 minutes looking for the tools and ingredients to make the potion and process the materials according to the steps on the potion formula. He was already quite skilled at this. Anyone who frequently made potions wouldn't struggle too much with how to process the ingredients. And the processing of the materials is closely related to the final outcome of the potion. As for the so-called elixir of immortality, Simon certainly didn't believe it. Without a philosopher's stone, how could one brew an elixir of immortality? Moreover, Simon was well aware of the formula for the elixir of immortality. Nico had already informed him when he asked him to buy the materials. It was a very simple formula, but the most important ingredient was the philosopher's stone. That stone was the key to the elixir of immortality. As for the name of this elixir of immortality on the formula, it was probably just a naming issue by the potion master who invented it. He spent about 2 minutes cutting the daisy roots into uniform sizes and then began processing the other materials. While the other two were still working on their ingredients, Simon had already started adding the materials to the cauldron. He checked the time. About a third had passed, but he knew it wasn't enough. As according to the records on the formula, they would need at least a whole hourglass's worth of time to brew the potion. What was going on? No, they shouldn't be foolish enough not to realize that time was insufficient. However, not everyone can remain as calm as Simon. The poor Russian girl panicked for a moment, resulting in a minor food mishap, which undoubtedly confirmed her elimination. As for the blonde girl from Japan, she managed to keep her composure, leisurely concocting the elixir of immortality like Simon. Their thoughts were probably quite similar. However, the outcome was much like they imagined. After the large hourglass stopped, they took out a smaller hourglass to time themselves. Simon's movements were noticeably faster than the girls, but in the end, he received an average score of 7.5. The reason for such a low score was that both of them exceeded the time limit. The so-called elixir of immortality was set up as a trap, and it was clear from the beginning that the organizers never intended for the contestants to complete it within the allotted time. What a huge pitfall. The next round of the competition was even more problematic. In Emily's group, 2 contestants gave up their concoctions because, for some reason, the potion in their cauldron turned into an unsightly, sticky substance. Emily barely managed to create hers, but the quality was not very high, and she only received a score of 6.7. It's unclear whether those potion masters did this on purpose, but Simon was more inclined to believe that they prepared these formulas and rules with malice. The formula used by Phyllis Group just happened to be provided by Elot, and as for which formula came from the Book of Potions, that one with extremely high difficulty, Simon couldn't guarantee he could replicate it perfectly. Thus, their group ended up being the most tragic of all. Among the 5 with Phyllis, forgave up midway due to significant timing errors when adding the potion, leading to a complete deviation from the changes provided in the recipe. One of them was particularly unlucky. He chose the wrong ingredient, causing the mixture in his cauldron to overflow with green liquid, turning the cauldron into a pile of waste, and he himself sustained minor injuries. The audience enjoyed this spectacle, relishing the chance to point out a contestant's mistakes and even laughed mockingly, saying some rather annoying things. Perhaps in their eyes, the contestants brewing potions were like clowns on stage. During the 4th round, not long after it began, one cauldron even exploded on a small scale, singeing the contestant's hair and cheeks black, causing a wave of uncontrollable commotion in the audience, with some laughing quite maliciously. The student from South America had no choice but to withdraw from the competition since the potion in his cauldron had turned into a lump of charcoal. As for who provided this potion, it was the potion provided by the headmaster of Hogwarts, which Simon recognized at a glance. He had encountered this situation before, and judging by the contestant's expression, his nose looked like it was about to crinkle from frustration. Before long, another contestant also met with misfortune, similarly eliminated with a scowl, and even skipped scoring. Their round was probably the shortest, with the hourglass only having passed a quarter. During the lunch break, apart from Simon, Phyllis, Emily, and the Japanese girl, everyone else was eliminated without scoring. The highest score was Phyllis with a solid 8. 1. There were still 3 rounds in the afternoon, and if they continued to be as treacherous as before, they might not even have 7 contestants left. However, regardless of the outcome, it was good news for Durmstrang Academy, as at least 2 contestants had received scores. You really didn't disappoint me. At noon, when they returned to the magic boat, Alot gave Simon a thumbs up. By the way, why did the second round go like that? It feels like you made the contestants into monkeys. Simon glared at Alot. No, this is also a type of test. Of course, I want to deny that the difficulty is very high, but it also eliminated a large number of contestants. Alot winked at Simon, looking quite pleased. In this test, it was evident who the veterans and novices were. Those with good talent, but who hadn't spent much time on this often encountered problems with the raw materials. Whether it was him, Emily, or Phyllis, all had hands-on experience with many potions, not limited to just the potion classes. As for the blonde girl from Japan, Simon believed her situation was probably similar. Chapter 243. Nose-growing grass are really, I don't know what those guys are up to. Emily irritably stabbed at the pathetic fried fish fillet on her plate with a fork, looking rather unhappy. But thinking about it, after being thoroughly disgusted by the potion formula in the second round this morning, it's no wonder anyone would be in a bad mood. In fact, it wasn't just Emily. Nearly all the contestants were fed up with those annoying formulas. But regardless, Emily still achieved a relatively good score. If you don't want to eat it, you can give me that fish fillet, Simon said as he reached out to take it, knowing that Emily was just venting her emotions. No matter how you looked at it, the second round of the competition was clearly filled with the organizer's malice. That's mine. Emily swatted Simon S. hand away with a dissatisfied huff, abandoning her torture of the poor fried fish fillet and began cutting it into pieces to eat. Recently, Simon had prepared quite a few fish traps and caught a good number of fish every day, making fried fish a staple food. Eating it often could get tiresome, but was still better than porridge and pickles. They were fine since they had finished the competition, but the 2 who hadn't looked a bit anxious. They belonged to the last 3 batches of contestants, and, having witnessed countless others getting tricked before them, were now doubting whether they could complete the potion. After finishing lunch, Simon took out a potion he had prepared earlier and asked Headmaster Alot, "By the way, what is this? The so-called elixir of immortality?" "Of course not." Alot understood Simon's meaning and explained with a smile. "The so-called elixir of immortality is just a name for a potion, and it doesn't mean that its effects are as the name suggests. This potion was provided by Headmaster Castro Bosch, and as for its specific effects, I'm not quite sure either. If you're curious, I can ask about it later." In the afternoon, the weather warmed up slightly, and Simon and Emily prepared to watch the final results, as this related to whether they could advance to the last round. In the 5th round, a senior from Durmstrang appeared, and the potion formula was somewhat unexpected, as the contestants had to handle live materials. This potion required the eyes of a living salamander. However, the contestant from Cotis d'Arez, Russia, accidentally knocked over the cage while retrieving the salamanders, causing the 2 unfortunate ones behind him to chase after the escaping salamanders. Their luck seemed poor, as by the time they caught them to extract the eyes for processing, a lot of time had already been wasted. Many were outraged by Cotis d'Arez's despicable behavior, with students from the magic department even shouting angrily. The 7th-year senior was too anxious and wasn't careful when processing the materials and concocting the potion, leading to the entire cauldron bubbling with purple bubbles, looking particularly frightening. According to the potion's formula hint, the potion should be blue at this point. To avoid further issues in the preparation, she simply gave up on the competition. Ultimately, the student from Cotis d'Arez successfully completed the potion, but his average score was only 7 points, while the unfortunate golden-robed boy from the Magic Academy scored 6 points. As a result, the students from the Magic Academy were dissatisfied with the despicable actions of the students from the other school. In fact, the quality of the potions prepared by the 2 was much better than Emily's. The reason for the lower scores was that the quality of the potions was not considered very good, at least not in the eyes of those potion masters. If a relatively simple potion could not be perfectly refined, the score would not be high. During the 6th round of the competition, a troublesome formula caused a big problem. A Cotis d'Arez, Russian, contestant while adding ingredients to his cauldron, suddenly found the potion inside bubbling like boiling water. While he was comparing whether he had added the wrong potion, the potion in the cauldron suddenly exploded, splattering the liquid all over him. This potion had strong corrosive properties and even burned through his thick outer cloak. The unfortunate boy now looked like a disheveled beggar. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly couldn't help but laugh, and the laughter quickly spread among the audience. It must be said that the contestant's appearance was indeed laughable. Of course, there were also some people who took pleasure in his misfortune. The Magic Academy students, due to the earlier incident, had no good feelings towards the Court of Store Eyes contestant and were more than happy to mock him once they found the opportunity. There were also students from other schools laughing heartily, as they'd been holding back their laughter and were now enjoying the misfortune of others. A series of rapid-fire Russian words could be heard, but it was clear what the other party's emotions were at that moment. The disheveled boy, blushing with anger, began to roar at the crowd that was laughing uproariously. However, his anger did not cause those mocking him to quiet down. Instead, it only fueled the flames of others' amusement. Worse yet, as the Russian boy roared at the crowd, his hair suddenly began to grow wildly, making him look even more disheveled. However, the boy's roar was seen as a provocation, and his pitiful appearance attracted even more ridicule and laughter. The faces of the Court of Store Eyes students did not look good. Even if they couldn't understand the words, they could see the malice in the laughter. A few principals did not expect such a situation to occur. They exchanged glances, preparing to step in and control the situation to prevent anything terrible from happening. However, they were already too late. The increasingly loud laughter from the audience completely pushed this combat-prone boy into a state of rage. He raised his wand and shot a spell at a golden-robed wizard in the audience who was laughing the hardest. A gray-green light hit the target's cheek and knocked him to the ground. The boy spat disdainfully on the ground and made a rude gesture towards those who mocked him. A few seconds later, people snapped out of their shock and realized that the unfortunate lad who had been hit by the spell had a small patch of grass growing out of his nose. The golden-robed student with grass growing from his nose looked on in horror as it continued to grow. He desperately grabbed the roots, seemingly trying to pull the patch of grass out of his nose. After a brief moment of silence, it was quickly replaced by a wave of laughter. But this time the students from a Magic Academy were not laughing. It was the contestants from other schools who found it amusing. Chapter 244, Chaos, a Bad Omen. Seeing the miserable state of their classmate, the little wizards from the Magic Academy's anger skyrocketed, and they began to cast curses at the Court of Store Eyes, Russian, contestant on stage. A few seconds later, the young wizard was hit by a curse and fell awkwardly onto the stage, prompting several Court of Store Eyes contestants to retaliate fiercely. Curses flew everywhere, and some contestants from other academies also found themselves in misfortune, hit by the errant spells and angrily joining the chaos. The pent-up dissatisfaction that had been building up in their hearts was all released at that moment, and more people joined the brawl, causing the situation to spiral out of control. All the principals stood up, drawing their wands and trying to suppress the chaos by making loud noises. However, at that moment, someone cast a smoke screen spell, enveloping everything in thick smoke, and spells flew everywhere with continuous screams ringing out. Disperse the smoke. One principal shouted angrily, waving his wand to summon a strong wind to blow the smoke away. However, the scene had already completely spiraled out of control. A few lower-year students from the Magic Academy were crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands, panicking and screaming. However, one of them was struck by a spell that flew in from somewhere and collapsed onto the ground. A spell flew wildly toward Simon, but he casually swatted it aside, hitting a South American wizard who was confronting a wizard from the Magic Academy. The latter was suddenly knocked back without warning and fell to the ground, covered in dust. The unfortunate wizard who had cast the spell at Simon was hung upside down in midair by Simon's spell, and his terrified screams were quite entertaining. "Great! Is that spell one you invented yourself?" Emily exclaimed, her eyes wide. She knew that Simon had invented many spells. However, she wasn't idle either. She aimed a spell at someone she found unlikable. Since everything was already in chaos, it would be a shame not to make a scene. Interesting. Not far from Simon, two wizards hit by disarming and confusion spells were exchanging punches in a friendly manner. Unfortunately, the Magic Academy's wizards soon knocked out the unfortunate Court of Store Eyes contestant with a slumber spell. In just a few minutes, under Simon's deliberate provocation, the chaos intensified once again. The accumulated anger and dissatisfaction erupted completely due to the wizard from Russia's grass spell, and even though the principals were screaming angrily, trying to stop the chaos, it was to no avail. Emily excitedly raised her wand and was about to cast a spell on some unlucky person, covering his face with seaweed. All right, we should go. Simon calculated the time. The principals would likely start to suppress the chaos soon. He casually swatted aside a spell coming towards him, and whether it would hit some unfortunate soul was no longer his concern. The person who had just cast a spell on him was hit by the confusion spell he released and was now targeting another student. After Simon pulled Emily along, she pouted in dissatisfaction, but still followed him to the outskirts of the chaos. Along the way, anyone who attempted to attack him would be hung upside down in midair by his spell, or perhaps they would attack others due to the confusion spell he cast. As for who would be affected, that was simply not Simon's concern. When they finally regained their senses, they suddenly realized and angrily waved their wands at the person who had just cast a spell on them. Aren't you worried about your friend at all? Emily deliberately emphasized the word friend, pointing in a certain direction where Felice was exchanging spells with another wizard from a different school. Don't worry, she's much stronger than you. As soon as the words were spoken, it seemed to validate Simon's claim, as Phyllis had already taken care of that unfortunate soul. She was walking towards the outskirts, probably not wanting to get involved in this trouble. At that moment, a thick fog suddenly descended from the sky, and in order to control the situation, several headmasters had to come together to cast a large-scale sleeping spell. Some students had already fallen victim to it. However, the effect was clearly not very good, as a majority of the contestants were upperclassmen who had their own ways to resist the sleeping spell. Of course, there were also those who were caught off guard. The chaos was quickly brought under control. The 7 headmasters were not idle. After they managed to subdue their own students, although they stopped, they still made some provocative gestures towards their opponents in different languages. The funniest sight was several unfortunate individuals hanging in midair, having collapsed due to the sleeping spell, looking like salted fish, creating quite a spectacle. Are you all right? Elate smiled and nodded at them, saying, I've never seen such a disastrous competition. It's even worse than a Quidditch fan brawl. One of them chattered a bunch and shot a fierce glare at Simon, pointing at those hanging in the air. He clearly noticed Simon's earlier actions of casting spells on others. This escalation of chaos was indeed thanks to him. Simon shrugged and waved his wand, causing the remaining unfortunate souls hanging in midair to fall to the ground. You will first take the magic boat and return our people. Elate winked at Simon and then chattered away with the others. We need to send our students back. Fudes's face did not look good. 2 students from Hogwarts were also struck by the errant spells, and the situation was still unclear. The other headmasters were also instructing their students to return, and as for those who were all down, only the headmasters could personally take them back. Simon shrugged again, waved his wand, and levitated the remaining 4 students from his house, bringing them back to the magic boat. The slightly injured 7th-year senior even gave Simon a thumbs up as they left. If anyone was feeling the worst, it would probably be the student Yamamoto Taro from the School of Magic. Such an incident undoubtedly tarnished the school's reputation, and most importantly, the professors of the School of Magic did not intervene to stop the chaos from spreading, or else how could it have escalated into a brawl involving hundreds? The other headmasters also left with displeased expressions, and if the Magic Championship were to be interrupted because of this, it would surely become a significant disgrace for the School of Magic. A few days passed since that chaos, and the atmosphere at the School of Magic remained quite strange. Everyone was restraining themselves, but the tension was palpable. The second round of the competition, which was initially ongoing, had already been delayed. The 7 contestants had been determined. Apart from the black student from Wagadu being eliminated, all other schools had at least 1 student entering the finals, with the last spot taken by Emily. Durmstrang Academy secured 2 spots, and Elate was the happiest among them. Due to the previous chaos, the School of Magic intended to conclude the competition as soon as possible, so they chose to accelerate the final round. Originally, the last round was scheduled to start in half a month, but it was moved up to 3 days later. They had even announced the topic. They needed to brew a potion they were proficient in. The magical garden in the area was open to all contestants, giving them enough time to gather the materials they needed. The opening of the magical garden was somewhat unexpected for Simon, but it was within reason. After all, for contestants to gather all the materials, the magical garden was undoubtedly the best choice. We're entering the magical garden tomorrow, Emily mumbled nervously during dinner. Although the girl was trying to suppress her excitement about making it to the final round, she undoubtedly wanted to achieve a good result. Come to my room later. I have something for you, Simon suddenly said. After dinner, Emily curiously followed Simon into his room, where this mysterious guy handed her a bottle of golden potion. This can't be Felix Felicis, Emily exclaimed, examining the small vial before confirming that it was indeed the legendary luck potion. There were records about Felix Felicis in the magic books, but the process was incredibly complex, and even experienced potion masters wouldn't dare claim they could complete it with certainty. Yes, it's Felix Felicis, but why are you giving this to me? Emily asked, puzzled. She really wanted to try this legendary luck potion right away. Just in case. Simon replied simply. Just in case? Emily was momentarily stunned. She knew that Simon's just in case referred to her grandfather wanting to win the magic championship to bring back a gold cauldron to decorate their display room. Drink it when necessary, and it will bring you luck. Simon reminded her, don't drink too much at once. A small sip will be enough for you to find the materials you need in a few hours. What about you? Emily paused, realizing that since Felix Felicis was given to her, Simon obviously didn't need it. By the way, this should count as cheating, right? Yes, it's cheating, Simon said nonchalantly. Felix Felicis is not supposed to be used in competitions to give the user an easier path to victory. But why are you? Because no one knows it exists, Simon replied calmly. Since no one knows, they'll just think it's your good luck. Luck is, in a way, also a part of strength. No one has ever cheated so brazenly like you. Emily couldn't help but laugh, but she still leaned in to kiss Simon on the cheek, blushing as she said, but still, thank you. She knew her grandfather was very eager to win this championship. Regardless, Emily hoped that Durmstrang Academy would be the champion, and it didn't matter to her whether she or Simon ended up as the winner. Ahem. A light cough sounded from outside, and Elate walked in, smiling as he said, I just heard everything you two said. Grandpa actually eavesdropped. Emily pouted. Simon is right. No one knows about Felix Felicis yet. The luck potion is undoubtedly a very magical thing, and its brewing is quite difficult. It can lead to great success within one's capabilities. Elate nodded, adding that he had already considered Felix Felicis among the options. Simon's potion was very good, and, if combined with Felix Felicis, the championship of this potion competition would undoubtedly belong to him. He also reassured her, actually, you don't need to feel like you're cheating. Others from different schools have done the same. So Grandpa already knew? Emily tucked away the Felix Felicis, deciding to wait for the right moment to use it. After Emily left, Elate suddenly asked, are you planning to give the championship to Emily? Because Simon gave his granddaughter Felix Felicis, it suddenly made Elate think of a possibility. Don't you also hope he achieves a good result? Simon said meaningfully. Actually, for me, the champion of the potion championship is not that important. However, you should know that the effect of Felix Felicis is limited. While it can affect the fairness of the competition, it still cannot allow Emily to directly win the championship. Elate understood Simon's meaning. As he just said, this is to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Anyway, thank you, the old man said with emotion. Durmstrang desperately needs this championship. Our agreement, right? Elate had also helped Simon a lot, and both sides were just mutually beneficial. On the other side, as Simon said, cheating is a tradition in the potion championship, and others are also making their final preparations. Selwyn, Fodisk looked at Felix and asked, are you confident in winning this competition? Hogwarts has already missed several golden cauldrons. I have a bottle of Felix Felicis. Felix took out a bottle of golden potion and said, this is something that can bring immense luck for a certain period, but the problem is, the opponent has it too. The opponent. Fodisk understood who Felix was referring to. It doesn't matter, at least the advantages of both sides are offset. I believe you will defeat him and win this championship for us. Fodisk was quite confident in Alice's potion skills. Hiko, are you ready? Yamamoto Taro looked at his granddaughter and sighed lightly. I've already contacted the magical garden, and they will cooperate with you as much as possible. No need to feel indebted. Those old guys have thicker skins than I do. I don't know where they found their helpers. Grandpa is referring to. Yamamoto Hiko asked in confusion. Never mind. Yamamoto Taro shook his head. This isn't the first time for such things. In any case, do your best. I believe Hiko is the best. Chapter 246. Hitting people for materials? In the morning, a group from Durmstrang Academy was dining in the cabin. Simon and Emily were going to participate in the third round of the potion championship today, and they would both go to cheer for the two. Not feeling hungry? The fried shrimp today tastes good. Simon elegantly and quickly finished the food in front of him. Although he had been eating seafood for a whole month, he was not tired of it. The house elf's cooking was quite good, and they always managed to prepare a sumptuous meal. Aren't you nervous at all? Emily fiddled with the fried egg in front of her, which was made from seagull eggs discovered by the house elves on the island. Not nervous. Even if I were, it wouldn't do any good for the competition, Simon said calmly, appearing more like a carefree observer than anyone else. It was a mistake to talk to you about this. Emily muttered and started on her plate of food. All contestants would gather in front of the hall of the Magical Institute, and 10 judges, along with 7 contestants, would use the key to enter the magical garden. The contestants had already been informed that they must collect the potion materials needed for the 3rd round in the magical garden. You have limited time. You must collect the materials needed for the 3rd round as much as possible within the limited time. When the time is up, someone will come to notify you. The administrator of the magical garden was a middle-aged, balding wizard, and he spoke to the group in a stern tone about the rules here. Also, if I find anyone deliberately damaging the magical garden, I don't think they need to continue participating in the potion championship. In fact, no matter how much he babbled on, very few contestants understood his gibberish. The way to enter the magical garden is based on the scores from the 2nd round, with each contestant entering at intervals. Of course, the one with the highest score naturally has a bit of an advantage. Felix was the first to enter the magical garden, and Simon entered as the 2nd contestant, with a difference of more than 10 minutes between the fastest and the slowest. However, this method is undoubtedly fair. After entering the magical garden, Simon quickly discovered a major problem. Since it was still winter, the situation in the magical garden was a bit dire. Most of the vegetation was withered, and the herbs needed by the contestants were no exception. "Did you wait for me here on purpose?" Simon asked in confusion. It's not easy to find suitable materials in this season. Felix frowned slightly. She had just picked some herbs, but the results were not very good. "You need a bit of luck." Simon took out a small bottle of Felix Felicis from his pocket, took a sip, and said, "Luck can bring us unexpected gains. I'm not too excited about the championship of the potion championship." Felix also took a sip of the Felix Felicis and said, "However, Principal Fodisk obviously hopes that Hogwarts can win this competition." "Yes, our principal is similar. Durmstrang Academy needs the championship." Simon put away the Felix Felicis and asked, "Which way are you planning to go?" "That way." Felix casually pointed to a gravel path. And as for why she chose that way, it was probably just intuition. "Then I'll go this way. See you later." Simon turned and walked towards the path he chose. And after taking the Felix Felicis, following his intuition should be a good choice. "See you later." Felix felt that she would encounter Simon again later, and the two parted ways at the fork. Other contestants entered the magical garden one after another, each choosing a path at the fork and starting to search for the materials needed for the competition in the magical garden. After taking the Felix Felicis, Simon felt much better and strolled along the way, collecting quite a few potion materials. Making some simple potions was no longer a problem. Of course, relying solely on these potion materials was still far from enough. He needed to find more things to concoct more complex potions. As a result, many herbs and magical creatures unfortunately fell victim, as Simon collected all the usable potion materials. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the edge of the woods, and then a stunning spell shot from the gaps in the branches toward Simon, who was crouching on the ground processing materials. A premeditated attack? However, the attacker was destined to miss, perhaps due to the good luck brought by the Felix Felicis. The stunning spell deviated a few feet from Simon and blasted a tree branch to smithereens. An ambush? Someone wants to eliminate me? Simon immediately thought of a possibility and cast a spell in the direction of the attacker, and a scream immediately echoed from the thick forest. The attacker was a strangely dressed wizard, and the reason for the attack was still unknown. Simon used a spell to awaken the wizard he had knocked down and learn some information through the legilimency. It turned out that this guy was a staff member of the magical garden, and their task was to deliver various rare materials to students. There were a total of 7 magical garden personnel wandering inside, and they would attack the contestants. If Simon had just examined the defeated individual, he might have missed out on the potion materials on him. Actually, Simon also knew that this was just an excuse for the magic school to send materials to its students. So the girl in the golden robe didn't need to spend too much time and effort to easily obtain what she needed. Speaking of which, is such blatant cheating really okay? Simon mocked himself and put away the various potion materials carried by the other party. As for that unfortunate guy still lying unconscious on the ground, is this considered a way to knock someone out for materials? Simon couldn't help but scoff. He suddenly realized that the idea of knocking someone out for materials was indeed a convenient and easy method. If only a few more people could be taken down like this. As for the unfortunate guy on the ground, Simon felt not a shred of sympathy. In fact, not only did Simon encounter this, but others also faced similar situations. If they were accidentally knocked out by a stunning spell, they might miss out on valuable materials and precious time. Of course, not everyone was as lucky as Simon. Among the 7 participants, except for the 3 who had taken the fortifying potion and the magic school's contestant, Yamamoto Kiko, The other contestants from different academies were caught off guard while collecting materials and were ambushed from behind. It's unlikely that any of the contestants had thought someone would suddenly attack them. However, this was also a good idea. Simon decided to look for others in the magical garden to prepare for an action of knocking out monsters for materials. Since the magic school had set such rules to allow their students to cheat, Simon naturally would not refuse to use it to quickly achieve his goals. It's likely that not many people would entertain such ideas. Chapter 247. The malicious attack incident. It seems that my luck today is quite good. Simon walked out of the eerie forest, casually disarming the wand from the opponent's hand with a disarm spell. He knew that the cloaked figure ahead wouldn't understand his words and wasn't prepared to waste any more time talking. He raised his wand, ready to cast a stunning spell on the cloaked figure. Just as he was about to cast the spell, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from this direction. We meet again. Phyllis emerged from the bushes on the right, also raising her wand and pointing it at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure looked utterly shocked, probably not expecting anyone to come looking for trouble. Simon hardly gave him time to think. He and Phyllis chanted their spells simultaneously, and 2 spells struck the cloaked figure's body at the same time, causing him to faint immediately. Simon stepped forward and began to search the figure, pulling out some potion materials from the pockets of the cloak. Truly, a human treasure chest prepared just for this. He couldn't help but scoff. Phyllis walked over, putting away her wand, and asked, "Have you gathered all the potion materials you need?" "Not yet, but I feel like I will soon." He put away what he had already collected and handed the remaining materials to Phyllis. "What potion are you planning to brew?" Phyllis glanced at the materials and asked, "Maybe we can exchange some extra materials." "That's a good idea," Simon agreed, and the two found a place to exchange the potion materials they needed. Afterward, Phyllis indicated that she had gathered everything she needed and was ready to leave the magical garden. "Looks like your luck is better than mine," Simon said to himself as he watched the girl walk away. He found another direction and continued searching for his needed materials. After about another 10 minutes, Simon encountered another unfortunate soul who had been ambushed and knocked out. The figure was wearing a bright green robe, likely a student from Castra Lobesh. Simon naturally wasn't too polite and cast another stunning spell on him, then casually took the potion materials from his body. Taking down opponents is also a good choice, and it falls within the rules. Of course, this approach seems to undermine the spirit of fair competition, but that idea had long been kicked to a corner by him. Moreover, the competition had never truly been fair from the beginning. Simon's luck had been quite good. It wasn't long before he found another unfortunate victim, a blonde girl. Without needing to guess, Simon already knew her identity. She was a contestant from Bus Barton School of Magic, which seemed to have a strong presence of witches. The blonde girl had already woken up from the stunning spell, holding her forehead and shaking her head as she tried to get up from the ground. However, she didn't succeed, as another sudden spell struck her body, causing her to faint once more. Simon squatted beside the blonde girl and began to take the potion materials from her when a sharp voice suddenly came from behind. "Stop! What are you doing?" That voice sounds familiar." When Simon turned his head, he saw Emily appearing at the corner of the path, walking towards him with her wand raised. Emily clearly saw Simon too, her face showing a hint of surprise. "Simon, what are you doing?" Emily glared at him fiercely and questioned. She probably thought of some unpleasant things. I'm looking for the potion materials on her," Simon casually explained, and then asked, "Have you gathered the materials you need?" "Not yet. Don't you think what you're doing is a bit—" Emily seemed to disapprove of Simon's actions. "A bit despicable?" Simon raised an eyebrow and said, "Okay, I admit it is a little bit, but this is within the rules. What does she have?" Emily didn't continue to dwell on that issue. "Just these." It seems she must have been attacked shortly after entering. Simon handed the things he found to Emily and asked, "What else do you need?" "No, I will find the materials I need." Emily declined Simon's kindness, probably wanting to complete the competition on her own. "Don't be foolish. Do you think this guy fainted here for no reason?" They never intended to follow the rules of the potion competition from the start. Speaking of which, that girl in the golden robe should have already gathered complete materials. It's just unclear whether she has already left the magical garden. "Do you want to?" Emily's eyes widened. "I do want to rob her and see the expressions of frustration on the faces of those from the magic school when they find out their carefully prepared plan has been ruined." "You are really too bad." After hearing Simon's words, Emily's eyes widened in surprise. Then she patted his shoulder and said, "But I like your plan." Simon helped Emily gather the missing parts before letting her leave the magical garden, while he continued his hunt. The contestant from Kotis Doritz, Russia, naturally didn't escape unscathed. His potion materials were quickly looted by Simon. As for the contestant from Japan, Simon didn't encounter her and didn't continue searching. as his intuition told him she might have already left the magical garden. Sure enough, when Simon left the magical garden, he saw that girl in the golden robe again. She was the fourth to appear, and the designated time had not yet arrived. Ultimately, the three unconscious individuals were found by people from the magical garden, and they discovered that all their potion materials had been completely looted, angrily pointing fingers at the people from the magical garden. Because the ones who attacked them were those wandering around the magical garden with materials, right? Such a malicious event was simply an insult to the contestants. The lack of potion ingredients meant losing the qualification to continue competing, and the three school principals were instantly filled with rage, demanding a rerun of the third round of the competition. The 7 wizards who acted as moving treasure chests all denied taking the contestants' potion materials. Moreover, they cast suspicious glances at Simon, as several wizards had fallen to Simon's wand. "What are you looking at me for?" Simon innocently blinked and said, "If you have doubts, you need to provide evidence." The principals and judges exchanged glances, and ultimately, they had no choice but to revise the rules of the third round, allowing all contestants to prepare their own materials for the final match. As for the search for potion ingredients in the magical garden, it had completely turned into a joke. Chapter 248. Deep Scheme, I Can't Believe It. Emily shouted angrily in the Durmstrang lounge. How can they be so shameless? Why not? Simon calmly sipped his freshly brewed hot cocoa, not paying much attention to the girl's outburst. Shameless? The corners of Emily's mouth twitched slightly, and then she glared at Simon fiercely. Speaking of this matter, it was all you're doing. If you hadn't. The girl began to spread a bunch of Simon's misdeeds in the magical garden to others. Grandpa, aren't you going to criticize him harshly? Seeing Simon unfazed, Emily turned to Illet for help, feeling a bit frustrated. The magic has gone too far. Illet calmly added sugar to his cup of hot cocoa and explained, even if Simon didn't steal others' potion ingredients, those people could still choose to discard the ingredients they picked. In fact, they had planned to do so from the very beginning. Such news was a bit shocking to the others, and a wave of astonished exclamations filled the lounge. They had never thought the principals of other schools could be so shameless. In the place of the magical school, the types of potion ingredients were already quite limited. Allowing some wizards to appear with ingredients was merely a pretense. If your luck wasn't good enough, the situation probably wouldn't be much better than others. Illet stirred his drink with a silver spoon, breathed out a puff of hot air, took a small sip, and continued looking at Simon and Emily. The idiots from the magical school were merely looking for a suitable excuse to gather materials for their own contestants. From the very beginning, the situation was very unfavorable for us foreign contestants. In this case, the most suitable choice was for the organizers to provide all the potion ingredients, allowing the contestants to showcase their skills freely. What did you guess that? Simon looked at Illet in surprise and asked. Guess? The others froze at Simon's words, realizing that he said the principal guessed it, not that he knew. However, thinking about it, it made sense. If Illet had known about this matter, he would have clearly informed his own contestants right away. They all banded together to demand the organizers modify the rules of the potion competition, and the Hogwarts people should also know about this. As for why the Durmstrang Academy people were unaware, it was probably because they were excluded. After all, we had 2 contestants in the final. Illet was very pleased that both Simon and Emily made it to the finals. He asked, "What are you planning to brew as the grand finale for the final match?" "The potential potion," Simon replied calmly. Of course, he didn't think whether such a potion could win the championship. He cared more about making Zygmunt Batch known to more people. What about Emily? Illet, quite satisfied with Simon's choice, turned to his granddaughter and asked, "I haven't decided yet." After the third round of the magical tournament, rules changed. Emily had already switched to a new potion formula, but she couldn't make up her mind about which potion to brew. "Then you should hurry. Time is running out," Illet reminded, noting that the final match had been postponed for 3 days, and they would prepare the corresponding materials based on the contestants' potions. The next day, all contestants' potion formulas were submitted to the organizers, with Simon's potential potion being the most eye-catching, as a potion that could effectively enhance the magical power of young wizards, undoubtedly appealing to most pure-blood wizards. Is there really such a potion? Someone raised a doubt. They had never heard of such a potion. There was no shortage of experts in potions here, but they had never seen such a miraculous potion. Oh, Illet merely responded with a word and did not continue speaking. His attitude was clear. This potion indeed existed and was effective. Not only were the wizards from the 7 academies unsettled, but even those few potion masters were also anxious. On the day Illet submitted the potion ingredient list, they tried to indirectly inquire about the potential potion from him. However, Illet remained calm, smiling without saying a word. leaving others eager to beat him up. After all, everyone was itching to know whether the effects of this potion were as effective as described. Now, all attention had shifted from the potion competition to the potential potion. If the potion was real, and if the young wizard named Simon Green successfully brewed it, shouldn't it be said that he was destined to win the championship? Another question was how they could obtain the formula for this potion. Simply having potion ingredients was far from enough. Even a genius potion maker couldn't brew it, let alone the fact that the potion contained two rare ingredients. This potion couldn't withstand repeated failed attempts, and even if you did manage to brew the so-called potential potion, no one would dare to take it casually. Who knows if the formula is correct? What a shameless old guy. Fewdesk secretly cursed Illit in his heart. Since the emergence of the potential potion, he had already guessed the outcome of this competition. If this potion was indeed as written above, Simon would undoubtedly win the championship. If they did not provide a satisfactory explanation to Durmstrang Academy, how could they expect them to reveal the specific formula for the potential potion? Soon, some began to hint at Illit regarding this matter, while the latter pretended not to understand, secretly delighted. Simon's move was indeed ruthless, striking at everyone's soft spot. If you want the formula for the potential potion, sure, trade it for the championship. The most important thing was that they knew if Simon Green could perfectly brew it, the championship of this potion competition would belong to Durmstrang Academy. The problem was, even if you didn't want to admit it, you couldn't. After all, the competition hadn't even started, and they were already reserving the championship. What kind of nonsense was this? Even though they knew the opponent was strong, encountering such a situation would still feel incredibly frustrating and suffocating. Other contestants were still preparing for the final match, unaware that the championship they were competing for had been privately traded away by a group of people. If they knew that no matter how hard they worked, they were destined not to win the championship, they wouldn't know what kind of expression to show. Chapter 249. Unattainable. The hall of the Magical Institute was brightly lit, and the low tables originally used by students for dining had been removed. At this moment, several tables from the potions classroom were set up, and the 7 participants in the potions championship stood at their respective positions. To avoid a repeat of the previous incident, the third round of the potions championship did not allow spectators. Aside from the 7 contestants and 10 judges, the large hall felt somewhat empty. After Judge Taro Yamamoto announced the start of the competition, Simon immediately checked his potion ingredients and equipment to avoid unnecessary mistakes during the potion-making process. This time, he was brewing a potency potion, which was quite challenging and relatively difficult for most wizards. However, Simon had brewed it before and, with prior experience and the assistance of a luck potion, he felt confident in handling everything smoothly. There was no time limit in the third round, allowing the contestants to better showcase their talents. All the participants focused their attention on their potions as soon as the competition began. Simon was no exception. Perhaps due to the luck potion, he felt more adept at handling the ingredients than before. In just half an hour, he completed the complex and tedious ingredient processing and arranged them neatly on the table. Then, he lit the crucible and began adding materials according to the steps, constantly stirring the potion in order, observing the color changes in the crucible, and adding the herbs at the most suitable moments. Everything was so perfect that even with his intense focus on the task, he did not feel fatigued. The 3 of them who had consumed the luck potion were clearly more skilled in potion making than the other contestants, which drew the attention of several judges. After about an hour, Emily was the first to extinguish her flame, having completed her potion. A judge carefully moved her crucible to the judging table with his wand, and the judges chattered around the crucible for a while before giving a relatively reasonable score. A few minutes later, Phyllis also finished her potion, followed by Simon as the third to complete his. The competition had been going on for over 2 hours, and more contestants finished their potions. After the last Brazilian contestant finished, the judges announced the end of the potion-making session and asked the contestants to leave first, as they needed to discuss the scoring situation, and the discussion grew louder. After a while, the hall was packed with people, all waiting for the judges to announce the final scores. First up was Miss Emily Eilert from Durmstrang Academy, who was the first to complete her potion. Her creation was a perfect brain-boosting potion, receiving a total score of 94 points. The hall immediately fell into silence. They had never expected the first score to be so high. The students from Durmstrang began to applaud, and others joined in to congratulate Emily. Well done. Simon smiled and gave a thumbs up to Emily, who proudly lifted her chin, clearly satisfied with the result. The second to finish was Miss Phyllis Selwyn from Hogwarts, who had improved the joy potion, achieving perfection with a total score of 97 points. In front of the judges' table, The wand of Judge Feudesk drew the number 97. This score was quite intimidating. Everyone knew what 97 meant. It was equivalent to being champion, and it was rare to see a score higher than hers. The third contestant was Simon Green from Durmstrang Academy. He produced the Potency Potion, which could enhance a wizard's magical power, a concept unheard of before. I dare say he undoubtedly deserves to be the champion this time, with a total score of 100 points. If Phyllis's score of 97 was already impressive, then Simon's 100 points was simply unattainable. Immediately, the hall fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Simon, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of the genius potion maker who had earned perfect scores from all the judges. More and more people began to whisper. They had heard the judges' remarks about the potion that could enhance magical power, which must be an irresistible temptation for countless individuals. At this moment, more and more people stared at the potion in the crucible, hoping to find a way to obtain some after the competition to enhance their own magical abilities. Who wouldn't want that? Since the judges had given a perfect score, it was clear they had officially acknowledged the potion's effects. Perfect score. Amazing, Simon. This championship is undoubtedly yours, Emily exclaimed excitedly, seeing Simon surpass Phyllis overwhelmingly to win the championship, perhaps happier than if she had won herself. Although our Simon Green had reached the pinnacle, the scoring still had to continue. The fourth contestant, Miss Betty Davis from Beauxbatons Academy, produced a talent potion, a very special potion that allowed one to better showcase their talents in a short time, receiving a total score of 90 points. After the perfect score was announced, the scores of others seemed dim in comparison. However, the talent potion was still a very good potion, and many judges believed that Miss Betty Davis had taken the talent potion beforehand. Otherwise, her score would have been higher. The fifth contestant, David Andrei Nikonov from Russia, presented his truth potion. Oh, my goodness, I dare say this potion is prohibited for use, a potion master humorously remarked. However, Mr. David has showcased high-level potion-making skills, with a total score of 89 points. The sixth contestant was Hiko Yamamoto from the Magical Institute, who produced a love potion. My goodness, I dare say this is another big surprise. Hiko Yamamoto's love potion is different from traditional love potions. Its effects are longer-lasting and have relatively fewer side effects for the user. But we must admire this as a good progress, with a total score of 93 points. Emily and Phyllis sneered, as they knew that no matter how high-quality a love potion was, it could never create love. The last contestant, Diego Franco from Castrobuche, presented his improved healing potion, which had quite good effects, receiving a total score of 87 points. As for why the score was relatively low, Diego Franco had encountered a small problem at the last moment. If he had continued to wait patiently, he could have achieved a better result. Even if others couldn't understand the judges' words, the Arabic numerals displayed the final scores clearly, with Simon's score undoubtedly very eye-catching. Even a fool would know the final result. All right, please let our champion come up. Taro Yamamoto waved to Simon, signaling him to come up for the award. Amidst the applause, Simon walked up to the judges, and Taro Yamamoto lowered the golden crucible into Simon's hands, offering his blessings. Simon lifted it up for everyone to see the golden crucible, accepting the congratulations from the crowd amid cheers. P.S. Let me share something sad. I was informed by the editor that I need to send the original ID for tax payment to the publisher. For me, this is something that I cannot accept no matter what. As for what other authors will do, I am not sure, but if that's the case, it means I may not receive the payment for the last 2 months of this book, and my new book will not be published by the publisher. Chapter 250, Eaten by Mice. In fact, there were not many who sincerely wished Simon well. The loudest applause came from a few competitors from Durmstrang Academy. But who cared about that? At least Simon didn't care at all. Of course, if we were to say who was the happiest here, it would be Principal Alot, the elderly man who was smiling broadly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone's complex expressions, Simon left the Magical Institute and returned to the magic ship. In the lounge, everyone was taking turns admiring the golden cauldron. Who wouldn't want to touch a cauldron made of gold, which was legendary? It was not just a trophy, but also a symbol of glory and recognition. Yet the champion seemed to care little about such things. Emily looked somewhat eager to try it out, but that was clearly an unrealistic thought. The golden cauldron belonged to the glory of Durmstrang Academy, not to Simon personally. Otherwise, she would have had the chance to experience what it felt like to brew potions with a golden cauldron. Simon himself didn't care about this point. In fact, he was a bit curious to try it, but he couldn't get past Alot. That evening, Simon and his companions attended the farewell banquet hosted by the Magical Institute before their departure. People from the 6 magical schools would participate, And the food at the banquet was very lavish, with a variety of seafood laid out on the table, as well as many specialty snacks and desserts. It was arguably the most sumptuous meal they had ever had there, at least in their eyes. Before the banquet began, Simon had already handed the potion book to several principals, letting these leaders from around the world know the name of Zygmunt Bach, better understanding that it was his authored potion book that accompanied the great alchemist in winning the potion championship. Zygmunt Bach's wish had been fulfilled. That was enough. After the banquet, Phyllis found an opportunity to come over and congratulate Simon. Earlier, Simon and his group had left too quickly, and now she had the chance to express her congratulations to them. Alice would definitely be very happy. Phyllis clinked glasses with Simon, took a sip of sake, and said, "Thank you. I have already shared this exciting news with her." Simon nodded at Phyllis. Emily didn't speak. She couldn't understand what the two were saying and could only look puzzled at the two speaking in English, drinking sake one cup after another. Halfway through the banquet, Yamaguchi Hiko also walked over, bowed to Simon, and slowly spoke something in Japanese, probably some blessings. Simon only understood a little. His Japanese was still very poor, so he could only nod and smile at her. Yamaguchi Hiko also nodded and greeted Emily and Phyllis beside her, her tone gentle, not at all like her appearance. Before Yamaguchi Hiko left, Diego Franco from Brazil seemed to notice what was happening here and walked over, chattering away. However, in the end, Diego Franco gave Simon a thumbs up to express his admiration and appreciation. Although both sides could not understand each other's words, they still shook hands amicably. Perhaps seeing the situation here, David Andrei Nikonov and Betty Davis also appeared not long after. They shook hands with Simon and smiled while talking. Although there was a language barrier, they still expressed their friendliness and blessings to Simon in various ways. Betty Davis even politely kissed Simon's cheek and gave him a hug, which made Emily feel quite uncomfortable. Although they had once been rivals, they were all just alchemists, and alchemists could always find common topics to discuss. If they could communicate fluently, they would likely consider writing to each other and becoming good friends. The competitors who originally competed for the championship could now get along harmoniously, which was somewhat unexpected to others. The principals exchanged glances and displayed relieved smiles. Although there had been many unexpected events in this potion championship, the final harmonious scene was still a result that many people were willing to see. After all, it was a friendly competition between schools. The banquet ended quite late, and towards the end, Simon was called over by Elot. He was brought before several principals, not knowing what they were going to discuss. "Mr. Green, may I ask? It seems that the potion book is missing a few pages." The one who spoke was Taro Yamaguchi. When they were flipping through the potion book, they found that a few pages were actually missing. Worried about losing some precious formulas, they decided to inquire about it with Simon. The missing part was actually the recipe for the Felix Felicis potion. However, from the very beginning, Simon had removed the section regarding the Felix Felicis from the potion book, which led to the potion book ultimately missing a few pages. Those pages were eaten by mice. Simon replied calmly, not revealing a hint of a flaw. Otherwise, those pages would have indeed been eaten by mice. This answer instantly left all the principals dumbfounded. Eaten by mice? What a joke. After a series of chattering, Simon raised his hand to stop them, and the surroundings fell silent again. It was 3 months after the teacher's death that his manuscript was found. The potion formulas in the latter part of the potion book were all supplemented by me based on the manuscript left by the teacher. The missing part is the Felix Felicis, which is a complex potion that takes months to brew. However, part of the manuscript was nibbled on, leading to some data loss. So I temporarily removed that part of the record. When I someday perfectly brew the Felix Felicis, I will add it back in. Simon spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open. In any case, even if others didn't know the specific situation, even if they thought Simon was deceiving them, they had no way to prove it. The generous sharing of the potion book and the many precious potions within it was already enough. Being greedy would ultimately annoy people. In fact, Hogwarts did have a potion book, but unfortunately, it was not as complete as Simon's, so what Simon said was undoubtedly true. The latter part was supplemented by him. Was it really eaten by mice? Elot asked with a half-smile on the way back. What do you think? Simon shrugged. The two returned to the magic ship together, while the principals were still busy translating the potion book into their respective languages, wanting to bring the potion book back to their schools, allowing more people to learn about these magical potions and understand how to brew them. Chapter 251, Prosperous Business Finally Back. Emily walked onto the deck, gazing at the distant castle, letting out a soft sigh. She had had enough of living at the Magical Institute during that time. We're back. The others waved at the distant castle and shouted loudly. Just as the cursed professor and a few students were preparing for class, they happened to see the appearance of the magic ship and smiled faintly, saying to the class, "Let's go welcome them back." More and more people flocked to the lake behind the castle. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a few stepped off the magical boat, with Illit holding a golden cauldron in his hands, waving to others and informing the welcoming crowd that Simon had won the potion championship, bringing home the golden cauldron for Durmstrang Academy. Upon hearing this news, Potion Professor Carlos couldn't stop smiling. He was thrilled that Simon had achieved victory for Durmstrang Academy. Although Carlos was unaware of the events that transpired during the competition, it did not affect his high regard for Simon. On the day of their return, Durmstrang Academy held a lavish banquet in their honor. Simon became the focal point for countless people, especially since he outperformed all competitors from other schools with a perfect score, earning him immense admiration. Emily was also one of the highlights of the banquet. Although she did not win the championship, her final score placed her in the top 3, undoubtedly proving her excellence. Others were also in the spotlight, with some crowding around them to share their experiences from the past days. While the poor quality of magical food became a frequent topic of complaint, however, the most attention-grabbing topic was the potential potion, which could enhance a wizard's magical power and held an irresistible allure for most pureblood wizards. Yet, even with the formula for the potential potion, successfully brewing, it was destined to be a challenging task. The ingredients like sniffer grass and the eggs of the Niven serpent would deter most wizards who weren't very wealthy. And the complex and tedious brewing process would make it nearly impossible to create a quality potion without advanced alchemical skills and the courage to endure multiple failures. How could one obtain this potion? Some people turned their attention to Simon, but they were bound to be disappointed. Only by offering something that could truly attract Simon would they have a chance of getting what they wanted. It was said that Simon liked ancient and rare books, and wizarding families never lacked for inherited rare tomes. So a small vial of potential potion would be worth them lending out their cherished ancient books. Of course, the materials and ingredients needed for the potential potion would have to be provided by them. In the black market, the price for the potential potion had skyrocketed, yet it still remained elusive. Even if one wanted to brew the potential potion, they would need to obtain its formula. Durmstrang Academy was very strict about protecting its secrets, and Illit would not allow the formula for the potential potion to leak out of the academy. "You really are a greedy guy," Emily sneered at Simon, feeling quite emotional. The potential potion that countless people were fighting to obtain required a significant amount of wealth, while Simon only needed to spend a few hours to gain an unbelievable wealth that left everyone in disbelief. It was practically a money grab, and the only thing he had to give was his time spent brewing the potential potion. "After all, I am a merchant," Simon said naturally as he read the letter brought by Ball. Everything was peaceful in England. The Merchant Guild and the East India Company had begun to cooperate. By the way, taxes in England had increased quite a bit, but this was nothing significant for Simon. He had already started shifting his focus to establishing his own colony in the Caribbean, and the colony's manager would naturally bear the Merchant Guild's mark. As for how to handle matters, Count Shelley would help him sort everything out. The guild would only need to relinquish a small portion of the profits, and the kingdom would compromise. "A merchant? It's hard to imagine you would call yourself a merchant," Emily mocked. "Then how much do you think I am worth?" "It is undoubtedly foolish to put a price on someone." Simon looked up at the girl and said, "If you wish, I could spend a few dozen pounds of gold to buy you." "A few dozen pounds of gold?" Emily said in surprise. "That's quite a lot of gold. I didn't expect I would be worth that much." "Foolish woman. Only a fool would measure their worth in price." After finishing reading all the letters, Simon threw them into the fireplace to burn to ashes. He then turned to examine Emily and said, "You are a very talented potion maker. Once you learn to brew the potential potion, it won't take long before you can earn a few dozen pounds of gold from those wizards." "You?" Emily was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt a bit foolish. Discussing money with Simon, who clearly had no financial constraints, was undoubtedly a silly thing to do. She sulkily sat aside, sipping hot cocoa, and, after a long silence, asked, "Your grandfather invited you to Durmstrang Academy for the potion championship and next year's Triwizard Tournament, right?" "Yes." Simon did not deny it. "But I'm also here to fulfill my teacher's wishes." "So that's why you gave him the book." "Grandfather said you tore out the part about the Felix Felicis, claiming it was eaten by a rat. You're such a bad egg. A liar who doesn't even bother to prepare a draft." "You're right. I'm a liar." Simon admitted this point directly as he took a book from the shelf and casually flipped through a few pages. Now, he had no issues reading Bulgarian, but the people who exchanged books for the potential potion came from many different countries, and the variety of languages recorded posed the biggest problem. Of course, Unless it was a special book, Simon could use a copying spell to solve the borrowing issue. The copying spell cast with an Elder Wand could last for decades, even a century. But now I finally understand why you are so wealthy. Emily couldn't help but retort. So you've been doing this kind of thing all along? You heartless merchant. Isn't that good? Simon closed the book and looked up at Emily, retorting, money is a good thing. You'll find that sometimes having money allows you to do many things. Emily swallowed Simon's words, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Although she felt that Simon's words were sometimes not wrong, she simply didn't want to admit it. Chapter 252. Please call me a good person. Since the conclusion of the potion championship, Simon had not stepped into the potion classroom during his free time, which left potion professor Carlos a bit confused. This potion genius seemed to have forgotten his talent for potions and began to focus on other areas. In just a few months, Simon's transfiguration magic had made breakthrough progress. Professor Lindgren's transfiguration lessons had her own style, quite different from that of Wagcloth. But it did not hinder Simon's learning. Professor Lindgren was perplexed that this potion genius was so keen on transfiguration, but she was also willing to help Simon learn transfiguration magic better. In May, the weather gradually warmed up, and Durmstrang Academy was holding new activities. Taking advantage of the weekend holiday, they passed the time on the magical boat. Simon, in his shorts, walked along the plank extending from the deck, shaking it vigorously before leaping off in a less than graceful manner into the water. Diving was something he had never had the chance to try before, but now that he had the opportunity, he would not easily give it up. The water was still a bit cold, and as he submerged, he felt the pressure of water from all directions. A few seconds later, he began to surface and then climbed back onto the deck using the rope ladder lowered from a boat. This activity quickly became popular, with more and more wizards coming to try it out. Of course, some people found themselves in quite a predicament, casting bubblehead charms over their heads, and all sorts of bizarre diving styles appeared. Of course, some unlucky guy completely gave up after trying and called it a foolish suicide dive because he almost drowned. However, that person became the target of countless mockeries. How thrilling! On the deck, Joanna excitedly said, I bet those idiots who put the bubblehead charm on themselves can hardly appreciate the fun of diving. Suddenly, there were gasps nearby. Someone climbed the mast and jumped off, gracefully leaping into the lake in front of everyone. A few minutes later, that guy was sent to the medical room because he dove too deep and almost lost the strength to float back up, and he was ultimately rescued, narrowly escaping death. What a fool, Simon commented simply as he held a fishing rod, enjoying the pleasure of fishing on the other end. Of course, he usually didn't catch fish, but rather some mischievous students who seemed intent on pulling Simon into the water, only to end up being pulled up themselves, landing gracefully on the deck. Many people actually thought Simon had caught a mermaid when he dragged the person out of the water, and the result, well, it was predictable. The boy who planned the prank became the laughingstock of the school and earned the nickname Mermaid. Aren't you going to try it? Joanna encouraged her best friend beside her. If you don't know how, he can teach you. Emily glanced at Simon, who was fishing nearby, and shook her head. No thanks. I'm not interested in this, and I can't swim. If I jump in, I'll definitely drown, and by the time you want to save me, it will be too late. You can learn if you can't swim, right, Simon? Joanna winked at Simon. I remember you're pretty good at swimming. Can you teach Emily? Joanna. Emily shot her an annoyed look. All right, someone seems to have been abandoned. I guess I'll teach you, Joanna said meaningfully, then reached out to tug at Emily's clothes. After removing her jacket, she pulled her into the water. With a splash, the two fell in, and Emily started flailing and struggling. She couldn't swim and began to sink into the lake. Don't worry, grab my hand. Joanna reached out to grab Emily, but she evidently underestimated the strength of a drowning person. Emily wrapped around her like an octopus, nearly dragging her down too. Two idiots. Simon watched this scene, speechless. He raised his wand and transformed a nearby bucket into a swimming ring, tossing it to them. Great, saved. Emily and Joanna grabbed the swimming ring, both sighing in relief, glaring at each other as if it was the other's fault. What the hell are you two doing? Simon put away his fishing rod, jumped down beside them, and looked them over. Let me teach you. Give me your hand. Emily hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended her trembling hand, which Simon grasped. It was still slightly shaking, whether from almost drowning or something else. Relax your body. Simon softly guided her, instructing her to float linearly on the water surface. However, the next second, what are you doing? Simon asked, looking at the girl who was almost wrapped around him like an octopus. I really can't swim. The problem was, if you don't let go, we might sink to the bottom together. With Emily's additional weight, Simon was struggling to stay afloat. He felt his body starting to descend. Suddenly, a wand fell beside him, and he reached for it, almost syncing together with Emily when he reluctantly cast a bubblehead charm on himself. They slowly sank to the lake's bottom. We're doomed. We're really doomed. It's all Joanna's fault. Emily kept mumbling by the lake bottom, her eyes tightly shut and showing no intention of letting go of her arms. All right, calm down, Simon shouted. It's fine now. Just let go of me first. When Emily opened her eyes, she found herself at the lake bottom, wrapped in a funny bubble film along with Simon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Emily quickly apologized as she let go of Simon. The lake bottom was dark, with almost no light around, similar to what she saw when the ship sank last time. Simon was holding his wand, and the light at its tip only allowed them to see the soft glow around them. Let us get up first. Hold on to me. Never mind. I'll handle it. Simon reached out and hugged Emily, moving his wand downwards to create thrust. They were moving upwards at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, they finally saw light above them, and the two quickly surfaced. Finally saved. Emily lay on the swimming ring, kissed Simon on the cheek, and gratefully said, "Thank you for saving me." The girl seemed to have forgotten that if it weren't for someone else's antics, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Joanna, standing on the deck, watched this scene with satisfaction, pleased to have done a good deed today. Chapter 253. Summer vacation. This year's summer vacation seemed to come particularly early. At least that's how it appeared to Emily. The upperclassmen at school were busy preparing for the upcoming exams. The exams at Durmstrang were somewhat similar to those at Hogwarts, both overseen by the Wizarding Council, whose purpose was naturally to select outstanding students, serving as a threshold for entry into the Wizarding Council. Most Wizarding families were particularly eager to enter the Wizarding Council, likely out of a desire for power, during the assessment period for fifth-year students. Intelligence-enhancing potions and clarity potions were selling exceptionally well, but as the saying goes, where there is a policy, there are countermeasures. The Wizarding Council would not allow others to cheat, especially after Hogwarts. At the start of the exams, wizards found using potions were administered a calming potion to neutralize the effects of the intelligence-enhancing and clarity potions. As for Simon, he didn't need any of these things. Otherwise, the yet-to-be-discovered Felix Felici's wouldn't be considered a banned substance. Even without cheating, Simon's results were still excellent. His memory was already quite good, and he was skilled in mind-blocking techniques, allowing him to easily browse through answers in other people's minds when necessary. But he didn't even need to do that. Although he didn't finish all the papers with a perfect score, Simon ultimately outperformed everyone else by a wide margin, whether in written tests, practical assessments, or even being exempt from potion tests. After all, the champion of the potion championship and the prize of the Golden Cauldron were right there, and the wizards in charge of the potion tests exempted him directly. They wrote a few words on Simon's record: Potion Championship Champion. Such a person would undoubtedly not be called to the Wizarding Council. The Circle of Potion Masters was more suitable for him. Cam was a bit envious of Simon's treatment, but he also knew that even if he underwent the tests, the result would be the same. Simon's talents in other areas were genuinely displayed in front of others. In the practical assessment of transfiguration, Simon successfully grafted a mouse's leg onto a table and transformed the one-legged mouse into an exquisite three-legged stool. In the study of spells, Simon's cup danced elegantly on the table, and when the other party learned that he had mastered the Guardian Spirit spell, Simon successfully summoned his Guardian Spirit, resulting in a perfect score in the practical exam of spellcasting. As for the study of dark magic, that unfortunate male wizard was disarmed before he had a chance to cast his spell. He had to admit defeat because Simon's silent spell and judgment skills were far beyond his reach. The man even humorously invited Simon to join the execution department of the Wizarding Council after graduation, a department similar to Auror's. Regarding herbology, Simon's performance could only be considered average. He did not invest much energy in this area and only remembered the knowledge taught in books. Although it was far less impressive than the other subjects, it was still relatively outstanding compared to others, as there were no major mistakes. After the fifth grade assessments, they had no other classes left and were waiting for the vacation to begin. Summer was approaching, and the summer at Durmstrang Institute was not hot. At least it was somewhat like the months of April and May at Hogwarts. Simon was reading under the shade of a tree, contemplating the feasibility of building a summer villa nearby. "Look, what have we brought you?" Emily and Joanna approached, having just seen the assessment results, and handed a letter to Simon. Simon asked in confusion, "The results of the previous assessment?" Seeing the expressions on their faces, he undoubtedly guessed correctly. After taking the letter and opening it, the text was written in English. "Why is it in English?" Emily asked in puzzlement, probably afraid I wouldn't understand. Simon self-deprecated. After all, if they used another language like German or Swedish, I really wouldn't understand. I've started learning English now. I'll write to you during this summer vacation. And remember to reply. Emily blinked and took the parchment, looking a bit helpless at the English inside, as she still couldn't understand it. However, Simon's grades were naturally understandable because they were all excellent results, especially in potions. Oh, okay, if I have time, I'll reply to you. Simon nodded, deciding to have Ball intercept his letters later to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings with Alice, even though he didn't think Alice could understand Bulgarian. But he couldn't guarantee that Emily wouldn't write in broken English. At the beginning of July, Durmstrang Institute officially started its vacation, and of course, there was summer homework to do, which included reading books and writing a few essays. In fact, these were all simple tasks for Simon. There was no difficulty at all since he would proactively engage with those materials, and essays were just a matter of a few hours. See you next semester. As Simon left the school, Emily came to see him off. He didn't even need to pack his luggage since that room was basically reserved for him in advance. After bidding farewell to Emily, Simon and Ball apparat to a remote estate in Sweden, where Janice had recently been working, responsible for receiving and sending documents for Simon. And it was said he was currently in a romantic relationship with a local witch. Congratulations, Simon said with a smile. Remember to tell me when you get married. Not considering that yet. Janice scratched his head shyly. Well, think about it. If you want to bring her to England, remember to let her learn English, Simon reminded. After that, they entered a room and disappeared through the fireplace. When they reappeared, they were in a village in Denmark, at the estate Simon had prepared earlier. He had similar places in many countries. This time, they left using a door key, then changed twice, traveling from Denmark to Belgium, and then crossing the English Channel to appear in England. This journey took about 10 minutes. Stepping out of the room, hearing familiar English, Simon felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He instructed Ball a few words and disappeared through a secluded alley. A few minutes later, Simon appeared at the Dornia estate, where he saw a girl bending over to admire the roses in the garden. He slowly walked over and gently embraced her from behind. Cynthia was initially startled but smiled warmly upon seeing Simon, saying, "Welcome back. I missed you." Simon held the soft girl in his arms and kissed her lips. Before long, the maids in the estate knew that the owner had returned, and the cooks were busily preparing a sumptuous meal, hoping to earn the owner's favor. The next morning, the weather was clear and sunny, and Alice was in a good mood. A few days ago, Simon had written to her, telling her he would return home today. The girl sat in her yard, humming a tune while using a wooden comb to groom her cat, Granny, waiting for Simon's return. Hatchie, squatting nearby, was whining, clearly dissatisfied with the owner's favoritism. Soon, a figure appeared at the end of the street in Hogsmeade, walking towards them. Although not fast, he was gradually getting closer. "Simon, you're back. Did you miss me?" Alice stopped combing and set Granny aside, getting up to run towards him and leaped into his arms. "Of course I missed you." Simon gently embraced Alice, lifting her up and spinning her around in the air, saying, "Alice has gotten plumper." "Not at all." The girl pouted, displeased. "I'm ignoring you." "Long time no see, Hatchie." Simon greeted the tail-wagging dog circling around them, adding, "And don't bite my pants, or you want to get food today." "Woo-woo." The tail-wagging dog let out a soft whimper, burying its head low and rubbing against his feet, probably just being affectionate. "And you, Granny, have you been more well-behaved lately?" Simon and Alice walked into the Rose Cottage, sitting on the cushions, enjoying the fresh fruits Alice had prepared while sharing stories about what had happened at the Magical Academy. Previously, Simon had already told Alice that he had won the potion championship, but it was only a simple description without detailed information about the academy. "I can't believe it," Alice said in surprise, her mouth agape. "How do those people from that country survive if they don't eat meat?" "They don't avoid meat. They eat seafood." Simon laughed, ruffling Alice's hair. "Of course, it might be a custom in their country." "Don't mess up a lady's hair." Alice swatted Simon's hand away, leaning in to ask, "By the way, what is up with that Miss Emily?" "My sister said you've been getting close to a girl named Emily at Durmstrang Academy." "She's just a regular friend," Simon explained. "Emily is the granddaughter of Headmaster Eyelight. She helped me a lot when I enrolled, and we're quite good friends, but that's all." "Really?" Alice eyed Simon skeptically. "Of course it's true." Simon nodded, gently hugging Alice and smiling as he asked, "What? Are you jealous?" "Not at all." At noon, Simon prepared a sumptuous lunch for Alice, featuring tender wild rabbit that the family had hunted together. Hatch and Granny also enjoyed a hearty meal. "Your earnings are as good as ever." Alice fished out some berries soaked in ice water and served them after the meal. They tasted really good, making the sweltering summer day seem not so unbearable. After eating, the two rested against the grapevine trellis, looking at the vines already laden with bunches of grapes, and remarked that in a few days they could pick grapes to eat. Yes. Alice slowly closed her eyes. In the shade of the grapevines, the two lay quietly on the wooden lounge chairs, holding hands, while a gentle breeze blew, and the rustling of leaves created a serene and peaceful picture. In the evening, Alice invited her sister to dinner. In fact, she did this almost every day, and the girl even specifically asked Simon about it, to which he did not object. Simon knew very well how Alice felt about her sister. In this world, perhaps only he and Phyllis were important to Alice. What a lavish meal. Phyllis looked slightly surprised at the table full of food, pouring herself a small glass of wine, and asked, "When did you come back?" "This morning," Simon replied, lightly clinking his glass. "What have you been up to lately?" Same old, same old." Phyllis rested her chin on her hand and said, "Feudes complained a bit after learning about the potential potion from Windick. Isn't that just his character?" Simon gently shook his glass. "You'll participate in the Triwizard Tournament next semester, right?" Phyllis suddenly asked, "What's the Triwizard Tournament?" Alice interjected, "It's a friendly competition held by 3 schools, and this time it's Hogwarts' turn to host. However, the situation in recent years hasn't been good. The casualty rate among participants is quite high, and they're reportedly discussing whether to stop such competitions." Phyllis said, looking at Simon, "If that's the case, you'll probably come to Hogwarts next semester. Maybe during the winter break." Simon thought for a moment and replied, "But I'm not too clear on the specifics. It said to last into the 2nd semester. Simon is coming to Hogwarts?" Although Alice didn't understand what they were talking about and didn't care about what the Triwizard Tournament was, she gathered from her sisters and Simon's words that Simon would come to Hogwarts this winter to participate in a competition called the Triwizard Tournament. That meant she could see him often without needing a two-way mirror or other tools. "So do you hope Hogwarts wins, or your boyfriend wins?" Phyllis asked her sister with a teasing smile. "Of course, I hope Simon can win," Alice said matter-of-factly. The two chatted for a while until night fell, when Simon learned that Phyllis actually lived in the Rose Cottage. "Are you angry?" Alice asked worriedly. "No, it's fine. I'm relieved to have her taking care of you," Simon said with a smile. With Phyllis, the protective older sister, around, Alice's safety could be maximized, and Simon naturally wouldn't refuse. He just wondered if it was really good for Miss Selwyn to be living in someone else's house. "Good night." Simon felt a bit tired. Although he had rested for a while at noon, he couldn't shake off the energy spent from the previous night. "I forgot to clean your room." Alice reached out and grabbed Simon's hand, saying, "Why don't you rest at my place today?" Surprisingly, Phyllis, the protective older sister, didn't say anything, almost as if she didn't hear their conversation, and returned to her own room. Chapter 255, Unexpected Guests. In the morning, a gentle breeze blew, and the wind chimes by the window rang out a crisp sound, with the thin curtains fluttering in the wind. Simon woke from his dreams, blinked his eyes at the sunlight streaming in through the window, and then turned his gaze to the girl sleeping beside him. Ever since he returned for the holiday, the two had started living and sharing a bed together, which felt quite incredible, especially since the protective Phyllis had agreed to it. However, Simon didn't plan to take advantage of Alice just yet. He had promised Phyllis that he would wait until Alice came of age, which was only a few months away. "Good morning." Alice opened her eyes, smiled at Simon, and greeted him as she sat up and stretched, then began changing her clothes right in front of him. "You should get up quickly," Alice urged. "Okay, I'm getting up." Simon stifled a yawn, and just as Alice opened the door, Hatch sneaked in through the crack, carrying something in his mouth. "Really? How many times have I told you?" Simon raised his wand and threw the unfortunate goblin out the window, then grabbed Hatch and tossed her out as well. By the time Alice reached the dining table outside, Phyllis was already there eating, spreading a thick layer of jam on her bread. This was something Simon had invented, essentially cooked fruits mashed with sugar. It typically couldn't be stored for long unless there was a refrigerator. Of course, in this era, there was no such thing, and Simon was considering asking Nick if he could create something similar to a refrigerator. "Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" he said lightly. Phyllis paused her movements slightly and shot him a fierce glare. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Phyllis bit into her bread and chatted with Alice about some past trivial matters. In a few days, it would be Mrs. Selwyn's birthday, and they hoped Alice could. In fact, the Selwyn family had been trying to reconcile with Alice, but that was already impossible. Alice had given up on them, or rather, when they gave up on her, she had already abandoned them. No matter how much Phyllis tried to persuade her, she couldn't change her sister's mind. "If you don't want to go, don't force yourself," Simon chimed in, taking a sip of milk handed to him by Ball and then starting to devour the fried eggs and bacon in front of him. He had been taking good care of his nutrition in recent years, and he had grown quite robust compared to ordinary people. Simon is the best, Alice said happily. A few minutes later, an owl landed in front of him, bringing a letter from Nick, mentioning that an old friend had arrived, Elaine, and surprisingly, someone unexpected had come along. Simon glanced at Alice and said, I'm planning to go back to Mirror Lake Manor for a bit. Do you want to come along? After saying that, he handed the letter to Alice, thinking that sometimes withholding information could make things worse. Is it that Miss Emily? Alice raised her eyebrows, pleased that Simon hadn't hidden anything from her. However, regarding this seemingly competitive rival, she decided to meet her. Okay, I also want to meet the legendary Miss Emily. Simon sensed a hint of provocation in Alice's tone, while Phyllis shot him a look that said he was doomed. Sister, do you want to come with us? Alice looked at her sister, who was looking for help. I still need to go to the potion shop in Windick today, Phyllis declined. I'll come find you in the evening. After all, if they left the Rose Cottage, it would mean that Ball would not stay here today, and it would be pointless for her to remain here by herself. When the two arrived, Emily was watching two elderly men fishing by the lake, and she seemed eager to catch a glimpse of the Loch Ness monster, but her luck didn't seem to be on her side. Emily was quite happy to see Simon, and then her gaze fell on a girl next to him. Alice was wearing a beige silk dress, looking fresh and lovely, like a beautiful little princess. Alice was also sizing up the woman in front of her with a scrutinizing gaze, and the atmosphere suddenly seemed a bit tense. Ahem. Simon cleared his throat and asked in Bulgarian, Long time no see, Emily. It's really surprising to see you. Quite an unexpected surprise, isn't it? Emily directed her gaze to the two men fishing, indicating she had come with her grandfather. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. No wonder you kept her hidden. Simon detected a hint of resentment in Emily's tone. He stepped forward to greet Alice in Bulgarian, and the girl smiled and shook hands with her, but still looked a bit puzzled at Simon. Simon didn't want to get caught in the middle of the two women, so he asked Ball to act as their direct translator while he went over to greet Islet and Nico. Poor Ball, unaware of the burdensome task ahead, accepted the role enthusiastically. Islet was actually here to handle matters regarding the Triwizard Tournament, and while there would be help from the Wizarding Council, he still needed to make a trip himself. Perhaps one trip wouldn't be enough. They had just come from visiting Simon. Emily was actually here on vacation, and this old friend had shamelessly entrusted his granddaughter to Simon for a while. Watching the two chatting in the garden, Simon sighed and eventually agreed. After chatting for a while, Nico became curious about Simon's ingenious ideas. Alchemical device that could refrigerate items was indeed a good idea in the scorching summer, and it didn't seem particularly difficult to make. He promised to think about the feasibility of the proposal when he returned. Meanwhile, Ball seemed to sense the tension between the two, and he attempted to ease the situation, but the reality was that even offering cold drinks couldn't change the harsh fact. This drink is really nice, Emily thought to herself as she took a sip of rose tea, feeling quite amazed. She hadn't expected Simon's estate to be so luxurious. It was said that this entire area was his private territory. What muggle wizards go to hell? Indeed, it was hard to imagine how one could possess such immense wealth without a long period of accumulation. As long as you like it, it has a beautiful name. Called Rose Love, Alice said with a smile. Back then, Simon and I picked roses to make flower tea, and when he brewed it for me for the first time, I fell in love with it. Emily suddenly felt her appetite turn a bit sour. Chapter 256. Alice's Wish. This is quite a nice place. Emily stretched and gazed through the window at the exquisite and beautiful estate, murmuring to herself, this really suits that guy's taste. She would be staying here for a few days. Just moments ago, the girl had sent her grandfather off. Even the guest room was quite unique. In one corner of her view, Emily spotted a towering spire. She hadn't had time to visit it yet. What could possibly be inside such a high tower? After coming back to her senses from her surprise and admiration, she quickly noticed some small anomalies. The decor here seemed very similar to what Simon had in Durmstrang Academy, and the size of this room. Could it be that this is... She seemed to have thought of something possible, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Of course, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. She felt she might be very close to the truth. This was Simon's room. Various signs seemed to indicate this. Emily suddenly felt a bit at a loss. What was Simon's intention in arranging her in his room? The girl hurriedly left the guest room and found Simon chatting idly with Alice in the garden pavilion. What's going on? Simon asked, puzzled. That guest room? Emily looked a bit confused as she sat down in an empty spot nearby. That's my room. The estate only has 3 rooms, and I vacated mine for you. Simon realized what Emily was referring to and reassured her, don't worry, that's not the master bedroom. In fact, Alice's room was the master bedroom. Previously, Phyllis had prevented Simon and Alice from sleeping in the same room, so he had to sleep in another room. Now that such issues no longer existed, Simon naturally chose to move in and live with Alice. Emily was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but then heard Simon continue. Of course. If you think it's inappropriate, I can have Ball arrange for you to stay in the room in the tower. No, it's nothing. Wait, didn't you say there were 3 rooms? Emily squinted at Simon, as if she had found a flaw in his words. The other 2 rooms are already occupied. Simon explained. Emily glanced at the 2 and muttered, you guys wouldn't. Oh, never mind. That night, Emily finally understood what Simon meant by already occupied. Phyllis's return from Diagon Alley and her meeting with Emily was indeed a bit dramatically changed. Why are you here? Emily incredulously pointed at Phyllis, her face showing a surprised expression. She had met Phyllis during the potion tournament, and although they had a language barrier, it seemed that Phyllis had a pretty good relationship with Simon back then. Now, it seemed that good relationship was no longer an adequate description. Although Emily had noticed early on that Phyllis and Alice looked very similar, suggesting they might be sisters. Why was she here? Was Simon living with the 2 sisters? This made her imagination run wild. Phyllis seemed to see through her thoughts, snorted lightly, and ignored her as she walked past to enter the estate. In the summer, everyone moved the dining area outside, and with plenty of mosquito-repellent plants around, there were no issues with insect disturbances. Under the soft, magical light, the 4 of them sat around the table for dinner. During the meal, Emily couldn't help but focus her gaze on Phyllis. Is there something on me? Phyllis shot Simon a glance, prompting him to translate for her, as a translator was necessary given their language barrier. It's nothing. I'm just curious why you're here, Emily said. I'm living here. It's you appearing here that's strange. Phyllis's words were as sharp as ever, and Simon quickly tried to smooth things over. After finishing dinner, he found an excuse to leave first. She seems to like you, Alice suddenly said during the night rest. Does she? Simon replied. Yes. It's a woman's intuition. Alice adjusted Simon's face and asked, do you like her? Why do you think that? Simon raised his hand and gently touched Alice's head, saying, you are my future wife. Who knows if you have other lovers? Alice pouted in dissatisfaction and hugged Simon, asking, what do you think of my sister? Why do you say that? Simon replied. He lay on the soft cushion with Alice, gazing out at the starry sky. Sister is approaching marriageable age, and I don't want her to leave, so why not let her marry you too? That way, we won't have to be apart. Alice seemed quite pleased with her plan, believing that a home with both her sister and Simon would be the perfect home. I would actually welcome her to stay here, Simon said softly, but that is bound to be a very difficult thing. Sometimes, some things cannot be forced. If someone knew their sister was planning to sell them out, what would they think? The next day, Phyllis suddenly approached Simon and confronted him. Did you say something strange to Alice? Huh? Simon was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Phyllis was clearly here because Alice had mentioned that matter to her. This is Alice's own idea. Simon sighed and said, you know her personality and background. You're probably the closest person to her besides me. Due to previously being mistaken for a mute, Alice had not developed a good impression of her family or even other witches, and even at Hogwarts, the friends she made were just average ones. Such experiences shaped her current personality, and with Simon and Phyllis's protection, Alice, who learned magic, had always lived like a princess in a fairy tale, carefree, which led to these somewhat amusing fantasies and wishes. When Alice made that extremely absurd proposal, Phyllis had clearly realized this as well. It seems my initial choice was quite right, Phyllis suddenly said. At that time, she helped Simon mainly to put him in her debt, so that when Alice needed help, she could find someone to assist her. However, things seem to have changed even more than she originally expected. No one knows what the future holds, do they? Simon shrugged and said, even you back then could not have predicted what the future would look like, right? But speaking of which, you really are greedy. Phyllis's narrowed eyes reflected a dangerous light. Chapter 257. The father of the child, I really envy your girlfriend. This place is like a world from a fairy tale. Emily looked out at the scene and couldn't help but express her heartfelt feelings. General, you lost. An untimely comment suddenly interrupted Emily's thoughts. Would it kill you to let me win a game? Emily lightly kicked Simon under the table, her gaze falling on Alice, who was grooming Hatchie beside her. Even if I deliberately let you win, you wouldn't be happy about it, would you? Simon gently stroked the sleeping cat beside him, smiling as he said, why care so much about the outcome of a game? My grandfather wrote that he would come to pick me up today, Emily suddenly said. But still, thank you. This place has left me with wonderful memories. When are you leaving? Simon asked. The bus has stopped. I'll meet my grandfather at the Leaky Cauldron. Emily stood up, stretched her body, walked over to Alice, whispered something, then gave her a hug, and waved to Simon as she walked toward the already stopped rain curtain. Go relax with her. Alice suddenly said. Okay. Simon got up and followed Emily toward the hill, chatting about the recent days until they reached the manor. After a moment of reflection, Emily stopped, turned, and tiptoed to give Simon a light kiss on the cheek, then stepped back and said, "See you at school." After that, the girl vanished in a puff of smoke. In the distant sky, the dark clouds began to disperse, and the sky started to clear. An owl flew over, delivering a letter that landed on Simon's shoulder, shaking its rain-specked wings and dropping the envelope into his hand. Simon flipped the envelope and, upon seeing the sender's name, opened the letter to find it was from Cynthia, informing him that she was pregnant. A child? Simon felt a bit incredulous. He had never imagined what kind of offspring he would have. Regardless, he did not feel lost at suddenly having a child. Perhaps Cynthia had always wanted a child, which might be a good outcome for him. Burning bright, Simon murmured, and the letter along with the envelope ignited in flames, turning to ash and scattering with the wind. After sending off Emily, Simon returned to the manor, pondering when to meet Cynthia. Has she left? Alice asked. I still don't know her name. Her name is Emily. Simon replied. Emily, that's a nice name. Alice said, while Hatchie wagged its two tails, teasingly provoking the cat beside the table, only to get slapped in the face and whimper away to hide by Simon's feet. Maybe you should call her Husky, Simon said, patting the greyhound's head as he sat down beside Alice and asked, Has this year's book list come in? Where are we going to Diagon Alley? No need. I could just use my sister's books. Alice replied, What about clothes? Your clothes are also a bit short now, right? Simon picked up a cup and took a sip of freshly brewed rose tea, saying, This year Hogwarts is holding the Triwizard Tournament. You need a pretty dress. Why? Every Triwizard Tournament has a ball, and if I get chosen, you naturally need a dress too. Simon stroked Alice's head and said, You'll be the prettiest partner at the ball. The Triwizard Tournament? I've heard of that. That evening, when Phyllis heard Simon mention it, she nodded and said, You should prepare to participate, right? Yeah, I should participate. But after all, it's chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Simon nodded, recalling what Alot had told him about it. However, the headmaster seemed very confident that Simon would be chosen by the Goblet of Fire. You even know about the Goblet of Fire? Phyllis exclaimed. Did the headmaster tell you? I guess so. Speaking of which, every time these competitions are held, everyone habitually cheats. Phyllis said self-deprecatingly, suggesting that Simon's journey to Durmstrang Academy wouldn't be so simple either. Whether it was the Potion Championship or the Triwizard Tournament, it was evident that the headmaster valued his strength. Indeed, otherwise, how could a Muggle wizard be allowed to enter Durmstrang Academy? Speaking of which, if he hadn't been expelled from Hogwarts, things might not have evolved to this extent. This is a win-win situation, right? Simon said with a smile. Those who don't know might think you're trying to undermine Hogwarts and retaliate for being expelled. Phyllis said with a smirk. Am I the kind of boring person who would do that? Simon dismissed Phyllis's words and continued. Let's go to Diagon Alley tomorrow and buy Alice a set of formal dresses. You really care about her. I'm a bit envious. Phyllis self-deprecatingly said. However, there's trouble brewing in Diagon Alley. Several fairies from Gringotts have died, and the wizard who killed them is still at large. So what? Simon was unimpressed. The relationship between fairies and wizards has never been good, and last time the conflicts escalated, all the discord was magnified. This kind of thing has happened before. Missing persons and deaths occur frequently. I've already prepared Alice's formal dress. Phyllis shot Simon a glance. Of course, the money was taken from the vault of the West Mongolia Gringotts, and Alice had a key to Gringotts as well. Simon, how about it? Alice wore a pink formal dress that looked a bit like a parasol. Your taste is really average, Simon muttered. I'll handle Alice's dress. Sure enough. I said Simon wouldn't like this kind of thing. Alice lifted the dress. She hated the troublesome skirt, as it made her uncomfortable. All right. Phyllis put her hands on her hips, glaring at the man and woman. Then I won't bother anymore. Sorry for meddling. With that, she angrily walked away. What a hassle, Simon muttered, looking outside. The next day, Simon went to see Cynthia, and he chose Alice's formal dress from Cynthia's designs. I'm really happy you could come over. Cynthia gently hugged Simon, resting her head against his chest. Over the years, Cynthia had become more mature than before. The youthful and wild aura had gradually faded, replaced by a noble elegance. At that moment, Cynthia's face radiated a motherly glow, looking beautiful and captivating. Chapter 258. Forming the tour group. Long time no see. How was your summer vacation? Cam had a faint smile on his face as he sat down next to Simon and softly said, The broomstick has really helped a lot. I dare say we can win the Quidditch championship this year. Are you daydreaming, Cam? Joanna appeared next to Cam with a cold smile, disdainfully poking his chest. Do you think I haven't considered this? You wouldn't also. Cam suddenly had a bad premonition. That's exactly what you're worried about, Joanna scoffed. Emily helped me buy a really great broom in Diagon Alley, England. Maybe you both forgot something important? Emily kindly reminded the two, this year, Durmstrang Institute will go to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament, so there will be no Quidditch matches. Emily sat down next to Simon and turned her head to greet him. Thanks for your hospitality during those days. Emily's been to Simon's house. Joanna curiously asked what kind of place it was. I went with my grandfather. Emily glanced at Simon, and seeing he had no objections, continued, It's a beautiful manor, near a big lake, and at a very high tower where you can overlook the scenery. At night, sleeping under the stars feels great. I'm really envious, Joanna teased. I also want to see your so-called fairy tale world. By the way, it's time for the Triwizard Tournament again. Cam murmured, I almost forgot about it. Who's going to participate this time? Joanna looked toward the teacher's seating area with confusion. I remember the last time, when we were in second year, the contestant from our school was seriously injured and died shortly after. For some reason, hearing this from Joanna made people feel inexplicably anxious. I have some impression of that. I remember I had just started school. Kim also recalled an unpleasant incident. The Triwizard Tournament is held every 5 years. Last time it was hosted by Durmstrang Institute, and in the end, no one won because all the contestants were injured, and the one from their school who was severely injured died. What a terrible memory, Emily muttered softly. She looked at Simon with an uneasy gaze, clearly aware that Simon was preparing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Cam, are you planning to sign up? Joanna curiously asked. No, I think I'll pass. I want to live a few more years, and besides, I feel like even if I sign up, I might not be chosen. Cam muttered. But going to Hogwarts is nice. Experiencing other schools firsthand would be a good experience. What about Emily? Joanna asked. No, I won't participate, but Simon will likely take part in this competition, she said, looking at Simon, who was eating. Emily's voice was not loud, but everyone around turned their heads. Just now, Headmaster Alette had already talked about the Triwizard Tournament. Due to its dangers, they did not wish for younger students to sign up, and even if they did, it would be hard to be selected. Durmstrang Institute would select a group of contestants before October to head to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament. However, due to the last potion competition incident and the publicity from returning participants, everyone did not have much goodwill towards other schools. Who knew what the dietary habits were like at Hogwarts? What if they encountered the same situation as last time? As for Simon, everyone had to admit his excellence. When he won the potion competition, there were rumors that Simon was specially brought in by Headmaster Alette to help Durmstrang win the championship. In fact, there was some credibility to this, as the Golden Cauldron was indeed displayed in Durmstrang's exhibition room. This time, Simon would also participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and the rumors undoubtedly leaned more towards the truth. Perhaps by this time next year, Durmstrang would have another Triwizard Tournament trophy. By the way, where did Headmaster Alette find this person? They had certainly heard the rumors about the two being relatives, but how much truth was there to that? After the opening ceremony, many wizards hesitated about whether to sign up for the tournament, given Headmaster Alette's mention of the casualty rate. Being selected would mean they couldn't back out. For most, it was undoubtedly a nightmare. Older students still remembered what happened 5 years ago. They knew very well the difficulty of the Triwizard Tournament, and no one was foolish enough to go to their deaths. 100 galleons was tempting, but you had to be alive to spend it. A month passed quietly, and the number of sign-ups remained few. However, Alette was not in a hurry. He knew this situation would arise, as the last Triwizard Tournament had indeed left a psychological shadow on others. By mid-October, when it was time to set off, they surprisingly gathered 10 people, including Cam and Joanna. They were purely going for tourism. This trip to Hogwarts would last until next summer, meaning they could skip an entire semester of classes. There is probably nothing more joyful than this. Of course, the other contestants likely share similar thoughts, especially after someone revealed that they were the principal's chosen contestant, which led to a swift decision to sign up for a trip to Hogwarts this year. However, they clearly believed the rumor that Simon was the secret weapon brought in by Alette. This news only spread widely the day after the magical ship vanished from the lake's surface, as a classmate found a reminder from a companion. The letter S content became well known, recounting how he planned to witness the legendary Hogwarts. Others soon realized why their friend suddenly prepared to join this dangerous competition. It turned out they weren't going to participate in the contest, but to travel to Hogwarts. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Countless people slapped their chests and regretted not considering this matter. However, it was too late. The magical ship had already left. Chapter 259, Beauxbatons and Hogwarts. The gray night sky drizzled lightly, and the students of Hogwarts waited in front of the castle for the arrival of their esteemed guests. The cold wind mixed with rain soaked their cloaks, and a group of people huddled together like lambs in winter, shivering. Damn it, when will they arrive? Potter adjusted his wizard hat and complained, feeling that his hands were already frozen. Right? I remember Simon mentioned that he would come to Hogwarts with the students from Durmstrang this year. Weasley murmured, does he want to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Of course. ISNT, that why they are coming? Right. How did I forget about this? Pruitt muttered, casting a water-repelling charm on himself. At least avoiding the damp discomfort from the rain. Charlie, are you only thinking about yourself? Potter complained. Don't worry, just wait a moment. Pruitt cast a spell for Potter and Weasley, finally relieving them of the dampness and awkwardness caused by the drizzle. Almost forgot about you, he muttered, casually casting a spell for Edwin. Thanks, I feel much better. Laya whispered, do you think Simon will come over with Durmstrang? Don't you know? He is a student at Durmstrang now. I heard he even won the potions championship last semester. Potter murmured, I bet he went to Durmstrang for some ulterior motive. They usually don't accept muggle-born wizards. What else could it be? Of course, it's to win the tournament. Pruitt said, glancing at Furdusk, who was standing at the front. I wonder what the principal's expression was back then. Do you think he regrets expelling Simon? Definitely. Weasley whispered, if he hadn't participated, that potions championship would definitely belong to Hogwarts. Do you think that guy will remember to bring us gifts? Potter suddenly asked, look at the Black Lake, what is that? A gasp interrupted their whispers as a huge vortex suddenly formed on the gray lake surface, as if a giant cork had been pulled from the bottom of the lake. A long black pole-like object slowly rose from the vortex. In the blink of an eye, a pirate ship appeared in their sight. With the eerie gray background, if no one paid attention, it would surely be mistaken for a ghost ship. Durmstrang has arrived, Fool's long baton announced to all the students, as they saw a plank extend from the ship and a group of people disembark. Dear Alette, welcome to Hogwarts. Furdusk stepped forward and hugged the other person. Old buddy, hope you're doing well. Alette waved a hand over the 10 wizards behind him. These are my students. You might have met one or two before. Furdusk's face twitched. Of course, impressive. Is Madame Charlotte not here yet? Alette changed the topic. Beauxbatons hasn't arrived yet. We might have to wait a little longer. Furdusk pointed to the Hogwarts castle behind him. Would you prefer to wait here to greet her, or would you like to go inside and warm up first? Let's warm up first. Alette naturally didn't intend to let his students get rained on outside. Under Fool's Longbaiden's lead, they entered Hogwarts Castle. Is this Hogwarts Castle? Emily whispered. It seems much larger than our Durmstrang. Of course, after all, Hogwarts has 4 founders, while Durmstrang only has 1. Simon said leisurely. His words caused others to chuckle, but it was undoubtedly a fact. After all, more people meant more power. They had not been inside long when they heard gasps from outside. The students from Beauxbatons must have arrived. Sure enough, shortly after, they were officially announced. Madame Charlotte was a middle-aged woman, probably in her 50s, who entered the hall with several students from her school, and the other Hogwarts students came in as well. The atmosphere in the dining hall instantly became lively, with most of the Durmstrang students sitting at the Slytherin table, while Simon and Emily sat at the Ravenclaw table. And Joanna sat next to Emily. By the way, the Beauxbatons students also sat at the Ravenclaw table, instantly making the previously sparsely populated Ravenclaw seats in high demand. Sigh, forgetting friends for beauty. Just as Simon was drying Alice's wet clothes, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. He looked up to see Potter, Weasley, and Pruitt walking over. Long time no see. Simon gave them a warm hug. I never expected to return to Hogwarts in this way. We're also very surprised. Weasley said, some people might not be too happy. Anyway, welcome to Hogwarts. Pruitt winked. The feast is about to start. We'd better return to our seats. Your friends? Emily asked curiously. Yeah, Simon nodded. By the way, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Joanna giggled. I always feel like someone is under a lot of pressure. Her words were abruptly cut off as Emily kicked her under the table, quickly silencing her. Suddenly, another person stood beside Simon, and Emily recognized who it was. Betty Davis, a student from Beauxbatons who participated in the potions championship with them. Although they didn't speak the same language, Betty Davis still reached out to shake hands with Simon and Emily, expressing her pleasure in meeting them here. As she returned, several students from Beauxbatons were whispering something, and a few ladies even shamelessly eyed Simon and the others, pointing and discussing who knows what. They're so annoying. Alice muttered softly. Who was that just now? A contestant from the potions championship, Simon explained. The dishes at Hogwarts are quite sumptuous, though not as good as the ones Harry Potter used to order. But they still prepare dishes from several other places, even if they don't taste that great. I was worried about running into you guys again at Hogwarts. Joanna muttered while eating her steak. The food here looks pretty good. At least there are no buns, tofu, and white Rice appearing like in the legendary banquet of a magical academy. She and T sent her ID but still received her manuscript fee. So it seemed she didn't have to worry about the payment, and her new book should still be published here. After finishing the meal, all the plates had disappeared, and Fewdesk stood up, attracting everyone's attention. The moment had finally arrived. Fewdesk smiled at the little wizards looking over and said, "The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. But first, please allow me to introduce our guest, Mr. Rox Pritchard. He is a member of the Wizarding Council and has tirelessly arranged the Triwizard Tournament for the past few months." He continued, "He will join me, Professor Eilert, and Madame Charlotte to form the judging panel for the Warriors competitions." Sparse applause broke out, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere, as almost no one knew who Mr. Rox Pritchard was except for the professors. Perhaps you don't know Mr. Rox Pritchard, but I think you shouldn't hold back your applause. Arranging the Triwizard Tournament is hard work. Fewdesk raised an eyebrow slightly, and the sparse applause began to grow denser. "Mr. Kemaha, please bring up the box," Fewdesk said, satisfied only after the applause had died down. Kemaha Leslie held a large wooden box inlaid with jewels, and everyone curiously stared at the slightly worn box, eagerly discussing what might be inside. Lower grade students stood on their chairs to get a better view, and many did so, want to see what was in the box. This year's competition for the Warriors has 3 events, each taking place at different times throughout the academic year. They will test the Warriors' magical talents, courage, and ability to overcome danger from many different aspects. As Fewdesk's words fell, the hall suddenly fell silent. To ensure fairness, the selection of warriors will be handled by the Goblet of Fire. Fewdesk pulled out his wand and tapped the box lid 3 times, causing it to creak open. He took out a rough wooden chalice, and most remarkably, blue and white flames danced within it. 3 warriors will participate in the competition, each representing one of the participating schools. We will score them based on their performance in each event, and, after all 3 events, the warrior with the highest score will win the Triwizard Tournament trophy and a prize of 100 galleons. "That thing looks really old," Joanna muttered. "It's got a lasting magical power. The maker of the goblet is a powerful wizard," Simon whispered. "In fact, the sorting hat is also an example. Most magical items lose their power over time, and only some powerful wizards can use special means to make their magic last longer. Every student who wishes to compete must write their name and school name on a piece of parchment and throw it into the chalice." Fewdesk began explaining the rules for participating in the competition, and those aspiring to become warriors have 24 hours to sign up. Tomorrow night, the goblet will select the names of 3 students it believes best represent the 3 schools. Tonight, the chalice will be placed in the entrance hall, and all willing participants will have access to it. Instantly, the hall began to buzz with noise as people whispered among themselves, discussing whether to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. The heads of the schools exchanged glances, and Fewdesk stood up to loudly remind everyone, "Finally, I want to remind every student intending to participate that this tournament is no joke. Do not recklessly sign up. Contestants will face real challenges and may even lose their lives. Once you become a warrior, you cannot change your mind. You must see the competition through to the end. This is a magical contract of the Goblet of Fire. Please think carefully before making your decision. Lastly, good night to everyone." Fewdesk's voice became more serious, and these words were clearly directed at the Hogwarts students, as the students from other schools couldn't understand it all. Everyone stood up, and then they saw Madame Charlotte gesture to her students, who then each threw their names into the chalice, having already prepared their name slips in advance. The sight left the others dumbfounded, clearly indicating that they had come prepared. "My students are ready and prepared to face the challenge," Madame Charlotte said confidently to the other 2 heads. Eilert repeated it in Bulgarian, but it seemed that Durmstrang students from Slytherin had no intention of standing up. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Simon stepped forward and threw his slip into the chalice. "Only one person from Durmstrang is participating?" Those who knew Simon showed expressions of astonishment. They had not expected him to represent Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament, nor did they think he would appear at Hogwarts. Gilles Rogier's facial muscles twitched as he pressed his lips together and said, "This seems against the rules." "What did you say? I didn't understand." Eilert initially showed a look of surprise, then wore a confused expression. Simon Green shouldn't be a student from Durmstrang. Instantly, a strange silence fell over the hall. Those who knew Simon were aware he had been expelled from Hogwarts before. They just couldn't understand why he suddenly transformed into a student from Durmstrang. "He is a Durmstrang student. I guarantee it in the name of the headmaster of Durmstrang." Eilert looked at Gilles Rogier with a faint smile. Although Fewdesk had anticipated that Eilert would say this, hearing him say it in person made him wonder how someone could be so thick-skinned. This was definitely premeditated. especially when he saw Simon Green at the potion championship. Fewdesk had already had this feeling. In the audience, the most composed was probably Windick. When Simon went to Durmstrang, he had already guessed these things, quietly watching the changes in the guest seats. Doesn't Durmstrang only accept pureblood wizards? Some students whispered, as they certainly knew Simon was a muggle-born wizard, but everything seemed a bit unbelievable, because this muggle-born wizard's achievements had far surpassed those of many pureblood wizards, making most feel uncomfortable. You don't need to worry about this. He is my relative, and I have confirmed it, Eilert said in Bulgarian, clearly directed at Fewdesk. Fewdesk's old face twitched, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to rest. People were discussing what had just happened at the dinner, especially the Gryffindor students, who felt indescribably conflicted when they saw Simon at Durmstrang. After a brief discussion, people returned to their dormitories, and the common room quickly quieted down. However, not everyone went back to rest. A few figures were huddled by the fireplace, whispering, unsure of what they were doing. Are you ready? Weasley asked quietly. I smell something delicious. That piece is about to get burnt. Let me taste it first. Perwit quickly grabbed the charred meat from the grill before the other two and took a bite. After chewing slowly for a bit, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, surprisingly delicious. So cunning. Potter muttered, be careful not to burn it. Weasley reminded, what are you doing? Leah asked curiously as she approached the three huddled by the fireplace. It's you. You startled me, Potter said, turning around and staring at Leah in surprise. At that moment, all three had a long piece of roasted meat in their mouths, and Leah could smell a delicious aroma from where she stood. It's a gift Simon brought back. Said to be salted fish from Norway. Potter pointed to a large package nearby. It smells really good. Do you want to try some? It tastes great. That guy is indeed a foodie. Weasley chimed in. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Saying that, he placed 2 more slices of fish on the grill and handed Perwit's portion to Leah since he had eaten first. It's really delicious. Leah took a bite and found it indeed quite tasty. A bit salty, the meat was tough but had a good chew to it, and it didn't have the fishy taste she initially expected. A bit unexpected. I didn't know he went to Durmstrang. Leah sat on a nearby chair, staring at the roasted fish jerky in her hand. She didn't know what kind of salted fish it was. There were no bones, and the meat was cut neatly, clearly specially processed, and should not be cheap. Yeah, a bit unexpected, Perwit said, shooing away a black cat that had been attracted by the roasted fish. After putting away the bag of fish jerky, he continued, I heard he won the potions championship last year and got a golden cauldron. I wonder what it's like to brew potions with a gold cauldron? Potter said curiously. I thought you had given up on potions? Weasley laughed, recalling that by their 4th year, they had almost given up on studying potions. Is curiosity not allowed? Why go to see him? I'll borrow it to use. Potter suddenly said, Simon shouldn't be stingy. Yes, that S decided. Perwit rolled his eyes. Just eat your salted fish jerky. That golden cauldron belongs to Durmstrang. Even if he wanted to lend it to you, he wouldn't. Leah felt a bit envious of their relationship. Even though Simon was no longer at Hogwarts, the bond between the few of them remained strong, and they kept in touch through letters. Ralston, what are you doing here? It smells so good. Mia came down and looked at Leah, saying, I saw you weren't in the dormitory, so I came out to find you. Since there weren't many girls in Gryffindor, they often lived in the same dormitory. Mia was a year younger than Ralston, and since Potter and Leah got along well, the two of them could be considered good friends. It's Simon's gift. It really tastes great, Leah said with a smile. You guys are so cunning. Not even calling me. Mia glared at Potter in dissatisfaction, then received the roasted meat from Weasley and joined the barbecue group. Of course, since they had just finished dinner, they were all quite full. The roasted salted fish was just to satisfy their cravings. They spent more time discussing the events of the day and who would become the champion of Hogwarts. By the way, Charlie, are you participating in the competition? Mia asked curiously. Not participating. Even if I wanted to, my father wouldn't allow it. Perwit sighed. Last time, 1 person died and 2 were seriously injured. Speaking of which, Simon is preparing to participate, right? Weasley suddenly said, if no one from Durmstrang puts their name in, doesn't that mean Simon will become Durmstrang's champion? What if he is not chosen? Leah raised an eyebrow. He can't possibly not be chosen. This matter is practically set in stone. Perwit reminded, Durmstrang only has him participating. If they don't choose him, who else do you think they will choose? Maybe there are others who will put their names in? In fact, the headmaster of Durmstrang had already made his stance clear. Perwit shook his head. I'm not too worried about his safety. With Simon's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to safely get through the competition. On the other side, in Ravenclaw's common room, Alice was having trouble sleeping. Emily's closeness to Simon made her sense a feeling of crisis. Aren't you going to sleep? A nearby Ravenclaw girl looked over in confusion. Is that student from Durmstrang your boyfriend? Alice didn't pay much attention and casually replied while stroking Grinny's fur. How did you two meet? The other girl seemed interested and asked a bit gossipingly. Don't you know? I heard some seniors say that he was originally a student from our school. Later, he got expelled and went to another school, and last year he even snatched the championship from Senior Phyllis. Another roommate chimed in with gossip. What? Quickly tell me what happened. The girl, who had just been sleepy, suddenly became interested. Gossip really is one of the main sources of motivation for all girls. By the way, what is that little bag of stuff he gave you? She pointed to the package on the table. It should be snacks, if you want some. Go ahead and open it. Really? The two girls exchanged glances, and driven by curiosity, they opened the package and took out a piece of dried salted fish, their eyes widening in surprise. Is this fish jerky? Just as they spoke, a shadow suddenly dashed by, and Grinny had snatched the fish jerky from the girl's hand and ran off to eat it. So was cat food. The two looked a bit disappointed. No, this salted fish jerky tastes pretty good. I've had it before. Alice shook her head. Grinny likes to treat it as a snack. Saying this, she walked over to pick up the cat, pressing her hand on its head and complaining, You've gotten heavier again. Be careful not to get fat and unable to run in the future. Meow. The cat seemed to still want more, staring at the package. P.S. Sorry about the power outage yesterday. Chapter 262. Acquaintances. There was no so-called Halloween. The next day remained exceptionally calm. Since this day was somewhat special, the school decided to give all students a holiday, which was undoubtedly good news for most people. During breakfast, more than 20 people were already gathered there, curiously examining the goblet of fire. Each newcomer eagerly asked those nearby, Has anyone put their name in? Now, only Hogwarts was still voting. Students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had put their names in, while the chances from Slytherin were relatively small. As for Ravenclaw students, they preferred to watch the excitement from a distance. Ralston Potter also put his name in. For him, this thrilling competition was not to be missed. Although Weasley and Purwitt thought it would be interesting, they decided not to take risks. After all, someone had died in the last Triwizard Tournament, and no one could guarantee the safety of the champions. The safety risks of this competition had always been a concern. Simon didn't pay much attention to these matters. After having breakfast, he went out for a walk with Alice. However, since it was windy outside, the places they could go were quite limited. Just like the Durmstrang students enjoyed strolling around Hogwarts, Simon took Alice to visit the magical boat. They returned to the Rose Cottage around noon to enjoy their time together and only reappeared at Hogwarts in the afternoon. Where did you go at noon? I thought you had disappeared. In the evening, Emily hurried over, somewhat annoyed that Simon had mysteriously vanished for a while in the afternoon. As the evening party was about to begin, when Simon and Emily entered Hogwarts, he saw a Hogwarts student putting their name into the goblet of fire. As soon as the slip of paper with the name was thrown into the flames quickly turned red and emitted sparks. With the appearance of the Durmstrang students, Madame Sherlock also brought in the Beauxbatons students, and the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. However, perhaps due to the continuous feasts, the delicious food seemed less appealing than the goblet of fire, and many people ate somewhat absent-mindedly. Simon, on the other hand, didn't feel that way. He was enjoying the last dessert, while Emily and Alice were commenting on the dinner food. The banquet finally ended amidst the boredom of many absent-minded people, and the plates returned to their original spotless state. The noise in the hall suddenly rose significantly, as everyone knew it was time to select the champions. Fudgewick stood up, and the noise in the hall gradually diminished until it became silent. Ailette was smiling, giving a sense that everything was under control. Madame Sherlock next to her had an expression of calm, making it hard to read her emotions. In contrast, the Wizarding Council's Rox Pritchard looked as nervous as everyone else, full of anticipation, listening after the champion's name was announced. I hoped they would walk to the top of the hall and then walk past the staff table into the adjacent room. Fudgewick pointed to the door behind the staff table, stating that the champions would receive initial guidance there. As Fudgewick's words fell, the goblet of fire suddenly emitted dazzling light, with blue and white flames shooting sparks, and everyone held their breath, staring at the goblet, afraid of missing something. The next moment, the flames in the goblet suddenly turned red again, with crackling sparks flying out, and a charred piece of parchment shot up high into the air. Everyone in the hall held their breath, staring at the parchment, some instinctively reaching out to catch it. Fudgewick caught the charred parchment, and when the goblet returned to its blue and white state, he took a deep breath and read clearly and powerfully, "The champion from Durmstrang is Simon Green." He handed the charred parchment to Ailette, who smiled slightly upon receiving it and nodded towards Simon from Ravenclaw. A terrible silence fell over the banquet. However, this seemed to be an anticipated event. Soon, the Durmstrang students began to applaud, and the sparse applause gradually grew louder. Simon stood up and walked towards the staff position, then turned right and entered the room next door through the door Fudgeswick mentioned. It was a small room with a fireplace and a few comfortable chairs. That's all. Just as he entered, he heard the voice from outside announcing that the Beauxbatons champion was Betty Davis. This young girl seemed to be even more talented than expected, and Simon hadn't anticipated that she would also be chosen as a champion. Looks like we are rivals again. The girl nodded at Simon, speaking in somewhat halting English, revealing that she could speak English. Simon stared at her as the blonde girl smiled and said, "Ever since I lost to you, I've wanted to compete with you again." It must be said that Simon's overwhelming victory last time left Betty Davis feeling a bit frustrated. As an unyielding genius, she was undoubtedly a rare talent from Beauxbatons. She had heard that Simon might participate in the Triwizard Tournament, which is why she decided to challenge him again. As for how she knew Simon would be participating, it was naturally due to Madame Sherlock's influence. The headmistress had investigated Simon's circumstances and even guessed Eilette's intentions. Just as the two chatted for a bit, they heard enthusiastic applause from outside, indicating that the Hogwarts champion had also been chosen. They both looked up towards the door, and soon Simon saw a familiar face. Ralston Potter. It was indeed this guy. Simon had guessed who the Hogwarts representative would be when he heard Potter had put his name into the goblet. Surprised? Potter grinned, stepping forward to give Simon a hug, and said, "By the way, that bag of dried salted fish you had yesterday was great. The three of us finished it last night. Glad you liked it." Simon lightly punched Potter's shoulder and introduced him to Betty Davis. Dried fish. Betty Davis was taken aback, probably not expecting the Hogwarts champion to be Simon's friend. Dried salted fish, Simon corrected, taking out a piece of dried salted fish from his unnoticeable expandable bag and handing it to Betty Davis, who stared at the piece in her hand, momentarily speechless. This. Betty Davis didn't know what to say for a moment. "It tastes pretty good when roasted," Potter said with a laugh, then enthusiastically demonstrated how to prepare it. A few minutes later, Fudgeswick outside the hall announced the end of the banquet. After the students dispersed, they passed through the door next to the staff seats into the small room where the champions were staying. "What are you doing?" Fudgeswick exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock, staring at the three huddled by the fireplace. When the headmasters and Rox Pritchard walked in, they all caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting through the air. The three huddled by the fireplace all looked up at the four who had just entered, with freshly roasted dried salted fish in their mouths. And on the fireplace, beside them, was a dish emitting a fragrant smell. "I know what this is, the famous dried salted fish from Norway." Eilet explained to the astonished three, "It tastes great. I've had it before." Saying this, Eilet walked to the fireplace, took out a perfectly roasted fish fillet from the iron rack, examined it for a moment, and then chewed it while saying, "Aren't you going to try some? It's delicious." "No, thank you, I just ate and I'm not hungry." Fudgeswick declined. Madame Sherlock and Rox exchanged glances, showing no appetite for tasting. "What a pity. You probably don't know that Green has a unique passion for gourmet food." Eilet winked at Simon and said, "However, this seems different from what I remember of Norway. It looks more exquisite delicious. As long as you can find the right channels, you can buy these things." Simon winked back at Eilet. These dried salted fish were actually from his merchant team, which opened up a market in Norway, where fishermen had the custom of turning caught fish into fish jerky. His workshop acquires cod from fishermen at a low price, processes it exquisitely into the current dried fish, and uses the gimmick of foreign goods to deceive nobles and merchants with high-end, high-quality claims, making the selling price quite expensive. Rox hesitated for a moment and took a portion as well, discovering that the taste of the roasted salted fish was indeed very delicious. Fudes's mouth twitched slightly because Mrs. Sherlock also took a portion, and in the end, he found there was no more roasted salted fish left. "Ahem," Fudes coughed lightly, reminding the others, "All right, Rox, it's your turn to guide our warriors." "Okay." Rox cleared his throat and said, "The first task is to test your courage." His gaze swept over the three. "According to the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, we will not inform you beforehand what it is. Not all wizards have the courage to face the unknown. Isn't the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament just cheating?" Simon suddenly found Rox's words a bit funny when his gaze intersected with Betty Davis. She seemed to feel the same way. "The first task will be completed in front of the other students and the judging panel. You have a month to prepare." Rox said seriously, "During the competition, the warriors will receive no help. When facing the first challenge, the only weapon the warriors will have is their wand. After the first task ends, you will learn about the second task. Finally, due to the high demands of the competition and its long duration, the Warriors will not participate in the academic year exams. Come on, Simon, I got a nice bottle of wine a while ago. I thought you wouldn't mind a cup of nightcap. Illet placed a hand on Simon's shoulder and, after greeting a few people, turned to leave. We should take our leave too. Mrs. Sherlock called for Betty to follow them out. Fewdesk stared at Porter, who was still adding salted fish to the iron rack, his mouth twitching slightly. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Porter, I think your friend should still be waiting to celebrate with you. Would you like to stay for a drink? Rox. Fewdesk said, No, I think I should head back. Rox declined and left. Wait a moment, Porter. After Rox left, Fewdesk called out to Porter, who was preparing to leave. What is it, Principal Fewdesk? Porter looked at Principal Fewdesk with confusion. For the first task, you will need to face a griffin. Make good use of this month to prepare, Fewdesk said quietly. He ignored Porter's astonishment and turned to leave. Is this the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament that Simon mentioned? Porter looked a bit conflicted. He hadn't expected the principal to tell him what the first task was so straightforwardly. He muttered to himself, Simon will probably find out soon too. Porter was not wrong at all. On the way back, Illet openly informed Simon about the first task in front of Mrs. Sherlock. Mrs. Sherlock did not react excessively. She calmly mentioned the first task's content to Betty Davis. Simon was also a bit surprised that Illet spoke to him so openly about this matter. However, thinking of the traditions of the Potion Championship, cheating was probably a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament as well. Oh, so the first task should be to retrieve something from the Griffin? Simon simply analyzed. After all, the Triwizard Tournament in Harry Potter involved retrieving an egg from a dragon. Why do you think that? Illet was taken aback, and even Sherlock looked over at him. In fact, the principals also did not know what the first task was, but they were aware of the Griffin matter. After all, it would be impossible to bring such a creature to England without causing any commotion. Illet came to England during the summer for this reason. They can't possibly have the Warriors challenge a Griffin, Simon said matter-of-factly. Even if the principal took action, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to hunt such a dangerous creature alone, let alone the Warriors. That makes sense. Illet nodded. The two parted ways at a fork in the road, each returning to their respective places to rest. Mrs. Sherlock, what is a Griffin? After parting, Betty Davis asked softly, Do you know what a basilisk is? Mrs. Sherlock asked. Yes, it's a dangerous creature that rivals a dragon. Betty replied. A basilisk hatches from an egg laid by a toad. The Griffin, on the other hand, hatches from an egg laid by a poisonous snake. Although it is not as deadly as a basilisk, it is equally dangerous, and they usually have wings. Do you know the warrior from Hogwarts? Mrs. Sherlock suddenly asked. I don't know, but Simon does. Betty Davis thought for a moment and said, Simon said that was his friend at Hogwarts. Fewdesk is really pitiful. Mrs. Sherlock couldn't help but mock. He probably never thought that the student he enrolled would become the greatest obstacle for Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 264. Testing Wands. The first task is to challenge the Griffin. The next day at noon, while walking side by side by the Black Lake, Potter specifically reminded Simon, even though he thought Simon might already know, but he still decided to mention it, just in case. I already know this, Simon said dismissively. In fact, that one from Beauxbatons also knows about it. After all, cheating is also a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament. That's true. Potter grinned. I still can't wrap my head around it. The Griffin seems very dangerous. I thought about it all night yesterday and couldn't find a way to deal with it. You're overthinking it. They wouldn't let you challenge a Griffin. At most, you just need to retrieve something from it. Simon reminded him, knowing where Potter's thinking was going wrong. Defeating a Griffin would undoubtedly be as difficult as defeating a basilisk or dragon. If not, go find Mike and Charlie for help. He smiled and said, Even Fewdesk would think of a good way for you to smoothly pass the competition. Potter's eyes widened, but he didn't take Simon's words seriously. However, a week later, Professor Fleurs Lombardin seemed to hint at something to him and even opened a restricted section for him. By the way, ever since Simon came to Hogwarts, he has almost been holed up in the restricted section all day, and Alice has complained about a lot. During their spare time, Potter and the others were looking for ways to deal with the Griffin in the library, because Simon had once revealed a secret that a certain spell could easily kill a Griffin. Have you found anything? Potter asked Wesley in frustration. No, I've almost gone through all the spells. Wesley suggested. Maybe you could just ask Simon directly. Idiot Mike. Pruitt rolled his eyes and said, Don't forget Simon is now Potter's opponent. Even if he tells Potter, what do you plan to let him do to continue in the competition? Did you find anything? Wesley couldn't help but complain. I've gone through several books on dark magic, and I haven't found anything. I found one. Pruitt retracted the smile on his face and said softly, but I'm sure Simon wasn't referring to that spell. What is it? Potter asked curiously. The killing curse, it can definitely kill a chimera, but that spell requires immense magical power, and it's very evil. Hewitt shook his head. I don't think Simon intended for you to kill the chimera. That would be too shocking. Besides, didn't he say the competition might just require taking something from the chimera? I think Simon's guess makes a lot of sense. You were wrong from the start. Potter, Mr. Rooks asked me to tell you that the champions need to have their wands checked. A younger student walked up to Potter and said, please follow me. What about Simon? Potter looked toward the depths of the restricted section, where Simon was usually reading. He already went. The younger student replied, oh, okay. Potter exchanged glances with his two companions, then got up and left the restricted section. Potter was taken to a room where he saw Simon and Betty already there, along with the 3 headmasters at the judges' table and Mr. Rooks from the Wizarding Council, along with an elderly man. Allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander, the wand maker. Fewdesk said to the champions. He will check your wands to ensure they are in good condition before the competition. Mr. Green, I didn't expect to meet you again in this way. Ollivander smiled kindly at Simon. You go first. Simon stood up and walked toward the old man, handing over his wand with a smile. It is indeed a bit unexpected, but I'm glad to see you again. This is my product, right? Ollivander looked pleased as he ran his fingers over the wand, clearly checking for scratches and dents. 10 inches, willow branch, phoenix feather, in excellent condition. Do you take care of it regularly? After speaking, he released a bouquet of flowers and returned the wand to Simon. Simon took the wand back and grinned. Yes, the wand is fundamental for a wizard to cast spells. Potter stood up and walked over, after Ollivander confidently checked and released some sparks. He announced that Potter's wand was fine. As for Betty Davis's wand, there was naturally no issue either, as they needed their wands for spells at all times during their studies. If it were unsuitable, they would have replaced it long ago. The wand check for the champions was just a precaution. After Fewdesk announced that the wand check was over and the champions could leave, they gradually exited the room. How are you preparing? Potter said somewhat dejectedly. I still haven't found the spell you mentioned. I think you might be on the wrong track. Simon couldn't help but cover his forehead, shaking his head helplessly. The competition absolutely won't allow champions to hunt a chimera. That's what I thought too, Potter said with a wry smile. However, he was still confused, watching Simon's retreating figure, believing he could find a solution. It seems you haven't found a way to deal with it yet, the headmaster. Potter glanced at Fewdesk, who didn't show much expression and suddenly spoke. You're different from Simon. Play to your strengths, and I believe you will pass the competition smoothly. Play to my strengths? Potter was taken aback, not quite understanding Fewdesk's meaning at the moment. But the headmaster was undoubtedly hinting at him regarding how to pass the competition. Speaking of which, what were his strengths? Mischief? What is up? You seem pretty relaxed, Weasley asked as he approached. Nothing special. By the way, what are my strengths? Potter asked his friend. Very bold. Loves pranks. Excellent at transfiguration. Weasley thought for a moment and said, also very good at spells. You're also good at flying, having won several trophies for Gryffindor. Hewitt added. But how can I use my strengths to get through the first event? Potter said distressfully, telling his 2 close friends about the headmaster's words. The 2 fell silent. They couldn't quite grasp what Fewdesk was trying to say. However, they also realized one thing. The headmaster was actually helping Potter cheat. Is that really okay? If they knew the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, they couldn't imagine what kind of expressions they would have. Chapter 265. Leisurely times as time passed. The start of the first event of the Triwizard Tournament was approaching. The students of Hogwarts seemed to have a unique enthusiasm for this, often gathering to discuss the challenges the champions might face. Now, all sorts of strange rumors were spreading at Hogwarts, and the atmosphere in the school was becoming increasingly tense. While the 3 champions from the participating schools appeared much calmer than the gossiping crowd, each engaged in their own activities, unaffected by the rumors. You seem quite relaxed now. Phyllis walked over and sat down beside Simon, glancing at the lazy creature lying on the grass sunbathing, and continued, looks like you're confident about getting through the first event? Simon stroked the cat lying on him basking in the sun, and with a half smile, he looked at Phyllis and said, are you gathering intelligence for Hogwarts? You should know the dangers of the Triwizard Tournament. If I were you, I would be fully alert for this competition. Phyllis didn't give Simon a good look. Even though she knew he was strong, she really didn't like his attitude. Phyllis could tell that Simon hadn't cared about the Triwizard Tournament at all. Thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful, Simon said with a smile. If you can help me think of a strategy, I would be very grateful. By the way, in the first event, the champions need to face a chimera. Don't even think about it. Phyllis glared at Simon and said, don't get hurt. Alice will worry. What about you? Simon asked. I don't want Alice to worry about you. Phyllis stood up and walked toward the castle. Alice, who had come to find Simon, happened to see this scene and couldn't help but ask, "What did my sister just say to you?" "Nothing," Simon replied. However, he already saw that the girl was not satisfied with this answer. So he reached out to touch Alice's long hair and change his words. "She said you've been worried about my safety lately." "Humph." Alice let out a dissatisfied hum, probably still unhappy with Simon's answer. However, she didn't continue to dwell on the matter and picked up the cat lying on Simon, asking, "How's your preparation for the competition going?" After all, Alice was still a bit worried about Simon's safety. The casualties in past Triwizard tournaments had been significant. "Don't worry, I'm already prepared," Simon reassured her, sitting up, patting the spot next to him, and smiling. "It's a rare nice day." "Yeah, a rare nice day." Potter's voice came from behind as he sat down beside Simon. "Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to be slacking off in this place. I thought you'd be in the restricted section." Latest popular books from Feilu Tianbang, full group files collection of all online Feilu and Hedgehog Cat novel resources, gathered into a super large cloud drive, over 10,000 books. Join the group to receive free cloud drive resources, one link per person, ensuring resources are permanently valid. You can get the new group number through the transfer QQ group number 954220372. This book is for communication and learning purposes only, and the copyright belongs to the original authors and publishers. If you like it, please support the original work. What a waste to stay in the gloomy library on such a rare good day. Simon shrugged and said, "Are you ready?" "Of course, I'll get it done." Porter confidently lifted his chin, seeming very sure of his plan. "That's good." Simon didn't mind Porter's words and continued, "Let's have lunch here this afternoon. I'll have Ball bring the food over." The autumn sunlight was very gentle, perfect for a picnic. "Right here?" Porter was somewhat surprised by Simon's suggestion, but agreed since the weather was indeed nice and there was no wind or rain today. "Ball," Simon said, "what can I do for you, my master?" The house elf suddenly appeared and bowed to Simon. "Bring lunch here," Simon instructed. "Yes, my master." Ball raised his finger and snapped. A lunch cloth spread out on the grass. A few minutes later, Pruitt and Weasley appeared, smiling. They were actually looking for Porter. "You don't mind if we join you for lunch, do you?" "Not at all." "Sit down." Simon smiled and pointed to the empty spots beside them. Pruitt and Weasley exchanged glances and grinned. Now, more and more people were joining the outdoor lunch. Emily came over to find Simon, and so did Porter's sister Mia, along with Betty Davis, who accepted Simon's invitation. Thus, people saw this scene. 3 champions were sitting together, laughing and enjoying lunch in the open air, with no hint of the competitive tension of the Triwizard Tournament. This scene left many people astonished. They probably never thought such a thing would happen. "By the way, what are they cooking? It smells so good." Passing students enviously stared at the few people dining, swallowing their saliva. Some even stretched their necks to peek into the boiling pot, seemingly wanting to see what was being cooked. "What special meal?" Betty remarked, staring at the pieces of meat being served, dipping them into the seasoning before putting them into her mouth with her eyes squinted in delight. "This tastes pretty good too, but I still prefer roasted meat," Porter muttered. Then he suddenly screamed, "Mia, that one is mine? I thought you didn't like it." Mia slowly replied, "So I finished it for you." Laughter erupted around them. There was plenty of meat, and they also enjoyed some other foods, all of which tasted great. After finishing their meal, they sat on the picnic blanket, enjoying some fruits, and casually chatted about the first task. Betty slightly revealed her method, preparing to use a potion to take down that creature. Her approach was nearly impossible to imitate, and she wasn't too worried about anyone copying it. Her potion-making skills were very high, and apart from Simon, there was hardly anyone who could replicate it. However, Simon didn't know the potion she used, so he wouldn't spend time on it. Porter had made many preparations, including a flying broom, transfiguration spells, and even the stunning spell. He firmly believed that using these methods on the creature would surely lead to success. Simon stated he would use spells to take it down. Porter was always curious about Simon's spells and mentioned them to Betty. Betty was also curious, but didn't inquire about it from Simon. The boys started playing wizard chess while the girls gathered to discuss the ball. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and they each dispersed. "How was your day?" Simon asked as he accompanied Alice back to the castle. "I had a lot of fun," Alice replied. She rarely gathered with others to chat. The concept of friends was still quite unfamiliar to her as a girl. "I'm glad to hear that," Simon nodded. In the twilight, the two walked toward the castle. Chapter 266. The first task in mid-November, the weather was very cold. Simon and Alette were walking toward the Forbidden Forest, where the competition would take place at the edge of the forest. Alette was very pleased with Simon's confidence, showing no signs of anxiety or restlessness, as if everything was under control, which made him more confident that Simon would pass the competition successfully. Mr. Locks was in the wooden cabin. After entering, He would explain the competition steps to the champions. Good luck. Alette wished Simon well, smiling as he headed toward the competition venue under Mr. Lox's gaze. Come in, kids. We still have to wait a bit for the others. Mr. Lox looked at Simon with some surprise, as he was incredibly calm, showing no signs of nervousness. As if what was about to start wasn't the Triwizard Tournament, but a casual lunch. All right, sir. Simon nodded, moving past Lox and entering the Stark room, which contained only a few chairs and a fireplace. The room was frighteningly simple, meant to block the entrance and prevent the champions from seeing the dangers they would soon face. I'm glad for your calmness. I hope to see your wonderful performance in the competition, Lox said, standing up again and opening the door. Ralston Porter had arrived, accompanied by the somewhat nervous Betty Davis. All right, our 3 champions are here, Lox said softly, observing the 3. What you will face now is a cockatrice. As he spoke, he placed an object from the table in front of them, pulling back the cloth to reveal a small cockatrice. On its comb, they placed a palm-sized golden compass. As long as you retrieve it, you will have passed this round. A friendly reminder, the flying spell is ineffective against it. After finishing, Lox extended a few sticks to them, saying, draw lots to decide the order, or you can decide among yourselves. Porter's face showed a hint of tension and excitement, but he tried to appear composed and was about to reach out to draw lots when Simon suddenly said, I'll go first. You guys have no objections, right? Porter's hand hesitated slightly as he looked at Betty Davis and said, You go first. I'll go last. Betty Davis replied, Then I'll be second. Porter said to Mr. Lox, Since it's decided, that's how it will be. I suggest you study how to deal with the cockatrice first. Once the audience is gathered, the competition will begin. When the whistle blows, enter the arena. Understood? Lox pointed to the specially constructed arena. A few minutes later, countless footsteps sounded outside, and the owners of the voices were excitedly chatting and laughing. The atmosphere inside the wooden cabin contrasted with that outside, as if they were warriors preparing to enter the arena, while the crowd outside was merely a group of jovial spectators. I have to go now. Good luck to you all. Not long after Mr. Lox left, the whistle blew, and Simon walked out of the wooden cabin towards the arena. The air was a bit cold, but what was more chilling was the gigantic creature that appeared in front of him. A chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster stood opposite Simon, surveying him with its proud head. The audience in the arena had fallen silent, holding their breath in anticipation of the match's start. I hate being looked down upon, Simon mumbled as he took out his wand and waved it 3 times in quick succession. What spell did our Mr. Simon Green just use? Rox looked a bit confused, and even the other spectators couldn't figure it out. They saw Simon standing there, waving his wand in the air 3 times, clearly casting a spell. But they didn't know which one. Just as everyone was puzzled, Simon suddenly shot a quick-eye spell at the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster, and the spell undoubtedly hit its glaring target. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the winter chill. Merlin's beard, how bold! Mr. Green's quick-eye spell has completely enraged the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster. What on earth does he want to do? I hope he's okay. Rock's voice rang out with a hint of unease. The earlier shriek had frightened everyone, and Alice even clutched her sister's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on the arena. Phyllis bit her lip, showing no emotion, but her slightly trembling fingers revealed that she was also quite nervous. Be careful, Emily whispered, gripping her friend Joanna's hand. When she saw the enraged, chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster spread its wings and charge at Simon, she even stood up in excitement. She was not alone. Nearly a third of the spectators stood up in anticipation. The chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster had just launched its attack when it found a wand aimed at its right wing. A red light shot out from the wand's tip, accompanied by a sharp roar and a piercing wail. A large chunk of the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster's right wing was blown apart, and the off-balance creature fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Now, all the spectators understood what magic Simon had initially used. The ground had transformed into a swamp. Those who witnessed the scene widened their eyes, mouths agape. Merlin's beard. I realize now that we should be worried not about Mr. Green, but rather feel a bit sorry for that poor chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster. Rox finally managed to close his sore jaw and shouted, This is absolutely spectacular. Mr. Green's initial spell was to turn the ground into a swamp. However, he managed to easily knock down the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster, which is truly unexpected. The chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster struggled to get up from the swamp. But how could Simon let it succeed? With a gentle wave of his wand, countless tentacles suddenly shot out from the swamp's muck, wrapping around the struggling monster's wings and body, pulling it down into the swamp. Then the swamp changed the ground again, but the poor chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster had just flapped a few times when it found that the swamp had disappeared, and the ground had become incredibly solid, leaving only its head exposed above the surface. As Simon walked over, everyone cheered. This exciting yet brief match had ended. He smoothly retrieved the golden compass from the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster and casually left the arena, leaving behind an enraged monster roaring in anger. It was an incredible match, and Mr. Green calmly showcased his strength, playing with the deadly chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster like a toy, easily completing the first task. Please wait a few minutes. Our judges are discussing the final scoring. Chapter 267. On the audience as a risk factor. Fantastic. Truly fantastic. I knew you could succeed, Alice exclaimed, throwing herself into Simon's arms and tightly hugging his waist. Of course, I wouldn't fail. Simon kissed Alice's forehead and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Everyone is watching you now." Ugh. Alice's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her head in Simon's chest. Ahem. Emily coughed lightly and said to the embracing pair, "Congratulations, Simon. Your scoring is about to start." "I know," Simon replied, nodding slightly at Phyllis beside him and pulling Alice back to the stands. The four judges had already discussed, and Rox was explaining the scoring rules to the others. No one could score more than 10 points. Just as Rox finished speaking, he raised his wand into the air, and a long, silvery ribbon-like thing shot out from his wand, twisting into a large number 10. The second judge, Alette, smiled as he raised his wand and shot out a 10 into the air. Alice couldn't help but smile widely at this. After all, Simon's performance earlier would warrant a perfect score. Just as everyone was guessing whether Simon would get a full score, Mrs. Sherlock's 9 almost doused their excitement, followed closely by Feudesks also scoring a 9. If they didn't mind losing face, they could easily give Simon the lowest score, but that would undoubtedly invite ridicule from countless people. After all, he had perfectly secured the golden compass, with remarkable speed and without sustaining any injuries. It was understandable for the two principals to deduct a point, but if it weren't for their own student competing, they wouldn't have minded giving Simon a perfect score. "Oh, Merlin's beard, why haven't you sent away yet?" Rox stepped forward to inquire about the situation. The wizards sent by the Wizarding Council to handle these matters were utterly helpless against the frozen ground. They couldn't break Simon's spell, and if they wanted to get the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster out, it would take at least a few hours, so they simply sought help from the principals, saying that if that didn't work, they could just bring the person involved. However, they were all mistaken. Even the principals hadn't expected the situation to become so troublesome. They couldn't break the spell that trapped the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster. It seemed that several types of magic had become intertwined, rendering the counterspell ineffective. And even Simon himself was powerless in this regard. "You really can't do anything?" Phyllis asked Simon, staring at him. "Of course not." The change in the spell was somewhat unexpected. "It seems the principals will be busy for a while," Simon replied, his tone filled with helplessness, but more so with schadenfreude. Whether he could end the spell was something only he knew. After about half an hour, they finally freed the barely alive, chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster from the ground, and the pit in the ground was filled again, allowing the competition to continue. The second warrior was Potter. After witnessing Simon's spectacular match, everyone hoped that Ralston Potter would also bring them an exciting competition. Potter's plan was simple. If he were like Harry Potter, the future great-grandson, he would use the summoning charm to call his flying broom, the silver arrow, and then ride the broom to engage in a tug-of-war with the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster. Most of the audience began to curse in disappointment as Potter was chased around like a headless chicken. However, they quickly changed their minds when several unfortunate spectators were seriously injured in the chaos. People then realized that Potter was facing a deadly chicken-bodied, snake-tailed monster, not a ridiculous rooster. Ralston Potter skillfully maneuvered on his flying broom, performing various impressive rolls to evade the attacks of the chicken-snake monster. While most of the time he was being chased, he still managed to successfully defeat the unfortunate creature with known spells, dragging it down and seizing the golden compass. Although Ralston Potter was unharmed, a large number of spectators were affected and ended up injured instead, proving that watching a competition can be risky. By the time the match ended, it was already close to noon, and the poor chicken-snake monster had been dragged down. "I did it on purpose," Ralston Potter told Simon afterward. He despised those who only chattered mindlessly, so while being chased, he led the chicken-snake monster toward the audience to let those noisy folks experience the creature's terror, resulting in 15 spectators being lightly injured. Ralston Potter's final score was only 27. Apart from Feudesks' shameless 9, the other scores were quite low. Eilert even ruthlessly gave a 5, Lady Charlotte gave a 6, and Locks gave a 7. His final score was related to the time consumed and the impact on the audience. Now, the venue was very quiet. After witnessing the danger of the chicken snake monster, no one blamed Ralston. Instead, they admired Potter's courage and bravery in dragging down the deadly creature. Of course, compared to Simon, he was still lacking. Potter was greatly impressed by Simon's effortless defeat of the terrifying chicken snake monster. As they chatted, the injured chicken snake monster was taken away, and the third match officially began. The cheers were more enthusiastic than ever as the long-awaited Betty Davis finally took the stage. While everyone was eager to see what tactics she would use against the chicken snake monster, she summoned her waist bag with a summoning spell and took out a potion, shattering it on the ground. Gray smoke filled the arena, and some unfortunate spectators who inhaled the gas immediately felt faint. This substance might be some kind of powerful anesthetic. We have confirmed with Professor Windick from Hogwarts that the potion used by Betty Davis was personally concocted by her. Locks shouted loudly, "Does Miss Davis want to knock out this chicken snake monster? Let's wait and see." Everyone focused on the competition area, but they soon noticed a terrible problem. The chicken snake monster had gone completely berserk due to the potion. Merlin's beard. What on earth was that potion of Davis's? The chicken snake monster was rampaging. "Oh no, be careful," Locks nervously exclaimed. "Quick, subdue it, hurry." At that moment, all the spectators stood up in shock, horrified to find that the chicken snake monster had lost control. Several wizards sent by the Wizarding Council tried to manage the situation, but the chicken snake monster could fly, and they could not. Faced with such a deadly behemoth, they truly experienced its terror. A few wizards cast stunning spells at it, but to no avail. The chicken snake monster swiped its tail and sent one of the wizards flying. If not for others distracting it, that unfortunate wizard would have already been eaten. "This is much more interesting than the Warriors match," Simon said nonchalantly, pulling out his wand and placing a hand on Alice's shoulder, preparing to leave. "Oh my God!" With a loud bang, an unfortunate wizard was thrown down from the sky, crashing to the ground, his life uncertain. Screams echoed throughout the arena, and the young wizards who had been watching the show finally realized the severity of the problem. This was no longer a simple loss of control. The chicken snake monster had gone almost completely insane. The sharp cries provoked the chicken snake monster, which turned its head and charged toward them, creating a large hole in the audience. Several young wizards were affected, their lives uncertain. At one moment, one wizard was lifted off the ground, and with a loud explosion, the three headmasters had already left the audience area, engaging in the battle to control the chicken snake monster. Eilert blew it up. Lady Sherlock used magic to catch that unfortunate student, and Fodisk led it away to prevent trouble for the students present. "Seriously, what are you watching?" Simon urged, patting Alice's head. "We should get out of here. The news of a rampaging monster is coming." "Don't you care about them?" Emily asked worriedly. "Take care of yourself first." Simon sneered. "Staying here will only be a hindrance. They need to focus on protecting you lot." "You." Emily didn't expect Simon to be so harsh. He remained completely indifferent to the unfolding situation. Clearly lacking strength, what was the point of playing the hero? If they died, it was their own fault. Who could they blame? Simon didn't care about them anymore. He quickly left the stands with Alice, joining the terrified crowd. The two were remarkably calm compared to others, even as a series of screams echoed behind them. As they left the Forbidden Forest, they saw countless people at the edge watching, seemingly waiting for the outcome of the battle. Due to the pushing, many fell and were injured. "It seems you weren't hurt," Simon said to the dazed Miss Davis, smiling. "But it looks like you've caused quite a bit of trouble. It seems your match can only score 0. I didn't expect it to turn out like this," Betty Davis said with a wry smile, as the battle over there seemed to intensify. They saw a dark shadow kick into the air above the arena, flying toward them. Inside the venue, Eilert struggled to get up from the ground. He had been thrown out and had accidentally hurt his waist. Lady Sherlock was also in a bad situation. Part of her right hand had been bitten off, and her face was twisted in pain. She had no idea where her wand had gone, and if not for Locks drawing the monster away, her condition would be dire. The one most seriously injured was Fodisk, who was responsible for attracting the chicken snake monster's attention. His situation was not optimistic as blood was still oozing from his abdomen. When the professors evacuating the students saw the chicken snake monster flying toward them, they all drew their wands, but someone was faster than them. Potter soared into the sky on his silver arrow, casting spells at the chicken snake monster, successfully attracting its attention, leading to an aerial chase. "That idiot," Simon cursed. "Potter is finally paying the price for his stupidity and arrogance. Now the chicken snake monster is acting like it's on steroids, in an excited state, even ignoring some spells entirely. Potter is almost showcasing his flying skills to the fullest, but it's of no use. He was caught up to, knocked down to the ground by sharp claws, and fell hard. The chicken snake monster landed in front of Potter. its claws pressing down on him, ready to peck him to death when Mike and Charlie attacked the chicken snake monster. The dark magic struck the creature and injured it, causing it to finally release Potter and charge toward them. What a bunch of troublemakers, Simon complained, as the chicken snake monster charged toward them. Watching the furious chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature charging towards him, the young wizard cursed Mike and Charlie while frantically covering his head and fleeing. As the creature drew nearer and the professors began preparing to subdue it with all their might, the spells didn't seem very effective. They suddenly noticed the creature struggling in pain, dark substances appearing at its nose as if blocked by something, its struggles becoming increasingly violent. Even the professors didn't dare to approach recklessly as the creature rampaged towards the crowd. Suddenly, its head detached from its body as if cut by an invisible blade, blood splattering as the head flew off, drenching the nearest onlookers. This bloody scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had no idea what had just happened. The aggressive creature was decapitated, its body collapsing to the ground, the gruesome head seemingly silently telling a sad story. Covered in blood, Charlie and Mike didn't care about themselves and hurried towards Potter. Poor Potter, who hadn't been injured in the earlier match, had broken his thigh while foolishly showing off, and parts of his body that had been stepped on showed signs of fractures. "All right, let's go back." Simon calmly put away his wand and gently patted Alice's head, saying, "Don't look anymore. Be careful of having nightmares tonight." Phyllis and Emily exchanged complex glances at Simon. They had both seen him cast a spell, a silent magic, although they didn't know what spell he used. He had indeed killed the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature that even the headmaster couldn't handle. In this situation, wanting to capture alive is bound to get oneself hurt. Simon scoffed, blocking Alice's waist to lead her back to the castle, leaving the matter behind. The chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature was dead, and Emily was preparing to find her grandfather. Meanwhile, the other young wizards were busy with their own tasks, some chattering around the creature's corpse while others helped their injured companions. What was supposed to be a smooth first event ended in tragedy. "Looks like your spirits are still good." Simon placed the basket he was carrying on the table beside the infirmary, looking at Potter, who was resting by the bedside. "How do you feel?" "What do you mean by how do I feel?" Potter turned to look at the basket Simon brought, which contained some grapes. It was quite rare to see grapes at this time, wasn't it? "When you feel like a hero." Simon winked, plucking a grape and starting to peel it. Just as Potter thought Simon was going to hand it to him, he saw Simon toss the grape into his mouth, leaving him speechless. Simon plucked a few more grapes and continued, "By the way, I just asked Mrs. Catherine. She said you'll need another 10 days to half a month to fully recover. You should be able to make it to the annual Triwizard Tournament ball. There should be many people willing to be your dance partner." "Dance partner? They'd probably rather invite you." Potter scoffed, having heard from Weasley about Simon's encounter with the creature. It was quite an exciting match. Not witnessing it was a huge regret. "I already have Alice, so I want to consider anyone else," Simon said matter-of-factly. "Still, thank you. Hurwitz said you saved them, and saved me too." Ralston sighed. "I thought I was going to die. So, from now on, think things through and act within your abilities," Simon said with a smile. He knew Potter's character. While his intentions were good, he could be quite foolish at times, and this time he almost lost his life. "You're right." Ralston recalled what had happened earlier and still felt inexplicably terrified. He had nearly been killed by that chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature. Then he changed the subject. "I heard you cut off that creature's head?" "Yeah, it was unavoidable," Simon grinned sarcastically. "We didn't want to end up like the headmasters, who couldn't bear to kill the creature and are now still lying in St. Mungo's hospital from magical maladies and injuries." "Did Headmaster Fudsky get hurt too?" Potter was a bit surprised. All three headmasters were injured. Fudsky's injuries are the most severe. Lady Sherlock lost an arm, but it should grow back. And I let hurt his back while dodging, and he is still lying in bed unable to get up. They said shortly after the creature's head was cut off, several large bats flew out of its nose. Potter looked at Simon and asked, "Is that the spell you mentioned earlier?" "Yes, bat curse. The effect turns the target's boogers into large black bats that fly out of their noses." Simon didn't deny it, and even introduced the spell's effects to Potter. He continued, "This kind of spell is undoubtedly deadly for a chicken. They could suffocate from bats blocking their noses, and since the chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature's head is chicken-like, all spells would be effective against it. I searched almost the entire library but couldn't find this spell." Potter suddenly said, "Of course I invented the spell, so you wouldn't find it," Simon said matter-of-factly. Potter felt speechless. He really wanted to hit someone. Why did that creature suddenly go crazy? Potter asked. The potion used by Betty Davis was some kind of powerful hypnotic, It could be combined with the coma curse for maximum effect. She probably wanted to use it to take down the creature. Simon thought for a moment and continued. Unfortunately, it seemed to have the opposite effect. And that creature went wild, causing injuries to many at the school. Just a few days ago, this place couldn't hold so many people. Speaking of this, Simon wore a gloating smile. Watching the show also comes at a price. By the way, Betty Davis got an 8. She almost lost her chance at the championship in this Triwizard tournament. Why did she get an 8? Naturally, because of her potion. It was indeed a good idea, and the judges gave her a point as encouragement. Of course, Lady Sherlock herself gave her 5 points. While Simon was speaking, he cleaned up the grape skins he had spat out and continued. However, Betty Davis herself didn't seem to care too much, just a bit disappointed. Visiting time is up. Mrs. Catherine walked in to remind them. Give me a moment. I still have a few words to say to Potter before I leave. Simon smiled at Mrs. Catherine. Catherine raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't chase Simon away, turning back to her office. Simon chatted with Potter for a few more minutes before finally taking his leave. When Catherine came over to take care of Potter, she glanced at the basket and said, I didn't expect to see grapes in this season. Half of the grapes were gone from the basket, the rest containing some of the grape skin Simon had peeled. He.S. just unhappy that I almost lost my life. Potter sighed, taking a grape from the basket and biting into it. It was very sweet. He.S. right. Your situation back then was quite dire. Catherine muttered, snatching the grape from Potter's hand and tossing it back into the basket, placing the prepared potion in front of him. She complained, I really don't understand what the professors at the school are playing at, allowing a rampaging chicken-bodied, snake-tailed creature to run amok. Catherine had quite a few complaints about the students who were injured while watching. Potter lay quietly in bed after taking several potions, gazing at the golden compass by the edge of the basket, lost in brief thought. Did you just visit Ralston? On the way, Simon encountered Mike and Charlie, who were also on their way to see Potter. He seemed to be in good spirits now. Simon paid no attention to the glances from passers-by. After the first event, he had almost become a celebrity at the school. Upon learning that Potter needed to rest, the two decided not to disturb him further and walked down the corridor, chatting about trivial matters. By the way, you're quite the celebrity at school now. Everywhere you go, people are following you. Mike pointed to a few mysterious girls around the corner, saying, they're probably here to invite you to the ball. Wesley's words were soon confirmed when a senior girl approached to invite him, but Simon declined on the grounds that he already had a dance partner. She looked like she was about to cry. Pruitt shot Simon a look that said it was all his fault. Trust me, you wouldn't like that feeling. Simon shrugged and said, but they can't get into the restricted section anyway, so I don't mind. With that, he headed towards the library. Chapter 270. The night before the ball, it's unbelievable that you can't dance? Phyllis looked at Simon in disbelief. In her impression, Simon was capable of anything. Whether it was potions or other skills, even his cooking was quite good, yet someone like him couldn't dance. How interesting. Is it really that strange? Simon retorted. It is indeed strange. Phyllis stopped and said, what do you plan to practice? In the room of requirement. Simon continued walking, saying, you should know my situation. I hardly have time to spend on dancing, and there's no one to teach me how to dance. You should now call me Professor Phyllis, she said with satisfaction. As they walked through the somewhat noisy corridor and reached the 8th floor, it was much quieter. I feel like the students at school have been quite irritable lately, she said, considering her words. I don't think it's because of the ball. I thought you would know. Simon suddenly said. Know what? They stopped by the tapestry of the giant, clubbing a stupid Panamanian, waiting for other students nearby to leave. It's because of Betty Davis. Simon joked. Many students have been hurt because of that incident. Do you think they're in a good mood? When you're in a bad mood, everyone seems irritating, which naturally makes you feel irritable. He stated matter-of-factly, leaving Phyllis unable to argue. After a senior Gryffindor student left, the two entered the room of requirement, where the environment transformed into a suitable dance floor. Phyllis changed into her formal gown, and Simon donned his dress robes, and they began to practice dancing. Initially, Simon had to be very careful to avoid stepping on Phyllis's heels, but such mishaps seemed unavoidable. He had already stepped on her feet several times, as indicated by the slight frown on Phyllis's face, showing her dissatisfaction with Simon's poor dancing skills. You really are terrible, Phyllis muttered. Every beginner is like this. Simon ignored her mockery and continued. Alice also needs someone to teach her how to dance, so I'm counting on you. You sure know how to shirk your responsibilities. Phyllis frowned. She reached out to help Simon adjust the position of his hands and pointed out where he was going wrong during their dance. Relax. You make me feel like I'm dancing with a log. Simon took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and let Phyllis lead him step by step, like a puppet on the front line. After about half an hour of dancing, They sat down on a chair with cushions to rest. Simon took out the prepared red wine and chocolate and handed it to Phyllis, who had exhausted her stamina faster than he had. "What's this?" Phyllis was surprised by Simon's thorough preparation, staring at the chocolate in her hand. "Chocolate? It's a sweet made from concentrated cocoa powder. I just finished making it not long ago, and I believe you'll like it." Simon poured a glass of wine for Phyllis, took a small sip himself, and internally reassured himself, "I still have enough time to learn how to dance." Phyllis sniffed the black object, then took a small bite, and, after chewing and swallowing, her eyes lit up. Just as Simon said, it really tasted good. The chocolate was sweet and had a strong, milky flavor. She quickly finished the chocolate in front of her and then stared at Simon, her meaning clear even without words. Simon took out several more pieces and placed them on a plate in front of Phyllis, gently reminding her, chocolate can help restore energy quickly, but eating too much can make you gain weight. Gain weight? Phyllis paused, the words echoing in her mind. Seeing this, Simon couldn't help but sigh. Girls really do care about their figures. "Don't worry. As long as you don't eat it often, it won't have an effect," Simon reassured her. Phyllis looked at him skeptically for a long time before slowly chewing on the delicious snacks. The two danced again before leaving the room of requirement. Simon had made significant progress. At least he was no longer completely clueless about dancing. Phyllis had indeed taught him a lot, and after setting time, Simon returned to the magical ship. He found Emily and asked her to teach him how to dance. Emily initially thought Simon was inviting her to the ball, but upon learning that he already had Alice as his partner, she felt somewhat disappointed but still agreed to teach him. With soft music playing, the two danced in the empty room. Emily had better luck than Phyllis. After Phyllis's instruction, Simon had significantly reduced stepping on his partner's feet. Emily expressed interest in the chocolate, asking Simon for a bunch, which she shared with her girlfriends after their dance ended. Simon had a total of 3 practice partners, the last being Leah Edwin, a noble girl who had clearly undergone dance training. Her dancing was even better than the other two. Simon paid her a sum as compensation. But Leah ultimately did not accept gold galleons, but instead accepted a silver sickles as payment, even thinking that Simon's compensation was quite generous, making her feel a bit shy about accepting it. A few days later, the 3 practice partners noticed that Simon's dancing skills were improving at an astonishing speed, almost shockingly fast. Leah admired Simon's incredible talent and was quite impressed by it. Emily attributed Simon's progress to her own teaching, while Phyllis had guessed the reason. After staring at Simon for a long time, she finally said, "It seems you're really working hard to learn how to dance." Achieving a passing standard was no easy feat for Simon, as he had put in a lot of effort. He ran to 3 places every day and hardly spent any time in the restricted section. Of course, all the hard work paid off. He no longer stepped on anyone's feet, and though his movements were still somewhat stiff and awkward, he was doing quite well for a beginner. "Since your dancing skills are almost there, I will spend the remaining time teaching Alice." Phyllis reminded, "You have a part in this too. Don't think you can slip away." She probably also wanted Simon to experience what it's like to step on the toes of a beginner dancer. However, Simon didn't refuse and agreed to this matter. In December, heavy snow fell on the castle and the grounds. A layer of ice formed on the hull of the Durmstrang ship, making it smooth and shiny, and a layer of white frost covered the sails. In the evening, with the help of his house elf ball, Simon put on his formal robe and left his room. By the time he reached the common room, several Durmstrang students were already waiting there, all dressed in their own formal robes. However, the girls seemed to be slower. A few were huddled together bragging about the girls. It looked quite special. Cam enthusiastically sat next to Simon. He seemed a bit interested in Simon's outfit. To be honest, that formal robe didn't match their aesthetic style at all, as it was essentially a wizardess robe, just looking more exquisite and well-fitted. The sleeves of the robe were woven with silver thread into some strange patterns, interlacing black and white to give off a mysterious aura. They were very curious about who Simon's partner was. Most thought it would be Emily, considering their decent relationship. However, they were a bit surprised when they learned about Simon's partner. Very beautiful. Simon slightly nodded toward the elegantly dressed Emily, who wore a somewhat gothic dress. However, his taste seemed quite good. "Thank you," Emily said. By the way, Elate's dress was also a distinctive wizard robe. By nightfall, the snow had lessened, and Simon found Alice at their agreed meeting point. The girl was wearing a light blue dress, with a matching shawl-sleeve coat and a white ribbon cinched at the waist, looking completely different from the other girls in a gothic style. This outfit was chosen by Alice from the formal dresses Simon had prepared for her. "Very beautiful," he said, extending his arm for Alice to link hers with his, heading to the front of the line. The champions of the Triwizard Tournament needed to lead the dance. It was customary. When they arrived, Potter was already there with his partner, Leah Edvin, who wore a typical Muggle noble's gown. As for Betty Davis' partner, he was a seventh-year Ravenclaw boy, likely also from a pure-blood wizarding family. He nodded at them, but his gaze lingered on Alice for a moment. The walls of the Hogwarts Great Hall were covered with sparkling silver frost. The ceiling depicted a starry night sky, and there were wreaths made of mistletoe and ivy hanging. The tables symbolizing the houses were round, with beeswax candles lit around them, which was quite extravagant. Alice seemed a bit nervous as many gazes fell upon her. The champions and their partners sat at the main guest table, and several headmasters were dressed in robe-like formal attire. Rook's Pritchard leaned more towards the other students, but everyone noticed that Simon's outfit was quite similar to the headmaster's. "Oh, it's hard to believe. I'm sure someone will say you look like one of us old men," Elate joked, teasing Simon about his attire. In fact, aside from a few elderly wizards, most wouldn't wear such formal robes. Of course, Simon was an exception. The food prepared on the plates was quite sumptuous. Simon got himself some of his favorite food and chatted with Alice about interesting things to ease her nerves. Nearby, Potter and Leah were commenting on Simon and Alice's outfits. Potter didn't miss the opportunity to mock Simon, saying he looked like an old man. He hadn't forgotten about the half-eaten grape-skinned Simon left behind when he visited him last time. Elsewhere, Charlie Pruitt's partner was Mia Potter. While Mike Weasley didn't have a partner due to the gender ratio, many were without partners. Emily's partner was a Durmstrang student, and when he glanced over, he noticed the other boy was staring this way, while Cam's partner was Joanna. By the way, the professors were gathered around a small table, and Phyllis was there too. After the dinner had progressed, Fodisk stood up and conjured stage. Several musicians responsible for playing music climbed onto the stage, and soft singing began to resonate. Soon, the candles on the nearby tables were extinguished, and all the lights focused on the stage. All the champions and their partners stood up and began to walk into the spotlight to start dancing in the dance floor, swaying to the soft music. "Relax. Don't worry, I'm here," Simon whispered to comfort Alice, pulling her into a slow dance, just like Phyllis taught him back then. However, Alice had also learned how to dance, just lacking a bit in confidence. She gently nodded and focused all her attention on the dance, making it smoother. Before long, others joined the dance floor. Phyllis was dancing with Wendick, and further away, Cam and Joanna were dancing quite freely, clearing space around them. After a dance ended, Simon looked at Alice, seeing her slightly breathless and smiling face, and gently smiled, asking if she wanted to continue dancing. The second song was clearly more upbeat, and Alice was still engrossed in her dance. She obviously enjoyed this moment. However, after the third song started, they left the dance floor and sat down where Phyllis was, while Simon went to get drinks for them. The two sisters quietly chatted about the ball. Phyllis looked at her sister's formal dress with some surprise, having to admire Simon's taste. To some extent, she also acknowledged the dress's delicacy and beauty. However, she also took the opportunity to tease Simon about his formal attire, mocking him for looking like an old man. "This is a symbol of wisdom," Simon calmly replied, not forgetting to flatter himself. "You really have thick skin." Potter, who was resting after the third song, happened to overhear this. "Thank you, I think so too," Simon said seriously, which sparked a round of laughter. They sat together, chatting about trivial matters. Potter even brought up a little secret about the Golden Compass, which seemed to point towards the Forbidden Forest and was likely related to the second task. Thinking about the Golden Egg, this wasn't too hard to understand. In fact, Simon already knew, but he quietly listened to Potter's series of analyses, finding them quite reasonable. The Golden Compass might point to some treasure, and they needed to use it to find the treasure. Simon was also quite impressed by Potter's divergent thinking. His own guess was that they needed to find something using the compass, but what that something was remained unknown. "It seemed that your partner doesn't like dancing." Emily walked over, holding a wine glass, and sat down next to Simon. Simon noticed that Emily, sitting beside him, had not spoken. He had already sensed that Alice had finished communicating with her sister and was looking over this way. "My grandfather asked me to check on how your research on the Golden Compass is going. This thing has information about the next two tasks." Emily tilted her chin, provocatively glanced at Alice, and reached for Simon's hand, saying, "This piece is beautiful. You wouldn't refuse to dance with me, would you?" Before Alice could respond, Emily pulled Simon onto the stage. "Damn," Alice muttered under her breath. The two on stage had already started dancing to the music, and she had to admit that Emily danced better than she did, which made Alice feel a bit frustrated. She had indeed only learned the simplest dance steps, while Simon, who also couldn't dance, seemed to have spent quite some time on it, something she could clearly see. Your little girlfriend seems angry. Emily laughed triumphantly, glancing towards Alice, who was pouting and glaring at the two on stage. All right, wait until he finishes this dance, then you can invite Simon to dance. Phyllis comforted her sister while sipping red wine. She had already turned down several invitations and was casually chatting with Alice about some recent trivial matters. Porter seemed to sense the low atmosphere and had already slipped away to chat with Mike and Charlie. Ralston's dancing skills are far worse than Simon's. Mia had a knowing expression. Her brother hadn't practiced at all. No wonder he could only let Leah lead him in dance. Sorry about that, Porter said irritably. So it's still your laziness. Mia replied with a knowing look, revealing the secret she had learned from Leah. You're kidding, right? Even Wesley doesn't believe it. You say Simon couldn't dance before? He stared at Simon dancing at the party and shook his head. I don't believe it. No, it's completely possible. Don't forget who he is. I remember when he turned a twig into a needle. He used repetition to master that transfiguration spell earlier than the rest of us. Pruitt reminisced. He glanced at Leah, who was undoubtedly the best proof of this. He would contact me for a while every day, usually after dinner, Edwin added, about the length of a few songs, and then I noticed his progress was very fast. At first, he was still guessing my feet as a beginner in dance. He definitely has more than one practice partner, Mia said with a knowing expression. Once, I saw Simon and Phyllis walking past the wall opposite the tapestry of the giant troll on the 8th floor, and there seemed to be an invisible door flashing there. But I didn't know how to get through. That place is called the Room of Requirement, and you have to walk through the wall 3 times to get in. It will show you what you need, Leah concluded. They finished dancing. Now it's my turn to invite him to dance. It's rare to have the chance to dance with a warrior, Mia said, standing up to Leah. I'm a warrior too, Porter said irritably. You can dance with me. No way. I don't want you stepping on my feet, Mia retorted, mocking her brother without reservation. I saw you stepping on Leah's feet several times when you were dancing with her. Wesley and Pruitt couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. It was undoubtedly true, but they didn't expect Mia to give her brother no face at all. Porter's dancing was indeed terrible, taught by Pruitt and Leah, and he had certainly stepped on their feet more than once. Mike, I remember you can't dance, right? Porter suddenly said. Ahem, I can dance at least better than you. Saying that, as if to prove she could dance, she invited Leah, and the two went on stage to dance a piece. Just then, Simon and Mia had already started dancing somewhere. Looks like your dancing is indeed the worst. Pruitt's tone sounded a bit gloating. All right, I got it. After saying that, Porter stood up in frustration. After Simon finished the dance, he noticed Porter was actually dancing with Davis on stage, which was quite a rare sight. When did the two of them start chatting? Mike asked in confusion. It was quite rare for two warriors to dance together, attracting countless gazes. Those gossip-loving girls even began to inquire about their relationship, thinking it might evolve into a beautiful love story. Look, I still dance wonderfully, right? Porter said proudly, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable after that brief dance. That's because Miss Davis's dancing skills are very impressive. Anyone who understands dance can see that. Porter was quickly looked down upon by a crowd again. Soon, the gossiping students from various schools discovered that Davis was dancing with Simon, and some jealous girls began to spread rumors about a girl playing both sides. Of course, in reality, it was just a friendly dance, to test his dancing skills. Porter invited several other girls, but the harsh truth proved that his dancing was indeed poor, stepping on many girls' feet. However, the funniest part was when he invited a Hufflepuff girl, but she was a muggle-born who hadn't learned to dance. So the two ended up in a game of stepping on each other's feet, leaving the audience dumbfounded. The dance postures were simply amusing. In the following time, Simon accompanied Alice to dance. Seeing her cheeks slightly flushed from dancing, he couldn't help but reach out to wipe the sweat from her face. After chatting for a while, Phyllis, who had disappeared earlier, suddenly reappeared and prepared a replenishing fruit drink for her sister, adding a bit of stamina potion to help her recover quickly. Alice's stamina isn't very good. Phyllis glared at Simon as if it were all his fault. All right, I didn't neglect that a bit. Simon patted Alice's hair, suddenly realizing he hadn't brought his hidden expansion bag, so he couldn't give her the chocolate, which he regretted. Phyllis, you go dance with Simon this time. Alice waved her little hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Simon made an inviting gesture towards Phyllis, and before she could react, he took her hand and walked onto the stage. Chapter 273, May's Treasure Hunt. The ball was just a simple interlude in the Triwizard Tournament. Most people were quite satisfied with the ball. Everyone had a great time that night. After the ball, life at Hogwarts returned to its usual routine, and everyone went back to doing what they were supposed to do. Simon returned to the restricted section to continue his studies. Although many had warned him that researching dark magic and evil things could subtly influence him in certain ways, Simon didn't care. He had his own bottom line. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament would take place in February, roughly every 2 to 3 months. The second task's destination might be in the forest, as the needle of the golden compass pointed there, likely what Porter called the treasure hunt game. He had been into the Forbidden Forest before and was somewhat familiar with the situation there. It is worth mentioning that Phyllis and Simon's relationship seemed to have improved a lot, probably due to the ball. Alice sometimes complained about Emily, the beauty from Durmstrang Academy, who sometimes had too close a relationship with Simon, making her, a proper girlfriend, somewhat dissatisfied. On this day, Simon was still reading in the restricted section when he saw Potter walking towards him. What happened? After hearing footsteps, Simon looked up and asked. I found out, Potter said, somewhat breathless. I discovered secret. Oh. Simon looked at Potter in confusion. Although he wasn't too interested in what the so-called secret was, he still closed his book, stood up, and left the restricted section of the library with Potter. He followed Potter out of the study, stepping into knee-deep snow. As the two slowly walked towards the Forbidden Forest, where Davis was already waiting. She was wrapped in a thick cloak, her little face flushed from the cold, indicating she had been waiting there for a while. Flames roaring, Simon raised his wand and gently pointed it at the frozen girl, using a variant of the warming charm that could drive away the cold and instantly evaporate the water droplets on her. Thank you, much better. Davis was quite surprised by Simon's magical prowess. The three chatted a bit as they made their way towards the Forbidden Forest. Potter had already taken out his golden compass, and the needle was pointing in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It seems the second task will definitely take place here. Potter grinned, but then frowned slightly and said, however, I remember you mentioned there are werewolves in the forest, and it wouldn't be fun if we accidentally encountered them. Werewolves are something to be feared. They're too dangerous. Are there werewolves here? Davis frowned slightly. Don't worry, they'll handle it. At least they won't let those things threaten us. Otherwise, there would be no point in continuing the Triwizard Tournament, right? Simon reassured her. If a champion gets bitten by a werewolf, should the contest continue? What about Hogwarts' reputation? These issues will naturally be addressed by the Wizarding Council, guided by the Golden Compass. They arrive at a remote area where countless tall trees intertwined to form a massive maze. Everyone understood that this would likely be the venue for the second task. A maze treasure hunt, which could be easily compared to the maze in Harry Potter's story. It makes sense, after all. It's impossible to come up with too many ways to test the champions. It's probably just a slight change in content. The three exchanged glances and then turned to leave the cold place. A maze treasure hunt? However, they probably have some unexpected surprises prepared for us. Davis agreed with Potter's idea that the woods would eventually be transformed into a maze for the champion's evaluation. On their way back to the castle, they rested in the Beauxbatons carriage, where a thick layer of ice had formed outside, looking like a frosted giant pumpkin. The carriage was spacious, with several layers, and the use of the undetectable extension charm was fully demonstrated here. They warmed themselves by the fire in the hall, and Davis took out a bottle of wine to treat them, along with some French delicacies. The taste is quite special. After taking a sip of the wine, Potter noticed the difference from the wine he usually drank. This is champagne, probably. Simon took a sip and also figured out what kind of wine it was. French champagne is famous, but in this era, there shouldn't be such a term. It should still be just a prototype. Champagne is indeed a nice name. Davis looked at Simon in confusion and asked, have you had it before? I have, it's pretty good. Simon nodded, then took another couple of sips when he heard Potter say, this guy likes to enjoy these things. I think it's not surprising that he's had it before. Then Potter began to complain to Davis about Simon's past meet. They said you're a muggle-born wizard? Davis was quite curious about Simon's background. She didn't quite believe these tales since Simon didn't seem like a poor person, as most wizards associated muggle-borns with poverty. However, Davis's question couldn't be answered because a Beauxbatons girl spotted them and soon brought a group of Beauxbatons girls over. Their chattering sounded like countless little birds in their ears, which was quite unbearable. The two had to excuse themselves early. They couldn't stand the current situation. Those girls were really terrifying. Potter said, still feeling uneasy, as he couldn't understand French, and the constant chattering was simply intolerable. As they walked through the corridor, Emily suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Simon's hand and saying, Grandpa's looking for you. Simon bid farewell to Potter and returned to the magical boat, where he saw Eilif. The old man was completely recovered, no longer in the awkward state he was in when he hurt his back that day. I heard you went to the Dark Forest with a few other champions. Eilif smiled. You probably already know what the second task is. Yes, Simon replied. I could probably guess some of it. Champions must retrieve the stolen treasures within a specified time. Eilif said, of course, you don't have to worry about the safety risks of hostages. After hearing this, The corners of Simon's mouth twitched slightly. Is the underwater treasure hunt turned into a maze treasure hunt? This time, the venue for the competition was arranged by Hogwarts professors, several judges, and members of the Wizarding Council, so Hogwarts might have a significant advantage. However, I believe this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Chapter 274. The second task, I must say, when you focus on doing something and live the same life repeatedly, time always passes particularly quickly. Well, a few minutes ago, Simon received some unsettling news from Ilith. Alice was taken away by the judges of the Wizarding Council because the second task is to find the beloved treasure in the forest, and that treasure is Alice. It's even more annoying than stepping in a pile of dog poop. Simon felt a bit down. He really didn't want Alice to take risks in the Forbidden Forest, even knowing that there are protective measures provided for hostages by the heads of several schools and the staff of the Wizarding Council. But Simon really didn't trust those guys. To some extent, Simon trusted his own abilities more. Perhaps, to others, he seemed a bit arrogant. The three contestants were anxious at the entrance. The maze now looked quite different from before. Although there was still some unmelted frost and snow, the trees intertwined to form a natural wall of hedges 20 feet high, and the contestants stood at the entrance of a large maze, where the dark passages emitted a creepy and eerie atmosphere. After about 5 minutes, the stands began to fill with people. The number of spectators increased, and as hundreds of spectators entered the venue, the dark and eerie atmosphere was dispelled by excited voices and the sound of hurried footsteps. Lox was explaining the rules of the competition to them, stating that contestants needed to pass through the maze within the specified time to reach the deepest part, find their own treasures, and bring them back to officially complete this task. If the competition cannot continue, the contestants only need to send a flare to summon the help of patrolling personnel outside the Great Maze, while losing their qualification for the competition. Several professors from Hogwarts and some members from the Wizarding Council are responsible for these patrols. After all, it is in the Forbidden Forest, and safety cannot be relaxed. Who is your treasure? Simon asked Potter. Mia. Ralston looked a bit annoyed, clearly not satisfied, as he also knew the situation in the Forbidden Forest. What about you? It should be Alice, Simon said helplessly. And Davis? Mine should be a friend, Davis shrugged and said. They probably don't even know who to look for, so they can only make do. Ahem. Looking at the three people chatting together, Lux was speechless. Did these three have no sense of urgency? Or did they simply not care about the second task? Cough. He gently cleared his throat and shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me announce the current scores. In first place is Simon Green from Durmstrang Institute, 38 points. The audience from Durmstrang was cheering and applauding loudly. In second place is Ralston Potter from Hogwarts, 27 points. This time, the applause was evidently more fervent than for Simon. In third place is Betty Davis from Beauxbatons Academy, 8 points. This time there was no applause, but rather a chorus of boos, as many people probably had not forgotten what happened in the first task. Now, the three contestants have decided on the order of entering the maze. Betty Davis will enter first, Ralston Potter second, and Simon Green third. Lux shouted loudly. Let's give them a warmer round of applause. The applause and cheers erupted, startling the birds in the Forbidden Forest. Miss Betty Davis, listen for my whistle. Lux turned the hourglass upside down and shouted. 3, 2. Miss Betty Davis stepped into the maze first. It was pitch black inside, and she could only slowly feel her way forward, making herself a simple torch to advance. When the sand in the hourglass ran out, Lux blew the whistle again. Mr. Ralston Potter. See you later. Potter waved to Simon and also entered the maze, disappearing at the entrance. Lux looked at Simon and then at the hourglass. Mr. Simon Green. After Simon entered the maze, he heard Lux's voice from outside. All contestants have entered the maze. Who will be the first to retrieve the treasure? Let's wait and see. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly echoed in the maze, startling both Lux's speech and the audience in the stands. Merlin's beard, what happened? A wizard in a gray robe rushed over and whispered a few words in Lux's ear. Lux's mouth fell open in shock, and after a long moment, he realized his failure, closing his slightly sore jaw and saying loudly, according to the latest news, the walls of our great maze have been breached. As he spoke, Lux looked at the people responsible for the maze's layout. They had guaranteed that the walls would not be easily destroyed, but now what was happening? The continuous explosions undoubtedly indicated that someone wanted to directly break through the maze to complete the second task. As for who did it, I think you might have already guessed it. Simon Green from Durmstrang Institute was clearly unhappy with the maze route we created and was preparing to carve out a direct path to the treasure for himself. Although this does not violate the competition rules. He said weakly, but I don't think anyone would do that. I really don't know how he managed it. Those hedgerow and stone walls designed to isolate the maze were reinforced with magic. Now, the explosions had stopped, and the audience knew Simon was in some trouble. Only then could he be forced to halt his progress. Simon was indeed encountering a bit of trouble. At this moment, he was staring at the corpse of Alice in front of him, falling into a brief silence. He slowly closed his eyes, shutting down his mind, transforming Alice's corpse back into something else, a terrifying werewolf. Funny. Simon loudly recited the spell, and white mist exploded, enveloping the werewolf. The next moment, when his vision cleared, the werewolf's claws were removed, its head was covered, and a dog collar and iron chain were attached to the hedges alongside the path. Will you come out to scare people? Simon stepped forward and kicked the boggart a few times, then ignored it and continued walking. The explosions sounded again. And on the other side, Potter, who had just dealt with a small problem, sighed helplessly. It's really violent. I should have let Simon go first and follow behind to pick up the pieces. From the sound of the explosions, Davis could easily guess what Simon was doing. In truth, she didn't care. They were both enjoying the fun of the maze. Since the first task, Davis had been very clear about the gap between her and Simon, so she had no intention of continuing to compete for the championship. Chapter 275, Unexpected Treasure and Artificial Swamp. Simon stared suspiciously at the swamp blocking his path. There was some water on the swamp, and he wondered if there were other ambushes lurking beneath it. Speaking of which, there was at least a dozen meters of distance to the other side of the swamp, and if he didn't use a flying broomstick, it would be quite difficult to get across. What a hassle, he muttered under his breath, waving his wand to conjure up a raging flame that swept across the swamp. Several Grindylows jumped out from the swamp. He couldn't help but wonder how they lived there. Wait, could it be? That wasn't a swamp, but an artificial pool, covered by magic to deceive passing adventurers. The wizard who set this trap probably never expected anyone would attempt to break through here. In a way, it was indeed a very threatening trap, but once seen through, it undoubtedly became a joke. Simon cast a spell to stun the two unfortunate Grindylows, and a branch nearby remained on the water surface. He cast a spell to turn it into a simple floating bridge across the lake, and when Simon crossed the bridge, the path ahead became incredibly smooth, with almost no trouble, allowing him to reach a maze composed of several intersections. At the convergence of all the mazes, there was a path leading forward. As Simon walked along a long and straight path, he discovered that his way ahead was blocked by a sphinx. The sphinx's body resembled that of a frighteningly large lion, with huge claws, a long yellow tail tipped with a tuft of hair, but it had the head of a woman. It was not without reason that it was called a human-headed lion. As Simon approached, the sphinx noticed his presence and blocked his path, speaking in a deep, hoarse voice. You're very close to your goal. If you pass me, you can find the treasure. I know, is the answer to your riddle? Simon said impatiently, but I'm not in a good mood right now. Could you please let me through? No. The sphinx fixed its gaze on Simon and said, unless you can answer my riddle. Once guessed correctly, I'll let you go. Her words were left unfinished, as if her body were controlled by some force, thrown aside, while countless vines stretched out from the walls, wrapping around the sphinx. What a nuisance. Simon put away the Elder Wand and walked forward. The sphinx was also a type of magical creature. Without using the Elder Wand, he might only be able to kill it, which clearly wasn't a good idea. He could answer its question, walk away, or defeat it. He chose the simplest option, to defeat it, which was clearly within the rules. Entering the path guarded by the sphinx, Simon found himself in a narrow room illuminated by two torches, where three people lay unconscious. These were the treasures spoken of by the warriors, three young women. Yet to Simon's surprise, none of them was Alice. Instead, his sister Phyllis took her place. Well, what's going on? Simon stood still for a moment, recalling the situation. Perhaps this pair of sisters was on his treasure list, and Phyllis, not wanting her sister to take risks, had taken on the responsibility of being the treasure herself. Well, it's time for the prince to wake the princess. Simon mocked himself as he stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Phyllis, leaning in to kiss her on the lips. What are you doing? Suddenly, a hand blocked his path, and Phyllis looked at him in shock. I heard that only a prince's kiss can awaken a princess. I thought I'd give it a try, Simon said without any embarrassment. I've never heard of such a saying. Phyllis retorted coolly. Really? Simon showed a look of realization, muttering to himself. So you Haven T heard the story of Sleeping Beauty Of course, it's also possible that such fairy tales don't exist in this era. However, he didn't mind, as suddenly his face was cradled by two hands, Phyllis's face drawing closer, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. I like that kind of story, Phyllis said without thinking as they separated. You've been reading my thoughts. Simon raised an eyebrow and said, I think we should leave here first. By the way, you seem more surprised by me than by Alice. Phyllis glanced at their still unconscious companion and said, There is an exit behind that door. We can leave this great maze through there. That is really good news. Let us go. Simon moved forward to push open the door and walked through. You still haven't answered my question, Phyllis asked as she followed behind. Is it necessary? After all, you're a sister con and wouldn't let Alice take risks. How could you say this is still in the Forbidden Forest? Even with the professor's protection, it can't avoid some potential safety hazards. Simon walked down the narrow corridor. If Alice and I both face danger, who would you save? Phyllis suddenly asked. I wouldn't let such a foolish thing happen. Simon stopped and turned to look at Phyllis. Such a question is undoubtedly foolish. Any powerful wizard wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. And I at least think I'm strong enough in some respects to ensure the safety of both you and Alice. Phyllis fell silent. Just as they exited the great maze, they found themselves at another exit, where warm applause erupted, everyone amazed by Simon's speed. However, suddenly they heard a howl of wolves that drowned out the applause and cheers, and the exciting scene fell into an eerie silence. That sound is not a good omen. On the stands, low murmurs began to rise, quickly evolving into panic. Quiet. Fudesque's face looked grim, but he maintained the composure expected of a principal. Please return to Hogwarts in an orderly fashion. The heads of the houses each took their students back. Don't leave my side, Simon told Phyllis behind him, then hurried towards Alice, giving the somewhat nervous girl a comforting hug and saying a few words before turning to Emily beside him. You should come along too. Let us leave here first. Alot shouted. Durmstrang students, follow me. As the principal, he had the responsibility to ensure no student was left behind and to guarantee their safe exit. Chapter 276. The two missing persons, let us go. Simon didn't care about the others. He couldn't protect so many people. Just ensuring Alice and the other safety was enough. As for why those werewolves appeared at this moment, he didn't have the time to think about it. The howls were already getting closer. I don't need you to protect me. Phyllis shook her head, not worried about Alice's safety, knowing Simon would protect her. Don't forget, I'm also a member of the faculty. She had already drawn her wand, ready to organize the crowd's evacuation. In fact, the audience was not just students from Hogwarts. There were also many wizards who had come to join the excitement, but those guys were mostly useless, only caring about their own escape. Only a few joined in maintaining order, escorting the wizards who were still there to leave. Simon looked deeply at Phyllis and said, You leave with us and escort them out. He casually pointed to some younger wizards to indicate those were the ones Phyllis would escort. By the way, how did I forget this good idea? Just a few steps out, Simon suddenly thought of a simple and safe method. He called for his house elf Ball. What? Phyllis looked at Simon, who had stopped, puzzled, and then saw the house elf appear out of thin air. Master, what are your orders? Ball said respectfully. He also heard the howls around and took out his wand. Keeping alert, seeing the house elf appear and draw his wand, the people gathered around looked astonished. Ball, take Alice and Emily to the magical boat, and also send the Durmstrang students back. Simon instructed. Hogwarts prohibits apparition, but house elves are not included in that rule. Before others could react, Alice and Emily had already disappeared. About 10 seconds later, Ball reappeared, having taken away the other Durmstrang students. As for the few Hogwarts students who had gathered, they were stunned. The wolf howls made them tremble with fear, and they didn't understand why they weren't the first to leave. Some felt dissatisfied, but Simon was completely indifferent to this, his gaze sweeping over these people before turning to look behind. It seemed a battle had already broken out there. He drew his wand and waved it. A ring of flames ignited around them, forming a wall of fire to protect the students inside, so they could be safely taken away. You should follow those students back to Hogwarts. They clearly need someone to comfort them. Simon casually assigned a task to Phyllis, hoping to leave as soon as possible for safety's sake. Where are you going? Phyllis blocked Simon's path and asked. She could see that Simon wasn't planning to leave yet. I'm going to find Ralston. The professors will probably be too busy to take care of him. Potter and Mia are his friends, and in times like these, he would just sit back and watch. I'm going with you, Phyllis said. You? Simon glanced at Phyllis and nodded, saying, all right. He raised his hand towards the firewall, and the flames parted to create a path, closing only after they had passed through. Simon found Alot, who was directing the situation, and said, I've had someone safely send them back. How's it going with the other 2 warriors? Personnel from the Wizarding Council have already gone to look for them, but there's no news yet. Alot sighed in relief upon hearing that the students from his school had safely left. As for the other students, he didn't really care. If he could help, he would, but if someone was unfortunate enough to get bitten, there was nothing he could do about it. I'm going to find Potter, Simon said. Then I'll leave it to you. Alot knew Simon's strength, and wasn't he too worried. He felt that even if those Hogwarts professors got into trouble, or if the Wizarding Council members did, Simon would be fine. There was no way around it. Simon was just too calm. Let us go, he said to Phyllis behind him as he walked toward the entrance of the maze. Why are werewolves appearing here? Phyllis asked in confusion. You should be alert and not get attacked by anything in the maze, Simon warned, keeping an eye out for any threats. He wasn't entirely sure where Potter and the others were. Under these circumstances, they should have already rescued the treasure. Simon hoped they wouldn't run around and would stay safely in the rooms of the great maze waiting for him. What is this? Phyllis exclaimed, looking at the wall that had been blasted open. This path leads directly to the final room. I hope they haven't left yet. Simon didn't enter the maze from the other side because he was worried about missing others. Exiting the great maze from another exit would undoubtedly be foolish. Who knew if the patrolling wizards would back down in front of the werewolves? Simon found it hard to imagine they would have such courage. You wouldn't be directly breaking through this great maze for the competition, would you? Phyllis suddenly felt incredibly doubtful, sensing that the judges probably hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation. Now is not the time to discuss this. Simon quickened his pace. There were no howls of wolves in the maze, but the battle outside was undoubtedly not over. He didn't believe the Hogwarts professors could quickly drive away those damned werewolves. They spent less time than Simon had before, crossing the eerie great maze to reach the place where the hostages were held, only to find that the others had already disappeared, and the hostages were also gone, with no signs of a struggle in the room. Looks like we were still a step too late, Simon muttered. What should we do now? Let us go out and see. Hopefully, they haven't run into trouble. Simon followed the original path, and, at the end, they found Potter and Davis fighting werewolves. But the other 2 were not by their side. Just in time, Simon murmured as he waved his wand, conjuring a flurry of arrows to shoot at the 3-headed werewolf attacking Potter and Davis. 2 of the werewolves were pierced by the arrows, while one narrowly escaped and lunged at Simon, suddenly engulfed in black flames, turning into a charred corpse. Buddy, you really came at the right time. Where are Mia and Selah? Have they already been taken away by the professors? Potter sighed in relief upon seeing Simon and asked the questions he had been holding back. Let us get inside the maze first, Simon said, turning to enter the maze. Staying in the Forbidden Forest was clearly unwise. Upon returning to that room, Simon summoned the house elf and instructed, take those 2 away first. Wait, what about Mia? Potter asked anxiously. Maybe they've already been taken away by the personnel sent by the Wizarding Council. Simon reassured Potter before telling the house elf, take them away. Chapter 277. Patronus, why do you think those werewolves appeared here? Phyllis brought up the topic again. There are many possibilities. Simon replied nonchalantly. It could be that food is scarce after winter, and with such a commotion here, they came over to hunt. Do you really believe that? Phyllis rolled her eyes. After all, the wizards of Hogwarts had driven the werewolves deep into the Forbidden Forest, and they shouldn't have recklessly appeared. It's not a matter of belief. The food shortage among werewolves is indeed a fact. I've encountered similar situations before, Simon said self-deprecatingly. Back then, I put a lot of effort into killing a werewolf. Get to the point. It's hard to say. There are fairies in the forest, and the relationship between fairies and humans has always been bad due to wand issues. By the way, fairies keep trolls. If they wanted to add some fun to this Triwizard tournament, it wouldn't be impossible. Simon clearly didn't care much about these matters. He remembered that there had indeed been a fairy rebellion in the 17th century, and it took place at the Hog's Head Inn, although he wasn't sure about the exact time. It could be happening right now. With a pop, the house elf reappeared and bowed to Simon, saying, Master, Miss Mia and Miss Selah have not returned to Hogwarts. Mr. Potter begs you to find his sister. Got it. You take Phyllis back first. Simon wouldn't keep Phyllis by his side. He needed to know how the situation was now. I heard that a few people were bitten, and the wizards are still clearing out the werewolves. They should be able to control the situation soon. Ball recalled the bits of information he had just received. Be careful. Phyllis stepped forward to give him a hug, putting her hand on the house elf's shoulder, and with a pop, she disappeared. I hope they haven't left the great maze. Simon looked at the place where Phyllis had vanished, shifting his gaze outside the maze. Once they left the great maze, Mia and the girl named Selah probably wouldn't have a high chance of survival. As long as the wizard taking them away had a bit of sense, they wouldn't do that. He slowly walked out of the room, his gaze falling on the wall. The Sphinx that he had trapped had already broken free. His eyes landed on the footprints on the ground. The Sphinx's tracks were easy to identify. He followed the footprints, turning into a passage through a bend. The obstacles along the way had been cleared, with obvious scratch marks and even traces left by spells. Someone had been here? Looks like my luck isn't too bad. Simon murmured to himself as he passed through the passage and found the Sphinx deep within the maze after several turns. Simon stared at the Sphinx before him and asked, "All right, tell me, have you seen two girls? If you can answer my riddle, I will tell you where they are." It seemed he couldn't escape the riddle game after all. Simon said self-deprecatingly, "Go ahead." The Sphinx smiled at him and began. "First think of someone who always wears a mask, moves mysteriously, and tells lies. Then tell me what thing is always patched up, the middle of the middle, and the end of the end. Finally, tell me what word is often spoken when you can't think of the right word. Now connect them and answer me. What is the animal you don't want to kiss?" After a few seconds of silence, Simon finally replied, "It's a spider. Now tell me where they are." The Sphinx smiled at Simon and stepped aside to reveal the passage behind her. Simon paused for a moment, realizing what the Sphinx meant. They were just behind the passage, right? It seemed he was correct. He raised his wand and slowly walked forward. There was only one passage, and ahead he saw three figures. "Simon," Mia exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "Who are you?" Simon's gaze fell on the witch. "Monica," the witch replied, "sent by the Wizarding Council to assist in this Triwizard tournament." "Simon, why are you alone? Where's Ralston?" Mia asked, looking curiously behind Simon. "It's not safe here because of the werewolves, so I'll let them go back first," Simon said, stroking Mia's hair. "They were very concerned about your safety. I'll notify them first and then bring you back." After saying this, Simon summoned his Patronus to relay the message. Once the Patronus left, Simon said to the three, "Let's head back as well." "What about the others?" Monica asked, eyeing Simon with suspicion. Although Simon was a warrior, she still harbored a strong distrust, which was typical of most wizards towards underage wizards. "Of course, we'll walk back," Simon replied matter-of-factly. Ball seemed to have other matters to attend to and did not respond, leaving Simon to walk back alone. In fact, he could only say that his luck wasn't great. The magical item he had contacted had just malfunctioned, as it had been in use for a while, and the magical power on it had weakened, which was why Ball hadn't noticed the change. In the hall, Potter was anxiously pacing back and forth, while Mike and Charlie were comforting him. Suddenly, everyone noticed a flash of white light, and a silver fox walked elegantly through the hall. "What is this?" Some people gazed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the silver fox, questioning their companions. "I found Mia and Selah. They're safe and will be brought back shortly." Before his companions could speak, the silver fox abruptly opened its mouth and spoke in human language, startling everyone. "It's Simon's voice," Ralston exclaimed, rushing toward the Patronus and tumbling to the ground as he passed through the silver fox. "That should be the Patronus, but I've never heard of a Patronus being able to speak," Weasley said, puzzled. "It's very likely his own invented method of magic," Pruitt said admiringly. However, Potter was the happiest, as hearing that his sister was safe was perhaps the most joyous news possible. In the hall, people were discussing the silver fox's appearance, and even the topic of werewolves was somewhat diluted. Soon after, Mia appeared in the hall alongside Professor First Longbatten. Potter rushed to embrace his sister and asked, "Where's Simon?" "Simon has gone back to rest. Don't worry, he has not hurt," First smiled and said. "You have a good friend." "I think so too." Ralston, Charlie, and Mike exchanged glances and all smiled. "It should be finished in a few days. I've already written the ending in advance." Chapter 278. The truth comes out after the incident. The Wizarding Council also dispatched wizards to investigate the Forbidden Forest, as they clearly would not believe that those werewolves appeared out of nowhere. The professors at Hogwarts regularly cleared the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest, and the location chosen for the Triwizard Tournament was definitely within a safe range, which was why Fiddlestick had chosen this spot. However, an accident still occurred. The unpredictable nature of events. Those who had been bitten by the werewolves all died. They could not be saved. No one wanted to live with werewolves, not even their families. They would rather give up on saving the bitten individuals. This is the cruelty of this era. The families of the deceased were, of course, furious, directing their anger toward Hogwarts, and Fiddlestick was in big trouble. His days were not going well. He received letters every day, all filled with accusations and curses from the families of the deceased. Fiddlestick, of course, did not read them and simply threw them into the fireplace to burn. Initially, he had flipped through them, But the rude accusations made him angry and helpless, and sometimes the letters even contained curses. In fact, after the werewolf attack, some members of the Wizarding Council began to trouble Fudstick, and the attacks on his statements became increasingly rampant, with some even taking the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Fudstick was finding it harder and harder to cope, and he had realized his situation, deciding to resign after the semester ended. Regardless of whether he was involved in this incident, he no longer fit to hold this position. The successor would be Vice Principal First Longbatten. The results of the investigation by the Wizarding Council in the forest remained unknown, but everyone noticed that the trips between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest had become more frequent. There probably wasn't much to gain. After all, those who had seen them said that the wizards entering the Forbidden Forest looked rather unwell and sometimes even injured. However, there was some good news. The number of werewolves in the forest had drastically decreased, with most of them having died in the previous attack. Those packs were already on the countdown to extinction. Perhaps soon, it would be hard to see any werewolves in the forest again. Another matter was that Hogwarts students might be unaware, but wizards across the UK had begun to sense an unusual atmosphere. There was a significant conflict developing between wizards and goblins. Members of the Wizarding Council had learned about goblins from certain individuals and sought out the camp that trained trolls. Unfortunately, they were not able to enter, as the goblins firmly rejected the requests of the Wizarding Council and pointed out that the area was private property. This led to an unnecessary conflict, and 2 members of the Wizarding Council were knocked down. This grudge deepened. "Why didn't you tell them?" Emily curiously asked, as Simon had just driven away several wizards from the Wizarding Council with a firm tone, leaving them no room for face-saving. "I don't think there's anything good to say to a bunch of arrogant people," Simon replied flatly. "It seems that there is a trend in the magical world. Adult wizards often do not respect underage wizards." For Simon, who was not yet 17, the tone of those wizards was indeed somewhat unpleasant, so he simply drove them away. Simon wouldn't mind withdrawing if the tone were friendly. He wouldn't mind chatting with them. After all, since they had such a bad attitude and dared to approach him, it would be a disservice to himself not to push back. As time slowly passed, the events of the second task began to fade from people's memories, and it seemed that few remembered the final scoring. Simon scored full marks for the second task, having found several champions and their hostages and rescued the hostages in almost the shortest time possible. It would be unfair not to give him full marks. As for Potter and Davis's scores, after discussions among the judges, they received a high score of 30 points, widening the gap between the two sides. The outcome of the competition was becoming quite clear. The championship would belong to Durmstrang. As a result, Eilate had been in a good mood lately, always smiling broadly, which only added to Fudstick's frustration. The third round of the Triwizard Tournament will take place in June, which is still a long time away. However, the most eye-catching warrior, Simon Green, has encountered a bit of trouble. His secret has been discovered by Alice. In the list of treasures provided by the Goblet of Fire, Simon's list includes 3 names, the 2 sisters Alice and the name Cynthia Green. Who is Cynthia Green? Is she a member of Simon's family? She must be a family member, but Simon has never mentioned this name in front of them. He rarely hides anything about himself. The sisters are not foolish. They are quite perceptive, being able to enter Ravenclaw, so they quickly guess the truth of the matter. Alice also got angry. Anyone would be upset. Until a month later, when she got the answer from Simon, things seemed to go more smoothly than she had believed. Alice did not have a meltdown over it. "You are my future wife." This was what Simon had told Alice initially, and the two had decided to hold a wedding after both graduated, with Alice tacitly acknowledging the existence of that lover. In a way, as long as she didn't appear in front of her, it was better to pretend she didn't exist. Although she was a bit sulky, Alice had to accept this reality. Muggles and wizards are 2 completely different worlds, and she knew that all of Simon's assets were in the Muggle world. He needed to have his own identity in the Muggle world, which was undoubtedly a good choice. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. Upon realizing that all her clothes were prepared by Cynthia, Alice felt deep sympathy for that Muggle woman. If it were her, she certainly wouldn't tailor clothes for Cynthia. Alice's anger had serious consequences. She ignored Simon for several days and confided in her sister instead. Phyllis was obviously also dissatisfied with Simon's actions, but she had no intention of persuading Alice to leave this unfaithful man, as many issues cannot be resolved with just a few words. "Did you and Alice have a fight?" Emily also noticed the tension between the two, her tone oddly laced with a hint of glee. "It's nothing," Simon said, while recording the magic he had learned recently in his notebook. "Oh, fine, since you don't want to talk." Emily did not press further, and before turning to leave, said, "Almost forgot to mention, your friend came looking for you." Chapter 279. Never forget the original intention. The harsh winter was fading away, and the weather was gradually warming up. By mid-April, when Alice talked to him, Cynthia had given birth to a healthy baby girl, making Simon a father before he officially turned adult. The girl had a beautiful name, Sophia Green. As for whether she would become a witch, Simon didn't think too much about it. After spending some time with him at the manor, it was already May when he returned to Hogwarts. The student from Durmstrang had also noticed Simon's absence for more than half a month. Emily had once asked Eileen and learned that Simon had left Hogwarts for some matters. When Simon returned to Hogsmeade, he sensed that something was off. The number of wizards coming and going seemed to have increased, and he didn't know what they were doing there, but anyone with clear eyes could tell that something had happened. Upon returning to the Rose Cottage, Ball informed him that the Alice sisters were enjoying their weekend there. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard barking coming from inside. Hatchie had run over to him through the courtyard gate. "You've gotten fatter." Simon laughed as he picked up the terrier, saying, "Be careful not to turn into a round ball, or you'll have to roll around." Probably hearing the commotion, the door opened, and Alice stepped out. "I'm back." Simon smiled. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Alice complained slightly, but stepped forward to give Simon a hug. They walked into the house together, and Simon immediately noticed Glani quietly napping on the soft cushion. The creature had gained quite a bit of weight, making him wonder if Glani could still catch wild rabbits like before. "What happened over there?" Alice asked. "Everything went smoothly. It's a girl," Simon replied, looking at Alice. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, and then the sound of footsteps eased the tension a bit as Phyllis came out carrying a plate of fruit, looking at the two with a complicated gaze before sighing helplessly. "What happened in Hogsmeade while I was gone?" Simon changed the subject, as discussing other women in front of a woman was obviously not a wise move. The issue with the goblins. The Wizarding Council clearly suspects that the werewolf incidents are likely caused by the goblins. Phyllis pushed Hatchie away, who had come too close, and placed the plate on the table. They've already used forceful means to inspect the goblins' camp, training the trolls, but still found no clues. Now, those goblins are not very friendly towards wizards. Of course, they can't be friendly. Simon casually picked up a piece of fruit and said self-deprecatingly, "Who will be friendly? It's too arrogant. It seems you don't have much affection for the Wizarding Council." Phyllis could see that Simon had no good feelings towards the people of the Wizarding Council. "It's not about having good feelings." Simon threw the fruit pit into the trash can and said, "The Wizarding Council is just that. It's a meeting of a group of relatively powerful wizards. As long as your strength is strong enough and you're not a dangerous dark wizard, there will be a place for you there. In other words, the members of Wisingamot are just a group of people who like to judge wizards based on their preferences, and they don't have to acknowledge any consequences." Simon had some understanding of the Wizarding Council and Wisingamot, especially since he had established a large trading company, which made it even more necessary to understand those annoying people to avoid trouble. After all, no one would want to have annoying flies buzzing around during their meals. To his knowledge, Fudgisk was one of the Wisingamot members, but he was about to be kicked out. "What's wrong? Not very happy?" Simon asked Alice. "No. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll cook for you." Simon said. "What you make isn't as good as Ball's." Alice pouted and said, "Roasted sausages." "All right, let me see if we have any sausages at home." Simon paused for a moment, then broke into a faint smile. He got up and headed to the basement, where food was stored. Since moving to the manor, the potion room in Rose Cottage had been transformed into a storage area for food. Unfortunately, there wasn't too much food left in the basement, and Simon didn't find any sausages. Those had been made a long time ago, and Ball had always handled them. However, he had been by Ball's side all this time, and hadn't had the time to prepare anything. "It seems the ingredients have run out. I'll go out to buy some." After returning to the living room and saying a few words to them, he headed to the Hogshead Inn, where there would definitely be enough supplies. He was familiar with Old Tom, so buying some sausages and the like wouldn't be a problem. Old Tom was a bit confused about what Simon wanted the sausages for, but he still gave Simon 2 skewers of sausages and only charged him 2 sickles. Over there, someone was teaching him something again, so Old Tom chatted with Simon for a moment and hurried over. When Simon left the Pig's Head pub, he heard people inside talking about the situation between the fairies and the wizards, and the conflict between the two sides seemed to be escalating, as if preparing for war. Some people were worried about their money stored in Gringotts, which drew a burst of laughter, clearly mocking him for being pretentious. After all, how could someone who had to be thrifty while drinking and selling at a pub have any extra money? However, Simon didn't care much about these matters, whether it was the fairies or the wizards. As for the outcome of the Fairy Rebellion, Simon already knew that the Pig's Head pub would become the command center for the wizards, and in the end, the Fairy Rebellion would end in the wizards' victory. But that was none of his business. After bringing the sausages home, Simon began to prepare the ingredients. He made a very simple meal. Slices of bread, simple, roasted sausages, and barley porridge. It was still that familiar taste. Simon remembered the time when he was taken in by Jorson, when he met Alice, Windick, and others. In the end, Jorson died at his hands due to greed, and he was no longer the person he used to be. Whether it was power, money, or love, he no longer lacked any of them. What was he thinking? It was about to burn. Alice reached out to turn the golden brown sausages roasting by the fire. Thinking about things from the past, so much had changed in just a few short years. Simon pulled Granilla closer to avoid its fur getting burnt. Alice muttered, "Indeed, a lot has changed. This is no longer the old apothecary, and you've become quite the flirt." Cough, cough. Simon cleared his throat and handed the roasted sausage to Alice. "I remember you used to like this. Try it and see how it tastes." Alice blew on the sausage and took a small bite, chewing slowly. She squinted at Simon and said, "It still tastes the same as before." Chapter 280. There are people above. Both the wizards and the fairies were trying their best to restrain themselves. It seemed that both sides chose to take a step back, and the fairy rebellion ultimately did not occur. The tense atmosphere that had surrounded Hogsmeade finally dissipated by the end of May. I thought the wizards would go to war with the fairies. Potter couldn't help but sigh when talking about this. After all, Hogwarts was very close, and once war broke out, it could affect Hogwarts. Even worse, they were currently holding the Triwizard Tournament. Simon was applying the prepared spices to the rabbit meat, flipping the branches on the grill absent-mindedly as he said, "The conflict has been ignited. Sooner or later, they will fight." The third task was said to involve entering the Black Lake to find the Triwizard Cup. Potter wanted to change the subject, as it was already obvious who the champion was, but the champions couldn't give up the competition, so he still had to enter the Black Lake to search for the Triwizard Cup. "It's probably with the Mere People," Simon said casually. "There are Mere People in the Black Lake." In fact, many Hogwarts wizards are not aware of this, but he knew very well. After all, Loch Ness also has Mere People, and Simon had once learned the language of mermaids from Nicholas Flamel, although he was far from being proficient. "What are you planning to do?" Potter raised an eyebrow and asked, "Bubblehead charm?" "That's actually a good idea," Simon said. "If you think that's not safe, you can use gillyweed. The effects are pretty much the same." "I have no idea where to get gillyweed." Potter called over a few others. Fruits, beer, and some other side dishes were already prepared. "You can go find Windick. At worst, you could go to Fudgeswick and tell him you need gillyweed, and he'll help you get it." "I think Davis would choose gillyweed," Simon said simply. "Why?" Potter asked in confusion. "Because she's a potioneer. She definitely knows about gillyweed." Simon explained. "You saw the potions she used in the first task. She clearly has confidence in her potions." "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong." A voice sounded behind him, and Davis walked over. After a few months of interaction, her spoken English had improved quite a bit. "I would choose the Bubblehead charm." "Oh, that's surprising." Simon distributed the roasted meat to the others. He enjoyed the joy of cooking, eating what he made, and chatting about trivial matters with a couple of friends was not a bad thing at all. "What are you planning to do?" Davis asked. "Naturally, the Bubblehead charm. After all, finding gillyweed is troublesome," Simon said with a magical smile. "And I have a secret weapon. I will definitely find the Triwizard Cup before you all." "Secret weapon?" Everyone's curiosity was piqued. They had heard that someone managed to break through the Great Maze. In Simon's eyes, the so-called Triwizard Tournament was just a game. Claiming to be the strongest warriors in history was not an exaggeration. But it could only be said that participating in the Triwizard Cup with him was unfortunate for the other two warriors. "You'll find out then." Simon smiled and didn't answer their questions. Halfway through the picnic, they were interrupted. A few wizards were approaching from nearby, and they clearly noticed the Hogwarts students gathered here. Looking astonished, especially at the fully equipped barbecue and the aroma of wine, momentarily speechless. Among the three wizards, the youngest seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by a middle-aged wizard. He stepped forward and said, "This is not safe. You should go eat somewhere else." No one paid them any mind, and there was a moment of awkward silence. The three wizards exchanged glances, and one was about to get angry, but was stopped. They headed towards the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps they had other matters to attend to. "What do you think they're here for?" Weasley asked with a mouthful of food. His voice muffled. "What else could they be doing? Probably looking for trouble with those fairies." Pruitt said casually. The relationship between wizards and fairies couldn't just be set aside. The conflict hadn't erupted yet, but both sides were still holding back. After all, the wizards were quite dissatisfied with the fairies controlling Gringotts. They wanted to have control over Gringotts, and many conflicts were slowly accumulating, just not yet reaching the point of explosion. Soon, they saw those wizards fleeing in panic from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Not long after, several trolls appeared at the edge of the forbidden forest. These were the trolls trained by the fairies for security, and a few fairies were cursing at the fleeing wizards from the shoulders of the trolls. Their voices too sharp to be understood from such a distance. Although they noticed the barbecue over here, no fairies came over, perhaps unwilling to leave the forest. Or for other reasons. Ralston, are you planning to enter the Wizarding Council in the future? Pruitt put down his beer and asked. As an elite participating in the Triwizard Tournament, you are definitely on the list for the Wizarding Council. As long as you want to. The assessment shouldn't be too much of a problem. Well, I haven't thought that far. Potter scratched his messy hair and said, what about Simon? I definitely won't go in. Simon shrugged and said, it's not like I have nothing better to do. Why does it sound like only those who have nothing better to do would go into the Wizarding Council? Wesley gave Simon a thumbs up and said to Potter, don't forget, Simon is a potioneer. He can easily find work. If you want to get into the Wizarding Council, it's best to aim for council members and Wisengamot members. Simon suggested, if you're interested, I can help you. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what Simon meant by I can help you. Those wizards are all about money and power. Most things are easily resolved. Climbing to be a member of the Wizarding Council within a few years is not a difficult task. Simon simply stated, although Fudgisk is almost kicked out of that circle. He still has connections. After all, you are considered one of his proud students, so helping you wouldn't be too hard. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Simon continued. When the time comes, I'll help fund you. You just need to keep an eye on that group and not get me into trouble. If Potter truly intended to join the Wizarding Council, Simon naturally wouldn't mind lending a hand. As the wizarding control over Muggle commerce is not something most wizards are willing to see. Although many people disdain doing this, humans are inherently jealous creatures, and if discovered later, it would ultimately be a hassle. However, as long as there are people in the Wizarding Council, some things will become much simpler. Simon joked, from now on, you'll have to protect me. Chapter 281. The third task in June, the weather grew increasingly hot, and many students enjoyed chatting in the shade of the trees outside the castle. Recently, the topic they discussed the most was the third task. The Triwizard Tournament was nearing its conclusion, and, judging by the scores of the 3 participants, the final outcome seemed predetermined. Yet everyone was still very much looking forward to the last competition. On the Durmstrang ship by the Black Lake, Simon, wearing only shorts, leaped off the deck into the lake. A bubble-like object enveloped his head, distorting his features and making him look incredibly comical. With a splash, Simon dove into the water like a fish, feeling the cold sensation on his skin as he vigorously moved his arms, getting accustomed to moving at the bottom of the lake. The visibility at the lake's bottom was quite dim, and as he dove deeper, the area around him became narrower. After a while, Simon began to surface, breaking through the water to breathe fresh air. He reached for the rope ladder that was lowered and was pulled up by an arm. How does it feel? Emily asked. Not bad. It's dark at the bottom. Finding the Triwizard Cup will probably not be easy. Simon wiped the water off his face with a cloth and took a sip of water. However, I managed to bring that guy over. Relying on it should make the task simpler. You mean? Emily paused, suddenly recalling what Simon referred to as it, and asked curiously, is that really possible? Simon shrugged, it's within the rules. As the day of the Triwizard Tournament approached, the third task was held on a sunny morning in mid-June. People gathered at the stands not far from the Black Lake, chatting about how the champions would overcome the third task. This time, their tone was particularly relaxed, probably because they no longer had to worry about their safety. During the discussions, the champions were instructed to stand in a row by the lake, listening to Locks explain the rules of the third task. The 3 champions had to dive to the lake's bottom and find the Triwizard Cup according to the guidance of a golden compass. When they entered the lake, they might have to contend with creatures hiding beneath the surface. On the judge's platform, Elate was all smiles, while the 2 headmasters beside him had less pleasant expressions. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, after the third task concluded, the championship would belong to Durmstrang Academy. After explaining the rules, Locks blew the whistle, and the third task officially began. Simon and the other 2 exchanged glances and, in perfect harmony, raised their wands to cast a spell on themselves, creating a bubble-like shield around their heads. Their movements were almost in sync, as if their eyes had agreed upon it. Seeing this, the audience was somewhat taken aback. They had not expected the champions to use such a spell. The older students even took the opportunity to show off their knowledge in front of the younger students, as this was considered a rather obscure magic. Oh, I dare say our champions are incredibly in sync, as if they had agreed on it beforehand, Locks exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Simon and the others. The water was already up to their waists, and Simon felt himself stepping on slippery, muddy stones. the cold sensation spreading throughout his body as the stifling heat dissipated significantly. He looked up at his rather comical-looking opponents, who dove into the lake and swam towards the bottom. Our champions have set off. Let us wait and see. I'm looking forward to whether Potter and Davis can defeat Grin in the third task and turn the tables, Locke shouted, watching the three disappear beneath the lake surface. Under the lake, where the audience and judges could not see, the three champions swam together. This lake is quite a surprise. Potter marveled at the dark, hazy scenery around him. Of course, the other two companions could not hear his voice and could only guess what he said by reading his lips. You've never been in the lake before? Simon was somewhat surprised. Both shook their heads, slowly moving their arms, clearly not very skilled in swimming. Near the lake bottom, they saw a jungle of black water plants, and the surrounding water was dark and murky, making it hard to see far. Little fish were attracted by the light of their wands, darting around them like silver darts. Potter had to extinguish his wand to drive away the approaching fish. As they swam through the water plants, several shadows suddenly sprang from the vegetation, catching a few ankles unawares and desperately pulling them towards the weeds. Let go! Potter shouted loudly. His wand did not shoot sparks at the Grindylow. Instead, it seemed to unleash a jet of boiling water towards them. Upon being hit by the water column, the green skin of the creatures turned bright red, and they released their grip on Potter's foot. When he regained his composure, he saw his two companions staring at him. Several unconscious Grindylow were floating around them, and there were still many more hidden in the water plants, waiting to ambush, which was quite bothersome. Simon ignored the Grindylow and raised his wand to summon a water horse. A few minutes later, Potter noticed that all the Grindylow had left, and a massive shadow was swimming around them. Come on up. Just as the two were still in shock, they suddenly saw Simon climbing onto the water horse and waving at them. How did you get it here? Potter was very curious, having already recognized what it was. Wow, is this not the water horse Simon raised? He remembered Mia riding on it before. Simon gestured to the two, then patted the water horse, urging it to dive deeper. Its speed astonishingly fast, guided by the golden compass. They quickly found the dwelling place of the mermaids. It was a strange place where, through the magical glow, they saw many rough stone abodes, speckled with algae. The mermaids had iron-gray skin and long, bushy, dark green hair. Their eyes were yellow, and their broken teeth were also yellow, with pebbles strung on thick ropes around their necks. Similar to the mermaids Simon had encountered before, they rushed out of their caves, holding spears, and used their strong, powerful silver tails to strike the lake water, eyeing the intruders with great vigilance, especially towards the horse-like water creature Simon rode. Well, it was a bit bad. They were surrounded. Chapter 282. Let's get married. Simon dismounted from the horse-like water creature and approached the mermaids, attempting to communicate with them in broken mermaid language. Finally, Simon temporarily sent the horse-like water creature away, allowing the mermaids to relax their guard and clear a path. As they swam towards the square, they saw a small altar with a golden Triwizard Cup on it, surrounded by a group of mermaids who parted to let them through. Simon felt a gentle push from behind and turned to see Porter nodding towards the Triwizard Cup. He smiled and walked over, picked up the cup, and returned to the others, tossing the trophy to Porter, who stared at it for a while before casually tossing it to Davis, who picked it up, looked at it, and then threw it back to Simon, as if it were nothing of significance. If others had seen this scene, they would have had quite the reaction. Let's go back. Simon grabbed the Triwizard Cup, found it amusing, and called back the horse-like water creature to take them away. It wasn't until they floated to the surface that Simon let the horse-like water creature leave, slowly surfacing himself. The sunlight was so bright he could hardly open his eyes. Simon raised the trophy and walked towards the shore, with Porter and Davis appearing beside him, also struggling to adjust to the blinding sunlight. Behind them, a group of mermaids were quickly surfacing. As Simon cast the bubblehead charm and stepped onto the shore, he casually placed the trophy on the ground and, after shaking off the water and cold, embraced Alice, who was walking towards him. Seeing the trophy thrown on the ground, Fudisk's face twitched slightly. As no one cared about the cup, it was just left there as if it were a trivial stone. Porter was surrounded by his sister and a few friends, while Davis was in a similar situation. After Simon and Alice parted, he saw Alette giving him a thumbs up. The trophy was eventually picked up by Lox, the judge from the Wizarding Council, who complained that Simon had carelessly tossed the trophy on the lakeshore. An old wizard from the council approached the mermaids to understand the situation of the competition and relate it to the judges. After hearing the old wizard's account, everyone fell silent, finally understanding why Simon and his companions had completed the competition so quickly. A giant horse-like water creature? Hell, I don't remember there being a large horse-like water creature in the Black Lake. Fudisk muttered under his breath. But the issue now was that they had tamed the horse-like water creature and, at least on the surface, completed the competition quickly. The judges exchanged glances. Regardless of the outcome, it would not change the fact that Durmstrang had won the championship. In this situation, why make things difficult for themselves and others? Ladies and gentlemen, the mermaid leader has told us everything that happened at the bottom of the lake. Locke stepped forward and announced loudly to all the spectators, after a long discussion, "We have reached the final scores. Miss Betty Davis performed excellently with a bubblehead charm, successfully escaping from Grindelwald and helping Mr. Green and Mr. Porter capture a horse-like water creature. Together with the other two warriors, they found the Triwizard Cup with astonishing speed. We give her 40 points." Applause erupted from the stands. No one had expected the first warrior to achieve a perfect score. Locke raised his head to signal for silence. Mr. Ralston Porter also used the bubblehead charm, successfully escaping from Grindelwald's attack, and helped Mr. Green and Miss Davis capture a horse-like water creature. Together with the other two warriors, they found the Triwizard Cup with astonishing speed. We give him 40 points. The Gryffindor students erupted in deafening cheers. However, with the first round's perfect score, Porter's perfect score was no longer so surprising. Mr. Simon Green also used the bubblehead charm, successfully escaping from Grindelwald's attack, and, with the help of Mr. Green and Miss Davis, captured a horse-like water creature. Together with the other two warriors, they found the Triwizard Cup with astonishing speed. We give him 40 points. Ladies and gentlemen, in the third event, our warriors undoubtedly exemplified the spirit of friendly competition. Let's give them our warmest applause. Locke handed the trophy to Simon, and at the moment the three of them raised the trophy together, deafening cheers erupted along the lakeshore. It was a moment to remember. Alette clapped vigorously, turning to Fudisk and Sherlock. The applause and cheers lasted for several minutes. As it gradually subsided, Locke announced the final champion of the Triwizard Tournament and held the award ceremony. Simon overwhelmingly won the championship and earned a prize of 100 galleons. This event would surely be discussed for a long time. It had been a while since such a competition had been successfully held. After the Triwizard Tournament, the other schools did not rush to leave. They planned to wait until Hogwarts summer vacation began to return to school. On a hot summer day, under the shade of trees, Simon leaned against Alice's thigh, quietly gazing at the sky, listening to the chirping of insects and birds, and enjoying this moment of tranquility. "I haven't congratulated you yet." Davis approached Simon and said, "England is really a nice place. I will consider staying here for a while longer." Saying that, she kissed Simon on the cheek, waved at him, and turned to leave. "What does she mean by that?" Alice pouted, asking discontentedly. Simon shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Soon, another figure approached. Emily sat down beside Simon and said gratefully, "Grandpa was really thrilled when he got the trophy." "Thank you, Simon." "You're welcome," Simon replied. "I promised him. By the way, your graduation issue is all set. Grandpa has taken care of it." Emily suddenly said, "Coincidentally, I'm graduating this year too and plan to find a job in England. So I'll trouble you to help take care of things for a while." "You plan to stay in England?" Simon was a bit surprised, but also understood Emily's intentions. When he looked at Alice, he found the girl staring at him with a very intense gaze. "What's wrong?" Simon asked quietly. "Since you graduated, when are we getting married?" Alice provocatively glanced at Emily, pressing Simon for an answer. "March." "Married?" An incredulous exclamation came from under the shade. Phyllis looked at the few people under the shade and shook her head helplessly, reaching out to push back the hair blown by the breeze as she walked over. Section 283 Epilogue. In the Hogwarts Library, the famous savior Harry Potter was buried in a pile of books. Even though he had successfully defeated the evil Dark Lord Voldemort, Harry still couldn't escape the clutches of the N.E.V.T. exams. Beside him, Ron Weasley was complaining endlessly. Due to the Second Wizarding War, last year's N.E.V.T. was severely affected, and the new headmistress Minerva McGonagall hoped that the three of them could return to Hogwarts and graduate together with others after finishing their 7th year. Now, Harry and his girlfriend Ginny were in the same year, reviewing what they had previously learned. However, compared to the densely packed text in front of him, the famous Harry Potter would rather face the infamous Voldemort again. "What about Hermione?" Ron quietly asked. "Didn't she say she would study with us? She seemed to find an interesting book a few days ago." As Hermione's friend and confidant, Ginny was aware of her situation. "I've seen her flipping through that book for the past few days. Sometimes she can't bear to take her eyes off it." "What book?" Harry asked, putting down his quill. "I don't know, it's a really thick one." Ginny shook her head. "How about we go find her?" Ron suggested. Just wanted to find an excuse to escape from the annoying books in front of him. He didn't even know why he had come back to school to study. Just for that end. Eh. Vous. Tea certificate? No need, she's coming. Ginny whispered, raising her hand to point ahead. A figure was hurrying towards them, holding a super thick parchment book that was even thicker than a brick. If it were to be dropped on someone's head, it would surely knock them out. Harry, Ron, look what I found. Hermione exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to the fact that they were in the library. Madame Pants glared fiercely at them, and before she could get angry, Harry hurriedly packed up their things and pushed Hermione out of the library. What's wrong? This is not like you at all, Harry asked, puzzled, staring at the book in Hermione's hands. What is that? It looks like it's been around for many years. As the four walked down the corridor, Hermione gasped, oh, right. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. I found this artifact from Dumbledore. Wait, let's find a place to sit first. Then you can tell us what amazing secrets you discover in the book. Ron interrupted, pointing to a shaded area outside that was suitable for their chat. The four left the castle, sat under the shade, and Hermione finally opened the thick book. Looking around to ensure no one was nearby, she excitedly said, You won't believe what I found here. What did you find? The three asked in unison. All the secrets. Hermione swallowed hard, her expression complex as she opened the first page, where the yellowed pages read, Simon Green. Who is Simon Green? Ron asked, puzzled, clearly not recognizing him as a famous wizard. Otherwise, his name would be on a chocolate frog card. Of course you haven't heard of him. Anyone who hasn't flipped through this book wouldn't know who he is, Hermione said with a hint of excitement. He was born in the late 16th century and attended Hogwarts in the early 17th century, graduating from Durmstrang. Why did he graduate from Durmstrang? Ron asked, confused. Wasn't he a student at Hogwarts? He was expelled. Hermione explained briefly. How do you know? Harry asked. It's recorded in this book. It documents Simon Green's entire life. Hermione raised her hand to interrupt their confusion, then turned to a certain page and pointed at the content. Do you remember the Philosopher's Stone? Everyone leaned in to read the content, suddenly freezing, their expressions very rich. The book actually contained detailed records about the Philosopher's Stone, including the recipe for the elixir of life. Harry was too surprised to speak. Simon Green was a close friend of Nicholas Flamel. Their relationship was very close. He might even have been Nicholas Flamel's disciple, Hermione explained while flipping through the book. By the way, he has a bit of a connection with Harry. What connection? Harry asked in shock. Your ancestor, Ralston Potter, had a very good relationship with Simon Green. Hermione flipped to one of the pages, which clearly recorded, Simon Green and his friend Potter created. This is, Ron froze, unable to believe it. Professor McGonagall's giant chess set? Exactly, Professor McGonagall's giant chess set. Besides that, this book also records the location of the Chamber of Secrets, how to open it, and mentions the basilisk inside, Hermione said with a wry smile. In the records about Hogwarts, it mentions the Room of Requirement, several secret passages to leave Hogwarts, and the headmaster in the 17th century, Wendell Winderian, who was a friend of his. What else does it mention? Ginny asked curiously. Clearly this thick book contained a lot of information. Dark magic. Simon Green was very likely a dark wizard. This book records hundreds of very evil dark spells, as well as the production of countless dark magical artifacts. Many lost dark spells can be found here. Hermione's voice grew increasingly somber. He was a disciple of Axtis. So, he was a darker wizard than Voldemort? Ron looked at the thick book in fear, unable to help but swallow. Who is Axtis? Ginny asked, puzzled. He is the builder and ruler of Azkaban. This book has records about there, Hermione said somewhat uneasily. The veil in the Death Chamber, the Time Turner in the Time Chamber, and the tanks containing brains in the Brain Room are said to be related to Axtis. It can't be. Ron's eyes widened. The brains in the Brain Room had caused him a lot of trouble, and the black veil in the Death Chamber had taken Sirius's life. It all has related records. Hermione glanced at Harry with concern and asked, he and Axtis jointly completed the Time Turner, while those we previously used were the results of his optimization of the Time Turner with Nicholas. This is really unexpected, Harry said calmly. Simon Green also represented Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament and defeated Hogwarts to win the championship. At that time, he possessed the Elder Wand. Hermione glanced at them. He knew all the secrets of the Deathly Hallows. Hermione flipped to the middle section where there were records about the Deathly Hallows. It detailed that one of the Potter family married the last descendant of Ignotus Peverell, which is why the invisibility cloak appeared in the Potter family. Cadmus Peverell's descendants are the Gaunt family, so the Gaunt ring's emblem is the mark of the Deathly Hallows. It's just that because the Gaunt family intermarried with the descendants of Slytherin, the Gaunt descendants thought it was Slytherin's mark. This is also the reason why Voldemort is considered a descendant of Slytherin. This is really surprising. Are you trying to tell me that this book also records information about Horcruxes? Harry suddenly said. Yes, an evil wizard named Simon Green mentioned soul containers, and later on, he proposed the idea that splitting a soul into 7 pieces would help maintain the stability of the soul container. He created soul containers. Ron said in disbelief. I don't know, there shouldn't be any. It only mentioned his hypothesis. Hermione said weakly, even Dumbledore's extinguishing spell, methods to make a Patronus speak, can all be found recorded in there. Even the series of spells we use now, like Lumos, Replicatus, and Reparo, have relevant records. He invented many spells, including the ones you always thought were invented by Snape, like the Bat Bogey Hex and the Disarming Charm. What exactly is this book? Ron stared at the book in astonishment, noticing the peeling golden letters on the spine that read the notebook. Why is such a powerful person? Why does no one know his secrets? Harry puzzled. Did he not leave any descendants? No, he had many descendants, and he married several wives during his lifetime. Hermione said disdainfully. He was a very unfaithful man. Among his descendants, the one you're most familiar with is probably Gellert Grindelwald. Scamander is also one of his branches. The dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. Ron was instantly dumbfounded. This book is actually divided into 2 parts. One part stayed at Durmstrang Institute, and the other part at Hogwarts. Hermione flipped to the last page and explained. Gellert Grindelwald clearly found the part of the book that Simon Green left at Durmstrang. His evil dark magic probably came from that part of the book. Grindelwald learned about the Deathly Hallows from the records in the book, which is why he came to England to look for Bathilda Bagshot, hoping to find related information. Later, he met Dumbledore in Godric's Hollow and found the other half of the notebook, which combined to become what is now. Look at this. Hermione pointed to the text on the last page, which was written in several languages. If you are here to seek the Elder Wand, you are destined to be disappointed. I discarded it somewhere before I died. If you want it, go find it yourself. It's hard to believe. Ginny was left speechless after hearing Hermione's account. He discarded the Elder Wand? Ron said in surprise. He probably worried someone would dig up his grave. Harry said self-deprecatingly, recalling Dumbledore's fate. It was clear that Simon Green had foreseen this matter before Dumbledore did. Maybe he hasn't died yet. Don't forget about the Philosopher's Stone. He must have created it, knowing how to make the elixir of life. Harry, if he wanted to, he could live forever like Nicholas Flamel, and he might even create soul containers. Ron said sourly. By the way, I think that certain unfaithful guy is quite similar to the one in the notebook.